Jiang Li is an Air Force fisherman, and one day, it appears he has hooked something rather unsavory. Ding, item caught, brain domain development serum. Ding, item caught, great rejuvenation pill. Ding, item caught, gene cultivation method. Ding, item caught, anti-gravity technology. Ding, item caught, virtual reality technology. From an unassuming and handsome university student to a man adorned with numerous prestigious titles, the greatest scientist in human history, the world's richest individual, the playboy of the 21st century, the pioneer of humanity's extraordinary system, and the greatest trailblazer of humanity. Starting from Blue Star, he competes across the myriad realms. Chapter 170, The Explosive Popularity of Microbial Facial Mud. After departing from Li Heyoda's villa, this particular affair has come to a conclusion. Jiang Li, why didn't you eliminate that brat? Huang Daxian inquired. Jiang Li shook his head. There's no need. If we were to kill Li Heyoda, this region would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil for months to come. We still need to mine these veins. And who can predict whether the next local emperor will turn against us? Rather than that, it would be wiser to keep Li Heyoda alive. He should now be sufficiently intimidated by us, and for the foreseeable future, he will not pose a problem. To be honest, Jiang Li had little fondness for someone like Li Heyoda. However, his continued existence was far more valuable than his demise. You make a valid point, Huang Daxian nodded. Soon, Jiang Li reunited with Lone Wolf and his party. After retrieving their weapons and settling the final payment, the two parties parted ways. Mr. J, I wonder, are these two types of weapons available for public sale? Lone Wolf was undeniably covetous of the electric pulse rifle and its auxiliary devices, and he could not help but inquire. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before responding. Currently, they are not for sale, but in due course, they should become available to the public. Very well, Lone Wolf nodded. After departing from Yamar, Jiang Li returned directly to Huagua. For ordinary individuals, that night was just like any other. Yet for some, it would be an unforgettable experience. The following day, Jiang Li received news from Lu Fei that all operations in Myanmar had been restored. Li Heyoda personally came to apologize, bound by his subordinates. With this matter resolved, Jiang Li busied himself once more. In which field can we compel those capitalists to open the market? The conventional technology sector is not viable. It can only be the pharmaceutical field. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not harbor grudges without retribution. Although Jiang Li currently lacked the strength to fully strike back against those nations, he could not simply act as if nothing had transpired. The pharmaceutical field concerns life and death, and I do not believe you can bear to watch. As long as you dare to impose a ban on sales, there will become a confrontation between public sentiment and capital. I'm not afraid of your chaos. Jiang Li mused inwardly. If it is the pharmaceutical field, we must select a disease that is highly harmful, lethal, and widespread. That will be cancer. With this thought, Jiang Li solidified the direction of his next round of research. Conveniently, within the technological realm of L1 civilization, there exists a miraculous cure for cancer that he could research in a short time. This technology is divided into two phases. The first phase transforms cancer into a chronic illness, while the second phase aims for a complete cure. He could first develop the product from the first phase for clinical trials before advancing to the second phase. This approach not only increases our visibility, but also aids some terminal cancer patients on the brink of death, pulling them back from the edge. Thus, Jiang Li determined the next phase of Caoyang Technology's direction. While Jiang Li was planning the future of Caoyang, the market was stirred by Caoyang Technology, creating a frenzy. Of course, this time it was not the holographic projection technology, but rather Caoyang Technology's microbial facial mud. In fact, the popularity of microbial facial mud had always been high on the internet. However, due to the absence of a tangible product, its popularity had remained overshadowed by holographic projection technology. Now, as the fervor for holographic projectors began to wane, the interest in microbial facial mud surged. Undoubtedly, the true explosion of microbial facial mud's influence could be attributed to a series of strategic moves by Caoyang Technology. As Caoyang Technology's scale and capital grew, the number of internet celebrities and stars collaborating with them also increased. Consequently, after selecting several of the most famous celebrities and partners, Caoyang Technology gifted them microbial facial mud. Some partners merely shared a post in their social circles, but the big stars were different. One by one, they began to post relevant updates on their social media accounts. After all, Caoyang Technology was no longer the obscure little company it had been a few years ago. It had undeniably become a colossal presence in the domestic market. Being able to receive microbial facial mud before it had even been launched was a mark of status and prestige for them. The updates from those prominent stars were not merely expressions of joy over receiving a gift. They were, in fact, a declaration to the world that their standing was superior to those stars who had not received gifts. Naturally, Celebrities who received gifts from Kaoyang Technology had considerable status and brought with them an immense following. In no time, microbial facial mud was propelled back into trending discussions. Among them, the most prominent was undoubtedly a female star named Leah, an actress with an extraordinarily large fan base. Since her debut, Leah had always been marketed for her angelic visage. However, it must be said, she indeed conformed to the public's aesthetic standards. Nevertheless, time is unrelenting towards beauty, and now, Leah has reached the age of 45. Even with meticulous care, the marks of time have begun to appear on her face. While makeup can conceal imperfections under the spotlight, the reality is known only to Leah herself. On this day, Leah was filled with immense excitement as she unwrapped the microbial facial mud received from Kaoyang Technology. She fervently hoped that it would indeed be as miraculous as presented at the launch event. Leah held a considerable degree of faith in Kaoyang Technology, for this company had conjured numerous marvels in a mere few years. Leah first utilized her original camera to capture her barefaced visage. Although her bone structure was inherently beautiful, she was no longer youthful. Various wrinkles marred her complexion, and the collagen in her face had significantly diminished. Her condition was evidently far from optimal. Subsequently, under the watchful eye of the recording device, Leah began to apply the facial mud. It feels a bit itchy. I wonder if it's merely a psychological effect, or if those microorganisms are starting to come alive, she mused. My cheeks are beginning to feel slightly warm. It seems the microbial facial mud is taking effect. I must admit, this experience with a microbial facial mud is unlike any I have encountered before. She hoped that the ultimate results would not lead to disappointment. Leah diligently documented her sensations throughout the usage. Before long, several hours had elapsed, and she prepared to remove the facial mud. Leah gently peeled away the solidified microbial facial mud from her face. My heavens, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed into the mirror. Her once dull and sallow skin had transformed into an extraordinarily fair and radiant complexion. The furrows on her forehead, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and the nasolabial fold had all significantly faded, with some having vanished entirely. Even her cheeks, previously ravaged by excessive collagen loss, appeared rejuvenated, as if she had regained her youth. This is simply unbelievable. I feel as though I've aged backward by a decade. The results are truly astonishing. Leah could scarcely believe her senses as she thoroughly examined her face from every angle, still basking in the sudden wave of joy. At this rate, I doubt any cosmetic surgery could yield such results. Thank you, microbial facial mud, and thank you, President Jiang. This invention is nothing short of remarkable, she declared, continuously caressing her cheeks while admiring her reflection, her eyes filled with a dreamy allure. This extraordinary product must be shared far and wide. Before preparing to make an announcement, Leah first reached out to the dedicated personnel at Kaoyang Technology to inquire about the availability of more microbial facial mud. She was in dire need, having cast a glance at the towering pile of expensive skincare products on her vanity. A singular thought consumed her, to discard them all. Before long, Leah posted a video on her social media accounts across various platforms. She also tagged Jiang Li, inquiring whether additional supplies of microbial facial mud could be sent her way. Instantly, the microbial facial mud sparked a fervor. As one of the first and most prominent figures to share her experience, Leah's comment section was inundated with messages. So, Sister Ya's bare skin is so poor? My goodness, it seems that celebrities are just like us ordinary people. No, why are you concerned about that? What matters now is the microbial facial mud. Can't you see how Sister Ya looks like a different person? This is terrifying. The microbial facial mud is akin to the beauty elixirs from fantasy novels. Ladies, this is a must-have. This effect is too surreal. It feels almost like a fabrication. Impossible. How could something like this be faked? Celebrities aren't foolish. If this were a sham, Sister Ya's reputation would be tarnished. Indeed, I trust Kaoyang Technology. You may not realize how esteemed President Jiang is among us science enthusiasts. I've already saved up 100,000. I hope it launches soon, and I'll buy it instantly. What about me? I just spent 3,000 on skincare. What does that make me? It's over. The skincare market is about to face a bloodbath. Isn't this a pure dimensional strike? Ladies, rush in. We must urge President Jiang to expedite the process. As Leah shared her video, other major stars were not willing to be left behind. They too began releasing related videos, extolling the virtues of the microbial facial mud, proclaiming it to the heavens. This was partly due to the genuinely extraordinary effects of the product. Furthermore, the stars who had attained their current status in the entertainment industry were astute individuals, fully aware that Kaoyang Technology provided these products for promotional purposes. Thus, they diligently promoted it, ensuring a favorable impression for Kaoyang Technology. As numerous celebrities joined in, the popularity of a microbial facial mud skyrocketed, rivaling the previous hype surrounding holographic projection technology. The industry, witnessing this surge, could not help but exclaim that the wolves were coming. No, the steamroller is here. The industry was about to be flattened. Meanwhile, within a factory, Jiang Li was inspecting the production line for the microbial facial mud. President Jiang, all related equipment in the factory has been installed, and the staff is in place. We can commence large-scale production immediately, the chief engineer reported. That's good. I appreciate your hard work during this period. Overtime will be compensated at 5 times the usual rate. The clamor outside is rather overwhelming, Jiang Li chuckled wryly. Despite being somewhat detached from the day-to-day operations, he was well aware of the swirling discourse surrounding the microbial facial mud. He feared that failing to expedite production might lead to unfavorable repercussions. Rest assured, President Jiang, we will work overtime to meet the demand, the chief engineer assured him with a nod. After a brief exchange, Jiang Li departed upon receiving a call from Lu Fei. President Jiang, the overseas market has stabilized. Aside from a few countries with severe pro-West sentiments, we are now operational elsewhere, Lu Fei reported. One must commend Lu Fei for his adeptness in managing the situation, minimizing losses amid various pressures. Very well, let the overseas business develop steadily. After all, foreign markets are not our primary battleground, and conquering them poses significant challenges. Jiang Li regarded the overseas ventures with a sense of detachment. Given the current circumstances, should Kaiyang venture abroad, the potential profits could reach trillions of dollars. Such a substantial sum would not be permitted to leave Jiang Li's grasp by the various foreign powers. Jiang Li also did not naively believe that, given Kaiyang Technology's scale and its technological prowess, it could rally considerable Western public opinion against capital interests. Consequently, he resolved to adopt a more measured approach to development. Understood, President Jiang. After finalizing the overseas development strategy with Lu Fei, Jiang Li chose not to dwell on the matter further. Returning his attention to the domestic front, Jiang Li's primary focus remained on holographic projection technology. Undoubtedly, the most lucrative aspect was the integration of holographic projection devices within mobile phones. The appetite of domestic smartphone manufacturers was insatiable, with each requesting a minimum of 20 million units, typically starting at 100 billion level. Clearly, everyone sought to seize the lead. As for the overseas smartphone giants, Samsung and Apple, Jiang Li harbored no goodwill toward them. After all, the capital behind them had not refrained from undermining Kaiyang. Consequently, Jiang Li raised the prices of the holographic projection devices for these two companies by 15%, leaving them in a state of dismay. However, for domestic smartphone manufacturers, this was a boon, as they reveled in the misfortunes of their competitors. Previously, these Western companies had relentlessly pressured domestic smartphones by leveraging their capital to inflate the procurement costs of phone components. Now, the tides had turned, and it was time for these Western firms to face their own trials. Chapter 171. The launch of microbial face mud. According to the schedule, the holographic projection smartphones from various manufacturers are set to debut next month. The unprecedented attention from these companies towards this project is remarkable. Otherwise, they would not have signed a colossal contract worth billions directly with Jiang Li. The current orders are sufficient to sustain Kaiyang for a considerable period. As for the smartphone market, let them engage in their own fierce competition. Shaking his head, Jiang Li chose not to dwell on it. Rather than forging his own path, he preferred to be an upstream supplier, reaping profits with ease. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Li resumed his cultivation and took the opportunity to revisit the trial grounds for a fresh challenge. However, he ultimately faced failure once again. It won't be long before he reaches the 7th level of chi refinement, at which point he should be able to defeat his opponent. Ultimately, it boils down to Jiang Li's insufficient foundation and lack of accumulation. Nevertheless, Jiang Li maintained a positive mindset, understanding that progress must be made step by step, and meals must be consumed bite by bite. As for his strength, with diligent effort, he was certain it would ascend. Now, with the enhancement of the devouring talisman, his cultivation speed had increased exponentially. Contemplating this, Jiang Li once again settled into a meditative posture for his training. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the impending release of microbial face mud stirred a tremendous upheaval in the cosmetics industry. The reason was simple. The products were struggling to sell. In truth, all major cosmetics companies were acutely aware of the distinctions between their own technologies and those of others. They knew where the gaps lay, yet in reality, the disparities were not as vast as one might think. The competition among cosmetics companies hinged primarily on marketing strategies. For instance, how to name a technology to imbue it with a sense of cutting-edge sophistication, how to promote it to the market, and which celebrity to enlist as a spokesperson. Ultimately, it was a battle of marketing and planning. Now, With the emergence of Kion Technology's microbial face mud, all marketing tactics appeared insubstantial when faced with such formidable strength. As the popularity of microbial face mud continued to rise, products from various cosmetics companies began to languish in sales. Even some companies resorted to drastic price cuts and promotions. It proved to be futile. The decline had taken hold, and it could not be halted. At the international high-end cosmetics brand's Chinese division, the explosive success of microbial face mud precipitated a steep decline in the sales of their various products. In desperation, the manager convened a meeting, gathering all the department heads to discuss the crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, this week, our cosmetic sales have plummeted by 60% compared to last week. It has been a staggering drop. Microbial face mud has yet to be officially released, and I shudder to think what will happen once it is. We must devise a plan. The manager glanced around at the assembled heads. Instantly, even the top sales managers found themselves at a loss. How could they compete? The effects demonstrated by microbial face mud were akin to a missile against a rifle. It was a futile battle. A heavy silence fell over the room. Observing the atmosphere, the manager's expression darkened. What if we resorted to a few underhanded tactics? Someone suddenly suggested. The room's atmosphere shifted dramatically. No, they could not resort to such measures. Underhanded tactics are often hidden in the shadows of commerce. Yet one must consider the target. The adversary in question was Kion Technology, a company held in high esteem and rigorously protected. Attempting to employ underhanded tactics against them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Furthermore, Kion Technology boasted an elite legal team, having triumphed in numerous lawsuits over the past year. Even if a rival attempted underhanded tactics, evidence of their misdeeds would likely surface the very next day, resulting in a resounding defeat and public disgrace. Rumors circulated that a formidable hacker operated behind Kion Technology, capable of unearthing any incriminating evidence online almost instantaneously. Of course, this remained merely hearsay. The truth was uncertain. However, the strength of Kion Technology was indisputable. Thus, when someone suggested employing underhanded tactics, alarm spread among the attendees. No, Kion Technology is simply too formidable now. In terms of scale, technological prowess, and backing, we cannot compete. The only viable course of action was to reassess product, positioning, and strategy. Competing in the high-end cosmetics market was no longer feasible, and even mid-range products faced significant challenges. I propose we center our future products around microbial face mud, prioritizing services that cater to it, and consider reducing prices. One supervisor offered a suggestion, leading to an immediate silence among the others. In this current climate, a head-on confrontation with Kion Technology was impossible if they hoped to continue thriving in this industry. Serving the microbial face mud market could indeed be a prudent choice. Well then, return and work overtime to develop a proposal. I will submit it to headquarters tomorrow. The manager sighed, bringing the meeting to a close. The remaining supervisors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of resignation. Perhaps we should consider jumping ship to Kion? The entire conference room fell silent. Similar predicaments were not isolated incidents, but rather indicative of the industry's current state. Some high-end cosmetics companies, with their considerable resources, might find room for maneuverability. However, mid to low-end cosmetics companies faced dire straits, with the impact of microbial face mud leading to plummeting sales and high-end cosmetics companies collectively slashing prices. They were being suffocated. Whether they could survive was uncertain. It was easy to foresee that when microbial face mud officially launched, the entire cosmetics industry would undergo a significant cleansing. Many companies would likely collapse. However, this would not necessarily be a negative development for society at large. After all, the market simply meant one company's share being consumed by another. Moreover, microbial face mud could be considered a boon for society, as it expanded the market more than double, thus providing more employment opportunities and facilitating greater financial circulation. This was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Time flew by, and soon the day of the microbial face mud launch arrived. The release was set for 2 formats, online and in physical stores. At 9 o'clock that evening, microbial face mud would become available online. The initial batch consisted of only 1 million units, and the pricing was steep, categorized into small, medium, and large bottles, each corresponding to single, double, and triple uses, priced at $500, $1,000, and $1,500 respectively. Yet, even at such extravagant prices, prior to the 9 o'clock rush, the servers nearly crashed due to overwhelming traffic. Chapter 172, The Long Lines. 10 minutes before the launch of microbial face mud, throngs of consumers flocked to major shopping platforms. Within the brief span of those 10 minutes leading up to the sale, several platform servers experienced multiple crashes. Fortunately, the platforms had anticipated the demand and swiftly restored functionality. The time quickly approached 9 o'clock. Countless individuals clicked to purchase within an instant, with the lowest price of 500 being selected without a second thought. At that very moment, the servers crashed once more. By the time the crowd realized what had transpired, the system displayed sold out. Everyone had underestimated the innate desire for beauty within human nature. For the sake of allure, women could become extraordinarily fervent, and men were no exception. The fervor of this purchasing frenzy spoke volumes. Compared to all previous products launched by Jiang Technology, this one was met with unparalleled enthusiasm. A total of 1 million units of microbial face mud sold out in a mere second. The speed of this purchasing frenzy is exceedingly rare. In just 1 second, sales reached an astonishing 1 billion, and this was merely the initial batch, utterly incapable of satisfying the vast market demand. Furthermore, this microbial face mud is a consumable product. Its capacity to generate revenue is truly astounding. Soon, news of the microbial face mud selling out within a second and achieving a transaction volume of 1 billion topped the trending charts. In a flash, the entire cosmetics industry was engulfed in lamentation. This indicated that the market had unequivocally chosen Jiang Technology and its microbial face mud. They seemed disinclined to alter their course, and soon they may find even the opportunity for change slipping away. In stark contrast to the wails of their peers, other companies gazed upon the situation with envious eyes. 1 billion in a second. What is this? A money printing machine? No. Even if you had 100 money printing machines working overnight, it would be impossible to produce such an amount. Just imagine how thick a stack of 1 billion would be. Moreover, this belongs to the daily necessity sector. Given the contemporary obsession with beauty and the anxiety surrounding appearances, it is likely that going a month without purchasing at least 2 bottles would feel like a disservice to one's own visage. When all is calculated, the ultimate profits are undeniably frightening. Some investors even began to speculate that the market for microbial face mud could easily reach the $1 trillion mark. Indeed, a single product could attain such colossal value. In an instant, countless forces were filled with envy and jealousy, their greed palpable. Even overseas investors could hardly resist the temptation to rush to Huadua to seize the formula for the microbial face mud. While some may jest, it is entirely foreseeable that in the future, Jiang Technology's microbial cultivation facility will undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of various parties. Wealth is a powerful motivator. Who in this world could remain unmoved by a $1 trillion product? In contrast to the investors, the consumers had a different perspective. Though they too were captivated by the figure of 1 billion, they could only observe from afar. Their primary concern was, when will the stock be replenished? If one were to check Jiang Technology and Jiang Li's accounts now, they would find an overwhelming number of messages urging for restocking. From holographic projectors to microbial face mud, all were requests for replenishment. The sales of microbial face mud were divided between online and offline channels. The online stock of 1 million units was entirely sold out. Thus, the remaining inventory was confined to physical stores. In no time, long lines formed outside the brick-and-mortar establishments. Jiang Technology's physical stores opened at 7 in the morning. Yet by the early hours, numerous men and women were already queuing outside, winding around the entire shopping mall. The mall management, being considerate, even halted the elevators for customers. The queue stretched from the upper floors down to the ground level, spilling outside the shopping center. Soon, various media platforms were flooded with videos showcasing the long lines at Jiang Technology stores across different regions. Jiang Li soon stumbled upon such videos, pressing his forehead in exasperation. This was going to be a predicament. The number of people in line far surpassed his expectations. If most of them left empty-handed, there would surely be a chorus of complaints. Mr. Liu, please arrange for all available stock to be dispatched to the major stores, ensuring everyone has a chance to purchase. With a single phone call, Jiang Li set the wheels in motion. Almost immediately, warehouses began reallocating stock. Initially, the stores planned to sell in batches. But the overwhelming enthusiasm of the consumers necessitated an immediate release of all inventory. As time passed, it quickly became 5 o'clock. Considering the overwhelming number of customers, Jiang Technology decided to open the stores 2 hours earlier. After all, rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. There was no need to make so many wait unnecessarily. Wow, they opened at 5 instead of 7? Kudos to Jiang Technology for this thoughtful gesture. The people at the front expressed their gratitude. No longer needing to wait an additional 2 hours, customers began to filter in as the staff set up the simplified access components. Everyone, please remain calm. We have brought out all the stock for the next few days, the attendants announced while maintaining order. I'll take 10 of each size. declared the foremost customer with bravado. What? You're buying so many. What about the rest of us? The voices of discontent arose from those behind. Upon surveying the lengthy queue, the staff interjected, Sir, today we have a purchase limit. You may choose one size and buy only one unit. Hearing this, the lead customer's expression darkened slightly. Are you even making a profit? Just give me a large one. This individual was a scalper who had anticipated profiting handsomely from the microbial face mud. He was disheartened to learn of the purchase restrictions. Nonetheless, the atmosphere of the event remained undeterred by this minor incident. If anything, it grew even more fervent. From 5 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, the store staff barely paused for a moment, their arms aching from the constant activity. All right, everyone, we have completely sold out of all stock. There's no need to queue any longer, one of the attendants announced. This declaration was met with dissatisfaction from some. What do you mean? We waited in line for 2 hours, and now it's gone? The staff could only shrug apologetically. We've exhausted our inventory. The stores will not be selling any more in the coming days. Fine. If the goods are gone, there's nothing we can do. The disappointed crowd began to disperse, having missed out on the coveted products. Chapter 173. The Smuggling Business. The explosive popularity of microbial face mud exceeded everyone's expectations. Yet, this was merely the beginning. If the bustling opening day merely hinted at the enthusiasm of consumers across Huagua, it would be an understatement. Most individuals were still observing, waiting for the initial buyers to share their experiences before making their own purchases. Soon, those who had bought the microbial face mud from physical stores began to showcase related videos on their social media platforms. The results they displayed were indistinguishable from those presented by celebrities like Li. Under the deluge of videos that sprang up like mushrooms after rain, the reputation of microbial face mud soared. Numerous anecdotes about the product emerged, including a boy who gifted a bottle of microbial face mud to a girl, resulting in their successful romance. Such stories proliferated, prompting netizens to create memes. If you love someone, gift them microbial face mud. This wave of publicity proved immensely effective. It is foreseeable that as the reputation of microbial face mud continues to rise, the market will respond with even greater enthusiasm. As the popularity of microbial face mud surged, countless external investors grew increasingly envious. Major overseas financial consortiums sought to make their presence known once more. However, after the previous experiences and the targeting of overseas companies, Jiang Li had grown discontent. He was a man who preferred soft approaches over hard ones. If they were going to act against him, he certainly wouldn't be polite. Therefore, this round of negotiations ended without resolution. The relationship between the two parties once again reached a freezing point. Were it not for the limited business lines of Kayong technology, Jiang Li might have considered taking a more aggressive stance against these capital forces domestically. While Jiang Li engaged in a battle of wits with international capital, all was not peaceful overseas. At this moment, a cargo ship laden with goods was en route to the Kingdom of Moses, traversing the Pacific Ocean. Boss, how much cargo did we manage to acquire this time? We invested 8 million in Huagua, and with this round trip, we stand to earn several times that amount. At this moment, aboard the cargo ship, a group of individuals congregated, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping liquor. You must admit, this projector is truly invaluable. We purchased it at merely $3,000 to $4,000 in Huagua, but when we resell it, those Americans would readily pay $20,000 to $30,000 extra. Indeed, boss. Just a single trip to Huagua has yielded such substantial profits, far superior to engaging in those illicit activities. Life in Moziguo is anything but ordinary. These individuals have dabbled in numerous illegal enterprises behind closed doors, flirting with danger. Ultimately, it all boils down to the pursuit of money. You wouldn't believe it, but I also managed to bring back a batch of other goods, specifically the newly released microbial facial mud from Kayong Technology, which I acquired at a premium from those unscrupulous merchants in Huagua. This time, we must ensure to capitalize on the Americans. The boss wore a smug expression. He was well aware of the effects of the microbial facial mud and was confident that those Western women, with their coarse skin and enlarged pores, would be enticed. One could only wonder how long such days would continue. His younger brother bore a look of melancholy. Rest assured, we should be fine for the time being. Previously in Huagua, the news reported that Kayong Technology's negotiations with those blood-sucking capitalists had fallen through. Consequently, their products won't penetrate the Western market, allowing us to enjoy this for a while longer. The boss beamed with satisfaction. All right, perk up. The cargo ship will soon dock, and we'll need to pay the protection fee. He glanced at the emerging land, reminding his comrades. They dare not transport the smuggled goods directly to America. Although there were no explicit laws against it, it was an unspoken rule. Attempting to do so would be akin to courting death. Thus, They typically smuggled goods from Moziguo to America. The port near America was under the control of a prominent local gang, making the payment of protection fees essential for a successful transaction. Before long, the cargo ship docked. Upon arrival, individuals arrived to inspect the cargo. "Hey, have smoke." The boss offered a cigarette to the leading middle-aged man. "Jesse, your business is really booming, isn't it? Bringing all this cargo from Huagua must have cost quite a bit." Jesse, the boss, chuckled awkwardly. "You know how it is. These items are banned in America. Each time we ship a batch, it's uncertain how much we can sell, so we just make a little pocket money. Enough of your secrecy. Don't worry. We won't overcharge you." The middle-aged man shot Jesse a knowing glance. The gang leader took the port business very seriously. They would collect what was due. If anyone dared to pocket extra, the leader would be the first to deal with them. All right, everything seems fine. After passing through the port, Jesse initiated his planned route and transportation. Soon, Jesse and his crew crossed the border between Moziguo and America, delivering the goods. Upon reaching his residence in America, Jesse began contacting buyers. Thanks to the stellar reputation of the holographic projector in America, he had no shortage of prospective clients. Before long, Jesse set up deals with buyers. For those nearby, he arranged face-to-face transactions, and for those farther away, he opted for express shipping. After dispatching the goods, Jesse gazed at his rapidly swelling bank balance, his mood soaring. However, his joy was short-lived. That very day, he observed on surveillance that a group of American law enforcement officers had surrounded his home. "Damn! Those cursed Americans!" Jesse cursed under his breath, hastily gathering his belongings to flee. At that moment, the officers broke through his front door. As Jesse leaped from the window, a few officers chased after him, but were halted by their captain. "Enough, let him go." "Why, Captain?" "He has a big catch." A young officer questioned, puzzled. "Enough with the reckless pursuit. What if he has a gun?" The captain patted the young man's shoulder. The young officer nodded in agreement. In truth, the captain thought to himself, "This guy is a golden goose. If we catch him, how will he return to sell more goods?" The captain had been eyeing Jesse for quite some time, having tried multiple times to apprehend him, yet each attempt had ended with Jesse slipping away. Chapter 174, The Frenzied Western Women. "Captain, this time the haul is rather substantial," one officer remarked, eyeing the holographic projectors Jesse had left behind, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. They all knew the worth of the holographic projectors. If sold, it could amount to their salaries for decades. The captain felt a surge of excitement at the sight. "Let us each take one. Remember, keep it to ourselves." Hearing their captain's words, the others wasted no time. Even if they didn't use the projectors themselves, selling them to others would net them tens of thousands of dollars. Their monthly wages were only a few thousand. The captain, seeing that everyone had taken their share, allowed a slight smile to surface. "All right, I will take all of this with me. I'll be back later." With that, the captain began loading the items into a vehicle. In truth, everyone understood the captain's intentions, but said nothing, seemingly accustomed to the routine. Moreover, they had all benefited. As they traveled, the captain, contemplating the goods in the back of the vehicle, wore a smile. "That Jesse is quite perceptive. Next time, I'll have him sell a few more." In reality, the captain and Jesse were acquainted. After all, in this area, the captain was akin to a local overlord. If Jesse had not aligned himself with the gang, he would have likely been incarcerated long ago. Clearly, these holographic projectors served as Jesse's protection fee. Thus, Jesse could conduct his business freely, unburdened by the fear of arrest. While the profits were reduced, he ultimately still made a significant gain. As for the captain, not only had he cracked a smuggling case, but he also acquired a substantial number of holographic projectors. If sold, he would soon be able to afford a new home. Soon enough, the captain stumbled upon a beautifully packaged box. This is Kaiyong Technology's latest product, the microbial facial mud. As a devoted fan of Kaiyong Technology, the captain was well acquainted with their products and was particularly interested in this one, released alongside the holographic projector. "Jesse has truly surprised me this time. Currently, the microbial facial mud hasn't even hit the American market. After all, it was just released in Huagua, and there's barely any supply to meet demand. This is a windfall. With this microbial facial mud, my wife will be delighted. However, I should hold on to it for now, as it's still quite rare." I recall hearing Senator Ms. express interest in this product. The captain quickly devised a plan for the 2 bottles of microbial facial mud. There's a saying, "If I don't take it, how am I superior? If my superior doesn't take it, how will I be promoted?" Without hesitation, the captain dialed Senator Ms.'s number. "What do you need?" came the senator's voice on the other end of the line. "Senator Ms., I have 2 bottles of the latest microbial facial mud from Kaiyong Technology. I was wondering if you would be interested. If so, I could deliver them to you." The captain spoke with utmost respect. "What? How did you manage to get it?" "Bring it over immediately. Mrs. Tone was tinged with a hint of surprise and urgency. I shall deliver it to you at once, the captain replied, promptly returning home to switch vehicles and heading straight to Mrs. residence. Mrs. abode was a villa, epitomizing the essence of the upper echelons of Western society. Upon encountering Ms., the captain handed over 2 prepared bottles of microbial face mud. Ms. took the microbial face mud and examined it closely. Indeed, this is the microbial face mud just released by Kion Technology. I couldn't acquire it myself, yet you managed to get it first. As an elite in the West, Ms. was well acquainted with Kion Technology, meticulously aware of its every move. Naturally, he coveted the microbial face mud. After all, who wouldn't desire a touch of youth? Regardless of gender, you have done exceptionally well this time. During the next director election, I shall provide you with due consideration, he remarked. Upon hearing this, the captain's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Following a few compliments directed at Ms., the captain bid farewell and departed. Ms. pondered how effective the microbial face mud would be for us Caucasians. His excitement surged as he began recording a video to capture the initial application of the microbial face mud. After an hour, as the burning sensation on his face gradually subsided, he commenced rinsing off the microbial face mud. "Oh my God, this is truly miraculous," Ms. exclaimed, gazing at his now fair complexion, a stark contrast to his previously sallow appearance. Even the pores, which Westerners often lament, had shrunk to the point of near invisibility. The skin, once riddled with wrinkles from his 40s, appeared instantly rejuvenated. Comparing the before and after, it was as though he had shed 20 years. "I must post this on Facebook." Ms. uploaded 2 videos showcasing the transformation of his face, accompanied by a caption, "I would like to deem the microbial face mud the greatest product of this century." Satisfied, he retreated to his room, handing half a bottle of microbial face mud to his wife. After all, she had been a beauty in her youth, though aging had taken its toll on Westerners more rapidly. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from the bathroom. Mrs. Wife stared incredulously at her reflection in the mirror. "Is that really me? Oh my God," she exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course it is, my dear wife," Ms. replied, captivated by her youthful visage that appeared a decade younger. "This is the microbial face mud I procured from Huagua with great effort from Kion Technology." His wife was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the microbial face mud's reputation. Just moments prior, they had been discussing this very product among their circle of affluent women. However, as it had just been released, none had managed to acquire it. To her surprise, Mrs. Wife quickly recorded a video and shared it with her wealthy peers. In an instant, the entire group, including those who typically remained silent, erupted with excitement, exclaiming in disbelief. They bombarded Mrs. Wife with inquiries about how she had obtained the microbial face mud, gratifying her vanity immensely. After casually deflecting a few questions, Mrs. Wife turned off her phone and gazed at Ms. with a loving expression. "Darling, how should I thank you?" Ms. stepped closer, embracing her and caressing her face. "What do you think?" Their eyes locked, and soon, the room was filled with fervent passion. The following day, as Ms. and his wife awoke, their private messages were inundated with requests for the microbial face mud. While Ms. was relatively unfazed, his wife faced a deluge of inquiries from affluent women clamoring for any remaining microbial face mud. Reluctantly, she spent the entire morning responding to messages. As for Ms., he still possessed a small bottle gifted by the captain, but it was merely enough for single use. Initially, Ms. had intended to keep it for himself, considering the severe scarcity of the microbial face mud. However, unexpectedly, a Hollywood second-tier actress he had long pursued agreed to join him for dinner. The allure of the microbial face mud undoubtedly playing a role in her acceptance. Ms. was indifferent to this arrangement. It was merely a mutual exchange. That evening, Ms. met the Hollywood starlet at an upscale hotel. "Dear Lucy, it has been ages, and you look even more stunning. Here, this is a gift for you. The microbial face mud I procured with great effort from Huagua," he said, presenting her with a gift box containing the face mud. "Senator Ms., I absolutely adore your gift," Lucy replied candidly, reflecting the cultural differences between Western and Eastern norms. They then commenced a candlelit dinner, with Ms. having long forgotten his wife. Despite his wife's newfound youth, she paled in comparison to the alluring Hollywood star before him. Setting aside appearances, just her figure left Ms. utterly captivated. "Senator Ms., have you secured the lead role in that major production you mentioned last time?" Lucy inquired as they chatted, aware that while she appreciated the microbial face mud, its price was not something she could easily overlook. "Rest assured, I am the investor in that production, the primary financier, and the lead actress's fate rests in my hands." Ms. smiled. "That is splendid news." Lucy and Ms. exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the implications of their conversation. Thus, the evening promised to be extraordinary for both of them. The next day, Lucy returned to her residence. Without dwelling on the previous night's events, she retrieved the microbial face mud and applied it to her face. Nearly an hour later, as the burning sensation dissipated, she washed off the mask. My heavens, this is unbelievable. Blackheads, pores, wrinkles gone. Like all women experiencing the microbial face mud for the first time, Lucy marveled at her reflection. Subsequently, she recorded a video showcasing her transformation and shared it on her social media, tagging Jiang Li and Kaiyan Technologies' overseas account. Ladies, today I am recommending a face mud that is simply miraculous. I shall call a masterpiece bestowed upon women by God. Look at my before and after skin comparison. I appear to have transformed into an entirely different person, instantly rejuvenated by over a decade. My biggest pet peeve has always been my pores. As Western women face this struggle far more than our Eastern counterparts, but after using the microbial face mud, my pores have significantly improved. Oh my God, I can hardly believe this is merely a face mask. It's truly miraculous. Everyone must buy it. As a Hollywood second-tier actress, Lucy had amassed a considerable following. Her social media posts typically featured her latest projects, her stunning figure, and beauty and skincare videos. The former attracted male attention, while the latter drew in female viewers. Leveraging her influence, Lucy's video rapidly gained traction, spreading widely thanks to data algorithms. It soon generated immense buzz, catapulting her follower count to new heights, overshadowing even some A-list Hollywood stars. Even her public image improved significantly. This microbial facial mud truly serves as my fortunate star. Lucy gazed at her visage, which appeared a decade younger, and then turned her attention to her backstage, where an overwhelming influx of private messages, follows, likes, and comments had completely erupted. A charming smile graced her face. She had indeed captured the initial wave of traffic. In truth, the price of the microbial facial mud is not exorbitant. Even without overseas sales, it can be procured in Huagua. Despite the severe shortages in Huagua, does it pose a problem for these Hollywood titans? You claim there's a shortage? Very well. I shall pay tenfold for what you possess. Hesitate? Then I shall offer $50,000 for a single bottle. I am confident that most would not balk at exchanging $50,000 for a few extra days of beauty. And for those Hollywood stars, whose fees often soar into the tens of millions, is it truly a concern? Thus, the microbial facial mud fundamentally revolves around the issue of timeliness. Lucy has evidently seized this first wave of immense traffic, drawing all eyes towards her. Indeed, it did not exceed her expectations. By the following day, a plethora of Hollywood luminaries each possessed a bottle of the microbial facial mud. After all, for them, a reasonably priced product with sales reaching millions is easily within reach. The direction of the internet has once again shifted, transitioning from holographic projection technology to the current phenomenon of microbial facial mud, spontaneously initiated by a multitude of Hollywood stars. This is undoubtedly a boon for the female stars, not only absorbing traffic, but also showcasing their beauty before countless viewers. It creates an impression of approachability, significantly enhancing their public appeal. With the concerted efforts of major celebrities, the microbial facial mud has been propelled to an unimaginable height. The online discourse is rife with excitement. My goodness, several major stars I follow have released videos using the microbial facial mud. It's utterly enticing. I seriously suspect that Jiang has developed this facial mud specifically for us Caucasians, perfectly addressing our pore and wrinkle concerns. Why isn't it available in our America yet? We are the largest market in the world. Oh God, who can send me a bottle of microbial facial mud? I would willingly be their girlfriend for a day. I can't find it. There are no purchasing avenues at all. There are black market sellers online, but they're charging thousands of dollars per bottle. Heavens. The price has skyrocketed tenfold at the very least. Let's reach out to Jiang and urge him to sell it in our America. His account is right there, sisters. Come join me in the plea. Chapter 176, Global Layout, Chi Refining Level 7. Initially, Jiang Li believed he had adequately gauged consumer enthusiasm. Yet the reality proved that his predictions barely scratched the surface, falling short of even a tenth of the actual fervor. Under the astonishing effects of the microbial facial mud, every woman who had encountered it succumbed to a state of frenzy. Jiang Li's overseas social media accounts saw their follower counts soar past 100 million, with numbers continuing to surge. The comments were predominantly centered around the microbial facial mud. If the attention surrounding holographic projection technology was rated a 10 overseas, the microbial facial mud had undoubtedly reached a staggering 100. Compared to the citizens of Huagua, these Western women exhibited even greater fervor. After all, Western skin tends to be coarser and ages more readily than that of their Eastern counterparts. naturally leading to a more fervent pursuit of beauty. This, too, is entirely reasonable. In response, Jiang Li felt compelled to release a video informing overseas consumers that Kion Technology was diligently working to increase production capacity and expedite a global launch. While the message was conveyed, it was evident that most remained skeptical, deeming the statement overly formal. Jiang Li, too, found himself at a loss. Currently, Kion Technology had made its mark in the American market, while no restrictions had yet been placed on the microbial facial mud in other regions. However, once the microbial facial mud began to dominate locally, local governments would undoubtedly take steps to protect domestic enterprises. Moreover, considering the demographics of Western populations, it is apparent that nearly all major perfume, luxury goods, and skincare brands are Western enterprises. Should the microbial facial mud gain a foothold, it could potentially wreak havoc on countless businesses, unless Kion Technology was willing to forfeit a substantial portion of its profits. Penetrating the overseas market would prove to be a formidable challenge. Similar to the company's previous products, there was a market abroad, but substantial growth remained elusive. It would require time, strategy, and financial resources to gradually expand its influence overseas. Jiang Li was in no hurry regarding the overseas market for the microbial facial mud. As the domestic market had yet to be fully satisfied, he preferred to bide his time before launching abroad, meticulously strategizing. While the world buzzed with excitement over holographic projection technology and microbial facial mud, Jiang Li was immersed in his laboratory. As for the future, how is the progress? Sir, as per your request, the complete industrial system technology has been simulated to 15%. Jiang Li began discussing industrial matters with the future. Presently, the complete industrial system encompasses basic industries, raw materials industries, equipment manufacturing, light industry and textiles, as well as other supporting industries. Globally, only Huawei possesses a comprehensive industrial system. Now, Jiang Li set his sights on the starry expanse above, which determined that he must establish a complete industrial park under his banner, vast in scale and intricate in structure. Only in this manner could he realize his ambition of constructing a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. This path is destined to be long and arduous. Even though Jiang Li could initially rely on the extensive industrial framework of Huawei and collaborate with various domestic businesses, it ultimately would not belong to him. Therefore, having resolved to reach for the stars, Jiang Li commenced his layout in the industrial sphere. Industry serves as the backbone of a nation. Only with robust industrial support can a nation firmly establish itself. The same holds true for the future of Kion Technology. 15%? That suffices for now. Our scale has yet to expand significantly, and this is more than adequate. The immediate priority is to secure an overseas base. Contemplating this, Jiang Li once again cast his gaze upon the virtual map. Islands? Observing the dense cluster of islands across the ocean, he began weighing his options. While islands may offer safety due to their remoteness from the mainland, their isolation poses challenges in resource acquisition, making development exceedingly difficult. Reality is not a game. Resource availability is crucial for a location's growth. Among these, mineral resources are of paramount importance. Africa. With this thought, Jiang Li directed his attention toward Africa. This continent is replete with resources, particularly various mineral assets. Its renewable energy sources are also abundant. If one were to cite a drawback, it would be its geographic conditions. Due to its flat terrain, water retention is poor, leading to severe water scarcity. However, for Kion Technology, which possesses RX water purification membrane technology, this is hardly an obstacle. Next, there are historical issues resulting in the control of African nations by foreign capital, rampant internal corruption, and ongoing conflicts. For Kion, this presents a significant opportunity. It is precisely because of this corruption that I can utilize capital to acquire your lands. Conversely, in a politically stable region, it would be utterly impossible for Jiang Li to purchase land with absolute sovereignty using money. As for Africa's weak infrastructure, that is hardly a concern. With a construction powerhouse at hand, it merely requires time. Contemplating this, Jiang Li commenced his search for the corresponding nations. He sought out coastal African countries that possessed sovereignty, were marred by internal corruption and poverty, and could potentially benefit from our group's technological advantages. Very well, sir. Shortly thereafter, the future system identified a nation that met Jiang Li's criteria, the Kingdom of Carlo. Jiang Li began to peruse the information regarding this country. It boasted a vast expanse of land, encompassing an impressive 1.8 million square kilometers, yet 50% of its territory was severely desertified, rendering it uninhabitable and unsuitable for agriculture. The nation was impoverished, with an average annual income of merely 100 yuan per citizen. It held absolute sovereignty. As Jiang Li examined the data on the Kingdom of Carlo, his satisfaction grew. With its extensive land, dire poverty, abundant resources, strategic location, and avaricious officials, coupled with ongoing tensions with neighboring countries, Jiang Li instantly concluded that this was the place he had been searching for. It could be said that all elements, timing, geography, and human factors were perfectly aligned. Future, please contact LV Fei and request him to dispatch a professional team to the Kingdom of Carlo. It is time for us to establish a new base overseas. The land we purchase can be in the desert regions, as long as we can acquire it. Everything can be negotiated. Subsequently, Jiang Li provided detailed instructions, and once Future consolidated the information, it was sent to LV Fei. Future, design a city planning blueprint according to my vision. At once, sir. Upon this command, the core of Future began to operate, and shortly thereafter, a holographic design plan materialized before Jiang Li's eyes. The layout for residential areas, industrial zones, transportation plans, and military facilities was meticulously crafted. Sir, you must take note that, according to your current plans, the funds required to construct a basic overseas base that meets the specifications will amount to an astronomical figure. Based on the current financial capacity of our group, it remains insufficient to complete the construction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the external valuation of Kaiyan technology being in the trillions, the liquid capital was far less substantial. Adding to this was the relatively short establishment period of Kaiyan technology, which limited its production capacity and potential, coupled with the top-tier salaries and benefits provided to employees. These factors meant that the financial resources at hand were not as plentiful as one might assume. It appeared that further advancements in cutting-edge technology were necessary. Jiang Li took a deep breath. Future, issue a recruitment announcement for research personnel in the medical field. Additionally, please reach out to the heads of major universities nationwide. I hope Kaiyan Technology can engage in deeper collaborations with them. Excluding the funds needed for establishing an overseas base, Kaiyan's coffers remained quite affluent. Thus, Jiang Li prepared to embark on a significant endeavor. Very well, sir, I will arrange that immediately. Following this, Jiang Li resumed his work. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, LV Fei received Jiang Li's message. Glancing at the clock, it was around 3 in the morning, and LV Fei was still burning the midnight oil, attending to various affairs. Recently, as major capital giants united against them, Kaiyan Technology faced considerable challenges overseas. Nonetheless, being a Chinese enterprise, it had the backing of the nation, and the influence of Chinese-funded enterprises abroad was not negligible. Under this multifaceted alliance, although they could not yet compete with top-tier international capital, Kaiyan Technology's operations had gradually stabilized and now spanned over 40 countries worldwide. Achieving this milestone was largely credited to LV Fei's strategic acumen. The Western market is truly a tough nut to crack, he mused, rubbing his temples. In his pursuit of entering this market, he had employed various tactics, including bribing certain individuals and disseminating damaging information about those targeting Kaiyan. Despite his efforts, the entry into the Western international market remained elusive. It seems we must invest in nurturing our own political figures. LV Fei sighed. Penetrating the Western market without supportive high-ranking politicians from their side would be exceedingly difficult. Well, I shall wait for the right opportunity. Just as LV Fei was mired in his troubles, he received another message from Jiang Li. This chairman is relentless, acquiring territory in the Kingdom of Carlo and seeking absolute sovereignty over it. Is Mr. Jiang planning to become a local despot? LV Fei shook his head in resignation. Alas, what choice do we have? With this thought, LV Fei set aside his work to meticulously analyze the domestic and international situations of the Kingdom of Carlo. He delved into his research until dawn broke, at which point he had formulated a plan. He promptly summoned relevant personnel to engage in further discussions. The following day in China, a new hot topic surged in the trending news related to microbial mud. Kaiyan Technology announces a large-scale recruitment of researchers in the medical field, aiming directly at the pharmaceutical industry. Instantly, the entire internet buzzed with excitement, particularly regarding the extensive hiring by Kaiyan Technology. In all of China, who did not know that Kaiyan Technology offered top-tier salaries and benefits? The employee turnover rate was even below 5%, indicating remarkably low employee mobility. Once individuals managed to secure a position, most were reluctant to leave. Consequently, every recruitment announcement attracted an overwhelming number of applicants. This latest large-scale hiring generated widespread excitement. Beyond recruitment, Kaiyan Technology also conveyed a message to the public. The company remained committed to independent research and innovation, pursuing a high-tech path. This message was further validated 3 days later when Kaiyan Technology met with dozens of key universities across the nation, deepening exchanges and strengthening collaborative ties in various fields. When Kaiyan Technology and these universities simultaneously released an announcement, the news soared to the top of the trending charts. Thus, it was evident that in the future, Kaiyan Technology would never lack for talent reserves. The recruitment initiative concluded, yet it was anticipated that not long thereafter, Kaiyan Technology would inevitably experience a new wave of technological breakthroughs. Time flowed like a river, day by day. On one such day, within Jiang Li's villa, he sat cross-legged, facing a mountain of jade, gemstones, and the like. Following his subjugation of Li Heota, the latter had mined all the mineral resources within the territory, resulting in a substantial increase in raw stones within Jiang Li's villa during this period. Jiang Li activated the Xinyuan Baolu, absorbing the spiritual energy from the Great Formation into his body. The devouring talisman within him was also set into motion. Like the mouth of a colossal whale, an endless stream of spiritual energy was consumed. In mere moments, the amassed spiritual energy, along with that from the jade and gemstones, was entirely devoured. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed. Jiang Li's bottleneck had shifted. With his eyes closed in concentration, he sensed the changes within his body. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged, and the energy within his dantian experienced a new wave of explosive growth. Having reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, he finally advanced to the later stage of Qi refinement. Now, I should no longer fear an ordinary handgun. Jiang Li felt the transformation within his body. Both the quality and quantity of energy had undergone substantial changes. With a single, gentle wave of his hand, the solid wooden table before him shattered into 2 pieces, demonstrating a strength several times greater than before. It was time to challenge the 2nd level of the trial tower. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li's figure flickered, and he reappeared at the 2nd level of the trial tower. He could no longer recall how many times he had attempted to conquer this level, nor how many times he had perished in the process. Each day, he returned to face the phantoms of the 2nd level. In the present era of the Blue Star, apart from the great Wang Tai Sin, no one stands as a formidable opponent to him. Engaging in battles with the phantoms of the 2nd tier serves as an excellent opportunity to hone his combat skills and mental fortitude daily. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Li's prowess has been rapidly escalating with each passing day. This time, he vowed not to face defeat. Drawing a deep breath, he brandished his spear and fixed his gaze upon his opponent. Chapter 177. The Great Trend, the microbial face mud emerges. The battleground of the trial site is in constant flux. No one knows what the next combat scenario will entail. This particular confrontation found itself nestled within a dense forest. Jiang Li tightened his grip on the crimson spear, the tip quivering slightly as it brushed against the ground, shaking off a few drops of dew. The man's expression was inscrutable as he crushed dry branches beneath his boots, drawing his great sword with a sharp sound. The blade's brilliance erupted like a surging wave of snow, and Jiang Li pivoted, shaking his wrist to unleash a silver arc with his spear, the tassels splattering a blood-like afterimage. In the blink of an eye, sword and spear danced through the air. The clash of metal startled the resting birds, sending sparks flying onto the mossy ground. With a powerful horizontal sweep, Jiang Li forced the man to retreat a step, the fabric of his left shoulder tearing slightly. Jiang Li's spear swept across like a tide, compelling his adversary to retreat several paces. Using the spear's tip to propel himself, he soared like a hawk. The crimson spear transforming into a silver dragon that descended with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of thunder. The man fell back, barely avoiding the spearhead that grazed the tip of his nose. Both were masters, their spiritual energies colliding and reverberating like ripples across the surroundings. Bamboo leaves fluttered down, and the man's boot struck the blue stone with force, shifting his sword's momentum to a more sinister angle. The long blade raced along the ground, aimed at Jiang Li's ankle, but Jiang Li deftly turned the spear's tail upward, repelling the blade with the ironwood shaft. Twisting his waist, he countered with a thrust, the spearhead blossoming like 7 cold stars under the moonlight. The man, realizing the threat, hastily adjusted his position, yet still found Jiang Li's spear piercing through his abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from within, enveloping the spear as it lunged toward the man. A flash of cold light pierced through the man's chest, and his form dissipated into ashes. The 2nd tier was conquered. Onward to the 3rd tier. Soon, Jiang Li arrived at the 3rd tier, where he sensed an aura of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his spear, and the two combatants recommenced their duel. However, the man of the third tier exhibited a fiercer and more adept ferocity compared to his predecessor. His strength was markedly superior. Before long, Jiang Li found himself struck and eliminated. No, there shouldn't be such a vast disparity with someone at the 8th level of Qi refinement. After the battle, Jiang Li began to meticulously reflect on the encounter. He realized the gap between them was indeed significant. Even with his body tempered by the dragon blood fruit, he held no advantage against the man. There must be some error. I recall that the trial grounds now allow one to observe the strength of each guardian. Jiang Li's eyes brightened as he began to inspect the strength of the third-tier guardian. Third-tier guardian, 8th level of Qi refinement, 5th level of body refinement. Indeed, 5th level of body refinement. A sudden clarity dawned upon Jiang Li. It seems that as one ascends, guardians are no longer solely defined by their Qi refinement levels. Contemplating this, Jiang Li glanced at the additional 100 points in his account, a significant increase from the mere 10 points awarded in the first tier. However, this was understandable, given the stark contrast in the guardian strengths across the two tiers. Curious about what could be exchanged, Jiang Li began to sift through the options. Yet, it was evident that 100 points would scarcely procure anything of value. It appeared he could only purchase this. Jiang Li's gaze fell upon the tome titled Basic Body Refinement Techniques, priced at exactly 100 points. The point rewards from the first and second tiers were likely intended for these two manuals. Without hesitation, he selected to purchase it. As he suspected, the basic body refinement techniques appeared simple, yet the information contained within was remarkably comprehensive, detailing all cultivation methods and intricacies pertaining to body refinement and meridian opening, as well as the limits of the human body. It could be said to encapsulate the wisdom and experience amassed throughout the cosmos. Though foundational, it proved to be exceedingly practical. Body refinement must be pursued in tandem. Otherwise, as he progressed, he would increasingly find himself outmatched by those guardians. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li exited the trial space. Meanwhile, the external world was undergoing continuous transformation. During this period, the scale of Kaiyang Technology's manufacturing facilities expanded relentlessly. The production line for the microbial face mud surged, with daily outputs skyrocketing. Nevertheless, even amidst this growth, each new batch of microbial face mud will be snatched up instantly upon release. In a mere fortnight, total sales of the microbial face mud reached 18 million bottles, with revenue soaring to an astounding 100 billion. Analysts were rendered speechless by such terrifying sales figures. Even a minting factory could scarcely match such speed. Admittedly, the initial rush and scarcity contributed to this phenomenon, yet it sufficiently underscored the extraordinary nature of the microbial face mud. However, this was merely the beginning. As time passed and word of mouth spread, the microbial face mud was destined to soar even higher. At present, the microbial face mud resembled a colossal blue whale gliding through the vast ocean, inevitably giving rise to a plethora of smaller fish fry. In an office building, within the Young Skincare Company, a new round of meetings was underway. If one were to assess which competitor thrived best amidst the thunderous momentum of the microbial face mud, it would undoubtedly be Young Skincare. Ladies and gentlemen, please report on the current month's progress, the head instructed the assembly. President's son, currently, all our older skincare products under Young are essentially stagnant in sales, and production has ceased for these lines entirely. However, the response to our new skincare products has been quite positive in the market. Our new offerings are marketed with a microbial face mud as the core selling point, emphasizing a more comfortable facial environment to enhance absorption of the microbial face mud and prolong its efficacy, among other reasons, garnering favorable feedback. Moreover, we have procured a substantial quantity of microbial face mud for our offline beauty stores, leveraging the microbial face mud as a selling point, with other skincare products as supplementary. We have attracted a significant number of users, resulting in a 30% increase in performance compared to before. Although the microbial face mud has severely impacted our online business, the offline beauty stores are thriving. Additionally, several senior executives provided key updates on the situation. The head nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the online sales strategy proposed by Group 3 is commendable. Even though our online business has suffered greatly, we remain fortunate compared to those competitors who have faltered entirely. The momentum of the microbial face mud is now unstoppable. The company must adopt a survival strategy. Firstly, we must continue to implement Group 3's online marketing plan. If Kaiyang is feasting, we must at least partake in the broth. Secondly, we should emphasize our offline beauty salon projects and increase advertising investments. Thirdly, we We need to send representatives to Kion Technology to establish deep cooperation and procure microbial face mud on a large scale. Upon hearing the head's directives, everyone took diligent notes. The forthcoming actions would undoubtedly determine their fate within the company. Thus, Young's new model quickly disseminated throughout the industry. Presently, the microbial face mud from Kion Technology had developed a momentum that could not be easily countered. Aligning oneself with it was undoubtedly a wise choice. Before long, a series of advertisements similar to Young's began to appear online. Coupled with its exceptional cost-effectiveness, these ads swiftly attracted a considerable number of consumers. On the other side, Jiang Li naturally caught wind of this news. However, Jiang Li chose to remain indifferent, for even while indulging in one's own gains, one must allow others a taste of the broth. It is unwise to act in absolute terms. After all, wealth is best shared. As for the offline beauty salon business, Jiang Li had no intention of interfering. The microbial facial mud was already proving to be immensely profitable, generating astronomical figures from both online and offline sales. To monopolize its derivative fields would be a sight unseemly, potentially driving some to desperate measures. Given that Kion was venturing into high-tech domains, it was prudent to focus on upstream sectors while leaving the midstream, downstream, and all ancillary fields to others. This was a strategy for survival. Soon, Kion Technology began receiving collaboration requests from various peers and a multitude of surrounding ancillary industry companies. In response, Kion Technology welcomed them with enthusiasm. Thus, a small collective centered around microbial facial mud was officially formed. As the popularity of microbial facial mud soared and production continued to rise, its sales proliferated. Its reputation within the domestic market had become ubiquitous, and the same was true abroad. In fact, Kion Technology's overseas strategy for microbial facial mud was largely hands-off, relying on organic word-of-mouth rather than extensive advertising. It was a testament to a philosophy of effortless promotion. Although microbial facial mud remained exceedingly popular overseas for the past half-month, it had yet to achieve a breakthrough into wider circles. The level of acclaim it enjoyed in Huagua was still a distant dream. However, fortune is an enigmatic force. It is possible that even the most obscure entities or individuals merely require a singular opportunity to explode into fame. Microbial facial mud was no exception. An event catalyzed its perfect breakout into the entire Western world, and indeed, the world at large, transforming it into a true top-tier product that sent women, and many men, into a frenzy. This saga began with a royal ball, the royal ball of the Eagle Country. It stood as one of the most ceremonial gatherings of the Western aristocracy, where luminaries from various sectors, Hollywood stars, and even princes and princesses from different nations would grace the occasion. Each year, the ball became a focal point for extensive media coverage across the West. Countless individuals in society sought a ticket, often going to great lengths, spending significant sums and leveraging their networks to obtain one. Such a ticket symbolized status, a mark of entry into the upper echelons of society. It may sound incredulous, yet reality often surpasses imagination. Throughout history, how many have withstood the allure of power and class ascendance? On this day, outside the royal palace of the Eagle Country, the entrance was impeccably adorned with a red carpet, flanked by soldiers standing at attention. A throng of reporters from the world's top media outlets, Time Magazine, AFP, BBC, and more, had gathered outside the palace grounds. As time passed, a procession of social elites began to appear at the entrance, illuminated by a multitude of camera flashes as they made their way down the red carpet into the palace. Among them was the heir to the Lock Consortium. The Danish princess was also in attendance. Was that not the Hollywood superstar Alina? She too had come to this ball. The founder of Cloud Capital, Cassie, made an appearance as well. The crowd buzzed with excitement while their hands remained busy. The ensuing days would undoubtedly yield significant headlines, as new faces often garnered widespread coverage, becoming the focus of public interest. Soon, the attendees of the palace ball were complete. Elites from European and American society, clad in tailored suits and holding glasses of fine wine, engaged in lively discussions within the grand ballroom. Conversations ranged from future developments to personal matters concerning their offspring, and even to business deals, as if each word and gesture held the power to shape the fates of many. Before long, the protagonist of the evening made her entrance, the queen of the Eagle Country. Draped in an elegant gown and adorned with a crown, she approached the podium to speak. Under the bright lights, the visage of the queen was unveiled to all present. Having crossed into her 60s, the passage of time had etched its marks upon her face. Despite her remarkable upkeep, wrinkles were visible. Yet today, the attendees were taken aback. Had the queen somehow transformed? The woman before them, with fair and firm skin, appear to defy her age. Even with the lines of experience on her face, the subtle makeup rendered them nearly imperceptible. Visually, she bore no resemblance to a woman in her 60s. Rather, she looked like a woman in her early 30s. This astonishment was palpable, especially among those who were not merely casual observers of the Queen's image online, but were well acquainted with her previous appearance. It was widely acknowledged that just a short while ago, the Queen did not resemble this youthful figure. Indeed, it seemed as though the Queen had reclaimed her youth in a remarkably brief span of time. However, the attendees remained patient, awaiting the completion of her address until the ball officially commenced. As the event unfolded, attendees approached the Queen with respectful inquiries. "Your Majesty, it has been a short while since we last met, and I am astounded by your transformation," a gentleman remarked with reverence. The Queen smiled and replied, "I owe it all to that miraculous microbial facial mud from Huagua. The transformation I experienced in just half a month is nothing short of astounding." Chapter 178. The microbial facial mud captivates the Western elite. For so many years, I've tried countless skincare products, yet none have achieved even a fraction of the efficacy of microbial facial mud. I believe it is a divine gift bestowed upon all women on this earth. The Queen was generous in her praise. As for the criticisms aimed at Kayong technology, including those directed at the microbial facial mud, she remained unfazed. At her level of stature, few things could restrain her words. Even if there were obstacles, a product already renowned worldwide clearly fell outside that category. Upon hearing her words, a nearby attendant perked up, and those surrounding her began to gather closer. I surmised that apart from microbial facial mud, there is no other skincare product capable of such results. Indeed, as the Queen continued, having used microbial facial mud for just half a month, I've rejuvenated by 20 years. Her statements opened the floodgates for conversation among those present. The attendees were members of the Western elite, and acquiring microbial facial mud would be a trivial endeavor for them. Using it daily would amount to little more than the cost of an additional meal. "Mrs. Roger, I didn't expect you to look so youthful as well. You must have been using microbial facial mud frequently," one exclaimed. "Indeed, look around. If not for the company, I would have thought this was a gathering of the young." Surveying the room, it was evident that many appeared remarkably youthful, clearly beneficiaries of the miraculous product. Given their status, it was inconceivable that they had not heard of Kayong technology and its currently trending microbial facial mud. Indeed, this microbial facial mud is truly extraordinary, akin to a divine masterpiece that transforms decay into wonder. "Yes, our family now exclusively uses microbial facial mud." Keep your voice down. The members of the Stir family are still present. They are titans in the global skincare industry. What a pity, though, that they have encountered the monstrous company, Kayong Technology. You deem Jiang Li a monster, do you? With his holographic projection technology, gene editing capabilities, microbial facial mud, and water purification innovations, he seems almost omnipotent. I dare say even Einstein would pale in comparison to him. Indeed, Kayong technology is formidable, and it hails from that great Eastern nation, making it nearly impossible for us Westerners to intervene. Our family's ventures in Huagua have perished where they overlap with Kayong technology, and our overseas interests are precariously hanging by a thread. The head of Kayong's overseas operations, LV Fei, is no pushover. His aggression is overwhelming. Within our family, the lineup is almost entirely comprised of Kayong technology products, and despite being rivals, I cannot help but admire Jiang Li. As the discussion of microbial facial mud unfolds, the crowd begins to buzz with excitement. All conversations now revolve around Jiang Li. Despite being staunch opponents of Kayong technology, they cannot resist the allure of superior products. It seems that everyone present has at least one item from Kayong technology in their possession. Business is business, and life is life. They are acutely aware of the remarkable quality of Kayong's offerings. I recall that your consortium has visited Huagua several times. What are the outcomes? Kayong technology truly possesses a formidable backbone. It is a tough nut to crack. Indeed, Huagua today is a far cry from what it was decades ago, wielding increasing international influence. With the solid backing of substantial resources and technological advantages, Kayong continues to expand. Even after a century of cultivating our roots overseas, we find it challenging to suppress their growth. Is there any strategy left to rein them in? I've heard Jiang Li is still single. Your consortium seems to have an abundance of beautiful women. Perhaps one could catch his eye. Haha. Those mere superficial beauties would likely not pique his interest, given his wealth. He could easily be termed the world's richest. In that case, it might require Princess Anna to take the initiative. A group of individuals laughed. their gazes shifting to a delicately featured young lady standing nearby, Princess Anna of the Sai Kingdom. You jest. Anna is the most esteemed princess of the Sai Kingdom. And while Jiang Li may possess some talent, he is merely of common birth. Hardly a match for Princess Anna, perhaps suitable only as a servant. A man interjected with an air of arrogance. Richie, one must acknowledge that Jiang Li's accomplishments far surpass yours. How can you still refer to him as a commoner? Retorted another. Richie, with an air of superiority, declared, what is wrong with that? Our family lineage traces back to English royalty, and our bloodline is noble. While Jiang Li is merely a fortunate lad whose ancestors farmed for generations. The surrounding individuals exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, anyone present here descended from European nobility, possessing a prestigious lineage that endowed them with an inherent sense of superiority, even if others excel beyond them. The privilege of their heritage instilled a disdain for those deemed inferior. In the realm of the Chinese elite, there exists a similar sense of superiority among established families. How much more so for these European nobles? Their cultural narratives and cinematic portrayals reveal their deep-seated reverence for lineage. Enough of that talk. The ball is about to commence. Soon, the ball began, and it concluded swiftly. Following the event, close-up photographs of the Eagle Kingdom's queens circulated widely, alongside images of various luminaries. Under the diligent scrutiny of media reporters, first-hand information was unearthed. In no time, sensational headlines emerged online. Prominent figures in society transform, all due to this. Eagle Kingdom Queen Rejuvenated declares microbial facial mud her sole choice moving forward. The skincare product utilized by Europe's aristocracy, a must-know. The news spread rapidly, capturing the attention of major news outlets across the globe. For many in Europe and America, this was an earth-shattering revelation. In a Western social fabric, lineage holds immense significance. Aristocrats are inherently superior, their status woven into the very fabric of societal customs, traditions, and preferences. Aristocrats have perpetually occupied the zenith of the European and American fashion scene. Now that it has been revealed that the entire aristocratic class in Europe and America is utilizing microbial facial mud, including the Queen of the Eagle Kingdom, who openly professes her allegiance to the product, it is akin to a beacon illuminating the path for the fashion elite. How could the common populace remain unfazed? Even those unaware of microbial facial mud began to seek it out fervently. In a flash, this commonplace product was elevated to an exclusive status, breaking through societal barriers. After all, beyond East Asia lies a complete Western sphere which, to be candid, has its origins in Europe. Historically, European nations have never recognized the concept of commoners. Aristocrats have always reigned supreme. The intrinsic value associated with nobility is not a mere phrase. It is a tangible reality. Chapter 179. Acquisition of sovereignty over the territory of the Kingdom of Carlo. Microbial facial mud successfully transcended its ordinary nature, emerging as a cost-effective phenomenon. The clamor for its overseas availability grew louder. Observing this, LV Fei made several requests to Jiang Li and ultimately secured a portion of the shares, commencing official sales abroad. However, this was limited to select countries and regions. Areas unfriendly to Kion technology remained untouched. The team at Kion Technology was unperturbed, knowing that the current production capacity of microbial facial mud was insufficient. Opening sales would yield no stock. As for those in a hurry, Kion Technology could only shrug in response. Amidst the uproar over microbial facial mud, LV Fei led a specialized team to the Kingdom of Carlo, a small and impoverished nation in Africa, characterized by its weak defense capabilities. The national military resembled that of local warlords, equipped with basic rifles and artillery. Nevertheless, the nation did possess some heavy armored vehicles and weaponry, albeit outdated products discarded by Western developed nations, nearly 2 generations behind. Unfortunately, the country's poverty hindered any advancements. Therefore, when President Bill of Carlo learned that the globally renowned company, Kion Technology, intended to invest in his homeland, he was exhilarated. The preliminary investment proposal amounted to $100 billion, nearly equivalent to the entire annual GDP of Carlo, which stood at a mere $27 billion US. Such a monumental investment project demanded his utmost attention. In a heartbeat, President Bill resolved to personally meet these Eastern benefactors. Upon the arrival of Kion Technology's aircraft, a designated vehicle awaited to transport LV Fei and his team to the political nucleus of Carlo. President Bill personally welcomed them in the conference room. Greetings, President Carl. Hello, Mr. LV. They exchanged firm handshakes before proceeding to the matter at hand. President Carl, Our primary objective for this visit is to acquire a substantial tract of land in Carlo. LV Fay stated directly. President Carl furrowed his brow. Purchasing land? There is no issue. As long as you invest in establishing a factory, feel free to specify any land you desire. The Kingdom of Cairo may lack in many aspects, but it is abundant in land. Whatever acreage you require, President Carl can readily approve. Lu Fei shook his head. President Carl, you may have misunderstood. We wish to purchase approximately 10,000 square kilometers of land. Moreover, our consortium requires absolute sovereignty over this tract of land. Of course, we can agree to a term of 80 years. Upon hearing this, Carl's pupils involuntarily contracted. Impossible. Are you jesting? This is akin to ceding territory, surely. Your modest company has lost its senses. Lu Fei continued. President Carl, I believe it would be prudent for you to consider our terms. As I understand, nearly half of Cairo's land is desert, and the economic losses incurred annually due to this desertification are quite significant. The 10,000 square kilometers we seek can be desert, and we are willing to rehabilitate the quality of land within Cairo's territory at no cost to you, alongside a payment of $30 billion for the rights to this land for 80 years. Carl hesitated. $30 billion was a considerable sum. Once approved, his coffers would swell. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately declined. Even if the land was merely barren desert, it still belonged to the Kingdom of Cairo. Such a sale would equate to national humiliation. Furthermore, the buyer was not a formidable nation like the United States, but a technology company. If word of this were to leak, Cairo would lose all semblance of respect on the international stage. Lu Fei pressed on. President Carl, the establishment of Kayong technology in Cairo would yield manifold benefits without any detriment. We will construct an overseas base on this land, which will undoubtedly catalyze the economic development of the entire kingdom. Additionally, we plan to implement a large-scale seawater desalination project to provide the scarce water resources Cairo desperately needs. He elaborated on all the transformative changes Kayong technology would bring to Cairo, emphasizing the myriad of advantages. Carl, however, remained resolute. I could sell you 10,000 square kilometers of land, but sovereignty must remain with the Kingdom of Cairo. Lu Fei frowned at this response. The Kingdom of Cairo was impoverished and devoid of resources. If not for the matter of sovereignty, it would be irrational for Kayong technology to expend such resources on a barren desert. Sovereignty was non-negotiable. The two parties began negotiations anew. Very well, if you seek land, I will sell you sovereignty over this parcel for $300 billion, Carl asserted, raising the price. $300 billion is excessive. We cannot agree to that. Lu Fei countered. Sovereignty cannot be bought so easily. $300 billion, not a cent less. If you cannot make that decision, consult your superior, Carl replied. In exasperation, Lu Fei contacted Jiang Li, relaying the specifics of the situation. Soon, Jiang Li's holographic projection appeared before Carl. Greetings, President Carl. I am Jiang Li, the proprietor of Kayong Technology. Hello, this holographic projection technology is indeed remarkable, Carl replied, shaking hands with Jiang Li. Jiang Li continued, President Carl, $30 billion is the highest offer I can extend. You are undoubtedly aware that the desert we seek holds no value for the Kingdom of Cairo. In fact, is more of a burden. Carl shook his head resolutely. No, if you genuinely wish to purchase, then present $300 billion. Kayong technology is affluent. I trust you can procure it. After a moment of silence, Jiang Li replied, President Carl, greed is not a virtue. The goodwill we offer, whether it be in managing the desert or providing fresh water, far exceeds a valuation of $1,000 billion. Yet, Carl remained adamant. These are mere abstractions. Only money holds true worth. Moreover, is it not said that a nation's territorial sovereignty is sacred and inviolable? Jiang Li cast a penetrating gaze at Carl. This man, while ostensibly acting in the interest of Cairo, was, in truth, more avaricious than anyone. Jiang Li's tone shifted. President Carl, I recall there exists a rebel faction in the western part of Cairo that nearly reached your capital a few months ago. Are you threatening me? Carl's eyes narrowed. Seeing this, Jiang Li chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. What I propose is that Kayong technology can assist you in neutralizing this armed group. The condition is as previously stated. Carl regarded Jiang Li with disdain. Mr. Jiang, as far as I know, Kayong technology is but a fledgling company. Frankly speaking, it is inconceivable that you could eliminate that rebel faction. Jiang Li's expression remained neutral. President Carl, my confidence is not without foundation. You need only acquiesce to my terms. Taken aback by Jiang Li's self-assurance, Carl hesitated before finally conceding. Very well, since you assert it so, I shall agree. If you assist us in quelling the rebels, I will accede to your demands. Jiang Li nodded. Rest assured, however, due to our unique position, we will not directly engage in your conflict. Instead, I will provide you with a cache of advanced weaponry sufficient to eradicate that rebel faction. Carl's eyes narrowed. Weaponry? Does your company, Kaiyang Technology, produce arms? Or is this a directive from your government? Realizing the implications, Carl felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, if the backing came from a powerful nation, Kara would be emboldened. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset was subtly shifting. Jiang Li remarked coolly, President Carl, this matter is likely unrelated to our collaboration. Carl smiled. I apologize for my presumption. Let us toast to a fruitful partnership. They shook hands. President Carl, within 3 days, the weaponry you require will be delivered to you. And I assure you, it will not disappoint. With that, Jiang Li's projection vanished, and Lu Fei and his team departed. President, do you think they can deliver? After all, they are merely a newly established company. While their products are commendable, they have no ties to the military. Carl mused, shaking his head. Let them try. It bears no risk. If they succeed, what harm is there in granting them a piece of land? Meanwhile, Lu Fei entered the cabin of the private jet and contacted Jiang Li. Mr. Liu, how is the investigation into those members of parliament in Cairo progressing? Mr. Jiang, we are nearing completion, Lu Fei replied, pulling up a virtual screen. According to our findings, these parliamentarians are nothing short of notorious figures, involved in illicit dealings, contract killings, arms trafficking, and resource smuggling. Wherever there is profit in illegal enterprises, their shadows loom large. Jiang Li reviewed the dossier, a smile forming on his face. Excellent. I relish dealing with such individuals. And what of Carl's dossier? Upon hearing this, Lu Fei presented Carl's information. Carl is indeed greedy, though he conceals it adeptly, primarily engaging in discreet, illicit transactions. He possesses certain skills, but is exceedingly protective of his reputation. Additionally, having studied in the United States during his youth, he is a staunch advocate of Western civilizational ideals. Jiang Li contemplated the information on Carl, momentarily lost in thought. This Carl would prove to be a challenging adversary, with his Western inclinations likely to pose future complications. However, that discussion feels rather distant. Presently, this Carl holds considerable power within the kingdom of Carlo, necessitating caution. You are to sway those few members of parliament, ensuring they become our allies. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise later, we shall possess the maneuverability to adapt. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei nodded in agreement. As their conversation concluded, Jiang Li examined the materials forwarded by Lu Fei. President Carl, I hope you remain steadfast, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to facilitate a change in leadership within the kingdom of Carlo. In a nation as profoundly westernized and capitalist as Carlo, wealth is capable of procuring 99% of all things. As for the remaining 1%, it merely requires additional financial inducement. These parliamentarians, though notoriously greedy, are constrained by the kingdom's dire poverty. After years of familial accumulation, their fortunes barely amount to several $billions. Given the current financial prowess of Kaiyang Technology, it would not be overly challenging to corrupt them. Selling land? These parliamentarians are no strangers to such dealings. In truth, compared to Carl, Jiang Li is more inclined to see these parliamentarians assume the presidency. After all, the binding of mutual interests is the most reliable foundation. Though Carl is avaricious, he is not of the sort to resort to any means necessary. He possesses aspirations and capabilities. The future is fraught with uncertainties. Thus, Jiang Li is reluctant to ally with him. Yet, the present circumstances afford him little choice, compelling him to proceed cautiously and methodically. Moreover, Jiang Li harbors his own confidence. With the establishment of Kaiyang Technology's overseas arms company and the successful development of a new generation of weaponry, he contemplates that, should he choose to act unscrupulously, he could indeed unseat the president of a small African nation. It is somewhat regrettable, however, that he lacks sufficient manpower. He considers the opportunity to establish a security firm, recruiting retired Special Forces soldiers. In a mere 2 days, a large cargo plane appeared in the airspace of Carlo. A private aircraft from Kaiyang Technology, laden with munitions produced by their arms company. Carl personally arrived to welcome it. President Carl, this batch of weaponry represents our assurance. Lu Fei confidently proclaimed, gesturing toward the amassed arms. This is Long Zhan, our weaponry chief at Kaiyang Arms Company. He will instruct your soldiers on the proper utilization of these weapons. Afterward, Long Zhan approached Carl, offering a respectful greeting. Greetings, President Carl. Long Zhan saluted. Originally a Special Forces soldier from Huagua, he had transitioned to Kaiyang Technology's arms company upon retirement through a specialized recommendation. He was responsible for this weapons transfer. Hello. Carl acknowledged, his gaze shifting to the array of weapons being unloaded. Is this what you refer to as weaponry? He stepped closer, picking up an electric ignition rifle and its accompanying device, curiously inspecting it. Why have I never encountered such a weapon before? Long John began his explanation. This rifle is our company's latest innovation, the electric ignition rifle, which boasts exceptional accuracy and stability. The auxiliary device provides features such as bullet resistance and night vision. Once installed, it activates an automatic targeting system, which, when coupled with the electric ignition rifle, enables even the most untrained soldiers to rapidly achieve formidable combat capabilities, transforming them into sharpshooters. He continued to elaborate with enthusiasm. Carl's expression was one of excitement. Although he was not particularly versed in military matters, he grasped the basic principles and could discern the strength of this new arsenal. If Long John's claims held true, the kingdom of Carlo could indeed eradicate those rebel forces. As for the cluster of boxes, they contained our latest combat drones, equipped with superior performance and poised to be the main force in this operation. The prospect of easily dealing with a group of rebels piqued Carl's interest. The main force? Drones? He was aware that future warfare would be characterized by information and automation, and he understood the potential of drone warfare. However, he harbored doubts about relying on drones as the primary offensive unit on the battlefield, as they typically served as supplementary assault tools. Yet, how has it come to be that at Kaiyang Technology, drones are deemed the principal strike force? Kal Pondat, Captain Longjean, I am familiar with drones. I have witnessed their impressive capabilities on the battlefields of certain recent conflicts. However, drones require skilled operators for bomb deployment, making it challenging to achieve large-scale, concentrated fire against a multitude of rebels. In response, Longjean exuded confidence. President Carl, our drones are unlike others. This is a technological leap. Rest assured, not only will they handle a group of rebels lacking any combat prowess, but even against well-equipped American forces, if they have not prepared countermeasures in advance, they would find themselves easily overwhelmed by our capabilities. Longjean's words were laden with assurance. Captain Longjean, this is no jest, Carl stated solemnly. We do not take such matters lightly. Very well, we shall soon launch a military operation against the rebels. I hope to witness how your drones conquer the battlefield, Carl declared. Longjean responded with unwavering confidence. We shall not disappoint you. Having tested both the weapons and the drones, he understood their performance intimately. The average person could hardly fathom the shock and despair experienced by a world-class Special Forces soldier upon witnessing these new drones. As for the African armies he had encountered during his special operations, they could only be described with 4 words, difficult to articulate. A military unit incapable of maintaining formation would struggle to achieve any significant success. The military strength of the Kingdom of Carlo ranked low even among African nations. It was evident how lacking their combat effectiveness was. Faced with such an army, even if Longjean were cautious, he could not foresee defeat. The disparity in combat capabilities was simply too vast. Given this, I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day arrived for the Kingdom of Carlo to initiate military action against the rebels. Longjean, accompanied by a specially trained team, arrived on site, comprising 300 soldiers outfitted with auxiliary equipment and electric ignition rifles. Captain Longjean, ahead lies a rebel stronghold. I hope these weapons perform as you have described. Carl observed. Longjean nodded with conviction. Rest assured, President Carl, we are confident of victory. Then let us commence the attack. In short order, the forces of Carlo surged toward the city occupied by the rebels. You shall advance as well. Longjean instructed the 300 soldiers clad in full Kaiyang gear. The battle commenced, and Carl, Longjean, and 3 generals from the Kingdom of Carlo stood at a distance, observing. To showcase their might, Longjean activated a holographic projection device, a mere wave of his hand bringing the battlefield into view for all to see. Indeed, Carl and his companions were left in awe. After years of conflict, they had seldom witnessed real-time combat footage, let alone such advanced holographic projections. This is the holographic projection technology. Utilizing it to observe real-time battlefield conditions is truly remarkable, exclaimed one of the generals. With this, we can ascertain the progression of the battle in its entirety, the other general remarked, visibly astonished. It is quite astonishing, Carl concurred, nodding in agreement. Look, these soldiers have truly become sharpshooters, exclaimed a man in military attire. Before their eyes, the 300 soldiers equipped with auxiliary gear were indeed hitting their targets with unerring precision. As soon as the insurgents dared to show their faces, the auxiliary devices swiftly locked onto them, directing the gun barrels to deliver a fatal shot. In no time, the concentrated firepower within the building diminished by half. The insurgents, fearing the presence of snipers, hesitated to expose themselves for an attack. Witnessing such a scene left the Carlo military in a state of astonishment. They were all too aware of the capabilities of their own soldiers. Not to mention hitting a target consistently. They would consider it a blessing if they could even avoid missing entirely. As for combat proficiency and reaction times, those were realms beyond their grasp. Yet today, the extraordinary response speed and impeccable marksmanship almost seemed to transform them into another entity. Contemplating this, the gazes of the onlookers toward Captain Long Zhan were imbued with a mixture of admiration and a hint of fear. Such weaponry was indeed terrifying, possessing the potential to sway the entire course of the battle. Despite the perceived weakness of African combatants, the generals present had proven their mettle to reach this point and swiftly discerned the advanced nature of Kaiyang Technology's weaponry. At headquarters, the insurgents had retreated entirely into the building. A black officer relayed the news. What should Captain Long Zhan do next? Unexpectedly, the assembled Carlo generals turned their attention toward Long Zhan, evidently having been conquered by the weapons from Kaiyang Technology, which had thrust him into the spotlight as the focal point. There is no need for a direct assault. I have my own strategies to breach these buildings. With that, Long Zhan retrieved his walkie-talkie, preparing to deploy drones for a cleanup operation. Received. Outside, the staff of Kaiyang Technology promptly activated the drone cluster. In an instant, a swarm of drones surged forth, akin to a hive of bees, cascading towards the insurgent stronghold. These drones were surprisingly diminutive, yet their speed was remarkable, and they exhibited enhanced agility. The generals beheld the true appearance of the drones. Compared to conventional drones, they were half the size, but their speed and maneuverability represented the pinnacle of advancement. Let us observe their combat performance. Anticipation filled the air as everyone awaited the promised prowess of the drones that Long Zhan had extolled. Soon, under the commands given, the drones surged into the insurgents' building at a frenetic pace, entering through various entrances. Equipped with automatic targeting systems, they quickly locked onto their foes. Were these things? Open fire quick! The insurgents, witnessing the onslaught of incoming drones, felt an inexplicable panic. They fired repeatedly, but against the automated drones, their efforts were futile. The moment they encountered the drones, the system automatically aimed and fired, striking insurgents with unerring precision. The speed of engagement was seamless. Even if some drones were hit amidst the insurgents' fire, the sheer mass of the drone swarm rendered negligible impact. In mere moments, the drones had cleared an entire floor of insurgents, subsequently coordinating through the thermal targeting system to lock onto their next target. What precise shooting! What fluid flight speed! Carl exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the scene. The building's corridors were densely packed, yet the drones adeptly navigated at high speeds, evading all obstacles while promptly targeting enemies. One insurgent after another fell victim to the drone strikes, resembling mere targets, utterly defenseless. This is the might of modern warfare and weaponry. The generals from Carlo were left slack-jawed. Though they had heard of such capabilities, witnessing them on the battlefield was a first. Fortunately, these were allies. Simultaneously, within the insurgents' base, the leader shouted, "Retreat, quickly!" Watching his forces fall like wheat before a scythe, fear began to creep into his heart. Which country's military is this? How could Carl's subordinates possess such strength? The insurgent leader seethed with rage, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of terror. "General, we must withdraw. This unit under Carl is too formidable, especially with those drones' speed, reflexes, accuracy. They wield weaponry that is world-leading. We stand no chance." The insurgent leader, not one to misjudge the situation, recognized the insurmountable gap after experiencing the drone assault and wisely chose not to confront them head-on. Soon, upon receiving the command, the insurgents abandoned their previously secured stronghold and fled in disarray. "Captain Long Zhan, the insurgents are attempting to escape." One general pointed to the screen depicting the fleeing insurgents. "These insurgents are terrorists. If they scatter, innocent lives may be at risk," he warned. Long Zhan nodded. "Do not worry. They won't get away." The next moment, a multitude of drones erupted from the building, rushing towards the insurgents. The small drones resembled miniature fighter jets, armed with machine guns that began to rain fire upon the dispersing insurgents. Their accuracy was remarkable, each shot claiming an enemy life. In no time, the scattered insurgents had been decimated. However, being small drones, their ammunition was limited, and once expended, they were compelled to return, resulting in a few insurgents managing to escape. Nevertheless, the bulk of their fighting force had been nearly eradicated, making a comeback virtually impossible. The spectacle left Carl and the other generals in the command room utterly astonished. The impact was overwhelming. In the corridors, the drones did not seem particularly impressive, but once in the open, their harvesting capability and the visual spectacle they created were unparalleled. It was at that moment they understood why drones could dictate the outcome of a war. Are these modern drones? They resemble something from a science fiction novel. The drones were akin to scaled-down fighter jets, boasting first-rate speed, lethality, and agility. Although the insurgents lacked comprehensive capabilities, the sheer devastation they wrought was telling of their prowess. President Carl, I believe we should seize the momentum and thoroughly eliminate this insurgent faction, Longjean proposed. Agreed, General Luther. Lead your troops to ensure the complete annihilation of these insurgents. Yes, the Black General responded earnestly. Ultimately, the civil war in Carlo was irrevocably altered with the involvement of Kion technology. In the ensuing days, bolstered by Kion technology's assistance, the government forces of Carlo swiftly reclaimed several cities previously occupied by the insurgents. The pace was staggering, resulting in a one-sided overwhelm. The insurgents exhibited virtually no capacity for resistance. The insurgent leader, along with his troops, fled Carlo, their whereabouts unknown. The outcome concluded with Carlo's victory. On this day, Jiang Li once again utilized holographic projection technology to arrive at the presidential office in Carlo. President Carl, congratulations on successfully resolving the internal strife. With the insurgents eliminated, I am confident that Carlo's development will ascend to new heights. Jiang Li offered his congratulations. This is entirely thanks to your assistance, Mr. Jiang, Carl replied with a smile. Evidently, Carl was exceedingly pleased with the resolution of the internal strife. After all, peace is a prerequisite for development, and the recent economic regression of the Kingdom of Carlo can largely be attributed to the insurgents. Jiang Li, without hesitation, promptly inquired, "Might I ask, President Carl, regarding our acquisition of land by Kion technology?" Carl nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, our prior commitment shall not be broken. However, we wish to propose an additional clause to our cooperation." Jiang Li queried, "What clause do you propose?" Carl replied, "We wish to retain the 3,000 sets of weaponry, along with the drones that you provided as support for the Kingdom of Carlo. Although the insurgents have vacated for now, we cannot be certain they will not return, thus necessitating a certain level of arm strength." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li furrowed his brow. "General Carl, these weapons are of considerable value, being the latest innovations. Even the Americans may not possess such advanced equipment." Observing Jiang Li's expression, Carl felt a tightening in his chest. Despite being in his 50s and accustomed to the turbulence of leadership, he could not help but feel a sense of unease in the presence of Jiang Li. Frankly, Carl harbored an inexplicable fear of this individual, who at such a tender age had established the formidable Kion technology. The military prowess at Jiang Li's disposal sent chills down Carl's spine. While his army had triumphed over the insurgents, it must be noted that they had previously been hard-pressed in combat, with both factions exhibiting comparable fighting capabilities. Now, in a matter of days, Kion technology had decisively vanquished the insurgents, suggesting that their ambitions to conquer the entirety of the Kingdom of Carlo would be a relatively effortless endeavor. In this world, there exists a plethora of powers: the power of wealth, the power of authority, the power of intellect. Yet, these are merely superficial competitions. The only truly paramount power is military might. For those who wield it can upend the table and eschew the games of the elite. Kion technology, as demonstrated by Jiang Li, had already accumulated the strength to overturn the status quo. Not to mention, the potential hidden military capabilities of Kion technology could easily bolster the insurgents should they be provoked. This realization softened Carl's tone. "Mr. Jiang, you need not worry. We shall not make this demand without recompense. We are prepared to exchange this batch of weaponry for 5,000 square kilometers of land." At this point, Carl, having relinquished any pretense of hesitation, felt unburdened. After all, they had already negotiated 1,000 square kilometers of land, and 5,000 more was inconsequential in the face of Carlo's vast desert expanses. Jiang Li hesitated momentarily, then replied, "That is acceptable. However, I would like to include one stipulation. Should Kion technology require additional land in the future, they will have the first right of purchase for relevant parcels, primarily within desert areas." Carl paused for a moment, then ultimately nodded in agreement. A mutually beneficial collaboration, they declared, shaking hands amicably. However, Carl added, "Mr. Jiang, the legislation will require passage through the appropriate channels before it can take effect, which may take some time." "No problem. Once the bill is approved, you may contact Lu Fei," Jiang Li responded. After a brief exchange, Jiang Li exited the holographic projection mode. The following day, Carl convened a high-level meeting in the Kingdom of Carlo to discuss the acquisition of land by Kion Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the matter stands thus. Do any of you have objections to the acquisition of land by Kion Technology? Carl inquired. I have no objections. Neither do I. I concur. Remarkably, the outcome far exceeded Carl's expectations, as no one at the table cast a dissenting vote. Carl had initially intended to distribute half of the proceeds from the land sale among those present, but he was taken aback by the unanimous approval. Ultimately, under the unanimous vote of the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Carlo, the proposal for Kion Technology's land acquisition passed with full support, proceeding with remarkable ease. Yet, at this moment, Carl's face bore no trace of joy. In fact, a chill crept down his spine, and beads of cold sweat dampened his back. It dawned on him that the assembly was now predominantly composed of Kion Technology affiliates. Carl was well aware of the character and actions of these longtime associates. Under normal circumstances, there would surely have been opposition exceeding half the assembly. The usual protocol would dictate negotiations and profit-sharing following a contentious debate. Yet today, the unanimous approval indicated to Carl that the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Carlo had been thoroughly compromised by Kion Technology. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he pondered. What if I had refused back then? Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. Let's take it one step at a time. As a president, Carl understood all too well the allure of wealth within the Kingdom of Carlo. Nay, across the entire Western world, money trumps all. Now, with the resources at its disposal, Kion Technology could easily sway these individuals. Carl could only hope that Kion Technology harbored no ulterior motives. Soon after the bill's passage, Kion Technology entered into a contract with the Kingdom of Carlo, acquiring a first batch of 15,000 square kilometers of land. The ensuing phase would involve extensive construction efforts. That day, Kion Technology commenced a major recruitment drive, heralding a new spring for the construction industry. Of course, these developments were merely the prelude to what lay ahead. Meanwhile, on another front, the leader of the insurgents, having fled the Kingdom of Carlo, reflected on the enigmatic weaponry and the eerily sophisticated drones he had encountered. A sense of dread filled him, accompanied by profound confusion. Where had these weapons originated? No one understood the military capabilities of the Kingdom of Carlo better than he. There was no way such weaponry could have been developed in-house. Who could be behind this? As he pondered, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. You worthless fool. Explain to me how you managed that battle. We invested significant resources to support you, and this is how you repay us? The voice on the other end erupted in furious tirades. Mr. Richard, please allow me to explain. This situation is entirely beyond our control, the leader implored, but was met with further verbal assaults. Explain? What is there to explain? You are well aware of the military might of the Kingdom of Carlo. We expended vast resources to muster a force of 30,000 troops for you. Yet, you managed to lose them all in 3 days. I tell you, even 30,000 pigs would not succumb so quickly. The leader's expression darkened, and he wished to retort, but restrained himself. Mr. Richard, the Kingdom of Carlo has deployed new weaponry, transforming those mere foot soldiers into elite troops. And those fully automated drones, killing is as simple as mowing grass. We stand no chance against them. We suspect that the Kingdom of Carlo has received support from several major powers. Richard dismissed the notion impossible in this desolate land. Had it not been for our commitment to stabilize the region, we would have steered clear of involvement. Besides, those major powers have no interest in this place. Mr. Richard, I have sent you the battle footage. You may review it, the leader stated. A moment of silence ensued on the other end. After a lengthy pause, Richard's voice finally emerged. You must come see me at once. After concluding the conversation, Richard promptly hung up the phone. Chapter 182, A Sensation, an Unsolicited Purchase. At this moment, within a military base located in Africa, the rebel leader stood alongside his associates. Before them, the screen displayed vivid footage from the battlefield of the Karo Nation. The advanced drone technology was awe-inspiring, as were the weapons wielded by the soldiers. The group marveled in astonishment, while technicians busied themselves comparing relevant data. According to their analyses, the equipment worn by the Karo soldiers appeared to be a sophisticated targeting aid. Furthermore, the weapons in their hands, though peculiar in appearance, resembled ordinary rifles. However, their firepower rivaled that of standard large-caliber sniper rifles, with minimal recoil and remarkable stability. These two types of armaments were far from trivial, and there was no indication of similar advancements in any country around the globe. Upon hearing this, the rebel leader quickly interjected. Indeed, These soldiers from Cairo initially struggled to hit targets, yet within a matter of days, they transformed into sharpshooters, hitting every mark with precision. Observe their reactions. These are not the responses of ordinary soldiers. I would believe each one of them is a special forces operative. Incredible. The leading white man at the base mused. A mere handful of inept soldiers, under such equipment, have all become marksmen. Imagine what might happen if this gear were donned by well-trained special forces. If such equipment is not exorbitantly priced, it could fundamentally alter the landscape of global ground warfare. This matter must be reported with urgency. They could scarcely fathom that such weapons had first emerged in the small nation of Cairo. To them, it was akin to using artillery to swat a mosquito. In truth, the auxiliary device was not the most outrageous aspect. The drones themselves are the most astonishing. While these aids could revolutionize the dynamics of global militaries, their impact was still limited. The future of warfare would undoubtedly lean towards automation, unmanned systems, and information-centric strategies. These drones epitomized the future of combat. Consider the scenario where one side deploys 10,000 soldiers while the other dispatches 10,000 drones. The outcome is evident. Drones can be reproduced if shot down, but human lives, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Thus, unmanned warfare aligns more closely with the future paradigm of conflict. These drones are astonishingly intelligent. As evidenced in the footage, they can lock onto each enemy with remarkable accuracy and execute automatic targeting, responding even more swiftly than an average soldier. Moreover, observe their flight speed and maneuverability. Presently, commercially available drones are constrained by their design and limited flight angles. Yet this particular model can adjust its trajectory in a full 360-degree arc with no blind spots, boasting rapid response times and swift adjustments of its aim. It is nothing short of perfection, truly a product born for warfare. Not only would Cairo's soldiers struggle against such technology, but even the mightiest armies, such as that of Wagwa, would find it challenging to counter these drones without adequate preparation. Research personnel pointed to the data on the drones displayed on the screen, not withholding their admiration. Given the current technological capabilities of nations worldwide, we are far from reaching this level. Preliminary estimates suggest that the technology of these drones is ahead of contemporary advancements by at least 20 years. Thus, the question arose, from where did this drone technology originate? If I am not mistaken, these weapons must be from Kion technology. The rebel leader fell silent for a moment, a flicker of resentment in his gaze. Kion Technology? That leading global high-tech company? Indeed, the rebel leader nodded. Every move of Cairo has been under my scrutiny. Recently, Kion Technology visited Cairo, pledging a monumental investment of billions. And it was from that day forward that these mysterious weapons began to surface in Cairo. I have reason to suspect that this batch of armaments was funded by Kion Technology. Upon hearing this, the commanding officer of the base fell silent, resting his chin on his hand deep in thought. Investigate immediately. I want to know the details of any collaboration between Kion Technology and Cairo. Retrieve all relevant information. Understood. The technicians promptly began their search. We have found it. Just moments ago, Kion Technology and Cairo signed a sovereign land transaction agreement. Kion Technology has acquired a parcel of land measuring 15,000 square kilometers, granting them absolute sovereignty over this territory for 80 years, permitting unrestricted construction, including military establishments. What? The rebel leader exclaimed in disbelief. Is Carl out his mind? How is this any different from ceding territory? Even the base commander was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Kion Technology would play such a grand game, purchasing land sovereignty. What could Kion Technology possibly be after? Do you think there might be backing from Wagwa? The base commander shook his head. Unlikely. To be frank, Cairo's geographical conditions are quite mediocre, and the land acquired by Kion Technology is desert territory. Aside from its proximity to the sea, it holds no advantages. Wagwa would not expose such advanced weaponry for a barren wasteland or trivial internal conflicts in Cairo. Thus, it is highly probable that this is solely the doing of Kion Technology and Jiang Li. Some began to analyze the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, let us report this immediately and leave the decision to those above. The group nodded in agreement. The world is interconnected, and news of the internal conflict in Cairo swiftly spread across nations. Naturally, global interest in Africa remained notably low, primarily due to the enigmatic weapons appearing on the battlefield of Cairo. It was not long before related videos circulated online. Given that Cairo's military actions were not shrouded in secrecy, and some battles occurred within urban settings, it was unsurprising that they were captured and shared on the internet. In no time, videos from Cairo sparked widespread discussion worldwide. No way. Are you sure this is Cairo, one of the world's poorest nations? These soldiers are all marksmen. Indeed. Look at that. It appears they eliminate an enemy with a single bullet, something even developed nations struggle to achieve. Wait, look at their gear. I've heard they're merely rabble, relying solely on their equipment for success. Could Caro even develop such equipment? Absolutely impossible. And those drones, their reaction speed, precision, and firepower are truly formidable. These ordinary soldiers appear as mere targets before the drones. The two sides are not even on the same battlefield. Forget Caro. Even if US troops were to arrive, it would be a dead end. I now wish to know which nation developed these weapons. They are terrifying, and we must not provoke them. I'm not sure. But if I had to guess, aside from us Americans, no other nation could possibly have developed this. Pardon me, but I believe this was developed by our cosmic nation. Before long, a flurry of comments filled the threads beneath various videos. Jiang Li had anticipated this reaction. By agreeing to assist Caro and providing them with a complete arsenal, he had foreseen the subsequent developments. However, this outcome was favorable. It served as a grand advertisement for Kion Technologies' arms division, laying the foundation for future overseas endeavors. As global netizens engaged in fervent speculation, a certain nation publicly condemned Huagua on the internet. This left Huagua utterly bewildered. How had they become entangled in this matter? However, as more information surfaced, a series of weapons pointed directly at Kion Technology emerged. Consequently, the arms company under Kion Technology swiftly ascended to trending status. Within Huagua, a tempest of discourse ensued. Once again, it's Kion Technology. They were doing so well selling facial masks, and now they ventured into arms trading. Goodness, President Jiang. We haven't even managed to secure our facial masks yet. Could you possibly focus on one business at a time? Isn't anyone concerned about these weapons? The drones and automatic targeting systems are practically game changers on the battlefield, operating on an entirely different echelon. Just the other day, I was frantically scrolling through Douyin, trying to choose between President Jiang and the likes of CEOs Wang and Lei. I opted for the latter, as I felt President Jiang lacked depth. And now you tell me you've gone overseas to dabble in arms trading? The crucial point is that this arms venture has sent shockwaves globally. Have you not seen that even the Americans have issued warnings regarding the unauthorized development of dangerous weapons? I seriously suspect that these two weapons are merely appetizers. There are certainly more formidable weapons hidden away. This is the wisdom of our ancestors, keeping a hand concealed. Let the Americans fret. Honestly, I would still advise President Jiang to increase the production of microbial facial mud. Indeed, I too wish to enhance my beauty. As Jiang Li perused the online discourse for a while, he promptly shut off his phone. Sir, the military is calling, Future reminded him. Please connect me. Soon, a middle-aged military officer appeared before Jiang Li. Comrade Jiang Li, it's good to see you again. Greetings, General Wang. After exchanging pleasantries, General Wang inquired, Comrade Jiang Li, is a new weapon developed by Caro country from your group? Jiang Li did not conceal the truth. Yes, it is our group's latest research achievement. In this collaboration with Caro country, we are assisting them in expelling insurgents, and I'm seizing this opportunity to test our new weaponry in real combat. General Wang nodded. Could you provide us with the data, documentation, and physical samples of these weapons? I believe we can collaborate once more. Jiang Li smiled. Of course. I am confident that this batch of weapons will not disappoint you. By the way, what is the production cost of these weapons? Jiang Li chuckled. I have already gifted Caro country 3,000 sets of auxiliary combat devices. How high do you think the production cost could possibly be? General Wang laughed heartily. You truly are a slippery one, never at a loss. It was evident that they were well aware of the transaction details between Kion Technology and Caro country. Although they did not fully comprehend Kion Technology's intentions, they expressed their respect. General Wang, now that the entire world is aware of Kion's arms, if any country seeks collaboration, it should go through you first. Ultimately, Kion Technology is still a Huagua company, and advanced equipment like arms cannot be sold directly, detached from state-level oversight. Jiang Li understood the significance of this point. Rest assured, we will ensure you do not suffer any losses, General Wang said with a smile. All right, I will send you the weapon data and documentation now. Once the military has analyzed the data, we can discuss procurement. Sound good? After their initial exchange, the call came to an end. Not long after hanging up, Jiang Li received another call. It was from the Crown Prince, likely regarding these weapons. With this in mind, Jiang Li answered the phone. His impression of the Crown Prince was quite favorable, largely due to Kion Technology's business in Saudi Arabia, which had received robust support from the Crown Prince. During holidays, the Crown Prince frequently reached out to Jiang Li with greetings and gifts, thus nurturing a cordial relationship over time. My good friend Jiang Li, congratulations on developing such epic-defining weapons. The Crown Prince's holographic image appeared, laughing heartily. Your luck is unmatched compared to your royal family. After exchanging greetings, the Crown Prince directly stated his purpose. Do you have specific data on your auxiliary combat devices? You know, while our soldiers are well equipped and well compensated, their individual combat effectiveness is quite low. This auxiliary combat device could entirely remedy that issue. Hearing this, Jiang Li nodded. To be frank, the combat effectiveness of soldiers in these wealthy Middle Eastern nations is not particularly strong, and this is related to their national circumstances. Rest assured, the soldiers of Keruo country, as you know, are not much different from ordinary people, but with the assistance of the auxiliary combat devices, they can rival some elite forces. The Crown Prince's heart leaped with joy. That's excellent, my friend. I wonder if you still have any stock available. We want them all. The price is negotiable. And I assure you, we will not let you suffer any losses. Jiang Li replied, we do have stock, but if you wish to procure the related weapons, it must go through the official channels of Huagua. However, given our relationship, that should not pose any difficulty. When the time comes, Kaiyan Technology will host a military exhibition, and you are welcome to attend. We will certainly come then. Thank you, my good friend. After concluding the call with the Crown Prince, Jiang Li received several more calls regarding Kaiyan weapons. He deftly deflected these inquiries to the military, subsequently choosing to disregard them. Days passed in tranquility until Jiang Li received news from the Royal Swedish Academy regarding the Nobel Prize ceremony, instructing him to attend the award presentation in Sweden. Sir, I do not advise you to leave Huagua. Currently, according to the sentiments on the dark web, many consider you a threat. Should you travel abroad, there is over a 95% chance of an attack. Jiang Li nodded. I have already anticipated this. In fact, I do not intend to accept this award. There are unresolved grievances between me and the Nobel organizers. Coupled with previous assassination attempts, I harbor no fondness after attending to various trivial matters. Jiang Li resumed his cultivation. Thanks to the effects of the dragon blood fruit he had previously absorbed, his physical prowess was utterly formidable. Thus, after a brief period of training, he achieved the 6th level of body refinement. However, this was the limit. Any further breakthroughs would require an extensive investment of time in physical cultivation. Fortunately, Jiang Li felt no significant pressure at this moment. Everything was progressing steadily, each step leading towards improvement. In stark contrast to the tranquil market of Huagua, the situation overseas was markedly different. Each day brought forth a myriad of troubles, large and small. It could be said that there was not a single day of respite. Recently, following the explosive popularity of microbial face clay, Lu Fei had begun a series of maneuvers after securing a substantial share from the domestic market. Given that microbial face clay inherently attracted attention, there was no concern regarding sales. Once it hit the shelves, it was snatched up in an instant by users from various countries abroad. Notably, 70 of the share was allocated to regions in deep collaboration with Kaiyan Technology, while the remaining 30 was utilized by Lu Fei to test the markets of several Western nations. Upon its release, this 30 share was sold out in mere seconds. Subsequently, the seafood market listed a considerable amount of microbial face clay, with prices skyrocketing by more than tenfold. Yet, even at such elevated prices, the stock was cleared out instantaneously. The overseas market was undeniably thriving. As the microbial face clay made its grand entrance, it led to a sharp decline in sales for numerous skincare brands, plummeting at an alarming rate. Soon, due to the rampant growth of microbial face clay in the Western market, troubles swiftly arose. At this moment, within the overseas headquarters of Kaiyan Technology, Lu Fei was addressing the relevant affairs when a supervisor hurriedly knocked and entered. Mr. Liu, currently, several shopping platforms, including Amazon, have completely delisted our microbial face clay. Lu Fei's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. This was anticipated. The demand for microbial face clay far exceeds the supply. Even if we abandon all sales channels and retain only our official website, it would still sell out in an instant. A full platform delisting might be a catastrophic blow for other products, but for a groundbreaking product like microbial face clay, it is hardly a matter of concern. The quality speaks for itself, and sales are guaranteed. I instructed you to monitor the situation in America. Do you have any useful information? Indeed, the supervisor nodded. According to our investigation, several Western consortiums have begun to mobilize their influence. It is likely that America will soon introduce a new amendment to include our microbial face clay, which could lead to a nationwide ban on its sale. The supervisor's expression was grave. Anyone subjected to such targeting would feel uneasy. Lu Fei shook his head. I suspected as much. Once microbial face clay is fully legalized, the profits generated from America alone would undoubtedly reach hundreds of billions of US dollars annually. Such a massive outflow of capital is something the entire West would prefer to avoid. Yet, there are ways to resolve this. Unless Kion Technology is willing to forfeit a significant portion of its profits or retain all earnings within America, only then can a substantial economic cycle be established. However, it is evident that neither option is feasible, considering Jiang Li's character and the interest between nations. Of course, that was somewhat of a digression. The crux of the matter was that the explosive success of microbial face clay had adversely affected the interests of many. Have you investigated the individuals I asked you to? Lu Fei inquired. The investigation is complete. The supervisor nodded and activated his holographic wristband. In the next moment, a virtual screen appeared in the office, displaying important politicians from America. Mr. Liu, based on our research, there are only 3 individuals who meet the criteria. As he spoke, the supervisor highlighted one person's photograph. Rods Carter, the head of the Carter family, is currently one of the candidates for governor of the state of Ohio. However, Carter's competitiveness is quite limited. Since the retirement of the last member of the Carter family in Congress a decade ago, their influence has waned significantly. In this gubernatorial race, Carter stands little chance. Should he fail in his bid for governor, his family will likely weaken once more, potentially becoming an ordinary household. Afterward, the supervisor swiped again, revealing another individual's information. Foss Marvin, head of the Marvin family, is also a candidate for governor of New Jersey. The Marvin family, having made a misstep in the presidential election 15 years ago, faced a purge, and like the Carter family, this gubernatorial race represents their last opportunity. If they fail, the Marvin family will lose their final bargaining chip and be destined for suppression by rivals, leading to their demise. This is Lot Bayer. The supervisor introduced all 3 individuals. Indeed, these 3 were among the gubernatorial candidates across various states in America. Lu Fei understood that for Kion Technology to establish a foothold in the Western world, it must possess its political power. Yet, given the current strength of Kion Technology, intervening in the American presidential election was undoubtedly an impossibility. Thus, a more pragmatic approach was required. Lu Fei shifted his focus to the gubernatorial elections of the various states under America. The candidates he selected had been meticulously chosen. Admittedly, gubernatorial elections might not hold the same weight as presidential elections, but for a capital from Huagua to attempt to intervene would be a perilous endeavor. After all, the differing stances would inevitably dictate the outcome. Therefore, it would be folly to endorse popular presidential candidates. Any association with Kion Technology would not only implicate them, but also their families, as they would likely become targets of major capital. Thus, from any perspective, Lu Fei would not support those prominent candidates. Conversely, the candidates with little competitiveness were Lu Fei's primary targets. His selections were made after rigorous filtering. First, the family of the gubernatorial candidate must be one that has fallen from grace. In the Western tradition, lineage and family heritage are of utmost importance. They would go to great lengths to preserve their family's reputation, even resorting to heinous acts. As the patriarch of a declining family, the drive to revitalize the family and restore ancestral glory was deeply ingrained in their very being. Second, there must be a clear rupture in the family's middle power. If the family still possessed a strong core, even if they failed in the gubernatorial race, they would still have the means to rebound. However, if the family's backbone were utterly severed, then the gubernatorial race would be their last opportunity. Failure would lead to utter ruin. Only families truly facing desperation would be Lu Fei's targets. Only they would be inclined to ally with Kion Technology. These 3 individuals are all quite suitable. Immediately dispatch someone to contact them, informing them that we at Kion Technology are willing to support their gubernatorial campaigns. Lu Fei examined the profiles of the 3 candidates with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Understood, Mr. Liu. The supervisor responded before departing. Subsequently, Lu Fei dialed Jiang Li, President Jiang. The targets have been selected, but the expenses may be considerable, so I require strong support from headquarters. Jiang Li nodded. Rest assured, what we have in abundance right now is capital. The immediate priority is to carve out a niche here. Proceed with confidence. Should you need anything, contact the future directly, and I will grant you certain permissions. Lu Fei remarked. All right, President Jiang, I shall not let you down. They exchanged a few more words before Jiang chunged into the call. Lu Fei then immersed himself in his work. Although intervening in the elections of certain nations had been a frequent endeavor for Lu Fei in the past, those countries were, after all, relatively minor players. The complexities of interests in a nation like America were entirely different. One misstep could lead to dire consequences, which naturally made him more cautious. The world is replete with unexpected events. Today marks the Nobel Prize awarding ceremony. However, when Jiang Li's name was announced, the podium remained conspicuously empty. Everyone present quickly realized that, Jiang Li had not attended the Nobel Prize ceremony and was absent without notice. Instantly, the atmosphere turned grim. The arrogant individual from Huagua had committed an affront to the great science. His eligibility for the award must be revoked. Such a character is utterly unworthy of receiving an accolade as prestigious as the Nobel Prize. This is the most esteemed award globally. How dare he not show up? It is a blatant disrespect towards Western science, and such a person must face repercussions. This was the first instance in history where someone dared to skip the Nobel Prize ceremony. To many, this was a provocation against their Western scientific authority, a challenge to their credibility, which could not help but incite their wrath. Initially, the Nobel Committee had intended to appoint someone to accept the award on his behalf. But upon witnessing the expressions and words of the assembly, they were somewhat amused. Why not simply revoke Jiang Li's eligibility altogether? Yet, they ultimately refrained. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few days and see how things unfold. Following this minor incident, various sectors of Western society began to vociferously criticize Jiang Li. Even within Huagua, some public intellectuals took the lead in attacking him. Enormous labels were hastily affixed to Jiang Li. At first, he intended to ignore them, but eventually, he grew weary of the incessant provocations. Reluctantly, Jiang Li posted an update. I completely forgot that it was the Nobel Prize ceremony. If you truly wish to send me something, please feel free to mail it. I assume you know the address. Jiang Li's tone was casual, almost indifferent, instantly shattering the defenses of many. How dare you? This is the pinnacle of global awards. Do you comprehend how many people yearn for this? Naturally, the Nobel Committee would not indulge Jiang Li's audacity. Truth be told, they were eager to revoke his award. After all, as a citizen of Huagua, by what right does he claim such recognition? Jiang Li paid little attention to the uproar and resumed his own affairs. However, calamity seldom arrives alone. It seemed that Jiang Li's actions had provoked the upper echelons of the Western world. Shortly thereafter, a proposal was passed in America. According to the proposal, America asserted that the microbial facial mud produced by Kayong technology contained unknown components. Unless Kayong technology disclosed its core technology and accepted American oversight, it would not be permitted to sell in the United States. The news sent shockwaves throughout America. Why has the microbial facial mud been banned from sale again? Why can't we purchase products from Kayong technology? Need I say more? It must be those damned capitalists. Seeing the profits from microbial facial mud, they have imposed a ban. To hell with the dangerous components. I see those damned capitalists using microbial facial mud daily. Indeed, they have sold millions of microbial facial mud products in Huagua. If there were issues, they would have surfaced long ago. We're doomed. It seems using microbial facial mud will cost a fortune in the future. Is a product from a Huagua citizen so beneath you? Don't you follow the news? That arrogant Huagua citizen actually refused to accept the Nobel Prize. It is a direct affront to us. The person above is a fool. Isn't the Nobel Prize awarded by Sweden and Norway? What does it have to do with us Americans? Let me give you a piece of advice from Huagua. You are fretting more than the emperor. Indeed, who cares about these matters? I simply want to buy microbial facial mud. With the rapid advancement of the internet, the era where traditional media monopolized public opinion has long since faded. Americans no longer exist in a bubble of information. They are no longer easily deceived. Just because you claim it contains dangerous components does not mean I will believe you. You say Jiang Li is arrogant and disrespects the Nobel Prize and academia. What does that have to do with us Americans? Do not preach to me about Western righteousness or individual heroism. Take care of yourselves before worrying about the nation. Isn't that what you taught us? We just want to buy a batch of microbial facial mud. Why are you bringing up lofty ideals? America is famously known for its refined egoism. In an instant, public discourse on the internet erupted. Countless netizens expressed their outrage at the ban on microbial facial mud, especially among women, who were particularly frenzied. A tidal wave of individuals surged toward America's official accounts. The individual who proposed the ban was mercilessly attacked online, experiencing firsthand the wrath of internet mobbing. Some audacious American women even declared that anyone who confronted the proposer should beat him up and would receive a month of free companionship as a reward. Photos showcasing their alluring figures circulated, igniting a fervor among the young and passionate. The prohibition of microbial facial mud had generated far greater public pressure and influence than previous bans, even inciting significant unrest. In certain states and cities, throngs of people spontaneously organized protests demanding the federal government repeal the proposal. As the number of demonstrators swelled, unexpected incidents began to occur. Reports of $0 purchases and other similar occurrences resurfaced. In a moment, even the federal authorities were caught off guard. Who would have thought that a mere microbial facial mud could wield such influence? This was far more impactful than the protests spurred by racial discrimination in America. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the chaos outside, within a wealthy neighborhood, all was tranquil. This was the residence of one of the gubernatorial candidates, the Carter family. The door creaked open, and a Chinese man entered. "Please have a seat." The head of the family, Mr. Carter, was seated in the study as the man walked in. "Good day, Mr. Carter." Upon seeing the man, Carter's brow furrowed in immediate discontent. "Are you from the island nation?" The man shook his head. "No, I am from Huahua. I am a representative of Kion Technology, here to discuss matters on behalf of the company." Carter set his book down and regarded the man with cold indifference. "No need. You may leave. Even in our decline, the Carter family shall not accept funding from a Huahua citizen. That would be a disgrace to our family." Upon hearing this, the man frowned. "Mr. Carter, you may have some misunderstandings about us." Carter sneered. "The Carter family's rise was built on the backs of your cheap and lowly Huahua laborers. Now you dare to propose that the esteemed Carter family accept your funding? What a joke. Our family's honor will never allow us to bow to Huahua capital. Do not expect anything from me." The man shook his head. "If that is the case, then let it be." He did not linger and turned to leave. However, upon reaching the door, he paused. "Old feudal lord, I think I understand why the Carter family has fallen to such depths under your leadership. Furthermore, cease your feudal dreams. You shall never attain the governorship, and the Carter family is destined to fade into the annals of history." With that, the man strode away. "Scoundrel, you wretched Chinese!" Carter exclaimed, his rage igniting as he smashed a cup to the floor. The man returned to his vehicle, shaking his head. These so-called families, now fallen for grace, still exhibited an arrogance that was increasingly intolerable. Perhaps the rapid rise of China had left these old guards stubbornly clinging to outdated ideologies. It is no surprise that a once great family has fallen to such depths. "Fool, given the opportunity, you prove utterly incapable," the man mused, shaking his head. Although Kion Technology played a role in opening markets, the true beneficiaries remained Carters. When Kion chose them, their fate was sealed, doomed to be eliminated with nary a chance for redemption. The support from Kion was undoubtedly a chance at rebirth. Yet even so, they failed to seize it. Such families are destined for decline. During his conversation with them, the man engaged in no negotiations, for he respected the course of their destiny and refrained from meddling. "Let us proceed to the Maven family. They are our last visit." "Very well." The car roared to life, heading toward the Maven estate. "Father, they have arrived," the eldest son of Maven remarked, observing the vehicle from the yard. "Kulme, let us greet them personally," Maven replied, rising to his feet. "Father, it is evident to all that our Maven family stands no chance in this gubernatorial race. Their visit may harbor ulterior motives," the eldest son expressed with concern. Maven chuckled. "As you said, we have no hope in this election. Since we are at a dead end regardless, why not meet this person willing to invest in us?" With that, Maven stepped outside to personally welcome the man. "Greetings, Mr. Maven." "Hello." The two exchanged pleasantries before heading to the study. "Might I inquire which faction you represent in providing support for our gubernatorial campaign?" Maven asked, aware that someone had reached out to offer assistance, yet the identity remained a mystery. The man responded directly, "I represent Kion Technology, and I am here to discuss matters with you." "What? Kion Technology?" Before Maven could respond, his eldest son erupted in protest. "No, absolutely not. If we side with Kion Technology, our Maven family will have no standing in all of America." The man cast a sidelong glance at the eldest son, forming an initial impression. Maven fell silent, deep in thought. The man continued, "Mr. Maven, since we are faced with a dead end, why not take a gamble? Do you possess a more advantageous choice? Should you fail in your gubernatorial bid, you know better than anyone the fate that awaits the Maven family." Maven inhaled deeply. "What does Kion Technology desire?" The man smiled. "We aim to thoroughly penetrate the American market. Thus we require the cultivation of our own allies." Maven's gaze sharpened. "Bring another individual to discuss this." At this, the man's face lit up with joy. Maven's request indicated his tacit agreement to Kion Technology's terms. Naturally, afterward, the man activated his holographic wristband, and, in the next instant, the projection of Lu Fei appeared in the room. "Greetings, Mr. Maven. I am Lu Fei, the overseas director of Kion Technology." "Hello, Director Lu. Is this truly holographic projection technology? It is simply marvelous. If you wish, I can arrange for one to be sent to you after our discussion." Maven smiled. "I appreciate it, Director Lu. Now, let us converse about the election." "Director Lu, I am willing to cooperate with Kion Technology, but I hope you can alleviate my concerns." Lu Fei nodded in understanding. "You are referring to your two sons and grandson, correct?" "Indeed. Should I accept the support of Kion Technology and subsequently fail to secure the governorship, the repercussions would likely be dire. Rest assured, arrangements can be made for them to reside temporarily in China, and we will guarantee their safety. No matter how far the grasp of these capitalists extends, it shall not reach China. Maven nodded. That is reassuring. I am genuinely curious how you plan to support my campaign for governor. As I understand it, Kion technology currently lacks any foothold in America. Garnering voter support seems implausible. Lu Fei waved his hand, and a series of products materialized before Maven's eyes. Our product from Kion Technology will serve as the best support. First, we shall provide the entirety of the funds you require for your campaign. As for how to implement it, I believe you are more knowledgeable than I. Second, the core of your campaign's promotion will center on the comprehensive introduction of Kion Technology's products. I am confident that our offerings, whether it be holographic projection technology or microbial facial mud, will sufficiently uphold this core. At that time, we will collaborate in the promotion. Maven's eyes brightened at the words. This may indeed be an excellent idea. In contemporary gubernatorial races, candidates typically adopt a slogan to garner support. For instance, a candidate from a certain state boldly proclaimed a platform of abortion freedom, instantly winning the backing of a vast number of women and ultimately succeeding in the election. Given the current popularity of microbial facial mud in America, should Maven issue a campaign slogan and, upon assuming the governorship, amend related legislation to permit the sale of Kion Technology's products within the state, he would undoubtedly attract a significant following. In America, federal laws do not completely bind each state, as every state possesses its own legislative authority and autonomy. Some states even engage in the peculiar practice of legalizing drugs. In the ensuing period, we will amplify the promotion of various technologies under Kion Technology, and you can also assist in the publicity. I recall that over 1/10 of new states' land has succumbed to desertification. This could serve as an avenue for promotion. Of course, microbial facial mud will be the main focus. Never underestimate a woman's inherent desire for beauty. Lu Fei began discussing relevant matters with Maven. After exchanging brief ideas, they parted ways. Maven watched the vehicle disappear from view and sighed deeply. Father, do you believe Kion Technology is reliable? Maven shook his head, regardless of their reliability. This is our only option. Should we fail in the gubernatorial race, our family may face utter ruin. Those lurking around us like hungry wolves will devour the Maven family whole. Upon reflection, aligning with Kion Technology may not be a negative outcome. Even if we lose, we could relocate to China. Moreover, I feel confident about my chances of success in this election. The eldest son paused. Father, do you truly have such confidence? No, I have faith in Kion Technology. You have seen the news in recent days. The ban on microbial facial mud has incited significant unrest, which attests to its strategic importance. Coupled with the other technologies from Kion Technology, our chances of winning are substantial. My only concern is that those individuals may resort to underhanded tactics. Despite their outward appearances of propriety, one cannot fathom the number of lives at stake beneath the surface. Now, you must purchase tickets to China immediately. Should I succeed in the gubernatorial race, you may return, otherwise, remain in China. The eldest son was taken aback. Father, is it truly that dire? It is far more serious than you realize. While the news of my partnership with Kion Technology remains undisclosed, you must leave promptly. Very well, we shall depart tomorrow. Following the agreement between Kion Technology and Maven, Lu Fei promptly transferred $100 million to Maven's account as the initial funding for the campaign. Maven was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of gubernatorial candidate. Soon, the substantial sum of $100 million would be judiciously expended. Marvin's campaign slogan swiftly resonated throughout the entirety of New Jersey. The meaning was strikingly straightforward: to endorse the legalization of microbial face mud, thereby granting every individual the right to enhance their beauty. After all, such matters must be articulated in a manner that is accessible and relatable, lest some remain bewildered. Upon the unveiling of this slogan, it immediately captured the attention of not only New Jersey, but indeed the entire nation of America. In contrast to the slogans of other candidates, the Marvin family's campaign was decidedly unconventional. Chapter 185. Yuan, Marvin's campaign for votes. At this moment, at Jiang Li's residence, he received a call from Lu Fei. Mr. Jiang, the Marvin family is fully prepared and will soon commence their campaign speeches to garner support. We require technical assistance with holographic projection. Jiang Li nodded, instantly comprehending Lu Fei's implication. Although the overseas holographic projection technology was commendable, it paled in comparison to the core technology developed by Kion Technology. Since Kion Technology had chosen to support Marvin's gubernatorial campaign, it was imperative that they provide the finest technical assistance. Furthermore, Kion Technology's public persona was centered around cutting-edge technology. The visual experience is often the most immediate and striking. Employing holographic projection as the backdrop for speeches would undoubtedly amplify the allure of technology. After all, the youth across America consider themselves the most advanced and fashionable in the world. Such a technological experience is bound to be extraordinary. I will arrange for a set of high-end holographic equipment to be delivered. As for the rest, it will be up to you. By the way, Mr. Jiang, we also need support from Kion's armaments division. All right, I will send you a list, and once you have made your selections, you can directly contact the future team. Understood. Mr. Jiang, this time, I will ensure Marvin's electoral success. Excellent. The two exchanged further details before concluding the call. After hanging up, Jiang Li resumed his research. The cancer treatment drugs were progressing well, and he expected to produce the initial phase of results shortly. The most pressing matter now was the new element, yuan. Jiang Li gazed at the virtual design schematic before him, which depicted the structural diagram of the new element. After several months of research, he had nearly completed all preparatory work for this new element. Jiang Li looked at the specially designed apparatus towering 5 to 6 meters high and gently pressed the start button. Future, assist me according to my specifications. Raise the temperature to 1,200 degrees Celsius and activate the power at 43%. Jiang Li observed the changes in the substances within the apparatus while comparing the data displayed on the screen, beginning to direct Future in its operations. As time passed, a pure white crystal gradually began to form within the device. Success! Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Future, please analyze the data of this crystal. Sir, based on its inherent properties and performance, it aligns perfectly with your expectations for the new element. As Future presented a series of data, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Let us proceed with the biological experiments. Future, monitor all data from the test subjects closely. Understood, sir. Jiang Li gazed at the crystallization within the apparatus, a wave of anticipation washing over him. At this moment, what Jiang Li lacked most, aside from spiritual energy and cultivation resources, was time. He was exceedingly busy, balancing the need to develop the advanced technologies of the L1 civilization while also striving to cultivate and refine his physical form. In the absence of sufficient resources for cultivation, ensuring ample time for training was essential for steady progress. Thus, the properties of yuan were of paramount importance to Jiang Li. The unique magnetic field associated with yuan would allow him to swiftly enter a deep sleep, and with the aid of specialized instruments, he could restore his body to optimal condition after merely 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day. Over time, this would accumulate to save him 5 to 6 hours daily, resulting in significant long-term benefits. Once the biological experiments were complete, it could be officially utilized. Jiang Li felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. In stark contrast to the tranquility within China, turmoil was brewing overseas. Following Marvin's announcement of his slogan, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the capitalists and political elites of America. They could hardly fathom that Kion Technology would dare to extend its reach into their territory. Some even went so far as to declare that Marvin could never succeed in his gubernatorial bid, and that he would pay a bloody price for his perceived betrayal once the election concluded. Certain ruthless individuals issued direct death threats against Marvin. Yet, it was evident that such tactics held little sway over him. When Marvin resolved to align with Kion Technology, he had already contemplated the worst-case scenarios. Thus, the threats from the capitalist magnates were dismissed from his mind as he proceeded with his campaign speeches. At that moment, within a venue in New Jersey, a massive crowd had gathered, densely packed with over 10,000 individuals. With the financial backing of Kion Technology, Marvin's name was becoming increasingly well-known. Coupled with his distinctive slogan, it quickly gained traction. In no time, under the watchful eyes of the public, Marvin took the stage. Greetings, I am Ford Marvin. It must be said that his exceptional speaking talent was evident as he managed to elevate the atmosphere with a simple opening statement. Instantly, the venue erupted in applause. Many asked him why he wished to run for governor, to which Marvin replied, "My reasoning is quite simple. I believe our great America is in dire need of change." As he spoke, he produced the microbial face mud. I trust you are all familiar with this product, microbial face mud. To be candid, I am a devoted customer. Its effects are nothing short of miraculous, akin to magic, rejuvenating one's youth. However, it was recently banned due to unclear ingredients and alleged dangers. I cannot ascertain the truth of this, but I am aware that the wealthy and politicians around me continue to use it. I know it has sold millions in China, and each shipment vanishes almost instantly. Marvin's speech was profoundly compelling, and the crowd quickly became engrossed. They were all too familiar with microbial face mud. As the product broke into mainstream awareness, numerous videos showcasing its transformative effects flooded the internet overseas. Even among their acquaintances, friends, leaders, etc. Many had experienced remarkable changes after using microbial face mud. The ban on the product ignited a fervor within them, which Marvin's impassioned address only intensified. A wave of indignation surged through the crowd, and the previously quiet stands erupted into a cacophony. Chapter 186. Marvin's approval rating surge. Observing the crowd's reaction, Marvin felt a surge of joy. Sensing the moment was right, he gestured for silence, and the audience promptly quieted down. In truth, it is not only about microbial face mud. Allow me to present another example. Holographic projection technology. Many of you may still perceive holographic projection as something limited to the internet, but I wish to convey that it is far more than what you might imagine. Rather, it is an extraordinarily significant technology. Today, our election team has been fortunate enough to receive support from Kion Technology, acquiring a remarkable set of large-scale holographic projection devices. Would you all like to experience it? Upon hearing Ma Wen's words, the crowd on the stands responded in unison, yes. After all, much like microbial facial mud, holographic projection technology is a groundbreaking innovation, renowned far and wide. However, compared to microbial facial mud, the price of holographic projectors is considerably steeper, and their availability is much more limited. Thus, most people have only encountered it online. Little did they expect to witness it firsthand at today's election seminar. Upon this realization, Ma Wen stepped to the side of the podium, snapped his fingers, and then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. In an instant, the entire scene transformed dramatically. The venue morphed into a breathtaking depiction of the starry sky. Those present gazed upwards, realizing they were suspended in the vastness of space. Surrounded by scenes reminiscent of a science fiction film, the imagery shifted again, transporting everyone to a land of molten lava. The scenes continually transformed, each more vividly realistic than the last. With every transition, the audience erupted into delighted screams. After all, this was the most advanced holographic projection technology from Kion Technology, displayed in such an expansive setting, far surpassing any civilian holographic projector. Moreover, many attendees had never laid eyes on holographic projection technology before, making the experience utterly astonishing. As the scenes transformed, they were replaced by various mythical creatures and beasts from Western folklore, meticulously crafted by Kion Technology's team to resonate with the preferences of the Western audience, enhancing their sense of immersion. The visuals elicited gasps and joyous shouts, with some individuals even dancing in excitement. After a considerable time, the holographic display concluded. Yet, the audience remained entranced, unable to extricate themselves from the mesmerizing spectacle. Oh my goodness, is this truly holographic projection technology? It's breathtaking, so lifelike. I can't believe this is a virtual display. How is it that I'm only experiencing such technology now? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Ma Wen cleared his throat, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards him. Ladies and gentlemen, having experienced holographic projection technology, I must confess that I find it utterly unimaginable that such a remarkable innovation is banned from being sold in our great America. This, in my view, is utterly inexcusable. For this is not contraband. Rather, both microbial facial mud and holographic projection technology can provide each one of us present with the joy and benefits that technology has to offer. So why the prohibition? The answer is simple. It is those wretched capitalists who fear these technologies will capture the market, employing underhanded tactics to prevent the sale of such outstanding products. In my perspective, while it is reasonable to adjust policies to protect local enterprises, an outright ban is rather extreme. However, it is not only Kion Technology that faces such restrictions. Countless other exceptional technological products have also been barred from entering America by these individuals. Yet they seem to have forgotten one critical fact. We are a free and open democratic nation, and federal laws should serve every American citizen, not the interests of those damned capitalists. Our great America, as the most powerful nation on this planet, deserves to enjoy the fruits of technological advancement worldwide, rather than passively receiving the refuse fed to us by those despicable capitalists. Should I be elected governor, I will resolutely amend that abhorrent proposal, allowing microbial facial mud to be legally sold in New Jersey, permitting holographic technology to be legally sold in New Jersey, and ensuring that all advanced technological products from around the globe can be legally sold in New Jersey. We can support local businesses, but we must never resort to such extreme measures for their protection. I believe we share the same sentiments. Ma Wen spoke passionately, his eloquence stirring the emotions of the audience, especially after they had just experienced the holographic projection technology, which heightened their excitement. Under Ma Wen's impassioned speech, their enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. Observing the animated crowd, Ma Wen felt a surge of exhilaration. This gubernatorial election truly seemed promising. Soon the speech concluded, yet the audience expressed their reluctance to depart, clamoring for another demonstration of the holographic projection technology. Ma Wen graciously obliged, showcasing it once more before concluding the event. While the speech had ended, the impact of Ma Wen's words continued to resonate, particularly the thousands of holographic images captured by the audience. Alongside the allure of microbial facial mud, when Ma Wen mentioned the introduction of microbial facial mud, he had effectively secured the support of 70% of the female electorate. After all, no woman would resist the prospect of becoming a more beautiful version of herself. Meanwhile, the dissemination of the holographic technology video naturally attracted male voters, causing Ma Wen's approval ratings to soar dramatically, leveling with those of the leading gubernatorial candidate in New Jersey. Witnessing such evident results, Ma Wen promptly resumed his campaign tour. Just like the inaugural speech, the introduction of microbial facial mud and holographic technology stirred the emotions of the attendees, followed by a compelling verbal presentation. After one such speech, he garnered nearly 10,000 new supporters. In response, Kion Technology issued a joint statement, expressing gratitude for Ma Wen's support, extolling his vision and farsightedness, and subtly indicating that once Kion Technology entered New Jersey, it would provide substantial benefits to its residents. With this endorsement from Kion Technology, voters in New Jersey recognized that Ma Wen's claims were not mere rhetoric. Should he be elected governor, Kion Technology would indeed sell its products in New Jersey. Consequently, Ma Wen's support surged once again, positioning him as the frontrunner for the governorship of New Jersey. Chapter 187, Ma Wen's Comeback. As Ma Wen's approval ratings continue to climb, reaching the top position, those who had once mocked him were left astounded. They could hardly fathom that a candidate devoid of political capital, financial resources, and initial advantages could rise so prominently. In a flash, various factions were thrown into disarray, particularly those competing against Ma Wen for the governorship of New Jersey, along with the powerful interests backing them. If Ma Wen succeeded in becoming governor, their influence in New Jersey would face considerable damage. The stakes were high. If he were to successfully introduce Kion Technology into the American market, it would spell disaster for every American conglomerate. It is important to note that while the American federal government holds regulatory authority over the states, there exists significant autonomy in areas such as legislation, taxation, and law. Some states have even begun agitating for independence. The federal government, as primary method of controlling the states, has been through funding, which has resulted in poorer states having less autonomy. In contrast, wealthier states enjoy considerable independence. Should Ma Wen be elected governor and wield his influence to overhaul the governance of New Jersey, introducing Kion Technology would pose no legal obstacle. This is entirely feasible within the framework of American law. Thus, this is the reason for the panic among the capitalist factions. In an instant, a gubernatorial election confined to New Jersey captured the attention of the entire nation, even resonating with Western capital interests at large. Even a prominent Eastern nation has cast its gaze upon the unfolding events, harboring curiosity about the ultimate outcome. There is a palpable anticipation for Marvin's election. In a moment, the entire capital of America has stirred into action. Marvin must not be elected. This is the unwavering bottom line. The very next day, every street and alley in New Jersey was ablaze with advertisements. The screens along the roads were filled predominantly with the faces of New Jersey's candidates. Yet not a single image of Marvin could be found. Under the financial bombardment of Kion Technology, the managers of shopping malls explicitly rejected Marvin's presence, with some even resorting to expelling his team. Furthermore, the venues that had previously been secured for his speeches were abruptly canceled. Major venues and malls were too intimidated to host Marvin's speeches. At this moment, the profound influence of American financial groups was starkly revealed. Even more astonishingly, the financial consortiums of America issued directives to all companies in New Jersey. Every employee within these companies was mandated to vote for the leading candidate for governor, Lucy. Failure to comply would result in immediate termination. Initially, there were 3 prominent candidates for the governorship of New Jersey, but through negotiations among their respective factions, they ultimately settled on Lucy as the sole candidate. After all, Marvin's rising support was alarmingly swift. If resources were to be dispersed among 3 candidates, failure was inevitable. Concentrating resources on one individual was the only viable path forward. Consequently, under the manipulation of these capital forces, Lucy's support surged, reclaiming her position as the frontrunner. With only a month remaining until the conclusion of the gubernatorial race, Lucy's support had reached 60%, whereas Marvin's lingered at a mere 40%. The battle between the two factions had entered a fierce and heated phase. Mr. Liu, the entire New Jersey retail scene and all speaking venues are forbidding us from making appearances. This significantly impacts us, Marvin said, his expression heavy as he turned to Liu Fei. Liu Fei frowned in response. Since they deny us access to these venues, we must seek out public spaces. Public spaces? That is too perilous. Unlike those venues, public places lack seating and viewing areas. A large crowd could lead to chaos, and should a stampede occur, we would bear the responsibility for any injuries or fatalities. With the election in its final month, such risks are unacceptable. Moreover, the larger the crowd, the more susceptible we are to attacks from assassins hired by capitalists. The safety risks are far too significant. Marvin shook his head, dismissing Liu Fei's suggestion. In comparison to venues, public spaces carry too great a risk, Liu Fei countered. That is not my intention. I propose we utilize holographic projection technology to allow you to make a grand appearance. Just imagine a life-sized figure towering over 10 meters high delivering a speech before the crowd. The sense of authority and conviction would be immense. Furthermore, this unprecedented approach could yield remarkable results. Upon hearing this, Marvin's eyes lit up. I believe this is worth a try. Perhaps we can carve out a path forward. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for Marvin. Were it not for the overwhelming popularity of Kion Technologies products, his support might not even reach 10%. Very well. In the coming days, I will mobilize efforts online to generate momentum. We would do everything possible to support you. Excellent. The two meticulously reviewed the subsequent plans. Soon, on the internet within California, Kion Technology commenced its campaign of public opinion. However, the capitalist forces were not idle. They poured money into their own propaganda efforts. Rapidly, the trending topics in New Jersey reflected this battle, with 7 out of the top 10 trending stories highlighting Lucy, leaving only 3 for Marvin. The Western media, after all, predominantly favored their own, and Kion Technology's influence remained relatively shallow. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their objectives. The ultimate aim of the online discourse was to prepare for the forthcoming speeches. Clearly, this campaign of public opinion was proving quite successful. As more and more individuals became acquainted with the formerly obscure Marvin, messages proliferated. Shockingly, Marvin plans to utilize holographic projection technology for a public speech. Kion Technology announces it will undertake New Jersey's desertification project at cost price, a venture expected to benefit 20 million residents. Kion Technology publicly declares Marvin as a leader with a grand vision, one who can improve the lives of New Jersey residents. Marvin asserts that every New Jersey resident deserves to enjoy the benefits of technology and that capitalist interests should not deprive the American people of their democratic rights. The news spread rapidly and widely. Within a matter of days, nearly all residents of New Jersey were aware of the essential details regarding the gubernatorial race between Marvin and Lucy. For every American, the electoral season was a familiar spectacle, as each year brought lively competition. However, this year seemed notably unusual. Kion Technology? Isn't that a company from Hua country? Their involvement in this gubernatorial election was utterly unprecedented for every American. I know of Kion Technology. They are the innovators behind microbial facial mud, holographic projection technology, and desertification techniques. I've heard that if Marvin wins, Kion Technology will assist us in combating the desert. This alone compels my support for Marvin. Absolutely. My home borders the desert, and it is incredibly torturous. All the cities in my vicinity are now supporting Marvin, not for any other reason than to reclaim our land from the desert. My daughter is also a supporter of Marvin. She has become obsessed with microbial facial mud. Forget your daughter. Even I, a grown man, long for microbial facial mud. This alone makes me support Marvin. I want to support Marvin too. But my boss has declared that if I do not support Lucy, I will be fired. I need this job. Yulat, Kion Technology is a company from Hua country. Do you wish to let a yellow-skinned monkey interfere with our great America? Indeed, we must support Lucy. This is a matter of great consequence for all of America. Huh? Is this a matter of great consequence for America or merely for those capitalists? All I know is that Kion Technology will help us reclaim the desert. And microbial facial mud can enhance our beauty, while those wretched capitalists merely siphon our blood. At this moment on the internet, 2 distinct voices emerged, one supporting Marvin and the other backing Lucy, each fervently advocating their positions. Yet, it was evident that these campaigns had begun to yield some effect. Marvin's support soared to 48%, drawing perilously close to Lucy's 51%. However, this did not signify the conclusion of hostilities. Rather, it intensified the rivalry. On this day, Along the banks of the Great River in New Jersey, Marvin's campaign team began their efforts. They called out to passersby, spreading their message and generating enthusiasm. Before long, the lakeside was filled with onlookers. The lengthy expanse of the lake prevented it from feeling overcrowded. Marvin's supporters had arrived early, and several social media influencers set up cameras to live stream the event. They were eager to witness the unique aspects of this speech delivered via holographic projection. Soon, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Marvin's holographic image emerged in the center of the lakeshore. "Hello, everyone." Before the crowd appeared a lifelike representation of Marvin, towering nearly 20 meters high, captivating the attention of all. On either side of the holographic projection of Marvin, 2 drones circled around him, serving as oversized speakers. "Oh my God, this is truly astonishing." A crowd of spectators covered their mouths in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Clearly, the visual impact of Marvin's colossal transformation was immense. With his newfound size, Marvin's visibility also increased significantly. Suspended in midair, even from 100 meters away, his figure was unmistakably clear. Countless individuals flocked toward the lakeshore. The popular live streaming rooms on either side of the lake experienced a meteoric rise in viewership. Even before Marvin commenced his speech, the excitement had already reached a fever pitch. Subsequently, Marvin began his address, moving about in the center of the lakeshore. His impassioned voice and vigorous gestures, combined with his giant form hovering above, created an unparalleled visual and emotional resonance. The audience was electrified. Some who had previously been indifferent to Marvin found themselves suddenly intrigued, even developing a measure of admiration for him. The speech extended over a lengthy duration, lasting approximately 2 to 3 hours. Yet, very few chose to leave midway. If the holographic projection of Marvin drew a multitude of spectators, it was undoubtedly his impassioned oratory, suffused with the quintessential American spirit, that kept them captivated. Eventually, the speech concluded. Marvin bowed to the audience in all 4 directions, expressing his gratitude for their support, and declared the end of his address. As his words faded, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. With the dissolution of Marvin's holographic projection, the crowd remained enraptured by the preceding performance. The visual impact of the holographic technology was simply staggering. The final effect was strikingly pronounced. Following the speech, Marvin's approval ratings began to surge once more, closing the gap with Lucy. Over the subsequent week, leveraging the support of holographic technology, Marvin embarked on a series of speeches across major cities in New State. Remarkably, within just a week, his approval ratings surpassed those of Lucy, reclaiming the top position. However, the margin between the two was narrow, with over 20 days remaining until the conclusion. Everything was particularly noteworthy within the Marvin family. Marvin was in the midst of organizing his speech documents when he was informed that 2 individuals wished to meet him. They were indeed a couple of his old friends. And after confirming their identities, Marvin welcomed them. "Marvin, this time I come representing certain consortiums to discuss matters with you," spoke the middle-aged man. Marvin shook his head, saying, "If that is the case, you may as well leave." The middle-aged man continued to persuade him. "Marvin, you must understand that your actions have crossed their bottom line. Should you fail in your campaign, the Marvin family may never recover. Even if you succeed, they will not allow you to rest easy in that position. Your life could be at stake." Marvin's expression remained placid. "I have contemplated all that you say, but this is the last opportunity for the Marvin family. Even if I do not agree to the terms of Kion technology, the future outcome will not be any better. Hence, I prefer to take the gamble." A young man beside him interjected, "We understand your concerns. If you agree to withdraw from this election, we will ensure the prosperity of the Marvin family for 30 years and secure positions for your 2 sons." At this, Marvin let out a cold laugh, shaking his head in disdain. Did they truly think he was a mere child? The Marvin family had once been a significant capital entity and a prominent family, well aware of the sordid dealings that lay behind such grand families. If he were to believe their words, he might not see the next year. "You may leave. I am determined to win this gubernatorial election." Chapter 188. Assassination. "New plan, Marvin. We are not here to negotiate, but to issue orders," the man said, his expression darkening. "Remember whose territory this is. Do not think that just because you're not yet the governor, or even if you do become one, you can act against our will. If you defy us, even if you were the president, you would meet your end." Upon hearing this, Marvin's expression shifted slightly. This was no jest. Those capitalists were indeed capable of eliminating a president. Such instances were not rare in history. "Please leave." Marvin insisted on his decision. He understood that he had already burned his bridges. "I hope you remain as obstinate when the time comes." The middle-aged man shot a fierce glance at Marvin before turning to depart. Watching the figures fade from view, Marvin sighed deeply. He promptly dialed Lu Fei's number. Mr. Lu, I hope you can guarantee my safety. He then recounted the events that had just transpired. Lu Fei fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed they were indeed cornered. Currently, the leverage for Kion Technology's entry into America rested squarely on Marvin's shoulders. He could not afford any misfortune. Moreover, with inadequate foundational support in New State, Marvin's safety must be ensured. There is no need to worry. Our newly modified armored vehicles from Kion Arms Company are already on their way to you. Along with these, we will deliver bulletproof vests and stealth helmets as well. I will also be increasing the defensive capabilities of our security personnel, so rest assured. Lu Fei reassured him, signaling Marvin to relax. All right, Mr. Lu, I trust you. Currently, the two sides were inextricably linked. Should he perish, all that Kion Technology had accomplished in America would be rendered null and void. Thus, Marvin was confident that Kion Technology would spare no effort to protect him. The following day, Lu Fei delivered all the necessary equipment: bulletproof vests, armored vehicles, and bulletproof helmets, all meticulously prepared. If not for the overwhelming technical challenges of energy shields still in development, they would have been included as well. However, under the meticulous protection of Kion Technology, the available equipment would suffice. Another day passed, and Marvin adhered to his schedule, traveling to a new city to campaign for votes. Yet, no one anticipated the abruptness of the impending danger. As Marvin's convoy traversed a desert highway, several trucks abruptly obstructed their path. 3 trucks positioned themselves across the road, blocking the route. Marvin's teeth ground with frustration, yet he found himself utterly powerless. He was aware of the culprits behind his plight, but what of it? Even if Marvin were to assume the governorship of New State, he would still be unable to contend with that faction. To eradicate them would necessitate a complete upheaval of the American political landscape. Otherwise, any act of retribution would be ineffectual. Rubbing his temples, Marvin reluctantly decided to set this matter aside. The speech must go on. In truth, Marvin was an exceedingly cautious individual, prone to trepidation. He feared that if he failed to secure the governorship, Kion Technology would abandon him. What would his situation be then? Thus, he resolved that this campaign for governor must culminate in success. Contact the local law enforcement. Inform them that we have been attacked by terrorists. I have a speech in an hour, so I must take my leave, he instructed before proceeding towards his destination. Before long, news of Marvin's assault surged to the forefront of local trends in New State. After all, he was a prominent candidate for the governorship. An attack during the campaign was no trifling matter, and the online discourse erupted. Some speculated that Lucy was the orchestrator, aiming to eliminate Marvin as a rival, thus paving the way for his own ascension. Conversely, Lucy's supporters contended that the terror attack was merely a self-staged performance by Marvin, intended to implicate Lucy in wrongdoing. Both factions held steadfast to their beliefs, and the debate intensified, spilling over from New State to the broader American public. In an instant, the gubernatorial election in New State garnered renewed attention. After all, attempts on candidates' lives were not uncommon, but a large-scale assault was decidedly extraordinary. Consequently, the online discussions proliferated. However, such discussions, while fervent, were ultimately just that, discussions. The scales had already begun to tip in favor of Marvin's campaign. With the ongoing support of Kion Technology, initiatives such as desertification control, water purification technology, microbial face mud, and holographic projection technology became instrumental in bolstering his platform. Countless individuals took to the streets, rallying for Marvin's adoption of Kion Technology's advanced methods. It appeared increasingly likely that Marvin would emerge as the ultimate victor in a New State gubernatorial race. Yet, it was evident that such an outcome was precisely what the American capitalists sought to avoid. Shortly thereafter, an array of global superstars, Hollywood icons, musicians, athletes, took to the internet, issuing statements in support of Lucy. They described her as a seasoned political figure, amiable and possessing unparalleled capabilities and foresight. Many shared photographs of themselves alongside Lucy, both smiling radiantly, indicating a close personal rapport. The international community was abuzz with the revelation, a striking development for what was merely a gubernatorial race. It was astonishing that such a significant number of top-tier celebrities rallied for a state election. Even past presidential elections in America had rarely witnessed such fervor. Suddenly, the world's gaze was fixed upon New State and its gubernatorial election. One could not deny the immense power of celebrity influence. With the backing of esteemed personalities, Lucy's approval rating soared, quickly closing in on Marvin S. However, she still lagged slightly behind. Nevertheless, Lucy's machinations were far from over. as global celebrities continued to endorse her. Numerous influencers and content creators joined the chorus in support of Lucy. Notably, those in the realms of science communication, military analysis, and political commentary were particularly influential. They released a series of videos extolling Lucy's achievements in governance, elevating her to the status of a potential savior for America. Comparatively, Marvin was subtly disparaged, portrayed as a figure who would lead New State into decline, while Kion Technology was depicted as a greedy conglomerate poised to devour the state's assets. As a result of this dual-pronged media assault, public opinion shifted dramatically. Marvin's support began to wane, while Lucy's surged upward. Within just a few days, Lucy surpassed Marvin, claiming the lead in approval ratings. The tide had turned. At that moment, in Marvin's office, smoke swirled thickly around him. He chain-smoked, each cigarette a testament to his mounting stress. Initially confident in his grasp on the governorship, he now faced an unforeseen upheaval. He had underestimated the influence of American financial conglomerates on the global stage. When these entities united, claiming control over much of the world was no mere hyperbole. Mobilizing celebrities and influencers was a trivial matter for them. Even with the groundbreaking support of Kion Technology, Marvin found himself at a disadvantage in this vast arena of public opinion. Despair began to creep into Marvin's heart. Just then, a call from Lu Fei came through, his virtual image appearing in the office. "How did the negotiations go, Director Lu?" Marvin inquired, hope flickering in his eyes. Lu Fei shook his head. "It's futile. Not a single celebrity or influencer is willing to back us." Marvin exhaled a deep sigh. While he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed was disheartening. If it were merely an internal conflict, securing the support of a few celebrities wouldn't be insurmountable. However, Kion Technology was not aligned with Western interests. Any celebrity or influencer who publicly sided with Marvin would face a comprehensive boycott. Thus, courting their support was virtually impossible unless one could bear the consequences of such an action. Yet even if one could, it would be but a drop in the bucket compared to the overwhelming might of the financial conglomerates. Lu Fei would never waste resources on such a futile endeavor. "Marvin, prepare yourself for the worst. We will arrange for your safe departure from America," Lu Fei stated, a resigned look in his eyes. They had exhausted all options. But this was still enemy territory, and their influence remained ineffectual. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Marvin felt as though all strength had drained from him. He slumped into his chair. Observing this, Lu Fei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not lose hope. There is still time. I will consult with General Jiang. Perhaps he will have a solution." Marvin waved his hand dismissively. "Let's hope so. In the meantime, I will continue with my speeches. If the final outcome remains unfavorable, so be it." Though disappointment weighed heavily on him, a flicker of resolve remained in Marvin's heart. Until the end, he refused to concede. What if there is still a chance? Indeed, until the last moment, we cannot ascertain the victor. Rest assured, we will explore every avenue before the outcome is decided. You continue to follow your schedule. Leave the rest to us. After speaking, LV Fei's projection disappeared. Marvin looked out the window. I hope so. After all, that is a person who can create miracles. Marvin knew that in order to win the election, the last hope could only be placed on Jiang Li. If even he cannot do it, perhaps no one else can do it. After returning to the company, LV Fei immediately dialed Jiang Li's phone number. "Mr. Jiang, we have encountered some trouble." Subsequently, LV Fei explained in detail the matter of Ma Wen's election. Jiang Li fell silent for a moment. "I have a general understanding now. You will proceed according to the original plan here, and I am thinking of a solution." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Li's brow couldn't relax. "I thought we had a guaranteed victory, but I didn't expect this move to happen again. These Western conglomerates have too deep a foundation, and if they really want to play within the rules, their own disadvantage is too great. And now I don't have the ability to break the rules either. In the future, have you found Lucy's criminal record?" "Sorry, sir, there isn't. Lucy is very clean with only a few minor flaws. But it doesn't pose any threat to Lucy's campaign." "I think so, based on the Western Consortium's understanding of Kion Technology. Even if we're not sure about its future existence, we must be very clear about Kion Technology's powerful network investigation capabilities. This is also why Lucy was selected among numerous gubernatorial candidates. Compared to others, Lucy is too clean. At this point, Jiang Li will not be given any chance to counterattack. It seems that the only option is to release the yuan in advance." Jiang Li turned his gaze back to the white crystals on the experimental platform. "Yuan. Nowadays, perhaps only with the mysterious power of the element can one win this election. That's a characteristic equivalent to prolonging life. Jiang Li doesn't believe it. Someone can resist such temptation. Even if they're only a minority. Chapter 189. The Last Resort. The press conference is warming up. Has the experimental data of Yuan come out in the future? Sir, everything has been released and is completely consistent with the data you provided. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li nodded. In this way, Yuan has truly become. Thinking about it, Jiang Li took out a specific phone. This is a privilege given to him when he was received. However, Jiang Li pondered for a moment and decided to take it back. The election for governor of Xinzhou this time can ultimately be considered as Kaiyang Technology's own business. It's completely unnecessary. If something really goes wrong, someone will definitely take the initiative to communicate with him. Thinking about it, Jiang Li asked the future to dial another phone number. Hello, Lu Ju. My name is Jiang Li. Our company's new product needs to be launched urgently during this period. Could you please prioritize its review? The specific situation is like this. You should also be aware that during this period, Kaiyang Technology has been overseas. Jiang Li and Lu Ju explained the basic situation in detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Ju also burst out laughing. Mr. Jiang, you did a great job this time. To be honest, we are still looking forward to this election. If we were to make that Marvin governor, I wouldn't even imagine what those guys would look like. Don't worry, we can't interfere with this kind of thing, but we won't hold you back on the review process. You can send us all the data now, and I will have all departments review and approve it as soon as possible. Jiang Li smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Lu. I'll treat you to dinner another day. After chatting for a few more words, Jiang Li also hung up the phone. Subsequently, Jiang Li asked the future to send the samples of Xinyuanyuan and various experimental data. Hope it's time. Compared to the atmosphere on Marvin's side. On Lucy's side, it's a different scene. At this moment, a party is being held at Lucy's house. On the rectangular table, as the protagonist, Lu Shi, the first candidate for governor of Xinzhou, did not even sit in the main seat. Sitting in the center on both sides of the large table. Governor Lucy, I would like to congratulate you on winning the election. One person raised a glass to congratulate Lucy. Seeing this, Lucy quickly stood up and raised her glass. Mr. Calvin, we haven't received any results yet. I think it's better for us to be more stable. The person next to him also laughed out loud. Governor Lucy, with a 10 lead in support. You have a solid chance of winning. Those yellow-skinned monkeys can't beat the sky. It's really reckless to dare to confront us on our turf. As they spoke, the group also touched a cup. After the election, I want this Marvin to die. There's also Kaiyang Technology. It seems that the lesson we gave him last time was not enough, and he still had the courage to come to our territory. By the way, Kath, didn't your family strike down Kaiyang's business in Myanmar last time? Someone asked. Kathier frowned and said, Stop talking. That uselessly Heyoda was beaten up by Kaiyang Technology. Now he's probably already a member of Kaiyang Technology. We're supporting 2 other warlord forces to crack down on Li Heyoda. This Kaiyang Technology has great ambitions. Opening an arms company overseas, researching new weapons, and even buying a piece of land in Africa. Upon hearing this, the person sitting in the main seat gave a contemptuous smile. What are you afraid of? In their Chinese language, we are the Tathagata Buddha, suppressing these yellow-skinned monkeys from leaving the mountains. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst out laughing uncontrollably. Don't even mention that our business has become increasingly difficult in recent years. The people from Huagua have been competing with us to seize the market. You said, these damn things, can't you honestly make us a contract factory? It's not easy to find them if you have to come out. Speaking, a hint of hostility flashed in one person's eyes. With the rise of China and its enterprises in recent years, their market has been continuously eroded and profits have been declining year after year. All right, let's not talk about these things now. Today we're here to celebrate Mr. Lucy's upcoming election success. The person in charge waved their hand and did not continue the conversation on this topic. Speaking, the group raised their glasses again. However, Mr. Lucy, the planned itinerary still needs to be carried out. We cannot afford to lose this election. Lucy raised her glass. Don't worry, if I had your support, I would still lose. Lucy, wouldn't that be too useless? I am determined to win this election. After speaking, everyone raised their glasses and drank heavily together. There was already a victorious smile on his face. At this time, the Chinese internet is also boiling with excitement. Take a closer look at the hot spots on the Chinese internet. More than half of the top 10 hot searches are news about globally renowned figures collectively supporting Lucy. After all, whether it's Hollywood superstars, NBA superstars, football superstars, etc., they all have massive fans in China. My idol's collective support for Lucy naturally attracted huge attention. However, a group of people did not understand why. At this moment, a large number of popular science bloggers and marketing accounts have once again stepped forward. Various titles emerge endlessly. Global celebrities have expressed their support for Lu Shi to become the governor of Xinzhou, which is actually related to Kaiyang Technology. Kaiyang Technology intervenes in the Xinzhou election. Stance Ma won, who will ultimately win. The first step to tapping into the U.S. market is to sponsor a governor. Ma Wen's defeat is a foregone conclusion, and Kion Technology's bamboo basket is empty-handed. For a moment, with this as the central point, countless topics emerged. The fact that Kion Technology's sponsor Ma went to participate in the Xinzhou election was soon discovered by netizens. Each one is shouting cow, spleen directly. You are truly Mr. Jiang. Our boss is still researching how to evolve 996 to exploit us, and Mr. Jiang has started to broaden his international perspective. Behold, it is indeed the first time our enterprise has so resoundingly engaged in such a monumental election. I had mentioned that the celebrities and internet sensations seemed utterly frenzied. The emotional roots lie here, as General Jiang elevates our national prestige. It appears the Westerners are genuinely intimidated. Should that Ma win ascend to the governorship, it would be a resounding slap in their faces. I used to hold a fondness for that athlete, but now I find it hard to admire him. Alas, we are powerless to intervene in their affairs and can only watch passively. I shall rally for General Jiang from Province XX. You might not believe it, but Kion Technology finds itself in a dire predicament. After all, it is their territory, and if this trend continues, this election is undoubtedly lost. Indeed, Lu Shi has directly mobilized all overseas celebrities and influencers. Such charisma is not to be underestimated. It is challenging, for the Western capital is exceedingly formidable. Ma Wen is destined to lose unless a miracle occurs. Miracle, you say? Have we not all noticed that General Jiang himself is a miracle? Ha ha, upstairs. You might be onto something. A miracle could very well transpire at any moment. Go take a look at the new video released by Kion Technology and General Jiang. Wow, this video is astounding, General Jiang. I'm utterly in awe. Oh, great ancestor. On the internet, a multitude of netizens rallied in support of Jiang Li. However, the outcome was anticipated by all, just as most were succumbing to disappointment. The netizens suddenly discovered that Jiang Li had released a brand new video. After watching its content, everyone exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, the significance of Jiang Li's video released at this juncture became evident. Indeed, this video was the unveiling of a new element, aptly named Yuan, synchronously released worldwide. Given Kion Technology's endorsement of Ma Wen's candidacy, this news had captured global attention. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Jiang Li naturally became the focal point, with every action scrutinized. Upon the video's release, its cumulative view count soared into the billions worldwide. Jiang Li. It has been some time since I released any content concerning the field of technology, and today I'm delighted to announce to the world and all of humanity a piece of news that is truly worthy of being included in textbooks. During a scientific experiment, I discovered an entirely new element. Yes, you heard correctly, I discovered a brand new element which I have named Yuan. Behold, this is the structural composition of Yuan, remarkably perfect. I have compiled the relevant experimental conclusions, which are available for download on Kion Technology's official website for all interested parties. Of course, merely discovering a new element would not warrant my excitement. What exhilarates me is that Yuan possesses a peculiar function that no other element in nature possesses. Currently, we at Kion Technology have already produced related products. In 3 days from now, we will hold a press conference to unveil the derivative products of Yuan. As for what these products are, please allow me to keep you in suspense for now. However, I can definitively state that this product pertains to all of humanity and has the potential to transform human society, etching itself into the annals of history. I invite you all to anticipate the press conference in 3 days. The video was quite straightforward, merely announcing the new element and the forthcoming press conference in 3 days. Nevertheless, Jiang Li's concluding remarks were profoundly stirring. The notions of altering humanity, transforming the world, and milestones were mentioned. Were these sentiments expressed by an ordinary individual, they would likely be met with skepticism. Yet, the speaker was Jiang Li, an individual who is, in essence, a miracle himself. His words have never been mere rhetoric. Consequently, the anticipation for the press conference in 3 days has captivated the entire globe. A new element that could change the world? The internet buzzed with excitement. Speculations about the capabilities of this new element proliferated. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. It is evident to the astute that Jiang Li's announcement of the new element in the press conference is a direct challenge to the Western financial consortium. The final outcome remains uncertain. However, it is clear that Lu Shi will be losing sleep in the days to come. What a predicament! Lu Shi, once confident in his chances of success in the new state election, now finds himself overshadowed by the emergence of Kion Technology. Fortunately, his luck has been somewhat favorable, having been selected by a multitude of capitalists. Although the process was fraught with difficulties, a significant advantage has emerged. Yet, just as the end draws near, Jiang Li orchestrates such a maneuver. Should this new invention pertain to the welfare of the populace, it could very well reverse the final outcome. Given the now highly developed self-media landscape, the joyous youth of America are no longer easily swayed. As this back and forth unfolds, even the astute Liu Shi finds himself somewhat perturbed. Fear not, Liu Shi. In my view, this is merely a desperate struggle. One consoled, indeed, unless they manage to produce something akin to microbial face mud. However, such groundbreaking technology cannot simply be conjured at will. I believe they are merely floundering in a desperate attempt. Remember, this is America, this is our territory, and a singular Kaiyang technology lacks the capability. The others scoffed dismissively, their confidence in their strength unwavering. Let's hope so, Liu Shi mused silently. Yet, his trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. In stark contrast to the unease felt by Liu Shi and his associates, the academic community was in a state of fervor. Upon glimpsing the experimental data and structural diagram of Yuan, they teetered on the brink of madness. All notions of Nobel Prizes and boycotts were cast aside. This was a brand new element, a truly unprecedented discovery. Since Madame Curie's time, how many years have passed? While some experiments in recent years have synthesized new elements from existing ones, many see these as mere variants of the original. But Yuan is different. It is a genuine new element. In an instant, many researchers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Every new element is akin to an uncharted treasure trove. Any slight extraction of value or application could undoubtedly lead to a Nobel Prize. Although Jiang Li may view the Nobel as trivial, for ordinary researchers, it is a monumental achievement. Securing a Nobel could ensure a lifetime of fulfillment and financial freedom. How could this not incite frenzy? Consequently, the entire academic realm's gaze turned towards the upcoming press conference by Kaiyang Technology in 3 days. They were extremely curious about the derivative products of Yuan. Amidst the fervent anticipation, the press conference for Kaiyang Technology commenced. From the release of the video to the actual event, only a few days had passed, a remarkably swift turnaround. Chapter 190. The release of the Yuan Stone Pillow. 800 million people live, streaming their slumber, within a large venue in Hua country. At this moment, the venue was filled to capacity with renowned media representatives and internet influencers from around the globe. They had traveled from various corners of the world, having received invitations from Kaiyang Technology. A significant portion of the attendees openly supported Lucy while opposing Mawen. Initially, some were reluctant to attend. However, the immense buzz surrounding Kaiyang Technology's press conference, which captured global attention, prompted most to cancel their prior commitments and board flights to Huagu overnight. Influencers were already live streaming, holding up their smartphones, and even before the conference commenced, the total viewership across various platforms exceeded 50 million, an astonishing figure indeed. Soon, amid the collective anticipation, the lighting in the venue shifted, signaling the official commencement of the event. Jiang Li gracefully ascended the stage. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Kaiyang Technology press conference. To begin, I would like to introduce our star of the evening, Yuan. With a grand gesture, Jiang Li transformed the surrounding ambience into a deep purple hue, revealing the fundamental structure of Yuan before the audience. Although Jiang Li had simplified it considerably, its complexity remained striking. Under the holographic projection, it exuded a remarkable aesthetic appeal. Behold, this is Yuan. During an experimental endeavor, I unexpectedly discovered this entirely new element. After countless trials, I have finally succeeded in its development. Throughout this journey, I found Yuan to be exceptionally unique. It can emit a type of elemental ray previously unseen, prompting me to investigate its effects. Initially, I assumed this ray was akin to nuclear radiation, posing lethal risks to human health. However, as my research progressed, I discovered the opposite. This ray is, in fact, highly beneficial to the human body, with potential longevity-enhancing properties. As Jiang Li's words echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What on earth? Longevity? No. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Are you certain about this longevity claim? Is this for real? Didn't this element just emerge from research? How can you be so sure it promotes longevity? Jiang, if this truly extends life, it would be a boon for all humanity. If it's genuine, wouldn't the wealthy go crazy over it? Wait, do I, a mere mortal, really need longevity? All right, you may not need it, but for humanity as a whole, this represents a historical transformation. Indeed, can you imagine the impact of extending the lives of top scientists and talents on society? The audience, both present and online, was in an uproar. Longevity, a term both ancient and foreign. Throughout history, countless individuals have pursued the elusive dream of immortality. Lifespan is a luxury that everyone covets yet cannot attain. Upon hearing the term longevity, it is impossible for anyone to remain composed. After a moment, Jiang Li raised his hand to signal for silence, and the room gradually quieted. Of course, my interpretation of longevity may differ from what you envision. This does not imply that yuan will extend everyone's maximum lifespan. After all, none can predict how long they will live. However, we can optimize our limited lifetimes for maximum utility. Jiang Li's statement left the audience in a state of confusion. If it does not extend maximum lifespan, why label it as longevity? All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The rays emitted by yuan have a notably pronounced effect on the brain's neural pathways, facilitating sleep. In just a few minutes, they can relax the most tense of nerves, enabling rapid entry into a sleep state. Scientific investigations indicate that an individual spends approximately 1/3 of their life sleeping. If we could conserve time spent sleeping, the hours available for productivity would multiply significantly. Sleep is a crucial aspect of human existence. If we consider that an individual typically spends 7 hours awake, then roughly 15 hours are dedicated to deep slumber. The primary effect of yuan rays, aside from promoting sleep, allows one to enter deep sleep within a mere quarter of an hour, accelerating the body's repair processes. According to our latest data, with the assistance of yuan rays, individuals can not only overcome insomnia, but also require only 3 to 4 hours of rest each night to achieve optimal physiological condition. Thus, I assert that yuan rays possess longevity-enhancing properties. They can significantly extend the usable time of one's life while improving the quality of existence, ensuring that everyone awakens each day revitalized. This encapsulates the primary function of yuan rays. As Jiang Li concluded his remarks, the audience erupted into a chorus of excitement once more. I see now. If it truly extends life, that would be terrifying. To be honest, I find this more appealing. Rather than enduring old age, I desire a youthful existence filled with vigor. Indeed, I currently sleep over 8 hours a day. This would free up an entire afternoon for me. I share that sentiment. My main issue is falling asleep. The healing properties of yuan rays for insomnia are unbeatable. I hereby declare that my future research focus will be on the yuan element. Launching with such a groundbreaking product is extraordinary. Jiang, you are my idol. This will become an essential part of my life. Please make it available for purchase. I can hardly wait. I previously mentioned that for Kaiyang Technology to assist Ma One in winning the election, they must unveil essential products that affect people's lives. As expected, I'm eager to see how foreigners will react. If Ma One loses, yuan elements will never penetrate their market. Truthfully, I personally hope yuan elements do not enter Western markets. Just imagine, if we as Huagua people gain so much high-quality time, the short-term effects may be negligible, but what about 10 or 20 years down the line? The long-term perspective is indeed crucial. Over time, this could significantly alter national strength. Do you think such advanced technology can be deciphered by those foreigners? Those upstairs? If you can conceive of it, Jiang Li certainly can. If it could be deciphered, would he present yuan elements so openly? Indeed, to date. Has anyone witnessed Kaiyang technologies being cracked? Competitors. We have been attempting to decipher it, but have never succeeded. As the crowd's chatter began to wane, Jiang Li once again regained control of the stage. Next, I will introduce the related products. With a swift motion, Jiang Li revealed a model of a pillow before the audience. This particular pillow was the centerpiece of today's press conference. I won't delve into the design and material specifics. Just know that anything produced by Kaiyang is of exquisite quality. The core of this product is derived from the unique properties of the yuan element, which we have named yuan stone. Hence, this pillow is referred to as the yuan stone pillow. One crucial point to note is that yuan stone exhibits a decay effect, with an effective lifespan of approximately 6 months, indicating that after unsealing the yuan stone pillow, it needs to be replaced every 6 months. Now, let's address the price that everyone is most curious about. Please direct your attention to the large screen. Jiang Li gestured towards the screen, and in the next moment, 3 bold numbers accompanied by a resonant sound appeared before the audience. 199. Indeed, for just 199, one could bring the yuan stone pillow home and revel in the joys of sleep. This price, as Jiang Li noted, is quite reasonable. Compared to the cost of the elemental stone, the primary expense lies in the materials used to manufacture the pillows. To refer to it as pure profit would not be an exaggeration. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that these elemental stone pillows are consumables, requiring replacement every 6 months. Furthermore, given that the elemental stone pillows have only just been introduced to the market and the production line is not yet fully established, their availability is quite limited. However, rest assured, our company has already begun to expand the production line. Should anyone wish to experience the elemental stone pillows, they are welcome to visit the offline experience stores of Kion Technology, where 423 locations nationwide currently offer trials of these pillows. There is also a stipulation in place to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to purchase an elemental stone pillow. Purchases must be made under real name registration. Each individual may only purchase one pillow within a 6-month period, and we hope for your understanding. After delivering this information, Jiang Li turned his gaze to the audience below. This was essentially the main content of the press conference. Does anyone have any questions? Upon hearing this, numerous media personalities raised their hands. Jiang Li pointed to a familiar face. Mr. Jiang, may I ask whether the elemental stone pillows will still be sold in Huagua? And have you considered the overseas market? Jiang Li responded, currently, due to the low production volume of the elemental stone pillows, coupled with our group's uncertainty regarding the acceptance of these pillows by overseas users and markets, we have not yet contemplated expanding into international markets. In due course, we will initiate a survey that overseas users may participate in. If there is significant satisfaction expressed regarding the elemental stone pillows, we will choose to expedite our overseas market expansion to provide better service to every customer. After answering this inquiry, Jiang Li gestured towards another reporter. Mr. Jiang, can you confirm that elemental rays pose no harm to the human body? After all, this is a completely new element, and without long-term verification, its specific properties remain unclear. Jiang Li smiled at this remark. You can rest assured on this matter. As the discoverer of the element, I am thoroughly acquainted with its various characteristics, and there is absolutely no danger involved. After the press conference concludes, I will upload all relevant data regarding the element and the effects of elemental rays on the human body to our official website, so everyone can feel completely at ease. If there are lingering concerns, once the elemental stone pillows are released, individuals may freely disassemble them for study. Should any institution discover substantial evidence indicating that elemental rays pose a significant health threat to humans, I will personally reward them 1 billion. As soon as he finished speaking, the live chat was inundated with messages of praise. As expected of our god Jiang, so confident, offering 1 billion right off the bat. I had similar concerns, but after hearing Mr. Jiang's words, my worries have evaporated. I must get my hands on an elemental stone pillow. Did you catch that segment from Mr. Jiang? The overseas survey, isn't that just like what Mawan was involved in? Naturally, we owe thanks to those overseas folks. Without them, this press conference might have been delayed for months. Thanks to those unseen friends in America for making this happen. Subsequently, Jiang Li addressed a few more questions, and the press conference drew to a close. Today's event has concluded. The offline stores of Kion Technology will soon operate 24 hours a day. Friends wishing to experience the elemental stone pillows are welcome to visit. However, please be mindful of the number of attendees to avoid any wasted trips. Additionally, to all media representatives present, we have prepared a lounge for you. If interested, you may also experience the elemental stone pillows there. With that, Jiang Li turned his attention to the foreign media. This press conference was specifically organized for them. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, the attendees expressed with palpable excitement, surprised that they would be among the first to experience the elemental stone pillows. This indeed was a significant surprise. After the press conference, numerous influencers from the Western world entered the designated lounge selected by Kion Technology, live streaming their experiences. These influencers, chosen by Kion Technology, shared a common characteristic. They exhibited no extreme emotions and could maintain a semblance of impartiality regarding the product. This was precisely why Jiang Li had invited them. A rough estimate indicated that nearly 800 million viewers had gathered in these influencers' live streams. This figure, even on an international scale, is astoundingly formidable. Among them, a certain influencer named Lao AI garnered the highest viewer engagement. Brothers, look, this must be the elemental stone pillow prepared by Kion Technology. It appears no different from an ordinary pillow. I'm going to lie down now. I wonder if the effects match the descriptions from the press conference. I just made a long journey from America to Huagua, and I'm utterly exhausted. My eyelids feel like they're battling each other. It's 10 o'clock here in Huagua, so I'm going to sleep now. Please wait for my feedback upon waking. With that, Lao AI set up his phone and lay down. Within 2 minutes, while viewers were still curious about the effects of the elemental stone pillow, the sound of his snoring filled the room, deafening. It was evident that he was sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, the live stream audience continued to swell, peaking at 80 million viewers simultaneously. In total, across all live streams, 800 million people were watching someone sleep that night. 3 hours later, Lao AI slowly awoke from his slumber and stretched luxuriously. That was so comfortable. I feel as if I've rested for an entire day, brimming with energy. A look of sheer enjoyment crossed Lao AI's face. He then glanced at the clock. I can't believe it's only been 3 hours. Brothers, I must say, the effects of the elemental stone pillow are truly remarkable. I just fell asleep instantly, and despite having only 3 hours of sleep, I feel no drowsiness at all. He waved his hands excitedly, unable to contain his enthusiasm. I absolutely must request one from Kion Technology. As a night owl, I desperately need this. It's like a second life for me. Seeing this, the previously quiet live stream chat exploded with messages. Oh my god, this elemental stone pillow is simply miraculous. Wait, why do I feel like Lao AI is being sponsored? This is indeed rather exaggerated. It doesn't seem so. Just look at Lao AI's reaction. It's identical to how we feel after a good night's sleep. If he could act this well, he should head to Hollywood and become a leading actor. Absolutely. I just came from another live stream, and his demeanor is undeniably genuine. He truly looks like someone who has slept soundly. If this is fake, then this group must all be Oscar-level actors. The viewers' eyes were keenly perceptive. Moreover, with billions watching the live stream, it was clear to see whether someone's demeanor was genuine or feigned. If one person might be an exception with acting skills on par with a movie star, what if everyone was the same? Then it was evidently not an act. Even if some sought to discredit the elemental stone pillows, the natural and habitual actions of waking up would reveal the truth. No one is foolish. Consequently, the popularity of the elemental stone pillow soared to unprecedented heights, dominating trending topics across overseas platforms. Brothers, I have successfully obtained the elemental stone pillow gifted by Kion Technology. I am absolutely thrilled. The scene shifted back to Lao AI. This experience was indeed worth it. I feel fortunate for having canceled my previous plans to attend the Kion Technology press conference. Old AI, brimming with excitement, showcased the Yuan stone pillows generously gifted by Kion Technology to the millions of viewers in a live stream. Many might wonder why he was so enthusiastic. It was because Kion Technology had announced that the Yuan stone pillows would only be available for purchase within the borders of Huagua, and each citizen could only acquire one per ID. This marked a departure from the previous offerings of Kion Technology, where the absence of restrictions allowed scalpers to buy up stock and resell it abroad, albeit at exorbitant prices. However, the Yuan stone pillow, being a necessity with purchasing limits, meant that it would almost certainly remain within Huagua. Even if some did manage to leave the country, it would come at the cost of forfeiting sleep and longevity, a price that ordinary individuals could hardly bear. As old AI shook his head, his visage was clouded with pessimism, which fueled his overwhelming sense of relief. His words elicited concern and panic among the audience in the live stream. He quickly reassured them, stating, "Let us not be so disheartened, Mr. Jiang mentioned at the press conference that a survey would be released soon. Everyone should participate enthusiastically. Perhaps Mr. Jiang will recognize the vast potential of the overseas market and consider opening sales." Yet, old AI was acutely aware of the underlying message of the survey. While he harbored a profound admiration for the Yuan stone pillow and wished for it to be sold in his homeland, he could not express this sentiment openly. He had to tread carefully, as any misstep could jeopardize his standing internationally. Despite boasting tens of millions of followers, he knew that confronting substantial capital could be a perilous endeavor. Meanwhile, within Huagua, the physical stores of Kion Technology were already teeming with eager customers lining up in droves. Even though large sections of the stores were designated as experience zones, they could hardly accommodate the overwhelming influx of people. The queues rivaled those witnessed during the launch of the microbial face mud, if not surpassing them. Even in the wee hours of the morning, throngs of individuals waited patiently, remarking that by the time their turn arrived, they would be ready to rest. Undeniably, the Yuan stone pillow had garnered immense popularity. Who would desire a day filled with high-quality living, particularly for those enduring sleepless nights, be they working professionals or students? It was a veritable boon. Soon, the first batch of Yuan stone pillow testers emerged from the store, their faces radiating joy and excitement. A multitude of journalists and street interviewers, who had been waiting at the entrance for a considerable time, rushed forward at the sight of them. "Brothers, how was your experience? Did you encounter any discomfort? When did you go in, and for how many hours did you sleep?" they queried. The first batch of testers truly reveled in their moment of fame, bombarded with a flurry of questions. Some socially anxious individuals covered their faces and hastily retreated, while the more extroverted ones remained, beaming with enthusiasm before the cameras. It was incredible. I often struggle with insomnia, and I thought it would take me ages to fall asleep, but I was out like a light. I felt so drained before, but now I'm bursting with energy. Another exclaimed, buy it for me, everyone. It's too powerful. As excitement surged over the testimonials, the feedback from subsequent testers echoed the same sentiments of admiration. Consequently, the interview videos soared in popularity across various countries. The release of the Yuan Stone pillow sparked a frenzy. After all, who would want to thrive on just a few hours of sleep? This was particularly true for those toiling under the weight of capitalism, perpetually deprived of rest. The insatiable demand for the Yuan Stone pillow, following the holographic projection technology and microbial face mud, positioned it as yet another trending product. However, in stark contrast to the previous two products, the overseas market had yet to catch a glimpse of the Yuan Stone pillow. Thus, many self-media outlets sought to capitalize on its hype by sharing videos from within Huagua. Soon, various street interviews and user experiences from Huagua were disseminated abroad, garnering impressive views, likes, and comments. Meanwhile, those who had received invitations to the press conference but chose not to attend lamented their missed opportunity, feeling as if they had let a wave of fortune slip through their fingers. In no time, Jiang Li's overseas account was inundated with likes, comments, and messages, all urging him to release the Yuan Stone pillow. In response, Jiang Li feigned diligence by issuing a survey, yet he retained the ultimate authority over the matter. As the Yuan Stone pillow continued to ascend in popularity, an array of videos emerged. Even those unrelated to the pillow garnered significant attention. Among them, a particular analysis video by a popular science content creator stood out, dissecting the value of the Yuan Stone pillow, not only for individuals but also for a nation and humanity as a whole. The creator meticulously examined its positive impact on education and various fields of work, offering a profound exploration of its essence. To put it simply, once the Yuan Stone pillow becomes widely adopted, the people of Huagua could gain an additional 5 hours each day. That amounts to 150 hours a month, or 76 days a year, equating to over 2 months. He elucidated, if development continues at this pace, Huagua could outpace us by 2 years in just a decade. Not to mention the potential unleashed by its citizens in a state of vitality. The creator elevated the discussion to a strategic level, igniting the imaginations of audiences abroad. Amid the fervor of overseas netizens, none were more exhilarated than Mawan. I knew it, he exclaimed, animatedly gesturing as if invoking divine favor, his body trembling with anticipation. This election campaign now seemed promising. Mawan was acutely aware of the immense value the Yuan Stone pillow held, especially when paired with his talent for turning even stones into gold through his speeches. Believing he had a chance this time around, he swiftly dialed LV Fei's number. Mr. LV, I presume you're reaching out regarding the Yuan Stone pillow? Indeed, Mr. Ma. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang has already prepared everything. We will expedite the delivery to you. The rest is up to you. The two briefly exchanged information before concluding the call. Subsequently, Marwan summoned his assistant. You are to immediately vacate the stores under the Marwan family and commence advertising. All establishments belonging to the Marwan family will offer trial sessions of the Yuan Stone pillows to the residents of Xinzhou. Hurry, it must be done swiftly. Understood, sir. Several assistants promptly dashed out, adhering to Marwan's directives. News about the Marwan family's initiative to establish trial points for Yuan Stone pillows quickly spread throughout Xinzhou. The saying goes, a skinny camel is still larger than a horse. Although the Marwan family has fallen from grace, Xinzhou remains their stronghold, still boasting considerable properties and shops. In just one night, all locations were transformed into trial points for Yuan Stone pillows. With the current global notoriety of the Yuan Stone pillow, it wasn't long before a multitude of eager individuals flocked to the shops. Where did the Marwan family acquire Yuan Stone pillows? Aren't they exclusively available in Huagua? You clearly lack understanding. Behind Marwan in this election is Kaiyang technology. Securing Yuan Stone pillows is hardly a challenge for him. Does that mean, should Marwan succeed in his campaign, Yuan Stone pillows will be available in Xinzhou? Brothers of Xinzhou, you are about to prosper. Currently, there are no Kaiyang technology products available across the entire United States. And if there are, they are exorbitantly priced. Exactly. The brothers in Xinzhou must support Marwan. So I can come and shop here. If that happens, your state will be unique, should Marwan fail. Those capitalists will never allow Kaiyang's products to be sold in our country. Initially, my idol urged me to support Lucy, but for a working-class individual like me, the Yuan Stone pillow is a necessity. Idols? They can wait. While the discussion continues, the Marwan family stores are already overflowing with patrons. Why not hurry and experience it for yourselves? Goodness, how are you all so swift? At that moment, Netizens across the United States were abuzz with discussions regarding the Marwan family, propelling the topic to the top of the trending charts. Numerous individuals from other states expressed their support for Marwan, leaving comments for the people of Xinzhou, urging them to back him. Upon hearing such sentiments, the residents of Xinzhou, coupled with the vigorous promotion by influencers from abroad regarding the Yuan stone pillow, felt a tinge of vanity swell within them. Look, aside from Huawei, we're the only ones who can experience it. Should Marwan ascend to the governorship, holographic projection technology, microbial facial mud, and Yuan stone pillows will only be available here in Xinzhou, and the price is surely 1 TB as exorbitant as those offered by scalpers. Perhaps they could even profit handsomely by reselling these high-tech products. With this realization, the people of Xinzhou felt a surge of excitement, as if they had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. The scales of their hearts began to tip. Meanwhile, the Yuan Stone Experience Center in Xinzhou was already bursting at the seams with eager crowds. The line snaking outside far surpassed those of shops in Huagua. Some affluent second-generation heirs even hired a large number of people to queue for them, meticulously arranging their meals to be consumed while waiting. All that mattered was securing a spot. Such fervor was unprecedented. Chapter 192, Marwan elected, fishing again. Observing the explosive popularity of the Yuan Stone Experience and the Marwan family trending incessantly, Marwan knew it was time to commence his speeches once more. Utilizing holographic projection technology, Marwan embarked on a tour of Xinzhou, this time focusing all his attention on the Yuan stone pillow. He elaborated on its miraculous effects, the myriad benefits it could bestow upon individuals, and even the advantages it could bring to companies and the nation as a whole. His discourse resonated far more with the common populace than the analyses of online science communicators. After all, the majority of those casting their votes were ordinary citizens. Even some small business owners, upon hearing Marwan's claims regarding increased work efficiency and enhanced competitiveness for companies, began to reflect on the validity of his assertions. Consequently, during clandestine gatherings, they subtly conveyed their support for Marwan and Kion technology. These small-scale entrepreneurs, though discreet, were clearly inclined to back Marwan. Among the demographics influenced most significantly by the Yuan stone pillow were the middle class of Xinzhou. The middle class is indeed the backbone of Xinzhou, not only as a major voting bloc, but also as the cornerstone of family stability. The pressures and workloads faced by the American middle class are immense. A single misstep could cost them their livelihoods. In this context, the Yuan stone pillow offers substantial support, ensuring quality sleep and freeing up precious time each day. It struck a chord with this demographic. Consequently, these hard-working individuals willingly entrusted their votes to Marwan, with many also persuading their families to support him. After all, the Yuan stone pillow could be considered a necessity for everyone. Under its influence, the scales tipped once more, this time resulting in an overwhelming victory. Within just a few days, Marwan's support surged ahead of Lucy by 20 percentage points. This was an even greater lead than Lucy had previously enjoyed. With only 3 days remaining until the election, a cacophony of shattering glass echoed as a vase was violently hurled to the ground, scattering shards everywhere. Damn it! That accursed Marwan, that damned Kion technology, a bunch of wretched entities. Upon discovering that his support had been overtaken by more than 20 percentage points, Lucy's composure shattered completely. 20 percentage points. How could he possibly catch up? Just as he dialed his financial backer's number, he was advised to brace himself for the worst. Clearly, given the significant gap, those behind him were preparing to withdraw their support. Unless he could provide each of the 2 million residents of Xinzhou with a substantial sum of money, there was little chance for a turnaround. Yet, who would be willing to bear such a hefty expense? After all, it was no small amount. Thus, the ultimate outcome seemed all but predetermined. With the backing of several cutting-edge technologies from Kion, Marwan had become an unstoppable force. Lucy found himself in a state of despair, in the face of technological superiority. His monetary tactics and oratory skills appeared feeble. Marwan, just you wait, Lucy seethed as he glared out the window. Do you think becoming governor will be the end of it? The power of a governor is significant, yet it is still bound by federal law. The road ahead remains long. It is merely a change of battlefield. Days passed, and the final day of the Xinzhou elections arrived. Despite his substantial lead, Marwan continued to traverse the cities of Xinzhou over the last few days. Until the results were finalized, nobody could guarantee the outcome. Fortunately, although the journey was fraught with challenges, the conclusion was ultimately favorable. At the very last moment of the elections, Marwan's votes triumphed overwhelmingly, defeating all competitors and successfully securing the governorship of Xinzhou. Following this, he was tasked with navigating through a series of complex procedures and transitions, all of which naturally fell under his purview. In this instance, Marvin signed the relevant contracts within the Xinzhou state government. This signifies that Marvin, after the handover ceremony, will officially assume the esteemed position of the new governor. At this moment, Marvin is engulfed in a daze, as if caught in a dream. The twists of fate in life are indeed wondrous. Just a few months ago, he was a failed individual, consumed by worries for his family's future. Who could have imagined that he would now stand at the pinnacle of the entire new state? Yet, the role of governor is far from easy. Currently, Marvin finds himself treading on thin ice. Being elected as governor is merely the first step. The subsequent amendments to various bills, the governance of a state, the development of its economy, and even the looming threats from capitalists are all challenges that Marvin must confront. Should any single aspect falter, he would undoubtedly be the subject of sensational media coverage, subjected to slander and attacks. Even though he has the backing of Kayang technology, grappling with capitalists in America is akin to facing a hellish challenge. A moment's carelessness could lead to a swift demise. When will this arduous path come to an end? Marvin lets out a deep sigh, his emotions a tangled web of excitement, confusion, and helplessness. However, having chosen this path, he realizes there is no turning back. He can only forge ahead. With this thought, Marvin decides not to dwell on it further and focuses on the multitude of tasks at hand. Meanwhile, Kayang Technology is acutely aware of Marvin's significance and has mobilized part of its military resources to bolster his protection. In stark contrast, the other two candidates previously selected by Jiang Li lost the election without a doubt. Consequently, the power of their families suffered a tremendous blow. With the subsequent generations failing to produce capable successors, it is foreseeable that as the current patriarch retires in a few years, their families will inevitably fade into obscurity, becoming mere ordinary citizens. Upon seeing Marvin ascend to greatness, a flicker of regret passes through the hearts of the two families. Conversely, the newly empowered Marvin family rises with the tide. Despite having incurred the ire of major capitalists, Marvin remains the governor of new state, which significantly elevates the family status. A few days later, Marvin, alongside the former governor, stands at the grand podium in the new state government building, successfully completing the handover. In front of the media, Marvin delivers an impassioned inaugural speech, heralding the dawn of the Marvin era in new state. He promptly announces his intention to immediately amend the state laws. Once these amendments are passed, a plethora of affordable and high-quality products will be introduced, enhancing the happiness index of new state citizens. This task is not particularly daunting, as the restrictions imposed by the United States on Kayang technology are primarily confined to a select group of capitalists and stringent legislative measures, without encroaching upon diplomatic matters. Thus, there are few worries on this front. As for whether the United States will alter its diplomatic stance due to Kayang technology, one would be severely underestimating the current strength of Huagua. Furthermore, the governor's power exceeds the imagination of many. There is no hierarchical relationship between the governor and the president. The president cannot directly command the governor. The governor is solely accountable to the voters of their state. Federal constraints on states predominantly stem from financial support, while limitations on governors arise from state legislatures and courts. Following his election as governor, Marvin must engage in specific operations, such as cultivating loyal confidants and combating adversaries. Fortunately, he possesses certain strategies at his disposal. Additionally, Jiang Li ensures that he remains vigilant regarding Marvin's progress, facilitating a smooth start for Marvin's endeavors. On the other hand, upon learning of Marvin's successful election, Jiang Li breathes a sigh of relief. The first step has been taken, and the path ahead will undoubtedly be much smoother. Shaking his head, Jiang Li refrains from overthinking. Indeed, the United States is a component of his broader plan, yet it is not an immediate necessity for his overall growth. What he truly requires is a complete overseas industrial base. Expanding into Western markets merely accelerates the realization of his plans. With a thought, Jiang Li finds himself within the system space, ready to cast another secondary bait, uncertain of what treasures it may yield this time. Taking a deep breath, he casts the fishing hook and begins to wait in silence. In an unknown world, the landscape is dominated by endless yellow sands, with two blazing suns suspended high in the sky. The midday sun transforms the yellow sands into flowing golden flakes. In the distance, a group of individuals traverses the sandy expanse. Xianming squints at the undulating sand dunes, suddenly noticing a section of the sand ridge collapse, revealing a stark white camel bone. Observing this, Xianming retrieves a crystal compass. As water meets fire, the sands shift like dragon and serpent in motion. Xianming taps the compass's celestial pool 3 times with his index finger. The magnetic needle spins wildly, and fine droplets of water seep from the crystalline base. Indeed, this is a sign of the dragon vein's vitality. Xuanming's eyes gleam with excitement. Mingo, what is happening? Have you found the location? A burly man inquires eagerly. Xianming nods. If my guess is correct, this should be the place. Search the surroundings for any mechanisms. Understood. The group quickly channels their spiritual energy. In the next moment, a vortex of energy forms, sweeping away the surrounding yellow sand and creating a massive sand tornado hundreds of meters high. It's there. As layers of sand are removed from the ground, 3 massive obsidian stones emerge, arranged in a triangular shape, partially buried in the sand, their surfaces etched with intricate carvings. The 3-Ao Grand Formation. This must be the treasure site of the twin fiends from years past. Minga, how do we enter? The group collectively turns their gaze towards Xianming. As the heir of the Tiangong sect, Xuanming's expertise in feng shui, formations, and calculations is unparalleled. Small mechanisms are trivial. Xianming produces a treasure resembling a ruler, which, despite its seemingly diminutive size, leaves deep marks on the unyielding obsidian. He proceeds to draw the chart of the 28 lunar mansions on the obsidian. When the ruler's tip points to the ghostly golden sheep constellation, a hollow echo emanates from beneath the sand. In the next moment, a colossal portal to a barrier manifests on the obsidian surface. Let us go. Everyone be cautious. The twin fiends were formidable beings who could overturn mountains and seas, and they were masters of mechanisms. Do not be careless. Rest assured, Mingo. We will heed your guidance. The others nod in agreement. However, just as Xianming and his companions to the secret realm, a group of individuals silently approaches from behind. Inside the twin fiend's secret realm, Xianming and his team, utilizing their formidable strength and mastery of mechanisms and feng shui, swiftly arrive at the treasure site. So many spiritual treasures and martial arts techniques, they exclaim. Unfortunately, some spiritual stones and medicinal herbs have succumbed to the passage of time and have lost their potency. The group surveys the expansive treasure site, which is filled with shelves displaying a myriad of martial arts scriptures collected by the twin fiends, as well as various elixirs and spiritual herbs. However, due to the ravages of time, the efficacy of these items has gradually dissipated. Wait, Mingo, what is that? Suddenly, a central mural on the wall captivates everyone's attention. The ancient painting depicts a woman of striking beauty, exuding an air of grace. Xianming swears that even though he has encountered many beautiful women in his life, they pale in comparison to the enchanting figure in the painting, which seems to make them appear as mere weeds by the roadside. However, the woman did not possess feet, but rather a colossal serpent's tail. Xianming instantly understood the implications. Indeed, this must be the image of the goddess Nuwa that the twin fiends had unearthed from the ancient tomb years ago. It is said that this image was crafted by an ancient powerhouse, infused with the essence of Nuwa, to enhance one's soul power through contemplation. To think that the legends of yore were indeed true, Xianming exclaimed with excitement. However, Brother Ming, the intent within this Nuwa image seems less potent than we anticipated. Xianming nodded in agreement. Naturally, this image dates back at least several million years. Over such an expanse of time, the essence of Nuwa has undoubtedly waned considerably. Yet, for us, it remains a treasure of immeasurable value. If we could fully comprehend this image, our soul power would surely ascend to the realm of life and death. The realm of life and death, indeed, signifies a formidable power. The eyes of the group sparkled with anticipation, eager to advance. Just then, they heard a sound behind them. Xianming, we owe this discovery to you. Otherwise, we would never have found the Nuwa image. Yuan Hao, what are you doing here? Naturally, it's because of your good friend. Yuan Hao replied, gesturing with his eyes for someone to step forward. A flicker of menace flashed in Xuanming's gaze. How bold, to place a spy beside me. Without hesitation, Xianming took action. Yuan Hao, unyielding, responded in kind. Chapter 193. The Path of the Soul. The transformation brought by the primordial stone pillow. The two factions quickly became embroiled in a chaotic battle, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Yuan Hao, if you withdraw now, I can pretend nothing has happened. Xianming, you are no child of 3. These unclaimed treasures rightfully belong to the worthy. You think mere words will make me step back? How naive. The two exchanged cold laughter before clashing once more. Yuan Hao, I demand that Nuwa image. You may keep the other treasures. What say you? Xianming proposed, realizing he could not overpower Yuan Hao at this moment. What a joke. Within this secret realm, the most valuable treasure is undoubtedly the Nuwa image. You expect me to relinquish it to you while keeping the rest? Not a chance. Yuan Hao scoffed, unwilling to yield. And it seems we have reached an impasse. Shuaming's aura surged fiercely. Yuan Hao remained equally resolute. Amidst their tumultuous battle, a hook descended from the heavens, snagging the Niuai image. In a mere heartbeat, the hook whisked the image away into the depths of the secret realm. What? The Niuai image has vanished. Although the battle had heated to a fever pitch, neither side had taken their eyes off the Niuai image. To their dismay, it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Who could it be? Both Xianming and Yuan Hao's eyes burned with fury. In the midst of their fierce struggle, they had been outmaneuvered. Both hailed from illustrious families and prestigious sects in the central region. When had they ever suffered such a loss? Yet, no matter how furiously they searched, not a trace remained. Even the manner of the Niuai image's disappearance eluded them. Indeed, it echoed the saying, treasures are claimed by the worthy. At this moment, Jiang Li sat serenely by the pond. Suddenly, the fishing rod began to tremble violently. Upon noticing, Jiang Li exerted his strength, and the Niuai image was drawn up along with the hook. Is this a painting? Just as Jiang Li was about to inspect the Niuai image, a flash of information coursed through his mind. Fishing experience maxed out. System upgrading. At this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Li's eyes. The system is upgrading? Soon. After an anxious wait, the system upgrade was complete. There were no significant changes, merely an enhancement in the bait obtained from daily sign-ins. Jiang Li examined the details closely. The zero-level bait received from daily sign-ins had been upgraded to first-level bait. The bait gifted from monthly sign-ins had become second-level bait, and the yearly sign-in reward now yielded third-level bait. Consequently, he would no longer fish for zero-level items, significantly improving the quality. Jiang Li felt a surge of delight. He then turned his gaze back to the Niuai image. Niuai image, a level 4 fishing item, crafted by a great power, simulating the essence of Niuai. This image enhances soul power through contemplation. However, due to the passage of time, much of its essence has been eroded. Jiang Li absorbed this information and grasped the Niuai image's function. It was a pity that time had dulled much of its essence. However, a complete image might not have come into his possession. Jiang Li felt no regret. Rather, he felt fortunate. Soul power, within the foundational cultivation system of the eternal universe, is the most mysterious aspect of the spirit, emphasizing innate talent. Cultivating qi and refining the body can be accomplished with diligence, while not necessarily mastering them. One can at least gain entry. However, soul power is a different matter altogether. Without innate talent or the aid of rare treasures, one may never transcend the first hurdle. It can only be enhanced passively alongside the growth of one's cultivation. Over the past few months, Jiang Li had been attempting to open his sea of consciousness and cultivate the path of the soul, yet he had found no clarity. Now, with the assistance of a Niuai image, perhaps he could make another attempt. With this thought, Jiang Li settled into a focused state and began to contemplate the Niuai image. Hours may have passed, but Jiang Li felt as if his soul had been drawn into the canvas. The figure of Niuai seemed to come alive. To Jiang Li's astonishment, Niuai turned her head, gazing directly at him, as if she could see through the fabric of time and space. Jiang Li admitted he had never encountered eyes as striking as hers. Beautiful, dignified, sacred, and untouchable. In the next moment, a violent pain erupted within his mind, far exceeding the agony of his muscles tearing previously. Jiang Li's brain seemed to short-circuit, leaving his vision blank. It felt as though his soul were being torn into countless pieces, only to be reconstituted from the fragments. After what felt like an eternity, the pain gradually subsided, and Jiang Li began to awaken from his stupor. His sea of consciousness had been opened. Jiang Li's consciousness entered a pale space, keenly aware that it was within his own mind. With a mere thought, he sensed the changes within every organ, cell, and meridian in his body. He could now perceive internally. This was soul power. Jiang Li directed his gaze toward the cup on the table, effortlessly lifting it into the air. According to the cultivation system of the eternal universe, his current soul power had reached the third level of the Yin soul. The Niuai image truly lived up to its status as a level 4 fishing item. Just a single contemplation had awakened his sea of consciousness and propelled him to the third level. Now, Jiang Li's only level 4 fishing items were the Niuai image and the devouring talisman. However, due to limited spiritual energy, the effects of the devouring talisman had yet to manifest. Today, after experiencing the Niuai image, the true value of this level 4 fishing item had been revealed. It seemed he could focus on cultivating soul power in the future. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Li formed a plan in his mind. Firstly, spiritual energy has little effect on the cultivation of soul power. As the most enigmatic form of power, soul cultivation relies heavily on innate talent and the aid of rare treasures. If Jiang Li were to primarily cultivate qi and refine his body in a place like Blue Star, where spiritual energy is scarce or even non-existent, his progress would be minimal. However, if he were to focus on soul power, even in the absence of treasures to enhance it, with the help of the Nuwa image, Jiang Li could still make rapid advancements. Compared to the cultivation of qi in the body, the power of the soul is far more enigmatic and unpredictable, rendering it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Such telekinetic abilities are not something ordinary individuals can withstand. Hence, Jiang Li has resolved to primarily focus on enhancing his spiritual power. Subsequently, he entered a state of deep meditation once more, isolating himself from the outside world. Meanwhile, in the marketplace of Huagua, the Yuanshi pillows have officially commenced their sale. Thanks to the financial prowess of Kaiyan technology and the efficiency inherent to Huagua, the production line for the Yuanshi pillows was nearly completed in a mere fortnight, achieving a daily output of 500,000 units. Although this quantity may seem substantial, it barely makes a dent in the vast market of Huagua. Yet it suffices to meet the threshold for sale. Due to the situation with Ma 1, the press conference for the Yuanshi pillow was hurriedly organized, resulting in the production line not being adequately prepared in advance. Consequently, apart from the offline experience units, only 100,000 Yuanshi pillows were available for online sale in the initial batch, leading to a prolonged shortage of stock for half a month thereafter. Today marks the long-awaited relaunch of the Yuanshi pillows. An hour prior to the sale, countless netizens flocked to various shopping platforms. Fortunately, this time, merchants had learned from previous experiences and expanded their servers ahead of the release, preventing the catastrophic crashes that had occurred in past events. After entering their basic information and setting alarms, users began to eagerly await on their screens. Despite Kaiyan technology primarily focusing on expanding production lines over the past month and a half, there was still a limited amount of stock available. Thus, for this sale, Kaiyan technology prepared a total of 3 million Yuanshi pillows across the internet. It could be said that with sufficient speed, there was a considerable chance of securing one. As the moment of sale arrived, the audience before their screens held their breath in anticipation. When the clock struck the designated time, they all clicked the purchase button in unison. However, everyone felt the screen momentarily freeze, as if time had come to a standstill. The next moment, when the screen returned to normal, it displayed the message, "This item is sold out." Once again, frustration ensued as many exclaimed, "Kaiyan technology, are you toying with us?" 3 million units may sound like a lot, but compared to nearly 100 million viewers, it is merely a drop in the ocean. Most individuals were unable to secure a purchase, unable to restrain their exclamations of discontent. It seemed that for the majority, securing any of Kaiyan Technology's products during the initial batches had always eluded them. The demand was simply overwhelming, ensuring that sales would never be a concern. Thus, the commentary section for Jiang Li and Kaiyan Technology was once again inundated with requests for updates. The following day, the Yuanshi pillow once more dominated trending topics on the internet. Yuanshi pillow officially launched, sold out in 1 second, 600 million in sales in 1 second. Yuanshi pillow ignites a market frenzy, creating miracles once again. It is indeed Kaiyan technology. In times past, netizens would marvel at such figures. However, they had grown accustomed to it by now. Some even felt that if the final numbers did not reflect such success, that would warrant a trending topic instead. How had Kaiyan technology fallen so short? Initially, a significant number of netizens criticized the company for their perceived inadequacies. However, upon learning about the shipping volume and market dynamics, many rationally opted to request faster deliveries. Zhao Qi, an employee of a publicly listed company, was now 30 years old and had achieved considerable success. His salary had risen to 20,000 a month, and he had purchased a home and car in Yin City. Yet, his only drawback was his frequent sleepless nights. One day, as usual, Zhao Qi worked overtime until 11 before packing up to return home, since his parents were merely ordinary workers and offered limited financial support. His home was somewhat distant from the city center. By the time Zhao Qi arrived home, it was already past midnight. He gently opened the door, carefully stepping inside to avoid waking his wife and child. "You're back." To his surprise, his wife was sitting on the sofa awaiting his return. "Why aren't you asleep?" Zhao Qi inquired. "I've already napped, just in time for you to come back. I have a gift for you," she said, producing a pillow under Zhao Qi's curious gaze. "A pillow?" Zhao Qi frowned, but quickly realized, "The Yuanshi pillow? You managed to get one?" Zhao Qi took the Yuanshi pillow with an expression of excitement. His wife smiled and nodded. "Yes, I used both of our IDs to purchase simultaneously, and by luck, I managed to snag one. I just took a nap, and the effects were phenomenal. I feel incredibly refreshed, not tired at all. You should try it." "All right, After hastily washing up, Zhao Qi returned to his bedroom. As fatigue washed over him, he found himself quickly slipping into a deep slumber. Unlike the insomnia he had previously faced, soon, the room was filled with the sounds of his peaceful sleep. His wife watched him sleep soundly, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. How long has it been since he has slept so soundly? Time passed swiftly, and approximately 4 hours later, Zhao Qi awoke from his dreams. He stretched, emitting a sound of satisfaction. "Dear, you're awake. How do you feel?" Hearing the commotion, his wife hurriedly entered the room. Zhao Qi exclaimed with excitement. "Incredibly comfortable. I haven't slept this well in ages. I feel rejuvenated and full of energy. By the way, how long did I sleep?" His wife glanced at the clock. "About 4 hours." "What? 4 hours? Why so long?" "I recall reading online that 2 to 3 hours should suffice." Zhao Qi queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. His wife shook her head. "It likely varies from person to person. Given that you often stay up late, your body has been in a state of extreme fatigue, which is why you needed 4 hours. I only slept for a little over 2 hours before waking up." Zhao Qi nodded. "That must be the reason. Sometimes after a few sleepless nights, I end up sleeping the entire next day. The Yuancher pillow likely helps us achieve deep sleep, but the duration still depends on our individual physical conditions." "Thank you, Kion Technology. Haha, I feel revitalized." Zhao Qi laughed heartily. "Come on, dear. Since there is still time before work, I'll cook for you. I haven't tea cooked for years since work got busy." "Great. I haven't tea tasted your cooking in ages." The couple enjoyed a delightful morning together until 8 o'clock, when Zhao Qi finally set off for the office. Upon arriving, he quickly transitioned back into work mode. Remarkably, Zhao Qi felt more energized than ever before. He dove into his tasks with fervor. "Zhao Ge, what is up with you today? You're here so early and looking so lively." After a while, several of Zhao Qi's colleagues, appearing fatigued, arrived. "Wow, did you accomplish all that this morning? Did you take some kind of energy booster? Didn't you leave an hour later than I did last night?" Zhao Qi chuckled. "Haha, I'm feeling great and full of energy." "Wow, Zhao Ge, teach me your ways. I'm exhausted every day and have no energy to work." Zhao Qi smiled. "There is no secret. You just need to get Yuancher pillow. You managed to get one? My goodness, that is incredibly difficult to obtain." Upon hearing this, colleagues around him gazed at Zhao Qi with envy. It was no wonder he was so lively. He had secured a Yuancher pillow. In that moment, everyone silently resolved to ensure they would snag one in the next sale. This was indeed an essential tool for every working individual. Chapter 194, Future Plans. Kion Technology's Major Moves. Zhao Qi's experience was not an isolated incident. In today's environment, there are few who can maintain a regular sleep schedule without succumbing to late nights. Even those with a disciplined routine often yearn for a few more hours in their day. Thus, with the official launch of the Yuan Stone pillow, its reputation surged exponentially, causing it to trend on social media. Indeed, the Yuan Stone pillow is remarkable. Its effects are truly extraordinary. Yes, my roommate managed to snag one, and now he has become the patriarch of our dormitory, rising from the 4th position to the top. As a student, I must say that university life without late-night study sessions feels incomplete. Enough. I'm already feeling envious. I work late every day, and my colleague who got the Yuan Stone pillow now seems energized, making the boss look at me differently. If I were the boss, I would allocate funds to provide each employee with one. Haha, just kidding. You might be onto something. Our boss is actually considering it. Crying emoji. Regardless, the Yuan Stone pillow is undeniably powerful. Gaining a few extra hours each day makes life feel significantly more fulfilling. Those preparing for exams wholeheartedly agree. It allows for more time to study intensively. In no time, countless users of the Yuan Stone pillow shared their experiences online, causing its popularity to soar to unprecedented heights once more. On this day, Jiang Li concluded his seclusion in the realm of Yin Soul. The Huahuang visualization diagram proved to be astonishing, significantly enhancing his spiritual power. Contemplating, Jiang Li glanced at a piece of iron on the experimental table. With a mere flicker of thought, the iron sheet tore apart like paper, shattering into fragments. Such terrifying spiritual power. Even the basic projection of spiritual energy wielded such tangible might. Jiang Li's eyes glimmered with realization. The projection of spiritual power resembled a kind of telekinetic ability. However, spiritual power surpasses mere telekinesis in its capabilities, offering unparalleled enhancements to mental perception and physical prowess, not to mention its potential for harm to living beings. Regrettably, he lacked the secret techniques for attacking with spiritual power, and the methods available in the trial grounds were beyond his financial means. Jiang Li shook his head in disappointment. wishing he could purchase such techniques. It seemed he could only place his hopes on the Huahuang visualization diagram. Jiang Li harbored a persistent premonition that this fourth-level fishing item, the Huahuang visualization diagram, must possess more than just the ability to enhance spiritual power. Perhaps his current level was too low to even scratch the surface of its potential. Exiting the training room, Jiang Li checked the time. It had already been 3 days since he entered seclusion. "Sir, Mr. Liu has sent over last month's financial report." He was informed. Jiang Li opened it as usual. A total of 1.8 million holographic projectors were sold, and 1.5 billion units of microbial facial mud were sold. The Yuan Stone pillow totaled 4.2 million units sold. The sand control projects, like the sand control grass, were generally settled by contract. The business related to wastewater and seawater treatment had exceeded 6 billion in profits last month. Other ventures were relatively less profitable compared to these key items. Despite substantial earnings, Jiang Li's expenditures were equally significant. Kion Technology devoted a considerable sum each month to research and employee welfare, resulting in hefty expenses. After reviewing the previous month's report, Jiang Li dialed Liu Jiangwo. "Mr. Liu, is there something you need? I will allocate 100 billion for you to help acquire some companies, but there's no rush. No need for premium acquisitions. We can negotiate for fair prices," Jiang Li instructed, sending a list of prearranged company types to Liu Jiangwo. Upon receiving the data, Liu Jiangwo glanced through it and asked, "Mr. Jiang, are these all companies in the industrial sector? Are we planning to venture into that field?" Jiang Li did not conceal his intentions, stating, "Do you remember the base I constructed in Caruo? Once the infrastructure is complete, we will start improving the industrial equipment." Liu Jiangwo was taken aback. Mr. Jiang's ambitions were rather grand, aiming to build an industrial base overseas. However, he understood that producing some products in Africa and exporting them would reduce costs. From that perspective, establishing a production base abroad was quite necessary. Little did Liu Jiangwo know that this overseas base was intended for manufacturing spacecraft. "Understood, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Li added, "By the way, I have just sent you the urban planning map for the overseas base. This is an immensely large project, and you can expand recruitment soon. Progress in Africa is too slow, and we are severely understaffed. We need to accelerate our efforts." To be honest, Jiang Li felt a sense of urgency. At the current pace, it would take at least 3 years to complete the overseas base. Thus, more companies from Huawei needed to get involved. However, this was still insufficient. A fundamental change was necessary. The commonly used construction materials today are reinforced concrete. While this is acceptable on Blue Star, it poses significant limitations in harsh climates on other planets, as the curing time is lengthy and cannot meet certain conditions. I recall that in the L1 civilization, there exists an X3 rapid setting gel material that solidifies in just 2 hours, boasting rigidity, toughness, and strength several times that of reinforced concrete. If developed, it might allow us to complete the entire overseas base within 6 months. Reflecting on this, Jiang Li conceived new ideas. In addition to inviting more companies to bid, the efforts to combat desertification at the overseas base would require a substantial workforce. "Please keep an eye on this. We need a vast number of personnel," he emphasized. Jiang Li meticulously outlined the specifics, and Liu Jiangwo diligently took notes. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will make arrangements immediately." After hanging up, he instructed Future, "Draft a list of technological needs aligned with the overseas base's requirements." "Certainly, sir." "Next, I suggest we commence research on crops to ensure food self-sufficiency for the overseas base and cater to the diverse tastes of individuals, enhancing their overall happiness. Additionally, in the transportation sector, the current high-speed rail and air transport technologies are inadequate for the basic requirements of cargo flow at the overseas base." Future proceeded to enumerate various technological needs. Jiang Li rubbed his temples in exasperation. The matters concerning the overseas base were indeed challenging. Though it may appear small, the technologies required for its perfect operation number in the thousands. This was still manageable thanks to the advanced technologies from the L1 civilization at Jiang Li's disposal. However, starting from scratch would be overwhelming, even for a genius. Ultimately, such industrial technologies necessitate a large collective effort. Future continued to recruit abundant talent from the outside. Focusing on researchers and relevant technical personnel, Jiang Li instructed. This approach would ensure a lively circulation of funds and invigorate the entire society. To be candid, Kion Technology had grown excessively large. Much of the capital was tightly held in Jiang Li's hands. Even with one's utmost efforts to spend money, it seems to multiply incessantly. This is the terrifying consequence of monopoly. However, Jiang Li is acutely aware that if wealth continues to accumulate in the hands of a single individual for an extended period, Complications are bound to arise. Increasing employment opportunities, investing appropriately in small and micro enterprises, and engaging in genuine philanthropy could serve as viable solutions to mitigate some of these issues. Soon enough, Jiang Li and the future reached an agreement on all matters. The following day, Kayang Technology issued yet another announcement. The first wave of autumn recruitment had commenced. The anticipated number of hires in this initial batch was an astonishing 1,000,000, with a significant portion of positions required for overseas bases. Undoubtedly, this news was akin to a deep-sea bomb for the increasingly lethargic job market, sending shockwaves through it. Wait, Kayang Technology is hiring again? Didn't they just recruit not long ago? Goodness, I glanced at the job listings, and they encompass nearly every sector: agriculture, aquaculture, light industry. It's all there. What exactly is Kayang planning? More than half of the positions are overseas. What does that imply? I suspect that with Ma, when becoming the governor, Kayang's overseas operations have expanded. Didn't you all forget the news from a while back? Kayang Technology acquired a piece of land overseas, and it's sovereign territory. Is it possible that President Jiang is sending people there only to sell them off? No way. You're really daring to think that. Kayang Technology is such a colossal entity. They wouldn't risk their reputation by engaging in such brazen actions. Do you think going overseas might be dangerous? I'm a bit apprehensive. Not at all. A friend of mine was among the first batch sent to Saudi Arabia for desert reclamation. After more than a year, he bought a house and a car, saying he would return to marry after another year of work. Do you really think Kayang's arms company is just for show? You should listen to some bloggers analyzing the weapons released by Kayang Technology. You'd be utterly astonished. Indeed, and let us not forget, today's Huagua is not the Huagua of a century ago. I can't miss this opportunity. The overseas benefits are too enticing. I've missed the last few chances. But this time I must go. I want to be going. My family is all here, so it's best to stay domestically. I'm single. I might as well go out and earn some more money. As soon as Kayang Technology's recruitment announcement was released, it instantly topped the trending searches. Recruiting 1,000,000 in the first batch, along with bidding projects, created an immense impact. Even the local provincial leaders were caught off guard by Jiang Li's bold initiative. That same day, Jiang Li was summoned to a meeting at the Jiangnan Provincial Committee. During the assembly, he clearly articulated Kayang Technology's global strategy and envisioned the future development of the industry. The audience was, in fact, taken aback. Kayang Technology harbored considerable ambition. Nevertheless, after communicating with higher authorities, the provincial committee explicitly expressed its support for Jiang Li's plans. To be candid, Jiang Li's strategies and layouts are immensely beneficial for both the domestic societal conditions of Huagua and its international standing. For Huagua, it translates to job creation. It's often witnessed that labor disputes between employees and companies culminate in the latter's victory. This is an unfortunate reality. Those in power are focused on long-term goals, aiming for sustainable progress. The primary conflict within contemporary Huagua is addressing employment issues, rather than tackling capitalist interests. Only by enhancing productivity and resolving employment challenges can one begin to address the concerns surrounding capitalists. Managing a vast nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. Progress must be gradual, as one cannot expect to achieve significant results overnight. Jiang Li's grand recruitment initiative undoubtedly alleviated a considerable dilemma in the increasingly severe domestic employment landscape. Coupled with the fact that the domestic economy is no longer experiencing explosive growth as in previous years, overseas opportunities present a promising avenue. On the international front, Kayang Technology's endeavors abroad are advantageous in terms of foreign exchange, the influence of the Huagua currency, and the overall impact of Huagua. The only potential complication could be the legal and security conditions overseas. Nonetheless, everything aligns with his vision. Thus, Jiang Li's ideas swiftly garnered the approval of numerous leaders, leading to the implementation of his plans. In the subsequent period, Jiang Li immersed himself in a laboratory, meticulously extracting the technologies from the experimental list laid out for the future, sourced from L1 civilization. Once the foundational directions of these technologies were organized, he instructed the future to disseminate them to Kayang Technology's research teams. Indeed, the enhancement of his spiritual strength had rendered him more focused and alert. In comparison to the restoration of the physical body, rejuvenating the spirit proved to be the more arduous task. Following the elevation of his spiritual capacity, his need for sleep diminished significantly. During this period, he decided to personally research the X3 rapid gel material, estimating that he could achieve results within a week. Compared to other complex technologies, the technical difficulty of the X3 rapid gel material appeared considerably simpler. This technology also bore significant implications for the construction speed of Kayang's overseas bases, alongside the monumental profits it promised in terms of transformative advancements within the construction industry. Just as Jiang Li continued his research, the external world was far from tranquil. Today marked the official launch of the holographic projection phone. Various platforms synchronized their release times for a collective announcement. Chapter 195: Holographic Projection Ecological Layout. Although the launch dates for these phones are typically staggered each year, this occasion was markedly different. This was a holographic projection phone, after all. The clamor across the internet had persisted for months. One could say that the comments beneath the official accounts of major phone brands were inundated with various appeals for them to expedite the completion of the holographic projection phone's debugging process. Could it be that the recent digital technology sphere lacked new highlights? Excellent. I shall unveil information about the holographic projection phone to generate traffic. What? You claim my video discussing the recent hot topics lacks views? I apologize, but I must bring forth information about the holographic projection phone. This cyclical promotion of previously discussed topics has proven effective. Users are indeed receptive. Even if the information appears dubious, people remain optimistic, at least harboring some expectations. Much like a particular game, during periods of heightened interest, numerous gaming information bloggers consistently disclose snippets of news and skin updates, blending truth with fiction. Yet traffic remains astonishingly high. In such a climate, the fervor surrounding the holographic projection phone had become universally acknowledged, requiring no preheating or advertising. Simply releasing a piece of news would incite a wave of organic promotion from the public, potentially saving billions in advertising costs. Therefore, once the announcement regarding the holographic projection phone was made, countless individuals eagerly awaited in front of their screens, not to hear the monotonous chatter of the launch event, but to witness the moment the phone became available for purchase. Soon enough, as the launch event concluded, the first batch of holographic projection phones was officially put on sale. However, it was evident that various phone manufacturers had drastically underestimated consumer enthusiasm. The four major domestic phone manufacturers, alongside Apple's products, exhibited an alarming trend of being sold out within mere minutes of release. It is worth noting that in preparation for this product launch, the major phone manufacturers had at least 100,000 holographic projection phones ready for distribution. However, to everyone's astonishment, within a mere moment, everything was sold out. These were not items priced at a mere couple of hundred, but rather mobile phones starting from 5,000 to 6,000 and even soaring to over 10,000. It was unexpected that they were still snatched up so quickly. This left the heads of various mobile phone manufacturers reflecting deeply. It turned out that it was not a case of consumers downgrading their spending or being unwilling to invest in mobile phones, but rather that the phones themselves lacked allure. As soon as the holographic projection phone was launched, it was an immediate sensation, selling out explosively. In no time, the executives of major phone manufacturers were left in contemplation. Meanwhile, overseas, the holographic projection phone concluded with an overwhelming slaughter in sales. In this realm, Kion Technology primarily operates within the upstream industry, selling holographic projection devices to Samsung and Apple. Thus, any troubles do not directly affect them. As leading enterprises in the Western consortium, Apple and Samsung enjoy a seamless journey, with their mobile products instantly reaching the pinnacle, swiftly topping the sales charts across various countries. In just a few short minutes, they sold millions of holographic projection phones overseas, surpassing the total sales of the previous quarter. It can be said that, bolstered by the holographic projection devices, they made a significant profit. This prompted Liu Jiangwo to inquire whether Jiang Li could capitalize on this opportunity as well. This scenario aptly reflects the fervor surrounding holographic projection phones in the market. At this moment, in a developed European nation, outside a flagship Samsung store, despite the chilly climate of recent days, there was still a long queue at the entrance. Although Samsung holds minimal market share in China, its global sales remain formidable. In the entire European market, Samsung accounts for over 30% of sales, closely followed by Apple, which also claims 30%. Together, these two manufacturers dominate the vast majority of the market. With the advent of the holographic projection phone, many perceive this as the dawn of a new era for smartphones, akin to the way full-screen phones supplanted button-operated ones. No one wishes to miss out on such an experience. Thus, even nearly a week after the release of the Samsung holographic projection phone, customers continue to flock to purchase it. Jamie, a moderately popular influencer in this country with a following of about 600,000, eagerly awaited the launch of the holographic projection phone overnight at the Samsung store. After all, holographic projection technology is currently one of the highest representations of technological advancement worldwide. Virtually everyone online is aware of holographic projection technology. However, in most European countries, aside from a few pro-China factions with the presence of Kion technology, the comprehensive rollout of holographic projection technology means that most individuals wishing to acquire a holographic projector must resort to scalpers. Although Jamie is an influencer, his income pales in comparison to the skyrocketing prices of holographic projectors, which is why he devoted so much time waiting outside the Samsung store. Even so, the Samsung holographic projection phone starts at a steep price of €1,500. Gritting his teeth, Jamie finally managed to purchase one, becoming one of the first European influencers to own a holographic projection phone. Upon receiving the device, Jamie quickly familiarized himself with its capabilities and activated the live streaming function, titling it Live Review of the Holographic Projection Phone. Shortly after starting the broadcast, countless viewers flooded into Jamie's stream. Hello, everyone. Today, our main purpose is to review the much-discussed holographic projection phone that has been making waves globally these past few months. Without delving into other aspects, I am aware of two live streaming platforms that have perfectly integrated holographic projection technology. Here, it is worth mentioning that Jiang Li places great importance on the ecological development of holographic projection to achieve full compatibility with the holographic projection devices. App developers simply need to contact Kion Technology for free integration. However, some companies that engage in unfair competition with Kion Technology have found their apps blocked from accessing holographic projection technology. Without proper communication with Kion Technology, they face a choice: either abandon holographic projection technology or invest significant time, effort, and money to attempt to achieve compatibility independently. There are no other options available. Nevertheless, those capable of leveraging their in-house technical teams to seamlessly integrate their software with holographic projection devices will likely require at least 1 to 2 years, during which time the opportunity may well evaporate. While the tactics may seem somewhat unscrupulous, they are nevertheless reasonable and represent a necessary path for a competent commercial entity. Returning to Jamie, he is presently utilizing holographic projection technology to enhance his live stream. After clearing a space in front of him, the live stream's host and the layout of the room materialized before his eyes. Truly, the holographic projection technology is remarkable. The room's arrangement and visuals appear strikingly lifelike. The only drawback is a slight, ethereal black and white tint, which can be understood as a deliberate limitation imposed by Kion Technology. After all, if the projection mirrored reality too closely, it could invite mischief from ill-intentioned individuals, a concern I find quite satisfactory. Nodding in approval, Jamie continues. Next, let me show you video chatting. With that, through the holographic projection technology, Jamie's friend appears before him. They begin to engage in a face-to-face conversation under the gaze of the live stream audience. Friends, this is astonishingly lifelike. In the future, even when traveling far, I can communicate face-to-face with my family. Next comes the virtual screen. Truth be told, the emergence of the virtual screen is, in my opinion, the most pivotal aspect of the holographic projection phone. It has genuinely achieved the capability to completely replace traditional screens. As he speaks, Jamie demonstrates the operation of the virtual screen to the captivated audience, eliciting gasps of amazement. After thoroughly exploring the features of the holographic projection phone, Jamie is left utterly astounded. Brothers, to be honest, the phone's performance remains as it always has. But the addition of holographic projection technology elevates it to a whole new level, transforming it into a product of two distinct eras. Kion Technology's holographic projection technology is truly remarkable. Jiang Li, the esteemed Mr. Jiang, is indeed deserving of the title of the world's smartest scientist by Time magazine. Setting aside other inventions, this singular holographic projection technology may well represent a lifetime of endeavor for many of the world's leading scientists. After experiencing the holographic projection technology firsthand, Jamie is moved to share his thoughts. Now, under the marketing efforts of Kion Technology and Jiang Li himself, the world is aware that holographic projection technology is a product of Jiang Li's innovation. Previously, my understanding of this technology was confined to online resources and others' experiences. Although I had some familiarity, it is ultimately the first-hand experience that holds true significance. Friends, heed my words. You must purchase a holographic projection phone. The authentic experience cannot be gleaned from videos. Only by living it can you appreciate the greatness of this technology. Moreover, I have a premonition that all future developments in the digital landscape will revolve around holographic projection technology. The current functionalities are merely the beginning. As various industries begin to develop holographic projection technology, conventional mobile phones will undoubtedly become obsolete. Jamie continues to express his enthusiasm. and the audience in the live stream resonates in agreement. I believe the broadcaster is correct. The future of mobile phone development will undoubtedly revolve around holographic projection technology. I strongly recommend everyone to invest in holographic projection phones. Do you think it's that we don't want to buy them? The reality is, we simply cannot acquire them. Indeed, I've heard that Kion Technology's orders for holographic projections from Samsung and Apple amount to merely 1 million units. Just think, even if all were produced, how many would actually reach us scattered across the globe? I concur. It's nearly impossible to obtain a phone. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the citizens of Huagua, as I've heard their initial batch numbered in the millions. Here, procuring products from Kion Technology necessitates a purchasing agent, those wretched capitalists. Not to mention, we are a gaming company currently devising plans to develop holographic projection games. This is undoubtedly the future direction. I await this eagerly, but only if I can possess a holographic projection phone, though the price is somewhat steep. I strongly propose that mobile manufacturers develop holographic projection wristbands. I can hardly fathom how dazzling such a device would be. To the commenter above, even if Kion manages to develop it, I fear it may never reach our shores. Those despicable capitalists deserve our disdain. The fervor within the live broadcast room continues to surge. Jamie, bolstered by this heightened interest, experiences a significant increase in followers. Alongside Jamie, a growing number of broadcasters are also beginning to embrace the realm of holographic projection phones. However, in the end, it is not the major phone manufacturers that are at the forefront, but rather Kion Technology, Jiang Li, and the holographic projection technology itself. Previously, this technology felt distant. Yet with the introduction of holographic projection phones, a greater number of individuals can now engage with this innovation in their everyday lives. Witnessing those around them utilize holographic projection phones deepens the impact. In an instant, the once dwindling interest in holographic projection technology has resurfaced on global trending lists. The technology now reemerges before the world with a renewed visage, following the comprehensive release of holographic projection phones. One of the most significant repercussions is observed in the global stock market. The emergence of a new industry invariably catalyzes a plethora of related sectors. The current state of the global stock market mirrors this phenomenon. Recently, numerous publicly traded companies worldwide have unveiled their annual plans, signaling a transformation as they embrace holographic projection technology. This shift is particularly pronounced among internet companies. On their official websites and social media accounts, they have announced collaborations with Kion Technology on holographic projection initiatives and technological support. In a flash, these companies' stock prices soar. Conversely, those companies in opposition to Kion Technology, lacking its technical support, find their holographic projection-related products delayed, leading to a sharp decline in their stock prices. Kion Technology has undeniably become a new barometer, with every move capable of influencing the stock market's pulse, even affecting the lifeblood of certain companies. This has prompted rival companies to contemplate whether to mend their relationships with Kion Technology. Thus, the release of holographic projection phones has sent shockwaves through the global financial realm. The immense influence of these devices ultimately stems from one pivotal element: ecosystem. Indeed, akin to the ecosystems of Android and Apple systems. The integration of holographic projection technology into mobile phones has birthed a new micro-ecosystem. Without the technological support from Kion Technology, related applications cannot engage in the development of holographic projection features, relegating them to functioning as ordinary apps on holographic screens. Moreover, should Kion Technology adopt a more stringent approach, any app not integrated with their technology might be rendered incapable of display on virtual screens, resulting in a devastating blow. Chapter 196. The phenomenon of holographic projection games. Consequently, companies worldwide are experiencing considerable discomfort as they strive to establish their own ecosystem. In the realm of mobile systems, there exist the Apple and Android platforms, each with its respective ecosystem. Now, with Kion Technology introducing a holographic projection ecosystem, it feels as though an imposing burden has been placed upon them. Yet, there is little choice. After all, they possess the technology, and consumers have gravitated towards holographic projection. Thus, as Kion Technology launches its holographic projection devices and the prevalence of holographic projection phones rises, its global influence continues to expand. This explains why Jiang Li has opted to temporarily set aside grievances with Western capital, choosing to sell holographic projection devices to Samsung and Apple. On one hand, both companies boast significant global shipment volumes, presenting an opportunity for substantial profit. On the other hand, it serves to enhance the holographic projection ecosystem. Should any shifts occur in Western capital in the future, Jiang Li will possess an additional card to play. In this world, certain things, if eradicated from the outset, may evoke a sense of regret without substantial impact. However, when something is gained and then lost, the emotional response is entirely different. Jiang Li's objective now is to acclimate the world to the transformative changes that holographic projection technology brings to daily life. Holographic projection phones undoubtedly represent the optimal choice. When discussing the development of holographic projection apps and derivative products, major companies worldwide have produced reports. Yet, the ultimate outcome is quite dramatic, as all companies remain optimistic. Embracing holographic projection technology for greater profitability, an unexpected product emerges, outpacing all others. It gains traction ahead of its competitors and reaps immense rewards. This product hails from Huawei, and its name is strikingly simple: transformative appearance. To put it plainly, it allows users to change their skin. Utilizing holographic projection technology, it creates a series of special effect videos around the human body, colloquially known as showboating. Much like purchasing skins in a game, it enables individuals to appear more stylish. This small enterprise, inspired by the gaming industry's skins, sought to replicate this concept in reality. After acquiring technological support from Kaiyan Technology, they developed this app, initially hoping to recoup their costs in Huawei. However, it surprisingly exploded in popularity overseas. This can be attributed to the prevailing conditions abroad. Firstly, there is a severe shortage of holographic projection phones. With 1 million units distributed across nearly 100 countries, one can only imagine how few reach each location. Secondly, the exorbitant prices, starting at over 10,000 Huawei yuan, with high-end models exceeding 20,000, render these phones exceedingly rare. Thus, how can one make others aware of their possession of a holographic projection phone? At this juncture, donning a stylish skin suffices. While middle-aged individuals may not possess such desires, the younger generation is entirely different. Those wild youths from Europe and America are eager to showcase themselves. Upon encountering such a showboating device, they readily purchase skins and memberships, reveling in the experience. Not to mention, the results are impressive. If one were to stroll down the street adorned in such a dazzling skin, they would undoubtedly be the most striking figure in sight. Of course, the true catalyst behind the app's meteoric rise remains its ability to attract potential romantic interests. A number of university students have shared their experiences after acquiring holographic projection smartphones. Following their ostentatious displays, whether it be for flirting or requesting a female acquaintance's WeChat, they found their endeavors significantly easier, and news of this phenomenon spread like wildfire. Consequently, a particular app inexplicably gained immense popularity. In contrast to the subtly controversial projection apps, holographic projection games have begun to reveal their formidable presence. At present, the most sensational of these holographic projection games has emerged dramatically, bearing the name Fruit Ninja. Indeed, it is the very same fruit slicing game that first captivated audiences during the era of smartphones. However, as we have transitioned into the age of holographic projection, this game has remarkably surged in popularity. The rights holders of the game, keenly attuned to the burgeoning business opportunity presented by the launch of holographic projection technology, promptly reached out to Kaiyan Technology. With their technical support, the holographic version of Fruit Ninja was swiftly developed. Upon the release of the holographic projection smartphone, Fruit Ninja was launched simultaneously. Today, this game has become a sensation across Europe and North America. It can be said that captivating individuals, alongside the developers of Fruit Ninja, have drawn crowds in shopping malls, where throngs of people gather to witness the game in action. At one such plaza, a skilled player found a spot at the center of the mall, where the ground was carpeted. Under the gaze of onlookers, the player utilized the holographic projection smartphone to cast the Fruit Ninja visuals. In the player's hand was a large cleaver, as various fruits continuously descended from above. With weapon in hand, the player swung vigorously, while the holographic projections of weapons and other hazardous items have been specially treated, reminiscent of the static of old television signals. The fruits that fell to the ground vanished instantaneously. In mere moments, passers-by halted in their tracks, their curiosity piqued by the display. Some bold souls approached to interact, joining the ranks of fruit slicers. It is safe to say that such participants were not in short supply, as videos of this spectacle circulated across major websites. Holographic projection games trended, gaining traction overseas. Yet, Fruit Ninja was merely the beginning. With the gradual proliferation of holographic projection smartphones, an array of simple games began to emerge. From the holographic version of Fruit Ninja to a plethora of other uncomplicated games, the concept of holographic projection gaming began to resonate deeply with the public. Game streamers on various live streaming platforms also began to explore holographic projection games. In terms of visual experience, interactive engagement, and novelty, holographic projection games undeniably surpass traditional gaming experiences. However, it should be noted that current holographic projection games are still in their nascent developmental stages. Meanwhile, while overseas users remained immersed in assorted simple games, a series of videos emanating from Huawei left them astounded, causing them to lament the roughness of these games. At that moment, within a vast amusement park in Huagua, a product of a large enterprise based in Jiangnan province, the company sought collaboration with Kayong Technology upon learning of the holographic projection technology, with the intention of establishing a grand holographic projection amusement park. After several months of diligent effort, the holographic projection games were officially launched in the amusement park. Prior to the park's opening, the enterprise initiated extensive promotional campaigns. Now, with the official inauguration, crowds have already flocked to the amusement park, brimming with anticipation for this pioneering large-scale holographic projection amusement park. The ticket prices are steep, surpassing those of Disney in the magical metropolis. Yet this has not deterred visitors from their enthusiasm. The venue was filled to capacity that day. Upon entering the amusement park, traditional attractions such as roller coasters, swinging pendulums, and drop towers, which typically had long lines, appeared notably subdued. All visitors congregated within the holographic projection venue. Among them were numerous influencers. A search for holographic projection amusement park online yields a plethora of live streaming rooms. While scattered, the audience numbers were nothing short of impressive. Soon, all present were captivated by a holographic projection game within one of the rooms. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the game was a chess match, albeit a remarkably unique one. Two players stood atop a platform, surveying the chessboard below. Each chess piece possessed distinctive characteristics. The pawns resembled armored soldier statues, while the cannons appeared as red-clad artillery, also crafted from stone. The remaining chess pieces shared similar designs, adorned with scratches and moss that bore the marks of time. As the commander issued a command, the red cannon launched forward, obliterating the opposing knight, before seamlessly advancing to occupy its position. The black rook executed a sweeping strike, eliminating the red cannon. The thunderous sound of shattering pieces echoed as the chessboard trembled amidst the clash. Notably, this was not merely a holographic projector or a feature of the holographic projection smartphone. This was a genuine high-end projector. The spectacular visual effects and scenes it produced were vivid and exhilarating, akin to stepping into a fantastical realm straight out of a novel. Although the onlookers merely observed from the sidelines, they felt an exhilarating thrill. I must play this. The sensation of the cannon firing its projectile is simply incredible. And did you see that pawn? It cleaved that knight in two with one stroke. Truly exhilarating. A throng of spectators eagerly awaited their turn at this chess game, while others opted to explore additional holographic projection games. In comparison to this two-player chess game, the queues for multiplayer games were far more extensive. Among them, the most popular was a card-upgrading idle game accommodating 7 players simultaneously. From the observer's perspective, the 7 players found themselves in distinct battlefields, facing off against 7 lifelike monsters, some roaring and others poised. Players drew corresponding cards to unleash attacks on the colossal beasts. The dazzling and striking skill effects, along with the palpable impact of the beasts colliding, ignited the fervor of the audience. With varied settings and consistent gameplay, the holographic projection technology crafted worlds where one could experience any scene imaginable, encountering visuals that existed solely within the realms of gaming and cinema. This visual stimulation, combined with music and gameplay, triggered a surge of adrenaline. A group of visitors, witnessing the throngs at this location, reluctantly made their way to the next game. It is evident that both the organizers and Kayong Technology have invested considerable effort into the launch of this amusement park. Continuing onward, the sandbox game area within the holographic projection venue beckoned. This space was developed by game designers based on popular sandbox games currently available in the market. It encompassed a myriad of scenes, including modern realism, cyberpunk, post-apocalyptic, ancient, and futuristic sci-fi styles. The diverse array of sandbox games covered a wide spectrum. With the realistic effects of holographic projection technology, the illusion of towering buildings springing forth from the ground evoked awe. Further ahead lay the multiplayer interactive holographic game experiences, akin to the interactive scenarios found in computer games. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the computer can only be faced with a screen. In the realm of the holographic projection pavilion, both the environment and NPCs are crafted to mirror the conditions of the real world. Venturing further inside, one encounters a plethora of game types. it can be asserted that the inauguration of this holographic projection amusement park has undoubtedly been a resounding success. Particularly, the immersive experience of holographic gaming imparts an entirely distinct sensation. Overnight, the amusement park has become a sensation across Wagwa. Wow, this holographic game is astonishingly realistic, utterly unlike those on mobile devices. Of course, just look at the size of the holographic projection apparatus on mobile compared to that in the amusement park. They are not even in the same league. Goodness, I can hardly contain myself. I'm buying a ticket to Jiangnan province immediately. Hold on. I personally recommend waiting a couple of days. Given the current popularity of the amusement park, it might take half a month before you even get a turn. These games are all my favorites. I never imagined they could all be realized through holographic projection technology. Absolutely exhilarating. Why is everyone fixated on the games? Am I the only one who thinks the special effects produced by this holographic technology are indistinguishable from reality? You're right. Had I not known in advance, I would have been able to discern that this is a world created by special effects. Guess what I just thought of? I was reminded of virtual reality technology. Do you think this holographic projection technology could be the precursor to virtual reality? Now that you mention it, I'm beginning to feel the same way. Isn't virtual reality about creating a second world? Just look at the images generated by holographic projection technology. They appear so lifelike. Wow, I'm utterly flabbergasted. I suddenly feel like Jiang is engaging in something monumental. Virtual reality technology? If that were to be developed, wouldn't he undoubtedly become the world's richest person? Calm down. As it stands, Jiang is already the world's richest individual. One cannot help but admire the boundless imagination of netizens. From their initial astonishment at holographic projection games to later associations with related technologies, it is a cause for reflection. Chapter 197. The new province proposal is rejected. Public sentiment is aflame. Nevertheless, the opening of this holographic projection amusement park has unequivocally ignited a fervor for holographic gaming, leading more individuals to gain a more intuitive understanding of it. On the following day, news regarding holographic gaming surged to the top of trending searches throughout Huagua. Countless users began commenting on the official accounts of various game developers, expressing their hope for the swift development of additional holographic games. It is well known that when players voice their desires, the market has already made its choice. A new wave of interest has evidently emerged. Consequently, the holographic gaming industry has blossomed into a burgeoning sector. The excitement is not limited to those within the gaming industry. Even global investors are exhilarated. In an instant, both small and large capital ventures began to engage. Some investors and investment companies are eager to participate. In summary, the entire gaming industry has been revitalized. Additionally, several domestic and international amusement parks have extended invitations, hoping that Kayong Technology can craft a holographic projection amusement park for them. Clearly, competitors are unable to remain idle upon witnessing the immense success of the Jiangnan Province amusement park. After all, the foot traffic and popularity are truly staggering. While the revenue from foot traffic within the park is substantial, the ticket sales alone represent a significant sum. For this reason, Kayong Technology welcomes all inquiries. After all, each of these represents a business opportunity. Not long after, major gaming companies, including Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, approached Kayong Technology to discuss a series of collaboration plans. Upon the announcement of this news, global gamers were swept into a frenzy of elation. Naturally, this is merely a prelude to further developments. Amidst the online buzz surrounding holographic gaming and various other hot topics, a trending search quietly emerged, sparked by user mention of virtual reality technology. To everyone's astonishment, it ignited a heated discussion. In no time, marketing accounts began disseminating information. It was proclaimed that holographic projection technology is merely a minor invention, the most mundane component of Jiang Li's grand scheme. Jiang Li's true aspiration is to develop virtual reality technology. This assertion seemed credible enough to incite a wave of enthusiasm among netizens. Even some science communicators began echoing the sentiment, suggesting that a connection between the two technologies certainly exists. Subsequently, Jiang Li found himself inundated with a flood of private messages. In response, he expressed profound exasperation. The development of virtual reality technology is far from a simple task. Given the current technological landscape, it is simply unfeasible to bring such an innovation to fruition. Jiang Li would need to elevate foundational technologies to a higher tier. In light of this, he addressed a few comments to provide a brief explanation, but chose not to engage further. The netizens, upon hearing his words, could only shake their heads in disappointment and soon forgot the matter entirely. Meanwhile, holographic gaming continued to dominate the online sphere. Various holographic projection videos from the amusement park circulated widely, maintaining significant interest. Kion Technology also began receiving technical collaboration requests from countries around the globe, clearly recognizing the lucrative potential inherent in holographic projection technology. In response, Kion Technology readily agreed to several collaborations, as profit is certainly to be pursued. Naturally, some business negotiations remain in a complex discussion stage, influenced by numerous factors, causing a slight delay. As the fervor for holographic projection technology surged once more, within Jiang Li's laboratory, he was informed, "Sir, the company has received a substantial number of collaboration requests from various countries wishing to import a significant quantity of yuan stone pillows. Moreover, some requests have been transferred from certain departments within Huagua." Future conveyed this message to Jiang Li. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li understood that the decision-making power had been entrusted to him. In truth, as soon as the yuan stone pillows were launched, numerous companies and nations had approached Jiang Li privately. After all, it is evident to anyone with common sense that the value encapsulated within the yuan stone pillows is immense, both economically and in terms of long-term national significance. However, Jiang Li did not hesitate. He promptly issued a refusal. "Want them? Certainly, once the Huawei market is saturated, we can negotiate in good faith." This is especially true for certain Western nations, which had recently engaged in petty maneuvers against the myriad products of Kion Technology. Now, they seek to import yuan stone pillows in bulk. Such a proposition is simply unacceptable. Seeing that Jiang Li was unyielding, some factions resorted to diplomatic channels to approach him indirectly. However, Huawei today is no longer what it used to be. They directly forwarded their requests to Jiang Li, granting him full authority to decide. "Let them prance about as they wish." "Understood, sir. With the cooperation of our specialized legal team and the artificial intelligence framework, the first proposal for Xinzhou has been drafted. Mawan will convene the State Assembly in 2 days to legislate this proposal." Jiang Li nodded in response. "Excellent. Keep a close watch on Mawan's progress and report any issues immediately. The initial proposal for legislation will likely face significant challenges. Although Marvin's election was successful, the foundation and influence he possesses remain rather shallow. Achieving the passage of a proposal in the parliament and having it certified by the court is exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Marvin has now ascended to the position of governor. The power he wields is formidable. If wielded discreetly, passing the proposal may not be an impossible feat, sir." Apart from these matters, various global gaming giants and several game developers are seeking collaboration, Jiang Li remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "Let Liu Jiangwo and his team handle those affairs." In addition to this, Jiang Li elaborated on several cooperative ventures, which he did not take to heart, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. "In the meantime, assist me in managing the experimental platform and recording the pertinent data." After attending to these trivial matters, Jiang Li resumed his research on the X3 rapid setting gel material. After a week of diligent study, he finally succeeded in developing the finished product. "Sir, all data is normal and perfectly aligns with the expected outcomes," he reported. Pleased, Jiang Li nodded in approval. "Excellent. Promptly notify the relevant departments to commence production. Have the samples delivered to those construction companies and convene their executives for a meeting." "Understood, sir." Looking at the pale yellow liquid on the experimental platform, a smile graced Jiang Li's face. With the advent of the X3 rapid setting gel material, the pace of construction at the overseas base could be expedited. Meanwhile, in the state capital of Nuzhou, Marvin convened his first parliamentary session since taking office as governor. The objective of this session was to discuss the inaugural proposal drafted in collaboration with Kion Technology. "Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this proposal?" Marvin inquired of the assembly of legislators. One legislator responded, "Regarding the market liberalization proposed, particularly concerning Kion Technology, I believe we must proceed with caution. Their product safety remains uncertain, and they refuse our inspections. Thus, I deem it inadvisable." Seconded, "I believe we should adhere to the decisions of the federal government." Seconded, "I too oppose this bill." Upon hearing this, many others in attendance echoed their dissent, countering Marvin's proposal. With a cold smirk, Marvin remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative that you understand one thing. Federal law applies predominantly to most states. There is a saying in Huagua that you may have heard, to adapt measures to local conditions. While the federal government is staunchly against drug proliferation, over 20 states have legalized cannabis. Are they truly adhering to the federal mandate? Introducing globally advanced technology to enhance our productivity in Nuzhou, promoting consumption, and ensuring that every resident of Nuzhou benefits from the advantages of technology is my mission and the primary reason the citizens of Nuzhou elected me as their governor. Therefore, I urge you to give this matter serious consideration, for you too owe your positions to the voters. Marvin's gaze swept over the assembly with steely resolve. In response, the legislators exchanged disdainful glances and smirks. Voters? They did not ascend to their positions solely through the electorate's support. I stand by my original opinion. We must not permit foreign enterprises like Kaiyan Technology to establish operations here. I concur. Marvin regarded the assembly with an unchanging demeanor. Very well, let us proceed with a vote as per protocol. Subsequently, the members of the parliament began casting their votes. Unsurprisingly, a staggering 90% opposed the proposal. Governor, the outcome is quite clear, one legislator remarked. Observing the result, Marvin feigned outrage. You are defying the will of the entire populace of Nuzhou. This meeting is adjourned. We shall reconvene on another day. With a resounding thud of his palm on the table, the meeting ended on a discordant note. The legislators, witnessing Marvin's visibly vexed demeanor, could not suppress their contemptuous smiles. Upon returning to his office, Marvin's expression returned to one of calm. Have those dissenters been documented? He inquired. Yes, all noted. His secretary replied. Good, you may leave now. Once alone, Marvin rubbed his temples. Although the outcome aligned with his expectations, the proposal was not passed. He had not anticipated the minimal impact of his recent efforts. His support during the session was a mere 10%. It appeared that unconventional methods would be necessary. Marvin shook his head. The various factions among Nuzhou's legislators wield considerable influence. Typically, the governorship is occupied by representatives of these factions, who take turns in leadership, maintaining a facade of mutual respect while profiting together. However, Marvin's emergence had disrupted this equilibrium, eliciting opposition from several major factions. Suppress the promotions of that group entirely. Marvin instructed, immediately dialing a number. As governor, although he faced restrictions from the parliament and judiciary regarding legislation, his authority remained substantial. Promotions for certain positions could indeed hinge upon his word. Previously, promotions in Nuzhou had been divided among the factions, with stronger factions receiving a larger share. However, under Marvin's governance, all such promotions were halted. Understanding his disadvantage upon taking office, Marvin had initially adopted a conciliatory approach, distributing benefits to garner support. Yet, today's parliamentary session had made it clear that others held him in low regard. With the soft approach failing, he resolved to employ a firmer strategy. He, Marvin, was now the governor, no longer the pliable figure he once was. Coupled with the formidable financial and technical backing of Kaiyan Technology, he felt emboldened. The first step would be to sever the pathways to promotion for the members of those factions, ensuring they understood who held the reins in Nuzhou. Mr. L.V. Fei, I have sent you the list. Received. We will commence action promptly. After ending the call, Marvin felt a stirring anticipation for Kaiyan Technology's forthcoming moves. As it represented his greatest support, I cannot afford to remain idle either. Marvin summoned his secretary again. Ensure the media publicizes that this proposal has not been passed. Have them inquire who is obstructing the collective will of the people of Nuzhou. After hanging up, Marvin chuckled coldly. The introduction of several products from Kaiyan Technology was a consensus among the residents of Nuzhou. It represented their most pressing demand. His acquisition of power from various capital interests underscored the immense allure of Kaiyan Technology's offerings. Soon, news of the proposal's rejection spread throughout Nuzhou, igniting widespread outrage. Countless individuals expressed their dissatisfaction. Seriously, after all our efforts to elect Marvin as governor, why did the proposal fail? Oh my, a Yinsure pillow, a microbial face mud. My large holographic projection game. Mate, it must be those damned capitalists, fearing that money would flow to Kaiyan Technology. If you have the capability, why not develop your own? If it's similar in effect, I'll certainly buy yours. Do you think this could be a self-directed play by Marvin? Not at all. Are you out of your mind? If it were self-directed, why would Kaiyan Technology invest so much effort to support him? I'm going to protest. I will rally against these capitalist lackeys. Before long, fueled by extensive media coverage, the emotions of Nuzhou's populace were set ablaze. Countless residents took to the streets, brandishing banners and commencing demonstrations. Within a day, cities across Nuzhou were teeming with protesters, particularly in those towns adjacent to the desert, where sentiments ran highest. The inhabitants of these cities may be regarded as the most steadfast supporters of Marvin. This is because Marvin had pledged that, once Kaiyan Technology ascended to power, he would assist them in reclaiming the desert land. Now that the proposal has been shelved, how can they possibly endure such a situation? Chapter 198, Ruthless Tactics. Yellow Turban Brutes. Moreover, the denizens of those cities are not mere immigrants or lowly folk. They are the fierce Angsa with their robust beards. Having lived in the harsh desert environment for years, influenced by its myriad customs, their tempers can be described as increasingly volatile. A piece of accidental news revealed that the lord of their city openly opposed the new proposal during the council meeting. A group of furious Angsa promptly stormed through the gates of several lordly estates. The atmosphere escalated to a point of extreme tension. Initially, some violent factions were poised to intervene. However, upon receiving the news, Marvin appeared somewhat gleeful. He made a phone call to delay the arrival of these violent factions. Despite being heavily pressured by capital, one might underestimate Marvin's worth. Such an impression is only held by the major capitalists of the United States. For a governor is still a governor, wielding immense power. To those beneath him, he is akin to a deity. As long as he remains in the governor's position, none dare to defy him. Yet, when the conflict reached its zenith, Marvin made a timely appearance, alleviating the tense situation with a speech, assuring all present that the proposal would indeed be passed. The goodwill of the new state populace towards him soared once again. Although the riots in New State had temporarily subsided, it was evident to all that should the proposal ultimately fail, the ensuing consequences would undoubtedly be far worse. At this moment, within a villa, a group of New State legislators lounged on the sofa, sipping coffee. Does Marvin truly believe that such childlike tactics will coerce us into consenting to the proposal? Scoffed a middle-aged man after taking a sip. At the next council meeting, I shall make him see the stark reality. This so-called proposal cannot be passed with the support of these paupers. Only we possess the power to dictate the fate of this nation. A glimmer of haughty pride flickered in their eyes. While the United States may outwardly present itself as a democracy, it is, in truth, a nation governed by capital. This is not unique to the United States. Rather, it is a universal truth that in every corner of the world, a select few dictate the destinies of the many. Let him prance about. When he finds himself in dire straits, he will inevitably come seeking our assistance. And as for Kion Technology, having expended such great effort to support Marvin, they must be growing increasingly anxious about their inability to penetrate the new state market. Perhaps, in time, we might leverage this to extract some concessions from Kion Technology. A veritable cash cow more formidable than a mere printing press. As they spoke, a glimmer of greed flashed in their eyes. They had long coveted the spoils of Kion Technology. If they could indeed carve out a piece of the pie and allow Kion Technology to enter the new state market, what harm would it bring? As for allying with other financial conglomerates, such a notion is laughable. In the realm of capital, there exist only eternal interests, not everlasting friendships. Furthermore, Marvin has obstructed the ascendance of their entire faction, which has left them exceedingly discomfort. They cannot continuously expend their strength in opposition to Marvin for the sake of other capitalists. Have they truly mistaken capitalists for saints? Money, after all, is their true deity. At the overseas headquarters of Kion Technology, LV Fei also received the information regarding the new state legislators sent by Marvin. Mr. Future, I entrust you with these lists. Very well, I will promptly ascertain their respective backgrounds and circumstances, Future replied. In truth, LV Fei was unaware that Future was an artificial intelligence created by Jiang Li. He only knew that Future was Jiang Li's most trusted confidant. Jiang Li deemed Future's identity too alarming to reveal prematurely, opting instead to keep it concealed until the opportune moment. Before long, Future transmitted the basic information of the individuals on the list. Mr. LV, all the information has been sent to you. I will keep a vigilant watch on their situations. LV Fei nodded. Thank you, Mr. Future. With that, he immersed himself in studying the basic information of these individuals. They were all formidable figures indeed. After some time, LV Fei gazed at the information and could not help but remark upon the widespread belief that the most corrupt nation in the world is, in fact, the most powerful nation, the United States. This is not mere hearsay. The incident where a group sent by the U.S. President to investigate military expenditures in the Middle East met with disaster speaks volumes. These legislators from New State are no exception. They're scarcely clean themselves. However, at present, there is no concrete evidence. This individual's son has a penchant for gambling. We could exploit that angle with the local gang's assistance. This man is rather lecherous. We could use that to our advantage. This fellow is involved in smuggling. We could catch him red-handed at an opportune moment. Though LV Fei appeared calm and collected, he possessed a ruthless edge. Prior to becoming the overseas head of Kion, he had employed various tactics. After all, compared to the domestic situation in Hua, the overseas business and capital market resemble a primal jungle of gladiatorial combat. Conventional methods of product promotion and marketing pale in comparison to the efficacy of underhanded tactics. To undermine competitors, LV Fei is well-versed in a spectrum of strategies and their implementation. Now, attempting to woo these legislators through conventional means is utterly impossible. He must resort to unconventional tactics. However, unlike before, this time, LV Fei's methods would be more brute and merciless. The current governor of New State is one of Kaiyang's own. Over 90% of the populace supports the proposal's passage. With such confidence, LV Fei fears not the potential backlash. It is merely the prospect of more extreme retaliation from Western conglomerates. Nevertheless, as the overseas head of Kaiyang, LV Fei had long been targeted to a considerable extent, rendering him unafraid of their retribution. It remains uncertain whether Marvin can successfully handle the local gangs. Although LV Fei's tactics may be somewhat unsavory, both politics and business are inherently murky. As long as the final objectives are achieved and the outcomes are favorable, no one will concern themselves with the means. With this in mind, LV Fei began devising a comprehensive set of countermeasures for these individuals. He toiled until the dead of night, barely completing his work. Subsequently, he sent the documents to Marvin and reached out to Future, hoping he could relay the message to Jiang Li regarding the potential use of the corporation's resources to uncover incriminating evidence against these legislators online. Though Jiang Li did not explicitly state so, LV Fei could surmise that the network technology at Jiang Li's disposal was undoubtedly a cut above the rest. To breach this critical barrier, only Jiang Li could take action. After Future agreed, he swiftly informed Jiang Li, who promptly acquiesced. On the other hand, upon receiving LV Fei's information, Marvin meticulously reviewed the plan. These individuals from Hua truly excel in the art of subterfuge. After perusing LV Fei's proposal, Marvin felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had traversed the entirety of the 36 stratagems from the art of war in Hua. It was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, this was advantageous. These individuals were hardly virtuous, and thus bore no moral burden. As an insider, Marvin was acutely aware of the true nature of these so-called upper-class individuals. Each one appeared refined on screen, yet behind the scenes, they were utterly depraved. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Kaiyang Technology chose me at that time, Ma Wen speculated. In truth, Ma Wen's conjecture was indeed accurate. When Jiang Li was selecting his protege, a stringent requirement was that the individual must possess a clean background. Otherwise, burdened with a myriad of unsavory pasts. Engaging in a contest against Western powers and those financial conglomerates would be tantamount to an old man hanging himself in despair. Shaking his head, Ma Wen chose not to dwell on such thoughts. The pressing matter at hand was to subdue that group of individuals. He contemplated whether he could ally with the local gangsters, which would simplify many matters. In Xinzhou, gang influence remained substantial. If he could win them over, it would serve as a significant support mechanism. However, the major gangs were all affiliated with specific factions. Ma Wen helplessly rubbed his forehead. To thrive in that locale, gangsters needed some form of backing. It was not feasible otherwise. The reality was far removed from television dramas where a few guns could covertly facilitate illegal activities, only to engage in a decades-long struggle against the authorities, ultimately culminating in defeat. In reality, lacking a solid foundation meant being uprooted the very next day. It seemed necessary to nurture a couple of smaller gangs to carry out tasks. What a hassle, Ma Wen immediately set about making preparations. After laying out the plan, he conferred with Lu Fei about the situation before gradually commencing their actions. At this moment, within Jiang Li's villa, he had also learned of Lu Fei's detailed plans for Xinzhou. The challenges were formidable, but fortunately, I possessed the means to cope. With this thought, Jiang Li proceeded to the hall. His gaze fell upon Huang Daxian, who was sprawled on the sofa engrossed in a drama, munching on a bag of potato chips. Daxian, come here. I need your assistance. What is it? Jiang Li replied. You should be familiar with the secret techniques of the Yellow Turban Warriors from the Xian Yuan Bao Lu, right? I need to summon 2 Yellow Turban Warriors. Huang Daxian, after a lengthy period of recuperation, had regained much of his strength. Even Jiang Li, without utilizing his soul power, would likely not stand a chance against Huang Daxian. The prowess of a millennial-old demon was indeed formidable. The two of them could produce 2 Yellow Turban Warriors together, which was certainly within their capabilities. Yellow Turban Warriors? That's no easy task. Conjuring 2 will drain us completely. Moreover, the limitations are considerable. Our divine powers are not as portrayed in myths, Huang Daxian inquired, pausing his chip consumption with a look of curiosity. There are matters to handle in the United States, and we cannot go directly. After much contemplation, the Yellow Turban Warriors seemed to be the most suitable option. Huang Daxian pondered for a moment. Fine, but you must first carve the humanoid puppets for the Yellow Turban Warriors. The materials should be of decent quality. I once summoned yellow turban warriors using an old tree, but encountered a formidable opponent who shattered it in mere moments. The weapons invented by you humans possess considerable power. Jiang Li nodded. Rest assured, I have utilized a novel alloy, lightweight yet high in strength, making it perfect for the puppets of the yellow turban warriors. Come with me. With that, Jiang Li led Huang Daxian to the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, within an oval-shaped tempered glass enclosure, the future was employing 3D printing technology to construct the bodies of the yellow turban warriors from alloy. Witnessing this, Huang Daxian couldn't help but exclaim, Jiang Li, the technology in your world is truly astonishing. In my time, crafting the puppet bodies of the yellow turban warriors required immense effort, yet you merely speak, and the machines do the work for you. Indeed, this is the power of technology. Jiang Li replied, I believe that since your technology is so advanced, you might consider integrating Taoist practices with technology, Huang Daxian suggested. Jiang Li nodded, I have attempted this before, but given the current level of technology, it is quite challenging to analyze the characteristics of spiritual energy. However, for simpler applications, it is worth trying. While the two engaged in casual conversation, the 3D printer completed the production of the two yellow turban warrior puppets. Come on, Daxian. They positioned themselves on either side and began to operate the Xian Yuan Bao Lu. With hands forming seals, spiritual energy surged forth from their bodies. They inscribed in the air with their hands, intricate symbols resembling talismans materializing. Gradually, these were imprinted into the puppets. After some time, the faces of the puppets began to morph. The alloy contours softened, taking on the appearance of real human beings. Soon, they rose slowly, towering at 2 meters. Their imposing physiques resembling that of small giants. Success. 2 yellow turban warriors. Jiang Li observed the 2 warriors before him and nodded in satisfaction. Lift that instrument, he commanded, pointing to a device ahead. One of the yellow turban warriors stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the instrument with a single hand. Truly, they were the legendary yellow turban warriors, possessing immense strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Although they could not be compared to the mythical warriors, their terrifying power meant that no creature on Blue Star could withstand a single blow. Furthermore, the bodies of the yellow turban warriors, forged from alloy, would be impervious to even heavy artillery bombardments. With these 2 yellow turban warriors, Ma Wen's ambition to sweep through Xinzhou's underworld should be a trivial endeavor. Regrettably, our cultivation is still too weak. The yellow turban warriors cannot exist for extended periods. Jiang Li sighed with some disappointment. Huang Daxian remarked, I can inscribe a gathering spirit array on the yellow turban warriors to enable them to absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings, thus prolonging their active duration. However, the spiritual energy on this planet is too sparse. Once the innate energy of the yellow turban warriors is depleted, it will take about 3 to 4 days to reactivate them. The yellow turban warriors, while formidable, were not perpetual motion machines. They could not operate indefinitely. Only by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air could they continue functioning. Yet, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was exceedingly thin. Otherwise, with the terrifying strength of the yellow turban warriors, combined with the alloy bodies Jiang Li had prepared for them, they would be invincible on Blue Star, capable of slaying anyone who stood in their way. Chapter 199. A major transformation in the construction industry. Once again, fishing. The current technological level is far too limited. If one could convert electrical energy and other power sources to serve as the energy source needed for the yellow turban warriors, everything would be perfect. Spiritual stones would be even better. With them, one could create a simple device powered by spiritual stones, eliminating the need for the gathering spirit array. Jiang Li shook his head in disappointment. None of the 2 effective methods could be realized. No worries. These 2 yellow turban warriors in your mortal world are already invincible. As long as they don't encounter an army, dealing with gang members will be as easy as killing chickens, Huang Daxian confidently asserted. He had previously employed yellow turban warriors and was well aware of their capabilities. This is the least of my concerns. Give me some time. I refuse to believe that I cannot create an energy device for the yellow turban warriors. Huang Daxian waved his hand and exited the laboratory, saying, very well, you can figure it out yourself. I, the great sage, have just been drained and need to replenish myself with some KFC. Subsequently, Jiang Li began measuring various data concerning the yellow turban warriors. Their overall physical attributes had already reached the 7th level of body refinement, coupled with their inherent alloy bodies. Even those at the 9th level of body refinement would not stand a chance against them. With proper equipment and assistance, they would be even more terrifying. The only drawback was their lack of intelligence. They could only follow commands. But that was sufficient. After completing the basic data tests, Jiang Li contacted Liu Fei, instructing him to arrange for the yellow turban warriors to be taken away. Given Ma Wen's current status, securing an identity for the yellow turban warriors would be a straightforward task. Now, Jiang Li had done all he could. Both Ma Wen and Liu Fei were not ordinary individuals. If the final outcome is less than satisfactory, one can only attribute it to fate. As for the future, please provide me with a detailed account of the research advancements at Kaiyang Arms. Once the matters in the United States have been resolved, Jiang Li once again turned his attention to the progress of the arms company. Establishing bases overseas necessitates a robust defense force. Jiang Li could foresee that as the overseas bases continued to develop, they would inevitably attract scrutiny from various factions. At such times, one's military capability would prove to be paramount. Good sir, at present, drone technology has approached maturity, with both small drones and large unmanned combat aircraft, transport planes, and bombers all ready for production and deployment. High-performance solid-state batteries have also been successfully developed and are now being integrated into various energy weapons. The standards of artillery and missile technology have reached a world-class level. Breakthroughs in energy weapons have led to the successful development of energy shields, which can be utilized for large-scale defense as well as individual protection. Moreover, Future elaborated on the situation of Kaiyang Arms in detail. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, affirming that his substantial investments, which had attracted a multitude of weapon experts from around the globe, were not in vain. Coupled with the weapon design blueprints he provided and the research directions for emerging technologies, Kaiyang Arms had achieved such a remarkable technological leap. The next step would be establishing an industrial system for the overseas bases. Possessing technology is futile unless one can produce it. Once equipped with these weapons, unless the old American aircraft carrier fleet were to arrive, anyone could engage. Jiang Li's confidence continued to grow. As for Jiang Li's mention of the American aircraft carrier fleet, that was currently implausible. After all, Kaiyang Technology is a Chinese enterprise. Furthermore, it is unlikely that the most powerful nation would deploy its strongest military to assault a company's overseas base. This could only occur if tensions between Jiang Li and the United States had escalated to an irreparable degree. However, such considerations need not occupy his thoughts at present. The future requires continued investment in the arms company's research, as weapon development must not cease. Good sir, the X3 rapid setting gel material you developed is about to commence testing. Please transfer the test footage. Certainly, sir. The scene shifted to an expansive, open space. Present were the construction company's awarded contracts by Kaiyang Technology for the overseas base, consisting entirely of leading construction enterprises from within China. Project managers, engineers, and technical personnel were all in attendance. The representative from Kaiyang announced that they would showcase the latest technology and that subsequent projects would be executed using this new technology. By the way, what do you think this technology might be? Uncertain. Since the advent of reinforced concrete, there has been little change in technology for over a century. It shouldn't affect our project. No need to rush. The contractor signed. A chorus of discussion ensued. Soon, the head of the overseas base from Kaiyang Technology arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you are all quite busy, so I will not prolong the pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. Under Jiang Li's leadership, Kaiyang Technology is characterized by its engineering mindset, efficient, direct, and devoid of superfluous conversation. Recently, we received news from headquarters regarding a significant breakthrough in a new technology, specifically pertaining to our construction industry. This technology is called the X3 Rapid Setting Gel Material. You can review the specific data and material properties. Upon concluding, the staff handed out a document to the attendees. The X3 Rapid Setting Gel Material boasts excellent stability, adhesion capabilities, and extraordinary strength. When combined with traditional building materials such as soil and water, it becomes significantly more robust and can fully set in merely 2 to 3 hours. In addition to these attributes, the representative elaborated on the characteristics of the X3 Rapid Setting Gel Material. At this moment, the gathering fell into a profound silence. A marvel. If the claims regarding the X3 Rapid Setting Gel Material are indeed accurate, it would herald a revolution in the construction industry. Indeed, these figures are astonishing. Setting aside the rapid setting, its strength is 5 to 10 times that of reinforced concrete. With this, we could be aiming for skyscrapers with 100 floors. If you told me this material could be used to construct buildings in space, I would believe it. Its strength is unparalleled. What impact will this material have? Impact? It will be beneficial for us as builders, not as material suppliers. Perhaps the widespread use of such a material will usher in a renaissance for civil engineering. The attendees engaged in animated discussion, clearly astonished by the X3 rapid setting gel material. The representative then signaled for silence. All right, everyone. You now have an understanding of this material's specific effects. Headquarters expects us to utilize this material to expedite the construction of the park. Furthermore, we at Kion guarantee that the cost of the X3 rapid setting gel material will be considerably lower. We will provide it free of charge. You need not worry about the price difference. The engineering costs remain as previously discussed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present brightened. Indeed, collaborating with Kion Technology is refreshing. They are generous and straightforward. In contrast, other companies might engage in haggling and refunding price differences. However, one must not underestimate the significance of this financial consideration. Given the scale of Kion Technology's overseas operations, the price difference is counted in the millions. Jiang Li, however, is unconcerned with this. Rather than engaging in petty negotiations that might dampen enthusiasm, it is more prudent to be generous and enhance the other party's motivation. Kion Technology is not short on funds at present, and there is no need to be parsimonious in this regard. Everyone, our technical personnel will provide training, and the process is quite simple, merely replacing certain materials. With that, the meeting adjourned. Subsequently, Kion Technology's technical staff visited several construction companies, beginning to educate the workers. As some of China's leading enterprises, they are beyond reproach in all aspects. Coupled with Jiang Li's generous funding, enthusiasm ran high. That very day, they mixed the formulation and commenced work. It was then, in the afternoon, that the first building's foundation and basement level were completed, and everyone witnessed the remarkable capabilities of the X3 rapid setting gel material. In just a few hours, the structure was fully formed, and, after professional testing, all data met the desired specifications. Its strength was nearly 10 times greater than that of traditional reinforced concrete, leaving everyone astonished. Remarkable. At this rate, we could complete a building in just 3 days, exclaimed a masonry worker as he lit a cigarette, gazing at the rising edifice before him, filled with reflections. The pace of technological advancement is astonishing. Soon it will take only a few days to construct a single floor. I heard this new material was developed by Kion Technology and can set in 2 hours, surpassing even reinforced concrete in strength. Indeed, if it weren't for the slow pace of the carpenters, we could work even faster. A group of workers shared their thoughts, mesmerized by the unfolding scene. Yet they were not alone. All those involved in this project were left indelibly impacted. The X3 rapid setting gel material is a truly groundbreaking technology. They could already envision the monumental upheaval it would incite within the global construction industry. Meanwhile, another group, including President Bill of the Carlo Nation and his associates, found themselves unable to sleep. Initially, Bill believed that even if Kion were to seize this desert, but to truly start building the city, it will take a long time, ranging from 1 or 2 years to 3 or 4 years. Then, Bill seriously underestimated the speed of China and Jiang Li's decision to build a complete overseas base. In just 2 short months, Kion Technology has solved problems such as recruitment and desertification control. Build tall buildings on well-managed deserts. The X3 fast gel material newly developed by Kion also naturally reaches ears. At this speed, it may not take long. A modern city will appear above the country of Cairo. While he was amazed, he also felt a bit uneasy, even though Kion Technology has not shown any ambition nowadays. But one side is strong, the other is weak, and the 2 sides are adjacent. This is original sin. No one worries about having such a powerful neighbor on their own territory, even if it's just a company. Only, Bill's expression gradually fell silent. Why do you think so much? Even if Kion Technology really has ambitions, what else can Carl do? Before Kion built a city on the land without enclosure, he couldn't help but leave Jiang Li. Even with just a word from Jiang Li, he would die tragically and his power would change hands. Not to mention now, the feeling of being weak is really uncomfortable. Bill looked at the other high-ranking officials of the Carolingian state. Compared to Carl, they are completely calm. After accepting Kion's persuasion, they inherently believed that they were on Kion's side. Now I wish Carl would make a mistake in this way. They can succeed as president. Cairo country, it's over. Bill let out a long sigh, knowing that with the current international situation and the size of the country of Cairo, it was destined to be irreversible. Let him go. For a moment, Bill seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. At this moment, Jiang Li was naturally unaware of the psychological changes of the group. After watching the video transmitted back in the future, I learned about the specific situation. Jiang Li's heart also relaxed. Everything is now on track. The next step is to wait for the development of things. With a thought in his mind, Jiang Li returned to the fishing space once again. During this period, due to system upgrades, Jiang Li has also accumulated 2 second-level fishing baits. Jiang Li decided to use it first before making a decision. Subsequently, Jiang Li swung the lever and began to wait quietly. Wind and rain in the world of rivers and lakes. In the courtyard of a temple within a large gate sect, a man was sneaking around the yard. I saw its agile figure, and with a whoosh, it darted into the window and entered the room in the blink of an eye. Top martial arts at Tianqin Temple, without touching the Ming King Fist scripture. Where are you? Your thief father has arrived. This does not affect the Ming King Fist scripture, which is one of the top martial arts in the Tianqin Temple. In this Tianqin Temple martial arts competition, the first martial monk was rewarded. After learning the news, the man immediately had the intention of stealing. With a mysterious body technique, he successfully infiltrated the disciples' courtyard. Found it, here it is. After the man's search, he finally found this martial arts scripture in a secret pavilion. After observing from both sides and confirming that there were no mechanical traps, the man directly removed the fist from the rack. Put in your arms. Just in this moment of time, the sound of machine movements could be heard from all around. In an instant, tens of thousands of hidden arrows shot out from within the walls. Fortunately, the man mastered the lightness skill and avoided it. Not good. These bald donkeys have good tricks. Run quickly. The man immediately realized that he had been exposed and didn't dare to stay, so he ran away. However, as soon as he left the house, he saw a monk with a face full of flesh and glaring anger standing in front of him. Thief, you have such courage to come to my heavenly silkworm temple and steal. As he spoke, the monk slapped down with a powerful and heavy palm. The man didn't dare to forcefully accept the situation. After dodging with his body techniques, he leaped over the high wall and was about to run towards the outside of Tianqin Temple. However, upon hearing the sound, the experts from the Heavenly Silkworm Temple quickly gathered together. Not good, there's a dead end ahead. Fortunately, there is still a way. The man turned around and ran towards the cliff behind the mountain. Chapter 200. Without moving the king of Ming Fist scripture, Marvin must die. As a professional thief, the man naturally left several safe evacuation routes for himself. The back mountain cliff is a dangerous place for ordinary people, but for a man who excels in lightness skills, it is harmless. The master of Tianqin Temple immediately understood the man's intention upon seeing this. Just saw a martial monk stride forward. His footwork is not inferior to that of men. In the blink of an eye, he followed the man, and with a palm strike, the man was directly thrown away. Several big trees were broken along the way. Damn bald donkey! The man could only curse inwardly and then continue to run away. However, with such a stumbling move, even the experts in the Heavenly Silkworm Temple have caught up. Men are no match for these people. After being slapped on the chest with a palm, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew backwards and fell into the cliff. Not good. The Ming King Fist scripture is still in his hands. The monk at the beginning lost his voice, but the man had already fallen into the cliff. Master, fellow disciples, it was my failure to take care of the Ming King Fist scripture that allowed the thief to succeed. The monk said with a guilty expression. The leading old monk shook his head and said, "It's nothing. This person is a well-known flower-picking thief from outside, with extraordinary lightness skills. If you don't investigate for a while, it's no wonder you don't. And this is a copy of the immovable King Fist scripture. Let's bury it at the bottom of the cliff with a flower-picking thief. But ultimately it's your fault. Go to the disciplinary center and receive punishment." The monk bowed and said, "Disciple, take command." And the man was under the palm of the old monk. The whole person instantly lost consciousness. At this moment, a fishhook suddenly appeared in midair. He directly hooked onto the immovable Ming King Fist scripture on the man's chest and then disappeared into the black hole. Disappeared without a trace. Coming, Jiang Li sensed the unusual movement of the fishing hook and exerted a slight force on his hands. A book emerged from the hand. This is... Jiang Li immediately used his investigative eye to examine the information. The unmoving king of Ming Fist scripture, a third-level fishing object. It is one of the martial arts of the Jinyuan Academy of Tianqin Temple. When refined to perfection, the fist power penetrates the mountains and rivers, like the king of Ming descending into the world. Invincible when pushed horizontally. It's actually a third-level martial arts. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. If we talk about what Jiang Li lacks most now, besides cultivation resources, is the means of martial arts. What I'm learning now is basically the basic cultivation methods that come with it, as well as Huadawa's 5 animal play. Besides that, there are no other means of attack. This is a third-level martial arts. The level difference between fishing objects is a world of difference for each level. Jiang Li also has a deep understanding of this. Being able to rank as a third-level fishing object, this martial arts must also be extremely strong. You can also perceive something from its introduction. After Jiang Li accepted it, He threw out the bait in his hand again. After a long time, the bait made another movement. Jiang Li pulled hard, and a beautiful flower appeared in front of him. Green flame flower, a second-level fishing object that absorbs the energy of earth fire and contains violent earth fire energy. It is one of the main ingredients of various elixirs and can also be taken directly to enhance cultivation and physical strength. Tian Kai Di Bao is not bad. It can be used to improve cultivation. It's just a pity that there were no fourth-level fishing objects in both fishing trips. Jiang Li shook his head and said, "It's still that I'm too greedy. If the second-level bait can catch these treasures, I should be satisfied." Subsequently, Jiang Li returned to the training room, swallowed the blue flame flower, and began to cultivate quietly. At the entrance of the blue flame flower, in an instant, a scorching and irritable energy exploded inside Jiang Li's body. Like a wildfire, the limbs and bones of Jiang Li spread out, carrying intense burning pain, as if the very meridians, muscles, and membranes of the human body were being torn asunder. An excruciating pain surged through Jiang Li, causing the veins within him to bulge ominously. Beads of perspiration, akin to pearls, trickled down his brow. Simultaneously, the devouring talisman within him began to operate autonomously, swiftly consuming the energy of the blue flame flower in an instant. Thereafter, the talisman released an exceptionally gentle energy, purer and richer than that of the blue flame flower itself. It was astonishing to discover that the devouring talisman possessed such capabilities. It led him to ponder whether, should he encounter a special energy akin to spiritual essence, he could utilize the devouring talisman for transformation. However, he dismissed such thoughts. For now, his focus must remain on cultivation. Shaking his head, Jiang Li resumed his meditative posture, absorbing the energy of the blue flame flower. Time slipped by unnoticed until Jiang Li finally emerged from his state of cultivation. He had ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement, and his physical body had reached the 8th layer, truly befitting a second-tier prodigy. The single blue flame flower had facilitated a transformative leap for him. The significance of rare treasures and resources was indeed paramount. Jiang Li exhaled a cloud of turbid air, and astonishingly, the steel-forged floor of the laboratory was pierced by this exhalation. At present, his strength rendered him impervious to conventional firearms. Even a sniper rifle fired at close range would only inflict minor injuries upon him. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he assessed his newfound prowess. Previously, he had harbored a profound apprehension towards firearms. Although to outsiders, his actions might seem reckless, Jiang Li himself felt somewhat constrained. Now, having reached a new pinnacle of cultivation, he had little to fear from ordinary firearms, allowing him to act with greater boldness than before. He pondered whether he could crush a tank with a single punch. Eager to test his limits, Jiang Li's gaze fell upon the unmoving King Fist Cannon. This was the most formidable martial arts scripture he had encountered thus far. Apart from the nuanced visualization diagram, he wondered what level of combat prowess he could attain through the study of the unmoving King Fist Cannon. With that thought, he wasted no more time and began his studies. Meanwhile, as Jiang Li entered a state of concentrated training once more, the atmosphere at Kaiyan Technology in China remained tranquil. However, across the ocean, the situation was quite different. On this day, Ma would encounter two formidable yellow turban warriors. At first glance, they appeared to him as two towering mountains. "Mr. Ma one of them spoke, "These two individuals have been sent by our group to assist you. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to entrust them with the task. Trust me, on Blue Star, there exists no armed force, aside from the military, capable of matching them. Dealing with the gangs in New State will be a mere trifle for them." Mawan nodded. "That reassures me. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Future. Please convey my regards to President Jiang." Shortly thereafter, Mr. Future vanished. Were these two truly as formidable as claimed? To be frank, Mawan held some doubts in his heart. Yet, he also believed that Kaiyan Technology would not make empty assertions. If they dared to speak thus, they must possess considerable confidence. On this day, Mawan covertly met with a local gang leader from New State. The gang leader, named Blue, once commanded a large gang in City G, but that was a thing of the past. Under the pressure of various factions, Blue's influence had been nearly eradicated. If this continued, his demise was all but certain. Blue, having risen from a mere street thug to the position of gang leader, was no fool. Unfortunately, his foundation was too shallow, and lacking a strong background made it impossible for him to contend with gangs supported by the major factions of New State. They possessed firearms, astute strategists behind the scenes, and formidable backing, entirely of a different caliber. Mawan saw a reflection of his former self in Blue. Thus, he resolved to offer Blue an opportunity. "You are Governor Mawan." Blue was startled upon meeting the person he had come to see. Initially, Blue felt cornered. After all, in the world of gangs, murder, arson, and betrayal were commonplace. At the level of gang leader, there was no turning back, even if he were to pledge allegiance. He would likely meet an untimely end. The Blue of today had long lost the reckless abandon of his earlier days. When he heard someone willing to lend him a hand, he readily agreed. He had expected merely an ordinary councilman, yet was astonished to encounter the governor of New State. Instantly, Blue felt as though he had found a new savior. Indeed, when faced myriad forces targeting him, his status as governor remained an unattainable high ground for Blue. A solid ally, the ruthless gang leader who had taken lives without a second thought, now humbled himself greatly before Ma. Blue, I can support you in becoming the largest gang leader in all of New State. Are you willing? Blue quickly replied, yes, I am willing. Without further ado, the two swiftly reached a consensus. Even Blue himself was uncertain why Ma had chosen him, but it was the only and best choice available. As for the price, what could be expected from a gang force nurtured by capital tycoons other than engaging in some unsavory dealings? Previously, Blue would have scorned such a notion. However, after suffering multiple blows and witnessing the swift annihilation of his proud forces, he truly understood the importance of power and backing. Very well, we will contact you when the time comes. With that, Blue's strategy was set in motion. Only by firmly grasping both the legitimate and illicit realms of New State could his plans unfold smoothly. The following day, Ma issued orders to all law enforcement agencies in New State. Using the recent riots as a pretext, he launched a rigorous crackdown on gang forces across the region. Any officer achieving results would be promoted. Remarkably, the effects were immediate and substantial. The entire gang network in New State faced tremendous setbacks. Even with some enforcement personnel executing their duties half-heartedly, Ma's authority was undeniable. Young officers aspired to make their mark and climb the ranks, leading to an overall positive trajectory for the situation. Subsequently, Ma fulfilled his promise, promoting a large number of individuals. Next came the time for Blue to take action. With the support of Ma and the advanced weaponry provided by Kayong technology, Blue's territory began to expand rapidly. On Lu Fei's side, things were equally progressing. With assistance from Future, the cybersecurity of those New State legislators was rendered ineffective. Every trace left on the internet was meticulously collected by Future. After thorough analysis and consolidation, a series of incriminating evidence soon came to light. Of course, a small number of seasoned veterans managed to evade detection online through their cunning methods. Ultimately, the strategy turned to their surroundings, seeking any weaknesses. Blue, having emerged from the slums, proved to be a formidable force. With Ma's backing, the constraints imposed by law enforcement on him diminished significantly. He swiftly reclaimed his lost territory and began to expand aggressively. In no time, the major gangs of New State found themselves retreating under Blue's relentless assault, sending many gang leaders into a state of panic. At this moment, within a lavish estate, a group of elegantly dressed individuals gathered around a round table. Damn it, what does Ma intend to do? A bearded man slammed his hand on the table. This Ma is far too ambitious. He seeks to consolidate all of New State under his dominion, although I look down upon those gang forces. This is indeed a good knife that can solve many troubles. Nowadays, the gang supported by our family is retreating one after another in front of the subordinate supported by Marvin. It should be because Kayong technology has provided a batch of weapons. Everyone frowned. It seems impossible to make Kayong compromise. This Kayong really doesn't allow oil and salt to enter. All right, let's find a way now and take down that brew. It's no use. That brew is Marvin's dog. If you kill Brew, there will be countless Bruss in America. The key is to get rid of Marvin first. Marvin has only been on stage for a few days and has already done so many things. Let it be the governor for 3 years. That's not bad. Everyone at the round table spoke to each other. The killing intent in the eyes and tone was evident. That's right, Marvin must die. He can't live any longer. Without Marvin, Kayong Technology's hands are long and they can't reach into our Shinjo. Yes, kill him. You may not know yet, but someone under my command told me today that Marvin has obtained evidence of his wrongdoing. Unless he joins Marvin, he will be exposed. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table exchanged a glance. I think Marvin has already had private contact with many people, just waiting for the next proposal to be released. Seeing this, one person suddenly slammed the table. This Mawan is really reckless. How dare he? What's there to be afraid of? He's very anxious now. If the proposal doesn't pass, he won't be able to explain it to Kayong Technology. There must be a shadow of Kayong behind this. Remember to warn your subordinates to be careful. This damn Marvin. He's tired of living. A few people only felt a chill in their backs, followed by a surge of anger from their hearts. Kill Marvin, he must die. No matter what the cost is. This time, the local forces in Shinjo have made up their minds to kill Marvin. Marvin doesn't die. They can't sleep or eat. Chapter 201. The Yellow Turban Wrestler takes action, resulting in the death of the 3 major gang leaders. There are 3 strongest gang forces in the entire Shinjo. Brew has a big appetite. He wants to eat all the territories of the 3 gangs. This is not only what he thinks, but also what Marvin thinks. At first, under Marvin's thunderous blow, the 3 major gangs were unable to react. So we lost a lot of territory and were taken advantage of by Brew. Now the 3 major forces have quickly reacted. The forces behind it also ordered them to join forces and eliminate Brew's influence first. Thus, the leaders of the 3 major forces unexpectedly gathered together in a rare way. The place where the 3 people gathered was within a villa belonging to a remote area. Despite being located in a remote area without a law enforcement team, the protective forces within the estate villa are enough to describe it as terrifying. All kinds of heavy weapons, rocket launchers, except for those large armored vehicles, are basically equipped. Not even a fly can fit in. At this moment, in the main hall of the villa, the leaders of 3 gang forces are sitting at 3 corners. A group of bodyguards stood around. It's already set up there. Find an opportunity to take down Brew. This guy was lucky enough to even hug Marvin's thigh before he died. He has developed his skills. Nothing, just a street thug. Killing him is like killing an ant. Indeed, it was only after being overwhelmed by the law enforcement team a while ago that kid managed to take advantage. The 3 bosses spoke disdainfully, clearly showing no regard for Brew. Now the plan is for us to kill Bruce and then kill Marvin. Marvin is not easy to kill. Recently, our team blocked the way and used heavy machine guns, but they didn't kill him. Made Kion technology is really difficult to deal with, and we are currently providing comprehensive protection for Marvin. Heavy machine guns don't work, then use bombs. I don't believe it. Kion technology can protect Marvin in a big explosion. A hint of cruelty flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them. As for the social reactions that the Big Bang will cause, it's not something the 3 of them need to consider anymore. They just need to kill Marvin, and it's reasonable to blame the terrorists later on. So, the 3 of them quickly started planning how to kill Marvin. As for Bloom, he has long been forgotten by everyone. In their eyes, this is just a small role. You can easily crush it to death. However, they were not aware that Brew had already been outside their estate. At this moment, outside the estate, Brew and the others looked at the brightly lit villa ahead. Not the boss. Are you sure you want us to launch a strong attack on this estate and eliminate the leaders of the 3 major gangs? A little brother looked at Blue with a frightened expression. Obviously, I can't believe such words came from his boss's mouth. Isn't this clearly seeking death? Just a few guns from him? Go attack someone's fully equipped estate? Isn't this a proper gift of heads? Blue nodded and said, "That's right, it's confirmed tonight. However, you don't have to rush. The main force is not us. We just need to take care of the ending." Speaking, Brew turned his gaze to the 2 yellow scarf wrestlers beside him. At first, he was listening to Marvin say he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the 3 major gangs. At one point, Bloom thought that Marvin was crazy. However, Marvin didn't explain much about it. Instead, he asked Bloom and 2 yellow turban wrestlers to go together and tell Brew that you're responsible for the ending, even if I don't want to believe it in my heart. But Brew also knew that with Marvin's personality, he would never be aimless. The 2 people in front of us must have their own unique qualities. Gentlemen, I'll trouble you next. The 2 yellow turban wrestlers were created by divine powers, and although they look no different from ordinary people, they ultimately lack spiritual intelligence. For Blue's words, the 2 of them stood there quietly as if they hadn't heard anything. Brew was not embarrassed either, but continued to order his gang members to guard the area around the estate. "Gentlemen, you can start now," Brew said with utmost respect. 2 yellow scarf wrestlers nodded. His figure was like a ghost, disappearing into the darkness in an instant. Brew exclaimed in shock, "This is such a fast speed." Bolt isn't even that fast. You see, a few people were rubbing their eyes, and the yellow turban wrestler had already lost sight of his shadow. The yellow turban wrestler, due to his immense power, can move mountains and fill seas, but his speed is often overlooked. In fact, the yellow turban wrestler's speed is also very fast. But compared to his strength, it is not particularly outstanding. "Boss, did these 2 people rush over like this?" "That's the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Denver. Even the world's top assassins will never return if they enter, and they are probably finished." I shook my head repeatedly over there. Upon hearing this, Brew slapped his little brother directly on the head. "Shut up, I believe these 2 gentlemen. If they hear your words and anger them, don't take your life." After speaking, Brew also scanned his surroundings. In an instant, the group of little brothers fell silent like cicadas, not uttering any more words. "I hope it can succeed." Brew gritted his teeth tightly. If the leader of the 3 major gangs is killed, It will be a certainty that he will annex the entire gang power in Shinjo in the future. By then, he will become the underground emperor of the entire Shinjo. How does this keep him from getting excited? From a small thug in a slum to an underground emperor in Shinjo. What inspiring life this is. Blue can't imagine how brilliant his life would be at that moment. So in his heart, more than anyone else, he hopes that 2 yellow turban wrestlers can defeat the 3 major gangs. Shaking his head, Blue no longer thought too much. Immediately command your subordinates to prepare for battle. At this moment, 2 yellow turban warriors had arrived at the entrance of the estate. Adorned with headsets, they were guided by satellite imagery from the future, receiving updates as they proceeded. The duo swiftly dispatched the guards at the eastern gate and made their way directly toward the central villa, where 3 targets awaited them inside. Upon hearing the commotion, the 2 yellow turban warriors appeared before the guards in the blink of an eye. Who goes there? The 3 guards had scarcely uttered a sound when each yellow turban warrior snapped a neck with a single hand. Under the terrifying strength of the yellow turban warriors, the bones and spines of these ordinary men crumbled as if they were mere tofu. Enemies. The estate was teeming with gang members. And after the 2 yellow turban warriors eliminated the 3 guards, they did not conceal their presence, thus being swiftly discovered. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted toward them. However, ordinary bullets, upon striking the specially alloy-forged bodies of the yellow turban warriors, left not even a scratch. Nor did they hinder the warriors' movements. Unfortunately for the gang members, they were not as fortunate. Anyone grazed or touched by the yellow turban warriors was either dead or grievously injured, losing their will to resist in an instant. Demons. These men are demons. Run for your lives. One underling witnessed his once jovial companions being obliterated by a single punch from a yellow turban warrior, leaving him paralyzed with fear, his sanity fraying. The combat style of the yellow turban warriors was brutally straightforward, coupled with the fact that the gang members were no saints. And without any explicit instructions from Jiang Li to hold back, such scenes unfolded. The panic of this underling triggered a chain reaction, causing the psychological defenses of the others to shatter instantaneously. How can we fight? Their bullets can't even pierce the skin. And one punch can turn you into a pulp. How can we even engage? Charging in would be tantamount to delivering our heads on a platter. They were indeed a gang, but they were not fools. Fleeing, even if it meant facing retribution later, was far preferable to rushing to their deaths. In an instant, the dense gunfire began to dwindle, replaced by frantic cries for escape. The 2 yellow turban warriors, however, did not pursue. They continued straight toward their targets within the villa. Meanwhile, inside the villa, 3 bosses heard the cacophony of gunfire outside and immediately grew vigilant. What is that gunfire? Who dares to attack here? The bald leader turned to another bald boss. Is this your territory? You wouldn't be thinking of a black-on-black hit, would you? The bald leader cursed, his voice a low growl. Nonsense. I'd rather see you 2 dead, but not now. Otherwise, my backers would be the first to take me out. Who could that be? Quickly, tell me what's happening outside. The bald leader demanded of his underlings. Just then, a panicked henchman burst into the room. Boss, it's bad. A tough opponent has come, and our brothers are no match for them. It's likely Bruise men, who must have known the 3 bosses were here today. Upon hearing this, the bald leader scoffed. A tough opponent? That scoundrel Brew could muster such strength? He gestured to his men. You lot, go out and deal with them. He then turned his gaze to his bodyguards, elite fighters handpicked for their prowess. Let's go to a safe place first. Despite his bluster, the bald leader acted with prudence. To reach his current position required not only ruthlessness, but also a survival instinct. Since they chose this moment to strike, they must have been prepared. Hiding until the battle concluded before cleaning up the aftermath was the wiser course. After all, what kind of leader charges in a battle first? The other 2 nodded in agreement, and they made their way toward the villa's exit. As several bodyguards stepped outside, they heard the gunfire growing increasingly sparse. Just as they began to believe the battle was over, a throng of gang members came barreling toward them, desperate for survival. One bodyguard seized a brawny black man by the sleeve, scolding him harshly. What are you doing? Who told you to run? Get back there. But the brawny man shook his head vigorously, terror etched across his face. Demons. There are demons. Let me go. I don't want to die. They're here. Under normal circumstances, the black man would show respect to the bodyguards, but today was different. He broke free from the bodyguard's grip and fled for his life. Useless scum. Who let this coward in? Just wait until this is over. I'll teach you a lesson. The bodyguards spat in frustration and turned their gazes toward the darkness ahead. Demons? Huh. We'll show you what true cruelty is. As personal bodyguards to the gang leaders, they were all elite veterans, either retired special forces or skilled martial artists, capable of slaughtering ordinary men with ease. Years of experience had instilled unique confidence in them. Just then, the figures of the two yellow turban warriors emerged before them. This looks intimidating enough. But soon, there will be corpses. One bodyguard on the balcony waved dismissively. A gang member fetched a rocket launcher, and the bodyguard quickly targeted one of the yellow turban warriors. Boom! In the next moment, a missile shot toward the two yellow turban warriors, and a cruel smile appeared on the bodyguard's face as he envisioned the gruesome demise of the warriors. Yet at the moment of the rocket's detonation, the two yellow turban warriors merely stepped back, retreating several meters. An explosion erupted, lighting the yard ablaze, and the shockwave ignited nearby trees. However, the residual force was nothing more than a mere mosquito bite to the yellow turban warriors. What? How is this possible? The bodyguard, positioned at the side of the yellow turban warriors, had an obstructed view. He was overly confident in his aim. In an unexpected turn of events, even the world's top warriors could evade such an attack, yet they would surely sustain some injury. But the yellow turban warriors stood tall and unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. Fuck, this is insane. The bodyguard cursed, raising the rocket launcher once more. However, the yellow turban warriors would not grant him a second opportunity. With a graceful leap, one of the yellow turban warriors landed on the third-floor balcony. God, a superhuman? This scene left the observing bodyguard in stun. What else could there be besides the demons from hell? Chapter 202. Ruthless Measures, Consolidating Gang Forces. With a piercing scream echoing, everyone snapped back to reality in sheer terror. Without a moment's hesitation, they took flight. The yellow turban warriors did not pursue. Their target was the leaders of the three major gangs. With the aid of future surveillance, the whereabouts of the trio were soon revealed. Guided by the future, the yellow turban warriors swiftly made their way into the villa. In just a few agile movements, they found themselves within its confines, soon catching up to the bald trio. Damn it, what are those guys doing? Go eliminate him. The bald leader shouted angrily upon seeing the yellow turban warriors before him. A few bodyguards, upon witnessing the scene, immediately opened fire. However, in the confines of a narrow corridor, the trio anticipated the sight of the yellow turban warriors being riddled with bullets. Yet, to their astonishment, the bullet struck the yellow turban warriors as if they were hitting steel plates, falling to the ground without inflicting any harm. This is bad. The three leaders realized and hurriedly fled into the adjacent room, leaving a few bodyguards to cover their retreat. However, they were soon met with terrified screams and cries from outside the door. What manner of monsters are these that bullets cannot slay? Maid, I still want to know who provoked such beasts. Enough noise. Think of a way to escape. Amidst their bickering, the heavy iron door was suddenly flung open. Two yellow turban warriors strode in, their gaze fixed upon the trio. The leaders felt a chill run down their spines under the intense scrutiny of the yellow turban warriors. Brother, who sent you? How much did they pay you? I'll give you 10 times that. Yes, let us go, and we will give you anything you desire. In desperation, the three leaders pleaded for mercy. Yet, the yellow turban warriors remained unresponsive until the voice of the future echoed in their ears. It is these three. Eliminate them. As a command was issued, the two yellow turban warriors swiftly approached the trio. Before the leaders could react, a sharp crack resounded as their necks were twisted with a single motion, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. After dispatching the three leaders, the yellow turban warriors quickly vacated the scene. From their entry into the estate to the execution of the gang leaders, merely a few minutes had elapsed. It's over, boss. The gunfire and explosions from the estate have ceased. Those two must be dead. One of the underlings, using binoculars, gazed towards a mansion, looking helplessly at Brew when he sensed the silence. This shouldn't be. Brew furrowed his brow slightly. Given his understanding of Marvin, he believed the dispatched individuals could not be so unreliable. He could not fathom that within such a brief span, the two yellow turban warriors could have been eliminated. Yet, it was equally hard to believe that in mere minutes, they had managed to eliminate the three gang leaders. After much contemplation, Brew found the former scenario to be more plausible, while the latter seemed excessively far-fetched. Let us wait and see how things unfold, Brew signaled. His subordinate grimaced at his words. Boss, you can't possibly think those two could take down three gang leaders in such a short time. Can you? We should retreat. If we're discovered, we're finished. In contrast to Brew, his subordinate and the others were rife with trepidation regarding the three major gangs, which made them inherently hesitant to confront them. Brew's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. If we don't hear anything in 10 minutes, we leave. All right. The underlings nodded sheepishly. Brew, observing their reactions, inwardly cursed their ineptitude. Recently, Brew had faced suppression from the three major gangs, leading to the death and dispersal of many of his men. As for those present, they were adept at bullying ordinary people and engaging in petty theft, but were utterly useless when confronted with formidable adversaries. It seemed he would need to recruit capable individuals post-haste. Otherwise, his tenure as leader would be short-lived. Brew was astute. He understood that Marvin's support for him was to assist in illicit enterprises in the future. However, he could not undertake every task personally. Hence, having competent subordinates was crucial. If Marvin tasked him with a job, and he failed once or twice, it might be forgiven. But repeated failures would surely prompt Marvin to consider replacing him. In the eyes of those in power, there was no kinship or deep bond. To maintain a high position, one must demonstrate value. Just as Brew had begun contemplating replacing his own deputy. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Brew resumed his watch over the estate. Anxiety flooding his heart. "My God, boss, they're back." A shout from one of the underlings startled him as the two yellow turban warriors reappeared before them. "Gentlemen, did you eliminate those 3 gang leaders?" Brew inquired uncertainly. The two yellow turban warriors did not respond, merely nodding numbly. "Whoa!" The group collectively gasped. Disbelief etched on their faces. To storm a mansion and eliminate 3 gang leaders in mere minutes? They recognized each word individually, but combined, it was astounding. Let us retreat. Even though Brew was filled with shock and skepticism, he managed to quell his racing heart. The group hastily vacated the premises, leaving behind the once chaotic estate, which now lay in eerie silence. At that moment, Marvin received news from Brew. Resolved the 3 gang leaders in minutes? Marvin's pupils contracted upon hearing the report. He had assumed the 2 yellow turban warriors were either assassination experts or demolition specialists. However, Brew's report revealed that these 2 were more akin to brash warriors, charging in and dispatching the 3 gang leaders within minutes. Were they even human? Marvin had a strong belief in the veracity of the news, despite its implausibility. He had developed a quasi-superstitious belief in Kaiyang technology. It seemed that if they declared it, they could achieve it. Just as he had previously informed Liu Fei of his desire to seize control of the underworld in Xinzu, Kaiyang had promptly dispatched 2 individuals. Could it be that these 2 were the legendary martial artists of Huagua? Marvin pondered, though something felt amiss. According to Brew's account, there had been gunfire and even the use of rocket launchers. Even the most skilled martial artists could not be impervious to blades and bullets. Could they? It must be the new weaponry developed by Kaiyang technology. Marvin could only conclude this. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. As long as the outcome was favorable, that sufficed. Next, he would have Brew seize control of the 3 major gangs' influence during this window of opportunity. Anyone who dared to interfere would be dealt with decisively. Marvin was a man of action. After becoming governor, he swiftly gathered a substantial number of his own supporters within the enforcement team. Even if he could not create an environment of absolute support for Brew, he could ensure that Brew faced no pressure within the enforcement team. Thus, when it came to the gangs, he relied entirely on tried-and-true methods. Anyone who obstructed his path would be eliminated, plain and simple. Considering the 3 gang leaders ahead, it was unlikely that many would dare to oppose him. As for whether anyone could deduce that it was Marvin behind the scenes, anyone with even a modicum of sense would be able to connect the dots upon witnessing Brew's rapid expansion of influence. Once Brew's power broadened, Marvin's control over Xinzu would only strengthen, and at that point, he would relish the thought of how they would dare to challenge him. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Marvin's eyes. Certain matters must be addressed. Soon, the news of the assassination of the 3 major gang leaders spread throughout Nuzhou. Indeed, while the leaders were entrenched in the underworld, their backgrounds, power, and wealth positioned them firmly within the aristocratic circles of Nuzhou, coupled with their unique identities. The simultaneous demise of the 3 on a single night wielded significant repercussions. Before long, the multitude of factions backing these 3 learned of their deaths. "It must have been Ma one exclaimed. "We had just sent them to discuss how to eliminate Ma one, and then they were all taken out. Aside from Ma one, there is no one else in Nuzhou. Damn it! How did that cursed Ma one manage this? I have already dispatched personnel to review the surveillance. I intend to uncover who is responsible for their demise." The prominent capital players in Nuzhou gathered, their expressions grim. Shortly thereafter, a call came through. "Boss, all surveillance in the manor has been cut off. There are no recordings." However, those present at the manor claimed that only 2 individuals arrived, impervious to bullets and capable of leaping 5 meters to the balcony. The boss, upon hearing this, was both incredulous and enraged. "Nonsense. Do you hear yourself? Impervious to bullets and jumping 5 meters high. Do you think this is a movie or a superhero tale?" The voice on the other end sounded resigned. "Boss, though I too find it hard to believe, The survivors all reported the same. Furthermore, the deceased had their necks snapped with tremendous force, something ordinary people could not accomplish. The boss retorted harshly, "Then who do you suggest it was, Superman? Supa, I pay you to investigate, not to spin me tales of superheroes. Continue the investigation." With that, the boss ended the call. I surmised that since the accounts were consistent, the general situation must be similar. If my instincts were correct, this must be attributed to a new weapon developed by Kion technology, but the specifics remained elusive. The group naturally dismissed the notion of superhumans, attributing the events to the cover of darkness and the use of advanced technological weaponry by the assailants. Kion technology and that Jiang Li, what a formidable mind he possesses, and how extraordinary his research capabilities. How can we draw him in, yet not eliminate him? This is utterly frustrating. Enough talk. My sole desire now is to eliminate Ma 1. Upon hearing the names of Kion technology and Jiang Li, the group seethed with anger. Yet, they were powerless to reach in Ahuagua. However, if Jiang Li could not be dealt with, surely Ma 1 could be eliminated. Increase the bounty. I must see him dead. The demise of the 3 heads of the underworld genuinely unsettled them. Had it been merely 3 deaths, they would not have panicked. They could simply elevate 3 others. However, this incident heralded the erosion of their power. Heaven knows how many troubles and uncertainties these gangs had quietly resolved for them over the years. Once lost, regaining that power would be exponentially more difficult. Yet, the reality unfolded differently than they anticipated. Following the death of the 3 gang leaders, Blue swiftly showcased his prowess as a crime lord, rapidly seizing the territories of the 3 gangs and assimilating their members. In a matter of days, his influence burgeoned immensely. 2 key factors contributed to this. Firstly, with their leader deceased, the factions were leaderless. Secondly, those present at the villa that day were primarily key figures from the 3 gangs. Having witnessed the terror of the Jiang Li, they were left with profound psychological scars, unwilling to engage in further conflicts. When confronted by Blue, they surrendered without resistance, having been thoroughly intimidated after Blue appeared alongside a Jiang Li. As for the few who proved more challenging, the Jiang Li swiftly intervened to conclude the skirmishes. In this environment, Blue quickly established dominion over half of Nuzhou's underground world. By the time the capital factions sought to intervene, it was already too late. Once again, the major forces of Nuzhou convened. The days spent together recently surpassed the total of the past several decades. The underworld of Nuzhou was finished. Damn it. Who are those 2? The assembly glared at the video showing the Jiang Li seething with rage. With each strike from the Jiang Li, they eliminated numerous obstacles, finally laying bare their existence before Nuzhou's powers. Invincible and impervious to weaponry. Were these indeed demons from hell? Impossible, for such entities do not exist in this world. If my conjectures hold true, it must be an energy shield. I had long heard that Kion technology was researching it, yet I never anticipated they would succeed. An energy shield? If true, it would indeed explain why those 2 were unaffected by bullets. However, its production costs must be exorbitant, and thus far, only those 2 possess it. The others remained oblivious to the true identities of the Jiang Li, ultimately attributing their extraordinary capabilities to the most plausible explanation, the energy shield. Currently, Ma 1's influence has grown uncontrollably. There is no halting it. The faces of the group bore traces of bitter smiles. In Nuzhou, the governor wields considerable power. Yet, every preceding governor was constrained by the extensive connections of their families and financial backers, acting with caution. Moreover, the federal government imposed fiscal constraints, preventing the full exertion of authority. However, under Ma 1, the situation was entirely different. With all perceived as enemies, he exercised power without restraint, undeterred by any considerations. He wielded authority to its fullest extent, disregarding federal financial allocations. Upon aligning with Kion technology, Ma 1 had ceased to contemplate such matters. Thus, he now operated without concern. Chapter 203. The dust settles in Nuzhou, a new standard. Beyond power, the underworld forces are starkly disparate. The gangs under their command are of an entirely different caliber than those under Ma 1. The critical factor is the presence of 2 Jiang Li in command. It can be said that Blue has carved a bloody path forward. Mobilizing the military is simply out of the question. The idea of employing military force in gang warfare? Such a notion would invite ridicule. Furthermore, Ma 1 is no pushover. Do they think the governor, elected through such fierce competition annually, wields no real power? Regardless of the system, the authority of the top leader is inherently paramount. Even if factions unite, they can only limit certain actions of the leader. Kill. If we cannot resolve the issue, then eliminate the source of the problem. Kill Ma 1. The group resolved to contact others, for this was not solely a problem for Nuzhou. Should Ma, when fully seize control of Nuzhou and Kaiyan technology penetrate the market, they too would suffer. Moreover, who knows what groundbreaking products Kaiyan technology might unveil in the future. Presently, none in attendance could underestimate the research capabilities of Kaiyan technology. Jiang Li's future is terrifyingly bright. Alright, let's act now. What if he has an energy shield? I'll use bombs. There's no way that 1T kill him. The murderous intent in their hearts reached unprecedented heights at the if two yellow scarf wrestlers can't even deal with a group of gangsters. It will be a waste of his great effort. Unless the army is mobilized, there can only be a slight threat to the yellow turban wrestler. Sir, currently, over 30 of the members in the Xinzhou Council have defected to Marvin. Jiang Li did not listen to the process because the process in between must not be beautiful. He just needs to know the result. Those forces should also know about it. Yes, sir, those forces have gone crazy now. In just 1 week, Marvin was assassinated 3 times. One of them, the other party used a powerful bomb and shattered half of the floor. If it weren't for the protection of the yellow turban wrestler, Marvin would have died. Jiang Li nodded. It seems that they have run out of donkey riding skills and can only use this most direct method. In the future, give Marvin an energy shield in the laboratory. Nowadays, Marvin is the core of Jiang Li's layout in the entire North American market. If something happens to Marvin, then Kaiyan's layout will basically be in vain. So Marvin must never have any problems. In the future, tell Marvin that since the other party has used such means, we don't have to be polite and use violence to counter violence. Jiang Li has lost some patience with the situation in Xinzhou. Time has been dragging on for too long. Let those loyal local forces disappear from the world one by one. Compared to assassination, Jiang Li now has plenty of means. Soon, Marvin also received instructions from Jiang Li. After pondering for a long time, Marvin also made up his mind. Next, it's about who's more ruthless in their methods. Under long-term persuasion, some individuals who have changed their attitudes have also undergone a transformation. Some were still hesitating, but Marvin also increased his efforts. As for those who were resolute, it was obvious that they were retaliated against by Marvin. The first step is to publicly order the release of criminal evidence, in the name of a big tiger, to expand the public opinion effect. The second step is to file a lawsuit directly. Among them, under Marvin's operation, he more or less lost his status as a member of parliament and was imprisoned. Of course, there are also people who have successfully escaped guilt with the help of the forces behind them. The next step is the third one, assassination. Why can't I come and kill you if you can send someone to assassinate me? Marvin, the rules were broken by you first, so it's not my fault. Next, with the financial support of Kaiyan technology, members of the localist faction continued to be attacked. Among them, there are people from Bru, as well as killer organizations and mercenaries. The whole Xinzhou suddenly became a mess. This type of video has frequently appeared on hot searches. Some people have directly started criticizing Kaiyan technology online, doubting that Kaiyan Technology's arms company is a stronghold of terrorist organizations, sells some prohibited weapons to local gangs in Xinzhou to carry out terrorist attacks. For a moment, Jiang Li and Kaiyan Technology were also pushed to the forefront. Jiang Li doesn't care about this. He is currently in China. Can you still reach out here even if you are in the United States? Moreover, there is no evidence to prove that Kaiyan Technology was involved. No evidence. No matter how loud the shouting is, it's useless. Gradually, the balance began to tilt. The power of Marvin's side is gradually growing stronger. Until the end, due to the increasing scale of the competition between the two sides, more and more people can't bear to watch it anymore. The dispute in Xinzhou has gradually subsided under the operation of some tycoons in capital. But those with discerning eyes know that this battle was won by the capital of Kaiyan Technology. The localists had to make concessions. At this point, it is already inevitable for Kaiyan Technology to enter the Xinzhou market, even though many people do not want to see such results. But ultimately, there is no way. This Marvin is really difficult to kill. It can even be said that no assassination method can defeat him. This makes it difficult for the capital of the United States to express their grievances. After all, in the United States, since the founding of the country, once the will of capital is unified, no one can survive who they want to kill. The President of the United States is also not capable, but he just couldn't get rid of Marvin, which further worsened the situation. After receiving instructions from Jiang Li and others, Marvin agreed to mediate. The proposal review was quickly reopened. Unlike the previous time, this time the proposal was unanimously passed by the parliament. After being submitted to the court, the review was also passed smoothly. As a result, Marvin's proposal was successfully passed. This also indicates that Kaiyan Technology can smoothly enter the Xinzhou market. In fact, the connection between China and the United States is very close. The scale of trade between the two countries is very large. A few years ago, the United States and China engaged in a trade war, which resulted in killing 1,000 enemies and causing 3,000 self-inflicted losses. Normal products can smoothly enter the entire U.S. market. After all, the United States also hopes that cheap goods from China can suppress prices. But for some high-tech and top industries, they are all prohibited from sale. However, once this proposal is put forward, in addition to some special products mentioned by Marvin and Capital during the peace talks, many companies can also enter the Xinzhou market through this. As soon as this news came out, those companies were also overjoyed. After all, the addition of a new market in Xinzhou is a great thing. In Xinzhou, the news of the proposal's approval quickly topped the hot search list, and it quickly expanded from Xinzhou to the entire United States. In an instant, it occupied the hot search of the entire meter. For a moment, countless people were discussing excitedly online. Inside the Jiang Li villa, when Jiang Li heard that the proposal was passed, he obviously breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over, and I haven't been busy for nothing during this period. The matter in Xinzhou can be considered as coming to an end. Next, just leave it to LV, Fei, and Ma Wen to handle. He just needs to be a hands-off shopkeeper himself. Subsequently, Jiang Li turned his gaze to the latest report. It's about the overseas base of Cairo country. Just a short month, looking at the entire base from an aerial perspective. That is a real, towering building rising from the ground. Originally a desolate desert barren land. In just a few months, there's already a rudimentary form of a modern city. They're all high-rise buildings. Among them, there are buildings with a target of 100 floors that are still under construction. It can be said to be a true miracle. If we were to zoom in on the entire country of Cairo, you will find that even the capital of the country of Cairo is located in ordinary 3-story houses. And there are only a few buildings as high as 10 floors. Even some 4th and 5th-tier small cities in China far surpass the capital city of Cairo. In stark contrast to the current Kaiyang base, countless people from Cairo stand outside the overseas base of Kaiyang technology as if looking up to a miracle. Looking at this rising city, it is filled with awe. At this pace, in another 6 months, the preliminary urban construction can be completed. Jiang Li looked at the holographic projection of the city and felt a sense of joy in his heart. Next, we will preliminarily establish an industrial system for overseas bases, slowly undergoing industrial upgrading. In this way, one's plan can proceed smoothly. However, in order to truly enter the space age, significant breakthroughs are needed in areas such as energy, healthcare, and power, and the road ahead is long and arduous. Jiang Li took a deep breath. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Sir, there's also an email from the Chinese construction department about the X3 gel material. Speaking, Jiang Li also checked his email. The essence of the matter is the hope to engage with Jiang Li regarding the X3 rapid setting gel material, exploring its implications for the entire construction industry, and indeed, the broader societal operations of Huagua. To my astonishment, the influence of X3 rapid setting gel material is profound. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Li swiftly grasped its deeper significance. Presently, Huagua's internal economic circulation has encountered challenges. There is a subtle indication that while the nation may possess wealth, the pockets of its citizens remain empty. Consequently, several years ago, Huagua had already resolved to invest state resources to bolster domestic economic circulation. However, the outcomes have evidently fallen short, entangled in multifaceted issues. Among these, the most significant and readily mobilizable force to stimulate economic circulation and encourage consumption is the ordinary workforce, which is estimated to comprise around 300 million individuals. Yet, the real estate sector has reached saturation, rendering it impossible to replicate the rampant growth of previous years. Thus, recently, initiatives for renovating old houses have emerged within Huagua, fundamentally aimed at providing employment for these 300 million workers. This endeavor could significantly invigorate consumption and enhance domestic economic circulation. Nonetheless, the renovation of old houses is ultimately not a sustainable solution. With the advent of the X3 rapid setting gel material, a new dawn has emerged for the construction industry, including Kaiyang Technologies' overseas sand control projects and construction endeavors. There is a genuine possibility of revitalizing the domestic economic cycle. This is precisely why the higher-ups sought to engage in dialogue with Jiang Li. In response, Jiang Li expressed his unwavering support, recognizing it as his civic duty, both personally and publicly. In the future, I shall respond on your behalf, adhering to the directives of the state. Very well, sir. It seems we are about to embark on a significant undertaking. By the way, sir, the military is calling, also concerning the X3 rapid setting gel material. Future reminded. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. The military? Perfect. I have matters to discuss with them as well. Just as Jiang Li was en route to the relevant departments, news of the X3 rapid setting gel material had already taken the internet by storm, soaring to the top of trending searches. It appeared that the state was intent on promoting this sector through videos. Any footage or announcements regarding Kion Technologies' overseas bases and the X3 rapid setting gel material ignited fervor. Featured prominently across various platforms were videos and news about the Kion overseas base, showcasing the transformation from a desolate desert to the burgeoning contours of a modern city within a mere few months, a sight that struck a profound chord with viewers. Following closely, the X3 rapid setting gel material surged in popularity, capturing the attention of half the populace of Huagua. Wait, has it only been a few months? I recall the last report showing that area as nothing but desert. Bro, you should check out those TikTok accounts documenting overseas infrastructure. They're erecting a floor each day. It's truly astonishing. This is what real skyscrapers rising from the ground look like. The speed is simply inhuman. How is it that these buildings are so tall and constructed so rapidly? According to information from construction companies, Kion Technology is utilizing a new type of building material, the X3 rapid setting gel, which enables such miraculous accomplishments in such a short time. Indeed, those unfamiliar with the subject should delve into the videos of the overseas engineers. I assure you, it's a remarkable discovery. I have returned with great optimism. I can only kneel in admiration. Mr. Jiang is truly impressive. The performance of this X3 rapid setting gel material surpasses that of reinforced concrete by tenfold, and it is more cost-effective and adaptable. Once this material is released, the entire construction industry is bound to undergo a significant transformation. Based on the analyses from various influencers, this building material will soon become mainstream. Akin to how reinforced concrete supplanted stone and wooden structures, one can anticipate a grand infrastructure renaissance. I estimate that this material will initially be utilized for military purposes before being adopted for civilian use. However, given our nation's pace, civilian applications should follow swiftly. You all must check the news. Relevant departments are convening a corporate meeting, and all major construction companies nationwide will be in attendance. Mr. Jiang is truly remarkable. This has even shaken the state. Chapter 204, The Grand Conference. As the entire internet buzzed with discussions regarding the new material and Kion Technologies' overseas base, the conference commenced. On this day, outside a prominent conference center in Huagua, numerous titans of the construction industry, heads of state-owned enterprises, and leaders of private firms made their grand appearances. Even the long-silent former richest man in Huagua, Old Wang, made an appearance at this gathering. The flashes of reporters' cameras never ceased. Each attendee was a prominent figure from various provinces and cities, wielding formidable backgrounds and influence. Perhaps, when it comes to financial prowess, construction industry magnates may not rival their internet counterparts, but in terms of overall impact and influential networks, the construction industry leaders undoubtedly hold the upper hand. After all, there exists a significant distinction between tangible industries and the internet. Instantly, the focus of the entire nation shifted to this conference. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Li arrived at the venue. As the individual with the greatest draw, his presence ignited a frenzy among the media. Countless reporters surged forward, eager to interview Jiang Li, but were politely declined by the staff. Upon entering the conference hall, a multitude of construction industry leaders warmly surrounded Jiang Li. His standing in Huagua was undeniably elevated. With the backing of higher authorities, even those behind these leaders could not lay a finger on Jiang Li, unless he were contravening the law. Coupled with his stature in the business realm, the substantial cash flow he commanded, and the core technology that sparked this meeting, all these factors captured the attention of the assembled magnates. As a throng of business leaders approached to greet him, Jiang Li reciprocated their enthusiasm. Mr. Jiang, it seems this is our first meeting. You truly are young and accomplished, remarked the former richest man, Old Wang, as he extended his hand to Jiang Li. Perhaps with your technology, we can revitalize a portion of the businesses under Wanda, Old Wang mused, casting a glance at Jiang Li before reflecting on his own son. A deep sigh escaped him, recognizing that his son was significantly older than Jiang Li. You're too modest, Old Wang. If Wanda can utilize our materials, it would indeed be a win-win collaboration, Jiang Li replied with a smile. Old Wang regarded Jiang Li with a penetrating gaze, and the two engaged in a casual conversation while proceeding into the grand conference room. Inside the conference hall, nameplates were positioned at each seat, indicating the respective attendees. Mr. Jiang, it appears that the state places considerable importance on this meeting, Old Wang remarked, observing the seating arrangements prepared by the organizers. Jiang Li's seat was centrally located in the front row, a position typically reserved for leaders. It was unexpected for Jiang Li to receive such an honor. Even old Wang, despite the diminished stature of his Wanda group, still occupied a seat in the front row, albeit at the far side. A closer inspection revealed that aside from Jiang Li, all other central positions were occupied by high-ranking officials, which explained old Wang's astonishment. Jiang Li chuckled. Perhaps it is because I am the inventor of the X3 rapid setting gel material. Old Wang shook his head. That alone is insufficient. Subsequently, both men took their designated seats. Shortly thereafter, as all attendees settled in, the meeting was poised to commence. Firstly, leaders took to the stage to deliver opening remarks. After a series of preliminary speeches, the conference transitioned into its main agenda. Chapter 205, Impact. Following this, several leaders ascended the stage in succession. Let us commence our discourse on the current state of the architectural industry and its prospective evolution, particularly in the context of sustainable development. From a developmental perspective, we shall delve into the innovative X3 rapid setting gel material, which serves as the focal point of this conference. Within the confines of the meeting, discussions ensued regarding the establishment of a new standard for the construction sector predicated upon the various metrics associated with the X3 rapid setting gel material. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to the promising prospects of this material and its potential ramifications for national infrastructure, as well as its implications for the populace's quality of life. It is evident that this conference effectively conveyed these notions, aiming to prepare enterprises for the impending policy changes. As the meeting drew to a close, Jiang Li was invited to the podium to share a few words. Ultimately, the gathering concluded after an extensive 5-hour duration, predominantly filled with substantive content, ensuring that every moment contributed to the overarching understanding of the forthcoming governmental actions. Attendees left with a palpable sense of excitement, recognizing the positive implications for their enterprises, which might herald a resurgence in prosperity. Although the meeting had concluded, the fervor surrounding the event continued to escalate online. Wow, did I just see Jiang at the center stage? That's remarkable. Isn't that old Wang? It's been ages since I last saw him. It appears that the executives are quite familiar with Jiang. How could they not be? This conference was convened specifically due to Jiang's invention of the X3 rapid setting gel material. To be honest, this is quite impressive. But I'm curious to know how resilient the buildings constructed with the X3 rapid setting gel material will be. Can they withstand an earthquake? Am I the only one concerned about the government's forthcoming actions? Your civil engineering seniors are poised for a resurgence, my friends. This is fantastic news. My father is a mason, and in recent years, construction projects have dwindled, leaving him struggling to find work. With the new government policies, he won't have to worry about job scarcity anymore. Indeed, once these projects commence, employment opportunities will proliferate, revitalizing the economy. Do you think this will drive housing prices even higher? You're overthinking it. We have already moved past the era of skyrocketing real estate prices. With the use of X3 rapid setting gel material, buildings will only grow taller, and housing prices will become increasingly affordable. Absolutely. The primary concern in our country right now is stabilizing employment and boosting consumption. The core objective of this conference is precisely that. If housing prices rise, it would be catastrophic. The discussion surrounding this conference generated a significant buzz online, lasting nearly half a month. During this period, various educational content creators began to analyze the deeper implications of the meeting. Subsequently, numerous companies within the construction sector initiated a series of new strategies. Coupled with extensive media coverage, the topic remained prominently featured in trending news. The announcement regarding the innovative X3 rapid setting gel material quickly reached international audiences, sparking widespread interest. Although the Kingdom of Karo is a small nation, it has its share of social media influencers in the interconnected world. Moreover, Kayong Technology, as a leading global tech company, draws substantial attention. Even renowned firms such as Apple, Samsung, Tesla, Nvidia, and Oracle must take a back seat. Every action they take garners immense visibility. Chapter 206, A Skyscraper in 7 Days. Kayong Technology's overseas base is being constructed in the Kingdom of Karo, which currently remains unblocked by border restrictions. Naturally, local influencers seized this opportunity, creating content that directly showcased Kayong technology. Remarkably, this generated a significant influx of traffic, with some influencers amassing over 3 million followers. Transcending the social strata of Karo, the latest video juxtaposed Kayong Technology's progress, alongside the excitement generated within China regarding future developments in the architectural sector. This carefully curated content further amplified interest on international platforms. Oh my, China is genuinely rising. A few years ago, they unveiled new weaponry, and now they're showcasing various technologies. This is redefining standards in the construction industry. Will we be adopting Chinese standards in the future? This is indeed miraculous. I followed those influencers months ago when it was still a barren landscape, and now it's filled with skyscrapers. It's simply astonishing. In contrast to the public sentiment in the West, traditional media outlets have adopted a more skeptical stance. Their perspectives lean towards doubt. New material? Completing urban construction in a month is either a publicity stunt, a hoax, or perhaps it is genuinely feasible. For X3 rapid setting gel material to be utilized, it must undergo certification from Western authoritative institutions. The application of concrete has been validated through generations of Western engineers, yet X3 rapid setting gel material remains a nascent innovation, fraught with uncertainty and potential hazards. The characteristics of X3 rapid setting gel material, its cold resistance, heat tolerance, seismic resilience, and salinity resistance, remain unverified. Reckless use would be a disservice to human life. Modern architectural history is rooted in the West, and breakthroughs in construction can only be led by Western civilization. It is inconceivable that China could develop such materials. A plethora of media outlets emerged, casting doubt on and negating the efficacy of X3 rapid setting gel material. It is clear that skepticism prevails regarding its capabilities. Concurrently, Western authorities issued a notification to Jiang Technology, requesting samples of the X3 rapid setting gel material for product research before reaching any conclusions. In response, Jiang Technology chose to disregard their requests entirely, providing Western entities and media with further grounds to speculate. Within Jiang Technology, Liu Jiangwo apprised the team of the online discourse. Jiang Li, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Let them say what they will. It's their prerogative. Currently, many individuals online lack direct experience with the properties of X3 rapid setting gel material. Therefore, I intend to create a content piece that showcases its formidable strengths to the entire internet. Liu Jiangwo inquired, what kind of content? Jiang Li replied with a smile. Let us host a live broadcast, building a skyscraper in 7 days. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Following this, Jiang Technology prepared for a 24-hour live streaming event, aiming to construct a skyscraper within 7 days. In an instant, the internet was abuzz with excitement. Given that the selected site for the live broadcast was a flat area just outside Haining City, many individuals spontaneously gathered at the construction site to witness the event, further elevating the enthusiasm of the curious onlookers. Chapter 207, A Sensation. 7 days may seem neither too long nor too short. Yet constructing a skyscraper within this time frame poses a considerable challenge, verging on impossibility. After all, the curing and maintenance periods for each layer of concrete typically require at least 2 days. However, the audience in the live stream bore witness to the remarkable transformation of the building materials enhanced with X3 rapid setting gel material, which solidified in mere 2 hours. Even the construction workers in the stream, upon observing the solidification, struck the surface with rebar, leaving no mark whatsoever. This left many seasoned craftsmen astonished, exclaiming the extraordinary nature of the material. Despite its rapid curing time, it exhibited remarkable strength. As the floors solidified, the skilled carpenters swiftly entered the site, establishing the fundamental structure. Soon, yet another round of pouring commenced. The entire process unfolded with remarkable speed. When ample funds were provided, everyone exerted their utmost effort. To be candid, not only the audience online, but even the craftsmen present were eager to witness how tall a building could be constructed within the span of 7 days. After all, the strength of the foundation was calculated to support 30 stories. In a matter of just 5 or 6 hours, amidst the gaze of millions, the first floor was completed, swiftly followed by the next. One floor after another. Within a single day, the construction had already reached the 4th floor, inciting a chorus of astonishment across the internet. As the subsequent 7 days unfolded, the spectators became somewhat desensitized to such astonishing speed. It was akin to stacking building blocks, one layer atop another. Remarkably, within just 7 days, 25 stories had been erected. Terrifying, 7 days for 12 floors, what a human pace. Jiang Technology, impressive. I am now curious about the strength of this building. I fear it might merely be a facade. You cannot dismiss it. Despite various data attesting to the performance of the X3 rapid setting gel material, I am still uncertain. 7 days is exceedingly swift. Indeed, this is not to undermine Kayong technology. 25 stories in 7 days is indeed commendable. Yet this is a place of habitation, and the rapid construction makes me quite anxious. I wonder how Kayong technology will proceed with the inspection. Will they merely employ a few instruments? I suspect that might be the case. Isn't that how inspections typically go? Enough of your skepticism. You represent a quintessential outdated mindset, unable to accept the leap in technological advancement, perceiving this innovation as implausible. Look at us young people, all exhilarated. Isn't this what everyone says? Be a step ahead and you're a genius. Be 10 steps ahead and you're dissected. Rest assured, with the state backing, there is no chance of error. This concerns over 1 billion people nationwide. Exactly. This material has undoubtedly undergone rigorous validation by the state, so there is no need for concern. The online response was overwhelming, yet many expressed trepidation regarding the situation. This sentiment was understandable, as construction fundamentally pertains to personal safety. Completing a skyscraper in 7 days seems rather unrealistic, making it difficult for many to accept outright. Thus, during the final inspection phase, Jiang Li planned to unveil a significant revelation. Chapter 208, The Inspection. At the zenith of the online buzz surrounding the X3 rapid setting gel material, Jiang Li took the opportunity to release a video. I would like to express my gratitude to all friends online for their continued attention towards Kayong technology and the X3 rapid setting gel material. Due to profound collaboration between Kayong technology and the military, the inspection will not be conducted by traditional construction units, but rather entrusted to the military for evaluation. The moment Jiang Li released this video, the internet erupted in astonishment. What? The engineering inspection is being overseen by the military? Are they adhering to military standards for the assessment? Instantly, the online community was in an uproar. Are you serious? The military is conducting the inspection. Does that mean the standards will be those of military engineering? I suspect this is quite likely. Military standards are notoriously stringent. But given the performance of the X3 rapid setting gel material, it should pose no issue. If the military is involved in the inspection, then I am at ease. There's no way this could go awry. I will await the final inspection results. We may be on the brink of witnessing a genuine miracle. No way. I must see this in person. Are you out of your mind? It's just an inspection result. Why would you travel so far? You wouldn't understand. In Huagua, the military's credibility is indisputable. Anything associated with the military carries significant weight. Thus, countless individuals began to anticipate the event. Soon, the day of the inspection arrived. Kayong Technology continued to broadcast live from the site, with half an hour remaining before the inspection commenced. The number of viewers in a live stream had seamlessly surpassed 10 million and continued to surge. At this moment, within a temporary military tent, personnel were already present. President Jiang, if this testing fails, Kayong Technology will face severe repercussions, remarked a man with 2 stripes and 4 stars, smiling. Rest assured, I have confidence in my technology. Jiang Li responded, radiating assurance. This inspection was of utmost importance to higher authorities, potentially impacting future promotions. Jiang Li nodded, you can count on it. I have conducted meticulous calculations, and there should be no issues. The man smiled in response, suspecting it might be a facade, yet the data was undoubtedly genuine. Based on his understanding of Jiang Li, with data backing it, the likelihood of this inspection succeeding was exceedingly high. Now, I am quite eager to see the expressions of the viewers in the live stream, and those present when the results are revealed. The other individuals in the tent also bore smiles on their faces. Soon, the moment for testing arrived. The onlookers were cordoned off to a safe distance of several hundred meters, leaving them bewildered. Just then, they witnessed military personnel slowly pushing forward several heavy artillery pieces. Instantly, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Wasn't this supposed to be a professional instrument for inspection? What purpose did the artillery serve? As realizations dawned, expressions of astonishment, skepticism, confusion, shock, and excitement intertwined among the crowd. The live stream echoed this sentiment. Following a brief pause in the barrage of comments, an explosion of frenzied messages ensued. The live stream chat exploded with activity. Countless individuals shared the live stream across social media platforms, friends, WeChat groups, and various social accounts. In mere moments, the viewership surged from 10 million to 50 million and continued to climb. Each refresh brought with it an increase in the millions. Previously, many were indifferent to the inspection of a project, merely gathering to observe. However, the situation had changed. Military inspections with artillery? Good heavens! This was exhilarating. Chapter 209, The Shock. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, the live stream host began to explain. Do you see these heavy artillery pieces? Indeed, these will be used to inspect the building before us. I assure you, the final results will not disappoint you all. As he spoke, the camera shifted to focus on the artillery. Personnel began loading the shells. Next, prepare to witness a moment of violent beauty. With that, the live stream transitioned to a panoramic view. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, a tremendous recoil kicked up dust several meters high. Shell after shell was launched towards the distant skyscraper. Boom, boom. Soon, the sounds of violent explosions reverberated through the air. The moment the shells made contact with the building, they detonated. The resulting flames engulfed the entire structure in an instant. The onlookers stared in wide-eyed amazement. The shock of the explosive sounds and the towering flames could not be compared to mere props from a television drama. It awakened the martial spirit within everyone, igniting boundless excitement. This was exhilarating. These are undoubtedly real cannonballs. The intensity of the firepower is such that traditional reinforced concrete structures would likely crumble under the second barrage. Indeed, one cannot help but ponder the ultimate outcome. After the initial excitement subsided, the crowd returned to the fundamental question: can this building withstand the onslaught of artillery? Reality swiftly provided an answer. As the flames extinguished and the dust settled, the edifice remained, resplendent and unscathed, before the astonished eyes of the spectators. Round 2, fire. Boom, boom, boom. Another volley erupted, even more concentrated and ferocious than the first. My goodness, this truly is a display of overwhelming bombardment. Remarkably, if it endures this, the quality of this building is undeniably exceptional. The onlookers gazed in awe at the explosion site. Soon, as the dust dispersed once more, the structure stood resolutely, unchanged before their eyes. Incredible. The strength of this building could rival that of national defense projects. Indeed, if it boasts tenfold the strength of conventional reinforced concrete, it is certainly plausible. With such materials and such construction, one might even believe that erecting skyscrapers on other planets is feasible. With this material at hand, who would fear structural collapse? Even if one were to cut corners significantly, its strength would still surpass that of contemporary buildings. The crowd expressed their astonishment. Had it been a traditional reinforced concrete structure subjected to such relentless bombardment, it would have been reduced to mere ruins. All right, esteemed viewers, the first phase of assessments has concluded. Next, we will enter the building to conduct comprehensive data evaluations across all floors. Subsequently, military professionals began to enter the building. The live feed shifted to display the exterior of the structure. Observers noted that the force of the shells had indeed left the surface charred and blackened, with debris scattered about, a typical occurrence, as the core structure remained unscathed. Once the results of the evaluations were released, clarity would ensue. The live stream transitioned from the building's surface to the ground below, revealing numerous fragments dislodged by the explosions. Such phenomena were entirely expected. For those in the live stream, elaborate explanations were unnecessary. To them, the mere fact that the building stood impervious to the artillery was a testament in itself. Their apprehensions had dissipated entirely. Chapter 210, The Reaction. Soon, with the aid of specialized equipment and instruments, the building's data was meticulously cataloged. The assessments revealed that the structure remained intact, and the recent bombardment had not compromised its integrity. The evaluators remarked upon the data, noting that the building's strength exceeded that of reinforced concrete by over tenfold. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. It is utterly unaffected. This material is truly remarkable. I can envision a future where buildings soar to 100 stories. Indeed, one wonders if this is a blessing or a curse. Let us not fret about that. For our country's current circumstances, it must surely be a boon. We shall no longer need to worry about shoddy construction. What a relief. Absolutely. We cannot entrust our safety to unscrupulous contractors. How I wish I were there. This spectacle must be exhilarating. After a brief explanation, the staff of Kion Technology concluded the live broadcast. However, the online fervor surged to its zenith post-broadcast. The renown of the X3 Rapid Gel material soared, engendering a significant increase in public trust. This development was undeniably advantageous for professionals within the construction industry, as well as for Kion Technology and the nation at large. It was evident that the promotion of X3 Rapid Gel would proceed with remarkable ease. The live broadcast fundamentally enhanced credibility. The speed of the Huawei authorities was equally swift. Shortly after the meeting's conclusion, new building regulations were swiftly enacted, redefining construction standards. However, due to the limited production capacity of Kion Technology, The X3 rapid gel material was not universally implemented. Coupled with regional timeliness issues, the effective date of these new building regulations was set for approximately 3 months hence, with ongoing projects remaining unaffected. This effectively minimized potential adverse impacts. Naturally, such favorable developments were met with public acclaim. After all, who does not desire a safe and reliable home? However, the most significant ramifications were undoubtedly felt by the Western powers. Historically, construction industry standards have been dictated and designed by Western nations, particularly as they were the pioneers in fully exploiting reinforced concrete. This has long been a point of pride for them. Now, with Huagua no longer adhering to their standards, they have effectively stepped outside the confines of the Western framework. Even if the actual impact is minimal, it marks an unwelcome beginning, as the prevailing global hegemony has been built upon a myriad of Western systems. What is particularly vexing for them is that the construction standards established by Huagua are vastly superior, even leading the West by an entire era. They now grapple with the dilemma of whether to amend their own construction standards. To refrain from doing so would mean ignoring the burgeoning popularity of the X3 rapid gel material. Yet, to revise their standards would signify that the civilization they represent is beginning to be led by Huagua, an eventuality they cannot permit. Thus, they find themselves in a quandary. Of course, these dilemmas are for the Western powers to ponder, while Jiang Li remains unconcerned. Chapter 211. Entering the New Continent, Phenomenal Sales Figures. As discussions regarding the X3 rapid gel material reverberated across the globe, Kion Technology successfully established its presence in the new continent of the United States. With considerable financial clout, Kion Technology swiftly secured prime retail spaces in major shopping centers throughout New Continent. As for advertising, the necessity had dissipated. At this juncture, the establishment of Kion Technology faced no impediments. In fact, one would be hard-pressed to find any street thugs loitering near the storefronts of Kion Technology. The underworld in New Continent, currently under the influence of Brew and overseen by Marvin, ensured a smooth entry for Kion Technology. Following the official establishment, the entire New Continent and indeed the whole of the United States were abuzz, catapulting the event to the top of overseas trending searches. At long last, after a year, the products of Kion Technology were finally available in the United States. I can't wait. My girlfriend and I have already planned a trip to New Continent for shopping. Hey, can someone buy for me? I don't have time to go myself. What's going on? Why is everyone flocking to New Continent? Kion Technology only made it here because of our votes. What is it to you? I'm heading there to queue up now. Just look online. So many people are heading to New Continent. The announcement of Kion Technology's entry into New Continent caused a stir online, with countless individuals from various states expressing their intent to rush over to purchase the products. In an instant, the entire nation found itself ensnared in the whirlwind of Kion Technology. Some were consumed by envy, while others gazed upon the company's burgeoning popularity with a gnawing jealousy. Observing the trending topics across the internet, Liu Fei did not remain idle and swiftly initiated his own actions. Kion Technology promptly announced its opening date, along with the preliminary figures for online and offline sales. However, due to regulatory constraints, the online store was exclusively accessible to residents of Xinzhou, while the offline store imposed fewer restrictions. Upon the release of this news, the people of Xinzhou rejoiced. Although individuals from other states had suspected this outcome, their displeasure was palpable. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to await the availability of second-hand products online or embark on a journey to Xinzhou. Soon, local authorities in Xinzhou noted a massive influx of visitors, with foot traffic multiplying exponentially compared to previous times. It was easy to anticipate the scene on the day of Kion Technology's grand opening. The day for the online launch arrived swiftly, featuring an extensive array of products including yuan stone pillows, microbial face mud, and holographic projection devices. Notably, all of Kion Technology's various ventures unfolded simultaneously, with its influence evident across a multitude of product categories. Given the vast workforce at Kion Technology, it was implausible for them to rely solely on the few groundbreaking technologies developed by Jiang Li. Thus, Kion Technology ventured into diverse sectors, encompassing daily necessities, food, home appliances, and more. From a capitalistic perspective, Kion Technology transcended the boundaries of a mere technological enterprise. It was indeed a formidable investment firm, having invested in hundreds of companies within just over a year. Consequently, alongside its flagship products, other items were also made available for sale. As the countdown to the launch reached the 10-minute mark, the local shopping website in Xinzhou predictably crashed. It was evident that the platform's management had not adequately prepared for the scale of demand prevalent in Huawei's online shopping landscape. The news of the crash swiftly ascended the trending topics, largely due to irate public reactions. After the website's collapse, it remained unresponsive until the official launch, presenting a blank screen. While this was somewhat tolerable, the most unbearable aspect was the continued downtime into the following morning. Those who had meticulously timed their efforts were left to endure a sleepless night, prompting outrage directed at the website's management. Yet, the speed of repairs by morning was, by all accounts, a noteworthy achievement. Ultimately, the management could only express a resigned exclamation. Upon the website's restoration the following morning, eager crowds rushed to inform one another. When everyone logged in, they were met with the disheartening news of sold-out items. Instantly, a wave of frustration erupted among those who failed to secure their desired products. In stark contrast to the negativity circulating online, what astonished the site's management most was the extraordinary revenue-generating capacity of Kayang Technology. They were acutely aware of the staggering figures reflected in the back-end data. The items sold by Kayang Technology in Xinzhou were priced in yuan, which, although symbolically reduced by 30% compared to Huawei, were still exorbitantly marked up by 5 to 6 times in reality. Yet, even at such prices, 1 million bottles of microbial face mud, 100,000 yuan stone pillows, and 500,000 holographic projectors vanished in mere seconds. In just 3 seconds, sales reached an astronomical 30 billion yuan. This figure would send the hearts of even the most prominent capitalists in the United States racing to a halt for 3 seconds. It was utterly staggering, a veritable miracle. Not accounting for the website crash, purchase limitations for Xinzhou residents, and the finite supply of initial goods, one could only imagine the sales figures had there been no restrictions. Even in the current downturn of the United States, it remains the world's largest consumer market. 30 billion yuan in sales might not even be considered a drop in the bucket. No wonder major investors were desperate to prevent Kayang Technology from penetrating the American market. The revenue potential of these products was simply terrifying. After reviewing the data multiple times, the management could not help but marvel at how effortlessly money had become to earn. It was as if currency had transformed into mere digits on a screen. Truly, technology is the primary productive force, and Kayang Technology is exceptional. Secretary released this sales figure. Perhaps it will allow us to share in the spotlight and mitigate the negative online sentiment, the manager remarked, handing the report to the secretary. Although they had no direct affiliation with Kayang Technology, it was still their platform facilitating the sales. Seeking a little recognition was hardly unreasonable, was it? With the data made public, the global online community was left astounded by the astonishing figures. Even the executives of major American shopping platforms were taken aback, let alone the average citizen. This was especially true for individuals from extremely impoverished nations, where monthly incomes might barely exceed a few RMB. Such figures were inconceivable for them. And this was merely the first wave of sales, still only online. Chapter 212, Bags of Money, the terrifying offline experience. If online purchases proved futile, one must resort to offline shopping. However, for the residents of Xinzhou, securing products in-store was far more challenging than online. Even with local advantages, the influx of visitors from other states made it exceedingly difficult to be among the first to purchase. After all, offline purchases did not impose identity restrictions anyone could buy. On one fateful day, in a bustling commercial district of Xinzhou, throngs of individuals queued outside the Kayang Technology storefront. The line extended endlessly from the entrance, winding out into the plaza beyond the mall. Despite this, a continuous stream of people joined the queue. Like most media outlets, both Xinzhou and major American media, as well as self-media influencers, seized the opportunity to interview those waiting in line. The primary demographic consisted of young people, followed by middle-aged individuals. The media posed a flurry of questions, with the middle-aged contingent responding somewhat begrudgingly, merely expressing their desire to purchase yuan stone pillows. In contrast, the younger crowd was far more animated, citing reasons such as cool, handsome, and trendy. Some were even drawn in by the beauty-enhancing effects of the microbial face mud. As the store's opening moment approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous. The instant the doors swung open, the crowd surged forward en masse, resulting in a chaotic scene. Fortunately, numerous security personnel were present to maintain order, quickly restoring calm. However, minor frictions persisted. "Hey, you cut in line. I've been waiting here for ages," protested one man as a brawny black individual brazenly slipped into the queue. "Fuck, which eye of yours saw me cutting in line? Don't make baseless accusations," the imposing figure retorted, jabbing a finger at the man's chest with an air of arrogance. You were cutting in line, and we all saw it. Yes. You better step back, or I will call security. Get lost. With support from others behind him, the aggrieved man found his courage. In response, the black man delivered a swift slap to the man's face. Fuck, you idiot. Dare you insult me? Are you courting death? The man was directly slapped to the ground. At this moment, several burly black people wearing sunglasses walked over and stared fixedly at the person behind them. This position belongs to us. Do you have any objections? The people behind them immediately wilted when they saw the fierce and vicious expressions of the others. Everyone remained silent. It's okay to just think about it. It's just a few positions. Give it to them. Upon seeing this, several black people looked disdainfully at the crowd. Just as I was about to turn my head, I heard a voice say, I have an opinion. Fuck, does anyone have any objections and want to seek death? The black man shouted angrily upon hearing these words. But when he saw someone coming, his arrogant aura instantly went down. Mr. Me, why are you here? The black man's expression instantly became respectful. Mr. Me remained silent and slowly walked forward. Snap! A slap slapped the black man to the ground. It seems that we didn't make it clear enough. Whoever dares to cause trouble in this situation, we will kill them. Apologize to me immediately and then move to the back. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by oneself. Feeling the cold gaze of Mr. Me, several black people only felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. Upon seeing this, several black people quickly apologized to the man. Then he rolled back in a dejected manner. Mr. Me saw several black people disappear. With a smile on his face, he looked at the queue and said, It's okay, everyone. Don't worry. With me here, no one dares to cause trouble. I also hope that everyone can abide by order. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Although Mr. Me's smile was a bit sly, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That one just now. It seems to be the gang leader of S City, Mr. Me. Damn it, it's him. I didn't expect a new store to open and Mr. Me to come. Is the layout of Jiang Technology that large? Who dares to cause trouble when Mr. Me speaks up? You don't know about this, do you? I heard that Boss Brew has already annexed the entire gang in Xinzhou and is now the boss of Xinzhou. And Brew is closely related to Governor Marvin. If you say that, I can rest assured. Everyone was discussing while looking at the gang members who were maintaining order nearby. I also can't believe it in my heart. When did the members of these gangs come to maintain order? But it's also good this way. I'm afraid no one dares to cause trouble. When it comes to maintaining order, gangs can sometimes be much more effective than law enforcement teams. And not just this place. In front of the entire Jiang Technology store in Xinzhou. Basically, there are members of the Xinzhou gang who are deliberately maintaining order. So, except for a slight appearance at the beginning, the subsequent queue can be described as orderly and well-organized. At this moment, the superb people's qualities of the Amilika people were also reflected. Meanwhile, everyone in Xinzhou is acutely aware of one thing. Nowadays, Jiang Technology is a taboo. Who dares to provoke, who dies? Especially a group of street thugs. They secretly swear in their hearts. In the future, we must absolutely not touch the people and goods of Jiang Technology. It can be said that Marvin's move of maintaining order with the mafia faction has achieved astonishing results. Law enforcement teams are in the open, gangs are in the dark. In such a clear and explicit expression, besides some skilled and bold fools, as well as some powerful capital. I'm afraid no one dares to have any more ideas about Jiang Technology. The screen returns to the store site. Countless people waved green rice and gold, buying goods on the counter with great enthusiasm. Some fanatical women spend a lot of money on microbial dough. My credit card was even maxed out on the spot. It'd be said that every offline store of Jiang Technology, that cash register seems to have turned into a money printing machine at this moment. Countless money poured into it, and later on, even sacks were used to store the money. Compared to China's mobile payments, most of Xinzhou still uses cash. This time, Jiang Technology has sufficient stock. The store opened at 7 a.m. and was out of stock until around 8 p.m. All the employees are exhausted and their hands and feet are sore. Everyone had sold out. This time it's really sold out. Let's go back and wait for the next batch of goods. Upon hearing this, the person who waited for half a day but still couldn't buy it, they all started complaining and looked at the staff with resentment on their faces. But they dare not take any action. After all, gang members are not vegetarians. Let's go. We can only wait for the next time. The crowd dispersed and the store closed. At this time on the internet, the scene of Jiang Technology's booming sales was directly pushed to the hot search of the whole meter. One of the hot searches about Jiang Technology is incredibly abstract. Chapter 2:13 Thunder Means. In the hot searches of Quanmi, Jiang Technology has many hot searches, among which the most dramatic one is about collecting money, bagging money. Jiang Technology's truck is equivalent to a bank cash truck. In the hot search, there are also pictures of journalists secretly taking pictures of money in burlap bags. in the scene of getting off the car and taking the money to the bank. It can be said that such a scene fully aligns with the values of the American people. The money in that sack made the American people salivate at the sight. Kion Technologies products are equivalent to money printers, which has been proven once. Soon, another hot search emerged. According to statistics from relevant institutions, on the first day of Kion Technology, the online and offline sales are expected to reach a terrifying amount of 4 billion yuan. Suddenly, Kwame was shocked by Kion Technology's ability to attract money. 4 billion, that's for all the companies in Kwame. There are several companies that can achieve such a high annual turnover. The key is that this is still their daily sales revenue. If this were accumulated over the years, what would it be like? Suddenly, all the capital of the entire company became unsettled. I really want to go up and take a bite. But obviously, based on the current situation, it seems somewhat unrealistic. And the most dramatic scene quickly happened. Just after the news of Kion Technology's use of burlap bags to store money became a hot topic. After the release of the second batch of products by Kion Technology, the cash truck was robbed on its way to the bank. That's right, it was just robbed. And it's not just together. For a moment, the news once again made it onto the hot search list of the entire country. A group of onlookers cannot help but sigh. The robbers from our Lao Me family will never disappoint. Indeed, nowadays Bruce is undoubtedly the leader of the underground world in Xinzhou. But ultimately, I haven't been a boss for long, my background is not deep enough, and my influence is not great enough. The underground world of Xinzhou has not been truly eradicated and is completely in our hands. In addition, there are also many states in the United States and many foreign forces. In recent days, the media has also been crazily reporting on Kion Technology's ability to accumulate wealth and money with malicious intentions. So it was unexpected and understandable that Kion Technology was robbed. Compared to traditional cash transport vehicles, Kion Technology transports cash on its own and does not have any armed forces. Jiang Li also learned the news at the first time. I couldn't help but feel emotional in my heart. This free America, business is really difficult to do. Jiang Li shook his head helplessly. In the future, assist Marvin and spare no effort in pursuing the robbers. Remember, at all costs, you must catch them for me. A chill flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. This is not as simple as losing several million yuan, but rather the deterrent power of Kion Technology. You took a few million today, okay, I won't bother you. Otherwise, others will treat you like a soft persimmon. There will naturally be a second batch, a third batch. In this world, there's never a step back to open up the sky. In this ruthless world where the weak are devoured by the strong, one must take a step back to gain a foothold. Therefore, with regard to this particular group of individuals, Jiang Li must strike them down decisively. Otherwise, the troubles will be endless. This America, especially new state, why is it that mobile payments cannot be universally adopted? There still remains so many who rely on cash. Jiang Li felt somewhat speechless. Although credit cards and other forms of payment are indeed the mainstay of consumption in new state, cash has not been entirely supplanted, still enjoying considerable usage. If only there were a reduction in cash transactions, countless issues could be avoided. At that moment, at the Kion Technology office in New State, LV Fei received Jiang Li's directives. Firstly, at all costs, they must locate and eliminate the group of robbers. Secondly, they are to recruit personnel from security companies to protect each vehicle transporting cash to the banks. Upon receiving these instructions, Mawin took them very seriously. The robbery of key enterprises in New State, particularly Kion Technology, had significant repercussions for him, both publicly and privately. Thus, Mawin swiftly ordered the local law enforcement agencies to spring into action. He also instructed that the enforcement team accompany the cash transport from Kion Technology, greatly enhancing security. On the other side, the apprehension efforts proceeded exceedingly smoothly in the initial stages. Under the forthcoming network investigation, coupled with the outstanding performance of New State's law enforcement, the identities of several groups of robbers were quickly uncovered. In total, there were 5 factions of robbers. The New State law enforcement promptly issued wanted notices. Of these, 3 groups remained within New State and were soon captured by the enforcement team. The remaining 2 groups fled to other states. When Mawin reached out to the governors of those states for cooperation in their capture, he was met with outright disregard. Infuriated, Mawin slammed down the phone. Those wretched scoundrels. The tone of the other party left him certain that not only would they not offer assistance, but they might even covertly aid the robbers, allowing the world to mock New State and Kion Technology. It seemed he would need to beseech General Jiang once more to call upon that formidable deity. Mawin recalled the 2 yellow turban warriors to resolve the issue of armed robbers across state lines without leaving a trace. The only viable solution lay with those 2 warriors. Mawin quickly dialed Jiang Li's number and briefed him on the situation. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. acknowledging the usefulness of bringing the yellow turban warriors to America. The recent emergence of the new landscape in New State had indeed been greatly influenced by their involvement. This time, in the cross-state operation to eliminate the robbers, the yellow turban warriors would be indispensable. It seemed prudent to find time to cultivate additional yellow turban warriors, as they could prove invaluable in resolving numerous troubles, whether in New State, within Huagua, or in overseas bases in Corolo. After ending the call, Jiang Li had already begun to formulate a plan. Meanwhile, in America, after receiving Jiang Li's support, Ma Wan, upon securing a future position, instructed Blue to dispatch a specialized team to assist the yellow turban warriors in other states. Given that the two groups of robbers were not large organizations, the two yellow turban warriors split into two teams, heading to distinct locations. The outcome was as expected. Both groups of robbers were annihilated, and all stolen money was recovered. Soon after, the New State law enforcement announced that of the 5 factions of robbers, 3 had been apprehended while the remaining 2 had mysteriously met their demise. The case was officially closed. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while professionals discern the subtleties. The onlookers may have found the event novel and cheered for the law enforcement, but the underground forces perceived a different narrative. They witnessed a ruthless entity, armed with absolute power and a comprehensive intelligence network, embodied in the Kion technology system. The swift identification of the 5 factions of robbers and the efficient cross-state elimination of 2 groups were feats not achievable by ordinary forces. Consequently, the trepidation towards Kion technology intensified among all. Chapter 214. A renewed strike. Old America feels the pain following the recent incident characteristic of America. The handling methods of Kion technology revealed Jiang Li's stance to those who appeared formidable yet were fundamentally timid. It incited their clandestine ire. These damned Huagua individuals. Why are their bones so unyielding? The various measures employed were overwhelmingly intimidating, instilling fear. In an instant, forces with intentions toward Kion technology in New State retreated into the shadows, granting Ma Wan precious time to consolidate power and facilitate the development of Kion technology. For most factions, this may have served as a warning. Yet, for the common people of New State, it was merely a topic for casual conversation after meals. Their true concern lay in whether they could purchase products from Kion technology. With the launch of various products from Kion technology in New State, these innovations had infiltrated households. In the absence of capital opposition and malicious reviews, the products of Kion technology were lauded by the populace. The affection extended to the brand led to widespread acclaim for even the modestly technological offerings. Gradually, the brand of Kion technology had embedded itself in the hearts of the people. This was immensely beneficial for the development of the company and its brand. When consumers hold a high degree of trust in a brand, their initial selection and subsequent purchases are inclined toward the brands they believe in. Online, due to the absence of Kion technology products in the Western markets previously, the general public's understanding stemmed from influencers, celebrities, and those who had acquired second-hand goods. However, the situation has changed. Now, thanks to the enthusiastic endorsement from the citizens of New State, the products of Kion technology have genuinely become ubiquitous. At present, if one were to browse various news and video websites in America, they would find an overwhelming prevalence of reviews for Kion technology products. As a middle-aged man working 3 jobs to support my family, I can only say that the Yuan Stone pillow is our savior. My father works night shifts every day. I bought him a Yuan Stone pillow, and now he asks like this. Microbial facial mud is divine magic. Just look at my skin. It's transformed. The holographic projector is even more stunning than advertised. Come see for yourself. Kion technology is a gift from the heavens. Their products are truly miraculous. Such videos proliferate across the internet, attracting staggering viewership. Observing the alarming traffic online, various influencers and celebrities have begun creating derivative content, finding it quite lucrative. Due to the extensive promotion, Kion technology products have experienced a fresh surge in prices within the seafood markets. Whether offline or online, the goods released by Kion technology, while not extensive for all of America, were far from negligible for the residents of New State. Apart from rare items like the Yuan Stone pillow, a significant portion of the populace acquired other products. The majority opted not to use them personally, but instead listed them in the seafood markets. Essentially, whenever a black technology product from Kion technology became available, it was snatched up instantly. It can be said that Kion technology has bestowed each resident of New State with a unique opportunity to profit. In a flash, countless individuals in New State quietly etched the name of Kion technology into their memories. After all, for most ordinary people, the money from selling a single secondhand item could equate to half a month's salary. even though the subsequent proliferation of goods may lead to a decrease in prices. It nonetheless represents a substantial source of revenue. This shared interest binds both Kaiyan Technology and Ma1, whose prominence in Xinzhou is increasingly amplified. Their influence is burgeoning day by day. It is entirely foreseeable that, following this trajectory, Ma Wen's re-election 3 years hence will encounter little resistance. The entry of Kaiyan Technology has left many veteran investors in disarray. However, this is merely an appetizer. The impact of Kaiyan Technology continues to ferment. While the elite in the West grapple with the dilemma of whether to realign the architectural standards to match those of Huagua, the entire nation has dealt a significant blow to various forces led by the United States. Yes, it is once again due to Kaiyan Technology and the X3 rapid setting gel material. This situation can be traced back to the international landscape. Historically, the global trading system has been anchored to the US dollar. Yet, the pitfalls within this system are vast. Thus, Huagua has always publicly professed its adherence to the dollar system, while in reality, the situation diverges. For a nation to develop, the foremost step is construction. Establishing a comprehensive urban infrastructure is imperative. But how can one achieve foundational construction without sufficient manpower, resources, and, crucially, technology? At this juncture, Huagua steps in, offering assistance in construction, contingent upon the exchange of various domestic premium assets. What constitutes premium assets? This encompasses a broad range, including various mineral deposits, iron or copper mines, rare minerals, and even ports and prime urban land. Generally, both parties can reach an agreement. After all, countries that have yet to complete even basic infrastructure can only present their land's premium assets as bargaining chips. What? You refuse to exchange premium assets and demand payment in dollars? Then, I'm afraid it's goodbye. Good luck finding anyone with technology and efficiency surpassing ours in Huagua using your dollars. If an agreement is reached, splendid. We must still be mindful of preserving America's hegemonic status on the blue planet, merely declaring that transactions are conducted in dollars. The current scenario echoes this sentiment. Following the comprehensive application of X3 rapid setting gel material, Huagua has managed to enhance its construction efforts without elevating costs. The original pricing remains unchanged, while the quality has surged tenfold. The structures we erect can withstand aircraft and artillery fire, as long as they refrain from deploying missiles or similar weapons of mass destruction. One could stand unprotected while their buildings remain intact, and the efficiency is remarkable. In such a context, nations that were previously hesitant about collaborating with Huagua are now placing orders without reservation. Consequently, the dollar system has endured a significant shock. Yet, the United States can only watch helplessly. After all, in its attempts to curb Huagua's advancement, it has exhausted every strategy. Alliances in East Asia, trade wars, the European community, Middle Eastern conflicts, and so on, both plausible and implausible. None have succeeded against Huagua, let alone in the current climate. Chapter 215, Fishing Again, a Marvelous World. Not only that, but with Huagua redefining architectural standards, it can be said that the metrics are alarmingly formidable. Without even mentioning the X3 rapid setting gel material's resistance to extreme temperatures, its seismic performance is astonishing. Even in the face of a magnitude 9 earthquake, the characteristics of X3, along with its internal flexibility, enable it to effectively dissipate force. In the face of such cataclysmic events, structures built with this material can emerge unscathed. These properties, coupled with its low cost, render it highly favored by nations situated in seismic zones. Coincidentally, several earthquakes have recently struck the juncture of the Eurasian tectonic plates, prompting local governments to consider Huagua for the reconstruction of cities devastated by these quakes. This exchange further elevates Huagua's global influence, significantly impacting its worldwide strategy. Meanwhile, amidst the rise and increasing assertiveness of Huagua, the Western powers find themselves at a loss, scratching their heads over the transformative revolution in the construction industry spurred by X3 rapid setting gel material and its broader implications for Huagua. Jiang Li is well aware of these ramifications. However, such influence pales in comparison to the groundbreaking technologies yet to be developed. There's a saying, foundational structures determine upper-level construction. Over the past few years, Jiang Li has diligently worked on establishing the technological foundation and essence of Kaiyan technology. As technology advances to a new echelon, the innovations birthed by Kaiyan technology will transcend mere minor inventions, heralding truly epic-making advancements. Sir, the development of the cancer-targeting drug has been fully completed, and it is now ready for clinical trials, future-informed. Excellent. Please contact the relevant authorities immediately. The approval for this drug's release must garner full support from the top. Jiang Li responded with a nod. In addition to the cancer-targeting drug, the Biological Research Department has also made groundbreaking progress in the study of stem cell redifferentiation, and it won't be long before we achieve artificial organ technology. The Physics Institute has seen the research on high-performance batteries reach its conclusion, and the autonomous driving technology powered by artificial intelligence has entered the experimental phase. Future reported on the research advancements across all laboratories under Kaiyang technology. Under the strategic oversight of Jiang Li, the progress of research has been exceptionally promising, with each project representing a leap forward in technology. Furthermore, with the establishment of the Kaiyang Arms Company and the maturation of overseas bases, Jiang Li is now equipped to safeguard these technological advancements. Excellent. Future, keep me updated on the research progress, Jiang Li instructed. After addressing some matters, he focused his thoughts and returned to the fishing space. After accumulating for so long, he finally obtained a level 3 bait and was eager to see what he could catch. Jiang Li gazed at the level 3 bait in the system space, anticipation bubbling within him. He then rigged the bait and cast it out, settling into wait. At that moment, in a futuristic urban world, any Blue Star inhabitant present would undoubtedly be awestruck by the sights before them. On the roads and in the skies, the modes of transportation are no longer the conventional four-wheeled cars, or even the so-called maglev vehicles or flying cars. Instead, they comprise an array of biological entities. There are white-horned horses with wings, massive creatures resembling batfish, and enormous eagles with wingspans reaching 15 meters. Even a formidable tiger, exuding an air of ferocity, boasts a pair of wings several meters long, truly embodying the phrase, adding wings to a tiger. On the ground, towering gorillas of 5 to 6 meters in height assist people in moving goods. One can also observe lizard-like creatures that resemble dragons, spewing flames, alongside rhinoceroses crackling with electricity. A myriad of bizarre and extraordinary beings coexist harmoniously in this urban environment, engaged in work and daily life. Just then, a blue humanoid figure zipped overhead at supersonic speeds, pursued closely by 3 humanoid beings. Damn it, hand over the core of the technology. Upon hearing these words, the blue entity could not help but smirk disdainfully. The core of this technology was none other than the biological advancements from cloud technology, encompassing a millennium of accumulated innovations. It was a treasure he had painstakingly acquired over more than a decade of covert operations within cloud technology, and there was no way he would relinquish it. Thus, the two factions found themselves in a relentless chase, one pursuing, the other fleeing. From a distance, it appeared as though streaks of red, green, and violet light were in hot pursuit of a singular blue luminescence. In the midst of their encounters, a terrifying cacophony reverberated throughout the entire city. The aftermath of their clashes struck the earth, leaving behind a series of fissures. This cannot continue. I will never escape if the higher-ups from cloud biology arrive. The blue figure gritted his teeth, torn between the desire to protect the core technology he had so arduously obtained and the impending danger. It cannot be surrendered. It seems I must fight with all my might. In a split second, the blue silhouette resolved to make a desperate stand. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, and the sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. Ahead, a tempestuous mass of thunderclouds materialized, swiftly advancing toward the group. Within the storm, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens. Instantly, all beings below in the city cowered in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground. This is bad. It is the embodiment of thunder, the shadow of the thunder dragon. A flicker of fear flashed in the blue figure's eyes, and in that instant, even the thought of fighting vanished. Here, take it. The blue figure hurled a light blue box away, simultaneously directing a beam of blue light towards it. No, you dare. The remaining figures, upon witnessing this, abandoned their pursuit of the blue entity. If the core technology were to sustain any damage, they would face dire consequences. They hurriedly converged on the core technology, but it was evidently too late. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, a fishhook descended from the void above. Simultaneously, the blue light made contact with the box, and in the next instant, a violent explosion reverberated through the sky, manifesting as a mushroom cloud. Upon contact with the box, the bait emitted a faint purple radiance, enveloping the box before vanishing into the void, leaving behind only the mushroom cloud. You scoundrel, I will see you dead. The figures, their eyes burning with rage, fixated on the direction the blue entity had fled and resumed their pursuit. At that moment, a singular thought consumed them: to eliminate him. Chapter 216. The the era of biological technology, reconstructing the Tyrannosaurus rex gene. Meanwhile, within the fishing space, Jiang Li felt his hands tremble. A colossal force surged from the other end of the fishing rod, nearly causing this martial artist, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement, to lose his grip. In the next moment, with a determined effort, the fishhook brought forth a blue box into Jiang Li's view. What is this? Jiang Li opened the box to find an oval-shaped, pale purple crystal. What could this be? Jiang Li examined the information. Core technology of cloud biology. Level 5 fishing object containing all biological technologies developed since the establishment of cloud biology. Extremely precious. The information was succinct. Yet the classification as a level 5 fishing object signified the immense value of this technology. It is noteworthy that the technological essence of the entire L1 civilization was merely classified as a level 3 fishing object by the system. This singular biological technology had achieved the status of a level 5 fishing object. Jiang Li meticulously tinkered with it and finally succeeded in accessing this technological core. So, this biological technology is truly extraordinary, he mused, realizing it had reached an exceptional standard. After thoroughly perusing the information, Jiang Li gained a substantial understanding of the civilization to which cloud biology belonged. This civilization initially bore similarities to Blue Star, progressing from the industrial age to the information age. Presently, Blue Star excels in physics and information sciences, with future developments likely emphasizing these areas. However, this civilization had produced an exceptionally gifted individual who elevated the field of biology by several magnitudes, transforming communication, sustenance, labor, and social interaction into biological constructs. Consequently, the civilization's trajectory gravitated towards biological advancement. Ultimately, every aspect of human life was derived from biological products and organisms. Through genetic modification, ordinary beings were endowed with the power to wield flames and thunder as weapons. In summary, this was a civilization that had pushed the boundaries of biological sciences to their zenith. It was even rumored that beings akin to mythological creatures, capable of summoning storms and moving mountains, could be engineered. Of course, such feats were entirely beyond Jiang Li's current capabilities, given his insufficient technical reserves and unsuitable production environment. Could it be that Blue Star is on the cusp of entering the era of biological technology? Jiang Li pondered, intrigued by the potential of biological sciences. He viewed the human body as the universe's most enigmatic entity. If he could gradually unravel the mysteries of the human body through biological technology, it would yield tremendous enhancements to his own power. With that thought, Jiang Li resumed his examination of biological technology. Incredible, so powerful, yet it is undeniably challenging. After a considerable time, Jiang Li rubbed his aching head. The technology of cloud biology was far more complex than he had anticipated, particularly regarding genetics, which posed significant difficulties. Perhaps I could study the rise of that genius documented within this civilization. According to the records of cloud biology, this prodigy made headlines worldwide by successfully recreating the genetic blueprint of a prehistoric creature that had been extinct for 40 million years. Subsequently, he employed cloning technology to bring this long-lost creature back into existence. That sounds rather fascinating, Jiang Li thought, instantly piqued with interest. Like many boys, Jiang Li harbored a deep fascination for colossal beasts. He had rewatched various monster films online at least 3 times. Very well then. The first step shall be to recreate the genetic blueprint of a prehistoric creature. And as for the subject, it shall be none other than the Tyrannosaurus rex. Among the myriad of prehistoric creatures, none commanded more popularity than the Tyrannosaurus rex. It frequently featured prominently in numerous films and documentaries. In the future, I will gather all known genetic sequences of the incomplete Tyrannosaurus rex fossils. Understood, sir. As Jiang Li prepared to collect Tyrannosaurus rex genetic information, he was not idle himself. He needed to learn new genetic techniques. Otherwise, relying solely on existing technology and the currently fragmented genetic material of the Tyrannosaurus rex would not suffice to perfectly recreate its genetic blueprint. Thus, Jiang Li plunged into yet another round of industrious endeavors. Meanwhile, the health department of the Hua country received a clinical application submitted by Kaiyan Technology. Team leader. We have received a call from Kaiyan Technology. They have completed the development of their new drug and wish to proceed with clinical trials. Kaiyan Technology? The team leader was taken aback. Their department had had little prior interaction with Kaiyan Technology, making this sudden request rather surprising. Wait, I recall that Kaiyan Technology's biomedical department was only established a little over a year ago. How could they have developed a new drug so quickly? That seems rather astonishing. Upon hearing this, the other individual chuckled. Team leader, Jiang Li is hailed as the most prodigious genius of the 21st century. One cannot apply common reasoning to assess him. Moreover, the drug they are seeking to trial is an anti-cancer medication. According to Cultivation Technologies' report, it can transform any type of cancer into a chronic condition, significantly enhancing survival rates. What? The team leader exclaimed in disbelief. If that is true, does that mean Cultivation Technology has comprehensively conquered cancer? That is utterly inconceivable. It is essential to recognize that cancer stands as one of the deadliest and most prevalent diseases globally. Since its discovery, countless pharmaceutical companies have poured immense resources, both human and financial, into combating it. Yet, this monumental challenge remains unsolved. Even the so-called targeted therapies prove ineffective in the face of advanced stage cancer. Now, Cultivation Technology astonishingly claims that its new drug can suppress cancer cells, transforming them into a chronic illness. How could one not be astounded by such news? Quickly, contact the relevant hospitals and arrange for an expert team. This matter cannot be delayed, the team leader urged, given Cultivation Technology's current standing and the significance of an effective drug. This situation demands urgent attention. Understood, leader. I will make arrangements immediately. The man responded before leaving the office. The team leader took a deep breath, hoping that this new medication could indeed prove successful. After years in the health department, he had lost count of the number of cancer drugs that had applied for clinical trials, only to yield unsatisfactory results. Gradually, each glimmer of hope had morphed into disappointment, leading to a profound sense of calm. Yet now, the leader's tranquil heart seemed to flutter once more. This was fueled by Cultivation Technology and, more importantly, by trust in Jiang Li, a person capable of creating miracles. The leader also hoped that this time, a miracle might occur once again. Hello, leader. I have sent you the materials for Cultivation Technology's clinical trial application, came a voice. Chapter 217. The establishment of a temporary team. Due to Cultivation Technology's immense influence, a corresponding team was swiftly established with the assistance of relevant departments. The evaluation team comprised top research teams from Hucking University and experts from the capital's first hospital. On this day, the evaluation team gathered in a conference room, engaged in animated discussions. Have you heard? The purpose of our gathering seems to be Cultivation Technology's groundbreaking progress in the field of cancer research. I am aware. My student is currently at Cultivation Technology's Life Research Institute, and he informed me that they have achieved a comprehensive breakthrough in cancer treatment. Goodness, this concerns cancer. I have heard that Cultivation's miracle drug can turn cancer into a chronic disease. It's unfathomable. Let's not rush. We have yet to review the data, and clinical trials have not commenced. Quite right. Let us first examine the information. As the experts fervently debated, the leader of the health department arrived. The other staff members presented the data to several experts. Upon seeing the relevant information, everyone began to scrutinize it. The once noisy conference room fell silent. After a considerable pause, a gasp shattered the stillness. Incredible. Truly incredible. The cancer cells in the petri dish and within the gorilla have been completely suppressed. They no longer continue to divide, and normal cells remain unaffected. How astonishing. How could Cultivation Technology achieve such a remarkable distinction between cancerous and normal cells? If Cultivation Technology can indeed harness this technology, could it not be a trivial matter to cure cancer altogether? What extraordinary intellect Jiang Li possesses. This century-old dilemma may once again be resolved by him. The crowd gazed at the data report, their faces illuminated with astonishment. The previously silent team leader then spoke. Esteemed colleagues, based on the data, do you believe this technology has a chance of success when it enters the clinical phase? One of the researchers replied, the data for this new drug is remarkably comprehensive. Under normal circumstances, the application in humans should not differ significantly from the data. At that moment, another physician from the Capital Hospital interjected, while that may be the case, data is ultimately just data derived from animal testing. We cannot predict how it will behave in human applications. Nevertheless, I firmly believe this medication will succeed. The remaining researchers and expert doctors echoed similar sentiments. They concurred that after animal trials, Cultivation Technology's drug had exhibited characteristics that were nearly conclusive. However, the physiological differences between humans and animals are substantial. Until clinical trials are conducted, no one can guarantee the ultimate outcome. Nonetheless, the group maintained an optimistic outlook regarding the results. Since there is such consensus, our health department has decided to assemble a temporary clinical team to monitor the effects of this remarkable drug closely. The leader nodded in agreement and relayed the directives from higher authorities. Upon hearing this, the attendees felt a surge of joy. They were eager to participate in the clinical research of such a meaningful drug. Perhaps, from a different perspective, they would have the privilege of witnessing the establishment of a new milestone in the field of medicine. Chapter 218. Repairing the Tyrannosaurus rex genes. Meanwhile, as the hospital operated with great urgency, Jiang Li was in his laboratory, with the assistance of future and various regulatory bodies. Bolstered by Caoyang Technology's immense global influence and financial resources, Jiang Li acquired a portion of Tyrannosaurus rex skeletal fossils and fossils of scientifically recognized close relatives. From these fossils, he extracted all remaining genes. However, due to the vast expanse of time, the degree of genetic degradation exceeded Jiang Li's expectations. Let us record a video. Otherwise, if a Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly appears, ordinary people might find it hard to accept. Jiang Li took a deep breath. With this in mind, he instructed Future to adjust the camera angle and began recording a new video. Hello everyone, it's been a long time since my last update. Today, we'll explore a new topic, reviving the Tyrannosaurus rex. As he spoke, the camera shifted to face Jiang Li's laboratory. Look, these are the fossils of the Tyrannosaurus rex and its close relatives that I have collected from around the world. I have extracted all the genes from these fossils. But due to the severe degradation of the Tyrannosaurus rex genes, I specifically gathered these close relative fossils in hopes of obtaining genes similar to those of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Currently, I have developed a brand new gene sequencing technology. My next step is to comprehensively screen, sequence, and rearrange these genes, and then use the existing genes to fill in the missing segments. This is a colossal undertaking. However, I am no longer the ordinary university student I once was. I believe that with the aid of the company's supercomputers, I will swiftly complete the initial phase of this project. Alright, this concludes the first video. If you're interested in this topic, feel free to follow my account. I am confident that the second video will be released shortly. The video ended there. Future, please upload the video to my account. Certainly, sir. Soon, Future uploaded the video. Now, assist me with a simple sorting. The number of genes was overwhelmingly vast. Relying solely on Jiang Li would take years to sort through them. Fortunately, with Future's help, Jiang Li's speed was greatly enhanced. This gene sequencing technology is truly remarkable. It can accurately identify and select such fragmented and complex genes. After expressing his amazement, Jiang Li and Future continued their diligent work. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's latest video created a tremendous stir on the internet. As the most followed and engaged individual on the Chinese internet, it is fair to say that every video released by Jiang Li carries with it a weight of traffic that could rival the lifetime achievements of all other internet celebrities combined. Coupled with the peculiarity of the topic, Tyrannosaurus rex, genetics, resurrection, the absurdity of such discourse is palpable. To the average listener, it may seem like a mere ploy for sensationalism, a tactic to amass attention. Yet, the very fact that this notion is proposed by Jiang Li renders it impossible for the public to dismiss. In the collective subconscious of society, any impossibility, when associated with the name Jiang Li, transforms into a conceivable reality. Chapter 219, a sensation. In an instant, the topic of resurrecting the Tyrannosaurus rex through genetic technology surged to the top of trending searches across the internet. Even abroad, where Jiang Li had not previously garnered much attention, the dissemination of his video ignited a significant uproar. Various online influencers began to release videos discussing this topic, and soon, the conversation volume surpassed 1 billion. Among these, the video with the highest viewership came from a well-known science communicator named Science Guru. Hello everyone, I am Science Guru. Just now, my private messages exploded with requests for me to comment on the topic of resurrecting the Tyrannosaurus rex. You would believe it, but my mind was blown. What? Resurrecting an extinct Tyrannosaurus rex from millions of years ago? Such an obscure phrase. Initially, I thought someone was playing a prank on me. But after seeing a flood of messages, I realized it was far from simple. Indeed, upon clicking the video, I discovered it was released by the deity Jiang. That changed everything. Had it been anyone else, I might have dismissed it as a hoax, but knowing it was from Jiang, I certainly took the time to delve deeper into it. To my surprise, after careful consideration, the methods proposed by Jiang are indeed feasible. We are all familiar with cloning technology, and I believe Jiang's approach ultimately hinges on that. The previous major hurdle was acquiring the genetic material of the Tyrannosaurus rex. In fact, the International Genetic Association has previously mobilized significant manpower to reconstruct the complete genomes of prehistoric organisms, but all efforts ended in failure. Due to the ancient age of the specimens, no matter how many fossils were available, restoration proved impossible. The immense investment of time and labor, coupled with the absence of results, led to the eventual cessation of such endeavors. However, this does not imply that successfully reconstructing the Tyrannosaurus rex's genome is unattainable. It is merely a reflection of limited technology. Now, according to Jiang, he has developed a groundbreaking method of gene sequencing that can effectively restore and arrange genetic material. With the assistance of supercomputers and artificial intelligence, this process will save a substantial amount of time, which suggests that Jiang is indeed confident in his approach. As a devoted fan of Jiang, to the point of near worship, I have unwavering trust in his capabilities. To reiterate, if you're not engaged in scientific research, encountering Jiang is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing up at the bright moon. Once you delve into research, meeting Jiang feels like a mere speck of dust encountering the vast heavens. Moreover, from both a personal and scientific perspective, I ardently hope for the success of Jiang's experiment. If successful, we, as ordinary people, would witness the dawn of a new era, an ancient creature thought extinct for millions of years brought back to life. Just imagine the breathtaking spectacle that would unfold. Such is the allure of technology. For the entire field of biology, this would signify a monumental leap forward, heralding a new epoch and significantly advancing the realm of biological science. Thus, I fervently wish for Jiang's experiment to succeed and firmly believe that he will achieve it. So, my friends, let's rally together and urge for more content. I can hardly wait for the next video. Additionally, Science Guru's video spans several minutes, with 3 minutes dedicated to explaining the principles, while the remainder is devoted to extolling Jiang Li's virtues. In response, the multitude of online users felt no discomfort. Rather, they acknowledged the truth in his praise. Chapter 220, The Military Exhibition. In a flash, discussions erupted across the internet. Videos akin to Science Guru's proliferated. And even though some skeptics remained, Jiang Li's identity and stature had transformed dramatically from his previous self, deterring any overt cynicism. Overall, the comments online leaned overwhelmingly positive. While some expressed surprise, the general consensus was a shared hope for Jiang Li to successfully restore the Tyrannosaurus rex's genome and clone it. As a dinosaur enthusiast, this is truly a blessing. Indeed, if successful, it would undoubtedly be a miraculous event in the annals of life. I hope to witness the Jurassic World in my lifetime. Jiang, you can do it. Am I the only one who finds this utterly fantastical? This method seems indistinguishable from creation itself. I truly cannot fathom it. To the person above, science transforms impossibilities into possibilities. Why should extinct creatures not be resurrected? Exactly. Besides, the essence of genetics is not about creating something from nothing. It is merely about restoring the genome of the Tyrannosaurus rex. I eagerly await the moment you are proven wrong. Do you really view him as a deity, capable of anything? Amidst the tumultuous online discourse, news spread throughout the entirety of China. Prestigious universities and leading biological laboratories expressed keen interest in Jiang Li's endeavor to resurrect the Tyrannosaurus rex's genome. Some laboratories even offered to assist him free of charge, wishing to collaborate on this groundbreaking experiment. However, Jiang Li declined all offers. He believed that having a future was sufficient. He did not require an abundance of manpower. In the future, sever all external communications for me. Yes, sir. After cutting off external contact, Jiang Li fully immersed himself in the project of restoring the Tyrannosaurus rex's genome. Nevertheless, the external world did not quiet down due to Jiang Li's seclusion. Rather, it was agitated. Currently, aside from the discussions surrounding Jiang Li's Tyrannosaurus, the Kaiyang Arms Company had once again captured the attention of global powers. This was primarily due to the upcoming military exhibition led by China. Thanks to China's show of strength in recent years, nations worldwide now possess a clearer understanding of its capabilities. Additionally, the weapons showcased by Kaiyang technology in the battlefield of Karo have captivated global interest. However, due to its previous reluctance to sell new weaponry, various factions turned their gaze toward the Karo military. After all, during the signing of the land ownership contract, Jiang Li had left behind equipment within the Karo military. Unable to procure it directly from Jiang, they sought to obtain it through the Karo forces. Thus, various factions began to wield their financial clout, employing diverse strategies to acquire this equipment from the Karo military. Soon, a series of issues emerged within the Karo army. For instance, a soldier went missing during training, and upon being found, his weaponry had vanished. At the very least, there were reports of equipment being damaged and sent for repairs. It can be said that infiltrating a smaller nation like Karo using capitalistic methods proved remarkably effortless. Before long, the weapons Jiang Li had left for Karo were siphoned off by various factions through various means. The President of the Republic of Carlo is aware of the situation, yet remains powerless to intervene. Setting aside the issue of exploiting loopholes or lacking legitimate grounds for obstruction, it is evident that should he wish to impede progress, he could easily replace his subordinates. The great powers continue to exert their influence, capable of ousting a president with merely a word. Particularly in the context of such a small nation, Jiang Li is also cognizant of this reality. However, he refrains from intervening, having already transferred the weapons to Carlo. Whether they can retain them now hinges on their own capabilities. Furthermore, the dispersed batch of arms serves to bolster the reputation of Kaiyang armaments, allowing various factions to gain a clearer understanding of its prowess. Chapter 221, Completing the Tyrannosaurus Rex Gene. It is evident that with the release of this batch of weapons, the global powers have recalibrated their assessment of Kaiyang armaments to a new echelon. Thus, the upcoming military expo in Huagua has garnered heightened attention from foreign factions, particularly those from the Middle East. With their mastery over oil resources, the economic might of the Middle East is unassailable, yet their military defenses leave much to be desired. The local militia units, composed of scions, exhibit combat effectiveness that is disheartening. Nonetheless, a supplementary device from Kaiyang technology has the potential to transform an ordinary soldier into a formidable force, undoubtedly piquing their interest. Moreover, several European nations have submitted requests to Huagua, intending to dispatch specialized personnel to the military exhibition. The underlying motives are not difficult to discern. A significant portion of this interest arises from the shifting international dynamics. Since the conclusion of World War II, the United States has shouldered the defense of Europe. However, in recent years, as the United States has weakened, it has increasingly struggled to bear the financial burdens of European military expenditures. Recently, it announced a reduction of several $100 billion in military spending for Europe and has demanded that European nations cover the associated costs of stationed troops. Gradually, some countries have begun to sense the urgency and are taking steps to develop their own defense capabilities. While this is merely a small fraction, it represents a promising beginning for Huagua and Kaiyang technology. Under the scrutiny of military enthusiasts worldwide, the attention surrounding Huagua's military expo continues to expand. Recently, Kaiyang Technology announced its intention to sell a substantial quantity of weapons, further elevating the profile of the exhibition to unprecedented heights. It can be said that since the establishment of Kaiyang Technology, it has been consistently stirring the waters of international relations. In stark contrast to the tumultuous global landscape, Jiang Li's laboratory remains a bastion of tranquility. On this day, with the assistance of Future, he successfully completed the final segment of the Tyrannosaurus Rex gene. Sir, based on data analysis, the success probability for this gene completion stands at 99%. Jiang Li gazed at the Tyrannosaurus gene sequence displayed on screen, his heart swelling with joy. Indeed, it is remarkably perfect. Utilizing advanced gene sequencing technology and Future's assistance, Jiang Li has successfully completed the gene map of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, listing 10 groups of the most probable gene sequences. The next step is to clone the Tyrannosaurus using its gene, a task that poses no challenge for Jiang Li, who possesses the most advanced biological technology. On the contrary, it is quite straightforward, primarily due to the relative simplicity of the Tyrannosaurus gene. In truth, it is not solely the Tyrannosaurus. All creatures on Blue Star can be classified as ordinary organisms. Their genes represent the most fundamental existence. Successfully creating them is not particularly difficult. However, when it comes to extraordinary beings among the sky-dwelling organisms, current technological levels make their creation exceedingly challenging. Yet, these considerations are somewhat distant. Some matters must be approached step by step. Future, please record the next video segment. Certainly, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second video. During this period, after a complex series of procedures, I have finally succeeded in restoring the Tyrannosaurus gene. The next step involves nurturing the Tyrannosaurus. However, due to the immense size of this prehistoric creature and its oviparous nature, even the largest egg among existing species, that of an ostrich, may not suffice. Hence, I will construct a nutrient chamber myself. As for the next step, I will utilize an egg from a close avian relative of the Tyrannosaurus to incorporate the Tyrannosaurus gene. As Jiang Li spoke, he began operating the instruments on the laboratory table. All right, a rudimentary Tyrannosaurus egg has been completed. Since I have restored 10 gene sequences for the Tyrannosaurus, I will produce 100 Tyrannosaurus eggs and closely monitor the changes during the incubation process to determine the correct Tyrannosaurus gene. In addition, that concludes this video. Stay tuned for more. Soon, Jiang Li had recorded the second video. After spending a total of 16 hours editing it down to half an hour, he uploaded it to his account. Task completed. Now all that remains is to await the hatching. Future. Has anything noteworthy transpired during this time? Jiang Li directed his gaze towards future. Two significant events have occurred. The first is that our clinical trial for the cancer miracle drug has received official approval and is under close scrutiny, with a dedicated expert team already formed. Currently in the process of recruiting corresponding volunteers. The second matter pertains to the Huagua Military Expo, which has captured the attention of nations worldwide, particularly regarding several advanced weapons developed by our group. Jiang Li pondered for a moment. Regarding the cancer miracle drug, it is typically a matter that cannot be rushed. However, given that it concerns the lives of tens of millions, please contact the relevant departments to see if we can expedite the process. As for the online discourse, inform Liu Jiangwo to steer clear of it. I do not wish to leverage public opinion to hasten the product's market entry. This is a red line. Crossing it, even inadvertently, would be unacceptable. Once the floodgates are opened, it could lead to consequences we cannot foresee. As for the military expo, please coordinate with the military. After I've finalized discussions with them, I will announce the exhibition items and sale products on our official website. Understood, sir. That day, after Jiang Li established contact with military personnel, he brought several samples to the military district. Brother Wang, it's been a while. Upon entering the military district, Jiang Li spotted his old acquaintance, Wang Tian, who had been responsible for liaising with him. Jiang, my younger brother, I am eager to see the weaponry you have developed. Wang Tian exclaimed, his gaze never straying from the trunk of Jiang Li's vehicle. Clearly, Wang Tian was already aware of the items Jiang Li intended to discuss. Let us proceed. The expert team is already waiting for us. Just like last time, the configuration remains unchanged. Come, let us begin testing. Chapter 222, Military Testing of Weapons. Upon arriving at the testing facility, an array of testing instruments had been prepared. Previous auxiliary combat devices, electric rifles, drone technology, and so forth had all been thoroughly tested. Today, the primary focus is on Kaiyang Technology's newly developed energy device. Let us commence with the energy shield test, observing the assortment of weaponry. Everyone displayed particular interest in the energy shield. A fundamental truth in warfare is encapsulated in the simple phrase, only by surviving can one fight better. To live signifies hope. Thus, upon first learning about the energy shield, excitement surged within everyone, particularly for Wang Tian, who possessed more knowledge than most. The commotion that Jiang Li created in New Prefecture was well known to Wang Tian and his companions. As for the notion of being invulnerable to blades and bullets, they naturally dismissed such claims. It was merely the fanciful imaginings of uneducated American gangsters, overwhelmed by panic and fear. Thus, when Kaiyang Technology unveiled its energy shield technology, Wang Tian instinctively associated it with this situation. This was also one of the reasons Jiang Li decided to present the energy shield technology. After all, explaining the matter of the Yellow Turban Warriors was no easy feat. One cannot simply attribute it to supernatural abilities from mythological tales, can they? As for the robotics technology, that too was a viable explanation, but the Kaiyang Arms Company was still in the development phase and could not yet replicate the lifelike agility of the Yellow Turban Warriors. Therefore, the energy shield served as the most plausible explanation. After preparing the dummy, personnel from various sectors swiftly commenced testing. Let us begin with rifle shooting tests. Prepare to fire, launch. At a distance of 30 meters, a soldier raised his rifle and aimed at the dummy. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and everyone turned to look at the dummy, where a bullet casing fell in front of it. It was a success. I could hardly discern how the bullet was deflected. Indeed, it was astonishingly swift. This energy shield is remarkable. A few observers gasped in astonishment. Commence rapid-fire testing. The soldier began firing in succession. Bang! 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 A series of shots rang out, and several bullet casings appeared before the dummy. It had perfectly defended against the bullet's onslaught. The dummy remained unscathed, a flawless defense. The observers remarked in surprise. Well, it seems that ordinary rifle bullets can no longer penetrate the energy shield. Wang Tian smiled. Bring forth the sniper rifle. The rifle posed no issue. It is time to gradually increase the intensity. The sniper rifle, with calibers ranging from small to large, was employed, and even later, artillery was brought out. Yet, none could breach the energy shield. The strength of its defense was evident. Let us test it with a rocket launcher. Wang Tian looked toward the commanding officer. Understood. A soldier retrieved a rocket launcher, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and aimed at the dummy's position. Boom! The ground shook with a thunderous roar as flames erupted before the dummy, the explosive fire reaching several meters high. When the flames subsided, The dummy remained intact in its original position. It had truly withstood the assault of the rocket launcher. Indeed, it was unbelievable. If equipped with this technology, one's chances of survival in both battlefield scenarios and real-life assassination attempts will be greatly enhanced. By the way, have you observed the energy response? The rocket launcher should be the limit of the energy shield. A group of observers began to discuss the data excitedly. Chapter 223, Energy Shield Testing. The military placed great importance on this experiment, hence the observational instruments employed were the most advanced available. They effectively captured various data points regarding the energy shield. Soon, a plethora of data, alongside video footage, was compiled by the technicians. Commander, the data has been organized. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian, accompanied by Jiang Li, approached the computer, and the testing personnel commenced the demonstration. The video commenced, showcasing bullets being fired from the gun's muzzle, played in slow motion until they reached the dummy. The speed and time of the bullets were clearly marked. At the moment the bullets were half a meter from the dummy, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The energy shield, upon detecting the bullets, instantaneously formed. Within mere fractions of a second, a unique energy protective barrier materialized before the body, successfully deflecting the bullets. Similarly, the subsequent rounds followed suit. Just before making contact with the dummy, the energy shield activated, forming at astonishing speed before the dummy, successfully absorbing the kinetic impact of the bullets. The sniper rifle exhibited the same phenomenon. Next came the video of the rocket launcher test. As the rocket was about to strike the dummy, the energy shield activated, and upon the rocket's collision with the shield, an explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat and shock. However, under scrutiny, both the flames produced by the explosion and the shock wave were effectively blocked by the energy shield. The destructive power of the rifle and sniper bullets proved inadequate to obliterate the energy shield, yet the rocket's might was evidently greater, pushing the energy shield to its critical limit, with its endurance reaching 95%. Moreover, the energy consumed by the shield during the rocket launcher test was over 10 times that of the rifle and sniper. After about 5 attacks, the energy shield would exhaust all its energy. Upon the technician's recitation of the data, the researchers present gasped in astonishment. My goodness, how is this possible? It is incredible. Given the kinetic energy and speed of the bullet, how did the energy shield detect it? This is beyond belief. The energy transmission occurred in mere fractions of a second, forming a protective barrier. Moreover, how is this energy entity solidified? In an instant, a multitude of researchers began to voice their thoughts, all marveling at how the energy shield accomplished such feats in such a brief period. At this moment, the technical prowess of the energy shield overshadowed its performance, rendering it almost trivial by comparison. All right, everyone, let's quiet down. Today's primary objective is to test the performance of the energy shield. The rest can be discussed another day. At Wang Tian's behest, the researchers quickly settled into silence, yet their gazes toward Jiang Li grew increasingly fervent. Brother Jiang, the efficacy of this energy shield on the battlefield is akin to a life-saving device. Coupled with its uniqueness, I have no doubt that once introduced overseas, even at an exorbitant price, the wealthy would gladly spend lavishly. Wang Tian mused. I actually advise against hastily selling the finished energy shields. Jiang Li replied, revealing a sly smile. Brother Wang, rest assured, I have already contemplated this. This is the complete version of the energy shield intended for domestic use. As for the overseas market, it will naturally be a severely truncated version. Chapter 224, Terrifying Energy Weapons. Jiang Li disclosed his intentions. In fact, the energy shield could be modified in several ways. Firstly, by adjusting its performance parameters to lower power. The energy shield would only be capable of defending against ordinary rifle bullets. Secondly, regarding the capacity of the high-performance batteries, as you have just witnessed, the energy shield consumes a significant amount of energy upon withstanding attacks. Once its energy is depleted, unless one purchases the requisite energy batteries from us, the energy shield would be rendered merely decorative. This approach would effectively sever the supply of raw materials at its source, placing the initiative firmly in our hands for the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian nodded in agreement. Although the energy shield's capabilities are formidable and it represents an excellent weapon, it also possesses several attributes characteristic of a lucrative commodity. Firstly, it has limitations. Secondly, it is disposable. Just as Jiang Li noted, by merely adjusting the power of the energy shield, its performance can be significantly reduced. Furthermore, one of the core components of the energy shield is the energy battery. Without a robust energy output, the energy shield would become nothing more than scrap metal. In this manner, we would hold the lifeline of the other party in our grasp, even if circumstances shift unfavorably later. Severing the energy battery trade with them would maximize our impact. Additionally, the pricing of the energy batteries would also remain under our control. With all these favorable conditions in place, Jiang Li felt no apprehension. What is the level of technological barriers for this energy battery? Jiang Li remarked, rest assured, given the current foreign technologies, it will take at least 5 years to decipher my energy battery technology. Wang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. So confident? A nearby technician echoed. Indeed, General Jiang previously sent us samples of the energy battery. The various technologies involved are unprecedented to us. The most crucial aspect is the energy storage material inside the battery, which is a novel substance that, with current Western technology, cannot be developed. Wang Tian nodded, that's good. Let us commence testing the next weapon. Subsequently, specialists retrieved an energy rifle and began the testing process, much akin to the electric pulse rifle. The energy rifle also employs high-intensity energy transfer to propel the bullets, compared to traditional rifles and electric pulse rifles. The kinetic energy produced by the energy rifle is significantly greater, with bullet acceleration reaching several times that of the former two. Its power rivals, if not surpasses, that of a sniper rifle. Let the testing begin. A professional sniper took hold of the energy rifle and aimed at a specially crafted steel plate. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the bullet penetrated the steel plate. However, due to the plate's substantial thickness, the bullet became lodged within it. What terrifying kinetic energy! Is this the power achievable by a rifle? The testing personnel exclaimed as they observed the data on their computer. This power rivals that of some 7.62mm caliber sniper rifles. Notably, the recoil of the energy rifle is remarkably minimal, even less than that of conventional rifles. Maintaining such high stability during continuous fire is truly astonishing. I can scarcely imagine the spectacle if this energy weapon were deployed in larger armaments. Chapter 225, Live Stream of Hatching. Impressive, Brother Jiang. I never anticipated your company had progressed this far in the realm of weaponry. Wang Tian remarked while reviewing the data produced. Jiang Li smiled at the compliment. We were fortunate. It just happened to be developed. Wang Tian chuckled silently. Can this energy weapon be applied to larger armaments? Jiang Li shook his head, not at the moment, but according to our progress. It can be fully implemented within 6 months. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian's anticipation surged. The performance metrics of this energy weapon far surpass those of electromagnetic weapons. Once fully deployed, the military strength of Huagua could ascend to new heights, thereby bolstering the nation's confidence on the international stage. By the way, when do you plan to release the energy battery for civilian use? If possible, we could assist you with the promotion, Wang Tian inquired. Among the myriad technologies associated with energy weapons, high-performance energy batteries undoubtedly represent one of the most pivotal technological points. Compared to various battery types available in the market, this is akin to a dimensional strike. Once launched, it will surely monopolize the mid to high-end battery market. We have already begun preparations for the civilian sector. Following the military expo, we will hold a press conference to officially announce it. Wang Tian nodded. You excel in commercial matters, so I want to pry further. When the time comes, we will support your promotion. Indeed, although Jiang Li was confident in the performance of the energy battery, he knew that once the news broke, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. However, with the military's endorsement, he was naturally pleased. This time, he intended to make those individuals pay back in full. Had you not contacted us, we would not have been aware that you, Kaiyan Technology, had achieved such significant breakthroughs in the field of energy weaponry, Wang Tian reflected. With a remarkable product like the energy weapon, no matter how many restrictions there are, the performance alone would ensure that foreign nations would take notice. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly reap substantial profits from them. If one were to inquire what the most lucrative business is, the arms trade would certainly be among the most profitable industries. In the context of industrial assembly lines, the actual cost of firearms and ammunition is exceedingly low, yet the profits upon sale are multiplied several times over. Purely exorbitant. As the two continued their conversation, the remaining weapons brought by Jiang Li were also tested. These were conventional types of weaponry, but within Jiang Li's designed, energy-driven system, they were transformed into energy weapon variants, resulting in a qualitative shift. In terms of accuracy, adaptability, power, and other aspects, there had been a substantial leap forward. Subsequently, Jiang Li collaborated with military personnel to make the necessary adjustments and regulations concerning the weapons data. They worked diligently until nightfall, finally establishing the operational parameters for the energy weapons. Thank you all for your assistance. I will begin setting up the production line upon my return. Jiang Li shook hands with Wang Tian before taking his leave. Meanwhile, The external world had already erupted with excitement over Jiang Li's uploaded second video on the Tyrannosaurus Rex gene. No way. Has Jiang Shun already restored the T-Rex gene? It's only been a few days. I can't wait. The T-Rex egg is out. How far can the T-Rex be? I feel like this is so surreal. Foreigners invested so much effort and failed, yet you've accomplished it in just a few days? Haha, what era is this? There are still those who doubt Jiang Shun. Let us put it this way. Even if you combine all Western researchers, they still can't compare to a single Jiang Shun. To the one above, you're exaggerating. Let us keep it low-key. The T-Rex isn't T-hatched yet. It will be unfortunate if you end up being proven wrong. Is the Jurassic world about to become a reality? I strongly suggest Jiang Shun replicate all prehistoric creatures and create a theme park. It would definitely be a massive hit. That is a brilliant idea. I wholeheartedly support it. In an instant, the entire internet was in an uproar. These are extinct prehistoric creatures. The genes have truly been restored. However, despite the high level of excitement, there remains a limitation. After all, the T-Rex is not yet hatched. Some academic institutions and laboratories are still observing. Due to Jiang Li and Kion Technologies' influence within Huahua, domestic media uniformly expressed optimism, publishing lengthy articles heralding the inevitable success of the T-Rex revival experiment. Conversely, international media were filled with skepticism. Jiang Li was accustomed to this. Whenever something benefits Huahua, Western media typically take an opposing stance. Once subsequent results are validated, they would promptly fall silent, no longer discussing the matter. In response to online discourse, Jiang Li swiftly made a statement. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Li. Following the release of this video, I have received numerous private messages and read many of your comments. I sincerely appreciate your trust and support. According to the data analysis, the incubation period for the T-Rex eggs is approximately 2 months. Over the next 2 months, I will live stream the entire hatching process of these T-Rex eggs. Friends interested in this can tune in daily to watch the hatching. Upon the release of the video, it instantly piqued the interest of countless netizens. The livestream account Jiang Li provided for generating views was overwhelmed by enthusiastic users. Within just a few hours, the follower counts surged past 5 million and continue to rise. It seems that reaching tens of millions of followers is merely a matter of time. The sheer volume of traffic surrounding Jiang Li's T-Rex topic is evident. Various self-media accounts and streamers across the internet, witnessing such rapid follower growth, were left envious beyond measure. Chapter 226. Clinical trials of cancer breakthrough drug begin with volunteers. Amidst the fervent discussion surrounding the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a clinical trial for a groundbreaking cancer treatment developed by Kion Technology has commenced at the Capital Hospital, with the recruitment of volunteers already underway. During this period, the technological advancements of Kion Technology have surged remarkably. After all, establishing a comprehensive overseas base necessitates substantial reserves of technology and funding. Hence, under Jiang Li's vigorous promotion, various technologies have emerged like mushrooms after rain, encompassing energy weapons, energy batteries, cancer treatments, organ regeneration techniques, and genetic technologies, among others, merely as a prelude. It is conceivable that within the next 2 years, Kion Technology's technological prowess will ascend to unprecedented heights. In the hospital room, the acrid scent of disinfectant permeates every corner. Lu Long gazes at his emaciated father lying on the hospital bed, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Xiaolong, spend some time talking with your father. He may not have much time left, Lu Long's mother says, her face etched with grief. Dad, Lu Long finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. Their family, like many others, is of humble means, with Lu Long's father toiling away to support them, while his mother takes on various odd jobs. They have managed to fund Lu Long's education and even gathered enough for a down payment on a home. Now, after several years of work, Lu Long's career has begun to flourish, alleviating his father's burden of daily hard labor. However, fate has dealt a cruel blow, as Lu Long's father has been diagnosed with late-stage cancer. Despite undergoing several rounds of chemotherapy, the dire prognosis remains unchanged. Lu Long can only watch helplessly as his father's condition deteriorates, life gradually slipping away. After conversing for a while, Lu Long's father has grown too weak to respond. With a heavy heart, Lu Long steps into the hospital corridor, seeking solace in a solitary cigarette. Just then, a phone call from his mother urges him to return. Doctor. Hello. I'm not sure why you wanted to see me. Upon returning to the room, Lu Long finds several doctors engaged in conversation with his mother. You must be the patient's son, one doctor states. We have a new cancer treatment that is entering clinical trials, and we are in need of volunteers. Would you be willing to participate? Upon hearing this, Lu Long's brow furrows. Trial medication? No, my father can't endure any more turmoil. Please leave. I will not allow him to be a volunteer. Although Lu Long is not a medical expert, he has scoured the internet for various treatment options during this time, including traditional Chinese medicine and alternative remedies, only to be met with disappointment. The most optimistic projections within the industry suggest that humanity may conquer cancer within a few decades, but it is evident that such a breakthrough is not imminent. Thus, he remains indifferent to the doctor's mention of a miraculous treatment. Lu Long has relinquished all hope and no longer relies on so-called innovative drugs. Rather than subjecting his father to further suffering in his final days, he believes it would be kinder to let him go peacefully. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly declines. The doctor, maintaining a composed demeanor, appears accustomed to such reactions. However, before departing, he offers a final reminder to Lu Long. This cancer treatment has been developed by Kaiyan Technology, which has achieved remarkable success in animal trials, successfully inhibiting the spread of cancer cells. Our hospital, alongside the health department, is taking this clinical trial very seriously, having formed a dedicated expert team. Should you reconsider, please feel free to contact me. With that, the doctors exit the room. Kaiyan Technology's development of a treatment? Lu Long's pupil's contract. He is well aware of Kaiyan Technology, especially Jiang Li, whom he admires fervently. Anyone who has learned of Jiang Li's accomplishments cannot help but marvel at his genius. The notion of a treatment developed by Jiang is enticing. Perhaps I should allow my father to try it. Just moments ago, Lu Long was vehemently opposed to the idea, yet now his perspective has shifted dramatically. It is a matter of reputation, after all. Jiang Li has achieved the extraordinary time and again, fostering a sense of trust among the public. Just as Jiang Li's video of the restored dinosaur genes garnered skepticism, most people chose to believe once they learned it was his work. This is the trust that Jiang Li and Kaiyan Technology have earned through their series of groundbreaking innovations. Lu Long finds himself in a similar position. Mom, what if we let Dad participate in this clinical trial? After pondering for a while, Lu Long arrives at a resolution, a voice within urging him that if he does not seize this opportunity, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Kaiyan Technology is the world's leading enterprise. I've heard its name frequently. Xiaolong, you've grown up now. Since you have made up your mind, we will all support you. I believe your father would agree. Lu Long's mother replies, casting a glance at her now slumbering husband. Dr. Wang, we have made our decision. We wish to participate in this clinical trial. Lu Long promptly calls to inform them. Excellent. I will arrange everything immediately. After hanging up, Lu Long exhales a sigh of relief. Jiang Li, my father's life rests in your hands. At this moment, Lu Long feels akin to a drowning man clinging desperately to a lifeline, yearning for salvation. Soon, Lu Long's father is assigned to a designated ward to commence the clinical trial. Many patients, both in mid and late stages of cancer, find themselves in situations akin to Lu Long's. Upon learning of Kaiyan Technology's new drug entering clinical trials, they choose to place their trust in it. Naturally, some individuals opt out of participation. Nevertheless, the clinical trials conducted by Kaiyan Technology are officially underway. Quickly, news of the cancer treatment's clinical trial at the Capital Hospital spreads like wildfire among the patient community, gaining momentum. Coupled with the recent media spotlight on Kaiyan Technology, the news of the treatment swiftly becomes common knowledge across the internet. Chapter 227, Future Plans. Is it true? Was Jiang Li just working on the Tyrannosaurus Rex? How could a cancer treatment emerge so soon? To the poster above, you seem out of the loop. Kaiyan Technology established a life sciences research institute over a year ago. I suspect this treatment has been in development for quite some time. A year passes quickly, whereas many pharmaceutical companies have labored for decades with little to show for it. I heard from a friend that the core concepts and directions of this treatment are all orchestrated by Jiang Li himself. They merely assist him in the development. Is Jiang Li some sort of deity? Does he always make the right call? I'm not entirely sure, but if you ask the researchers at Kaiyan Technology, they will tell you that Jiang Li's projects and directions have never been wrong. Does that imply this treatment is indeed effective? Goodness, if this treatment works, how many lives could it save? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. This drug is still in clinical trials. Cancer is no laughing matter. Indeed, the entire medical community believes that for the next few decades, cancer will remain an insurmountable challenge. All right, enough speculation. Let us wait for the trial results. Though, it's unlikely they will come quickly. Having heard that one can now apply for eligibility, I shall immediately assist my grandfather in submitting the application. The influence of Kaiyan Technology remains profoundly significant. Even the mere announcement of a clinical trial has stirred considerable excitement. Concurrently, The Capital Hospital has received numerous applications from patients across the nation, all hopeful to participate in this clinical experiment. In response to this influx, the Capital Hospital convened a meeting. Ultimately, it was decided to halt the acceptance of applications for the clinical trial. This decision was predicated on the fact that the special medication is still in the experimental phase, with no data from the first phase yet available. Thus, it would be imprudent to indiscriminately increase the number of participants. Furthermore, the medical resources at the Capital Hospital are limited, allowing for only a finite number of patients. After careful consideration, the hospital resolved to cease the recruitment of volunteers. After all, should the final clinical trial fail, regardless of existing contracts, any adverse public sentiment would inevitably impact them to some extent. This decision was met with a wave of disappointment across the internet, though not the backlash many had anticipated. Both the patients themselves and their families have already endured countless disappointments. Moreover, with the results of the clinical trial still pending, it merely serves to bolster Jiang Li's reputation. This situation also afforded a sigh of relief to the Capital Hospital. Upon learning the specifics, Jiang Li promptly reached out to the hospital's director. At that moment, within the confines of the Capital Hospital, Director Wang greeted him, "Long time no see." With the advent of holographic projections, their meeting was rendered exceedingly convenient. "Mr. Jiang, is your contact regarding the clinical trial?" Director Wang inquired. Jiang Li nodded. "Indeed, I hope you can prepare swiftly. Once the first phase results are released, the reaction will undoubtedly be staggering. As you know, patients have group chats where they exchange relevant information. Once the results are revealed, I believe no one will relinquish their hope for life." Director Wang's expression flickered. "Mr. Jiang, you seem exceptionally confident in your special medication." Jiang Li remained composed. "I am merely giving your hospital a precautionary heads up. Of course, I am highly confident in this medication. It is absolutely capable of surmounting the barriers of cancer." After a moment of silence, Director Wang responded, "Very well, Mr. Jiang, I shall discuss this with the higher-ups and expedite the preparation of a contingency plan." Jiang Li replied, "I thank you on behalf of the patients. No need for such formality." After exchanging a few pleasantries, their conversation concluded. Chapter 228, The Dragon Pattern Fish Gene and its Marvelous Applications. Following the resolution of hospital matters, Jiang Li returned to his cultivation chamber. Within the spirit gathering array, he resumed absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from the jade and emerald stones. Time in cultivation is unmeasured, and soon a night had passed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Jiang Li emerged from his meditative state. Having achieved the perfect realm in the 3 stages of vitality, qi, and yin spirit, he now aspired to ascend to the next grand realm. Jiang Li took a deep breath. The cultivation system of the eternal universe is remarkably refined, having been perfected over billions of years. Among its aspects, the first realm emphasizes innate talent, while the first stages of qi and body refinement impose less stringent limitations on this talent. However, the importance of talent becomes increasingly evident when attempting to advance to the second stage. I cannot help but wonder, where does my cultivation talent rank within the vast expanse of the eternal universe? In truth, Jiang Li possesses a keen self-awareness. Without the 10,000 realms fishing system, he would merely be an astute, ordinary individual. In a sea of humanity, a mere brick thrown could reveal many who surpass him. Therefore, he does not harbor arrogance for having reached his current level of cultivation. Alas, overthinking serves no purpose. One must remain steadfast in their practice. Jiang Li shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. However, having reached the final step of the first realm, the resources required for advancement are likely to increase. Jiang Li furrowed his brow, pondering the predicament. If only he could fish out a treasure capable of dual traversing the fantasy realm. Yet, this seems somewhat unrealistic. It is better to earnestly seek solutions. Contemplating, Jiang Li turned his gaze towards the experimental platform housing the dragon pattern fish. Given that the dragon pattern fish possesses the ability to convert blood and energy from food into spiritual energy, and armed with his exceptionally advanced biotechnology, he may have an opportunity to attempt replicating the genes of the dragon pattern fish. This could allow for the large-scale cloning of the dragon pattern fish and even fundamentally enhance its genetic strength, resulting in an even greater production of spiritual energy. However, once the matter of spiritual energy is involved, everything becomes exceedingly complex. For instance, the genetic complexity of the dragon pattern fish is far more intricate than that of any organism on Blue Star. With Jiang Li's current research conditions, even after several months, he could not perfectly replicate the genes of the dragon pattern fish. In contrast, when restoring the genetic structure of the Tyrannosaurus rex, He only required a mere half a month and a collection of incomplete fossil samples. The disparity in complexity is monumental. It must be approached step by step. Jiang Li has also contemplated whether there exists a cultivation system that can circumvent the necessity for spiritual energy. However, after much deliberation, he abandoned this notion. Setting aside the immense difficulty of establishing an entirely new cultivation system from scratch, one must consider that the cultivation system of the eternal universe has been established over billions of years. To expect Jiang Li to forge a new path alone is utterly implausible, given that a complete cultivation system exists within the eternal universe. There is no need for him to pursue alternative methods. It is akin to a wealthy heir inheriting hundreds of billions in assets with a well-paved path before him, yet choosing to deliver takeout to gather his first pot of gold and start new. Jiang Li would never engage in such folly. Besides the dragon-patterned fish, the spiritual plants he previously fished could also be utilized. Whether it be the dragon-patterned fish or various spiritual fruits, they fundamentally belong to the realm of life. As life forms, they undoubtedly possess genes, which means there exists the potential for replication and enhancement. If I could transfer the spiritual energy conversion gene of the dragon-patterned fish to certain plants, would it not imply that these plants could, under sunlight and illumination, convert solar energy into spiritual energy through photosynthesis? This thought illuminated Jiang Li's mind momentarily. However, he quickly tempered his enthusiasm. While the idea is splendid, the practical execution poses significant challenges. Not to mention whether his research conditions can support such operations. He currently cannot even replicate the genes of the dragon-patterned fish. It seems that in the future, he must gradually shift his focus towards the field of biotechnology. After a period of contemplation, Jiang Li soon devised a plan. Blue Star must venture forth. This universe requires exploration. However, the temporal span is destined to be vast, measured in years at the very least. Thus, it is equally vital to approach the matter from other angles. Biotechnology stands as the most effective means at present. If he cannot even manage a small dragon-patterned fish, how will he ever tackle those mythical creatures in the future? Jiang Li acknowledges that his ambitions may be somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, dreams are essential to possess. With approximately a month remaining until the military expo, the official channels in Huagua have already commenced their promotional efforts. A diverse array of firearms, aircraft, and even warships were simultaneously showcased, docked at the harbor. Instantly, the military enthusiasts of the Huan nation erupted in excitement. This year's exposition, featuring weaponry from various nations, was significantly more advanced than those of previous years. Before long, the official first wave of announcements generated a tremendous surge in interest for the exhibition. On the same day, the organizers opened the pre-sale window, and within mere minutes, every single ticket was snatched up, leaving none to spare for the half-month allocation. This clearly demonstrated the fervor and passion of the military aficionados. Soon, observant fans noted that this particular military exhibition seemed to feature some rather unusual innovations. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Kaiyang technology had infiltrated the lineup with its energy weapons. What could this possibly entail? Chapter 229, The Gathering at the Exhibition. Could someone elucidate what this brand new energy weapon is? Is it what I think it is? I'm not entirely sure, but have you seen the official promotional images? The energy weapons from Kaiyang technology occupy a full 1/10 of the entire layout, which is even more than the pages dedicated to several warships. This surely can't be a jest. Impressive. Our esteemed Jiang is at it again. After developing the Tyrannosaurus and a cancer treatment, now he is delving into arms? What else is beyond his capabilities? For the person above, are you new to the military forum? You must have missed the recent civil war in Carolo. Zhang's Kaiyang munitions were instrumental, supplying hundreds of rifles that helped Carolo secure victory in the conflict. I recall that last time Zhang's rifles were equipped with combat assistance devices and electromagnetic pulse capabilities, which were indeed formidable, but I doubt they relate to these energy weapons. The specifics remain unclear, but given that the introduction of the energy weapons exceeds that of Kaiyang's electromagnetic rifles, they must represent a superior generation. Let us await further developments. This is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. I must attend this military exhibition. Have you seen the embassies? They've all released videos praising this military exhibition, and it appears dozens of countries have already applied to participate. Goodness, this news is fresh, and already dozens of applications have poured in? That's astonishing. There's no denying it. Following the conflict in Carolo, this equipment has transformed those inept soldiers into special forces. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an advantage? Remarkably, apart from these nations, Several affluent individuals from various countries have also applied to attend this military exhibition. What's going on? If I hazard guess, it must be the energy shield from Kion Technology, a veritable lifesaver. An energy shield? I've heard from marketing channels that an invulnerable figure has emerged in the American underground, purportedly utilizing this type of protective gear. It seems this may indeed be substantiated. Impressive, O Jiang. This time, we shall feast heartily on the wealth of those foreign magnates. I must attend this exhibition. If I get scammed by scalpers, so be it. Discussions regarding this exhibition erupted fervently across various military forums. Concurrently, nations around the globe were also in a state of unrest. Upon learning about the exhibition, their astonishment mirrored that of the Huan nation. Initially, they were merely interested in Kion Technology's electromagnetic rifles and combat assistance devices. Little did they anticipate the emergence of even more advanced energy weapons. This revelation prompted several nations, previously hesitant, to hastily decide to journey to Hua to partake in the exhibition. If these energy weapons were truly as formidable as rumored, they simply had to acquire them. This was especially true for nations embroiled in conflict. With the example of Carolo in mind, local officials were exceedingly eager to procure Kion Technology's weaponry to quell their internal strife. Consequently, they reached out to the relevant departments in Hua and prepared ample funding. In this context, a curious phenomenon arose. Various factions within the war-torn nations developed an unprecedented sense of urgency and threat. Although these factions could only be classified as local militias rather than significant powers, they were nonetheless aware of the fate that befell the antagonists in Carolo. Should one faction acquire such advanced weaponry, the balance of war would inevitably shift. This was something they could not permit, for failure equated to death. Thus, they too sought to procure arms from Kion Technology. However, as one of the permanent members of the United Nations, Hua typically collaborates only with officially recognized nations within the UN framework. This led to a rather intriguing situation. The influence of Hua Nation increased considerably. While the relationships involved were exceedingly complex, the nation's formidable military capabilities and armaments provided it with undeniable leverage. The outcome, as one might anticipate, was evident. Beyond these developments, the exhibition also captivated the attention of global magnates. The upheaval surrounding the events in America had garnered widespread attention, captivating the gaze of the world. The Yellow Turban Warriors incident had long piqued the interests of various global powers. Now, in the 21st century, these individuals were not sheltered villagers, but rather titans at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid, inherently skeptical of superstitions. Thus, they were intensely focused on the purported invulnerability of the Yellow Turban Warriors, recognizing it as a potential means of survival. Wealthy individuals value their lives significantly more than the less fortunate. No one desires to depart this world before fully enjoying their riches. With the announcement of Kion Technology's energy shield, it was no wonder they were electrified. For a wealthy individual, the primary threats to life are assassination and illness. However, the affluent generally possess access to professional medical teams, making health issues less concerning, unless it is a rapidly fatal condition. Excluding illness, assassination remains a potent threat. Therefore, the introduction of an energy shield was a piece of news more valuable than a windfall of billions. As a result, a multitude of capital tycoons eagerly waved their cash, submitting applications to the exhibition officials. The officials, in turn, welcomed these requests, as they had long anticipated the arrival of such clientele. In no time, various factions converged upon Hua. Compared to previous military exhibitions, this year's event was undeniably of a monumental scale. Nearly 200 nations were represented, practically encompassing every notable country on the blue planet. On one hand, nations sought to procure weapons. On the other, they aimed to assess the capabilities of the energy weapons. The atmosphere was nothing short of electrifying. Chapter 230, The Sale of Electromagnetic Rifles. The announcement of this exhibition quickly captured the attention of the entire society. After all, it is a rare occurrence for an exposition to attract such a multitude of nations and international capital moguls. In an instant, discussions erupted not only within Hua, but also across global social networks, expressing anticipation for the exhibition. On secondhand websites, basic ticket prices soared to astronomical heights, yet even so, they sold out in seconds. In response, the exhibition organizers intervened, extending the duration of the event and curbing scalpers from hoarding tickets. Time flew by, and soon the day of the exhibition arrived. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees at this exposition, representatives from various nations and global business magnates have been meticulously segregated by the organizers. The first group comprises delegations from different countries engaging in tours and explanations, while the second consists of prominent capitalists from around the world. Only after these two primary factions have concluded their activities will the exposition be open to the public, a measure that effectively mitigates potential complications. This particular exposition carries significant weight, prompting Jiang Li to carve out time in his schedule to attend in person. Outside the venue, media representatives from across the globe have been eagerly awaiting the event. As the delegations arrive, the atmosphere is electrified with the incessant flashes of cameras. Each attendee, in their respective countries, hold a position of considerable influence, making them all individuals of interest. Major media outlets naturally seize upon such an opportunity. Upon his arrival, Jiang Li, under the arrangements made by the organizers, was tasked with hosting a substantial number of affluent clients. While numerous countries are represented, some possess less noteworthy influence, akin to warlords rather than legitimate nations. For these individuals, other representatives are designated to handle them. Jiang Li, however, is primarily engaged with delegations from the wealthy Middle East and formidable representatives from powerful European and American nations. Jiang, it's good to see you again, exclaimed a familiar face from the delegation, the Grand Prince, who approached Jiang Li with fervent enthusiasm. After a brief handshake, the official personnel introduced the members of the delegation. Having gathered a rudimentary understanding, Jiang Li refrained from lingering and led the group into the exposition. Along the way, specialized staff began to present various weaponry. Given that these were cutting-edge armaments, most attendees displayed immense interest. Some nations from the Middle East directly initiated orders for substantial quantities of weaponry. In contrast, representatives from European and American countries remained notably indifferent. While they were indeed impressed by the rapidly evolving military technology from Huagua, their positions and power dynamics precluded them from making any purchases. Ultimately, despite the waning strength of the United States, it remains the world's sole superpower, boasting a GDP of $28.8 trillion last year, surpassing the combined totals of Huagua, island nations, and Germany. This sense of pride among the delegations is thus understandable. Mr. Jiang, we shall refrain from examining these weapons. However, we are exceedingly interested in the energy weapons and combat assistance equipment touted in your promotions. The European and American representatives promptly stated, clarifying their intentions for the visit. The person in charge glanced at Jiang Li, who nodded in agreement. Very well, please follow us. Subsequently, the representatives were escorted to a designated area. Now, allow me to present the weaponry available for sale, Jiang Li announced, holding up an electric propulsion rifle. I believe this weapon is quite familiar to you all. With a subtle smile, Jiang Li surveyed the members of the delegation. The countries represented by those he was personally attending to possessed substantial military capabilities, making the acquisition of an electric propulsion rifle a trivial endeavor. The attendees, fully aware of Jiang Li's implication, maintained their composure, their expressions revealing nothing. Jiang Li continued his explanation. The electric propulsion rifle employs an electronic ignition system, utilizing high-intensity electrical energy to generate significant thrust, substantially enhancing the power and stability of the projectile while minimizing recoil, allowing even untrained individuals to wield it with ease. In truth, conventional firearms typically exhibit considerable recoil. The footage displayed during the presentation had been specially edited to mitigate this aspect. Jiang Li meticulously elucidated all the features and specifications of the electric propulsion rifle, and the members of the delegation nodded in agreement. They were likely more knowledgeable about the data than Jiang Li, the researcher himself. Mr. Jiang, if we were to purchase the electric propulsion rifle, what would the standard price be? Inquired a representative, visibly intrigued. Jiang Li, with a congenial demeanor, responded, the sincere price for one electric propulsion rifle is 50,000 RMB. What? Both sides gasped in astonishment. Are you trying to extort us? We'll take 10,000. They exchanged incredulous glances. Mr. Jiang, given the performance of the electric propulsion rifle, selling it for 50,000 is remarkably reasonable. I believe we can sign the contract right now, the Grand Prince expressed, excitement evident in his eyes. This price was significantly lower than what they had anticipated prior to their arrival. The European and American representatives cast glances at their Middle Eastern counterparts, their frustration palpable. Who are you fools? Are you burning money for fun? How could you engage with such a crowd? They muttered silently, their irritation simmering beneath the surface. Yet, was there truly a lack of wisdom among them? While the Middle Eastern clients may have been labeled as wealthy but foolish, they possessed shrewdness. Everyone had witnessed these affluent clients exhibiting lavish spending when acquiring arms from Dongda, rarely bargaining for lower prices. However, This was due to Donda's formidable strength and superior weaponry. Their intention was to foster amicable relations with Huagua, and thus they maintained a reasonable pricing strategy. Even a reduction of a few billion yuan, while sounding substantial, is relatively insignificant in the realm of great power trade, especially for these affluent clients. However, from their perspective, the benefits of cultivating ties with Huagua far outweighed the costs. If a different, ordinary nation were involved, one could easily observe their acumen in negotiations. Strength breeds a plethora of advantages, alleviating many potential complications. Taking a hypothetical step back, is 50,000 for an electric propulsion rifle exorbitant? Not at all. It falls well below the psychological price point of the Middle Eastern clients. Were it not for the anticipated follow-up revenue, Jiang Li would never have set such a price. Chapter 231. Let us have 10,000 sets of these, exclaimed the Grand Prince. Mr. Jiang, ISNT 50,000 a bit steep? The most expensive rifles in the world today, even in military procurement, hardly exceed 3,000 RMB each. A representative from the U.S. interjected, casting a disparaging look at the Middle Eastern clients. Jiang Li shook his head in response. What you refer to are ordinary rifles. My rifle is entirely distinct, not to mention its performance. It rivals that of conventional sniper rifles while still possessing the capabilities of a standard rifle. The 50,000 price point is one we arrived at after considerable deliberation. Of course, if you find it excessive, you're under no obligation to purchase. It is entirely voluntary. Jiang Li regarded the American representative with an air of indifference. Buy it or don't. As the American representative prepared to speak again, Jiang Li raised a hand to halt him. Sir, pricing is not a matter for discussion here. I merely provide you with fundamental information. For any further negotiations, you may engage with the military. Securing a deal would indeed reflect your capabilities. Jiang Li had no time to quibble over prices with this group. As previously stated, buy it or don't. We'll buy. I'll have someone sign the contract immediately, declared the Grand Prince without hesitation. The expressions of the European and American representatives darkened further. Very well, Jiang Li acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, several nations from the Middle East dispatched personnel to formalize the contract with the organizers. Fools! Do they truly believe that 50,000 is a bargain? Just wait until they face the costs of maintenance. The American representative grumbled under his breath, casting a scornful glance at the Grand Prince and his entourage. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in his words. Compared to firearms, the subsequent maintenance costs amount to a significant figure. After all, a staggering 50,000 for a single electric trigger rifle is no small sum. Yet when ordering 10,000 units, it merely totals 500 million. For countries in the Middle East, this is but a drop in the ocean. However, the electric-triggered rifle necessitates high-capacity batteries to sustain its entire system. Once the power is depleted, without electrical propulsion, it becomes nothing more than an ordinary rifle. This implies that in the event of future warfare, should the adversary be fully equipped with electric trigger rifles, and if Kangyang technology were to cease battery supply, the balance of power in warfare would shift dramatically. This consideration is unwise for the United States, which regards our nation, with its fundamentally different ideology, as a hypothetical enemy. Naturally, these concerns are trivial for the Middle Eastern nations. Jiang Li has little inclination to speculate on the psychological state of these individuals. Moving on to the next weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, here we present our combat assistance device. It boasts features such as bulletproofing, blast resistance, automatic targeting, and night vision, maximizing an individual's combat effectiveness. Even an ordinary person, after minimal training, can swiftly become a formidable fighter. As for the specifics, I shall refrain from demonstrating. You are all quite familiar with them. Regarding the pricing, our selling price is 2 million per set. What? 2 million per set? That's exorbitant. The American representative was the first to voice his objection. Jiang Li could hardly muster the energy to listen. 2 million per set is hardly steep. This assistance device can instantly transform an ordinary soldier into an elite fighter. And for a special forces operative, their combat capability would soar exponentially. Compared to the resources required to cultivate a top-tier special forces soldier, 2 million seems a trivial expense. Much like training an elite pilot, the cost associated with developing a premier special forces operative can indeed reach astronomical figures. The value of this combat assistance device, which enables instantaneous transformation, is self-evident. Let us purchase 500 sets, exclaimed the leader of the princes. 2 million is even below their pre-order price, making the agreement rather straightforward. The expressions of the European and American delegations darkened once more. Truth be told, given the performance and significance of the combat assistance device, They also considered 2 million to be reasonable. However, could you not engage in some negotiation? With your current bidding, how can we counter? Jiang Li found amusement in their expressions. The reason for the modest price of 2 million ultimately stems from the fact that this particular combat assistance equipment is somewhat of a reduced version. In terms of flexibility, or more critically, the automatic targeting function, it pales in comparison to the complete version. Should one encounter a combatant equipped with the full version on the battlefield, they could be neutralized before the truncated version even has the chance to fire. Now let us delve into energy weapons. Ignoring the European and American delegation, Jiang Li prepared to introduce energy weapons. Wait, Mr. Jiang, I recall that your company utilized a novel drone swarm weapon on the battlefield in Kourou. Might you be willing to showcase it? We are prepared to offer a high price for it. The representatives from Europe and America looked towards Jiang Li, clearly coveting the drone swarm he had deployed in Kourou. This was inevitable, as studies conducted by specialized departments in these nations revealed that Jiang Li's automated drone technology is unparalleled globally, boasting astonishing speed and agility. Most terrifying, however, is the remarkable accuracy and stability of the weaponry carried by the drones during high-speed aerial flight. Should such advanced drones be deployed en masse in warfare without prior countermeasures, they could indeed alter the course of an entire conflict. This is the reason the European and American delegations remain so fixated. In response, Jiang Li shook his head. I'm afraid we will not be offering that drone for external sale at this time. Mr. Jiang, you are a company, as long as you are willing to sell. Price is not an issue, the delegation urged, growing anxious. You need not waste your efforts. This is not merely a matter of finances. With that, Jiang Li disregarded them, instead taking the energy weapon from the hands of a staff member. Behold, this is the centerpiece of our presentation, the energy weapon. You may consider it an advanced version of the electric-triggered weapon. Unlike the electric-triggered rifle, which retains traditional gunpowder propulsion, this weapon employs a comprehensive energy output mechanism. Compared to the electric-triggered rifle, its range, power, and precision are significantly enhanced. Jiang Li commenced a detailed explanation. Now, I will demonstrate. You can utilize the instruments to observe various data. Saying this, Jiang Li handed the rifle to a professional for testing. Chapter 232, Rifle Against Aircraft. Each delegation included several experts in related fields. As the staff began testing the performance of the energy weapon, they too joined in the assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, these weapons consist of various models of rifles and sniper rifles. We will commence with the testing of the rifles. Subsequently, the professionals initiated fire against a steel plate. Bang, bang, bang. With several gunshots, the experiment concluded. At this moment, those gathered were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Have you manipulated the data? How can a rifle possess such statistics? Indeed, the initial velocity of the bullet astonishingly reached 1,100 ms. How could this be? It rivals the initial velocities of some large-caliber sniper rifles. Moreover, it can fire in succession, seemingly without recoil. The foreign experts gasped, their previous calm demeanor vanished. One by one, they pointed at the data on the computer, incredulous. Typically, the initial velocity of medium to small caliber sniper rifle bullets hovers around 700-1000 mobile s, with some large caliber sniper rifles approaching 2000 ms for custom models. Yet, this is not the most outrageous aspect. It merely indicates that the initial kinetic energy is immense. What astonished the most was that when the bullet struck the steel plate 500 meters away, its destructive power easily penetrated. This steel plate, presumably around 20 centimeters thick, was pierced by this rifle. Does this imply that a single small caliber rifle could directly penetrate light armored vehicles? My heavens, this is utterly terrifying. I can scarcely imagine the transformations that such rifles would bring to the theater of war if deployed widely. The expert's eyes reflected sheer astonishment. It is essential to recognize that even in today's world, armored vehicles and tanks remain the kings of land warfare, among the most crucial equipment for any army. The primary advantage of armored vehicles and tanks lies in their armor. However, if a rifle can effortlessly penetrate armor in future conflicts, where will the advantage lie? The only solution would be to simultaneously advance and enhance the materials used in armored vehicles and tanks. But progress is not something that can simply be spoken into existence. You must be fabricating this. How could a rifle achieve such performance? The foreign experts began to voice their skepticism. In response, the staff's tone turned sharp. Please be mindful of your words. All these data are authentic and verifiable. We would not stoop to deception at an exhibition. Moreover, we firmly believe that such data is not exaggerated. To illustrate, Our nation possesses electromagnetic launch technology capable of accelerating projectiles to a staggering velocity of 20 kilometers per second. In light of the advancements in energy weaponry, achieving similar feats is far from challenging. Upon hearing this, the foreign experts collectively regained their composure. After all, this is an exposition where weaponry is intended for international sale, and our nation would never present fabricated data. This realization cast a shadow over the countenances of the attendees, as it signified a monumental leap in our military capabilities. They were already aware of the limitations of our electromagnetic launch technology. Yet this newly unveiled energy weapon surpasses it in sheer terror, especially since it has successfully integrated with rifles. Chapter 233. Energy Shields, Custom Orders Required. Furthermore, this is merely the first prototype rifle. Coupled with the character of our people, they are undoubtedly certain that even more advanced technologies lie behind this innovation. A collective gasp arose among the attendees, and they ceased further contemplation. Should such devastating weaponry be deployed on the battlefield, the armor of tanks and the steel hulls of warships would likely be rendered as fragile as paper. The prospect of rifles being capable of downing aircraft, as depicted in sensationalist dramas, suddenly seemed plausible. Typically, conventional firearms struggle to hit aircraft due to their altitude and the diminishing power of the bullets as gravity acts upon them. Ultimately, it boils down to the insufficient power of rifles. Once that hurdle is overcome, altitude and gravity become moot concerns. Nevertheless, regardless of their thoughts, the reality remains unchanged. The testing personnel continued to report relevant data, while the representatives from Europe and America exhibited a mixture of shock and apprehension. Other delegations appeared more composed. Powerful? That is precisely what we desire. Why would we invest in something lacking potency? As for the Western world's concerns regarding threats, a mere jest. It has nothing to do with them. Even hypothetically, if our nation lacked these energy weapons, we could still easily overpower them. Conversely, they even felt a sense of relief that it was our nation that developed such armaments. Had they been crafted by the West, the implications for stability in the Middle East would be dire, as they could easily surmise. However, with these weapons being of our design, it implies that once equipped with such advanced technology, they would possess some leverage against Western hegemony. Even if modest, it is certainly an improvement over the status quo. This realization ignited their excitement, prompting them to fervently pursue contracts with the staff. Witnessing this fervor, the expressions of the European and American representatives grew increasingly grim. If they had yet to grasp the severity of the situation, they had no right to represent their nations. One could easily foresee that if numerous countries were to acquire Kayang Technologies' energy weapons, even without larger armaments, the performance of these energy weapons would significantly bolster their military might. As one rises, the influence of others would inevitably wane. Our nation stands poised to capitalize on this opportunity, reaping substantial profits while augmenting its influence. Thus, our nation remains steadfast in its principles, yet gradually expands its reach like a frog in gradually heated water. In the meantime, the representatives from Europe and America were hardly in the mood to engage in the exposition. However, testing must continue. Subsequently, the staff introduced various models of rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles to the attendees. After an extensive presentation, aside from the European and American delegation, the others were exuberantly enthusiastic, placing orders without a hint of concern regarding finances. It is worth noting that those personally attended to buy Jiang Li undoubtedly possessed considerable financial resources. Acquiring a batch of firearms presented no challenge whatsoever. In fact, compared to the cost of larger missiles, the pricing of conventional firearms is relatively negligible. Jiang Li, however, remained unperturbed. The ongoing energy supply for energy weapons represents a sustainable business model. The more energy weapons sold, the greater the demand for energy batteries would become. Adhering to the most fundamental principles of commerce, expand the market first, and the offerings will multiply. Jiang, I recall your promotional materials mentioned energy shields. When will the testing commence? After satisfactorily signing a contract, the Crown Prince engaged Jiang Li in conversation, steering the topic toward energy shields. This was indeed one of the key focuses of their visit. Jiang Li smiled. It will commence shortly. Upon his words, the staff began the testing procedures. Soon, a series of data appeared before everyone's eyes. This set of data indicated that the energy shield could only defend against standard bullets. Upon reviewing the results, all present furrowed their brows, clearly taken aback by the disparity from their expectations. They had envisioned the energy shield possessing the capability to withstand rocket attacks, given that the basic parameters could be roughly inferred from the New Continent incident. Fear not, This is merely a standard energy shield. There is, of course, a custom version available. If you wish, you may return tomorrow with those affluent individuals, and I shall present it to you in detail. Jiang Li was not inclined to sell the energy shield in bulk, as he did with conventional firearms. Customization is where the real profit lies. The attendees immediately grasped Jiang Li's intent. Customization aimed at the world's elite. The pricing would likely be akin to trimming the fat from a plump pig. What is the price for this standard energy shield? 5 million per set, Jiang Li replied slowly. What? 5 million per set? How can it be so expensive? Jiang Li shook his head. That price is rather reasonable. The technological complexity of energy shields far exceeds that of energy weapons, requiring a significantly higher level of technical specifications. Thus, a more economical price point is unfeasible. The current positioning of the energy shield is to protect crucial military officers on the battlefield. While this model may only withstand conventional rifle bullets, it is equally effective against shockwaves generated by explosions, potentially saving lives in critical moments. Hence, the 5 million price tag is not exorbitant. Chapter 234. A pleasant collaboration. Having learned from previous experiences, the European and American representatives understood Jiang Li's character well. When he stated 5 million per set, that was the price, with no room for negotiation. Although they found it steep, they had no alternative. The energy shield was an absolute necessity for this procurement, or else they would face dire consequences from their parliamentary superiors. The elite class of Europe and America are particularly cautious about preserving their lives. In contrast, the representatives from the Middle East nodded in agreement after hearing Jiang Li's explanations. What astonished them most about the energy shield were 2 points. First, the ability to materialize energy into a protective shield, an incredibly challenging feat. Second, its capacity to detect threats, whether from bullets or sudden explosions, and activate instantaneously, an extraordinary innovation. Given the level of technological sophistication, they genuinely felt that 5 million was a bargain. The Crown Prince reflected on the energy shield's data and recalled the testing scene with a sense of wonder. Although they may not fully comprehend the technicalities, they were certainly not naive, especially with experts in attendance. It is evident that the underlying technological prowess is undeniably at the forefront of global standards. Jiang, let us commence with 500 units of energy shields. As for the customized versions, we shall discuss them tomorrow. The Crown Prince promptly articulated, finalizing the contract. Upon witnessing the Crown Prince and his entourage sign the agreement, the speed of the European and American delegations increased significantly, resulting in the signing of substantial orders. In fact, their order volume surpassed that of the affluent Middle Eastern nations. As the saying goes, one can criticize the West, but one cannot dismiss their capabilities. These Western nations, having dominated the globe for a century, possess a wealth of resources that is indeed astonishing. While the countries in the Middle East may be labeled as wealthy, they pale in comparison to their Western counterparts. Soon, nearly 10 billion in military orders were finalized, marking merely the initial investment. As the war progresses and weaponry is utilized, Kaiyan technology will undoubtedly receive a continuous influx of orders. The arms trade is indeed a lucrative venture. Even Jiang Li could not help but express his astonishment. Whether it be energy weapons or energy shields, the mass production on industrial assembly lines renders their costs remarkably low. Today, they sell for profits that multiply several times over. It is nothing short of a windfall. This pertains only to smaller arms. Should one consider the larger energy weapons and missiles, they are valued in the hundreds of millions. Jiang, I am thrilled to collaborate with you. With this batch of weapons, our nation's defense capabilities will ascend to new heights. No need for pleasantries. This is a win-win collaboration. Very well, we have examined what was necessary, purchased what was needed, and look forward to our meeting tomorrow. After the Crown Prince spoke with Jiang Li, others approached him to engage in conversation as well. A friendly face is always welcome. Jiang Li reciprocated their greetings with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the representatives gradually departed. Jiang Li chose not to linger with the remaining delegations, as his staff were present to accompany them. Soon, the first day of the exhibition concluded. Various news media outlets seemed to go into a frenzy, scouring every possible channel for information regarding the first day of the exhibition. Chapter 235. Customized Energy Shields. Kaiyan Technology's energy weapons make their debut, heralding a new era of armament. On the first day, orders worth billions were signed, setting a new record for Kaiyan Arms Company, exploring the wonders of energy shields capable of withstanding bullets. The world is in a frenzy, with global nations clamoring for energy weapons. In no time, a plethora of news headlines appeared across major online platforms, swiftly ascending to the top of trending searches. This piqued the curiosity of the public regarding the various functionalities of energy weapons. However, the media primarily interviewed representatives from different countries, failing to unearth substantial details. But the consensus was clear: they were impressive. This only served to heighten the anticipation across the internet, leading to a surge in interest. On the second day, the attendees were no longer representatives of various nations, but rather the heads of major global conglomerates, with even some billionaires gracing the occasion. Much like the previous day, Jiang Li personally welcomed the elite representatives of these prominent billionaires and conglomerates, leaving the others to his staff. While the number of billionaires from a single nation may be limited, the total from around the world is considerable. Given Jiang Li's current status, he found it unnecessary to personally attend to those of average wealth, despite the presence of many Western conglomerates with whom he had passed grievances. Nonetheless, in the world of business, such matters are often unavoidable. To take it a step further, it is precisely due to past grievances that one should engage in business astutely, perhaps even to gain an upper hand. Soon, a gathering of billionaires convened, all drawn to Jiang Li's energy shields. Mr. Jiang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, this marks our first encounter, does it not? Upon meeting, they greeted one another as if they were longtime acquaintances. The heirs and representatives of major Western financial empires approached Jiang Li with fervor, as if past animosities had been completely forgotten. In response, Jiang Li displayed no signs of unease, reciprocating their greetings with courtesy. After all, at this moment they were guests. Mr. Jiang, we are here specifically for the energy shields, which are an excellent means of self-protection. One billionaire stated, cutting straight to the chase. Very well. Please follow me to the laboratory. Without hesitation, Jiang Li led the group to the laboratory for another round of testing on the energy shields. Ladies and gentlemen, we currently offer 3 models of energy shields. This is our standard model, capable of withstanding conventional bullet attacks. Though I must clarify, this applies to single shots. It will be ineffective against sustained fire. The external price for this model is 5 million. Upon hearing this, the attendees shook their heads in unison. Mr. Jiang, we inquired about this model yesterday, and it holds little utility for us. Please introduce us to your customized versions. The individuals present were among the wealthiest, with elite security teams that would render it impractical for an assassin to eliminate them with a mere bullet. In a dire situation, if they were to act, it would likely be with lethal intent. Jiang Li nodded, instructing his staff to prepare the second model of the energy shield. This second model, a customized energy shield, is designed to withstand heavy sniper rifles. Next, I will conduct tests using 3 types of sniper rifles, encompassing small, medium, and large calibers, with a shooting distance set at 200 meters. The attendees nodded, their focus sharp as they observed the testing area and the data displayed on the screens. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, the bullets from the sniper rifles were discharged towards the dummy, accompanied by flashes of light. The bullets were forcefully halted by the energy shield, leaving the dummy unscathed. Incredible. How is this even possible? Exclaimed one observer. A large caliber snipe, the medium and small caliber sniper rifles, approximately within the range of 3 to 4 rounds, were pointed out by Jiang Li, who indicated the data loss displayed on the screen. The gathered tycoons exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. While they could accept the intensity, the endurance certainly left much to be desired. Nonetheless, they had already surmised this was a deliberate arrangement by Jiang Li, aimed at ensuring subsequent profits. They understood this, given their own similar practices, yet it did not imply acceptance. However, this was merely a thought kept to themselves. All present were astute individuals, well aware of Jiang Li's temperament. Kaiyan technology stood at the forefront of technology, and the energy shield was indeed a necessity. The assembly comprised representatives from the pinnacle of the global elite. If they were not to be exploited, who would be? As for bargaining, they had no desire to face humiliation. Thus, it was quite rare for the group to remain largely silent. Observing this, Jiang Li felt considerably relieved. Regarding the pricing, due to the current immaturity of energy technology, costs were exceedingly high, with the price of a single energy shield set at 50 million each. Chapter 236, 5 billion. 50 million? The wealthy assembly was taken aback by the drastic price increase of the 2 products, soaring from 500,000 to 50 million. Naturally, they merely mused internally. For an average affluent individual, 50 million might represent their entire fortune. Yet for these capital magnates, it was but a trivial sum. In fact, they felt the power of the energy shield was insufficient. They were acutely aware, from the events in New State, that the Huangjin warriors had been rumored to withstand a rocket launcher. The potency of that was far greater than that of sniper bullet. Initially, many dismissed it as mere rumor, but as news of the energy shield spread and videos of the Huangjin warriors circulated, increasing numbers began to believe. Jiang Zong, if we are not mistaken, you must possess an even more formidable energy shield, correct? Someone inquired. Jiang Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I have another model that can withstand the detonation of a small bomb nearby, without sustaining any harm. Even if a larger bomb were to be detonated, there exists a chance, with some luck, of preserving a life. Upon hearing this, the wealthy individual's eyes brightened. They urged Jiang Li to commence testing. All were wealthy enough not to settle for inferior options. As for cost-effectiveness, at their level, such considerations had long ceased to matter. Then please, Jiang Zong, proceed with the test. Jiang Li acquiesced, signaling the staff to commence the testing of the third energy shield. Within the testing facility, professionals armed with a rocket launcher targeted a dummy. With the sound of an explosion, the energy shield activated, leaving the dummy unscathed. Even the clothing bore no signs of damage. The results mirrored those of the previous test. Next, the staff employed a small bomb for further testing. Yielding equally favorable results, the dummy remained unharmed. Truly remarkable. I never imagined witnessing such scenes, once only seen in childhood films in my lifetime. This protective capability, as long as one does not act recklessly, will significantly enhance future safety, the tycoons thought, feeling a subtle warmth from the tumultuous heat waves ahead. Their hearts surged with excitement. This was indeed a life-saving artifact. As long as one was not captured, equipping this energy shield could essentially guarantee one's safety. We must procure it. Excitement flickered in their eyes. Jiang Li, observing from the side, could not help but chuckle inwardly. The emotions of these affluent individuals were well concealed, but how could they escape Jiang Li's discerning gaze? Ladies and gentlemen, due to the high technical difficulty and substantial costs associated with this energy shield, the price is set at 500 million per unit. I assure you, this is a fair price devoid of deceit. 500 million might sound exorbitant, yet to you, the world's elite, it is merely the cost of acquiring a luxury residence, perhaps even less. However, with me, for 500 million, you can secure this one-of-a-kind energy shield. It is no exaggeration to say that 500 million could safeguard your life, which should be quite a worthwhile investment. Jiang Li sensed the subtle shifts in the crowd's demeanor and seized the opportunity, leaving no room for them to respond. Jiang Zong's reasoning holds merit. 500 million is a small price for preserving our lives. Seeing Jiang Li's demeanor, they refrained from engaging in fruitless debate. Although the price exceeded their expectations, when faced with the value of a life, their status rendered such penny-pinching unnecessary. Upon further reflection, despite the limitations of the energy shield, the costs were not substantial as long as it was not triggered. Jiang Zong, might there be an even superior energy shield available? Someone continued to inquire. Jiang Li shook his head. There are no more. This energy shield represents the pinnacle of current technology. The affluent individual, still unwilling to concede, pressed on. Jiang Zong, money is no object. We could even offer 1 billion. I assure you, there truly is nothing else available. Of course, should future breakthroughs occur, I will be sure to inform you. The crowd sighed collectively, unconvinced that this was indeed the most advanced technology from Kaiyan Technology. The Chinese have a penchant for keeping their best cards close to their chest, and Jiang Li undoubtedly possessed superior technology. Yet, since he was not selling, they found themselves at an impasse. Thus, they resigned themselves to the situation. Jiang Zong, I would like 3 units of the 500 million energy shield. Jiang Zong, I will take 5 units, and I shall have 3 as well. They represented various global consortiums, each with multiple key individuals requiring protection. Consequently, the order volume naturally surged. Jiang Li, of course, welcomed this with open arms. In just a matter of minutes, he successfully sold over 100 energy shields, resulting in an influx of over 5 billion. This left Jiang Li profoundly moved. Initially believing that arms trading was highly lucrative, he was astonished to find that wealthier individuals were even easier to please. Naturally, this was only the case for Jiang Li. For an average person, extracting such sums from these astute individuals would prove exceedingly challenging. At the level of these elite magnates, perhaps it was the prospect of life itself that compelled them to part with their money. To all, may our collaboration be fruitful. Jiang Li smiled as he shook hands with the attendees. 5 billion, even for the current Kaiyan technology, represented a substantial revenue. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Zong, has Kaiyan Technology considered expanding into the European market? A European tycoon suddenly inquired. Jiang Li politely responded, we are still contemplating this, perhaps in the future. When the timing is right, we will venture into the European market. The European tycoon displayed a flicker of disappointment. I shall await your good news, Jiang Li. Subsequently, the group exchanged a few more words, concluding their itinerary. Chapter 237, Public Exhibition. Following the conclusion of the expo, the transactions between Jiang Li and the wealthy individuals, along with the energy shield, rapidly made headlines. After all, it was not a confidential matter. Energy shields make their debut, with custom prices reaching 50 million and 500 million. Single-day sales soaring past 100 billion, underscoring the allure of energy shields for the world's affluent. A life-saving artifact, the energy shield has driven the global elite into a frenzy. Just how extraordinary is it? The biggest winner of this expo emerges, raking in 1,000 billion over 2 days, as Jiang Li's wealth ascends to new heights. Soon, the internet was inundated with discussions surrounding energy shields and the staggering figures of digital transactions. This phenomenon propelled the excitement surrounding the exhibition to unprecedented heights. After successfully hosting delegations from various nations and negotiating partnerships with the world's wealthiest individuals, the focus shifted to the visitors from across Wagwa. On the day the exhibition opened, a throng of eager tourists had already gathered outside the venue, some arriving even before dawn. Clearly, the relentless stream of news over the past few days had ignited a fervent anticipation among ticket holders. Once inside the exhibition, the crowd surged towards the exhibit of Kayang technology. This military expo not only showcased the primary weaponry of the armed forces, but also featured numerous military-industrial enterprises unveiling their latest innovations. Undoubtedly, Kayang technology stood out as the most remarkable presence among them. In no time, the display area of Kayang technology was enveloped by a dense mass of visitors. A glance revealed a sea of heads, as the vast exhibition hall was practically monopolized by the interest in Kayang technology's booth. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not crowd. Come forward one by one, and we will showcase the brand new energy weapons for you. The staff promptly began to restore order amidst the chaos. The array of military enthusiasts demonstrated commendable decorum, adhering to the staff's instructions, resulting in a remarkably orderly atmosphere. Subsequently, the staff commenced the demonstration of the energy weapons. Numerous livestream hosts activated their channels, with countless online viewers flooding in. The showcases proceeded from rifles to sniper rifles and handguns, each displayed in turn. Is this data for real? This energy weapon is essentially a fully automatic sniper rifle, isn't it? Doghead JPG. If we switch out the bullet type, wouldn't it penetrate steel plates? It's astonishing. How does Kayang technology manage to achieve such formidable firepower under such limited conditions, especially with such minimal recoil? If you could think of that, the world wouldn't be in such a frenzy. Jiang Shun truly lives up to his reputation. This is a new pinnacle. Stop spamming. The energy shield demonstration is about to begin. The livestream chat erupted in awe at the weaponry displays, only to fall silent when the energy shield was introduced. As the demonstration concluded, both the live audience and online viewers erupted in a frenzy. Isn't this just a protective artifact from novels? They've actually created it. I was curious how the energy shield could be valued at 5 billion. Now I understand. Who wouldn't be enchanted by such a device? If it were me, I'd pay 10 billion for this energy shield. It could genuinely save lives in critical moments. To be fair, the wealthy do value their lives. 5 billion may be substantial. But compared to one's life, what does it matter? Chapter 238, The Resource Dilemma of Overseas Bases. In no time, Kayang technology had showcased all its weaponry, leaving the audience electrified with enthusiasm. Everyone understood that modesty was a cherished virtue among the people of Wagwa, especially in the military sector. With such advanced weaponry on display, one couldn't help but speculate about the capabilities hidden behind closed doors. This thought ignited a fervor akin to a shot of adrenaline among many, who took to the internet to praise Kayang technology. In an instant, numerous viewers who were not present demanded that the organizers increase the number of sessions and extend the duration of the exhibition, eager to experience Kayang technology's energy weapons firsthand. In light of the overwhelming public sentiment, the organizers swiftly responded, announcing a 1-month extension of the exhibition. The news sent waves of excitement across the internet. The organizers were thrilled as well, for the ticket sales would yield a substantial revenue influx. Similar to other exhibitions, a significant portion of the target audience would generate considerable income in the days leading up to the event. At this time, the income outweighed the costs of the venue and other expenses. As the target users completed their experiences, the influx of new users diminished, leading to a decrease in revenue, thus concluding the exhibition. However, with the explosive popularity of the energy weapons, this military expo faced no such concerns, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome for both parties. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, sir, the deposits for the energy weapons have been fully transferred to our account. Jiang Li nodded. Good. Allocate the funds to the Karoo base. We have encountered another shortfall there. Understood, sir. Jiang Li then opened a map of Africa, densely marked with the distribution of various resource deposits. The overseas base was facing a significant resource shortage once again. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Li appeared somewhat troubled. The territory he occupied in Karoo was originally a desert, rendering it exceedingly barren. Most resources were reliant on imports, including essential materials, ores, and energy required for urban development. Additionally, the recent triumph of Kaiyang technology in Xinzhou had thoroughly angered numerous Western capitalists, prompting them to restrict resource exports to Kaiyang technology from various countries. Currently, the resources for Kaiyang Technology's overseas base primarily came from Huagua and a few East Asian nations. The exorbitant transportation costs were by no means negligible. However, finances were not the issue at hand. The critical problem lay in the long-distance transportation of resources, which could hardly keep pace with the rapid construction of Kaiyang technology cities. This was merely the initial phase of construction, and once numerous factories began operations, the resources would likely prove insufficient. Resources. Even with an arsenal of cutting-edge technology at Jiang Li's disposal, without resources, development remained unattainable. The solution had to begin locally in Africa. In reality, Africa was rich in resources with substantial mineral content. However, most of the discovered resources were already claimed, making acquisition a challenging endeavor. Resources are among the most coveted commodities of the 21st century. It is not merely a desire of one nation. The entire world craves them. One could argue that a country with a small population and abundant mineral resources could easily become developed simply by selling its minerals, providing its citizens with enviable welfare. Chapter 239. Rapid Development. Jiang Li glanced at the future resource distribution map of Africa and the distribution of influences. Although a century had passed, France still wielded considerable control over many African nations. After studying the map for a while, his brow furrowed. How could France, after absorbing a large influx of African refugees and transforming its populace, maintain such high standards of national welfare and international standing? A crucial factor was France's manipulation of finance, warfare, and other means to exert control over a significant portion of African nations, enabling the exchange of abundant resources for its devalued currency. Beyond France, other European nations exerted substantial control over various African countries as well. Of course, the African populace was not oblivious. They were well aware of the exploitative practices of European nations. Previously, they may have had little recourse, but with Huagua's continuous involvement, a breach had been created. The resources required for developing overseas bases were not merely a few mines worth of material. Jiang Li's ambitions far exceeded common expectations. Certainly, if it were merely a modest collaboration to extract resources, one would encounter no significant issues. However, should there be an extensive appropriation of various resources, it is inevitable that conflicts will arise with entrenched interests. Such is the nature of this world, where resources are finite. For one party to rise and secure the right to develop, it must acquire substantial resources. But where do these resources originate? Clearly, they must be seized from another party. Only then can one gain the right to progress. Of course, there exists another avenue, establishing a wholly new resource point. Yet in today's Blue Star, virtually all resource points have been thoroughly divided. Unless one ventures into the ocean as a resource frontier, the technical challenges and costs far exceed those of terrestrial endeavors. Hence, for the Kaiyang overseas base to achieve large-scale development, competition over resources with various factions is unavoidable. Nevertheless, pondering such distant matters is premature. Let us first allow Liu Fei to engage in small-scale acquisitions of mineral resources. The armed forces of the overseas base must also expedite their development. Preparation is key. Prudence is paramount. Once Jiang Li has managed the affairs of the overseas base, he resumes his cultivation. Jiang Li finds himself at the final step of the first realm. Striving to break into the second realm will require considerable effort. Meanwhile, at the overseas headquarters of Kaiyang Technology, Liu Fei has received Jiang Li's directive. The ambitions of General Jiang are indeed formidable. Observing the documents detailing Jiang Li's plans, Liu Fei cannot help but massage his temples. A substantial portion of the requirements pertains to non-renewable mineral resources. These commodities are hard currency, while small-scale endeavors may suffice. It is evident that Jiang Li's appetite is rather substantial. Very well, I shall focus on my own responsibilities. Shaking his head, he dismisses further contemplation. Although Jiang Li's every move may appear somewhat ambitious and impractical, the outcomes invariably align with Jiang Li's predictions. With the current military prowess of Kaiyang technology, even a small-scale conflict would be effortlessly manageable. Though Liu Fei primarily oversees the overseas commercial sector of Kaiyang technology, he possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the foundational aspects of the Kaiyang Arms Company. With a shake of his head, Liu Fei begins to strategize his forthcoming actions. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. On the Kaiyang technology front, operations continue, as usual, with products selling out rapidly as they expand production capacity and accumulate substantial profits. Jiang Li, too, has secluded himself for 2 months, fervently striving to ascend to the second realm. Meanwhile, in Huagua, tranquility reigns, at least on the surface. Chapter 240. The Direction of Public Opinion. However, while Huagua remains calm, the broader Blue Star is far from serene. In truth, the 21st century is not a peaceful one, with wars and terrorist attacks rampant. Several nations are embroiled in ceaseless civil strife. Nevertheless, the global situation remains largely unchanged. Conflicts persist, with victories and defeats alternating. There are no perpetual victors, only transient winners. At this juncture, in a small nation straddling the crossroads of Eurasia, a minor conflict unfolds. Special forces enter. At the commander's signal, the special forces make their entrance. Upon closer inspection, this unit is uniformly equipped with Huagua gear, all of which is manufactured by Kaiyang. With Kaiyang electric-activated rifles, combat support devices, and more, these ordinary soldiers are instantaneously transformed into seasoned commandos. As they navigate the city, every gunshot claimed a life, even with adversaries taking cover behind walls. The capabilities of the electric-activated rifles render breaching walls a trivial task. The special forces swiftly achieve an overwhelming victory as the rebel forces retreat under relentless pressure. The advanced equipment from Kaiyang technology proves to be remarkable. The commander reflects on the special forces, who underwent only rudimentary training, and cannot help but express his admiration. At a previous military expo, they had ordered a batch of weapons from Kaiyang technology, investing considerable funds, reportedly drawn from their leader's own pocket. As for why the leader possesses wealth while the national treasury is depleted, that is a tale for another time. Upon receipt of the shipment, they promptly organized training for their troops, deploying them to the battlefield. To their astonishment, the results were extraordinary. In a short time, the official military of this nation experienced a significant enhancement in power. Bolstered by advanced weaponry, they swiftly reclaimed numerous cities previously occupied by the rebels. The nation's dynamics shifted rapidly, yet the reprieve was fleeting. Soon enough, the rebels, too, acquired Kaiyang weapons. As for how they came by them, reports suggest that this batch was scavenged from the Gobi Desert. The scales of combat quickly tipped once more, plunging both sides back into a stalemate. Inside the official command center, the nation's commander wore an expression of grave concern. He was acutely aware of the source of the rebels' weaponry, clearly backed by external forces. The notion that they simply stumbled upon such arms in the desert? No one would be gullible enough to believe that. Resolutely, he reached out to Kaiyang technology, placing an order for a batch of energy weapons. Gritting his teeth, the commander swiftly made his decision. After all, this was his fundamental base. If it fell into rebel hands, he could very well find himself living in exile for the rest of his life. Numerous examples of such scenarios abound. Never underestimate the industrial capacity of Huagua. Following the full-scale engagement of Kaiyang technology, despite the plethora of global arms orders, the astonishing production speed enabled Kaiyang technology to swiftly fulfill every buyer's request. Consequently, upon receipt of Kaiyang's weaponry, various global factions armed themselves, intimidating their adversaries and utilizing the equipment. Initially, with the support of Kaiyang weapons, the strength of official forces in various nations surged dramatically. The tides of war began to sway decisively in their favor. It seemed as though the conflict would soon reach its conclusion, ushering in an era of peace for the region. However, the rebels, lacking the means to procure Kaiyang weapons, unexpectedly began self-capturing Kaiyang gear. This turn of events led to a significant shift in the dynamics of war. Alarmingly, as both sides upgraded their arsenals, casualties escalated dramatically. The global landscape of warfare appeared no more favorable due to the intervention of Kaiyang weapons. On the contrary, the escalation of weaponry exacerbated the situation. In a matter of months after the release of Kaiyang weapons, conflicts intensified across various regions of Blue Star. Journalists worldwide fervently reported on these developments, uploading articles and videos online. In an instant, Kaiyang weapons and combat support devices surged to the forefront of public discourse, igniting a global debate. Amidst this tumultuous wave of public opinion, Kaiyang technology found itself thrust into the limelight, facing a barrage of criticism directed at Jiang Li and the company itself. Chapter 241, Another War of Words. At this moment, within Jiang Li's laboratory, he receives the latest updates from the future. Jiang Li had anticipated this very scenario. The arms trade has historically been one of the most contentious businesses worldwide. Many believe that if it weren't for avaricious capitalists selling weapons for profit, wars would not be so frequent, and the world would experience significantly more peace. Thus, the global sentiment towards arms dealers is predominantly one of disdain. But is this perspective entirely accurate? Jiang Li remains non-committal regarding such notions. Since the dawn of humanity, war has never ceased to exist. Weapons have never been the primary catalyst for conflict. Thus, Jiang Li feels no remorse for his arms company selling the corresponding weapons. In truth, if one were to delve deeper, the true malevolence does not lie with arms dealers, but rather with those who, with sinister intentions, instigate wars to facilitate the sale of arms. In this regard, the Americans are undoubtedly experts. Compared to them, Jiang Li is but a minor player. Currently, the discourse surrounding the arms situation on the international web is quite tumultuous. Sir, the public opinion online is overwhelmingly negative, adversely impacting our products and tarnishing the company's image. Moreover, there are numerous factions covertly exacerbating the situation, pushing us to the forefront of controversy. As he spoke, he manipulated a virtual screen to project various videos, comments, and articles from the international web before Jiang Li's eyes. It is indeed that group of arms dealers, when it comes to the most powerful forces of capital. Aside from those in finance and energy, arms dealers reign supreme. Today, the Kaiyang weapons are selling like hotcakes. Even the exorbitant price of electric rifles cannot deter the enthusiasm of major global powers. The volume of orders continues to soar daily. It can be said that Kaiyang Arms alone has captured half of the global rifle orders. This naturally incites immense envy among other arms dealers. Now, with a chance to strike at Jiang Li, they are leaving no stone unturned. It is tiresome. This back and forth is merely a war of public opinion. Jiang Li feels an inexplicable weariness towards the tactics of Western powers. Aside from the strategy, it seems they possess no other means. However, when it comes to handling a war of public opinion, Jiang Li is confident of his advantage. The reason is simple. Kaiyang Technology's various product lines have no substitutes in the market. Therefore, he is untroubled. The worst-case scenario would likely involve a chorus of condemnation alongside a frenzy of demand. Nevertheless, being an overseas market, these are our consumers. And the arrogance often exhibited by our people is not a path we choose to tread. In the future, draft an announcement for me. Understood, sir. Subsequently, Jiang Li's overseas account released a statement regarding the Kaiyang Arms Company. All arms are sold in accordance with the law, and the buyers are all officially recognized national forces certified by the United Nations. Kaiyang Technology has always upheld humanitarian principles. The sale of weapons is intended to empower nations with stronger defense capabilities to protect their sovereignty. Furthermore, the proportion of Kaiyang Technology's arms orders in the global market is minuscule compared to the nearly 40% share held by the United States. Kaiyang Technology will not instigate wars for the sake of selling arms, nor will it supply weapons to any terrorist organizations. We solemnly declare that any factions or warlords possessing Kaiyang weapons are in no way affiliated with Kaiyang Technology. Perhaps attention should be redirected towards another group. Additionally, with Jiang Li's current fan base overseas, the announcement elicited a considerable response. Some expressed support, noting that there are numerous arms companies globally, and Kaiyang Arms is merely one among many. Conversely, the loudest voices belong to the United States, the largest arms dealer in the world. It can be asserted that whether during the World Wars or in the post-war era, the U.S. profited immensely from the arms trade. In comparison, the orders for Kaiyang Technology's weapons are merely a drop in the bucket. However, others contend that the innovative weaponry from Kaiyang Technology possesses formidable power, increasing casualties on the battlefield, and thus should be prohibited from sale, subject to U.S. oversight. Amidst such discourse, a new war of public opinion unfolds online. Perhaps it will only be after a few days, with the emergence of new events, that this war of opinion will gradually subside. Jiang Li has always approached this kind of rhetorical warfare with a measured response. Such matters merely require a brief explanation. Sometimes, too many words can lead to missteps. Saying too much can yield errors. Chapter 242, The Energy Issues of Overseas Bases and Clinical Trial Results. Within the laboratory, Jiang Li continued his research. Excellent. Both solar and wind energy technologies have achieved qualitative breakthroughs. Comparing the latest experimental data, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Currently, aside from the various resources needed for development at Kion Technologies' overseas base, energy remains paramount. A city's operation requires a heart, which is energy. Without it, a bustling metropolis is but an inoperative shell. At present, the overseas base relies on traditional thermal power generation technologies for its electricity. During the initial stages, this is bearable. But as the overseas base expands in the future, the limitations of such conventional energy sources will become significant. Moreover, the region of Carlo lacks large-scale hydro projects or dams. Everything must be built from scratch by Jiang Li. Unfortunately, current technologies make achieving controllable nuclear fusion and energy independence quite challenging. Controllable nuclear fusion is, in Jiang Li's view, the most suitable energy source at this stage, but realizing it poses considerable difficulties. Ultimately, he opted for solar and wind power technologies. In contrast to non-renewable resources like oil, coal, and natural gas, renewable resources such as solar and wind energy offer substantial advantages in terms of cost and various limitations. Presently, the diverse developmental resources at the overseas base have already caused Jiang Li considerable headaches. Thus, if there's a way to resolve the crucial issue of energy independently, it is certainly preferable to being at the mercy of others in the future. Furthermore, Carlo is abundant in deserts. The deserts there are rich in sunlight and strong winds. Therefore, in comparison, these two technologies are excellent choices. Sir, all data has been tested. Currently, the newly developed silicon crystal layered solar panels have achieved a maximum sunlight utilization efficiency exceeding 99% in the laboratory when applied in typical commercial environments. The comprehensive utilization rate of solar energy has reached 85%, and accelerated experiments indicate that the utilization rate will not decline by more than 5% over 5 years. The production costs of all materials have also been compressed to the level of 1,000 yuan per kilowatt. In addition to this, the future presented Jiang Li with a series of dazzling data reports, which comprehensively surpass all existing photovoltaic technologies. According to the system's projections, approximately 4,000 square kilometers of land would suffice to meet the basic energy needs of the overseas base. However, to be prudent, it is still necessary to increase the energy production capacity to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Li pondered over the data. For Carlo, several thousand square kilometers of land is not particularly vast. Moreover, what Jiang Li requires is merely desert land for photovoltaic power generation. He should have Lu Fei acquire a parcel of land in Carlo. In due course, it could also provide a portion of energy supply for Carlo. With the establishment of Kion Technologies' overseas base, the infiltration and influence of Kion Technology in Carlo are increasing day by day. Securing a piece of land has become a matter of mere words. Of course, Jiang Li is not akin to the Americans, though his methods can be somewhat domineering. He is not a true rogue or pirate and is willing to provide energy supplies to Carlo. This nation is severely lacking in energy. Aside from the capital being somewhat electrified, other cities, to varying degrees, lack a comprehensive power system. Even the capital frequently experiences power outages. In the eyes of Huawei, this phenomenon is exceedingly rare, yet beyond its borders, it is merely commonplace. Should Kion ascend to become the foremost energy supplier for Carol, the extent of control over the entire nation would reach unprecedented heights. In the near future, directives will be dispatched to expedite the production of silicon crystal solar panels, striving to establish an energy supply system for overseas bases with utmost efficiency. Very well, sir. Perhaps this could even pave the way for a surge of energy magnates. In the realm of energy, the wealth it generates is secondary. The paramount factor lies in its influence. Shaking his head, Jiang Li dismissed further thoughts, recognizing the necessity of solidifying the foundational assets first. Subsequently, Jiang Li scrutinized the data from the wind power generation apparatus. The wind turbine he developed diverges significantly from traditional large fans. It is predicated on the fluid Kármán vortex street phenomenon. This phenomenon occurs when a fluid, such as air or water, flows past blunt obstacles like cylinders, bridges, or buildings, resulting in the periodic shedding of vortices behind them. The vibrations or energy produced by such vortex streets can even cause reinforced concrete bridges to twist like pretzels. Jiang Li's current wind power technology confines this natural marvel within the apparatus for electricity generation, compared to conventional power generation methods. This technology yields significantly greater electricity output and can generate power even in minimal wind conditions. Existing vortex street generation technologies face considerable limitations in energy density material challenges, and frequency matching, falling short of requirements. However, for Jiang Li, none of these pose insurmountable obstacles. Presently, this innovative wind power technology has achieved breakthroughs, and its costs have been firmly controlled by Jiang Li, awaiting implementation. With photovoltaic and Karman vortex street generation technologies in place, it is anticipated that energy-related challenges will be minimal before Kaiyang ventures beyond Blue Star. Following an analysis, Jiang Li swiftly arranged matters. "Sir, a call from the Capital Hospital." Connected. While Jiang Li was engrossed in work, a phone call came through. He surmised that it likely pertained to the initial results of the clinical trials for Kaiyang Technologies' cancer remedy. Chapter 43, Complete Suppression. At the Capital Hospital, in a conference room, a gathering of experts convened. After over a month of clinical trials, the first batch of clinical data reports was ready. Esteemed colleagues, here is the preliminary clinical data report. Based on current findings, Kaiyang Technologies' remedy exhibits remarkably potent effects, capable of entirely suppressing the proliferation and growth of cancer cells. At this juncture, our intervention will significantly alleviate patients' conditions. The director, gazing at the data report, was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his voice trembling. Not only the director, but all present felt a tumultuous wave of emotions, brimming with excitement. In truth, the efficacy of the Kaiyang remedy was perceptible from the patient's conditions, yet this comprehensive report, spanning over a month, documented every change, delivering an immense shock. Each figure resonated with their fervent hearts. As experts and scholars in the medical field, none understood better the horror and despair that cancer induces. While the layperson recognizes cancer as an incurable affliction, only professionals grasp the true difficulty of combating it. At their level, they had witnessed an abundance of miraculous drugs and treatments, all culminating in failure. Watching patients succumb had filled their hearts with sorrow. Initially, they approached the Kaiyang remedy with subdued hopes. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Now, with data unveiled, their long-dead hearts erupted with joy. Listening to the director's impassioned voice, the assembly could not help but rise to applaud, their faces flushed and eyes sparkling. Esteemed colleagues, the first phase of clinical trials has concluded flawlessly, yielding remarkable results. Cancer cells have been thoroughly suppressed, their infinite replication interrupted, which signifies that early detection and corresponding medication can halt expansion and thus pose no threat to patients' lives. While this does not imply that cancer has been entirely conquered, it undeniably marks a milestone advancement. It is conceivable that if the second and third phases of clinical trials proceed smoothly, cancer may transform into a chronic condition akin to diabetes or hypertension, freeing humanity from the dread of this ailment. Following the director's speech, the atmosphere in the room heightened. At this moment, everyone felt like witnesses to a monumental occasion. I will report all data to the higher authorities, seeking greater support. You may also inform every patient of this news, encouraging them not to relinquish hope. After elucidating the data, the director promptly began to make arrangements. Rest assured, director, we shall act immediately. After the meeting, the director reported the data. He contacted Jiang Li and conveyed the developments. Upon receiving the call, Jiang Li, already aware of the situation, extended his congratulations and urged the director to prepare promptly. Director, the first phase of clinical data is out, and once patients and their families learn of this, the news will undoubtedly spread, so be ready. The director nodded in agreement. Rest assured, our hospital has prepared countermeasures. Patients and their families are not confidentiality officers. Such significant matters will naturally be shared with fellow patients and relatives. In this age, information dissemination is remarkably simple. With newfound hope for life, it won't just be patients from the capital. Patients from across the nation will likely flock to us. If mishandled, it could lead to chaos. Yet, judging by the director's tone, he seemed well prepared. It is only natural, considering the director's seasoned experience, having risen to lead the capital hospital. Mr. Jiang, the pressure will now shift to your end, as the number of patients is substantial and the required medication is no trivial matter. Jiang Li nodded. You need not worry. Kaiyang has established its production line over the past month, with monthly output sufficient to meet national demand. Upon hearing this, the director couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Such is the confidence of a genius. Clearly, Jiang Li's preparations reflect his innate assurance in his technology. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested heavily in establishing a production line in advance. After all, should any unexpected events arise during the clinical trials, or if the drug's efficacy does not meet expectations, everything could be jeopardized. It takes profound confidence to act so boldly. This realization left the director profoundly moved. Speaking of genius, The director himself was once a medical prodigy, which explains his current achievements. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Li, he could only sigh in admiration. There is no basis for comparison. After concluding the call, both men resumed their respective tasks. Numerous doctors began to traverse the wards, disseminating the good news. Chapter 244, Excitement. In one of the hospital rooms, Wang Long was gently tending to his father, wiping his body. The father and son exchanged light conversation, and despite his father's few words, their faces radiated joy. Dear parents, it seems that the miraculous medication developed by Kion technology may indeed prove effective. Just look at Dad's complexion. It has improved remarkably compared to a month ago. Wang Long gazed at his father, his heart brimming with excitement. A month prior, his father lacked the strength even to open his eyes, let alone speak. He was unable to consume even liquid food and endured excruciating pain daily. Yet, after 2 months of taking the special medication from Kion Technology, his father's health has significantly improved, his speech has regained vigor, and the intense agony has subsided. It can be said that this remarkable remedy has pulled Wang Long's father back from the brink of death. As the two were lost in their reflections, a doctor entered the room. "I bring good news," he announced. "Throughout this month's treatment, the cancer cells within your father have been effectively suppressed and are no longer dividing. His condition is now completely stable, and the results of the Phase 1 clinical trial have been exceptionally promising." Upon hearing this, Wang Long's family trembled with exhilaration. "Is this truly the case, doctor? That's wonderful. Thank you so much," they exclaimed. In fact, Wang Long's family had already surmised that his father's condition was improving, but such conjectures lacked the credibility of concrete data. Thus, upon receiving this accurate information, they were overwhelmed with joy, their tears flowing freely. They had traversed countless paths in search of a remedy for their father's illness, faced despair on multiple occasions, and now, upon hearing this news, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude to the doctor. The doctor smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. This is my duty. If anyone deserves gratitude, it is Kion Technology. Without this extraordinary medication, we would have no means to combat terminal illnesses." With that, he turned to leave, as he had other patients to attend to and share this good news. Indeed, our choice was not misguided, Wang Long thought, reflecting on the doctor's words, feeling a surge of emotion. Had he not opted for this clinical trial, perhaps both he and his father would have been separated by the veil of death within a month. Kion Technology, a company his mother had heard of, was indeed remarkable for being able to address such grave ailments. "Little Long, we owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude," his mother said, grasping his hand with heartfelt appreciation. "Fear not, mother. I shall remember this kindness," Wang Long affirmed with a resolute nod. While it is true that the development of the miraculous medication by Kion Technology contains commercial interests, the undeniable fact remains that their drug has saved his father. Wang Long is a young man of gratitude. Even though he knows he lacks the means to repay Kion Technology, he has etched this kindness into his heart. Subsequently, the three of them continued to huddle together, savoring this beautiful moment. Many families of patients, similar to Wang Long's, shared in this joy. Upon hearing the news, they too were moved to tears, their long-held worries dissipating. They silently expressed their gratitude to Jiang Li. However, not everyone felt the same. Some regarded this as merely a standard transactional behavior. Life presents a myriad of perspectives, each unique. Chapter 245, Messages. In the midst of her elation, Wang Long's mother instinctively opened her smartphone and accessed the WeChat support group for patients. Like many others, she had sought assistance when her husband fell ill and had joined numerous support groups. In these groups, family members exchanged experiences, shared recommendations for doctors, and relayed the latest medical news. "Thank you all for your concern during this time. My husband is showing remarkable improvement. Today, the doctor provided me with test results that indicate his condition has been completely stabilized." Accompanying her message was a photo of Wang Long's father. In an instant, the group was ablaze with excitement. Countless previously silent members emerged to respond. Within mere seconds, the chat exploded with messages. "Wow, your husband looks completely different from a month ago. He looks so much better. Indeed, his complexion is astonishing. No doubt, the special medication from Kion Technology is effective. His condition has stabilized entirely. I can't wait. I'm booking a ticket to the Capital Hospital right now. Is it too late to apply for the clinical trial? This truly works." Everyone in the group was astounded. Many were well aware of Wang Long's father's situation. A month ago, his mother had been lamenting in the group daily, leaving a deep impression on all. Many had even assumed Wang Long's father was beyond saving. No one expected such joyful news to emerge today. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. They had joined the group to share information and save their loved ones. and now that they had received valuable news, they were unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. After all, if someone like Wang Long's father, who had been given a death sentence, could stabilize his condition, what about them? After a brief flurry of messages, the group fell into a contemplative silence as everyone began to prepare. Wang Long's mother was not alone. Many families, upon receiving the doctor's notification, were similarly overwhelmed with joy and eager to share their situations. Naturally, news spread rapidly. Within moments, the public phone lines at the Capital Hospital were inundated with calls. Hello. Have your clinical trial succeeded? Are you still accepting volunteers for the special medication from Kion Technology? Not only at the Capital Hospital, but the official accounts of Kion Technology and Jiang Li's various social media platforms were soon flooded with messages from anxious family members. The news spread too swiftly, and the family's actions were equally prompt. However, in the face of life's countdown, even the swiftest of actions seemed to lag. Mr. Jiang, I heard the Phase 1 clinical trial was successful. Can it be made available for purchase? My father can no longer endure. Yes, Mr. Jiang, if possible. Could you increase the number of volunteers? We are truly at our wits' end. We've traveled from Shanghai to the capital, visiting several major hospitals, and all have delivered the same grim news. Mr. Jiang, your miracle drug is our last hope. Mr. Jiang, please contact the Capital Hospital. We cannot wait any longer. As the phone lines at the Capital Hospital remained busy, the comment section of Jiang Li's posts became their final outlet. It seemed Jiang Li had anticipated this surge, as he promptly released a video outlining the situation. Chapter 246, The Consequences of Release. I have seen all your messages, and I sincerely thank everyone for your support of Kion Technology's clinical trial. In response to your requests, I have negotiated with the relevant departments and the Capital Hospital to increase the number of clinical trial slots. For specific details and requirements, please keep an eye on the Capital Hospital's official website. I believe results will be forthcoming soon. In addition, Jiang Li's video was succinct, merely summarizing the developments. The Capital Hospital soon responded, conveying that the Phase 1 clinical trial of Kion Technology's special medication had proceeded exceptionally well, with many patients experiencing stabilized conditions and being brought back from the brink of death. In response to the overwhelming demand from patients, the Capital Hospital would continue to accept volunteers. However, the volunteers were exclusively limited to late-stage patients. After all, compared to those in the early to mid-stages, it is the late-stage patients who are in greater need of this opportunity. In a surge, families of patients from all corners of the nation flocked to the official website of the Capital Hospital, causing the site to crash under the overwhelming traffic. By this time, it was nearly midnight. Upon learning of the situation, the hospital director hurried to the facility. As he entered through the hospital's gates, he was met with an extensive line of people, completely filling the once spacious lobby. Even in a prestigious institution like the Capital Hospital, such a scene was rarely witnessed. A glance was enough for the director to recognize that these were the families of patients from the vicinity of the capital. This was evidently just the first wave. It would not be long before patients from across the nation began to arrive. With no time to waste, the director headed straight to the meeting room. The relevant personnel had already gathered, and the meeting was about to commence. Fortunately, we had prepared in advance, or we would have been caught off guard this time. One of the doctors remarked, for each late-stage patient, every day and every minute represented a countdown to their lives. Even a single day's delay, considering the vast numbers involved, could mean countless lives lost. We may have to endure some hardship for a while. The entire hospital will operate around the clock, and we will implement a shift system. Time waits for no one. No problem. The assembled doctors replied in unison. In such a critical moment, their urgency surpassed all, as working additional hours was merely a part of their routine. Director, we have received news from the relevant departments that the number of individuals purchasing train tickets to the capital has significantly increased. If nothing unexpected occurs, they are likely heading to our hospital. The numbers are considerable, so we must prepare accordingly. Hearing this, the director rubbed his temples, his expression grave. Rest assured, I reported this matter as soon as the test results were available. We shall await the higher-ups' decision. Once he learned the results, the director understood the gravity of the day's situation. Even if the Capital Hospital operated at full capacity, accommodating the entirety of the capital's patients would prove challenging, let alone those from across the nation. Director, we must urge action. If the hospital's capacity reaches its limit and we can no longer accept patients, the families will not take it lightly. Those present had decades of experience in this field. While they possessed the compassion of healers, they had witnessed the harsh realities of life and death, the fickleness of human emotions, and the complexities of human nature. They understood that when there is a glimmer of hope for survival, no one would willingly give up, even resorting to the most extreme measures. With a sigh, the director conceded, "I will do my best." It was evident that he shared the concerns of those around him, yet such matters were beyond his control. Even though the initial phase of the clinical trial had yielded promising results, time had yet to validate its efficacy. No one could predict the subsequent outcomes. Such scenarios were not unprecedented. The first phase of a clinical trial could show favorable results, only for unforeseen complications to arise in the second or third phases. Should this miracle drug encounter issues, it would become a matter of life and death. While the volunteers were all late-stage patients, the subsequent influx of patients might lead to substantial mortality rates, complicating matters tremendously. Even if they all perished from terminal illnesses, those with ulterior motives could portray the capital hospital, Kion Technology, and the relevant authorities as having broadly administered unverified drugs. At such a juncture, hostile forces could engage in smear campaigns and spread rumors. This would result in a severely precarious situation for all parties involved. Even if, in the end, Kion Technology's miracle drug extended the lives of most patients, should they all ultimately succumb to death, the blame would rest squarely on the shoulders of Kion Technology and the capital hospital. Unless a conclusive success was achieved, the consequences of widespread administration would far exceed expectations. However, if it were merely a clinical trial at a single hospital, it would bear no repercussions. After all, there are countless miracle drugs for terminal illnesses undergoing clinical trials. Thus, this matter could not simply be released at will. The ramifications, if mishandled, could lead to the dismissal of responsible personnel being the least of their worries. International public opinion and the sentiments of the populace all had to be taken into account. Enough of these concerns. Your priority should be to ensure the well-being of the patients at the hospital. The group exchanged glances, resigned to this course of action. After the meeting concluded, the director resumed making phone calls while the doctors returned to their posts. The hustle and bustle resumed. Chapter 247, A Dilemma. The unfolding situation was as anticipated. In a mere 2 days, the capital hospital was filled to capacity with patients from all over the country. The doctors received one patient after another, all seeking information about Kion Technology's miracle drug and expressing a desire to participate in the clinical trials. However, those without directives from the higher-ups could only deflect their inquiries. For the families of the patients, this was their last glimmer of hope, and how could they easily relinquish it? Some family members began to weep on their knees, while others adopted a more confrontational stance. As the influx of individuals continued, the once orderly environment of the capital hospital descended into chaos. Tensions escalated, leading to minor altercations. Despite the hospital dispatching a significant number of staff, it proved futile. In response, the capital hospital promptly issued a statement, essentially communicating that all available hospital beds were now occupied. 4 bedrooms had been converted to accommodate 8, and 3 bedrooms had become 6 bedrooms. There was simply no more space. They were in the process of contacting higher authorities and negotiating cooperation with other hospitals, urging everyone to be patient. Surprisingly, once the announcement was made, a temporary calm fell over the hospital. However, this was hardly a long-term solution. For every late-stage patient facing terminal illness, each passing minute was crucial. Moreover, compounded by the excruciating pain associated with their conditions, the agonized expressions of the patients affected every family member deeply. If no resolution emerged in the following days, a new wave of backlash was likely on the horizon. This situation soon captured widespread attention. Numerous influencers and media outlets flocked to the capital hospital, documenting and interviewing countless families of patients. The tearful scenes rapidly ignited a frenzy online, leading to a surge in trending topics. That poor Annie. Her son is so young and is falling gravely ill. How could she not secure a spot? They say, Kion Technology's miracle drug was effective? Why isn't it being made widely available? What are you thinking? The approval process for medications is exceedingly stringent. Some may require years of clinical trials. And how long has it been since Kion Technology's drug was introduced? Years? By then, the opportunity will be lost. What else can we do? Although the first phase of the clinical trials has exceeded expectations, what about the subsequent phases? Who can guarantee there won't be complications? Indeed, netizens are often a crowd eager for drama. If this is rolled out on a large scale and the results are unfavorable, won't Kion Technology and the capital hospital be vilified? That may be true, but I believe these volunteers signed contracts and the families were aware of the patient's conditions. Even if it fails, they shouldn't blame them. Don't underestimate the darkness of human nature. While most may think as you do, even a small minority can cause insurmountable problems. Let us wait. Ultimately, it depends on the higher-ups. Online discussions initially maintained a relatively normal tone, revolving around standard debates. However, as the fervor gradually escalated, the tone of online discourse began to deviate significantly. The narrative shifted dramatically, employing moral coercion to steer public opinion toward an entirely different extreme. Those patients are already out of options. Yet even if the miracle drug encounters issues later on, it has granted them a few additional months of life. Indeed, human life is paramount. I believe we should allow more hospitals to participate. If there are miracle drugs that can extend life, not utilizing them means imminent loss. Some individuals ought not to be overly cautious. Human life is the most critical concern. As a family member of a patient, all I desire is for my father to survive. Even if complications arise later, we will have no regrets, even if we resort to protests. The online community won't side with us. The overwhelming tide of online sentiment soon drowned out the voices of numerous reasonable netizens. It seemed as though a great hand was manipulating public opinion, compelling those in power to make decisions. Jiang Li, receiving the news promptly, could only shake his head. Such occurrences are not isolated incidents on the Chinese internet. They transpire several times a year, with news that severely undermines public trust. It is impossible for such situations to arise without deliberate orchestration. While netizens may be easily swayed, they are not devoid of intellect. To achieve a one-sided narrative requires a formidable force. The decision now rests with those in authority. Jiang Li closed his eyes. Perhaps it would be prudent to share my insights with him. After considerable reflection, Jiang Li resolved to make a phone call. He was intimately familiar with the efficacy of the miracle drug, having been its creator. Given the opportunity to save more lives, he would not hesitate, even if complications arose. Kion Technology was sufficiently equipped to assume a portion of the responsibility. The growth of Kion Technology to its current stature was made possible through the support of the populace and government of China. Now that the company was called upon to shoulder a certain degree of social responsibility, Jiang Li felt compelled to act. Swiftly, he dialed the number and meticulously conveyed the details regarding the miracle drug. After articulating his perspective, he concluded the call. He hoped for a prompt decision. Time waits for no one. Jiang Li had said and done all he could. As for manipulating public opinion, that was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, one that could lead to ruin for anyone who dared to tread upon it. To accommodate a considerable influx of patients from various sectors, a united front across hospitals nationwide was essential. In stark contrast to the tumultuous online discourse within the confines of a particular office in the Ministry of Health, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Clearly, they found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Following a vigorous debate, a leading official decisively declared that, under permissible conditions, a limited number of volunteer slots would be opened. The attendees nodded in agreement. Human life is invaluable. It is undeniable that along this path of enlightenment, countless individuals have strayed due to the distractions along the way, losing sight of their original intentions. Yet, there remains a steadfast group committed to their ideals. In a mere few decades, China's development narrative has transformed from abject poverty, even lagging behind some African nations in GDP, to becoming the world's second-largest economy. This alone speaks volumes. Of course, not all hospitals were granted access. Only a select few would be involved. The outward message was not, as many presumed, aimed at treating patients, but rather to announce that the initial phase of clinical trials for Kion Technology's miracle drug had yielded unprecedented results, marking a monumental advancement in the fight against cancer. Consequently, a wealth of clinical data was required for further refinement. Soon, several top-tier hospitals across various provinces received notification, instructing them to initiate clinical trials of Kion Technology's miracle drug and gather more data. In no time, these hospitals graciously accepted the mandate. Due to the developments regarding Kion Technology's miracle drug, the capital's hospitals enjoyed a significant surge in prominence. Their reputation soared as they became the first hospitals authorized to conduct clinical trials, undoubtedly elevating their influence. Upon receiving the news, these hospitals wasted no time in contacting Jiang Li. The speed at which Kion Technology responded was remarkable. Within half a day, the first batch of miracle drugs was delivered to hospitals nationwide. Consequently, numerous messages circulated. Families of patients across the country, upon learning that their province had established a dedicated channel, hurried back overnight. As a result, the pressure on the capital hospitals was alleviated substantially. With the widespread initiation of trials for the miracle drug, countless patients signed contracts to become volunteers. Each hospital also formed expert teams to delve into the data and conditions of every patient. Although the capital hospital's initial clinical trial had succeeded, other hospitals remained vigilant. After all, human life is at stake, and errors cannot be tolerated. Fortunately, after receiving volunteers, patients stabilized remarkably following their first dosage. At Haining First Hospital, located in the headquarters of Kion Technology, the medical facilities were among the first to obtain the miracle drug. The patient influx was second only to that of the capital hospitals. On the day of the announcement, Haining First Hospital welcomed a substantial number of volunteers. In the hospital's conference room, a group of doctors meticulously monitored patient data. It was astonishing. After taking the miracle drug, the cancer cells within the patients appeared to be completely immobilized, exhibiting no signs of activity or division. Previously, I pondered what miracle drug could achieve such results. It seems we underestimated its potency. Indeed, without such formidable efficacy, it would not have inspired the decision to expand its reach. Let us hope the subsequent clinical trials proceed smoothly. Any failure would yield dire consequences. Yet, it may not be as bleak as it seems. As long as the first phase of clinical trial succeeds, patients essentially gain a few months of life without suffering. This alone makes Kion Technology's miracle drug remarkable. Nevertheless, one cannot predict human nature. A multitude of experts examined the new data reports, engaging in animated discussions. Enough of this speculation. Let us focus on our tasks, accurately recording data and monitoring patient conditions. Beyond that, overthinking is futile. It is beyond our control. The director's words prompted consensus among the group. Such scenarios unfolded in hospitals nationwide. After acquiring first-hand data, the doctors were overwhelmingly excited. This news was a tremendous boon for both the medical field and patients alike. Chapter 249, A Wave of Public Opinion Reversal. Kion Technology's miracle drug exhibited undeniably potent effects. All patients experienced immediate relief after taking the medication. First and foremost, their pain dissipated. The agony inflicted by terminal illnesses is excruciating. Many have succumbed to suffering. Yet, under the influence of the miracle drug, cancer cells were suppressed, leading to improvement. Families soon realized that patients no longer endured the intense pain they had previously suffered. This was indeed uplifting news. Good tidings spread rapidly, circulating among support groups and across the internet. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. In response, various media outlets naturally followed suit, heralding good news. Kion Technology's special medicine has achieved success in its first large-scale clinical trials, marking a milestone in the treatment of terminal illnesses. Kion Technology has conquered cancer. It will no longer be deemed an incurable disease. Our nation has made a groundbreaking technological advancement, placing us at the forefront of the medical field globally. A discussion on the transformative impact of Kion Technology's special medicine on patients. In just a matter of hours, a myriad of news articles surfaced online, each one more exaggerated than the last. After all, such videos generate substantial traffic, benefiting the creators. What if something goes awry? Well, simply delete the video. With Kion Technology providing a safety net, there's little to fear. By the time the market opened the following day, a significant number of domestic pharmaceutical companies, particularly those involved in cancer treatment, experienced a sharp decline in stock prices. Clearly, as Kion Technology's special medicine gained widespread recognition, the market had already made its choice. The pharmaceutical industry differs from others in certain respects, especially concerning terminal illnesses. With the advent of Kion Technology's life-saving medicine, other medications naturally lose their competitive edge. Unless they, too, can transform terminal diseases into chronic conditions, they will hold no competitive power. Fortunately, Kion Technology's special medicine remains in the clinical trial phase and has yet to be released. Otherwise, the stocks of those pharmaceutical companies would likely have become worthless scraps of paper. However, this is merely the current state of affairs. Thankfully, in the realm of cancer treatment, the majority of significant players are foreign enterprises like Pfizer, with domestic companies being relatively small. If the situation escalates, the most adversely affected will indeed be those foreign pharmaceutical firms. Consequently, some companies have taken to privately cursing Jiang Li, wishing for his downfall and the collapse of his company. Alas, such curses are futile. If they held any power, Jiang Li would have perished countless times by now. In China, the uproar surrounding Kion Technology's special medicine has reverberated internationally as well. As China's global influence expands, it has begun to mirror the United States in that each significant domestic event gradually creates ripples on the international stage. The developments concerning Kion Technology's special medicine are no exception. Soon, it sparked considerable controversy. Goodness, I heard that a new cancer treatment has been developed in China, and the clinical trials have been successful. I also heard that some terminal patients, previously declared dead by hospitals, have been revived. This must be fake news. How could such a drug be developed in China? It has to be a hoax. I too doubt it. Only our great American scientists could create such a thing. Everyone knows that the greatest pharmaceutical companies in the world are American. Though I'm skeptical, the Chinese media is currently reporting it extensively. Indeed, I asked my Chinese classmates, and they confirmed the news. Due to its astonishing efficacy, numerous patients have spoken out, prompting a large-scale recruitment of volunteers for the trials. Regardless, I don't believe China could produce such a special medicine. The news spread rapidly, soon occupying the trending topics on various overseas platforms. Countless individuals were astonished by China's prowess, while a significant portion chose to express skepticism. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the stock market remains the most reliable indicator of market sentiment. Major foreign pharmaceutical giants, including Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson, experienced varying degrees of stock price declines, unable to halt the relentless downturn. As industry titans, they would not relinquish their substantial share of the lucrative cancer treatment market without a fight. Thus, the impact of this situation was considerable. Fortunately, the information emanating from China was still sporadic, and since the drug was merely in clinical trials, the situation was not irretrievable. Consequently, many overseas pharmaceutical giants convened meetings. Initially, they vehemently criticized Caiyang Technology and Jiang Li, then worked overnight to devise an extensive theoretical counter-strategy. The first step was to engage in a battle of public opinion. To restore their stock prices, this was paramount. In the stock market, whether promoting a particular concept stock or not, the first step is always to present a compelling narrative, subsequently influencing public opinion. Much like a well-rehearsed routine, Wall Street thrived on this. Soon, pharmaceutical companies led by the West enlisted a multitude of medical moguls and science communicators to systematically discredit Caiyang Technology's special medicine, resorting to smear tactics. Before long, an influential science communicator with 50 million followers published a video recently regarding the purported development of a cancer treatment in China. I must express my perspective. It is utter nonsense. To me, it sounds as absurd as claiming the invention of a perpetual motion machine or transforming water into fuel. Let me explain why I hold this view, starting with the inherent difficulties involved. In light of the existing technological conditions, overcoming cancer is fundamentally impossible. It will take at least several decades. Therefore, I urge everyone to judiciously assess the information circulating online. I suspect that Caiyang Technology's pharmaceutical company is preparing for an IPO. The broader the news spreads, the higher Caiyang Technology's market valuation will soar, making it easier to raise capital. Hence, everyone must be vigilant against the traps set by capitalists. Once this video was released, it quickly garnered responses from various quarters. A multitude of viewers experienced a moment of realization. So that is how it is. They promptly lambasted China and began expressing gratitude to the communicator in the comments section. Soon, other communicators followed suit, each releasing similar videos warning their followers to be wary of capitalist traps and to carefully discern each piece of information online. Chapter 250. Let the bullets fly for a while. Following the emergence of overseas self-media refuting the claims, a slew of experts and scholars also seized the opportunity to issue denials under the guise of riding the trending wave. Subsequently, major global mainstream media outlets joined in, launching a barrage of refutations and even smear campaigns. Is the cancer treatment real? Given China's technological level, we remain skeptical. Cancer treatment? Beware. It's a capitalist scam. The Chinese cannot possibly develop a cancer treatment. Only we in the West possess the capability. China's medical standards lag far behind ours. Only those with the most advanced technology can conquer terminal illnesses. Recruiting volunteers on such a large scale without complete data is malicious and shows a disregard for human life. It must be said that Western entities have mastered the art of public opinion manipulation. In just a matter of days, the entire overseas narrative environment shifted dramatically. Caiyang Technology's cancer treatment went from being a source of awe to a subject of derision, tarnishing the reputation of Caiyang Technology in the process. In light of this situation, the overseas division would not sit idly by. They promptly entered the fray, yet the effectiveness of their efforts was limited, given that the discourse was predominantly shaped by Western nations. Before long, the stocks of various pharmaceutical companies in the American market, which had plummeted, returned to their previous levels. Moreover, as online discussions disparaged Caiyang Technology's special medicine and Chinese medicine as a whole, they simultaneously lauded the major Western pharmaceutical companies, resulting in a notable rise in their stock prices, much to the delight of their shareholders. A crisis was swiftly resolved by major pharmaceutical companies. Simultaneously, a wave of unusual discourse surged across the internet in Huagua. The tide began to vehemently criticize Caiyang Technology and various hospitals, driven by a discernible purpose aimed squarely at the miracle drug and the medical institutions. However, Huagua remained Huagua, even in the realm of public opinion. It was still its own dominion. With intervention from certain departments, and under the special arrangement of Jiang Li, the highly directional discourse quickly vanished from the online sphere. At this moment, within Jiang Li's laboratory, it was evident that the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. Jiang Li had also gleaned information about events occurring overseas through the mouth of the future. While foreign pharmaceutical companies could temporarily suppress matters, the world had long since evolved from decades past. When the clinical trials for Kaiyang Technology's miracle drug were completed and it officially hit the market, any attempt to stifle public discourse would be akin to building a dam against a flood. There would inevitably come a day when the truth could no longer be concealed. The longer it was delayed, the more devastating the consequences would be. The only uncertainty lay in how much longer the upcoming clinical trials would take, a matter beyond Jiang Li's influence. Typically, the timeline for a drug's journey from initial experimentation to market release spans several years. However, the realm of cancer miracle drugs defies conventional calculations. For patients, mere months could signify the line between life and death, given that the miracle drug could inhibit cancer cells and extend life. Even potential side effects would pale in comparison to immediate mortality. Of course, this was merely theoretical. The actual implementation would depend on higher authorities. Nevertheless, Jiang Li speculated that the clinical trials for the cancer miracle drug would undoubtedly accelerate compared to other medications. Cancer progresses with alarming rapidity, transitioning from mid to late stages in just a few months. Once the miracle drug successfully prolongs the lives of the initial batch of patients, or the subsequent group, it was unlikely that the clinical trial slots could be indefinitely expanded. Thus, from any angle one might consider, the release date for Kaiyang Technology's miracle drug would surely arrive sooner than anticipated. Chapter 251, The Bodhi Fruit. The matter of the cancer miracle drug would require some time to yield results. As for what could be done, Jiang Li had already completed all necessary preparations. He then turned his gaze to the Tyrannosaurus egg on the experimental table. Its activity was increasing, indicating that it would hatch within a few days. Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He held high hopes for the field of genetic technology. Having handled all matters, Jiang Li focused his thoughts and appeared within the fishing space. After accumulating resources for so long, it was time to engage in fishing. Glancing at the 3-level bait and 2-level baits stored in his backpack, he settled into a chair and began his endeavor. As the first bait descended, a response came swiftly. It was a pill crafted from the blood of a mythical beast, capable of enhancing one's physical constitution upon consumption. The second 2-level bait yielded a bone spear, fashioned with rudimentary craftsmanship from polished beast bones. Despite its simplicity, this spear was also classified as a 3-level item, igniting Jiang Li's curiosity about the creature from which it originated. However, such thoughts were fleeting. Jiang Li's current mastery of biological genetic technology could not even replicate the dragon-patterned fish. How could he possibly contend with such formidable beings? Turning his attention to the final 3-level bait, he silently prayed for a fortunate catch and cast it forth. Before him lay a dilapidated temple nestled in a desolate mountain. The surrounding landscape was eerily silent, shrouded in fog that obscured vision beyond 3 meters. The temple, once grand, now stood only as remnants of broken walls. At its center loomed a massive Buddha statue, now overrun with moss, towering like a skyscraper. It was easy to imagine that this place had once been a sacred site of Buddhism. However, a chilling scene unfolded before him. In a forsaken clearing within the temple, a heap of various skeletal remains lay scattered, human, beast, and unidentified creatures alike, reminiscent of a hellish graveyard that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that, despite being deep in the mountains, there was an unsettling absence of insects or birds. The silence was unnerving. Outside the main hall, thick webs clung to the surroundings, where a pitch-black humanoid spider rested. Beneath the web lay its ensnared prey, both large and small. Soon, it would be time. The Bodhi fruit was on the verge of ripening. The humanoid spider's face began to shift, emitting a sinister sound as it gazed at the peculiar Bodhi tree outside the main hall. This tree, positioned at the heart of the web, was fiercely guarded by the spider, preventing even a fly from entering. 50 years prior, the humanoid spider had stumbled upon this decaying temple and discovered the completely withered Bodhi tree. To its astonishment, it had revived and taken root, eventually nurturing a single Bodhi fruit. This tree was a treasure of the Buddhist faith, and the spider, being a demon, was well aware of its significance. While it was curious about why this once-dying tree had resurrected after a great calamity, the opportunity presented was too tempting to overlook. Legend spoke of the Bodhi fruit's ability to enlighten and cultivate a Bodhi heart. Even for a demon, consuming the Bodhi fruit would ensure a path to the realm of demon emperors, granting dominion over a territory. Though 50 years was a long time, compared to the lengthy lifespans of demons and the miraculous effects of the Bodhi fruit, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 252, Terrifying Effects. The mountain of bones accumulated over 50 years stood as a testament to the humanoid spider's relentless endeavors. Day after day, it awaited the imminent ripening of the Bodhi fruit, exercising utmost caution to avoid any unforeseen disturbances. Yet, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. On this particular day, a group of individuals approached from beyond the mountains, clad in ceremonial robes and equipped with mystical tools, clearly prepared for their mission. Calculating the time, they anticipated the Bodhi fruit's ripening and planned to act once its fragrance wafted through the air. The others nodded in agreement. This humanoid spider, having resided here for 50 years, had inevitably attracted attention even in this remote mountain. News had spread, intertwining with ancient texts that spoke of the lost temple. After numerous investigations, the gathered individuals had set their sights firmly on the Bodhi tree, recorded in ancient lore as a treasure. Whether for the Bodhi fruit itself, or to eliminate the humanoid spider, this expedition was deemed necessary. Remember, this humanoid spider is a millennia-old demon with profound abilities. If we cannot obtain the Bodhi fruit, we must destroy it. Otherwise, if that spider gets its hands on it, the consequences will be dire. Several practitioners exchanged knowing glances, beginning their preparations. Time passed, and within the lair of the humanoid spider, the Bodhi tree, ensnared in cobwebs, bore a fruit that resembled a golden relic. Gradually it solidified, radiating brilliant golden light that pierced through the dense webbing. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A rich fragrance emanated from the Bodhi fruit. At last it had ripened. The immense form of the humanoid spider shifted across the web, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Human pests. At the moment the Bodhi fruit ripened, a commotion arose in the distance, and the face spider reacted swiftly. Demon, leave this place now, and we may spare your life. 4 Taoists descended from the sky, encircling the spider's lair. A few stinking Taoists. If you don't wish to be devoured, then be gone. The face spider howled in rage, yet refrained from attacking. Clearly wary of the 4. Attack! The 4 exchanged glances, foregoing any further words and launching their assault. In an instant, flying swords surged towards the face spider, accompanied by thunderous spells, flames, and a myriad of attacks. The face spider, a formidable demon, was no mere paper figure. Its sharp fangs and swirling webs retaliated fiercely against the 4 Taoists. The battle was extraordinarily intense. However, the Taoists had evidently come prepared. Various talismans and treasures were hurled recklessly at the face spider. The creature's tough exoskeleton was battered, yielding numerous gaping wounds from which green blood flowed, dripping onto the ground and corroding it further. Damn! The face spider's 8 compound eyes glinted with malevolence. In the next moment, a demonic core emerged from its body, launching itself at the 4. The Taoist expressions shifted as they immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques. In that instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked in response. The face spider was thrown back by the terrifying shockwaves. Just then, the golden light emanating from the Bodhi fruit vanished, signifying its full ripeness. This was indeed the face spider's domain. It swiftly ensnared the Bodhi fruit with its webs, attempting to pull it into its maw. No, we cannot let it succeed. The 4 Taoists, witnessing this, unleashed their flying swords to sever the webs. The Bodhi fruit plummeted from the air, and the face spider lunged forward. Not good. The 4 Taoists realized the dire situation. They were too far from the Bodhi fruit to seize in time. They resolved to destroy the treasure instead. With a firm resolve, they urged their flying swords towards the Bodhi fruit, determined not to allow the great demon to prevail. Just at that moment, a twisted black hole appeared above the Bodhi fruit, and a fishhook descended from the heavens, directly snagging the fruit. In that fleeting moment, the flying sword struck the fishhook fiercely. The hook trembled violently before vanishing from this realm with a swish. Simultaneously, the gaping maw of the face spider drew near. Damn you! Foul Taoists! How dare you destroy the Bodhi fruit? I have waited 50 long years for this. The face spider, witnessing the fruit's disappearance, erupted in fury. 50 years, success was within reach, only to be thwarted by these 4 Taoists. Filled with murderous intent, it disregarded its grievous wounds, consumed by a singular thought, to devour the 4 before it. Thus, another fierce battle commenced. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, Jiang Li was leisurely fishing. Suddenly, The fishing rod began to tremble violently. Jiang Li grasped it tightly, yet the immense force threatened to throw him off balance. After a while, the rod finally stabilized. With a swift pull, the Bodhi fruit appeared before him. A golden pearl? Jiang Li pondered, perplexed. He was unaware that had he hesitated for but a moment longer, the face biter would have seized the fishhook. Thus, Jiang Li activated his eye of insight to examine the fruit. Bodhi fruit, a level 5 fishing item, born from the sacred Bodhi tree of Buddhism. Consuming it cultivates the Bodhi heart, leading to enlightenment and the realization of one's true self. Chapter 253, A Triumphant Breakthrough. It turned out to be a level 5 fishing item. The description of the Bodhi fruit was quite succinct, yet the significance of it being a level 5 item spoke volumes. Enlightenment? This Bodhi fruit should enhance one's wisdom. Jiang Li conjectured briefly before decisively consuming the Bodhi fruit. In the next moment, a colossal energy surged within him. Instantly, Jiang Li felt his mind blanking out. Countless golden Sanskrit characters flickered in his mind's void, while the reverberating sounds of Buddhist chants enveloped him. He sensed numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas surrounding him. Verses of Buddhist scriptures echoed in his ears. Bang! Bang! Jiang Li's heart began to beat violently. In the once quiet space, the sound of his heartbeat reverberated throughout. Golden light erupted from Jiang Li's chest, swiftly engulfing the entire space. At that moment, he resembled a divine child of Buddha, surrounded by swirling Sanskrit and radiant golden light, sacred and untouchable. Time became indiscernible as the golden light and Sanskrit gradually faded. The space returned to normalcy. So this is the Bodhi heart, indeed a sacred object of Buddhism. A level 5 fishing item. Jiang Li took a deep breath and slowly rose. After consuming the Bodhi fruit, he had successfully nurtured the Bodhi heart. Now, he felt a clarity in his mind. The cultivation challenges and scientific dilemmas that once plagued him now appeared as clear as a mirror. All questions unraveled effortlessly. An astonishing comprehension. My understanding of the Nuwa visualization diagram has increased at least tenfold. Jiang Li immediately began to comprehend the Nuwa visualization diagram, experiencing an unprecedented smoothness. My soul's realm has transcended the first stage, achieving the second stage, soul nurturing. Jiang Li released his spiritual awareness, which had vastly improved compared to the first stage. Now, his soul power could even distort steel plates. With this significant enhancement in comprehension, many future endeavors would become considerably simpler. With that thought, Jiang Li exited the system space, returning to the laboratory to once again peruse the biological knowledge left by Yunshan Bioengineering. Previously, even with the enhanced brain from the neurodevelopment serum, he had found such profound knowledge somewhat challenging. Now, however, it seemed as if he could grasp it instinctively. After merely glancing, he understood everything comprehensively. Soon, at this rate, he would be able to crack the genetic code of the dragon-patterned fish and produce them in bulk. Jiang Li felt a surge of excitement. Wait, there was still a tremendous energy stored within him. The Bodhi fruit truly proved its worth as a level 5 fishing item. While its primary effect was to enhance one's comprehension, the energy it contained was astonishing. Coincidentally, Jiang Li was on the verge of breaking through to the second stage in both body refinement and chi cultivation. This was the perfect opportunity to shatter the shackles and advance. With that in mind, Jiang Li immediately began to cultivate. He was already on the brink of a breakthrough, and with the aid of the Bodhi fruit's effect, he quickly transcended to the second stage. Everything unfolded more smoothly than Jiang Li had anticipated. His chi cultivation reached the transformative ordinary stage, and his body refinement attained the meridian opening stage. However, this was merely the second stage on his path of cultivation, with much more to traverse ahead. Jiang Li exhaled a breath of turbid air. At that moment, he sensed a faint sound within the laboratory, a very subtle noise that he would not have detected had he not broken through to the second stage. Jiang Li focused his gaze. It was the Tyrannosaurus Rex, on the verge of hatching. Approaching the laboratory table, Jiang Li began to examine the observed data. The life fluctuations of the Tyrannosaurus Rex began to intensify. However, the life fluctuations of several groups of Tyrannosaurus Rex had started to decline. Among these groups, the Tyrannosaurus Rex hatchlings were not even fully formed. Jiang Li began to inspect each one, with a mere 50% hatching rate. Uncertainty looms over which group will ultimately survive post-hatching. Certain organisms, provided their genetic makeup is fundamentally sound, can emerge akin to normal life forms. However, due to inherent genetic encoding errors, even if they are born, the likelihood of premature demise remains high. Thus, the hatching of the Tyrannosaurus Rex eggs signifies merely a promising commencement, failing to guarantee the flawless replication of T. rex genetics. Patience is essential. The imminent days will reveal the outcome. Subsequently, Jiang Li attended to several documents, one detailing the solar energy technology and wind fluid power generation techniques of Kion technology, which have now entered the preparatory phase. Another document pertained to the organ regeneration technology of Kion technology, which has progressed to clinical trial stages. Should this endeavor succeed, it heralds the arrival of artificial organs in the medical field, alleviating global concerns over the scarcity of compatible organs for transplantation. After managing these matters, Jiang Li resumed his cultivation, focusing on consolidating his prowess. Chapter 254. The hatching of the Tyrannosaurus Rex eggs. Death. These past 2 months have indeed been tumultuous. Following the widespread clinical trials of Kion Technology's cancer cure, the announcement of clinical trials for artificial organs followed suit. Concurrently, a regional conflict erupted, intensifying global tensions. Yet, the populace of Huagua appears to be mere spectators, inundated with an endless stream of news. The continuous unveiling of new technologies by Kion Technology seems to elicit little surprise among the citizens of Huagua. In stark contrast, foreign observers glued to Huagua news are left in awe. Goodness, just how much groundbreaking technology does Kion Technology possess? In a mere few years, the technological prowess of Huagua has ascended to unprecedented heights. At this rate, not only the United States, but the entirety of Western technology may soon be eclipsed. Yet, the foreign entities can only watch helplessly. Even minor disruptions pose no significant threat to Kion Technology, as its internal circulation model can withstand external risks. Before long, Kion Technology once again trended on social media, not for the cancer cure, but for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Among Huagua's 1 billion inhabitants, even a fraction of 1% amounts to 140,000 individuals, many of whom are ardent enthusiasts of the colossal beast. After all, who could resist the birth of a prehistoric giant? Thus, even after a month, the viewership in the T. rex hatching livestream has never dipped below 1,000, all eyes brimming with anticipation. Recently, within the livestream, several T. rex eggs began to tremble slightly, though it was merely a brief quiver. Fervent enthusiasts quickly captured the moment on screen. Once shared online, it ignited a wildfire of excitement across the internet. Oh my, it moved! The T. rex egg actually moved. Could it be hatching? Hold your excitement. It moved, but how can you be sure it won't hatch into an ostrich? Please, Jiang Li utilized genes extracted from T. rex fossils. What are the odds it would hatch an ostrich? Such a basic error is inconceivable for Jiang Li. I'm simply waiting for the T. rex to make its grand appearance. I can't contain myself. I must reside in the live stream for the next few days. It's a T. rex, my dream. Who can resist this? Awaiting the T. rex hatching. In mere seconds, what had once been a quiet anticipation surged back into the spotlight. For the following days, viewership in the T. rex hatching livestream never fell below 100,000. One day, amid the anxious waiting of countless viewers, one group of T. rex eggs began to shake violently. With a singular tremor, everyone in the live stream seemed to be electrified with excitement. It's hatching. It's hatching. It's about to hatch. The frenzy escalated as messages flooded various chat groups and forums. Within minutes, the live stream's popularity soared into the millions, with viewership racing towards the 100,000 mark. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, the T. rex eggs began to shake vigorously. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as cracks appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, fixated on the T. rex eggs. In mere seconds, it felt as though a century had passed. Finally, amid the collective anticipation, a small opening emerged in the eggshell. A dinosaur head slowly poked out. It's out. It's out. By heavens, it's really a dinosaur. Oh my, this is a miracle. I never thought I'd witness a T. rex in my lifetime. I can't resist. I want to touch it. All baby creatures are adorable, except mosquitoes. Let us see if you still want to touch it when it grows up. When it grows up, I intend to ride it. The livestream chat erupted into a flurry of comments, buzzing with excitement. Soon, the first group of tiny dinosaurs broke free from their eggshells, emerging one by one, their bleary eyes wide open, emitting a series of adorable roars. Though described as roars, they sounded somewhat squeaky. The hearts of the viewers melted at the sight. It was hard to reconcile that these little creatures would grow into the apex predators of the Cretaceous period, the Tyrannosaurus rex. Suddenly, a troubling decline in life signs was detected. Jiang Li, observing the life data of the small dinosaurs at the experimental station, noticed a change in expression. The data indicated that the life signs of the small dinosaurs began to plummet rapidly within minutes post-hatching, until they vanished entirely. This group exhibited genetic errors. The experiment had failed. Jiang Li shook his head in disappointment, and then turned his gaze to another group of T. rex eggs. Out of the 10 groups of T. rex eggs, only 3 had successfully hatched. With one group, now entirely deceased, all hope rested on the remaining 2. Chapter 255, Successful Survival. As the first group of T. rex perished completely, chaos erupted in the live stream. What is happening? Why is there no movement? Could they have died? They just hatched. Did Jiang Li fail? No. I just saw the dinosaur. I told you, Huagua people are frauds. Only we in the West can clone dinosaurs. Is this a domestic stream? Who let this foreigner in? Admin kicked him out. If it failed, it failed. I believe Jiang Li can hatch a T. rex. Even if it didn't survive, that S progress. Given Jiang Li's capabilities, I'm certain the next attempt will succeed. Come on, it's just one group of T. rex that died. It's too early to draw conclusions. I recall Jiang Li mentioning that he utilized several T. rex genetic sequences. This is merely one type, and there are many others. Let us not rush. We'll continue to observe. A barrage of comments flooded the chat. Amidst this chatter, Jiang Li remained unfazed, entirely focused on the remaining 2 groups of T. rex poised for hatching. Shortly thereafter, the 2 groups exhibiting life signs also began to hatch. For groups of T. rex displayed normal life signs, while the life signs of the 6 groups of hatchlings began to fluctuate. Jiang Li gazed at the data, feeling an undeniable surge of tension. With the hatching of 2 groups of Tyrannosaurus rex, the preliminary experimental phase for this batch of eggs had reached a pivotal completion. The remaining unhatched eggs were the result of erroneous genetic sequences, rendering the formation of embryos impossible. The life signs of the 6 groups of T. rex hatchlings had diminished. Their heartbeats ceased. They survived slightly longer than the first group, yet ultimately, the 6 groups succumbed to fate. Presently, only 3 hatchlings from the 4th group remain alive, exhibiting stable vital signs. It appeared that the genetic sequences of the 4th group had been successfully restored. Jiang Li felt a flicker of relief. Over the next few days, he would continue to observe them, and if no issues arose, the subsequent nurturing could commence. Before long, news of the successful hatching and survival of the T. rex hatchlings detonated across the internet. Countless media outlets began to extol the event. Prehistoric giants returned to the world, a milestone advancement in biological history. The T. rex has successfully hatched. Jurassic World comes to life. Will the T. rex be showcased to the public, and what implications does genetic technology hold for humanity? A new trillion-dollar domain emerges. The genetic cloning of prehistoric creatures. With the T. rex's emergence, how far off can we be from seeing saber-toothed tigers and mammoths? The fervor surrounding this development was palpable as media outlets zealously engaged in promotion. A multitude of netizens expressed their excitement. Oh my goodness, it's a T-Rex. I was in the live stream, witnessing its hatching firsthand. Jiang, when will you create a Jurassic Park? I long to see what a T-Rex truly looks like. I hear the current environment is unsuited for T-Rex. Would we need to recreate a suitable habitat? You're overthinking it. The current environment is indeed conducive to T-Rex survival. Didn't someone debunk the claims that today, as oxygen levels are unsuitable for large creatures? That's been clarified. The oxygen concentration on Blue Star is merely 4 points lower than during the Cretaceous period. Besides, have you seen the yaks in the highlands? They are significantly larger than the cattle on the plains. Indeed, worry not. Jiang has successfully replicated the T-Rex. Surely he can create an appropriate environment. I beseech you. Jiang, please restore the saber-toothed tiger's genes. I adore that prehistoric giant. I'll rally support for the Zonglong. In a flash, the T-Rex dominated the trending topics online. A closer inspection revealed that the top 10 trending searches were all monopolized by the T-Rex. Occasionally, 1 or 2 minor topics emerged but were swiftly overshadowed. At this moment in Huagua, there was no doubt that the T-Rex hatchlings commanded the most attention. It was reasonable to assume that any hint from Kion technology would attract a swarm of advertisers, brandishing wads of cash. However, this was merely a metaphor. Kion technology was not in short supply of advertising funds. As discussions buzzed across the internet, within the headquarters of Kion Technology, Liu Jiangwo's phone was inundated with calls. Various collaborators, including amusement parks, zoos, and conservation organizations from all over the country, clamored to offer unimaginable sums, eager to provide the most professional caretaking and medical teams, all in hopes that the T-Rex might grace their establishments. Liu Jiangwo found himself in a predicament. having to turn down so many offers that his mouth grew weary from the constant refusals. Ultimately, he dialed Jiang Li's number. After comprehending the situation, Jiang Li pondered for a moment. The T. Rex's condition was still unstable. Once it stabilized completely, he would consider leasing them under a contract. Initially, Jiang Li had intended to keep these T. Rex hatchlings in the laboratory indefinitely. However, just moments ago, several partners and higher-ups had reached out, inquiring about the T-Rex. The birth of the T-Rex represented a significant advancement for both society at large and the biological sciences in Huagua, garnering substantial international influence. Thus, the upper echelons hoped Jiang Li would consider publicly exhibiting the T-Rex. After all, live broadcasts and reality are two distinctly separate concepts, and such an exhibition would maximize their impact. Moreover, there were pressures from substantial investors. The realm of business is not solely about competition. It is also about human relationships. Although Jiang Li held absolute control over Kaiyan technology, he had allocated a portion of profits to some subsidiary companies within the country. These individuals wield considerable influence in their respective sectors, contributing to the stability of Kaiyan technology within Huagua. With the backing of the state and the support of influential circles, coupled with the company's own strength, there were few who would dare to challenge them. The T-Rex situation was no different. Thus, from every angle, Jiang Li was inclined to lease out the T-Rex. Naturally, the duration of the lease would likely not be extensive, given that there were only a few T-Rex, while many factions desired them. Most critically, the growth rate of the T-Rex was alarmingly rapid. Within a year or two, they would reach maturity, achieving their full size, at which point leasing would no longer be feasible. The higher-ups would not acquiesce to such terms. The apex predator of the Jurassic era was not a trifling matter. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Sir, we have received invitations from 43 universities requesting you to lecture on genetics, came the voice on the line. Jiang Li rubbed his temples. Let us postpone those for now. I will arrange a time later for them to send representatives, and I'll give a talk then. Ever since nurturing Bodhi, Jiang Li's intellect had flourished anew. He had been voraciously absorbing knowledge about biological genetics, finding each piece invaluable. Lecturing demanded too much energy. After declining all unnecessary engagements, Jiang Li returned to his work. Meanwhile, the buzz surrounding the T-Rex continued unabated. Numerous science communicators, expert scholars, and professors flocked online to disseminate knowledge, generating waves of traffic. Yet, there were also dissenters who voiced skepticism, even cursing the current batch of T-Rex, predicting their imminent demise and urging netizens not to celebrate prematurely. However, such sentiments were clearly in the minority, swiftly drowned out by the majority of supportive voices. Those dissenters either resorted to private accounts or abandoned the internet altogether. Of course, with fame comes scrutiny, a phenomenon entirely normal. The livestream featuring the T-Rex by Kaiyan Technology continued to operate smoothly, allowing netizens to observe each hatchling status in real time. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the world's leading universities abroad, a cadre of experts paused their activities, transfixed by the Kaiyan Technology livestream after circumventing barriers. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they witnessed the T-Rex emerging from its shell, followed by the revelation of various data metrics regarding the hatchlings. On their faces, shock rendered them speechless. On the very day the T-Rex successfully hatched and survived, top universities worldwide convened an unprecedented meeting. Within the grand conference room of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, leading biologists from multiple prestigious institutions gathered, united in their pursuit of understanding this groundbreaking phenomenon. Among them, there are more than 10 Nobel laureates. Esteemed colleagues, how has your research progressed regarding Kaiyan Technology's successful incubation of the Tyrannosaurus rex? As the venerable scholar with a white beard posed his question, the assembly of biologists began to engage in fervent discourse. It is alarming. The gene sequencing technology mastered by Jiang Li is at least 30 years ahead of our own. I believe it is even more significant. I once delved into the genetics of prehistoric behemoths akin to the Tyrannosaurus, and the number of missing genes is staggering. With the current technology at our disposal, we cannot even integrate half of the genes, let alone achieve a flawless amalgamation of disparate genetic fragments. Undoubtedly, Jiang Li's genetic technology has outstripped the rest of the world. It may take us decades to catch up. As the conversation unfolded, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The most critical issue is that we cannot utilize reverse engineering to deduce this technology. Unlike other technological domains that have tangible products, the outputs generated by Jiang Li's genetic technology are unparalleled. Even if they were to pilfer genetic fragments from the existing Tyrannosaurus, the process of restoration remains entirely enigmatic. A brief silence enveloped the room. In a mere span of 1 or 2 years, the life sciences sector, once leading the world, has been violently upended by Jiang Li's advancements. The contrast is indeed stark. Noticing the somber demeanor of the attendees, someone attempted to lighten the mood, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is a fortuitous development. Jiang Li has pioneered new technology. This could significantly propel the stagnating field of biotechnology. Should Jiang Li accumulate substantial funds through the Tyrannosaurus project, capital will undoubtedly turn its gaze towards our biological sector, thus ensuring ample funding for our research." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions gradually brightened. Capital is inherently profit-seeking, especially in a capitalist society like the West. If you can showcase profitability to investors, they might even go so far as to bind God and offer him to Satan. The innovative technology and fresh direction of Kion technology have opened a new gateway in the entire life sciences arena. Given the nature of capital, it will certainly not overlook this opportunity. I propose that we dispatch an academic team to visit Kion technology to learn about this technology. However, the current reality is that Kion technology is unlikely to divulge this novel sequencing method to us. Nevertheless, we must make an attempt, under the guise of academic visitation, through diplomatic channels, and leveraging public opinion. Essentially, we must explore every possible avenue. Very well. Subsequently, the venue erupted into another round of intense discussions. The incubation of the Tyrannosaurus has left the entire life sciences community utterly bewildered. Universities worldwide are extending invitations to Jiang Li. Yet, Jiang Li has remained indifferent to these overtures. Chapter 257, A Month of Profound Change. Jiang Li has also received invitations from prestigious universities globally. Some institutions have even leveraged the pretext of academic visits to collaborate with domestic universities, thereby gaining access to hear Jiang Li elucidate his genetic techniques. Jiang Li is aware of these developments, but has not hindered them. Some things, once they exist, carry their own significance. Jiang Li possesses his own confidence. Meanwhile, overseas, the news of the Tyrannosaurus's incubation has stirred a tempest. Countless individuals have taken to the internet to express their opinions. Among them are skeptics who dismiss the viral videos circulating online as mere theatrics. Of course, there are those in the West who naively laud Kion technology, as well as some refined critics who unreservedly extol its virtues. Beyond this, the astonishing biodiversity of the international community has been vividly showcased. Opinions opposing the resurrection of the Tyrannosaurus have emerged, advocating for its eradication and the destruction of the associated genetic technology by Jiang Li. I do not believe that the Chinese can develop such technology. This is clearly a special effects video. Indeed, in the field of biotechnology, we have always been far ahead. Given China's level of backwardness, how could they possibly clone a Tyrannosaurus? Haha. You are still lost in a dream. America is in decline, plagued by internal corruption. It is no longer the beacon of civilization. Look at the international news. The Western world is waning, and the seeds of civilization now lie in the East, in China. I strongly recommend that our country delve deeper into collaboration with China. It would be best to introduce the Tyrannosaurus. Oh no, God obliterated the dinosaurs. Why should Kion technology clone the Tyrannosaurus? That is sacrilege. Kion technology should destroy all its technology. The extinction of dinosaurs was nature's choice, and you cannot defy the great forces of nature. Otherwise, retribution will surely follow. No, are you all fools? The internet, a realm where biodiversity exceeds that of the natural world, has been set ablaze by a single Tyrannosaurus video. Even some believers have voiced their opinions. The entire online discourse on this matter has been rife with contention. Initially, many questioned its authenticity, but as more foreign bloggers in China began posting related videos, skepticism waned. In such a context, a month swiftly passed. During this time, the atmosphere in China has undergone a remarkable transformation. Many netizens have expressed their astonishment at the rapid development and progress of this era, feeling as though they are struggling to keep pace. First came the encouraging news regarding Kion Technology's clinical trials for its cancer miracle drug. All volunteers participating in the trials reported significant alleviation of their conditions, even achieving a zero mortality rate. Countless family members of patients shared gratitude videos online, prompting many netizens to speculate that terminal illnesses might indeed be conquerable. The data released sent shockwaves through various sectors. The figures were staggering, zero mortality rate. Moreover, if this statistic could be sustained for a day, its value would escalate even further. Even considering the possibility of patients ultimately succumbing to treatment failures or complications from other chronic diseases, it still dwarfed all other medications on the market. Moreover, no conclusive verdict had been rendered. Thus, the news of the miracle drug surged to the top of trending searches, igniting another wave of interest among other cancer patients. Although some patients were only in the intermediate stages, the multifaceted pressures and pain associated with terminal illnesses are considerable. Furthermore, existing medications and techniques on the market struggle to cure intermediate-stage terminal illnesses. Naturally, many patients are eager to try Jiang Technology's miracle drug. Crucially, even though numerous hospitals across various provinces are receiving patients, the sheer volume of individuals still results in overcrowding. This has led to considerable complications. The myriad reactions from the external world have once again influenced decisions at the higher echelons. Chapter 258. The terrifying popularity of the Tyrannosaurus. Beyond the cancer miracle drug, there is also Jiang Technology's organ cloning technique. Utilizing Jiang Technology's organ cultivation methods, cells harvested from patients have regained their capacity for differentiation, successfully developing into corresponding organs under specific stimuli. The next step involves organ transplantation, which merely requires monitoring for rejection reactions post-surgery. Compared to the cancer miracle drug, the impact of the organ cloning technology is relatively less pronounced. Of course, the so-called impact is merely within the scope of the entire internet. In the realm of medicine, the emergence of organ cloning technology has created a sensation comparable to that of revolutionary cancer medications. It can be said that the entire medical community of Huagua has once again been shaken to its core. Following closely behind is the energy technology from Jiang Technology, which has only unveiled its solar energy technology thus far. In any other era, this revelation would have generated immense excitement. However, now, in the shadow of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, all trending topics have taken a step back in deference. The most tragic victims of this phenomenon are undoubtedly those in the entertainment industry. Trending topics have long been a primary means for entertainment companies to promote their artists. Yet now, the prehistoric Overlord has emerged. A certain young star has announced a delay in the release of his album. A supposedly fake couple, who had meticulously plotted their divorce, has quietly deactivated their social media accounts. In short, beneath this unstoppable force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, all entertainment companies have silently muted their voices, awaiting the passing of this trending wave. However, this trend has persisted for an entire month, with its fervor showing no signs of dissipating. Upon examining the top 10 trending topics, one finds entries such as, "Little Tyrannosaurus Rex is adorable, tripped while walking." Quick look. So this is how a Tyrannosaurus Rex excretes. Tyrannosaurus Rex feeding. Indeed, all younglings were cute in their infancy. Have you seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex play with a cat teaser? A closer inspection reveals that these trending topics revolve around trivial matters, bordering on the absurd. Yet, it is precisely these mundane occurrences that have effortlessly overshadowed the painstakingly crafted publicity campaigns of various internet celebrities. In an instant, countless entertainment executives, artists, and agents found themselves weeping inconsolably in restrooms. In Huagua, it can be asserted that these little Tyrannosaurus Rexes have become the pinnacle of internet fame. In response, Jiang Technology has even established a dedicated account and live stream for these little dinosaurs. Within just a week, the follower count for this account surpassed 200 million, a growth rate that is nothing short of astonishing. This trend continued unabated for an entire month. On a certain day, Jiang Technology released an announcement. Currently, based on various experimental data, the little Tyrannosaurus Rexes are in excellent health. To express our gratitude for your support of us and the Tyrannosaurus Rexes, we have decided to collaborate with major official zoos and large amusement parks to host joint events. Please stay tuned for updates from zoos across the country. The moment this news broke, the internet erupted in excitement. This announcement essentially meant that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be exhibited in reality. Instantly, everyone was overwhelmed with exhilaration. After all, this is a prehistoric overlord that has been extinct for tens of millions of years. Previously, it had only been seen in films and television. The prospect of encountering a Tyrannosaurus Rex in person was simply thrilling. As a result, official zoos across various provinces and cities were inundated with requests from netizens clamoring for the introduction of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The impact was immediate and overwhelming, causing the official websites of zoos and large amusement parks nationwide to crash under the sheer volume of traffic. The moment the announcement was made, countless individuals flocked to the zoo's website to purchase tickets for the exhibition. Within just a minute, the websites of major zoos were rendered inoperable. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, zoo officials convened emergency meetings and formulated strategies to stabilize their websites and manage the influx of visitors. At this juncture, the leaders of Hong City convened promptly to address the situation. The primary leader, Secretary Wang, gathered key officials for a new round of discussions. Look at the data provided by the Cultural and Tourism Department. The popularity of the Tyrannosaurus rex from Kayong Technology is undeniable. We have managed to secure one for our city, which is no small feat in just a few hours. Nearly 100,000 visitors from outside the city have purchased tickets to come here. This is not merely about the Tyrannosaurus rex. It concerns our entire city. So we must take it seriously, Secretary Wang asserted with gravitas, pointing to the data. The others nodded in agreement. While the exhibition of the Tyrannosaurus rex warranted attention, so too did the broader implications it would bring. Rest assured, we will ensure the safety and security of our city during this period. Our department will pay special attention to food and tourism pricing, ensuring that no unscrupulous practices tarnish our city's image, the leaders of various departments vowed. After all, the new city secretary was known for his iron-fisted approach, intolerant of any missteps. Very well, let us proceed with the necessary arrangements. The meeting was succinct, devoid of superfluous chatter, quickly addressing the essential matters at hand. This opportunity must not be squandered. Secretary Wang inhaled deeply. Given Hong City's influence, securing a place among the first cities to exhibit the Tyrannosaurus rex was no small challenge. After all, among the 293 prefecture-level cities in the country, each capable of reaching this milestone is formidable. However, Secretary Wang's powerful family connections and favorable relations with Kayong Technology had afforded him this opportunity. Compared to other cities, Hong City lacked historical significance and advantageous geographic positioning. Achieving remarkable political accomplishments to stand out was exceedingly challenging. Yet, the arrival of the Tyrannosaurus rex presented a rare chance for Hong City to gain national recognition. Whether this opportunity would come to fruition remained uncertain. As Hong City Zoo prepared for the impending exhibition, it found itself in a state of frantic disarray. The moment the zoo announced the introduction of a Tyrannosaurus rex from Kayong Technology, its website became incapacitated. Fortunately, timely coordination with various platforms allowed for some semblance of stability in the ticket purchasing livestream. The director of Hong City Zoo wasted no time and promptly convened a meeting. The director, with a sense of urgency, remarked, "We have already reached over 100,000 visitors. On the very first day of ticket sales, it was astonishing how, in mere seconds, 100,000 tickets were snatched up. Had we not reacted swiftly, we might have seen the numbers soar to 1 million. A staff member wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken by the experience. Indeed, the Hong City Zoo is the only zoo in the city. Its scale is not as grand as one might expect. To accommodate 100,000 visitors, or even 10,000, would be quite a challenge. However, the director shook his head. The influx generated by the Tyrannosaurus rex was monumental. Selling only 100,000 tickets would not maximize our potential benefits. We must strive for more. The directive from above is clear: to open the floodgates and attract as many visitors as possible. The Tyrannosaurus rex is significant, but more crucially, we need to elevate Hong City's prominence." With a solemn expression, the director acknowledged the intentions of higher authorities, having lived long enough to understand their plans. "But director, this isn't realistic. Our zoo cannot accommodate that many people." He was met with a firm response. "Rest assured, we have decided to develop the land to the north and construct a temporary exhibition hall for the Tyrannosaurus rex. There are nearly 2 months until we take possession of the dinosaur from Kayong Technology, and the project is being prioritized by the municipal government, so you need not worry. Your task is to focus on your responsibilities, familiarize yourselves with relevant knowledge, and prepare for any challenges that may arise." With that, the director swiftly outlined the necessary preparations. The entire city of Hong was mobilized for this venture. Various construction teams were dispatched to erect a grand Tyrannosaurus rex exhibition hall. Hong City's cultural and tourism sector capitalized on this surge of interest, launching an extensive promotional campaign highlighting local specialties, be it culture, cuisine, or otherwise, allowing an increasing number of people to discover Hong City. What kind of place is Hong City that it stands out so remarkably among its many competitors? Indeed, Hong City is impressive. It is on par with the likes of Shanghai and Beijing. I'm a resident of Hong City. How thrilling it is to wake up and find a Tyrannosaurus rex coming to my doorstep. Hong City, apart from the capital, is the only city in the north capable of leasing a Tyrannosaurus rex from Kayong Technology. Truly remarkable. Excellent. I've already purchased my ticket to Hong City, and I hope to see the Tyrannosaurus rex as promised. This surge will propel Hong City forward. I see locals passionately promoting other offerings of Hong City. The cultural tourism sector must seize this opportunity to thrive. Why isn't the zoo open ticket sales yet? I can hardly wait. Chapter 262, Jurassic Park? Hong City has truly become a household name, reaching a level of recognition that is universally acknowledged. In an instant, it has transformed from an ordinary city into a social media sensation. The citizens of Hong City, energized by this development, wholeheartedly support the construction of the large Tyrannosaurus Rex exhibition hall. After all, who wouldn't want their city to be famous? There is immense pride in being able to say, I am from Hong City. This phenomenon underscores the tremendous influence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In this fervent atmosphere, cities that have secured the rights to lease the dinosaur began to take significant actions. Those cities that were not selected were eagerly negotiating with Kayong Technology for a second batch of leasing rights. While the first batch may offer immediate benefits, the second batch holds promise as well. There is a high likelihood that many international bloggers will visit during the first exhibition, and once the news spreads globally, the second batch of cities may welcome a surge of international tourists, enhancing their global profile. In short, with the immense traffic generated by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, no city stands to lose. On this day, Jiang Li received an invitation from the Provincial Party Committee of Jiangnan Province to attend a meeting. The agenda was centered on Kayong Technology as Tyrannosaurus Rex, or more accurately, the genetic technology in Jiang Li's possession. Jiang Li, please take a seat. Secretary Deng Feiwen greeted him with a smile. Since the resurgence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Jiangnan Province has garnered considerable attention, even receiving commendations from higher authorities. Secretary, you summoned me regarding the Tyrannosaurus Rex, correct? Deng Feiwen nodded. Indeed, your success in reviving the Tyrannosaurus Rex has been astounding. The eyes of the nation, and indeed the world, are now upon it. We are curious if you can resurrect the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or of other dinosaurs, or even other prehistoric creatures. Upon hearing this, the members of the provincial committee looked at Jiang Li with eager anticipation. Jiang Li understood the implication. They were envisioning a real-life Jurassic Park. Deng Feiwen confirmed. That is indeed the case. The strategic value of a Jurassic Park is immense. Aside from the dinosaurs themselves, you've seen the buzz generated by just a few Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once the news spreads internationally, the impact will be unfathomable. As the only city in the world that possesses dinosaurs, we would attract tourists from across the globe. The economic benefits would be colossal. Moreover, those who can afford international travel are typically affluent, which could greatly enhance our country's reputation. In doing so, we would bolster domestic economic circulation, address domestic employment, stimulate the economy, and improve international competitiveness. The establishment of a Jurassic Park would be of strategic significance. Furthermore, even though Deng Feiwen holds a high position and is quite astute, he could not suppress his excitement when discussing the Jurassic Park concept. Consider how a small film studio can invigorate a city's tourism economy. A Jurassic Park would undoubtedly deliver a blow to the competition on a global scale. Disney may be formidable, but Deng Feiwen and his colleague believe that even a modest zoo with a single Tyrannosaurus Rex could surpass Disney by leaps and bounds. No one could remain indifferent upon encountering a towering 6-meter-tall, 15-meter-long apex predator. Chapter 263, The Burden Leader. The potential impact of a Jurassic Park, should it become a reality, is beyond imagination. Even if the road to its establishment is long and fraught with challenges, the current momentum surrounding the Tyrannosaurus Rex is undeniable. It is not an exaggeration to say that if a small town were to be established outside the Jurassic Park, it would swiftly ascend to become one of the world's top towns. Moreover, the related industries that would flourish due to the park would be vast. Consider just one aspect. Food supply could invigorate the entire livestock industry. One should not assume that the establishment of a Jurassic Park means allowing carnivorous dinosaurs like the Tyrannosaurus Rex to feast upon herbivorous ones. Each dinosaur will be a treasure in its own right. There are many theories regarding the extinction of dinosaurs. Some attribute it to climate change, others to asteroid impacts, and the opinions vary widely. However, Jiang Li firmly believes that one undeniable factor was the shortage of food. Due to a significant food shortage, the population of dinosaurs has dramatically dwindled. After all, to sustain their colossal bodies, the energy required is immense. Once Jurassic Park is established, the dietary needs of the dinosaurs will undoubtedly be substantial. With the demand surging, it will naturally stimulate related industries, leading to a profound expansion in various sectors and consequently creating employment opportunities. This is merely one industry. The potential for other ancillary sectors is countless. It is evident that Deng Feiwen and his associates have sought input from relevant personnel regarding the vision for Jurassic Park post-construction. Otherwise, They would not have hastily summoned Jiang Li under such a singular focus. Deng Feiwen continued, as long as you confirm this, the project will be a key initiative of the province, and it may even attract ongoing attention from higher authorities. Who knows? The National Council might even consider investing in it. Regarding finances, while it is true that Kaiyang technology is not in want of funds, our support will have no upper limit. Deng Feiwen elaborated on various aspects, presenting conditions that were exceedingly favorable. As long as Jiang Li could establish this Jurassic Park, everything else would be negotiable. Financial support, policy backing, and a smooth path forward would be assured. Even the slightest issue during construction would likely warrant thorough scrutiny. Of course, this was an exaggerated expression, but it underscored the high regard that the authorities held for this project. Jiang Li pondered for a moment. Establishing Jurassic Park is not an insurmountable task. However, I will require ample time. Furthermore, I need a substantial number of prehistoric biological fossils. Deng Feiwen nodded in agreement. This is not an issue. Just send out a message, and dinosaur fossils from across the nation will be delivered to your laboratory the next day. Indeed, fossils of prehistoric beings are crucial for archaeological studies, but they pale in comparison to the prospect of resurrecting these ancient creatures. With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Li readily acquiesced. In truth, he had already harbored similar intentions. After all, once Jurassic Park is completed, its immense revenue-generating potential will undoubtedly bolster Jiang Li's overseas base plans. Moreover, with sufficient support and ample space, he would find it considerably easier to explore more genetic organisms. To the ordinary person, creatures like the Tyrannosaurus rex represent the pinnacle of predatory evolution, yet Jiang Li perceives them as merely commonplace life forms. Eventually, when Jiang Li's genetic technologies can create colossal beasts capable of upheaving mountains, breathing clouds, and unleashing electric sparks that will truly be awe-inspiring. In fact, within the research materials of cloud biology, they have already begun investigating terrifying creatures that could roam the cosmos and devour stars. Naturally, such advanced technologies are beyond Jiang Li's current reach. For now, his goal is to thoroughly research the genetic makeup of the dragon-pattern fish, bringing the Jurassic world into reality. Progress must be made step by step. Seeing Jiang Li's acceptance, Deng Feiwen felt a surge of elation. Jiang Li, I entrust you with the subsequent matters. Your sole responsibility will be to study the genes of those prehistoric organisms. We will handle everything else. The two parties quickly reached a consensus on the matter. After Jiang Li departed, Deng Feiwen savored a sip of tea with satisfaction. He even contemplated whether, after his term ends next year, he could leverage connections to remain in his current position. After all, this is Jurassic Park, a monumental project that, if completed during his tenure and achieved its peak, would stand as a shining testament in his life as resumed. It could even propel him to greater heights. Well, I shall do my utmost. Of course, Deng Feiwen understood that until the end, nothing is certain. The value of Jurassic Park is simply too great. Not to mention the prospect of resurrecting all prehistoric giants. Even establishing a pseudo-Jurassic Park led by a few Tyrannosaurus rex would be enough to captivate the world and attract global tourists. How is it that Jiang Li is so extraordinary? If only he were a touch less remarkable, I would have more confidence in my ability to retain my position. Human nature is indeed paradoxical. Deng Feiwen sighed deeply. While he greatly hoped for Jiang Li's success, he did not wish for him to be overwhelmingly formidable. A moderately impressive individual he could manage, but one whose brilliance transcends the ordinary would pose a challenge. At this moment, Jiang Li remained oblivious to the concerns of a provincial magnate weighing heavily on his mind. Chapter 264. Progress on the dragon-pattern fish gene upon returning to the laboratory. Jiang Li did not immediately embark on the Jurassic World project. The restoration of prehistoric biological genes is a monumental task, far too time-consuming for me to tackle alone. Jiang Li had considered imparting this gene sequencing technology to others, yet the potential for leaks, even if only a few years down the line, caused him to abandon that notion. If Jurassic Park were to be established, it must be unique in every aspect. Only then could it capture the world's attention. Monopoly and coexistence are two fundamentally different concepts. However, he could utilize this gene sequencing technology to construct a comprehensive model. Subsequently, employees of Kaiyang technology could gather the relevant prehistoric biological genes, which would then undergo sequencing through the model, with Jiang Li himself completing the final step. This plan was indeed feasible. With this thought in mind, Jiang Li swiftly set to work. His pace was rapid, and within half a day, he had successfully created the extensive model. From there, it would be up to the future to conduct repeated testing until the desired state was achieved. Once the matters concerning Jurassic Park were resolved, Jiang Li resumed his own endeavors. At the lab bench, he turned his attention to the genetic structure of a dragon pattern fish, as he had done previously. In comparison to the myriad biological gene structures on Blue Planet, the genetics of the dragon pattern fish appeared as if written in an ancient script. The complexity of its structure was on an entirely different level. Setting aside the extraordinary ability of the dragon pattern fish to absorb vital energy and release spiritual essence, even the strength of its scales upon maturity rivaled that of steel. This alone indicated that the genetic makeup of the dragon pattern fish was far beyond that of any creature on Blue Planet. Previously, it may have been Jiang Li's limited knowledge and intellect that hindered his progress in researching the genetics of the dragon pattern fish. However, now, bolstered by his enlightened state of mind, the world before him felt as if it had opened up. Numerous previously obscure challenges were effortlessly resolved. How exquisite the genetic structure is. It is indeed a testament to nature's craftsmanship. No wonder the scales of the dragon pattern fish are impervious to blades and bullets upon maturity. Its genetic architecture is truly unique. This segment of the gene must be responsible for enabling the dragon pattern fish to convert vital energy into spiritual essence. As Jiang Li meticulously analyzed each aspect of the dragon pattern fish's genetics, his eyes sparkled with excitement. At this pace, it won't be long before I can mass-produce dragon pattern fish. In Jiang Li's view, there were no more perfect resources than the dragon pattern fish. Mature dragon pattern fish, in his eyes, were the epitome of optimal materials. They merely needed to consume blood to generate spiritual essence. And the flesh of the dragon pattern fish could significantly enhance one's vitality. If I could transplant the gene responsible for the conversion of vital energy into spiritual essence into plants, utilizing gene editing technology to replace vital energy with air or other commonly found substances in nature, wouldn't I be able to create my own martial arts world? Jiang Li could not help but gaze into the distance, contemplating the realization of such aspirations. Once fulfilled, the future of Blue Star would no longer be devoid of the essence of spiritual energy. The vision of a promising future gradually unfolded before Jiang Li's eyes. With a clear direction, motivation naturally followed, prompting Jiang Li to immerse himself in diligent work once more. Chapter 265. The Technology of Artificial Organs. As Jiang Li delved into the study of the dragon pattern fish gene, the external world remained anything but tranquil. The capital hospital, renowned as one of the most authoritative medical institutions in the entirety of Huagua, maintained close ties with the health department. Consequently, the clinical trials of Kaiyang Technology's innovations in the medical field predominantly took place at the capital hospital. On this particular day, the head physicians of various departments convened. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring forth exhilarating news. We have successfully cultivated our first artificial liver, and it is a flawless success. With this declaration, the director gestured for the physicians to direct their attention to the report before them. With the technological support of Kaiyang Technology, we have extracted cells from the patient's body, which, through reverse engineering, have successfully differentiated into the corresponding organ. As these cells are derived from the patient themselves, the organ exhibits perfect compatibility, devoid of any rejection phenomena. Furthermore, the organ's vitality and functionality are entirely normal. As the physicians listened intently, they perused the documents before them. This comprehensive report detailed every aspect of the artificial organ, chronicling each step from the cellular level to the formation of the organ. According to the data, the artificial liver's functionalities were intact, even approaching perfection in various metrics. Kaiyang Technology had achieved monumental feats, first with the cancer miracle drug technology, and now with artificial organ technology, effectively resolving these two monumental challenges of the century. Once these technologies were implemented, the medical standards of Huagua would ascend to the pinnacle on a global scale. Director, when shall we proceed with the surgical transplant? I wish to wield the scalpel myself for this operation, one physician eagerly proposed. The collective excitement among the doctors was palpable as they examined the artificial liver's data. Each distinguished expert expressed a desire to personally participate in this groundbreaking surgery. After all, this was not merely their lifelong pursuit, but also a remarkable opportunity to etch their names into the annals of medical history. The director, with a composed demeanor, responded, "There is no need for haste. The purpose of this meeting is twofold: to announce the advancements in artificial organ technology and to discuss the upcoming surgery." Turning to an elder in the front row, he continued, "Old Wang, you are a leading expert in the field of liver transplants. I must trouble you to take the lead in this operation, as it is of paramount importance." Old Wang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. "Rest assured, Director, I'm already familiar with the volunteer S case. It poses no significant issues. After this meeting, I will gather all department personnel to conduct a comprehensive surgical arrangement. The director nodded in agreement. Excellent. Once this surgery is successful, we shall promptly initiate the cultivation of other organs. The success of this technology has the potential to save millions. In fact, the impact of artificial organ technology was on par with that of the cancer miracle drug. Countless patients had perished due to the unavailability of suitable organs. The successful implementation of this technology would benefit an equally vast population. Before long, the meeting concluded, and the news of the successful cultivation of artificial organs, soon to be followed by surgical transplants, rapidly spread throughout the medical community, from the capital hospital to major hospitals nationwide and eventually across the globe. In the span of just one day, this surgery attracted the attention of the entire world. Many sought to leverage their connections in order to witness this historic moment firsthand. However, the capital hospital declined each request. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, the hospital decided to broadcast the surgery live on an official platform, enabling hospitals worldwide to observe the event in real time. This move also served to enhance the hospital's international influence. Swiftly, the staff at the capital hospital became engrossed in preparations. Chapter 266, Accelerate. The significance of artificial organs was immense, and the capital hospital could not afford to delay. The hospital coordinated with Jiang Technology while simultaneously preparing for the related matters. By this time, it was already the early hours of the morning. Old Wang and his team were tirelessly researching the surgical and treatment plans throughout the night. Although the difficulty of liver transplant surgery could be categorized as minor for Old Wang's team, the involvement of artificial organs necessitated utmost precision. Should the artificial organ technology succeed, it would not only elevate Old Wang's reputation, but also that of the entire capital hospital and the medical field in Huagua. In conjunction with the cancer miracle drug, these two groundbreaking advancements had the potential to significantly shake the foundations of Western medicine. Following a thorough discussion of the plans, the surgery was scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Subsequently, the physicians dispersed to rest and rejuvenate their spirits. Before long, the day of the surgery arrived, and the gaze of the global medical community was fixated on this operation. As the live broadcast commenced, the surgery officially began. The entire procedure overall was not particularly daunting. The audience in the live stream consisted predominantly of the foremost medical experts worldwide who perceived the liver transplant surgery as manageable. Their primary focus lay on the patient's data and vital signs following the organ transplant. After a series of evaluations, the patient's metrics appeared remarkably normal. Of course, many additional tests would require time to yield results, but this indicated that the functionality of the artificial liver was fundamentally intact. In an instant, the global medical community erupted in fervor. This was nothing short of a miracle. Upon witnessing the results, the director exhaled a sigh of relief. Next, we shall observe the patient's condition. The success of this artificial organ marked a significant triumph for the capital hospital on the world stage, even if the technology originated from Jiang Technology. Following the completion of the surgery, news of the event inevitably spread. The capital hospital did not conceal any details, promptly releasing relevant information on their official website, congratulating Jiang Technology on the initial success of their artificial organ technology. The patient, after receiving the artificial organ, exhibited favorable metrics, awaiting further observation. In no time, the online community buzzed once more as the artificial organ technology garnered unprecedented attention. At this juncture, a discreet meeting convened within the health department. Behold, these two documents present the clinical data concerning Jiang Technology's cancer miracle drug. Given the current situation, its efficacy appears quite stable. However, a new challenge has emerged. Even with the large-scale opening of numerous hospitals for clinical trials, accommodating all patients remains an arduous task. Therefore, I propose we expedite the clinical cycle for this miracle drug. The lead official began to address the assembly. I disagree. The risks are too substantial. If significant issues arise later, we will all face dire consequences. An immediate counterargument arose. I believe it is feasible. A life-saving drug like the cancer miracle drug is fundamentally different from ordinary medications. Time waits for no one. Each day it remains off the market could mean countless lives lost. Another voice chimed in. I concur. Special medications warrant special consideration. It is permissible to relax certain requirements. Yet another added. Indeed, even if complications arise, the situation cannot be worse than it is now. The lead official regarded the assembly, nodding in agreement with a sense of understanding. Very well, I will report the specific matters. In the meantime, do not remain idle. Let us all get to work. Additionally, besides the cancer miracle drug, you must also place special emphasis on Kion Technology's other innovation, the artificial organ technology. I will include it in my report. Each day of waiting translates to lives that could be saved. Chapter 267, The Exhibition of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Within the Kaixing Technology Laboratory, Jiang Li received pertinent information. As he had anticipated, it pertained to the artificial organ technology and the specialized cancer medication. Exceptional matters necessitate exceptional handling. The two medications were promptly routed through a designated channel, allowing these two technological advancements to be temporarily set aside. Contemplating this, Jiang Li directed his gaze towards the back-end information. With the collaboration of various national departments, Kaixing Technology had amassed a substantial collection of prehistoric biological fossils. Jiang Li requisitioned a considerable number of researchers from a certain research department and allocated them to the Jurassic World Project. With Jiang Li at the helm, it is believed that the Jurassic World Project will soon yield fruitful results. Time swiftly passed, and a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. In Hong City, within this brief period, a grand exhibition hall for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, capable of accommodating 100,000 visitors, rose majestically from the ground, exemplifying the true speed of Huagua. Naturally, the architectural prowess of Kaixing Technology played an indispensable role in this achievement. At the completion ceremony, as they beheld the towering Tyrannosaurus Rex exhibition hall, the leaders of Hong City could not contain their excitement, despite their typically stoic demeanors. Over the past month, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had brought an unprecedented influx of visitors to Hong City, thrusting it into the national spotlight. This surge in attention catalyzed a rapid development of the tourism sector in Hong City, providing a significant boost to its economy and presenting numerous viable opportunities for advancement. Now, with the establishment of the Tyrannosaurus Rex exhibition hall, the arrival of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Hong City was imminent, and this wave of attention was poised to reach its zenith. If properly harnessed, the future of Hong City would be boundless. Indeed, this world is never devoid of genius. At times, opportunity outweighs capability. The subsequent events would merely entail a series of speeches from the leaders. As the day for welcoming the Tyrannosaurus Rex drew nearer, the influx of tourists from across the nation continued to rise, prompting the entire administrative framework of Hong City to become increasingly industrious. A week later, a young Tyrannosaurus Rex finally arrived at this opulent mansion worth hundreds of millions. On the inaugural day of the exhibition, even before dawn, a throng of ticket holders had gathered at the entrance of the Hong City Tyrannosaurus Rex exhibition hall, patiently awaiting the opening. In light of this situation, the zoo staff commenced their duties early, opening ahead of schedule, earning widespread acclaim from the visitors. What a magnificent spectacle! I never imagined I would witness such grandeur at our zoo in my lifetime. The director, observing the densely packed crowd reminiscent of a train station during peak travel season, could not help but express his astonishment. Similar scenes unfolded in other cities that had also secured the exhibition of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The fervor was comparable to that of the spring festival travel rush. As the exhibition progressed, an increasing number of individuals encountered the legendary prehistoric sovereign, further escalating its popularity. The young Tyrannosaurus Rex, despite being merely a few months old, had already attained a notable size. Its fully grown form expected to reach lengths of 7 or 8 meters and tower 2 or 3 stories high. It is believed that upon its full maturation, it will once again embody the majesty of the prehistoric Overlord. Chapter 268, Rapid Development and Continuous Good News. Soon, a multitude of visitors began uploading videos of the Tyrannosaurus Rex online, each garnering significant attention. Among these viewers were numerous foreigners residing in China, whose skepticism evaporated the moment they beheld the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In its place emerged unparalleled astonishment. Subsequently, video after video of the Tyrannosaurus Rex spread across international platforms. Initially, foreigners approached the phenomenon with skepticism, but as the volume of footage and photographs proliferated, all doubts dissipated. Concurrently, Kaixing Technology's overseas department ramped up its efforts, and the Chinese government vigorously promoted this news, recognizing it as an excellent means of enhancing international visibility and laying the groundwork for the forthcoming Jurassic World. Instantaneously, the spectacle unfolding in China reverberated across more than 100 nations. Several Tyrannosaurus Rexes, exuding an aura of majesty, captivated major international media and short video platforms, rapidly becoming the darlings of internet users, bloggers, and entrepreneurial content creators. Consequently, the global tourist gaze shifted toward China, with the number of visitors surging exponentially compared to holiday periods, all drawn by the allure of Kaixing Technologies' Tyrannosaurus rexes. Cities like Hong City, which introduced the Tyrannosaurus rex, experienced a remarkable rise in international recognition. A city previously lacking economic clout and historical depth, Hong City now garnered an increasingly resounding reputation on the global stage, even eclipsing some of China's historically renowned cities. After all, foreigners are often indifferent to the historical significance of a city. For them, any city in China boasts a history that surpasses that of their own capitals. As the influx of foreign tourists to China escalated, various online videos proliferated, creating a virtuous cycle that further amplified the popularity of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Among the most jubilant were those businesses developing merchandise related to the Tyrannosaurus rex. The renewed fervor surrounding the creature caused a meteoric rise in the sales of dinosaur-related products, with sales figures skyrocketing by the minute. At this juncture, relevant departments along China's borders were inundated with work due to the ever-increasing number of tourists arriving from around the globe. In contrast, the Yiwu small commodity market operated around the clock, producing a myriad of dinosaur-related products for both domestic and international markets, yet demand consistently outstripped supply. This sudden surge in orders silenced those who had derided China's industrial overcapacity. A term often bandied about in online discussions is overcapacity, a phrase concocted by the West to curtail China's growth. Indeed, if one were to consider China's industrial output solely in relation to its domestic populace, signs of overcapacity might emerge. However, on the global stage, perhaps even 30% of production capacity remains unfulfilled. This recent influx of small commodity orders serves as a compelling testament to that reality. In contrast to the promotion of Kaixing Technologies' cancer medication abroad, the narrative surrounding the Tyrannosaurus rex spread far more effortlessly. After all, the emergence of the Tyrannosaurus rex did not inflict economic harm upon Western nations. Rather, it contributed to the flow of economic activity. As the global fervor for the Tyrannosaurus rex surged, its economic impact became increasingly apparent. In the realm of film and television, numerous Hollywood production companies announced the initiation of new projects centered around the Tyrannosaurus rex. Investors, sensing the burgeoning opportunity, flocked to these endeavors, swiftly resolving what is typically the most challenging aspect of film production: securing funding. Moreover, the anticipation surrounding these films, even before their release, significantly reduced promotional expenses. All of these factors underscore how Kaixing Technologies' cloning initiative has profoundly amplified the global influence of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Indeed, some nations even dispatched representatives to partake in this momentous occasion. In a bid to foster a peaceful and amicable relationship with Huagua, there were propositions to replace the beloved panda with the Tyrannosaurus rex as a symbol of friendship between the two nations. Notably, several countries echoed this sentiment. In an instant, the panda felt as though the sky itself had fallen. The panda lamented, "I have fallen from grace." In the following days, Huagua experienced an unprecedented surge in tourism. Each day set a new record. The Jiangnan province, particularly eager for the establishment of a Jurassic Park, incessantly urged Jiang Li to expedite the gene restoration process. Jiang Li, however, found himself in a state of exasperation. The restoration project was a colossal endeavor, and despite significant efficiency improvements under his management, extensive time was still required. Thus, time flowed by, day after day. Amidst this, a cascade of good news emerged. First, in the medical field, due to the urgency surrounding the cancer-targeted medication, special arrangements were made. Through extensive coordination, Kaixing Technologies' groundbreaking drug swiftly passed clinical trials and was poised for market release. Furthermore, advancements in artificial organ technology reached their final stages. Following this was the remarkable success of Kaixing Technologies' Life Sciences division, with the successful cloning of the coelacanth, stegosaurus, pterosaur, and others. One piece of good news followed another, and the embryonic form of Jurassic Park began to take shape. Chapter 269, The Press Conference. At this juncture, global celebrities and influencers found themselves in a state of agitation. The lifeblood of stardom is traffic, and apart from a few established icons, many rising stars rely on their current popularity to maintain relevance. Even the seasoned stars at the beginning of their careers relied on their allure to gradually achieve recognition. However, in recent months, the entire entertainment industry appeared to be in a state of stagnation, devoid of vitality. Under the overwhelming spotlight of Kaixing Technologies' sensational news, numerous entertainment companies attempted to push back, but their efforts proved futile against the relentless tide of Kaixing's announcements. With the impending launch of the cancer-targeted medication, the finalization of artificial organ technology, the official application of new energy technology, and the completion of various prehistoric biological gene restorations. A series of explosive news items flooded the media landscape, monopolizing the headlines of recent months. It is fair to say that those within the entertainment sphere harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Kion technology, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, Kion technology had transcended the realm of ordinary corporate giants. After a period of time, Kion technology, under Jiang Li's auspices, convened yet another press conference. Given the prior period of being a hotbed of news, the company remained at the pinnacle of public interest. This press conference naturally attracted attention from the world's foremost media and influencers. Following the customary opening remarks, Jiang Li took the stage, with all eyes from across the globe firmly fixed upon him. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for attending this press conference. Without further ado, let us delve directly into the subject matter. First and foremost, we must express our gratitude to the numerous hospitals and relevant departments across the nation. Our cancer-targeted medication has successfully completed all experimental evaluations and is about to hit the market. According to current clinical trials, this medication can effectively inhibit the proliferation of cancer cells. With surgical intervention, patients can expect to receive excellent treatment. As for the price, this medication has been included on the medical insurance list, with the monthly treatment cost estimated at around 1,000 yuan. Additionally, our pharmaceutical department will accelerate further research into the cancer-targeted medication to ultimately achieve a complete cure. As Jiang Li concluded his explanation regarding the cancer-targeted medication, an uproar erupted among those watching the live broadcast and within the audience. Patients and their families expressed their exhilaration with fervent cheers. They had waited far too long for this day. Finally, the cancer-targeted medication was set for release. Mr. Jiang, will this medication be available overseas? Inquired a blonde reporter. Jiang Li shook his head. Currently, there are no plans for that. Not only do the drug approval standards in Huagua differ significantly from those in Europe and America, but with our current production capacity, we can only meet the needs of Huagua's patients for the time being. Thus, we are not considering international distribution at this moment. However, should patients wish to trust us, they are welcome to seek treatment in Huagua, though without our medical insurance, the costs may prove to be somewhat exorbitant. Following this, several reporters posed questions, which Jiang Li deftly addressed. Naturally, he was amenable to the idea of exporting the cancer-targeted medication. However, the notion of potential sales was merely a pretext. If Jiang Li were to take the initiative in this matter, it would place him in a position of weakness. However, the cancer-targeted medication undeniably qualifies as a strategic product, unless patients from abroad were willing to risk their lives. It was only a matter of time before someone would reach out to Jiang Li for the importation of the cancer-targeted medication. At that juncture, serious negotiations would commence. Jiang Li's intention in presenting this medication was not solely to profit from sales. Chapter 270, The Healer Jack. Having elucidated the details of the targeted medication, Jiang Li continued the press conference. Next, he announced another piece of good news. Kion Technology's artificial organ technology, much like the targeted medication, was now officially in use. Henceforth, patients would no longer need to worry about the lack of compatible organs. Upon the announcement, the audience erupted once more into a frenzy of inquiries, to which Jiang Li responded with ease. Following the revelation of the artificial organ technology, Jiang Li then introduced the new energy technology. Compared to the previous two technologies, the civilian application of the new energy generation technology was relatively limited. Jiang Li, however, remained unfazed. The emergence of this new energy technology primarily aimed to support the energy needs of overseas bases. I am about to announce a significant development. Recently, I have received numerous messages from netizens, which inspired a related idea. We have decided to allocate an initial investment of 1 billion to create a genuine Jurassic Park. Oh no, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a prehistoric park. Currently, the researchers at Kion Technology have successfully restored the genes of 18 prehistoric creatures, including the Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, Stegosaurus, coelacanth, mammoth, and saber-toothed tiger. I believe it will not be long before these prehistoric beings make their grand debut. As Jiang Li's words resonated through the hall, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Without a doubt, the most significant buzz of the year was Jiang Li's success in cloning the Tyrannosaurus rex. Even with the cancer-targeted medication now on the market, this news overshadowed all else. The internet was inundated with discussions surrounding the Tyrannosaurus rex, alongside fervent hopes for Jiang Li to restore the genes of other prehistoric creatures, thereby ushering the Jurassic world into reality. With Jiang Li's announcement at the press conference, It was no wonder that the online community was ablaze with excitement. Within moments, the live chat was flooded with comments, and the hype surged to astronomical levels. Jiang Li continued, due to the expansive land required for the prehistoric world project. The selected site will be located in a remote mountainous area in the northern part of Jiangnan province. Given the immense scope of the project, the construction of the prehistoric world will be conducted via a bidding process. Interested companies may submit their relevant proposals following the conclusion of this press conference. Subsequently, after detailing the relevant matters, the press conference officially came to a close. After the conclusion of the press conference, information began to circulate across the internet, igniting a series of trending topics. In the realm of cancer breakthrough medications, upon receiving approval, Jiang Li promptly mobilized various resources to ensure the swift distribution of the drug to major hospitals. Countless patients finally glimpsed the hope of survival, fervently flocking to various departments. Hospitals, too, commenced round-the-clock operations, and within mere days, over 90% of patients were accommodated. In matters concerning life, the speed of response in Huagua was impressively unified. Consequently, the online sentiment was overwhelmingly positive. As the special medication became available for purchase, its popularity peaked, only to gradually wane after all patients were settled. The trending topics shifted back to societal issues and celebrity events. Additionally, the excitement surrounding artificial organ technology also began to fade after reaching its zenith. This was to be expected. No news can indefinitely dominate trending discussions, and there inevitably comes a day when the fervor subsides. Within Huagua, the buzz around the cancer breakthrough medication and artificial organ technology had diminished, yet abroad, it was only just commencing. Internationally, discussions regarding the cancer medication and artificial organ technology remained largely under wraps among investors. However, the world is inherently interconnected. Given that Huagua was now in the global spotlight, various news stories continued to emerge. It was only a matter of time before information would explode into the public realm. Yet, it was the cancer patients themselves who precipitated this revelation, with Jack serving as the most significant catalyst. This was largely due to Jack's unique status as a Hollywood superstar. As a long-established figure in Hollywood, Jack's fame was unparalleled worldwide. Unfortunately, during the peak of his career, he was diagnosed with cancer. At that moment, Jack felt as though the sky had fallen. Nevertheless, despite his emotional turmoil, the illness required treatment. Jack swiftly sought the care of top-tier medical institutions abroad, availing himself of the most exorbitant treatment options available globally. Within the span of a year, he expended nearly 10 million US dollars on medical expenses. Yet, one must concede that the high cost often correlates with the quality of care. Jack managed to stave off the illness for an entire year. Had he been an ordinary individual, he might have succumbed much sooner. There's no wall that does not allow whispers to pass through. Jack's absence from public engagements for nearly a year, combined with his infrequent appearances, left his condition painfully evident. His emaciated figure led many to speculate. Ultimately, news of Jack's illness broke, sending shockwaves through the online community. It was during this time that Kaiyan Technologies' cancer breakthrough medication was also revealed in Huagua. Some of Jack's Huagua fans commented on his social media account, urging him to seek treatment in Huagua. Compared to the more carefree American fans, Jack, as a Hollywood icon, represented the upper echelon of Western society and was already familiar with Kaiyan Technologies' cancer medication. However, upon submitting his application to participate in clinical trials at a capital hospital, he heard nothing in response. Despite leveraging his influence multiple times, he was repeatedly turned away by hospitals citing his non-Huaguan nationality. This left Jack in a state of despair for a time. After all, the official launch of the medication in Huagua could mean he might not last long enough to benefit from it. Fortunately, Huagua's response was swift, and Jack ultimately managed to hold on until that day arrived. Oh God, praise the remarkable speed of Huagua and Kaiyan technology. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Jack boarded his flight to Huagua accompanied by his assistant. Given Jack's international clout, alongside the desire of Huagua's hospitals to expand their overseas market and attract foreign patients, he quickly entered the treatment phase. Naturally, news of Jack's journey to Huagua could not escape the ever-watchful eyes of the media. As soon as he disembarked, the information spread like wildfire online. In response, Jack was candid, sharing updates on his battle against cancer on his social media daily. Following his medication regimen, Jack's condition began to improve day by day. Thanks to Kaiyan technology and the doctors in Huagua since my diagnosis, I can hardly express how many sleepless nights I endured, waking in agony. I truly could not bear such a life any longer. Now, I feel unprecedentedly well. The doctors say my cancer cells have been suppressed and are no longer spreading. Look at my test results. I feel remarkably comfortable, as if I have returned to my previously healthy state. After undergoing treatment for some time, Jack rarely penned a lengthy post, expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Jiang Technology as breakthrough drug and the doctors of Huagua while detailing his condition. Rescued from the brink of death, Jack at that moment truly appreciated the significance of health. As for everything else, it could go to hell. Once the lengthy post was published, the online community erupted. Particularly, patients with terminal illnesses and their families voiced their protests. Chapter 271, Another Failed Negotiation. As news continued to spread, an increasing number of patients boarded flights to Huagua in search of that singular pathway to survival. In response, Huagua opened its doors wide. They even facilitated easy access for patients. It must be noted that every patient arriving in Huagua represents a moving GDP. When you come to Huagua, you must eat and consume. While one individual's spending may seem negligible, thousands or tens of thousands add up significantly. Moreover, the special medication developed by Jiang Technology is a suppressive treatment that necessitates long-term use to maintain efficacy. Should treatment be interrupted, the dormant cancer cells within the patient's body could promptly claim their life. Consequently, this necessitated that some foreign patients remain in Huagua for extended periods. Over time, this undoubtedly incurs substantial expenses. Thus, Huagua adopted a very humane approach. Once it was confirmed that you were a patient seeking treatment in Huagua, providing a hospital report and undergoing certain tests would allow for a straightforward extension of your visa. Overall, all parties in Huagua benefited. However, the foreign patients found themselves in a precarious position. For those from Europe and America, the costs were somewhat manageable. After all, they dealt in euros and dollars, making their expenses in Huagua more palatable. But for those from third world countries, the situation was starkly different. Coupled with the fact that Huagua does not offer health insurance to foreigners, they were unable to benefit from any insurance policies. Essentially, they were required to purchase the special medication at full price, which could reach tens of thousands monthly. This led to a growing sense of frustration among countless patients who traveled to Huagua. Of course, those individuals were still relatively fortunate. Being among the first to seek treatment in Huagua, they typically had sufficient financial means. However, for those unable to afford international travel, their grievances were far more substantial. As videos showcasing improving patient conditions circulated across various social media platforms, a wave of discontent erupted among patients worldwide. In a flash, numerous families of patients, alongside compassionate individuals, began petitioning their governments to introduce Jiang Technology's breakthrough medication and include it in insurance plans. The momentum grew, with some nations even initiating large-scale protests, hoping to expedite the local introduction of Jiang Technology's medication. One of the repercussions of this movement was a significant decline in the medical sector of the global stock market. In the realm of pharmaceutical companies associated with cancer treatments, a significant number have faced dire consequences, particularly among the world's leading pharmaceutical enterprises, which have suffered the most severe losses. In a mere span of days, nearly $100 billion evaporated, illustrating the profound mistrust global investors harbor towards them. Jiang Technology, however, stands as a beacon of hope. As these major pharmaceutical companies cast envious glances at their plummeting stock prices, their eyes toward Jiang Li brimmed with resentment, fueling their fervent efforts to thwart the entry of Jiang Technology's groundbreaking drugs into the market. Unless the latter is willing to share profits, no room for negotiation exists. For capitalists, profits reign supreme, whereas for patients, these innovations represent a lifeline, a matter that cannot be resolved through mere delays. In fact, some nations hastily dispatched representatives to Jiang Technology, eager to introduce this miraculous drug, while others remained in a state of cautious observation. However, under the mounting pressure of domestic public opinion, several Western nations began to buckle, sending delegations as well. Within Jiang Technology, Liu Jiangwo received representatives from various countries, whose intentions were clear. They sought to procure Jiang Technology's cancer-specific drug and organ manufacturing technology. Liu Jiangwo elucidated Jiang Li's stance, stating, "Dear representatives, our President Jiang insists that for us to introduce the miracle drug and organ technology, the market must be fully open to allow our product's entry." His words elicited a wave of astonishment. Open the market? If only we had the authority to do so. Do you truly believe that in a capitalist world, politicians reign supreme? Capital is the true deity. In the realm of pharmaceuticals, with such immense public pressure looming over us, offending the pharmaceutical capital is a risk we cannot afford. Yet, should we open the market, given Kaiyan Technology's current stature and array of products, it would lead to chaos. The representatives quickly began to haggle. Liu Jiangwo, however, remained resolute, firmly rejecting their propositions. I apologize, esteemed representatives, but this is a non-negotiable demand from President Jiang, and I am powerless to alter it. If there are issues, it is incumbent upon you to resolve them. Once you reach a consensus, we can reconvene. With that, Liu Jiangwo departed, leaving the negotiations in disarray. The consequences of this failed negotiation were not Jiang Li's concern. As they say, our demands have been articulated. Whether they can be fulfilled is your prerogative. There was no need for them to address their internal conflicts with Kaiyan Technology. Jiang Li sought results, not processes. Thus, the two parties entered a stalemate, each unwilling to yield. The officials of Huagua and Jiang Li were unperturbed. After all, it was not the citizens of Huagua who were anxious. The longer the delay, the better, as it would draw more individuals to Huagua, a fortunate outcome. Yet, while Jiang Li remained calm, the patients were in urgent need. In a dramatic turn, patients clad in hospital gowns began to march through the streets worldwide, instigating protests that spiraled into chaos. Many unscrupulous individuals seized the opportunity to engage in various activities, including zero-cost purchasing schemes. In response, local authorities dispatched riot control units. However, unlike previous riots where heavy-handed tactics were employed, these authorities hesitated in the face of a crowd of sick individuals, fearing the repercussions of any fatalities that might arise. Every participant in this scenario was acutely aware of the stakes. Much like the earlier riots in the United States, where those initiating chaos often resorted to throwing stones rather than firearms, the authorities understood the unspoken rules. While they could suppress protests, any large-scale loss of life would shift the narrative entirely. Thus, the situation became increasingly dramatic, with official institutions in numerous regions encircled with little resistance. The patient protests sparked reactions across various sectors, with workers and students joining in solidarity, uncertain if they might soon find themselves in similar predicaments. If they did not raise their voices for these terminally ill patients now, when would they? Such incitements did not occur in a vacuum. Akin to the media landscape in Huagua, the West invested billions annually to stir unrest among certain factions. Was Jiang Li's side remaining inactive in the international arena? That was implausible. When it came to media warfare, Huagua was far more adept than its Western counterparts. In such extreme circumstances, a mere few words could ignite the populace's emotions. Consequently, the expressions of leaders from various countries grew increasingly grave as the situation threatened their positions of power. In response, high-ranking officials across nations began to reassess the conditions proposed by Jiang Li. Before long, a breach began to form. Within just a fortnight, Jiang Li's side received invitations from 23 countries willing to open their markets to all products from Kaiyan Technology. If only this had happened sooner. One does not weep until faced with the coffin. Jiang Li scoffed at the list before him. The consequences of refusing to introduce the cancer-specific drug and organ manufacturing technology were glaringly evident. If even ants strive to survive, how much more so should humans? In the face of survival, all ethical, moral, and legal considerations pale in comparison. Yet, these individuals clung to their hope, believing they could weather the storm. It often takes the harsh reality to force them to confront the truth. Prepare the overseas teams to swiftly expand Kaiyan Technology's commercial domain and seize the market. Jiang Li ordered. Indeed, 23 countries have already expressed their intent. How much longer can the remaining ones hold out? He shook his head, unfazed. Regardless, he would profit. The question was merely how much. Once arrangements were underway, Jiang Li resumed his genetic research. The genome of the dragon pattern fish had been successfully deciphered, making cloning it no longer a challenge. However, due to the fish's small size and limited energy output, merging its genes with other organisms necessitated mastery of gene fusion technology. For the time being, he decided to conduct experiments using ordinary blue star organisms, progressing from simple to complex, as the genetic makeup of the dragon pattern fish was leagues ahead of the blue star counterparts. As time marched on, some nations chose to compromise, while others remained in a state of observation. Meanwhile, the prehistoric world park project had officially commenced. However, as the engineering project commenced, an array of unfavorable sentiments began to manifest across the internet. Various theories concerning the threat posed by dinosaurs emerged, even extending to the cinematic depictions of dinosaur hunts against humanity, which were transported to the online sphere. In response, Jiang Li remained silent while numerous prominent influencers could scarcely contain their urge to produce videos. After all, anything remotely related to dinosaurs on the internet was bound to attract a deluge of attention. Consequently, a plethora of debunking videos inundated the platform. Dinosaurs, with their imposing lengths of several meters, undeniably present a daunting visage. Yet, at their core, they remain mere corporeal beings, ignoring the formidable power of high-caliber ammunition. Even standard rifle rounds could extinguish a dinosaur's life with just a few shots. A more ruthless approach with an electromagnetic rifle could result in a catastrophic explosion for the creature. Thus, as long as adequate precautionary measures are enacted, even dinosaurs cannot inflict harm, unless they have been genetically modified. Ultimately, the idle chatter circulating online pales in comparison to the fervent admiration netizens hold for dinosaurs. Thus, the affairs of the prehistoric world park commence to unfold gradually. Chapter 273, Undercurrents of the Underground World at this moment, within a luxurious office in a certain country. A middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses sat at a tea table, steeping his exquisite tea leaves. "Mr. Wang, here is this month's financial report," a man stated, presenting a data report to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang scrutinized the document, while the man beside him trembled slightly. "Why is there a 30% decline compared to the previous quarter?" Mr. Wang's expression remained inscrutable as he gently placed the report on the table. However, the more emotionless he appeared, the more terror filled the man's eyes. "It's Kyong technology. Ever since they developed artificial organ technology with such low costs, they have completely suffocated our sales. Hospitals are no longer procuring our products," the man explained. Their company, ostensibly a typical pharmaceutical enterprise, was in reality engaged in the sordid activities of human trafficking and organ trafficking. The intricate web of interests involved countless organizations and high-ranking officials from various nations, forming an extensive black market industry. Mr. Wang was one of the masterminds behind it all. Kyong technology. Mr. Wang sipped his tea, his countenance unchanging. Yet those who knew him understood that this was when he was most formidable. "Call a meeting, gather everyone." Soon, in a clandestine corner of the internet, a meeting convened quietly. "You all have seen this quarter's revenue, right? If this continues, our funds will dry up." Mr. Wang was the first to speak, addressing the gathered individuals displayed on the screen. "Of course, we are aware, billions of dollars each year. We need to devise a plan. I've already contacted the hospitals. They're no longer buying our products, claiming that other hospitals are engaging in price wars. Even if they were to stock our goods, they wouldn't sell." Several voices chimed in, their expressions growing increasingly malevolent. These were not virtuous individuals. Among them were high-ranking members of various terrorist organizations. Those capable of orchestrating such a black market network were anything but simple. I now understand why those hypocritical individuals harbor such animosity towards Kyong technology. They dream of eliminating Jiang Li. Previously, Kyong Technology's products were predominantly civilian and technological, completely outside the realm of their nefarious dealings. Hence, there was no friction, no contact. But now it's different. As the largest underground smuggling organization globally, human trafficking and organ smuggling are among their primary revenue streams. With the success of Kyong Technology's artificial organ technology being adopted by several nations, patients in need of organ transplants no longer need to fret over the exorbitant costs or compatibility issues. Under such circumstances, who would choose their tainted, exorbitantly priced organs? This is merely the beginning. As Kyong Technology's artificial organ technology expands, the organ smuggling route will be entirely severed. The stakes involved amount to billions of dollars. Even they cannot bear such losses. Damn that Kyong Technology. Why can't they just stick to their high-tech endeavors and leave us alone? You think you can eliminate him? Those capitalists would wish to see him gone even more than you do, yet they remain unscathed. Are you more powerful than those conglomerates? The rivals began to mock one another. Despite their small notoriety in the underground world, they were all leaders of various religious, terrorist, and criminal organizations. Yet they operated from the shadows. To challenge those conglomerates would undoubtedly be suicidal. Hence, the notion of eliminating Jiang Li was utterly implausible. Since we cannot eliminate Jiang Li, let us target Kyong Technology's overseas branches and those hospitals. Mr. Wang, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a hint of malice in his tone. The righteous path has its methods, and we have our own ways. This time, let them know that our money is not easily acquired. A glint of ferocity flashed in Mr. Wang's eyes. Unlike those conglomerates, which were fundamentally public and represented complex interests behind the scenes, requiring numerous considerations, such as international relations, user demographics, and reputation, they were different. Their backing consisted solely of a band of desperados who required no such concerns. Who says that violence is ineffective? Sometimes, viewing from a different angle, it is often one of the most effective methods to resolve issues. Call those individuals, The losses will not be confined to our organization, Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, aware that prior to undertaking such actions, thorough preparations must be made. Are you suggesting an attack on hospitals? This is no trivial matter. If it escalates, the consequences could be dire, someone furrowed their brow. Chapter 274, A Terrorist Attack, Energy Tycoon. Escalate? Ha. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room could not help but burst into laughter. You fear escalation? Have you forgotten who is wanted by dozens of countries and listed in Interpol's even they, employing every conceivable means of leveraging connections and finances, are determined to procure weapons from Kaiyan technology? The deeper one delves, the more one comprehends the terror that Kaiyan technology embodies. Mr. Wang's expression remained unperturbed. What is there to fear? They are in the light while we dwell in the shadows. How long has the entire world been searching for us? Expending countless resources? Have they succeeded in locating us? Let alone a mere enterprise. Everyone nodded in agreement. The likes of Interpol have mobilized an unfathomable amount of manpower and resources, dispatching numerous undercover agents. Yet, here they stand, thriving and unscathed. As long as they do not court disaster themselves, how could a single company be found amidst the vastness of the world? Surely, a mere enterprise cannot surpass the might of so many nations. Thus, upon grasping this reality, the fierce glint in the eyes of the group was unmistakable. Then let us act. Those who dare to usurp our business are clearly courting death. Soon, the assembly sprang into action. At that moment, within the official chambers of certain country, Lu Fei was representing Kaiyan Technology in discussions regarding a significant collaboration. Mr. Tucker, this is the blueprint our consortium has devised. Should you permit Kaiyan Technology to enter your nation's energy sector, we shall establish equipment capable of meeting your energy demands within 3 months. Furthermore, we guarantee an uninterrupted power supply. Once energy constraints are lifted, I firmly believe your nation will experience rapid development. With ample electricity, the happiness of your citizens will soar, and your approval ratings will inevitably rise. Lu Fei began to unveil the future blueprint to Tucker. Indeed, Tucker found this information exceedingly beneficial. Prior to meeting Lu Fei, he had engaged in an in-depth analysis of this collaboration with his advisory team. By integrating Kaiyan Technology's energy solutions, they would overcome energy limitations, propelling their national industry into a phase of accelerated growth. Moreover, their country lacked domestic energy giants and had long relied on foreign enterprises. Given that Kaiyan Technology's energy solutions are priced at only 70% of those of existing energy firms, the cumulative electricity consumption nationwide would amount to astronomical figures. Consequently, Tucker readily acquiesced to the proposal. In no time, the two parties signed a contract for collaboration, a win-win partnership. Lu Fei tucked away the documents, his face illuminated with excitement once more. Securing this energy deal was a masterstroke. For a nation to modernize, energy is paramount. Only with sufficient energy can the machinery of state operate seamlessly. Once Kaiyan Technology controls a nation's energy supply, both revenue and influence will see tremendous augmentation. Even if a regime opposed to Kaiyan Technology were to take power, the company need only cut off energy supplies, plunging the nation into paralysis. Surely, the current rulers are aware of this? They are, but regrettably, weaker nations lack technology and options. They can only acquiesce. After all, if the energy sector is dominated by foreign firms, why not choose the more affordable and practical option? Over the past few days, Lu Fei had already signed energy cooperation agreements with 18 countries, and this number continued to grow. As for nations that were more challenging to penetrate, Lu Fei was gradually infiltrating them like a frog in warming water. He believed that before long, Kaiyan Technology would emerge as a true energy magnate. Lu Fei couldn't help but ponder the peculiarities of Jiang's thought process. The more he understood the two power generation technologies, the more he recognized their formidable potential. Take, for instance, Kaiyan Technology's overseas base in the Kingdom of Cairo. The energy demand of a single base was calculated based on the total consumption of a small to medium-sized nation. Such a vast energy figure could easily be self-sufficient with just these two technologies. This was truly alarming. It was precisely because of such robust technology that Kaiyan Technology could swiftly penetrate the overseas energy market. Suddenly, a panicked secretary interrupted Lu Fei's thoughts after receiving a phone call. Not good, Mr. Lu. There has been a major incident. What has happened? Several hospitals collaborating with us have come under terrorist attack. What? Chapter 275, Utterly Arrogant. What? Please elaborate. Seated in the vehicle, the assistant began to recount the details. A group of thugs launched a large-scale assault on hospitals in Country X, and now the news is ablaze with reports. Those fiends even brazenly initiated a live stream. The incident traces back to half an hour ago inside a hospital in Country X. The daytime bustle was abruptly shattered by the sound of gunfire, plunging the establishment into chaos. Within mere minutes, a band of mass terrorists had seized control of the entire hospital. Once they established dominance, their first act was to destroy the organ cloning equipment associated with our group. Lu Fei furrowed his brow. So, these terrorists are targeting us? The assistant nodded. It appears they are indeed after us. According to the latest reports, more than 23 hospitals have been attacked, all at nearly the same time. And the terrorists destroyed the organ cloning machines in each facility. Therefore, we can ascertain that these terrorists are indeed targeting us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the vehicle turned grave. They quickly deduced the terrorists' motives, merely obstructing their financial interests. What about the police? Has there been any response? Yes. But the response times in these countries are nowhere near what we experience in Huagua. They are far too slow. Even if they were dispatched, they would have likely been intercepted en route. The assistant said, scrolling to the next video, revealing police vehicles from Country X overturned by a large truck. How brazen. This is utterly outrageous. Quickly, contact Mr. Jiang. I've already reached out to Mr. Jiang. Mr. Liu, it's worse than we thought. The leader of the terrorists has gone live. What? Live? What are they broadcasting? It seems to be a trial. What? A trial? The Group S faces paled, as they began to fathom the grim implications. In Huagua, within Jiang Li's laboratory, he too received word from Lu Fei. Future, display the live stream of those terrorists. Understood, sir. Soon, the large screen in the laboratory transformed, revealing a darkened setting. A doctor clad in a white coat was bound to a chair, trembling violently as he struggled against his restraints. Who are these four individuals? Sir, they're the director and doctors from Y Hospital in Country X. Y Hospital was among the first to collaborate with our company on organ technology. Today, for countries, including Country X, have fallen victim to terrorist attacks. What is the current situation? Future recounted all the details meticulously. Terrorists indeed. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Li's eyes as he quickly pieced together the circumstances. They are suffering from our misfortune. Gazing at the four individuals in the live stream, he let out a deep sigh. He understood the terrorists' intent, to use violence to suppress the advancements of Kion Technology's artificial organ technology. When it comes to deterrence, nothing is as impactful as bloodshed. As Jiang Li had anticipated, the terrorists soon unveiled their grotesque intentions. A leader of the terrorist organization stepped forward, pointing at a collection of instruments before him. God created humanity, and every part of the human body should be sacred. Now, these despicable individuals dare to touch this forbidden zone and will pay the price of their lives for it. Here, I warn all hospitals that the human body is sacred, and we absolutely do not allow external objects to defile the divinity created by God. Next, we will destroy these dirty instruments and kill this group of blasphemers. In the future, whoever dares to use the instruments of Kion technology will surely face the wrath of God. After speaking, the masked man set fire to this batch of organ cloning instruments. Then, holding a sharp dagger, he slowly walked up under the terrified gaze of the dean. The dagger was pressed against his throat, and then at that moment, Jiang Li directly turned off the video. He is no longer in the mood to watch the next scene. In the future, contact LV Fei and ask him to count the victims of this terrorist attack and provide some compensation to their families. Jiang Li let out a long sigh. Ultimately, the real target of this terrorist attack is still their Kion technology. These people are just victims of terrorists achieving their goals. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Can't the destruction of the American mafia deter you guys? A chill flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. In fact, Jiang Li is a very disciplined person. At least when Kion technology did not develop to crush all countries on Earth, he still followed the rules. But the premise of following the rules is that you must also follow the rules. Terrorists? Do you think I can't find you? In the future, your only task is to find me, search the entire underground world, and uncover all the terrorist organizations and leaders involved in this incident. Okay, sir. In the future, after several algorithm upgrades by Jiang Li, the ability has become increasingly strong. In the internet, it is like God. As long as there are traces left on the internet, even if they are deleted, they can be quickly locked and found in the future. I believe it won't take long to find the relevant clues. Prepare, Kion Security Company. It's time to see blood. He can't beat those capitalists in the West. Can't he beat you terrorists? It's not an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the fear of directly killing capitalists from Western countries, it would have triggered World War III. And Jiang Li could even have killed them all. But the people and things involved are too complex, far from simple. As for you terrorists, the mice hiding in the dark corners, what if they all die? Who can avenge you? And who dares to avenge you? The key to the difficulty in eliminating these terrorists lies in their location. As the saying goes, there are 3 cunning traps. These old and cunning guys are unfortunately unlucky. But for Jiang Li, finding someone's place is really too easy. This terrorist attack not only affected X country, but also more than 10 countries around the world. It is worth mentioning that after experiencing this terrorist attack, the country where it is located is also a place of thunder but little rain. Afterwards, several unidentified bandits were arrested and publicized to the outside world, and it seems that the matter has passed. Even discerning people know that there must be a hidden agenda behind it. As a result, Kion Technology's artificial organ technology has been neglected overseas. Some hospitals that have signed contracts even breach them overnight, and even pay huge amounts of compensation without buying the goods from Kion. Ultimately, money and life are still the most important. Those terrorists are all fugitives. If you dare to do something, they will definitely come knocking on your door. So, in such a situation, no one dares to risk their lives to earn such a little money. Everything seems to be back to before, as if nothing has happened. However, those with discerning eyes know that this is just the tranquility before the storm arrives. Those familiar with Jiang Li know that he is a person who seeks revenge, especially the Western capital, which had previously sent people to assassinate Jiang Li. The next day, the stock market was targeted by someone. Heavy losses. So they also want to see how Jiang Li will handle such a situation. As if nothing had happened, or Chapter 276, alternative version, why not eat meat paste? Not only overseas, but also domestically, this matter quickly went viral. The hot topics are soaring in a straight line, and netizens are also discussing it. No, this is too scary. I watched the video online, and it was too bloody. Are these people animals? Their methods are so cruel. Think about it. Artificial organs have cut off someone's financial path. Isn't it those people who smuggle human organs? Do you think any of those guys are good? I strongly demand state intervention. Upstairs, what are you thinking? The person who died was not from our Chinese country, but from another country. Even if it involves Kaiyang, they are just selling instruments. This is a local matter, so don't worry too much about it. Thank you to my motherland for protecting me so well. I can't even imagine that if I were in that place, I would need to match my organs and encounter this kind of thing. There is still chaos abroad. And the government power, there is not enough. There is no way to deal with such terrorist attacks. I don't know how Jiang is feeling now. It's not easy for anyone. Sure enough, those people who engage in black industries in the underground world are just too arrogant. The hot search across the internet was quickly dominated by this message. Countless people lamented the brutal methods of terrorists. Some people have also expressed doubts about this. Are the government armed forces of those countries eating dry food? They are so rampant, attacking multiple hospitals. Also live streaming murder threats and intimidation. And after so long, there hasn't been any reaction at all. In fact, the reason is also very simple. Not every country is a Chinese country. Just like Chinese netizens nowadays. They are beginning to lament how the United States has weakened so badly. Manufacturing industry is not good. Military are not good. And cutting-edge technology is also not good. It's getting weaker and weaker. However, currently only Chinese people in the world would think like this. As for people from any other country, they would not have such thoughts. The United States is still the super America, and for any other country, is still a downgrade blow. If you want to bully you, just like playing. At the end of the day, it's actually an alternative version of why not eat meat paste. The same applies to this large-scale terrorist attack. Is it because they don't want to care? That's something they dare not manage. They don't have the ability to manage. It's hard to say that if you intervene in this matter 1 second, your whole family will be tied up the next. Not only domestic, but also foreign public opinion has exploded. Even the United Nations directly recorded this matter. Define it as the 613 terrorist attack. Interpol has also issued a warrant for these terrorist organizations. However, for these terrorist organizations, it is not a big deal. After all, having too many lice is not afraid of itching. They've already been on the wanted list. Not bad for this time either. In this regard, the international community is also helpless about such a situation. After all, if these terrorists could be eradicated completely, they would not have stayed until now. The most hurt in this matter are undoubtedly those patients. The hope of surviving was just around the corner. But I never expected such a thing to happen. At this point, no hospital director dares to purchase artificial organ instruments from Kion Technology anymore. Only by venturing into Huagua can one receive the requisite treatment. Consequently, this incident has further amplified Huagua's reputation. After all, terrorists dare not wreak havoc in Huagua. In the ensuing period, Kion Technology and several nations appeared to adopt a facade of inactivity, as if everything had returned to normal. However, those familiar with Jiang Li understand that this is merely the calm before the storm. During this time, Jiang Li approached the situation from 2 fronts. The first was leveraging futuristic methods to scour the internet for primary information regarding the orchestrators of this terrorist attack. The second was delving into the underworld, offering substantial bounties to acquire information about the masterminds behind this heinous act. While a bounty on a head may not pique the interest of many, a reward in the tens of millions of dollars for mere information is undoubtedly a tantalizing prospect for the entire underground world. Through this dual approach, Jiang Li swiftly identified the masterminds behind the attack. Wang Sang, a national of a Southeast Asian country and the head of Wang Pharmaceutical Company, which on the surface operates as a legitimate pharmaceutical entity, but in reality serves as a front for organ trafficking and human smuggling. Nyapotita, a citizen of a Middle Eastern nation and one of the founders of the Black Snake Organization, a notorious underground terrorist group. Then there is Jam Khan, a South American drug lord and a key target of Interpol, engaged in narcotics, smuggling, and arms trading. Before long, Jiang Li compiled a comprehensive list of individuals, each more ruthless than the last. It was evident that this conspiracy was not the work of a singular entity. To his surprise, this cadre of subterranean rats exhibited a remarkable degree of unity. They would face him together. Chapter 277, The Eve, Sir. We have successfully monitored the location of the target individuals. Quite prompt, Jiang Li remarked. Unlike Huagua, where countless surveillance cameras leave no blind spots, the situation abroad is quite different. Thus, he anticipated that it would take some time to pinpoint the whereabouts of these individuals. Excellent. Future, continue monitoring. Understood, sir. Turning, Jiang Li gazed at the armed robots within the laboratory, now in the final stages of research. The wars of the future will undoubtedly be unmanned conflicts. Robots and drones will become the mainstay of the battlefield. After all, human lives are far more valuable than these metallic constructs. Commence simulation of robotic combat scenarios. Swiftly, the laboratory's visuals transformed into a desolate urban landscape. Subsequently, the armed robots activated, advancing towards their targets within the ruins. Their objective, to annihilate the enemies. The robots, impervious to the onslaught of bullets, charged into the ruins, their built-in targeting systems locking onto adversaries, initiating a one-sided massacre. With no issues in direct combat, it was time to assess their reaction speed. Jiang Li glanced at the data. Everything appeared satisfactory. Next was to evaluate the robot's response time. Indeed, with their robust steel bodies, they could withstand bullets without issue. However, their material was not akin to the fictional vibranium that can absorb kinetic energy indefinitely. A substantial bombardment could potentially shatter the intricate components within. Thus, testing their responsiveness was imperative. As the simulation unfolded, enemies wielding rocket launchers emerged from various directions. Fortunately, the armed robots consistently evaded their attacks. The residual force from the explosions proved insufficient to compromise the robot's core components. Remarkably, all metrics were barely acceptable. Even if some aspects fell short, they were adequate for confronting a group of terrorists. Perhaps deploying this batch of robots on a genuine battlefield would reveal shortcomings in coordination and firepower coverage, but in small-scale skirmishes, they would surely become the adversary's nightmare. Notify the base to commence production of the first batch of armed robots. In Jiang Li's eyes, these robots were merely semi-finished products. Yet, given the urgency, they would be deployed prematurely. It appeared that previous investments in weapon development had been insufficient. Over the coming years, weapon research must take precedence. This recent terrorist attack had imparted to Jiang Li a profound awareness of the world's deep-seated malice. He must expedite the fortification of his forces and ensure that overseas bases are impregnable. This terrorist assault was but a warning bell. Far more brutal battles awaited him. At this moment, Kion Technologies' overseas arms company was preparing for action. A contingent of fully armed soldiers was ready to deploy. As an arms firm, security was paramount, and with ample financial resources, they had recruited a significant number of retired soldiers from around the globe. These veterans would serve as the backbone of the forthcoming retaliatory operation. Everyone, gear up. We are about to commence our mission, called out a man with a scruffy beard, rallying his comrades. Finally, after such a long wait, we are finally on a mission, exclaimed an exuberant African Special Forces operative. The entire industry was well aware that Kion Technology, with its deep pockets, was exceptionally generous. Anyone who served under them would never find themselves wanting for financial reward. Thus, the loyalty among the security personnel was notably high, attracting talent from across the globe. For the security staff, while the base salary was commendable, the bonuses for active missions were considerably more enticing. In the event of injury or, heaven forbid, sacrifice, Kion Technology's compensation was astronomical. This was precisely why everyone was so thrilled to hear they were being deployed. I told you, with our boss's temperament. How could he pretend nothing had happened? Our opportunity has arrived. The African man laughed, revealing a broad smile. All right, don't get ahead of yourself. Those individuals are notoriously dangerous terrorists. Be cautious not to lose your life, warn a comrade. Those guys? It's not that I underestimate them. With our weaponry, we could easily overpower them, came the confident retort from another. Their expressions revealed a glimmer of self-assuredness. Each individual in their ranks had once been an elite special forces operative from various nations, their combined prowess far surpassing that of the terrorists. Coupled with the staggering disparity in weaponry, confidence was justified. I've heard that the company is rolling out new weaponry this time. I'm quite curious. Before long, they received orders to mobilize. This time, Kion Technology security personnel were divided into 12 teams, effectively deploying their full strength. Their destination was, of course, the lair of the terrorists. Under the precise surveillance of satellites controlled by Future, every movement of the targets was firmly within the grasp of Kion Technology. Chapter 278. Retribution. This wretched place is truly remote. At this moment, one team from Kion Technology was drawing near to a location associated with the terrorist organization. Do you think our boss is an expert in astrology? The Black Snake organization has hidden so well that Interpol has searched for them for years without success. Yet now our boss has located them, remarked one astonished soldier. As a former Special Forces soldier who transitioned into the realm of mercenaries and now serves as a security personnel for Kion Technology, he has garnered a wealth of experience over the years. It is well understood among them that the Black Snake organization represents a formidable adversary. It is crucial to recognize that the most arduous task in dismantling a terrorist organization is not annihilating them, but rather pinpointing their whereabouts. Enough of these contemplations. The mission is paramount. It is an opportune moment to trial the company's latest innovation, the fly drone. With that, the team leader retrieved the case, revealing a small drone, slightly larger than an ordinary fly, before the eyes of the assembled team. Demonstrating adept control, he guided the drone into the depths of the mountains. The visuals were remarkably clear, with every contour of the aged trees distinctly visible. This fly drone is astonishing. It is likely that neither China nor America has managed to develop anything comparable. The prowess of our boss in research and development is truly impressive. As the team members marveled at the drone's capabilities, it swiftly transmitted images of the Black Snake organization's location. They had discovered a clandestine base concealed deep within the mountains. They had located their target, who was one of the masterminds behind the recent terrorist attack. Excellent. Let us commence with the assessment of the subterranean structures. A team member inserted a device into the ground, unleashing specialized sound waves that radiated outward. Within moments, the underground layout within a kilometer radius was vividly displayed before them. Captain, you were right. There are indeed secret passages, 3 in total. These individuals are quite protective of their lives. Very well, when we proceed, we shall first demolish these 3 tunnels. We must not allow him to escape, for we need his head as proof of our success. Rest assured, Captain, we comprehend the task at hand. All right, notify them to send the robots in. Their team comprised merely 20 individuals, whereas the base was teeming with potentially hundreds of terrorists, armed with heavy weaponry. A direct assault was undoubtedly ill-advised. Shortly thereafter, a large transport drone approached from a distance, its immense noise clearly capturing the attention of the Black Snake organization. Within mere seconds, the drone hovered above the organization as stronghold. Subsequently, a barrage of robots descended from the sky as if they were dumplings being dropped into boiling water. In the blink of an eye, the armed robots had surrounded the Black Snake organization. Captain, do you think these robots can be relied upon? If they fail, our 20-odd members stand no chance against that horde of lunatics. They should be dependable. Our boss never engages in battles without confidence. Let us observe for now. Once the armed robots touched down, they advanced toward the Black Snake organization. Equipped with advanced targeting systems, their accuracy was unparalleled. A single volley resulted in multiple headshots. The members of the Black Snake organization quickly responded, and the night erupted with the cacophony of gunfire. In stark contrast to the thermal imaging of the robots, the vision of mere mortals proved woefully inadequate. Amidst the darkness, dozens of robots, akin to reapers, mercilessly harvested the lives of the Black Snake members. Wow, this is incredible. These robots possess formidable combat capabilities, exclaimed a team member, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. If we were to face these robots, we'd likely last mere seconds. In close combat, one would be pitted against a hunk of metal. In terms of shooting, they have their own targeting systems, ensuring pinpoint accuracy. I can't shake the feeling that it won't be long before we find ourselves out of work, one remarked ruefully. Enough of these thoughts. It's time for action. With that, the 20-member team commenced their operation. Within the Black Snake organization, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Heavy machine guns and rocket launchers were deployed, and in an instant, the night was illuminated as if it were day, engulfed in flames reaching skyward. The target, Yabutita, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught. Is this an attack by the government forces? They're using heavy weaponry. I'm not certain, but our assailants are anything but ordinary. In less than a minute of gunfire, we lost nearly 100 men. Chief, you should flee at once. Very well. Without hesitation, Yabutita dashed toward the secret passage. The fly drone swiftly captured his movements. Anticipating Yabutita's escape, the team promptly detonated explosives to collapse the tunnel. Constructed merely of standard reinforced concrete, the tunnel proved less resilient than expected when faced with the powerful explosives developed by Kion technology. Chief, we have a problem. The tunnel appears to have been destroyed. What? Yabutita's pupils constricted in alarm. This time, genuine fear gripped him. The destruction of the tunnel meant he had no choice but to break through directly. Yet, it was evident that the attackers were well prepared. Outside, the gunfire was beginning to wane, signaling the imminent conclusion of the conflict. The fate of Yabutita was all but sealed. Chapter 279, Violence Begets Violence. In the aftermath of a crushingly swift battle, Kion Technology's armed robots efficiently eradicated all members of the Black Snake organization stationed at the perimeter. Yabutita's chamber was now thoroughly encircled. A robot kicked down the door with a resounding crash, entering the room amidst a flurry of gunfire. Although bullets struck the robot, they inflicted minimal damage. In stark contrast, the robot's assault was devastating for the members of the Black Snake organization. Within moments, the last remnants of the organization were completely annihilated. Target identified. In the end, only Yabutita remained. Witnessing the robots wreak havoc with terrifying efficiency, he cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Apprehend him. Once the perimeter was secured, the security personnel advanced into the room, ultimately succeeding in subduing Yabutita. Let us retreat. The mission was accomplished, and the group successfully extracted Yabutita from the site. Aside from the Black Snake organization, other factions involved in the terrorist attack, such as the Wong Group, had also been dismantled by the armed forces of Kion Technology. The masterminds behind the conspiracy were effectively captured. In the laboratory of Kion Technology, Jiang Li soon received the report. Sir, the operation was a resounding success. All individuals involved in the terrorist attack have been apprehended, save for those who perished. Excellent. Jiang Li nodded, as the outcome of this operation had been anticipated. Whether it be the yellow, turban warriors, the armed robots, or their advanced weaponry, they were fully capable of engaging in localized combat comparable to that of major world powers. Addressing a criminal syndicate and terrorists hiding underground was, therefore, a trivial matter. Should we consult Interpol regarding the transfer of these individuals? No need. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. These individuals are to serve as a demonstration of our authority. Jiang Li had invested considerable effort not merely to curry favor with Interpol. In this world, various circles operate under distinct rules, and the gray areas across the globe have their own dynamics. With these desperate individuals, moral considerations were futile. One must be more ruthless than them to command their respect. Before long, the underground world of the Blue Planet was inundated with a viral video. Once again, a harrowing execution video surfaces, showcasing the terrorists apprehended by Kion Technology. In this footage, they are bound and kneeling on the ground, some cursing, others wailing, and many pleading for mercy. Yet, their desperate cries prove futile, as a masked figure clad in black methodically executes them with gunshots to the head. The release of this video sends shockwaves throughout the underworld. The individuals captured are not mere foot soldiers. They are prominent figures who once thrived in the gray market, ruthless and bloodstained. The sight of them lined up for execution is nothing short of astonishing. Soon, a common thread emerges among these individuals. Each is implicated in a series of terrorist attacks involving artificial organ technology. Consequently, the identity of the culprit becomes glaringly evident. In an instant, the world is left in awe of the formidable power displayed by Kion Technology. While the underground realm may appear formidable in fiction, in reality, it consists of nothing more than shadowy puppeteers, forces that typically operate outside the law. Nonetheless, their influence should not be underestimated, particularly that of organizations like the Black Snake, which possess considerable arm strength. It is, therefore, astonishing that in a single night, Kion Technology was able to pinpoint their locations and eradicate them entirely. This serves as a testament to Kion Technology's prowess, potent enough to obliterate even a small nation. However, the most chilling aspect is the speed at which Kayong technology identified each individual's whereabouts and executed precise strikes. These individuals, seasoned in the underworld, are known for their survival instincts and top-notch concealment techniques. Yet, they remain unable to escape the watchful eyes of Kayong technology, instilling fear in all. Could it be that even hiding in remote mountains would not shield them from the gaze of Kayong technology? In no time, the mere mention of Kayong technology evokes a sense of dread among those in the underbelly of society. The name has gained notoriety throughout the underground world. Undoubtedly, Jiang Li's actions were astute. The only language understood by these shadowy factions is one of bloodshed and violence. This show of power has proven effective, as, in a short span, no one dares to engage in tasks related to Kayong technology, fearing they may vanish the following day. In stark contrast to these rogue elements, nations and capital forces that regard Kayong technology with utmost seriousness are genuinely astounded. Within just a few years, Kayong technology has transformed from an ordinary company into a powerhouse of terrifying capabilities. The mere display of their surface strength warrants serious consideration, let alone the potential existence of hidden weapons. The Chinese are well aware of their penchant for subtlety. Consequently, various factions have begun to reassess their stance towards Kayong technology, formulating new policies in response. Chapter 280, A Phase of Rapid Development. The actions of Kayong technology have effectively instilled fear in the malevolent entities of the underground world, prompting them to behave more cautiously. After all, provoking the Americans might still leave a glimmer of hope, but inciting Kayong technology guarantees a visit. In discussions about locating individuals, some commentators assert that Kayong technology has surpassed major world powers in this regard. However, Kayong technology has chosen to remain silent on this matter, refraining from issuing any statements confirming their involvement in the video. Some truths need not be paraded. Despite this low profile, Kayong technology still attracted the attention of Interpol. After all, some individuals involved maintain public personas as affluent tycoons with no criminal records. For Interpol, such actions bear an uncanny resemblance to terrorism. The leading figures at Interpol exhibit an enthusiasm akin to the fervent pursuit of justice seen in cinematic portrayals. Crime must be adjudicated through legal channels. Jiang Li remains non-committal on this front. However, given their audacity, Jiang Li has undoubtedly devised comprehensive strategies to ensure no traces lead back to him, with the blame likely falling on the security personnel of Kayong technology. Additionally, Interpol's reach does not extend to China, allowing the matter to dissipate without consequence. Nevertheless, it must be noted that such extreme measures greatly benefit the global expansion of Kayong technology. Several hospitals have begun to renew collaborations with the company, particularly in nations where governmental authority is weak and law enforcement is chaotic. As a result, obstacles to the growth of Kayong technology have significantly diminished. It is no wonder that certain international capital entities, while pursuing their own growth, simultaneously control or support corresponding illicit factions, as this can yield a measure of deterrence in certain regions. In the ensuing months, Kayong technology officially entered a phase of rapid development. The Prehistoric World project progressed steadily, with an increasing number of prehistoric genetic codes being restored. A new era looms on the horizon. Meanwhile, the invisible benefits derived from Kayong technology's medical advancements began to manifest. Under tremendous public pressure, many nations and factions could no longer withstand the strain and fully integrated Kayong technology's innovations, tearing open the previously sealed barriers. Some nations reluctant to adapt continued to resist, but in the face of capital, public sentiment is of little consequence. Even capital engages in subtle manipulation, employing various strategies to suppress dissenting opinions. This only exacerbated existing tensions. Countless patients embarked on journeys to China for treatment, thus attracting a substantial influx of people and boosting GDP. As Kayong technology's influence radiated globally, its growth rate became formidable. The core reason remains that Kayong technology's technological prowess is undeniably unparalleled. As the 21st century unfolds, the disparity between great and small nations becomes stark, with technology serving as the most evident marker. Additionally, small nations exhibit stark contrasts to their larger counterparts. In major countries, tech enterprises benefit from robust governmental protection, making them challenging to assimilate. Conversely, in smaller nations, the landscape resembles a phase of unbridled growth, where capital paves the way, military force provides support, and technology dominates. Few small nations can withstand such an onslaught. Thus, within mere months, Kayong technology's global influence has surged, eclipsing even those so-called century-old enterprises and technological titans. Under Jiang Li's relentless drive, the entire blue planet appears to have entered a novel epic. Chapter 281: The Prehistoric Park and Genetic Beings. As a new year dawns, the entirety of China revels in the joyous spirit of the New Year celebrations. Following the festivities, Kion Technology officially announces the grand opening of the prehistoric park. During this period, the company has successfully restored the genetic codes of nearly 100 prehistoric species. While this may seem trivial compared to the vastness of biodiversity, it is more than sufficient for a park. Upon the announcement, the world erupts in astonishment. The construction of the prehistoric park has been in progress for a year, and it has consistently trended on social media. Countless individuals have expressed their anticipation for its opening. At long last, the moment has arrived, igniting excitement among netizens far and wide. In just half a day, news of the impending opening of the prehistoric park has spread across China and the globe. Meanwhile, Kion Technology has unveiled an extensive list of all the creatures inhabiting the prehistoric park on its official website. Upon the announcement, an overwhelming influx of netizens flocked to the site, causing the list's view count to surpass 100 million within mere minutes. Numerous science communicators online, riding the wave of traffic, hastily produced detailed introduction videos of the listed creatures overnight, capitalizing on the surge in viewership. One video followed another in rapid succession. Before long, ticket sales for the prehistoric park commenced in earnest. The park's architectural expanse is vast, with facilities constructed to the highest standards, capable of accommodating nearly 1 million visitors. On the inaugural day, an astounding 500,000 tickets were pre-sold. When the sales officially began, within just a few seconds, all 500,000 tickets were sold out. Simultaneously, Kion Technology's overseas division launched its sales channel, offering a mere 100,000 tickets. While this number might seem considerable, it pales in comparison to the billions of people residing abroad, akin to a drop in the ocean. In less than a second, the overseas tickets were entirely sold out. The news reverberated across Huaghua, leaving the nation in a state of astonishment. The most exhilarated were the relevant authorities. Those 100,000 overseas tickets represented 100,000 potential consumer touchpoints. Not to mention the significant revenue generated from these visitors to Huaghua. The resultant media buzz alone promised immense benefits. After all, statistically speaking, the first batch of tourists to visit the prehistoric park would likely hold substantial status and influence in their home countries. In summary, the official opening of the prehistoric park has sent shockwaves throughout the globe, leaving the capital markets of various industries utterly speechless. The ticket sales on the first day alone reached astronomical figures exceeding 100 million. This does not even account for the myriad spending generated by the influx of visitors into the park. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the prehistoric park resembles a miniature city, a city masquerading as an amusement park. Amidst this fervor, a plethora of shops, hotels, and shopping centers sprouted within the park, attracting countless investors eager to capitalize on the opportunity. It is foreseeable that at least for the next several decades, the prehistoric park will create vast employment opportunities and generate unimaginable GDP, leveraging the allure of prehistoric creatures. Perhaps, as time progresses, public interest in the prehistoric park will wane significantly, but that is a matter for many years hence. By then, Jiang Li may no longer be present on Blue Star. The emergence of the prehistoric park has stirred the global consciousness, igniting fervent discussions across various circles. Yet, within the confines of his laboratory, Jiang Li remains engrossed in his research. In the testing area of the lab, a mutated creature is undergoing examination, a being reminiscent of a hound, yet covered in a dense array of scales. This new species is the result of Jiang Li's fusion of the genes of a scaled animal with that of a hound. All vital signs indicate robust health, suggesting a successful experiment this time. However, it remains merely an ordinary life form. Creating extraordinary beings presents a far greater challenge. Recently, Jiang Li's advancements in biological gene technology have progressed rapidly, enabling him to fuse the genes of ordinary organisms to form new species. Yet, life possesses inherent disparities. It embodies a stark hierarchy that transcends mere social stratification, presenting a more indifferent and formidable chasm in the levels of existence. The difficulty in engineering extraordinary beings is not merely astronomical. It is exponentially greater. Strictly speaking, does this mean I am a higher form of life? Since Jiang Li's cultivation has reached the second major realm of training, he has also extracted some of his own tissues. Through his research, he has discovered that his genes are more mysterious, intricate, and profound compared to those of the inhabitants of Blue Star. With his current biological gene technology, he is utterly incapable of studying his own genes, providing Jiang Li with a clearer understanding. Perhaps the essence of cultivation lies in facilitating a leap in one's level of existence. Shaking his head, Jiang Li dismissed such thoughts and continued his experiments. This time, he sought to merge the genes of the dragon-patterned fish with those of one of Blue Star's most common plants, the camphor tree, aiming to imbue the tree with the ability to generate spiritual energy. However, it was evident that this attempt ultimately failed. Indeed, it remains unfeasible to convert carbon dioxide into spiritual energy with current technology. A more pragmatic approach would be to modify the genes of the camphor tree, enabling it to absorb blood to achieve the effect of releasing spiritual energy. While the dragon-patterned fish possesses the capacity to produce spiritual energy, its inherent size renders it incomparable to trees. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Li resumed his research. Chapter 282: Rapid Development, Turbulent Changes. In the Kingdom of Carol, the overseas base of Kion Technology has transformed. After several years of development, what was once a barren desert has been replaced by towering skyscrapers, embodying a modern atmosphere that permeates the entire base. Countless high-tech devices and architectural marvels developed by Kion Technology have been wholeheartedly implemented in this site. Perhaps it is no longer appropriate to label it merely as a base. It has become a city. In fact, when compared to some smaller nations, it stands on equal footing. This stark contrast with the neighboring Kingdom of Carol is unmistakable. Of course, the overseas base of Kion Technology is not merely a facade. Over the years, the company has consistently attracted the creme de la creme of talent from across Wagwa, gradually filling the base to capacity. The establishment of a comprehensive economic, political, educational, and military system under the aegis of Kion Technology has become increasingly refined. If earlier, Kion Technology could be likened to a newborn cub, capable of intimidating even a typical herbivore, now it has matured into a tiger with formidable teeth, no longer a target for anyone to trample upon. Even major powers from Europe and America find it challenging to extract significant benefits from their interactions. As the overseas base continues to expand, the resources required have escalated to astronomical levels. In terms of energy, Kion Technology boasts the most advanced renewable energy technologies, alleviating immediate concerns. The real necessity lies in a substantial influx of mineral resources and industrial materials. Consequently, Kion Technology must import in large quantities. But as the company remains in its corporate form and tensions with global capital intensify, Jiang Li ultimately resolves to position the Kingdom of Carol as the visible representative of Kion Technology in negotiations with other nations. In recent years, as Kion Technology has gradually revealed its capabilities, coupled with the establishment of the overseas base, the cooperative relationship between the two parties has reached unprecedented levels of influence and control. Ultimately, the Kingdom of Carol is merely a small nation, its national strength not even comparable to certain countries from the World War I era. With the Kingdom of Carol at the forefront of international negotiations, many matters have become considerably more manageable. Moreover, with Kion Technology's financial clout paving the way, everything appears much simpler. On this day, a representative of Kion Technology, Zhao Qing, is engaged in discussions for collaboration in a certain African nation. Chieftain Lu Si, we are genuinely sincere about this collaboration, and I trust you have sensed that as well. Chieftain Lu Si nods. Zhao, I have great faith in you Huagua people. You are the most intelligent and benevolent individuals in the world, far surpassing those bandits and making for the best partners. With that, Chieftain Lu Si agrees to sign the contract. Rest assured, Chieftain, we will construct a comprehensive energy supply system for your nation in the shortest possible time. This collaboration, apart from addressing the essential infrastructure of the nation, hinges fundamentally upon energy supply. To date, the country has faced severe deficiencies in energy and electricity due to technological inadequacies across various sectors. Much like the erstwhile nation of Carlo, only the capital region possesses a comprehensive power supply system, albeit one that frequently suffers from outages. For smaller nations, whether in infrastructure or energy, the capacity to resolve these issues independently is virtually non-existent, necessitating reliance on external forces. As for the settlement system, it is naturally infeasible to utilize the national currency, as the purchasing power of the small nation's currency is negligible on an international scale once amounts exceed modest sums. Furthermore, Kion Technology has outright rejected transactions in US dollars. Currently, Kion Technology is focused on acquiring high-quality resources, particularly essential mineral resources. Armed with advanced technology, Kion Technology employs a triad of energy, infrastructure, and healthcare to exchange for various premium resources. The transaction with Chief Russ follows this same pattern, wherein Kaohsiung Technology promises to construct a comprehensive urban system along with energy provision, while Chief Russ entrusts several large mines within the territory to Kaohsiung Technology. This collaboration heralds mutual benefits, bringing joy to both parties. After the contract was signed, Zhao Qing took his leave. On the way, he received a phone call informing him that numerous nations that had entered contracts with Kaohsiung Technology had unilaterally annulled them, seizing the equipment and resources that Kaohsiung Technology had invested in and built within those countries. Zhao Qing's expression darkened immediately. "What is the situation?" he inquired. His assistant took a moment before beginning to explain. "Initially, several African nations cited our contract and equipment as unlawful, leading them to confiscate our machinery. Subsequently, they also tore up the contracts. Fortunately, they did not harass our personnel. I suspect." Zhao Qing furrowed his brow. "I understand. I will contact General Jiang immediately. Such a large presence inevitably attracts attention. Truly a tumultuous time." Zhao Qing shook his head and ultimately dialed Jiang Li's number. In the laboratory, Jiang Li answered Zhao Qing's call. "In the future, please filter relevant information for me." "Certainly, sir." In no time, a plethora of data regarding personnel affiliated with the powers of various African nations, along with their itineraries and communication records, appeared before Jiang Li's computer screen. "Sir, according to the information we have gathered, these individuals had interactions with a French entity known as the Rubens Group prior to freezing our company's assets. It appears they could no longer contain their impatience." Jiang Li had anticipated such a scenario, though he had not expected it to unfold so swiftly. Over the past year, Kaohsiung Technology's influence in Africa had grown exponentially, thanks to its sophisticated technology and robust supply capabilities, providing significant conveniences across infrastructure, food, energy, and healthcare to many underdeveloped nations. This, of course, facilitated the development of Kaohsiung Technology's overseas bases, yielding abundant resources. Overall, for a technologically mature entity like Kaohsiung Technology, this was a risk-free venture. However, the pie is finite, and Kaohsiung Technology's meteoric rise undoubtedly encroached upon the interests of certain parties, with the most affected being France. France's ability to sustain such high levels of national welfare hinges critically upon its influence in Africa, allowing it to continue its exploitative practices. It echoes the saying that one can enjoy a peaceful existence only because someone else bears the burdens. Immediately lock down all related equipment remotely. "Understood, sir." With the command issued, every piece of Kaohsiung Technology's equipment within the targeted countries was secured. Unless unlocked, it would merely remain as scrap metal. Chapter 283. As if unable to achieve goals through peaceful means. Such actions from these nations are not unprecedented. Many Chinese enterprises have frequently encountered similar obstructions. The collaborative approach of Kaohsiung Technology draws inspiration from Chinese practices, exchanging infrastructure for premium resources and capital. Yet, the leaders of certain countries, short-sighted, often breach contracts, impose conditions, and default on payments after substantial investments have been made by Chinese entities. Such behavior is not uncommon. Thus, Kaohsiung Technology took precautions. After all, being high-tech equipment, remote locking mechanisms are relatively straightforward to implement. Of course, one cannot claim that Kaohsiung Technology acted immorally. These are essentially unwritten rules. Have we not seen American companies that sell aircraft to others, retaining the ability to remotely lock them? While it is manageable to play the role of a subordinate to the Americans, true confrontation leads to chaos. In comparison, Kaohsiung Technology's maneuvers pale in insignificance. In an energy facility established by Kaohsiung Technology in an African nation, a group of black engineers gathered in the control center, celebrating exuberantly, some even popping champagne. Finally, those Chinese have left. Those damn politicians have done something right. One engineer grinned, displaying a broad smile. "Yes, I've always disliked them. They do nothing all day but fiddle with the machines, while we earn a mere tens of thousands of Zimbabs, and they rake in millions. Indeed, those damn Chinese have been sucking us dry. Now that they are gone, we are free." Another chimed in. Their machines are actually quite impressive." The group harmonized in their sentiments, clearly harboring considerable resentment towards Kaohsiung Technology. All right, it's time to get to work. However, when they attempted to operate the equipment, they were astonished to find that all the machinery seemed to have malfunctioned and was completely unresponsive. "What is going on? Wasn't it working just fine moments ago?" "I don't know. It just suddenly stopped functioning. Damn it. It must be that group of Chinese playing tricks. Those bastards fuck." The engineers began to frantically troubleshoot, venting their frustrations vocally. Yet, no matter how they tinkered, the machines remained silent, inert like scrap metal. Realizing something was amiss, the black supervisor's expression shifted dramatically. After a brief moment of fury, he hurriedly reported the situation to the higher-ups. The elation they had just experienced was now replaced with utter disarray. Similar incidents unfolded across various Kaiyang technology factories. The dreams of those hoping to exploit the situation quickly evaporated. Although the most significant losses fell upon Kaiyang Technology, which had genuinely invested funds and equipment to facilitate the collaboration, the impact of the equipment's inactivity was still comparatively minor. The real devastation lay in the cities rendered dormant due to the cessation of operations. Kaiyang Technology had always adhered to a win-win cooperation model, believing that such an approach would yield greater success. Hence, they generously shared their technology, including water purification, energy, and waste disposal technologies. It can be said that, with Kaiyang Technology's assistance, the living conditions in the area have risen several notches. Local factories, benefiting from inexpensive electricity, enjoyed increasingly impressive profits. However, with the halting of Kaiyang Technology's equipment, widespread water and power outages ensued. Some factories halted production due to power shortages and under contractual obligations. If the goods did not meet production requirements by the deadline, hefty penalties would be incurred. Consequently, local factory owners anxiously contacted the relevant authorities. It can be asserted that Kaiyang Technology's cessation of operations inflicted a tremendous impact on the locality. Thus, Jiang Li found himself perplexed by the peculiar mindset exhibited by this group of individuals. Despite Kaiyang Technology providing such advantageous conditions locally, they dared to betray the company. Perhaps it was driven by greed, or perhaps by external pressures. Nevertheless, the moment for discourse had passed. At this juncture, at the overseas base of Kaiyang Technology, the rapid growth over the past 2 years had amassed a considerable store of resources, coupled with the company's energy technology, which allowed for complete self-sufficiency in energy. The base was unlikely to encounter significant issues in the near term. Moreover, the sources of imports for Kaiyang Technology were not limited to Africa alone. There were various other regions involved. Ultimately, this merely added to the transportation costs, which, for Kaiyang Technology, was hardly a concern. At this moment, Jiang Li was engrossed in analyzing the findings of Kaiyang Technology's senior management regarding the situation in Africa. The core reason behind these events was that Kaiyang Technology had encroached upon the interests of a series of European countries, led by France in the African region. Chapter 284. War. In recent years, as Kaiyang Technology's influence gradually penetrated various African nations, alongside its inherent technological prowess and conscientious approach to collaboration, an increasing number of factions opted to become partners with Kaiyang Technology. Various violent resources began to flow towards the company, indicating that its actions had fundamentally disrupted the status quo. In comparison to the notorious legacy left by European colonialism over the centuries, the relatively modest stature of a high-tech firm like Kaiyang Technology appeared considerably less daunting. Even though Kaiyang Technology's reputation had spread far and wide, in the eyes of the majority, it could hardly be compared to entrenched capitalist powers. Moving forward, conventional methods would likely prove ineffective. Ultimately, even when such matters arise between nations, most often they result in a silent acquiescence, with the aggrieved party seeking retribution in subsequent affairs. What more could be expected from a company like Kaiyang Technology? Thus, merely relying on public outcry to condemn such actions would not suffice to achieve their aims. Shortly thereafter, a phone call came in from Lu Fei, delivering the disheartening news. Negotiations had failed, and the opposing party had put forth a series of outrageous demands. To comprehend just how outrageous these demands were, one could refer to the absurd requests made by various nations post-Hua's ascendance. Jiang Li would naturally not acquiesce to such terms. The current Kaiyang Technology was no mere mobile manufacturer from a certain country. Conceding even a little could unleash chaos. After hanging up, Jiang Li began to contemplate the next course of action. The resources available in Africa were simply not something he could relinquish. Presently, on all continents, the resources that could be mined or developed had mostly been claimed. The growth of Kaiyang Technology depended heavily on a substantial influx of resources, a necessity that was unavoidable. Initially, the intent was to foster a cooperative partnership for mutual gain. Why must there be disruptions? Negotiations with these nations were merely a last gamble, and since that had failed, alternative methods must be employed. In many of these nations, political instability was rampant, often described aptly as warlordism. Wars between nations occurred frequently, albeit on a smaller scale. This time, Jiang Li resolved to conduct one final round of negotiations. His strategy was to support armed factions that aligned with his interests, thereby ensuring unobstructed operations for Kaiyang Technology. However, this would inevitably result in casualties. After careful consideration, Jiang Li decided to first rally a significant number of supporters, utilizing financial incentives to return to the negotiation table. War, after all, is merely the continuation of politics by other means, the most primitive yet effective approach. As long as political solutions were attainable, warfare was generally avoidable. With this thought in mind, Jiang Li dialed Liu Fei's number to arrange the next steps. Days later, Kion Technology successfully garnered a considerable following and re-enter negotiations. However, the outcome remained dishearteningly the same. With the backing of several European powers, a coalition appeared resolutely opposed to Kion Technology. The talks collapsed entirely, with both parties severing ties irreparably. Observing this, Jiang Li abandoned his original plans. Extraordinary circumstances necessitate extraordinary measures. It seemed that without engaging in direct conflict, no resolution would be reached. Thus, Jiang Li swiftly orchestrated the next phase of action. Simultaneously, within the overseas base of Kion Technology, factories commenced continuous 24-hour production of various weapons. The specter of war began to loom ominously over this land. Chapter 285. Ruthless Advancement and Jiang Li's Accusation. Under Jiang Li's directives, personnel from Kion Technology swiftly initiated operations. Utilizing an advanced information system, they soon established contact with key figures in all targeted nations, be it unrecognized armed factions or ambitious usurpers. The enemy of one's enemy is a friend, given the circumstances. The consequences had become inconsequential. As the adage goes, compassion does not command armies, and righteousness does not govern wealth. For Kion Technology to progress, resorting to unconventional methods had become imperative. As fate would have it, whether it be Kion Technology, armed factions, or ambitious figures, they quickly converged upon a shared objective: establishing a collaborative alliance. For the armed factions and ambitious power seekers, their adversaries were bolstered by the support of European nations. Now standing on opposing sides, they required additional allies. The emergence of Kion Technology was undoubtedly a timely boon for them. In fact, many factions and ambitious individuals reached out to Kion Technology without waiting for the company to make contact. In their perspective, as one of the world's leading enterprises and foremost arms manufacturers, the assistance from Kion Technology would undoubtedly bolster their own resolve. Thus, both parties reached a mutual understanding, and, following this accord, the support from Kion Technology soon arrived. The initial wave consisted of financial backing. After all, throughout history, wars have always hinged on monetary resources. With sufficient military funding, motivation follows suit. The second wave brought various arms and equipment from Kion Technology, along with the dispatch of specialized instructors to the factions to enhance their combat capabilities. Essentially, anything that Kion Technology could provide was generously bestowed upon these allies. For the next 2 months, Jiang Li and his allies refrained from action, as if all had returned to a state of tranquility, with nothing transpiring. Yet, this calm would soon be shattered. With the assistance of Kion Technology, the armed factions experienced significant enhancements in their equipment and combat proficiency. While they remained far from matching the elite forces of major powers, against similarly ranked adversaries, they would undoubtedly achieve a decisive advantage. Mona, a rather ordinary small nation in Africa, lacked both economic and military strength, barely qualifying as a third-rate entity. However, upon discovering substantial mineral deposits within its territory, Kion Technology forged a partnership with Mona. Nevertheless, being a weak nation, Mona quickly aligned itself with European powers when they sought to curtail the growth of Kion Technology. Swiftly, Mona enacted legislation to freeze all assets belonging to Kion Technology within its borders. Thus, Mona became one of the targets for Kion Technology in this unfolding scenario. Whether it is the restoration of dignity or the acquisition of domestic mineral resources, both are essential needs. As a small nation, Mona is rife with disorder, plagued by numerous warlord factions vying for control. This time, Jiang Li is chosen to ally with the most powerful faction, intent on usurping the Mona government. On this day, the capital of Mona is tranquil, with everything appearing as usual. Yet, as twilight descends, a gunshot shatters the night's serenity. Countless armed individuals begin their assault on the capital. Chaos erupts in an instant. The weapons of the Mona soldiers are rudimentary at best, primarily consisting of ordinary AK rifles, with heavy artillery being a rare sight. Compared to third-rate countries, their arsenal is severely lacking. Faced with the fully equipped armed forces of Kion, they have no capacity for resistance. The Kion faction advances relentlessly, akin to a hot knife through butter. Meanwhile, within the presidential palace, The president awakens to the sounds of gunfire and explosions. What is happening? Mr. President, the rebels are advancing, and they will soon reach the presidential palace. The president's face pales in shock. What? How is this possible? With their meager strength, how could they breach our defenses? The secretary's expression darkens. Is Kion technology? According to reports from the front lines, the rebels are armed with a full suite of Kion technology weapons. Our equipment gap is insurmountable. We stand no chance against them. Damn it. The president curses vehemently. How dare Kion technology sell weapons to these traitors? We merely confiscated some of their equipment. They must have done this deliberately. I will take this to the United Nations and condemn them. Those damned Chinese. The president's composure shatters, his restraint vanishing. The secretary wipes the sweat from his brow. Mr. President, perhaps we should retreat for now. If we are captured by the rebels, we will lose our chance to condemn them. Yes, let us leave. Wait, I have a large box of gold bars in my room. We cannot leave without that. The president quickly regains his wits and rushes to his safe. After securing his wealth, the president and his entourage flee the capital of Mona under the cover of night. It all unfolds like a farce. The next day, the sun rises as usual, yet the air in the city still lingers with the scent of gunpowder. As the gunfire in the streets ceases, countless residents cautiously peer from their windows. Seeing no immediate danger, the bolder among them slowly emerge from their homes. Mona remains the same Mona, but its president is about to be replaced. In the span of a single night, the capital has fallen to the forces of Kion, a speed that is truly astonishing. Simultaneously, similar events occur across several nations in Africa. In just a few months, the balance of power between government forces and rebels has dramatically reversed. The tide of battle has shifted. The government forces are retreating at an alarming rate. Beyond the conflict between the rebels and the government troops, in some nations, ambitious individuals have launched coups, spurred on by the influence of Kion technology. Presidential buildings are stormed. And the following day, the vice president announces their ascension to power. Under the overwhelming military might of Kion technology, these small nations have little room for resistance. The outcome of the conflict is already predetermined. The disparity between modern civilizations is greater than the differences observed over 5 millennia of human history. This is not mere rhetoric. In the face of absolute technological dominance, weak nations lack even the capacity for rebellion. With Kion technology's bold actions, attention from around the globe is suddenly drawn. Some fleeing presidents of government forces begin to accuse Kion technology at the United Nations of their transgressions, condemning them for supporting the rebels and supplying them with vast quantities of weaponry, labeling them as the terrorists of the new era. The Western world seizes the moment to launch a significant media campaign. In an instant, Kion technology finds itself cloaked in the infamous reputation of arms dealers. Its global standing plummeting. Chapter 286. Western powers prepare for confrontation. Jiang Li is swiftly made aware of the external media discourse. However, he chooses not to respond. In the arena of Western public opinion, he is already at a disadvantage. It is perhaps better to act as if nothing has transpired. After all, there is a kernel of truth in what many Western media outlets assert. Indeed, Jiang Li has supported a considerable number of armed forces to instigate conflict and seize power. While such actions may seem minor, they are significant as they pertain to warfare within nations. Conversely, if viewed from a broader perspective, the situation is rather trivial. In reality, Western nations have long engaged in similar pursuits. Jiang Li's actions are merely a pale imitation of their historical precedents. It is a classic case of only the officials are allowed to set fires while the commoners are forbidden to light lamps, a hallmark of Western moral hypocrisy. Thus, Jiang Li is disinclined to heed the external outcry. Even if it impacts the sales of Kion technology's products, the technological advantage remains unassailable. Without alternatives, sales will not plummet significantly. In time, as memories fade, normalcy will be restored. Prepare the map for me. Setting aside the Western discourse, Jiang Li examines an African map. Soon, a virtual map materializes before him. Sir, the blue area represents our current zones of control. The red area denotes enemy territory, and the yellow area indicates the influence of other nations. Jiang Li nods thoughtfully, scrutinizing the details. At the current rate of expansion, in a month, he could entirely dominate the indicated areas. Presently, the focus remains on the yellow zones, with blue areas being minimal. After all, Jiang Li aims to engage only a select few nations, not the entirety of Africa. Should the flames of war engulf the continent entirely, it would likely become far more challenging to manage. In truth, there is no need for such escalation. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, African nations are reluctant to be drained by European powers, actively seeking to extricate themselves from European control. Thus, the actions against Kayang technology do not garner universal participation among all nations. This is one of the key reasons Jiang Li dares to support warlord factions in their conflicts. If the entirety of Africa were united against him, he would need to delay his actions. These small nations are disorganized and pose little threat. However, as he confronts the smaller powers, larger ones may soon come to their aid. While Europe may have declined, it still retains significant military strength compared to these minor nations. Should they intervene, it would be advantageous. If they too were defeated, no one in Africa would dare to challenge him again. As the instructor would say, one decisive blow prevents 100 retaliatory strikes. Through warfare, he aims to showcase the formidable might of Kayang Technology's overseas bases, demonstrating its strength to the world. In doing so, adversaries will be deterred, and Kayang Technology's development will encounter fewer obstacles. Prepare the overseas base for any potential crises in land, sea, or air. The newly developed satellites should no longer be delayed. Immediate preparations for launch are required. Understood, sir. Following Jiang Li's directives, the overseas bases of Kayang Technology commence operations. A variety of new weaponry is fully equipped and ready for deployment. Regrettably, the progress in genetic technology is too slow. Otherwise, he would be eager to witness the performance of genetically engineered organisms on the battlefield. Jiang Li Muzas wistfully. As anticipated, the government military leadership, having lost their capital to the rebel forces supported by Kayang Technology, desperately seeks out their benefactors. In response, the coalition of Western nations, led by France, erupts in outrage. They had not anticipated that Kayang Technology would audaciously support the rebels in their campaign against the government forces. How could this be allowed? It is imperative to acknowledge that these nations represent their actual sphere of influence, their true foundational stronghold. Over the past decade, their sway in Africa has gradually diminished, causing them considerable anxiety. Should they lose even this fundamental foothold to others, it would be a clear signal that they can no longer maintain a presence in Africa. Consequently, European nations, spearheaded by France, began mobilizing troops towards African nations. In a swift turn of events, countless armored vehicles, tanks, and aircraft were dispatched to the African theater of war. This modestly scaled military operation quickly captured global attention, igniting fervent discussions among netizens worldwide. The situation escalated, dominating the discourse on Chinese social media platforms. Is this truly escalating to warfare? Tanks and planes are being deployed to the battlefield? Is Jiangshan really that formidable, directly waging a war of annihilation? Are they about to reveal their backers? Indeed, my Jiangshan is exceptional. One moment his company is under scrutiny. The next he is bolstering armed factions to bring nations to their knees. Truly remarkable. However, Kayang Technology is now in peril. All their advanced equipment is being mobilized. What will they do? What is there to fear? I have faith in Jiangshan. If he dares to strike, it must be with certainty. For the commenter above, how naive. One is a corporation, the other a sovereign state. They are not comparable. Reading this news has driven me to madness. Just the other day, I was debating online who is more formidable, Jiangshan, the gambling king, or the top gangsters of Hong Kong. Now, this is a slap in the face. The world is truly chaotic. Battles erupt here and there. I must inquire beneath Jiangshan's account to see if this will indeed escalate to war. The entire internet's focus swiftly converged on this query. If it were merely a skirmish between two small African nations, it would hardly warrant attention. Yet, the two opposing sides now consist of one of the world's premier technology firms and a long-standing superpower. Such a confrontation undeniably captures public interest. In this atmosphere of heightened tension, even relevant authorities in China sought to engage Jiang Li for discussions regarding the situation, ultimately reaching a consensus to await developments. Chapter 287. The astonishing foundation of Kayang Technology. While the external world was abuzz with commotion, a negotiation was quietly underway. With the strategic orchestration of several European nations, both parties convened once more at the negotiation table. Clearly, these countries were averse to conflict. After all, war is a quagmire. Once the floodgates are opened, withdrawal becomes exceedingly difficult. The posture adopted by Gaul was, in essence, a maneuver to exert pressure and secure a favorable position. War has always been a continuation of politics. The sole catalyst for conflict arises when political negotiations fail. The current situation exemplifies this, as both sides return to the negotiating table following a series of minor confrontations. Indeed, if desired outcomes can be achieved through dialogue, resorting to warfare is undoubtedly a last resort. Before long, Jiang Li dispatched representatives to meet with those appointed by Gaul. Jiang Li proposed that they could cease supporting armed factions, contingent upon the unfreezing of all Kion Technologies assets in Africa and substantial monetary compensation, or alternatively, restitution via mineral resources. Upon hearing this, the representatives from Gaul were visibly amused. You are merely a company. The fact that we are even negotiating with you is a concession. You shall withdraw from Africa immediately and compensate each nation for their losses or face annihilation. Deep down, they held Kion Technology in contempt. While I can see that your company is impressive, we are a nation. What right do you, as a company, have to speak to us in such a manner? Such an attitude had long sealed the fate of their negotiations. After hours of discussion, the outcome was as anticipated, an unhappy conclusion. Ultimately, the resolution would be determined by force. On the day the negotiations fell apart, European forces commenced their actions, flooding the African region with weapons and personnel. Although Europe hosts a significant number of American troops and possesses limited military forces, it remains a major power with considerable war potential. If necessary, they could mobilize a substantial army. With support from several European nations, the fleeing presidents of minor factions rallied their troops once more, launching a comprehensive offensive against the local insurgents. War was on the brink of eruption. At this juncture, along the border of a nation in West Africa, a reporter from Gaul was on the front lines, interviewing relevant personnel and documenting the course of battle. This was not merely an opportunity for the long-quiet European nations to flaunt their military prowess. Here we are at the border of Country X, where our forces have now allied with the local government troops. Reports indicate that after seizing the city, the insurgents looted banks and slaughtered innocent civilians. However, I believe that under our humanitarian assistance, the people of Country X will soon return to a peaceful environment. I am now about to interview our Gaul's royal general, General Luke. As the reporter extended the microphone to General Luke, he inquired, General Luke, do you have complete confidence in this war? Luke, with an air of arrogance, declared, I believe this will be a war devoid of any suspense. Those insurgents, lacking combat training, are nothing more than a horde wielding sticks, even with Kion Technologies' advanced weaponry. They pose no threat. Here, I must also caution Kion Technology. Those who seek to obliterate others will inevitably be driven to madness. Your inhumane actions of instigating war and trafficking arms will incite the wrath of the global populace. You shall pay dearly for your transgressions. Once we eliminate the insurgents, we will march southward and seize your overseas bases, utterly destroying that den of iniquity. Luke's words dripped with confidence, laced with disdain for Kion Technology. The reporter beside him nodded in agreement, keenly aware of the military's confidence. We appreciate General Luke's statements. Here we can see the self-assurance of our troops. I must also remind the insurgents and Kion Technology watching this broadcast, resistance leads only to death. Accepting divine judgment is your only path forward. Following a series of interviews, the Gaul army and the defeated government forces began their advance, preparing to launch an offensive. As the troops pressed forward, they soon reached within a kilometer of the capital of Country X. Look ahead, there lies the capital of Country X, now occupied by insurgents. I believe it will soon return to our hands. The army officially commenced its assault, and while the insurgents began their resistance, their weaponry was utterly ineffective against tanks and armored vehicles. As the reporter faced the camera, he watched the distant battlefield, excitedly narrating the unfolding events. At that moment, the battlefield was alive with the advance of tanks and armored vehicles, while insurgent bullets rained down. Various rocket launchers and grenades were unleashed, yet they were of no consequence to modern armored vehicles. Meanwhile, viewers of the live broadcast bore triumphant smiles. This was indeed the might of Gaul's army, the strength of a great nation. Such inferior forces, hardly worthy of being called an army, deserve to be crushed without mercy. However, their smiles were short-lived as flashes of blue light streaked across the battlefield. Behold the tank, forged from steel, which was pierced through with unerring precision. In mere moments, the leading tanks were transformed into mere sieves. The tank operators met their demise instantaneously, and the once unstoppable tanks came to a grinding halt. A hush fell over the journalists observing the scene, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 288, The Crushing Bureau, the Terrifying Technological Iteration. This is impossible. At that moment, both the frontline reporters and the royal general stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropping in astonishment. These were the kings of the battlefield. The tanks, one of the most formidable weapons of war. Not relics from World War II, but rather modern tanks developed in the West for the new millennium. Their armor could withstand even standard armor-piercing rounds. Yet now, these invincible machines have been rendered utterly defenseless, pierced without so much as a hint of resistance. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. On the battlefield, the advance of the frontline tanks was curtailed. The infantry lost their natural cover, and the momentum of the offensive was swiftly suppressed. The weaponry from Kion technology had proven astonishingly powerful, capable of penetrating the very armor of tanks. The Royal General, Luke, turned pale. They had previously assessed Kion technology and concluded that their energy weapons could not breach tank armor. Yet, in a mere 2 years since the last exhibition, their technology had advanced to this unprecedented level. A mid-tier energy rifle had rendered the once mighty tank obsolete. The thought sent a chill coursing through Luke, causing him to shudder. We must call for reinforcements immediately. The army's assault had faltered, but that did not grant them the luxury of pausing. He had boldly proclaimed before the campaign that he would eradicate these rebels entirely. Should they fail to capture even a single city, he would become a global laughingstock. Request reinforcements. The Rafale 23 must enter the battlefield. Rafale 23 acknowledged. The order was given, and the offensive momentarily halted as they awaited aerial support. Soon, the aircraft arrived on the scene, poised to launch an assault on the city. The reporter, having shed her earlier astonishment, regained her confident demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, behold our ace fighter jet, the Rafale, now at the scene, one of the most advanced aircraft in the world. Even superpowers like the United States must tread carefully around it. I believe it will take but a few minutes to obliterate their resistance. Now, let us redirect our gaze to the battlefield and await the outcome. The reporter beamed with joy, seemingly envisioning a victorious conclusion. However, her smile was short-lived. Within the city, a swarm of medium-sized drones ascended, heading directly towards the aircraft in the sky. Drones? A child's play. The fighter pilots regarded the incoming machines with disdain. While drones could indeed be effective at times, in the realm of the skies, fighter jets reigned supreme. The so-called drones were, in their eyes, mere targets. Lock on fire. The pilots proceeded with a swift series of actions, squeezing the triggers. Yet, to their astonishment, the missiles failed to strike the drones directly. The drone speed surged, rivaling that of the aircraft above. What? This is impossible. How could drones possess such speed? The pilots' expressions shifted as the radar indicated that the drones were, in fact, faster than they were. Moreover, they were approaching with suicidal intent towards the fighter jets. At such terrifying speeds, a collision would surely result in their downfall. They abandoned their focus on the ground and hastily maneuvered their jets to evade the drones. However, the drones proved far more elusive than anticipated. With time, they realized that the number of unmanned combat aircraft was multiplying, and their operational space in the air was becoming increasingly constricted. At last, one drone executed a suicidal maneuver that shattered a fighter's wing. The aircraft sustained significant damage, drastically impairing its performance. In this disadvantaged state, it was utterly incapable of contending with the swarm of unmanned fighters. Within moments, 5 jets were shot down in succession. The flaming wreckage of the aircraft fell from the sky like meteors, leaving behind a slender and beautiful arc. How is this possible? The onlookers fell into a stunned silence, their previous smiles vanishing. Impossible. These rebels lack even the most basic air defense systems. How could they down our planes? Where did these rebels acquire such formidable aircraft? Are they truly so reckless as to engage in such suicidal attacks? Kion technology must be behind this. These rebels cannot possibly wield such advanced technology. The Royal General erupted in outrage. The plummeting aircraft had shattered his composure. Damn it! How could there be such aircraft? It must be the work of Huagua. Only they possess such advanced drone technology. I shall address the United Nations to condemn them. Sir, we have incoming drones from Kion technology targeting our positions. A frantic voice interrupted, causing the Royal General's face to blanch. Moments later, a cacophony of explosions erupted as their positions came under bombardment. Retreat, retreat quickly. The general observed the horizon, where countless large drones, roughly 2/3 the size of fighter jets, were mercilessly unleashing devastation upon their lines. Without air superiority, every soldier became a living target. Moreover, these are no longer the aircraft of World War II. The bombardments were truly catastrophic. Alongside the larger unmanned combat aircraft, an increasing swarm of smaller drones descended upon the battlefield, ruthlessly reaping lives like the scythe of death itself. We cannot remain here. If we do, we shall all perish. With Luke's command, the cunning Gaulish men took to their heels. Since the persecution of their kind by suffragettes in World War I, the character of the Gaulish men had been irrevocably altered. Their battlefield demeanor had been preserved excellently from World War II to the present. This time was no exception. Needless to say, Even the most valiant warrior would falter before the drone onslaught. As the coalition forces retreated en masse, the drone attack ceased, as if to signify a moment of restraint. Time slipped by, and once it was clear that the rebels were not in pursuit, the royal general reflected with trepidation on the recent battle. What manner of drones are these, and why are their capabilities so formidable? At this moment, Luke felt a deep sense of frustration. They had boasted of concluding the conflict within a week, yet once the fighting commenced, they had scarcely glimpsed their adversaries before being utterly routed. He could already envision the relentless scrutiny he would face from the Parliament. Damn it, how can we fight like this? Is this the future of warfare? Unmanned combat? No, I must report this. Kion Technology's drone technology is simply outrageous. Luke's mind was a tumultuous mess, thoughts colliding like tangled threads. Chapter 289, A Display of Strength. Sir, as per your directives, the mission has been successfully completed. The voice of the future resonated within the laboratory. Excellent. Everything that transpired on the battlefield was, of course, the handiwork of Jiang Li. Over the past 2 years, Kion Technology had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the realm of military prowess, within merely the first year, Kion Technology ascended to the pinnacle of global standards. By the second year, the sheer scale of Kion Technology was formidable enough to challenge any nation on Blue Star. Had it not been for its relatively modest size and insufficient war potential, Jiang Li might have even dared to confront the entire Western world. The die had been cast, and it was now contingent upon them to recognize the gravity of the situation. Deep down, Jiang Li harbored no desire for conflict. From any perspective, war was a strategy of last resort. If granted a mere 2 years of stable development, Jiang Li could easily overpower all Western coalitions with just one overseas base. The immediate imperative remained the pursuit of stable growth. However, should this display of strength fail to resonate with those European dignitaries, Jiang Li would not hesitate to act decisively, strike when necessary, and eliminate threats without remorse. In contemporary warfare, success hinges upon a synergistic integration of land, sea, air, and space. While drone technology may wield considerable suppressive power on the battlefield, its deterrent capability remains insufficient. Only long-range missiles possess the true capacity to intimidate them. In the near future, Jiang Li resolved to contact the head of Kion's armaments division, instructing him to arrange a live missile exercise for the kingdom of Carlo next week. Contemplating this, Jiang Li conceived a plan. Today's minor skirmish had likely inflicted physical pain upon the adversaries. However, to compel them to cease hostilities would be unrealistic. A psychological deterrent was also necessary. Regrettably, the moment for revealing the extraordinary system had not yet arrived. Although Jiang Li, with his current strength at the second realm, could not withstand a nuclear explosion, he could already achieve aerial flight, and defeating a small modernized army posed no significant challenge. The capabilities of the third realm were even more terrifying, allowing for navigation through space and evasion of nuclear blasts. Yet, for now, discretion was paramount. Understood, sir. Upon receiving the order, the future promptly contacted various departments within Kion Technology and representatives from the Kingdom of Carlo. After 2 years of silent development, Kion Technology began to unveil its formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, within Gaul, chaos reigned among the populace. Their initial intent to reassert Gaul's influence in Africa had backfired spectacularly. They were met with a humiliating defeat before even encountering the rebel forces, with their own troops routed in disgrace. The world observed their disgraceful predicament, leading many to mistakenly perceive them as mere paper tigers. What shall we do next? Should we continue fighting, or? The elder statesman Lao Ma sought opinions during the meeting. We must engage, otherwise our influence in Africa will plummet, one voice emphasized. We must acknowledge the current hardships. In recent years, we enjoyed a leading position in cutting-edge technology, reaping vast profits globally. However, the landscape has shifted with the rise of Huawei's technology, coupled with its immense scale, rendering our situation precarious. Nods of agreement echoed throughout the room. Europe had long been synonymous with high welfare, largely due to its status as an established industrial power, which had underpinned nearly a century of prosperity. Coupled with Europe's global standing, both the Americans and Huawei sought to cultivate their alliance. The Americans viewed them as kindred spirits, while Huawei aimed to foster genuine independence for Europe, elevating it as a global power rather than a mere pawn of the Americans. This dynamic had allowed several European nations to thrive in recent years. However, the current climate had shifted dramatically. The United States was embroiled in internal strife and burdened by debt. What then? If we cannot disrupt Huawei, shall we resort to attacking our own kin? One pondered. After years of nurturing, it was inevitable that the fattened pig would face slaughter. Huagua, too, desired to support Europe in reclaiming its status as a global power. Alas, the obstinacy of European leaders rendered such efforts futile, akin to trying to lift mud with a shovel. The world's resources are finite, and Europe's strength had waned since a century ago, yet they maintained high welfare. In contrast, Huagua and de Piaoyang emerged as the two most formidable nations. While the citizens of de Piaoyang bled for their sustenance, the people of Huagua labored tirelessly, leading to an untenable imbalance. Consequently, Europe began to unravel in recent years. Under such conditions, Gaul faced dire straits. Losing its foothold in Africa would spell doom. Indeed, we must approach Chuan Jiangwo, utilize missiles to obliterate Kaiyang Technology's overseas base. If their main stronghold were still within Huagua, it would pose a challenge. However, now that they have established a base in Carlo, they are mere targets to be eliminated. I refuse to believe they will have the means to retaliate, one declared. I concur. We must eradicate this troublesome Kaiyang technology, or our situation will become untenable. Chimed in another. The consensus was clear. They must strike. The interests in Africa were too vital for the current Gaul. They were confident in their ability to dismantle Kaiyang technology. If clashes on conventional battlefields represented a contest of lower-tier capabilities, then missile strikes signified a confrontation of high-end strength. The decisive factor in warfare is often determined by advanced military power. As long as Kaiyang technology lacked missile technology, they would never stand as equals. Then let us proceed. Annihilate them, Lao Ma declared, decisively sealing the course of action. However, just then, the secretary burst in, whispering urgent news into Lao Ma's ear. Instantly, Lao Ma's expression shifted dramatically, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with unease. Esteemed colleagues, I have just received alarming news. The Kingdom of Carlo has publicly announced imminent military exercises, which will include demonstrations of missile technology. What? Impossible. That nation, which cannot even repair dirt roads, dares to flaunt such capabilities. Have you forgotten? Carlo is merely a puppet of Kaiyang technology. It is not Carlo that will showcase missile technology, but rather Kaiyang technology itself. They have anticipated our next moves and are sending us a warning. Damn it. A man slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing ominously throughout the room. Silence enveloped the gathering, a silence thick with dread. Chapter 290, Military Exercises. At this moment, the world erupted in chaos. This battle had delivered a resounding slap to the face of global expectations. Previously, many had anticipated a one-sided war. Although European nations had weakened compared to a century ago, their status as permanent members of the UN Security Council still rendered them perceived as the world's foremost powers. Now, a coalition of several nations had united to attack a ragtag band of rebels, only to suffer a humiliating defeat without even laying eyes on their opponents. Even the world's most advanced fighter jets had been shot down. The roles had seemingly reversed, with the coalition appearing as the true ragtag force. Oh my God, is this a new comedy? How can those rebels be so powerful? It is not the rebels that are strong. It is Kaiyang technology that bolsters them. But Kaiyang technology is just a tech company. How can they possess such strength that even a power like Gaul cannot contend with? I was just online, lambasting Kaiyang technology. They won't come after me, will they? Meihong Xiuquan protect me. Seriously? Look in the mirror. Do you really think you're that important? Is no one paying attention to Kaiyang technology's military capabilities? A shift in power is imminent. Indeed, has warfare evolved to such a degree? In the footage, I've yet to see a single soul. I am eager to witness who will dare to provoke Kaiyang technology after this battle. Brothers, hurry and take a look. The Karo Nation is about to conduct missile drills. Karo Nation? What sort of country is that? I have never heard of it in my lifetime. You are unaware of Karo Nation? It is a country elevated to prominence by Kaiyang technology, which stands firmly behind it. Goodness gracious, has Kaiyang technology even developed missiles? In just a few years, they have traversed a century's worth of progress. Jiang Li is truly extraordinary. China must surely have a hand in this. I refuse to believe a mere company possesses such formidable capabilities. In an instant, the global internet erupted with fervor. On one hand, there was astonishment at the defeat of the Allied forces, but more importantly, a profound shock at the might exhibited by Kaiyang technology. Even nations across the world scrutinized every detail of this confrontation, analyzing it frame by frame. The ultimate conclusion drawn was that all countries, through simulated combat, discovered that if they were to face such a formidable army, their fate would not be significantly better than that of the Allied forces. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been struck by a sudden revelation. If the Gulf War of yesteryear had demonstrated to the world what modern warfare entailed, then this current battle unveiled the true nature of warfare in this era: automation and unmanned combat. It merely requires the remote control of various unmanned weapons, drones, small combat aircraft, and potentially robots that may emerge in the future. Confronted with such invulnerable and powerful unmanned systems, the lack of countermeasures would inevitably lead to a conclusion already illustrated by the Allied forces. Larger nations might fare somewhat better, but for smaller countries, despair would truly take hold. They realized that they couldn't even comprehend modern warfare, and yet it had already transitioned into a realm of unmanned technology. It is no exaggeration to state that they have fallen behind by 2 entire eras, a chasm wider than that which exists between humanity's Stone Age and the advent of the steam engine. This disparity weighs heavily, particularly on those factions in Africa that have opposed Kion technology. Their spirits are utterly crushed as they foresee their impending doom. If the Allied forces could not withstand Kion technology, how could they hope to compete with their own meager resources? Countless leaders of various factions began contemplating their escape, realizing that while they may have been kings in their own territories, life is paramount, and power is worthless in the face of annihilation. Having amassed wealth during their tenure, they could afford to live comfortably in exile. Kion technology, unlike the myriad enterprises they have exploited, possesses genuine military might. The most astonishing revelation is that Kion technology immediately commenced missile drills following the conflict. This openly signals to Europe that they too possess long-range missiles. Should anyone dare to provoke their bases, the ramifications will be dire. It is entirely foreseeable that once these drills succeed, they will instill a sense of trepidation among their adversaries. At the end of the day, Kion technology is merely a company. However, Europe is a different story. Should they be struck by a missile, the consequences would be far from trivial. Regardless of the arguments made, the Europeans dare not gamble, especially after witnessing the devastation wrought by Kion technology as unmanned weapons on the battlefield. In this tumultuous moment, nearly every nation across the globe was engulfed in uncertainty. Nevertheless, the unfolding events would not halt due to their dismay. As the announcement of the drill date drew near, Caro Nation embarked on the most grandiose military exercise since its inception, capturing the attention of the entire world. Notably, the personnel involved in this so-called exercise consisted entirely of individuals from China, with not a single person of African descent among them. Chapter 291, The World Stunned. The Spirit Tree of Jiang. Caro Nation proclaimed that it would launch an intercontinental missile from an unclaimed island in the South Pacific, covering a distance exceeding 15,000 kilometers. In an instant, disbelief swept across the globe. A precise landing at 15,000 kilometers. This represents the pinnacle of missile technology worldwide. Many voices of skepticism arose, with few believing that a single company could, in merely 2 years, elevate its technological prowess to surpass that of the world's leading nations. This phenomenon is not difficult to comprehend. It is akin to building upon the foundations laid by giants. In the past, technological advancement on Blue Star required gradual progression, marked by trial and error. Yet, Kion technology operates differently. Jiang Li possesses a technological heritage far superior to that of Blue Star, standing on the shoulders of giants. 2 years is not an unreasonable timeline. Were it not for Jiang Li's commitments to self-cultivation and the constraints of productive technology, the pace would have been even swifter. However, regardless of external perceptions, the missile must still be launched. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the world, the engineers in the control room commenced their operations. Calibration complete. Target location locked. Commencing launch. At that moment, satellites across the globe focused intently on the Caro Nation, a country so minuscule on the world stage, yet now receiving unprecedented attention. Amidst the multitude of eyes, a solitary missile ascended gracefully, vanishing into the sky, leaving behind a slender white trail. Quickly, monitor the trajectory of this missile. It must fail. It absolutely must fail. Everyone, stay sharp. Immediately assess whether we can intercept this missile. The instant the missile took flight, factions around the globe began frantically calculating its data. In truth, everyone hoped for its failure. After all, no one desires the emergence of a formidable power in a world that has long enjoyed stability. Such uncertainty is unwelcome to all. Yet, reality often contradicts the expectations of the majority. The missile's range began to increase, following its predetermined trajectory towards the target. It's too fast. It has surpassed the current record speed. We cannot intercept it. Its trajectory is too erratic. Indeed, with our current technology, we cannot even detect its planned path. Even if we could, the speed is simply unmanageable. The researchers from various factions felt their eyes redden, their hair disheveled. We cannot intercept it. It's utterly impossible. Panic spread among the factions, their faces turning pale. This indicated that the world now harbored yet another power with the capability to strike anywhere on the globe. As for whether Kion technology possesses nuclear warheads, no one doubted that with Jiang Li's extraordinary intellect, he could certainly develop even a humble nuclear device. This is akin to a legendary sect in a fantasy novel producing a martial saint, ensuring the sect's prosperity for a century. It is the most formidable weapon on the contemporary blue planet. In the moment when everyone was momentarily entranced, the missile reached its designated destination. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air. A magnificent display of flames erupted skyward, slowly forming a small mushroom cloud, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. Though modest in size, it was profoundly intimidating. At the moment the missile struck its target, the world seemed to fall into a hushed silence. This, it seemed, would suffice. Jiang Li gazed at the explosion with a faint smile gracing his lips. Undoubtedly, at present, Kion technology lacked aircraft carriers, warships, and sufficient military might. However, its missile technology and unmanned systems were sufficient to instill a sense of dread in most factions. In the ensuing period, the development of Kion technology would face significantly fewer obstacles. With high-end military capabilities now at their disposal, certain advanced technologies could also be unveiled. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Li had acquired numerous rare items, including a wealth of cutting-edge scientific advancements. This would prove to be an ideal opportunity to reap profits from around the globe. It was time to relocate to the overseas base. Now, with his wings fully spread, Jiang Li was poised to dominate his domain. Moreover, in the current landscape of Blue Planet, apart from nuclear weapons, there existed no armaments capable of inflicting harm upon him. In the span of 2 years, Jiang Li's vitality and essence had reached the mid-stage of the second realm. In ancient times, he would have been regarded as a celestial being. Furthermore, on his own territory, certain challenging endeavors and experiments could now be prioritized. Jiang Li then turned his attention to a camphor tree on the laboratory bench. Finally, success had been achieved. He released his consciousness, sensing the abundant spiritual energy surrounding the tree, and a surge of joy filled his heart. Over these 2 years, his genetic technology had progressed by leaps and bounds. He had successfully fused the genes of the dragon-patterned fish into the plant, endowing it with the characteristics of the fish. This marked a milestone advancement, indicating Jiang Li's increasing proficiency in the realm of spiritual energy. What followed was the necessity for a substantial amount of biological blood. This was not a challenge for Jiang Li. Given the advanced productivity of modern society, it was merely a trivial issue. First, he would populate the laboratory with spiritual camphor trees, which should suffice for his personal use. Contemplating this, Jiang Li began to plan the subsequent steps. Chapter 292, A Renewed Negotiation, Aerospace Vehicles. Meanwhile, upon learning of Kion Technology's successful missile launch, the joint forces opted for a tacit silence. There was little recourse. The current reality was that they could not match the might of their adversary. They possessed advanced weaponry, and engaging in a direct conflict would undoubtedly result in their own detriment. Today's Europe is far removed from the Europe of the World Wars. Relying on the remnants of past glory to intimidate smaller nations, they would hesitate to engage if faced with formidable opposition. Present-day Europe resembles a lavishly wrapped paper boat, easily punctured. Thus, the joint forces ceased further actions. Nevertheless, they were reluctant to relinquish their interests in Africa. Ultimately, they dispatched negotiation personnel for a meeting with Kion Technology, aiming to conclude the matter. Without hesitation, Jiang Li agreed. War was merely a bargaining chip that brought both parties back to the negotiation table. Although Kion Technology now stood fearless against these nations, engaging in large-scale warfare was simply not worth it. It was far more prudent to maximize profits and focus on patient development. Past grievances could be settled at a later time, akin to the peaceful progress of Huagua. The prosperity gained through war is illusory, akin to a castle in the air. It cannot withstand scrutiny and can dissipate in an instant. However, prosperity achieved through peaceful means, steadily cultivated, is genuine and represents true rejuvenation, positioning one atop the world. With mutual consent, both parties reconvened at the negotiation table. As the victors, Kion Technology naturally stood firm, presenting a series of stringent conditions. The Gallic nation and others were understandably displeased, leading to a new round of protracted negotiations. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. In the future, Kion Technologies' activities in Africa would be free from interference from the Gallic nation and its allies. However, Kion Technologies' share of local energy and infrastructure could not exceed predetermined limits, though transactions could be conducted in either US dollars or euros. Without a second thought, Kion Technology acquiesced to this stipulation, as their assistance was fundamentally aimed at acquiring various resources. Were it not for this purpose, who would extend aid in these underdeveloped, war-torn regions? Being able to transact in currency was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Consequently, the Gallic representatives breathed a sigh of relief. You may mine as you please. Thus, Kion Technology would become a mere visitor, extracting resources and departing after their work was done. Although relinquishing such a significant portion of the pie left them begrudging, they were powerless to oppose it. As long as their influence remained in the region, they could recoup losses through other avenues. However, such agreements were clearly verbal. Should a formal contract be signed, the nature of the arrangement would change drastically. Additionally, there was one crucial stipulation. The Gallic nation could not intervene in Kion Technology's disputes with other nations. This implied that, bolstered by Kion Technology, the local powers would soon undergo a transformation. Previously, these territories had fallen within the sphere of influence of the Gallic nation and its allies. Overall, Africa had emerged as a tripartite landscape, characterized by the old European powers, Kion Technology, and the indigenous strong nations. This matter came to a close. Although subsequent actions by Kion Technology would still be influenced by local factions, the removal of the most significant obstacles was already a considerable achievement. Whether the Gallic nation would become an ally of Kion Technology depended on the actions of the executors, though the likelihood was high. For instance, if Kion Technology valued a particular mineral resource, yet the local faction insisted on settling through aid in energy and infrastructure rather than currency, it would undoubtedly conflict with the Gallic nation's intentions. Henceforth, Kion Technology would not need to resolve these matters independently. In summary, all was well. The subsequent endeavors of Kion Technology in Africa progressed with remarkable ease. After all, even the suzerain power had been cowed by Kion. The smaller nations naturally had little to say, fearing that the next day, insurgents might arrive at their doorsteps. Even if one were to consider the situation from a different perspective, Kion Technology did not exhibit a predatory demeanor. They sought genuine cooperation. This reduced the local faction's resistance significantly. Everything unfolded naturally. Overall, developments were progressing positively. As time flowed by, another half-year passed. During this time, Kion Technology evolved at a pace unimaginable to the contemporary world. With each unveiling of groundbreaking technology, the profits amassed by Kion Technology surpassed ordinary expectations. In the interim, the company encountered considerable friction with various national powers. Europe, the United States, Japan, and South Korea, in various forms, have begun to exhibit tendencies toward conflict. Consequently, Kion Technology faced a series of new sanctions. In response, Jiang Li remained undaunted, ready to engage when necessary, refusing to coddle anyone. One day, a coalition of nations initiated actions at various maritime choke points, prohibiting Kion Technology's products from passing through. As vital thoroughfares of maritime transportation, the major straits and ports have become indispensable routes. Should one choose to circumvent them, the associated costs and dangers would significantly escalate. This presents a dire threat to the overseas bases that rely predominantly on imported goods. I had long anticipated their subtle maneuvers. Soon, we shall publicly announce a groundbreaking product launch next week. The new product unveiled at this conference promises to revolutionize transportation across the globe. Jiang Li scoffed at the actions of these individuals, harboring no concern whatsoever. Initially, I had intended to allow you a period of comfort, but I did not expect you to hasten your own demise. With that, Jiang Li turned his gaze toward the vehicle displayed on the screen. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this automobile astonishingly lacked tires. Indeed, this is Jiang Li's newly developed aerospace vehicle. Compared to land, sea, and air transport, it offers unparalleled convenience. In terms of both speed and accessibility, it far surpasses existing methods. Once aerospace vehicles become the predominant mode of transportation, Kion Technology's influence on the global stage will ascend to new heights. It may not be an exaggeration to assert that in the realm of global transportation, Kion Technology stands as the leader. Chapter 293, the Aerospace Vehicle Launch Conference. With the announcement made, anticipation swelled across the globe. In recent years, the world has garnered sufficient experience. Whenever Kion Technology boldly declares a launch event, it invariably heralds an extraordinary innovation. Consequently, reactions vary widely. consumers worldwide rejoice, as it is undeniable that since the rise of Kion technology, global technological advancements have flourished, rendering life increasingly convenient. Conversely, a multitude of concerns arise, ranging from national entities to businesses of all sizes. It can be said that each of Kion Technology's product launches has led to the demise of certain enterprises while simultaneously fostering the emergence of numerous new ones. Yet, the nature of these enterprises remains uncertain, akin to unboxing a mystery box. Overall, the world, previously at a standstill, has been set ablaze with excitement once more. Some audacious individuals even began to speculate that this launch conference would serve as a counterattack against the recent targeting of Kion technology by major natural port cities worldwide. Instantly, the public's appetite for intrigue was whetted. Speculation abounded regarding the methods by which Kion technology would retaliate, and the fervor intensified. As the online buzz reached a fever pitch, an internal message from Kion Technology revealed that the upcoming conference would unveil the aerospace vehicle. In an instant, the world was left astounded. Kion Technology was indeed formidable. They did not merely retaliate when their goods were banned, but sought to uproot their opponents entirely. Should the aerospace vehicle technology achieve breakthroughs? And should Kion Technology manage to reduce production costs to manufacture large-scale aerial transport vehicles, it would utterly supplant cargo ships. Without cargo vessels, the concept of natural ports would become utterly obsolete. Consequently, gatherings across the globe would see an increase in peanuts and beer as spectators reveled in the unfolding drama. They were eager for Kion Technology's advancements to flourish, as a reduction in transportation costs would ultimately benefit the everyday person. Meanwhile, natural port cities found themselves in genuine turmoil, particularly areas like Lion City that relied on port taxes for sustenance. The officials found their meals tasteless and their sleep restless, unable to suppress their frustration as they slapped themselves in exasperation. Why stir this hornet's nest? Didn't you realize how petty they could be? However, the situation had already unfolded, and all that remained was to witness the performance of the aerospace vehicle revealed at the conference. After all, if it merely turned out to be a standard family vehicle, it would be the automobile manufacturers who had the most to worry about. Even if Kion Technology advanced aerospace vehicles to the capacity of heavy-duty trucks, it would still not compare to the cargo ships, unless they were to develop an aerospace cargo vessel. Should that occur, the global landscape would inevitably shift. Thus, under the gaze of the entire world, Kion Technology's launch conference finally commenced. This time, the venue was not in Huagua, but rather at the overseas base in Corogwell. Oh, no, it should be referred to as the City of the Future. Recently, Kion Technology had bestowed it with a new name. In a moment, the world's media flocked to the site. The City of the Future was unveiled to the global audience for the first time, exceeding all expectations. Contrary to prior claims of it being a desolate area, it was instead teeming with the essence of futurism. No way. Who said this was once a desert? If that's a desert, then New York must be a wasteland. I remember in a video from a few years back, this was just an ordinary city. Wow. Those skyscrapers must be at least 300 to 400 meters tall. The nightscape of the City of the Future is absolutely stunning. I can hardly fathom it. Look at the pipes between the buildings. The trains moving within are astonishingly fast. I know, I heard the vacuum superconducting train developed by Kion Technology, boasting speeds 10 times that of regular trains. Truly unbelievable. It's magnificent. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, this desert could transform into such a marvel? And look at the robots on the streets. They are incredibly intelligent. Countless viewers, captivated by the videos showcasing the City of the Future, expressed their astonishment. Presently, the only limitation to the city's growth lies in its population. Even though Jiang Li had feverishly sought to import people from Huagua over the years, the population still hovered around 1 million. Were it not for the gradual maturation of Kion Technology's artificial intelligence, the city's operation might have posed a challenge. Nevertheless, Jiang Li remained confident that this situation was merely temporary. The population of the entire city was destined to experience explosive growth. At the launch event, the venue was packed with journalists from around the world. Countless cameras were trained on the stage, determined not to miss a single moment. Under the collective gaze of the masses, Jiang Li took to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am Jiang Li. I believe you have all guessed the focus of this conference. Indeed, it is the aerospace vehicle. With that, the lights on stage illuminated, and the sound of an engine reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of all attendees skyward to a small black duck growing larger. Soon, an aerospace vehicle descended from above, captivating the audience. This is the star of our launch event. Next, I shall introduce you to the specifications of this aerospace vehicle. Chapter 294, the Aerospace Vehicle Launch Conference 2. What you see before you is our standard model, the base version of the aerospace vehicle. Its maximum flying speed can reach 800 kilometers per hour. Moreover, for the safety of all drivers, our aerospace vehicles will fully employ autonomous driving technology. Currently, all vehicles in the city of the future have been equipped with this technology, and as of now, the rate of traffic accidents stands at 0, so you can rest assured. Jiang Li began to enthusiastically elaborate on the various features and pricing of the aerospace vehicle. However, the majority of attendees were utterly entranced by the sleek, alluring design of the vehicle, unable to contain their admiration. Once Jiang Li concluded the presentation of the basic specifications, the realization dawned upon everyone. Wait, an 800 kilometer per hour speed. Are you certain this is a car? The speed of these vehicles can rival that of commercial aircraft. Furthermore, are we truly to believe in fully automated driving? Does this imply that airborne vehicles will no longer require a driver in the future? In response to the audience's curiosity, Jiang Li chose to disregard their concerns and continued with his presentation. The airborne vehicle is powered by high-energy batteries, primarily utilizing electric energy. Based on the electricity rates in Huagua, the cost amounts to merely 5 yuan per 100 kilometers. Currently, we have entered into relevant agreements with several countries, including Huagua, and all have passed numerous tests with flying colors. Now, allow me to reveal the pricing. With a gesture towards the airborne vehicle hovering on stage, Jiang Li announced, "This is our base model airborne vehicle, currently priced at 3 million huayuans. Naturally, I am confident that it will not be long before more affordable airborne vehicles emerge. So those interested should stay tuned." In truth, with the current technology, Jiang Li believed that the price of the airborne vehicle could be reduced to below 500,000. However, should the price drop, it would undoubtedly lead to seismic shifts within the majority of automotive companies in Huagua, as well as the real estate sector. Thus, prior to the launch of the airborne vehicle, Jiang Li had already engaged in discussions with relevant authorities in Huagua to devise subsequent strategies, reaching a consensus. The wheels of progress indeed roll inexorably forward, leaving behind all unable to keep pace. Yet, it is the responsibility of a nation to endeavor to safeguard the interests of the populace amidst such momentum. This time is no exception. By allowing the airborne vehicle to initially dominate the high-end market, sufficient time is afforded to Huagua to manage the ensuing industry transformations. Hence, the base price of 3 million huayuans was established. Goodness, 3 million. One could buy a house in a first-tier city for that amount. It's exorbitant. I can't afford it. This is clearly targeting the high-end market. Come on, that's obvious. The airborne vehicle is a scarce commodity. How could it possibly be cheap? Has no one considered the catastrophic impact a price drop for airborne vehicles would have on the domestic real estate and automotive industries? You have a point. With that speed, even if I were to rent a place in a small village in the next city, my commute to the downtown would be shorter than before. That makes sense. I wonder when the price of airborne vehicles will decrease. Numerous discussions ensued among the audience. Jiang Li, however, remained unfazed and continued with his presentation. In addition to this base model, we have also developed 5 series models. As he spoke, for airborne vehicles gracefully descended from the sky. Good heavens, what model is that? It's stunning. Indeed, those angles and color schemes are simply breathtaking. The appearance of the 4 models left the audience in a state of astonishment, with gasps of admiration echoing throughout the hall. Jiang Li continued, "We have named these 4 models Shilin, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. Each model is available in 9 unique color schemes, and they can achieve a flight speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The external price is set at 30 million per unit." After introducing these 4 models, he proceeded to unveil the final model. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Dragon series of airborne vehicles. As Jiang Li concluded, an extraordinarily striking Azure airborne vehicle made its entrance, capturing the attention of all present. Its sharp contours and fierce headlights, reminiscent of dragon claws, emanated an air of unparalleled dominance. The Dragon series embodies the pinnacle of our technological prowess at Kaiyang Technology. Its maximum speed reaches an astonishing 500 kilometers per hour, and the entire chassis is crafted from a specialized alloy. The current price stands at 300 million per unit. As the figure was announced, a hush fell over the crowd. 300 million. This price could procure any top-tier supercar in the world. Yet, no one dared to voice any dissent. Even though Kaiyang Technology was venturing into the automotive industry for the first time, the airborne vehicle spoke volumes for its capabilities. Following the conclusion of the Dragon series presentation, Jiang Li wrapped up his discourse, yielding the stage to others. After unveiling several new products, the event came to a close. In an instant, various factions observing the live stream were left with mixed feelings. Most automotive companies exhaled in relief. The price of $3 million for the airborne vehicle was undeniably steep, making it unaffordable for the majority. They still had a chance to breathe. However, luxury brands like Ferrari and Lamborghini, which had long dominated the high-end market, were left utterly speechless. Their century-old reputations, coupled with dazzling models and marketing strategies, had previously garnered much acclaim. Yet now, with the advent of the airborne vehicle, they faced an overwhelming dimensional shift. How could they possibly compete? In response, the presidents of these companies convened emergency meetings to strategize their next moves. Meanwhile, officials from naturally ported cities breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Kion Technology had yet to develop airborne ships, alleviating their concerns for the time being. The mere existence of airborne vehicles posed no threat to their foundations. Chapter 295, A Trillion in a Second. The fervor surrounding the airborne vehicle continued to escalate, not only affecting automotive companies, but also sending shockwaves across various industries. The first to feel the impact was the tire industry. The absence of tires on the showcase models led to a loss of confidence within the sector, prompting capital to flee. Some enterprises began to sever ties with tire manufacturers, effectively slicing the industry in half due to a single product launch. The global stock market also experienced a significant downturn. It was not just the tire industry. Stocks within the entire automotive sector plummeted, with companies focusing on high-end markets facing immediate trading halts. An array of models faced sluggish sales, accompanied by a surge in returns. The automotive industry as a whole was left in a state of lament, given that the automotive sector holds a substantial portion of the global economy. The reverberations of this product launch were profoundly felt worldwide. Apart from the automotive industry, the sector hit hardest was, unsurprisingly, real estate. Following the unveiling of the airborne vehicle, bloggers across the globe began to forecast the potential ramifications of its widespread adoption on various sectors. In terms of real estate, a unified perspective emerged. Once airborne vehicles become commonplace, geographical disparities will diminish drastically. The advantages enjoyed by major cities would be significantly eroded. Previously, travel between mountainous and rural areas required considerable time. However, with the advent of the airborne vehicle, inter-province travel could be completed in under an hour. This would present individuals with far superior options for both renting and purchasing homes, leading to a cataclysmic impact on the real estate market. Nonetheless, the exorbitant price of airborne vehicles meant that such issues remained theoretical for now. Yet, everyone was convinced that in a mere 2 or 3 years, Kion Technology would lower prices significantly. Hence, the effects of the launch began even before it occurred. The rental market remained relatively unscathed, as it currently serves as a necessity for the majority. However, housing prices were plummeting at an alarming rate. Nonetheless, people across the globe share a common sentiment. They prefer to buy when prices are rising rather than falling, always hoping for the next day's prices to reach new lows. This has resulted in a vicious cycle. Under the influence of aerospace vehicles, the entire world has descended into chaos. After all, the automotive industry is no ordinary sector. For some nations, it is indeed the lifeblood of their economies. With the advent of aerospace vehicles, a monumental reshuffling of the global automotive landscape has commenced. Consequently, all automotive giants have converged upon the city of the future, seeking collaboration with Kion Technology. Nevertheless, none of this has impeded the launch of aerospace vehicles. When the global release finally arrived, countless individuals flocked to Kion Technology's official website. Even though, for the majority, aerospace vehicles were beyond their financial reach, the innate curiosity of the masses prevailed. This resulted in Kion Technology's website nearly collapsing under the influx of billions. Fortunately, thanks to the robustness of their network infrastructure, the site experienced only a brief slowdown before returning to normalcy. As the countdown approached its conclusion, those who had paid a deposit of $500,000 began placing their orders. In an instant, the website experienced a momentary lag during refresh, after which it displayed the sold-out notification. In that very moment, the world erupted in astonishment. It is worth noting that the first batch of aerospace vehicles from Kion Technology comprised 1 million basic models, with the Zhuke, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Qilin series totaling 10,000 units and 100 units from the Dragon series. This amounts to trillions in orders, an outcome nobody anticipated. In an instant, numerous individuals expressed their astonishment, realizing that the affluent in this world were far more numerous than they had previously imagined. Wow, sold out? This must be a joke. Didn't they say the economy is struggling and everyone is broke? Dear friend, it's just your situation that's dire. Don't blame the masses. Even though I can't afford it either. I'm utterly envious. How does a few million seem like mere pocket change to them? I managed to secure one. but I initially intended to use that $3 million for a down payment on a house in the metropolis. After discussing it with my wife, we decisively opted for the aerospace vehicle. Strangely enough, I've noticed many people are using their house funds to purchase aerospace vehicles. Enough said. $3 million for a house deposit is beyond my means. I'm envious. In just a fleeting moment, Jiang Shun amassed trillions. Jiang Papa, could you spare me a little? I hold no envy towards Jiang Shun's wealth. I know he genuinely invests in research and development. I can't take it anymore. My eyes are turning red. This time, global car manufacturers must be gnashing their teeth. That money was supposed to be theirs. This truly signifies a significant upheaval in the automotive industry. Upon the announcement of the first batch of sales results, the world erupted in fervor. Some celebrated, while others lamented. However, compared to other nations, Huagua experienced the least impact and reaped the most benefits. Although the city of the future had taken on a significant scale, it remained constrained by population limitations, rendering mass production of vehicles unfeasible. Moreover, the production lines within the city of the future were primarily designated for spacecraft. Naturally, the manufacturing of aerospace vehicles predominantly took place in Huagua. Consequently, the emergence of aerospace vehicles minimized the repercussions for numerous automotive employees, tire engineers, and even real estate workers, while simultaneously creating more job opportunities. After all, these orders represented a global market. In a flash, Huagua found itself in a state of bittersweet joy. Even though Kayong Technology established a city of the future overseas, it remained a company under Huagua's aegis. This represented a considerable upgrade in high-end industry for Huagua, even bordering on monopoly, dominating a market worth trillions. However, with the rising popularity of aerospace vehicles, a wave of negative rumors began to circulate online. A plethora of adverse information regarding the safety of aerospace vehicles emerged in the public eye. After all, if airplanes are prone to accidents, how much more so for cars soaring through the skies at high speeds? In this regard, Kayong Technology's adversaries seized the opportunity to amplify their critiques, seeking to stifle the development of aerospace vehicles and buy time. Chapter 296. Time is the ultimate test, the wailing of global car manufacturers. Opening the internet would immediately present a deluge of videos concerning aerospace vehicles. A considerable number of influencers began urging the public to remain calm. One prominent influencer, known as Dubai, devoted an episode to questioning the safety of aerospace vehicles. I am Dubai, and today I've released a video regarding aerospace vehicles, primarily urging everyone to remain calm and view this innovation with a discerning eye. As we all know, the introduction of new products and technologies often comes with numerous issues, which are gradually rectified through market testing and practical experience. This aerospace vehicle is no exception. It has just hit the market, and while we cannot ascertain its potential hazards at this moment, one thing is clear. Airplanes have existed for over a century and still experience accidents. Thus, I do not completely trust an airborne vehicle like this. For now, I urge everyone to adopt a wait-and-see attitude and refrain from investing your house funds in aerospace vehicles. If aerospace vehicles prove to be devoid of issues, purchasing them in a few years would pose no problem. In addition to Dubai, many other influencers echoed similar sentiments. A torrent of skepticism flooded in. It must be said that public opinion did play a significant role. As a result, there were numerous refund requests for aerospace vehicles. In response, Kayong Technology promptly approved the refund requests and subsequently released more order slots. However, it was evident that aerospace vehicles remained in high demand. As soon as new stock was made available, it was snatched up instantaneously. Thus, while external public opinion did have some impact, the sales figures did not falter amidst the vast customer base. Clearly, bolstered by Kayong Technology's esteemed reputation, many chose to place their faith in the company's technology. I feel that what is being said online holds some truth. Who knows when this aerospace vehicle might fall from the sky? Perhaps being poor isn't such a bad thing after all. That may be true, but have you not seen Kayong Technology's website? The aerospace vehicles have consistently been sold out. As soon as someone withdraws an order, another person places one. Currently, they are being resold in the second-hand market for $3.5 million. It's likely to reach $4 million soon. People aren't foolish. If there were genuine issues with aerospace vehicles, the government wouldn't allow them to be marketed and there would be no green lights. This is not a car that drives on land. If an incident occurs, the consequences could be dire. Regardless, let us wait and see. After all, I can't afford one. Wow, did you see the news? A new transportation law has been enacted specifically for aerospace vehicles. Kayong Technology has also released the safety test results for the aerospace vehicles, which demonstrate impeccable safety performance. There's absolutely no issue. That may be the case, But let us allow time to prove it gradually. Have you not noticed that automotive stocks are recovering? The online discourse seems deliberately targeted against aerospace vehicles. While I too sense that car manufacturers are targeting aerospace vehicles, their concerns do carry some weight. After all, these vehicles fly in the sky, and if something goes wrong, the outcome is undoubtedly fatal. Life is singular. Opinions on the matter diverged sharply online. Some chose to trust the technology, while others remained skeptical. In response, both Kayong Technology and the Chinese government have released a series of videos, including safety testing footage and reports regarding the aerospace vehicles, in an effort to reassure the public. However, it is often said that time serves as the ultimate litmus test. For many, the acceptance of emerging technologies varies. While some embrace them swiftly, others adopt a more conservative stance. Only through the passage of time can the safety of aerospace vehicles be assured to the greatest extent. This situation mirrors the initial demonization of automobiles when they first appeared. Certainly, in today's technologically open environment, the reaction is not as exaggerated, yet a similar sentiment persists. Consequently, amidst this public discourse, automotive stocks that had previously plummeted have begun to show signs of recovery. The widespread adoption of aerospace vehicles may still be a long journey ahead, but perhaps it merely requires a singular opportunity. Thus, the global automotive industry has finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Nevertheless, they are acutely aware that this respite is temporary, and their time is running short, perhaps 5 to 6 years, or even just 1 or 2. Should they fail to enact changes within this time frame, their demise will be inevitable. Hence, they're preparing for 2 contingencies. The first involves approaching Kayong Technology to seek technological authorization and become a downstream manufacturer. The second entails independent research and development. Although it is widely recognized that this path is fraught with challenges, the notion of developing aerospace vehicles within a few years is, in truth, a distant dream for many. After all, not every genius can be likened to Jiang Li. Moreover, within the ranks of researchers, a staggering 99% may contribute little value, while only a mere fraction genuinely propels technological advancement. Nevertheless, it would be unjust to dismiss the 99% entirely, as the evolution of technology necessitates continuous trial and error, serving the brilliance of that 1 in 1,000. If we were to liken technological progress to a grand tree, the geniuses would be the robust branches and trunk, while the rest would serve as the verdant leaves, providing the necessary energy for growth. Without a genius of Jiang Li's caliber, no amount of resources invested by others could ever hope to catch up with Kayong Technology. Ultimately, an abundance of leaves does not equate to the tree's elevation. This reality may seem harsh, yet it is the truth. Therefore, for automotive enterprises worldwide, the primary course of action remains clear. The most disheartened among them are undoubtedly some European nations and smaller economies that heavily rely on the automotive industry for their economic stability. Should this sector falter, their lifeline would be severed. Particularly in Europe, where Kayong has already carved out a portion of their interests in Africa, this new development is indeed troubling. Who would not feel distressed in such a predicament? Some extremists have even contemplated mustering a fleet to confront Kayong Technology head-on in Future City, with the intent to obliterate it and seize all its technological advancements. If successful, this might allow their illustrious Europe to rise once more. In light of these circumstances, representatives from various nations convened to deliberate on how to address the impending changes. Chapter 297, Schemes and Strategies, the Aerial Cargo Ship. At a round table, representatives from major Western powers sat, their brows furrowed and expressions grave. Clearly, the emergence of aerospace vehicles has placed considerable pressure upon them. Not only Europe, but also the vast nation of Big Beautiful, which is no stranger to the automotive industry, finds itself grappling with an economic downturn exacerbated by the industry's stagnation. However, for the Western world, the real concern lies not with the aerospace vehicles themselves, but with Kayong Technology. It is foreseen that within a few years of the aerospace vehicle's arrival, our automotive industry could be rendered obsolete. Most alarmingly, this is merely the beginning. We remain ignorant of what innovations Kayong Technology may unveil in the future. As these words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Li has already reached a significant status. Unless an entire fleet of aircraft carriers were to be mobilized from the Pacific, relying solely on ground forces would be futile in dismantling Future City. The leader of Big Beautiful wore an expression of distress. While their military prowess is undeniable, a critical flaw lies in their political mobilization capacity, which hampers their ability to deploy large-scale forces, logistics, and transportation for warfare. This is a consequence of Big Beautiful's political structure. The presence of multiple interest groups, such as the Anglo-Saxons and Jews, combined with a decaying internal system, ensures that unity is unattainable, preventing them from maximizing their potential. In fact, Big Beautiful has previously conducted drills to seize future city, only to discover that Kayong technology's extensive use of unmanned warfare is overwhelmingly destructive and enduring. If they fail to eradicate the very foundation of Kayong technology in one fell swoop, Big Beautiful would find itself ensnared in a conflict far more terrifying than the Middle Eastern battlegrounds. Furthermore, they are uncertain whether the Chinese government has any influence behind Kayong technology. As a nation that reaped the rewards of World War II, Big Beautiful is acutely aware of the potential consequences should conflict arise between two major powers. Thus, barring extreme necessity, they would avoid a full-scale war at all costs. Hearing the sentiments from Big Beautiful, the others were not oblivious and their enthusiasm waned. Yet, some remained resolute. For now, the only option is to curtail the development of Kayong technology as much as possible. The representative from Big Beautiful could only wear a look of resignation. To contain this advancement using traditional methods is no longer feasible. Indeed, if unconventional measures are not employed soon, peril awaits. The gazes of the Europeans sharpened as they turned toward the representative from Big Beautiful. Given the current trajectory of Kayong technology, only unconventional methods would suffice to further impede its progress. The attendees, all astute individuals, understood that with Kayong technology's current capabilities, they could not hope to suppress it. Conversely, should conflict arise, they might find themselves outmatched. The only viable option now is for Big Beautiful to take action. The historical lessons of the past century have taught everyone a crucial truth. To ascend among powerful nations, two equally matched forces must mutually restrain each other. In this regard, Big Beautiful has demonstrated exceptional skill. During World War I, Europe was still the undisputed sovereign of the Blue Planet. It was then that Big Beautiful began covertly inciting and supporting Nazi Germany, providing loans, technology, and resources. Logically, once Germany launched its military campaigns and defeated several Eastern European powers, Big Beautiful then began to bolster the Soviet Union and assisted the Allies in concluding World War II. Through this conflict, Big Beautiful emerged as a formidable power. However, in reality, what Big Beautiful feared most during that era was not the Red Iron Empire, but rather the European community that emerged post-war. Even though Europe was significantly weakened during World War II, the establishment of the European community signified the rise of the most powerful force in the world. In response, Big Beautiful sought to establish a common enemy for the world, the Iron Empire. The primary objective was to utilize the Iron Empire as a threat to divide and co-opt the European community, ultimately transforming Europe into their subordinate. In that era, the Iron Empire indeed appeared formidable. However, its trajectory toward decline had long been predetermined. The strength of the Iron Empire was merely a facade, built on a foundation of heavy industry, yet lacking true substance. A truly powerful empire must rest upon comprehensive development grounded in heavy industry, and, in comparison, Big Beautiful and the European community were far superior. Such methods, one might say, are wielded by the Grand and Beautiful with unparalleled finesse, with an abundance of precedents, including the very nations of Europe and America as former protagonists. How could they fail to comprehend the intricate nuances involved? Both parties harbor their own clandestine agendas. Let the sanctions escalate. The ports cannot be loosened. Without various materials, the city of the future shall remain stagnant. Each discussion ends in futility, and regrettably, both sides have tacitly agreed to refrain from addressing this matter further. They have shifted their focus towards conventional methods of sanctioning. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that such tactics have lost much of their efficacy, akin to dealing with the previous adversary, Huagua. Presently, Kayong technology has emerged from the depths. With an unstoppable momentum, no more shackles can hinder its growth. The Grand and Beautiful concede. Let's disregard Kayong. As long as we steer clear of anything related to Huagua, I shall remain the preeminent power in the world. Thus, a meeting concludes in a hasty manner. In truth, each individual understands precisely what actions would induce a change in circumstances. However, the first to act would inevitably sacrifice their core interests, and thus, no one dares to take that leap. It may sound contradictory, yet this is the essence of human nature. At this moment, within a vast factory in the city of the future, Jiang Li is inspecting the progress of the shipbuilding factory nestled in the desert. Most of the equipment at this shipyard was procured by Jiang Li from various shipbuilding companies. After undergoing comprehensive upgrades under his guidance, it has now been fully operational. Of course, what is being manufactured here is not conventional seafaring vessels, but rather ships that soar through the skies. In the warehouse, Jiang Li gazes upward at the colossal structure before him. The chief engineer begins to elucidate using holographic projection technology. With the enhancement of aerospace automobile technology, Kion Technology has seamlessly integrated it into their large cargo vessels. Indeed, the time for testing is imminent. Chapter 297, The Thrilling Aerospace Automobile. Commencing activation. With Jiang Li's command, the behemoth before him officially powers up. A resounding noise erupts as the ship successfully lifts off, ascending into the air, continuously gaining altitude. The cargo aboard is estimated to weigh around 30,000 tons. Indeed, Chairman Jiang, but this is not the limit. Our visual assessment suggests that the current maximum capacity of this vessel is 50,000 tons. However, exceeding that weight would significantly impede transport speed, the chief engineer explains. Jiang Li nods in acknowledgement, noting that aerospace vessels differ from traditional ones. Once a conventional ship reaches its maximum capacity, any overloading greatly diminishes safety. A moment's carelessness at sea could lead to disaster. In contrast, an aerospace vessel, even when overloaded, is merely slowed down in its flight speed. Currently, the transportation costs of our aerospace vessels are considerably higher than traditional ships, yet when factoring in construction costs and port taxes, the difference narrows significantly. Given another 2 years, we could have those costs, alas. Traditional ships face numerous considerations for maritime navigation, displacement, sudden storms, and so forth. Their construction is inherently suited for the sea, resulting in higher costs compared to aerospace vessels. Jiang Li chuckles. As long as we can transport the goods we need back, that is what truly matters. The materials hold paramount importance over costs. Let us commence mass production to fulfill the city's needs. Understood, Chairman Jiang. At this moment, if various port cities were aware that Kion Technology's aerospace cargo vessel was about to debut, one can only wonder what thoughts would occupy their minds. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, they must remain vigilant. Meanwhile, the first purchaser of Kion Technology's aerospace automobile has successfully received their vehicle. Almost instantaneously, they recorded a video and shared it on their social media account. In an instant, they were inundated by a throng of eager viewers. However, compared to standard models, alternative designs were evidently more eye-catching. After the initial purchaser's video went live, within half an hour, another influencer with 1 million followers, known as Lu, posted his own video. Notably, he showcased a black Qilin model, valued at 30 million. He disclosed that this Qilin model belonged to a friend, and he merely leveraged connections to garner attention. Lu also announced a live broadcast scheduled for an hour later, where he would join his friend in showcasing the driving experience of this aerospace automobile. In mere moments, this news surged to trending status, with the headline, "The first aerospace automobile set to begin testing," dominating the charts. Many other car owners followed suit, posting videos to announce their own live broadcasts. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, everyone yearns to seize their moment of fame. After all, garnering attention benefits both themselves and their company's products. In no time, the internet buzzed with news about aerospace automobiles, leaving countless netizens eagerly anticipating the unveiling. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu commenced the live broadcast. Within minutes, the viewership surpassed 100,000 and continued to climb, likely reaching millions with ease. Should the show prove captivating, a breakthrough to tens of millions might even be achievable. Hello everyone, I am Lu, and this is my friend. Before us is the Qilin series aerospace automobile he purchased for 30 million. Without further ado, let us dive into today's main topic, testing the data of the aerospace automobile. With that, Lu began the testing process. First, he evaluated the automobile's precise parking feature. Currently, parking spaces remain akin to those for conventional vehicles. However, rumors from Kion suggest that dedicated parking spots for aerospace automobiles will soon be available, enhancing convenience and efficiency. Subsequently, Lu executed nearly 10 parking maneuvers, each a textbook example of perfection. Incredible! This is my first time witnessing aerial descent parking. From now on, I need not fear being blocked by other vehicles. I can simply ascend and depart. After experiencing the formidable intelligence of the aerospace automobile system, Lu and his team were left in awe. The live chat was abuzz, clearly astonished by the demonstration. Lu then proceeded to test additional features, all of which performed flawlessly. All right, folks, the next test is the most crucial, flight performance. We will depart from Haining City and head to Yun City, with a direct distance of 423 kilometers. According to Kion Technology's specifications, this aerospace automobile boasts a top speed of 1,100 kilometers per hour, enabling us to complete the journey in under half an hour. Without further ado, Lou and his friends set their destination and took off. With no driver's seat, only a smart screen remained. The interior of the aerospace automobile resembled a small, self-contained room, suggesting potential for further customization. Look, we are now soaring high above. Thanks to the fully automated driving feature, we have relinquished control of the vehicle, making it impossible to open doors or windows, thereby ensuring safety. Our current speed has reached 1,112 kilometers per hour. However, due to the absence of reference points in the air, the velocity feels remarkably stable. Lou marveled. The scenery outside is breathtaking. I can even adjust my speed to leisurely enjoy the view, something airplanes cannot offer. Lou's praise for the aerospace automobile flowed freely, with the majority of his remarks lauding its capabilities. The audience in the live stream echoed his sentiments, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, as the illustrious Lou aptly remarked, such an aerial automobile is nothing short of perfection. Its only conceivable drawback might be the financial inaccessibility for many. The visuals within the live stream are breathtaking, with the panoramic views of the sky outside presenting an unparalleled spectacle, as if the viewers themselves were soaring amidst the clouds. As time progressed, Lou commenced a delightful conversation with the audience in the live stream, as well as the vehicle's artificial intelligence, which elicited further astonishment from all present. The popularity of the live stream surged, with the viewer count soaring beyond 2 million. Look, it has only been 21 minutes, and the map indicates we have already arrived at our destination. It is truly astonishing. It feels as though only a minute has passed. With an aerial automobile at home, outings will become so much more convenient. Decades ago, we trekked to the mountains and countryside. 10 years prior, we ventured to provincial capitals. And now we can roam freely across the nation. With an aerial automobile, I believe my journey across the country can commence sooner than anticipated. Observing the city beneath them, Lou and his companion expressed their heartfelt admiration. This aerial automobile is simply extraordinary. The distance between two provincial capitals, which once required at least 3 to 4 hours, now takes merely 20 minutes. Moreover, there is no need to endure the waiting at high-speed rail stations or airports. The comparison is entirely incomparable. My friends, we must purchase these aerial automobiles. They are undeniably worth it. I can scarcely fathom the implications once these vehicles become commonplace. What significance will remain for airplanes and traditional cars? Their convenience is unparalleled. I cannot envision my future without an aerial automobile. Lou generously lavished his praise. The excitement in the live stream surged once more. Chapter 298, A New Landscape. Numerous streamers akin to Lou have emerged in abundance. In just a few days, thousands of amateur broadcasters have simultaneously begun streaming. The excitement has escalated to such heights that one might think Kion Technology had injected funds across the internet. Thanks to the enthusiastic support from consumers, the aerial automobile has ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. Nowadays, it is commonplace to observe aerial automobiles traversing the skies above urban landscapes. Footage taken by passers-by has circulated online, inciting envy among countless individuals. This makes me envious beyond measure. I can hardly imagine the sheer delight of arriving at work in just a minute without traffic. I see them soaring above me daily. They have truly risen to another echelon. They're far too expensive. 3 million is utterly unattainable for me, given my monthly salary is only 6,000. How many years would that take? Watching their live streams is immensely pleasurable, a mere half hour to the neighboring province. And I can engage in a game of Honor of Kings while on board. My savior. I sincerely hope Jiang Li can reduce the prices swiftly. It's not that simple. It appears that within a year or two, the prices for aerial automobiles will not decrease, as the market for the basic models is far from saturated. Do you think these aerial automobiles could fall? If one were to plummet, wouldn't that be a death sentence for anyone below? Indeed, if terrorists were involved, wouldn't that be catastrophic? What are you thinking? Haven't you been watching the live stream? Once the aerial automobile takes flight, even the owner has no control. You can't even open the windows, let alone orchestrate a terror attack. Rest assured, whatever you can conceive, the government has certainly anticipated. At that moment, the internet was abuzz with news regarding aerial automobiles. As more users acquired them, the Chinese government enacted new regulations, the Aerial Automobile Traffic Law. This law meticulously delineates the operational parameters for aerial automobiles at various altitudes and in different regions, such as 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and over urban areas. The implementation of these regulations serves primarily as a precaution, as the control of aerial automobiles still resides with artificial intelligence. Compared to humans, The intelligent driving systems are undoubtedly more stringent in enforcing regulations, ensuring no errors occur. Furthermore, the Traffic Management Department has established a new team dedicated to overseeing aerial automobile operations, acting swiftly to prevent anyone from exploiting any loopholes. In addition, the government has set up aerial automobile stations across provinces, specifically designed for the docking of these vehicles and conducting various inspections upon landing. In essence, the advent of aerial automobiles has ushered in unprecedented opportunities while simultaneously eliminating any chance for unlawful activities. With the soaring popularity of aerial automobiles, the ripple effect has extended far beyond the automotive industry. All sectors related to transportation are now working tirelessly, with various departments submitting reports overnight on the implications of aerial automobiles on their respective industries. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Technology began receiving collaboration requests from diverse sectors, including hotels and courier companies, all eager to procure large quantities of aerial automobiles. However, these matters no longer fell under Jiang Li's purview. After several days, Jiang Li received reports from various departments. Due to the prohibition of Jiang Technology's cargo ships from accessing major international straits and ports, a significant amount of cargo remained stranded, much of which consisted of materials that are difficult to preserve, incurring exorbitant costs for each day of delay. Consequently, Jiang Technology officially unveiled its first aerial cargo ships, promptly holding a press conference that sent shockwaves around the globe. The aerial automobile could now serve as a substitute for cargo ships, transporting crucial goods. The implications extend well beyond mere transportation, affecting diplomacy and military affairs profoundly. Chapter 299, A New Era. Soon after, Jiang Technology announced its inaugural live broadcast for transporting cargo ships, garnering the attention of the entire world. At that moment, all natural port cities across the globe were thrown into disarray. Rumors even circulated in the black market regarding assassination attempts on Jiang Li. Before long, the time arrived for Jiang Technology's live broadcast. The viewers were greeted by a colossal vessel resembling a ship, yet far more suited for aerial travel. Ladies and gentlemen, this aerial cargo ship carries a staggering 50,000 tons of goods. It will soon embark from the Black Nation, traversing the Pacific Ocean towards the city of the future. We are commencing takeoff now. With that, the aerial cargo ship began its ascent. Before countless witnesses, the aerial cargo ship lifted off gracefully without the need for a lengthy runway, taking off from a stationary position. Is this really a cargo ship and not a spacecraft? I strongly suggest converting this cargo ship into an aircraft carrier. It's practically a celestial mothership. I seriously suspect that Mr. Zhang's ambitions lie in outer space. With a bit more enhancement, this cargo ship could venture beyond our atmosphere, exploring the cosmos. Heavens, I merely took a nap, and now the entire world is beyond my comprehension. The comments section erupted with excitement, with viewers expressing disbelief that this was simply a cargo ship. The natural port cities, however, appeared far more despondent. It is essential to note that there are numerous international public airspaces on Blue Star. As long as one navigates through these, it is entirely possible to bypass the so-called natural ports. Furthermore, with Jiang Technology now possessing such a formidable asset, once it becomes commonplace, no nation will refuse aerial cargo ships. When their airspace is opened, the implications will be monumental. All types of costs will be compressed without limit. In fact, this aligns closely with the aspirations of various port cities. Numerous nations promptly reached out to Jiang Technology, as a majority of countries worldwide have long suffered due to the dominance of these port cities. After all, international trade is predominantly maritime in nature. These port cities, blessed with advantageous geographical positions, are akin to being fed by divine providence. Even without engaging in any activity, merely collecting taxes results in astronomical figures. Furthermore, for some nations located inland, the absence of maritime trade significantly constrains their development. Since ancient times, maritime trade has been the paramount mode of commercial exchange, without exception. The prosperity of the Yangtze River Delta in Huaguo throughout history is primarily attributable to its reliance on the Yangtze River, facilitating large-scale maritime trade. It can be asserted that transportation is the most critical factor influencing a city's development. Once aerospace cargo ships are fully operational, opportunities belonging to every nation, region, and city will be revived, leading to a reshuffling of the global landscape. Consequently, more nations and regions, compared to most port cities, eagerly anticipate the successful trial of aerospace cargo ships. Regardless of the outcome of this trial flight, as long as it successfully takes off, it is deemed a triumph. Following that, the aerospace cargo ship will embark on a direct flight. During this brief period, the live stream attracted no fewer than 1 million viewers at any given time. Clearly, many are eager to witness the moment the aerospace cargo ship lands. As anticipated by the majority, Jiang Technology never undertakes experiments without confidence. The aerospace cargo ship successfully landed, and in an instant, the world was abuzz. Everyone knew that a brand new era was on the horizon. Simultaneously, Jiang Technology received applications from nearly 100 countries worldwide, all hoping to purchase aerospace cargo ships in bulk. Several major corporations also sent inquiries, not only intending to acquire aerospace cargo ships, but also seeking other means of transportation. At this moment, the world was engulfed in an unprecedented economic upheaval due to the landing of the aerospace cargo ship. Initially, in the stock market, shares of major global airlines plummeted. Witnessing the operation of the aerospace cargo ship, markets, investors, and consumers alike lost all confidence in the future of aviation. It was akin to the obsolescence of horse-drawn carriages by automobiles. The consensus was that the future of aerial transport belonged solely to Jiang Technology, and conventional airplanes were destined to fade from the stage of history. Moreover, the global shipbuilding industry was also approaching its demise, with stocks of major shipyards crashing overnight. Not only shipyards, but also the aviation and any manufacturing sector related to transportation were systematically eliminated by consumers. Presently, in the eyes of consumers and capital, the aerospace vehicles, characterized by convenience, speed, intelligence, and efficiency, represent the sole future choice. Furthermore, compared to oil-powered energy, electric power undoubtedly presents a significant advantage for every nation worldwide. Such drastic changes in transportation-related industries have profound economic implications. Huawei faces relatively minor issues, as aerospace vehicles are still produced domestically. Jiang Li can only express a sense of helplessness regarding the plight of the majority of countries worldwide. How to address this matter is beyond Jiang Li's concern. In the ensuing 6 months, the aerospace vehicle sector began to flourish. The first aerospace cargo ship was sold, and the first aerospace bus made its debut, followed by an increasing variety of models. However, these were all commercial versions. Affordable civilian models would still take considerable time to develop. It can be said that as time progresses, aerospace vehicles are becoming an integral part of everyone's lives. Interprovincial travel has become swifter, and parcel delivery has accelerated. Due to reduced transportation costs, goods across regions have become more affordable. Essentially, everyone has benefited from the advantageous impacts of aerospace vehicles. It is believed that soon, with the widespread adoption of aerospace vehicles, the quality of life for the general populace will improve significantly. At this moment, within the camphor forest of the city of the future, Jiang Li sits cross-legged in the central area, with Huang Daxian similarly seated beside him. Both are engrossed in their cultivation. Chapter 300, Announcement of the Martial Arts System, Global Martial Arts Conference, Terrifying Prizes. If someone were present, they would notice dense pipelines beneath the spiritual camphor trees, transporting copious amounts of fresh blood. Under modern breeding techniques, ordinary blood is no rarity. The astronomical quantity of meat required daily for the millions in the city of the future is staggering. Even with this spiritual camphor, trees tirelessly converting energy, the supply remains insufficient. Thus, Jiang Li has achieved a rare moment of spiritual freedom. He stands as immovable as a stone statue, time seemingly frozen in that instant. In the blink of an eye, the clothing on Jiang Li's body ripples, and the surrounding fallen leaves stir without wind, quickly forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. The commotion awakens Huang Daxian, interrupting his cultivation. Jiang Li has become increasingly formidable. The intensity of his cultivation surpasses even that of ancient powerful beings. Upon closer inspection, golden dragon shadows flicker around Jiang Li, and the sound of dragon roars reverberates throughout the land. Huang Daxian trembles, sensing a soul pressure emanating from deep within the bloodline. In this moment, Jiang Li appears to Huang Daxian as a dragon deity that is cultivated for millennia. From both the perspective of cultivation and bloodline, the difference is striking. In just a few years, Jiang Li's rapid progress is astonishing. He renders the so-called prodigies of various sects insignificant by comparison. Huang Daxian, after distancing himself, cannot help but feel a deep sense of awe. Over the years, with Jiang Li's assistance, Huang Daxian has also restored his cultivation to its peak. Yet before Jiang Li, he still feels like a novice. It is time to break through, as Huang Daxian murmurs. The vortex of spiritual energy in the center of the camphor forest gradually slows down. The nearly imperceptible pressure of the true dragon surrounding Jiang Li also dissipates. At this moment, Jiang Li appears as an ordinary person once more. He has reached the 10th level of transformation from mortality. Finally, he has arrived. Jiang Li exhales a breath of stagnant energy. The ninth level represents the pinnacle, while the 10th signifies completion. This is the limit of the second realm of the eternal universe's chi refinement system. The next step is the third realm, the divine platform realm. And reaching this stage truly marks the commencement of real cultivation. The essence of the two realms of chi, refinement, and transformation from mortality is to transcend the mortal coil. Once he attains the third realm, he will be able to traverse the universe in his physical form. However, to cross the void, one must at least reach the fourth realm of divine powers and comprehend the fundamental laws of the universe. Nonetheless, with the true dragoness body, the divine powers realm is not far off. Jiang Li's black pupils transform into golden brilliance, shimmering with mysterious and noble golden light. This true dragon's body is a treasure he has fished up, a unique fifth-level fishing item, the true dragon bone. After absorbing the true dragon bone, Jiang Li has developed this miraculous physique. Coupled with the enhancement from treasures such as the Bodhi heart, the heavenly devouring talisman, and the Nuwa visualization diagram, he has managed to attain the 10th level of transformation in just a few short years. Yet, merely breaking through to the 10th level has already consumed the majority of the spiritual energy in the camphor forest. The spiritual energy remains insufficient. To step into the divine platform realm, the spiritual energy from these camphor trees is likely inadequate. Jiang Li lets out a long breath and slowly rises. It is time to unveil a facet of the extraordinary era. Given the current pace of Caoyang technology's advancement, it will not take 3 years for humanity to fully enter the space era. Consequently, the resources obtained will no longer be confined to the blue planet. This exponential growth will only accelerate, and as we transition into the space age, the significance of martial artists possessing extraordinary powers will become increasingly paramount. To initiate this, we shall start with the ancient martial arts system of Huagua, meticulously selecting a cohort of gifted individuals. Upon concluding his training, Jiang Li returned to the laboratory, where he began to organize all the martial arts techniques he had painstakingly acquired. While these methods may not rival the cultivation systems of the eternal universe, they are undoubtedly remarkable within the confines of the blue planet. Whether it be physical refinement or chi cultivation, the first 3 tiers exhibit a striking similarity, primarily focusing on the tempering of the body. These martial arts techniques can be similarly categorized, aligning perfectly with the initial 3 levels of chi cultivation. With a clear conceptual framework in mind, Jiang Li promptly set to work. Before long, he successfully crafted a comprehensive martial arts system that seamlessly aligns with the foundational stages of both chi and physical cultivation. The 6 minor realms, Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, Gang Jin, Bao Dan, and Xian Tian, methodically refine the human body to its pinnacle, enabling one to effortlessly break into the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Perfection. Jiang Li nodded with immense satisfaction. Standing just a step away from the divine platform realm, his cultivation had already reached unparalleled heights. In certain low martial worlds, his existence would be akin to that of a celestial being. With his discerning perspective, the cultivation system he devised would undoubtedly be exceptional. Next, it was time to disseminate this martial arts knowledge. He intended to reach out to the Huagua authorities. Their assistance would undoubtedly expedite the process. With this thought in mind, Jiang Li quickly established contact with the official government. After engaging in fruitful discussions, he submitted his martial arts techniques for their review. Following a rigorous month of scrutiny, the Huagua authorities ultimately endorsed Jiang Li's proposal. Immediately, he released a corresponding video on the matter, which included a detailed introduction to ancient martial arts along with instructional videos he personally recorded. Once Jiang Li published the video, the Huagua officials promptly shared it, even pinning it to the top of their feed. In an instant, the entire nation of Huagua was engulfed in a whirlwind of excitement. The content of these videos and promotions was strategically targeted at the populace of Huagua. After all, Jiang Li firmly believed in the adage that those who are not of our clan must have different intentions. Thus, even when selecting exceptionally gifted individuals, he would only consider those from Huagua. As for foreigners, regardless of their talent or effort in learning martial arts, Jiang Li would not impart the subsequent techniques to them. Ultimately, outsiders would remain outsiders. In a flash, countless individuals clicked on Jiang Li's video. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Li. Today's video is somewhat lengthy, and I hope you will watch it attentively, as it may profoundly alter your lives. Through years of research in biological genetics, I have discovered the existence of meridians and channels within the human body. Under specific training conditions, supplemented by medicinal aids, one can attain unimaginable enhancements. Consequently, I have perused countless ancient texts and, in conjunction with modern science, managed to preliminarily devise an entire system of ancient martial arts cultivation. I have categorized it into 6 minor realms: Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Gang Jin, Bao Dan, and Sienna. Firstly, Ming Jin focuses on refining the entire muscular structure, allowing for a single-arm exertion of immense weight. The video showcased Jiang Li delivering a punch that shattered a brick into countless fragments. Next is Jin, which emphasizes mastering the techniques of muscular exertion. With the aid of subtle force, one can strike from distance. The scene shifted as Jiang Li effortlessly shattered a wooden plank through a layer of tofu. Following this is Hua Jin, harnessing the power of tendons and bones, exhibiting tremendous strength, formidable and silent. Jiang Li's punch sent a stone crumbling into dust, leaving viewers astounded. Gang Jin involved an abundance of vital energy coursing through the body, expelling external forces, rendering one impervious to pests. Bao Dan concentrates the vital energy within the Dantian, creating a protective barrier against all elements. As for Xiantian, the vital energy transforms into a radiant arc, fostering innate strength, allowing one to traverse rivers with ease and shatter stone tablets. This is merely the beginning. The video depicted Jiang Li effortlessly crossing a river, single-handedly splitting a stone tablet. Next, I will impart the methods of ancient martial arts cultivation to you all. After a series of captivating videos, the audience was left utterly speechless. Many speculated it to be an elaborate April Fool's joke. Surely, this could not be the delusion of a madman. Yet, it was evident that the video was indeed by Jiang Li, further validated by the official's endorsement. The trust that Jiang Li had cultivated over the years among the populace of Huagua was beyond ordinary comprehension. Now, if Jiang Li were to claim that participating in the defense of the nation could extend one's lifespan, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek to try it out. Wait, did I just wake up to find Jiang Zone possessed? Is this for real? Goodness, did I just cross over? Ancient martial arts have emerged? Is an invasion from another world? A breach from the abyss? Something feels terribly amiss. Are monsters about to emerge? I suspect it's quite possible. Cherish the good days while you can, for who knows, the bestiary from another world may be released soon. Oh dear, I'm not ready to ascend to a high martial world just yet. The figure in the video is Jiang Shan. Is he even human? That hard stone reduced to powder at a mere touch, splitting stone tablets. Surely, he is a terrestrial deity, since the officials have shared this. It seems this matter is indeed genuine. I'm going to learn this immediately. I too wish to become a little superhuman. As the internet buzzed with fervent discussions, Jiang Li issued yet another announcement, sending shockwaves throughout the globe. In order to vigorously support the development of ancient martial arts, I will host the inaugural Global Martial Arts Conference in 2 years, with subsequent events every 3 years thereafter. I warmly invite top martial artists from around the world to participate. Furthermore, the champion of the Global Martial Arts Conference will receive a personal reward of 500 million Hua Yuan, with 100 million Hua Yuan for the second and third places, 50 million Hua Yuan for the top 10, 10 million Hua Yuan for the top 30, and 5 million Hua Yuan for the top 50. I encourage everyone to enthusiastically register 2 years from now. The announcement left the world dumbfounded. The staggering prize amounts surpassed any sporting event in existence. Gazing at the exhilarating figures, everyone's eyes sparkled with hope. 500 million, an amount that could secure a lifetime of comfort. Unlike other sporting events, the Global Martial Arts Conference offered rewards not just to the victors. Even the top 50 competitors could earn substantial sums. At first glance, 5 million may not seem significant, but when calculated, it was indeed remarkable. Earning 10,000 a month, one would need to abstain from all expenses for over 30 years to amass that 5 million. It must be said that the sheer magnitude of the prize money thrust Jiang Li's Global Martial Arts Conference to the pinnacle of trending topics, eclipsing all sporting events worldwide. Chapter 301: Controllable Nuclear Fusion, the first Hua Jin martial artist breakthrough in vital energy, spirit, and essence. The news of the Global Martial Arts Conference continued to spread, sparking the interest of countless individuals fascinated by ancient martial arts. The generous rewards had drawn in myriad aspirants, as these were sums capable of transforming lives. Moreover, online speculation circulated that since Caoyang Technology had unveiled the ancient martial arts cultivation system and invested significant resources, it was evidently on the lookout for talents from across the globe. Securing a place among the top 50 could potentially lead to a position in Caoyang Technology's vital departments, with a promising future ahead. Thus, propelled by substantial rewards, national sentiment, and public opinion, The ancient martial arts training system unveiled by Jiang Li has garnered immense popularity among countless individuals. Naturally, amidst this fervor, a few rare dissenters have emerged to challenge and debunk the claims. However, their opposition appears especially feeble and ineffective in the face of the overwhelming momentum. Furthermore, to amplify the global influence of the martial arts grand tournament, Jiang Li has meticulously organized a series of events and challenges, offering various technological products and monetary rewards to encourage an increasing number of individuals to engage in martial arts practice and sparring sessions. Consequently, with the vigorous support of Kaiyan technology, as well as the tacit approval of the authorities, the implementation of the ancient martial arts system has progressed remarkably smoothly, showing a trend of intensifying enthusiasm. On this particular day, within the laboratory, Jiang Li observed news regarding martial arts training in China, a smile gracing his lips. Given the current rate of development, it is assured that no gifted individual will be overlooked. Under Jiang Li's special arrangements, various events set up by Kaiyan technology allow anyone possessing martial arts talent to gradually ascend, aided by the prize money from these activities. In essence, to perfectly unearth talent, Jiang Li has established a comprehensive selection system akin to the education system in China. If one were Michael Jackson or a Van Gogh, it is indeed possible to find oneself washing dishes in a restaurant. Yet for a top-tier genius like Qian Lao, in an environment like China, it is entirely impossible to remain unnoticed. The same applies to the martial arts system of Kaiyan technology. Next, it is merely a matter of elevating the profile of the global martial arts tournament to garner public attention. At that point, even if Kaiyan technology ceases to operate with intention, a perfect ecosystem could naturally form. An influx of capital into martial arts would ensure a continuous supply of support. As for whether the global martial arts tournament can ascend to the pinnacle of competitions, Jiang Li harbors no concerns. Evolution is a memory etched in the DNA of all living beings. No individual would reject martial arts. Presently, martial arts is merely in its infancy, and as more experts emerge, the ensuing clashes will showcase its true allure. After briefly attending to various reports, Jiang Li's gaze returned to the experimental platform. Indeed, only a few final steps remain before controllable nuclear fusion technology can be officially applied. Energy and power are eternally the two most crucial elements in the advancement of human civilization. To venture beyond the blue planet, the energy aspect must be resolved, and controllable nuclear fusion undoubtedly represents the best option. Additionally, various gene-based biological projects must also be prioritized. As Jiang Li gazed upon the flourishing technology tree, a surge of joy filled his heart. Visible progress is what truly invigorates the spirit. Time flowed gently, and half a year swiftly passed. At this moment, Jiang Li sat cross-legged in a specially designed training room. Before him, the visualization diagram of Niwa hung suspended in midair. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Li has cultivated his vital essence, spirit, and energy in tandem, advancing his chi refinement to the third realm, the divine platform stage. His body refinement has also reached the third realm, the harmonized aperture stage. Only his soul cultivation remains at the second realm. Yet after half a year's accumulation, it is merely a step away from breakthrough. Suddenly, a distorted magnetic field enveloped Jiang Li, causing the walls of the training room to gradually warp, as if an invisible force were crushing them. It is noteworthy that this training room is constructed from a specially designed alloy, impervious even to armor-piercing rounds. Yet, before the soul power radiating from Jiang Li, it appeared as fragile as paper, revealing the terrifying nature of his current soul strength. In an instant, a faint blue phantasm emerged from Jiang Li's body. His soul had exited. The third realm of the spiritual body had finally broken through. After enduring the trials of the second realm of soul nurturing, Jiang Li's soul could now fully materialize. Reaching the third realm of the spiritual body allows his soul to transform into a spiritual entity, capable of exiting the body. Such formidable mental power is exponentially stronger than in the soul nurturing stage, enhancing clarity of thought significantly. With all three aspects of vital essence, spirit, and energy reaching the third realm, the consumption required has escalated dramatically. Resources and productivity on the blue planet have gradually approached their limits. It is imperative to venture outwards. With that thought, Jiang Li slowly rose, stretching languidly. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, akin to the sound of thunder. Sir, a martial arts event in Shanha province has witnessed the emergence of a transforming strength martial artist. I believe you would be intrigued. Upon exiting the training room, Jiang Li heard the voice of the future. A transforming strength martial artist? To think that one would surface in merely half a year. Excellent. Send me the video. Oh, and have someone come to maintain the training room. Understood, sir. Pouring himself a cup of spirit tea, Jiang Li quietly watched the video sent by the future. The footage revealed a young man standing on the arena, facing a middle-aged martial artist. In an instant, the youth struck, appearing before the older man in the blink of an eye. The man hastily dodged, only for the youth to follow up with a powerful kick. The arena trembled under the force, and the ground tile shattered. With another strike, the man fell, unable to rise. You reached transforming strength in just half a year? The man exclaimed in disbelief. I concede, the youth replied, cupping his hands in respect as the battle concluded. Jiang Li then turned off the video. Indeed, a skilled practitioner. He must have trained in ancient martial arts prior to this. Jiang Li nodded in approval, achieving transforming strength in half a year, after a year and a half. He should have the opportunity to reach the Dan embryo stage for the Global Martial Arts Tournament. This would undoubtedly add excitement. If the inaugural Global Martial Arts Tournament were to feature only a handful of participants, it would be rather lackluster. Only by reaching the Dan embryo stage does the competition gain substantial intrigue. Transforming strength, while strong compared to ordinary individuals, ultimately possesses limitations. It is only after reaching the hard strength and Dan embryo stages that one experiences a qualitative leap in power, resulting in a more pronounced destructive capability and heightened visual impact, igniting the passion of the masses. Chapter 302, Igniting the Reactor, a Soaring Blue Radiance. On this day, after a day of trials as usual in the testing grounds, Jiang Li commenced his daily fishing. Over the past 2 years of fishing, Jiang Li's fishing level has already ascended to level 3. Casting his bait, he began to patiently wait. Here it comes. It was yet another piece of the devouring talisman. A flicker of joy crossed Jiang Li's eyes as he reviewed the information of the item he had reeled in. Over the past 3 years, he had gradually fished up 2 pieces of the devouring talisman's fragments. The item level of the devouring talisman has evolved from a level 4 fishing item to a level 5 fishing item. It appears that the extent of the devouring talisman's fragmentation is more severe than I had anticipated, if fully restored. It could very well be a level 6 or even level 7 fishing item. The Thunder Talisman and Space Talisman may be similarly affected. Aside from the devouring talisman, Jiang Li had also fished up 2 other talismans, the Space Talisman and the Thunder Talisman. All 3 hail from the same realm. Well then, I shall take my time. My current cultivation has reached the 3rd realm, and with the aid of the true dragon bone, my lifespan has extended to 10,000 years. The future is still long. Rising to his feet, Jiang Li exited the fishing space. Upon returning to the laboratory, Jiang Li resumed his research. Presently, only the final step remains for controllable nuclear fusion. Gathering a multitude of researchers, he began directing operations at the experimental platform. After 2 years of close collaboration, both parties have developed a certain level of tacit understanding, with commands and operations executed with great proficiency. A small-scale nuclear fusion reactor has been successfully constructed. As a command was issued by Jiang Li, the personnel swiftly began to evacuate to safety. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Li pressed the ignition button. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. All eyes were fixed upon the reactor, filled with anticipation. The night had deepened, enveloping the sky in darkness. Suddenly, a deep blue light erupted from the reactor, accompanied by tumultuous energy that resonated through the air. In the next moment, a beam of blue light shot upwards, illuminating the pitch-black sky with a brilliance that was nothing short of breathtaking. The column of blue energy soared into the heavens, intertwining with the clouds to create a mesmerizing azure vortex. It was a sight of extraordinary mystery, splendor, and radiance. The inhabitants of Future City peered out of their windows, captivated by the spectacle, many quickly retrieving their phones to record the moment. In an instant, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. With only that radiant energy column flickering eternally. Commence safety checks immediately, Jiang Li commanded, and the astonished crowd began their assessments. The energy levels were deemed safe. With no signs of radiation, the reactor was stable, exhibiting no anomalies. Soon, smiles blossomed on the faces of all present, as the realization dawned that controlled nuclear fusion had been achieved, a feat they never expected to witness in their lifetime. The prospect of limitless energy heralded a future unencumbered by constraints. Jiang Li's brilliance shone through. Such a formidable challenge as controlled nuclear fusion had been surmounted. Countless onlookers expressed their awe, their gazes toward Jiang Li imbued with reverence. No one understood more acutely the difficulties of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Without Jiang Li, even a century would not have sufficed to realize this dream. His unparalleled intellect had ensured the success of this research, allowing the reactor to ignite flawlessly. Indeed, the energy released by controlled nuclear fusion was monumental. Jiang Li, using his spiritual awareness, probed the reactor, sensing an immense power even he, a practitioner of the third realm, found staggering. Alas, he lamented, to this day, no formula had been devised to convert this energy into spiritual energy. If only they could achieve this, the entire blue planet could be transformed into a realm rich in spiritual energy, conducive to cultivation. In Jiang Li's view, all matter in this world could be transmuted into another form. The energy from controlled nuclear fusion could indeed be transformed into spiritual energy. However, given the current technological level, devising a formula for such a conversion was patently unrealistic. Jiang Li had yet to even grasp the molecular structure of spiritual energy. The road ahead was long and arduous. Director Jiang, should we shut down the reactor now? Inquired an assistant. Jiang Li shook his head. No, let's shine a while longer, so the entire world may witness it. Understood, Director Jiang. The energy from controlled nuclear fusion was indeed manageable. The so-called blue light column was merely an expression of the vast energy released during fusion. Jiang Li's intention was clear. He sought to announce to the world that Kaiyan technology had successfully achieved controlled nuclear fusion. Moreover, the future city stood as a quintessential representation of a modern technological metropolis, attracting visitors from around the globe. The scene today was witnessed by all tourists present. The towering energy column illuminated the sky, casting future city into a state reminiscent of daylight. It was a spectacle that left onlookers in awe. Within moments, the global internet erupted with fervor. In contrast to the general populace, the leading nations were already aware of this groundbreaking news. In the heart of the beautiful country, a document was hastily delivered to the president's desk overnight. The contents detailed the controlled nuclear fusion phenomenon. Mr. President, our satellites have detected an extraordinarily powerful energy surging from the ground into space, emanating from future city, home to Kaiyan technology. Analysis indicates this energy bears a striking resemblance to that produced by nuclear fusion. If our assumptions are correct, Kaiyan technology has achieved controlled nuclear fusion. The secretary's tone was grave. Upon hearing this, the previously drowsy president was taken aback, his aged features contorting in shock. Quick, convene a meeting. It wasn't just the beautiful country. Major nations worldwide had detected this formidable energy from controlled nuclear fusion. Chaos ensued globally. The implications of controlled nuclear fusion were immense for every nation, particularly for those reliant on oil. In the face of the clean energy produced by controlled nuclear fusion, everything else appeared woefully inadequate. Chapter 303. I part the earth like a middle parting. At this moment, the global online community buzzed with excitement. The nuclear fusion reaction light column swiftly ascended the trending charts. What is this blue light column? Is it a new weapon from Kaiyan technology? Rumor has it that this is energy released from controlled nuclear fusion. Is it even possible? Controlled nuclear fusion has been realized? Impossible. If even our great nation cannot achieve it, how could a small company manage? Absolutely false. I suspect it's merely a fireworks display. A group of mere mortals cannot comprehend the capabilities of the technological deities. I hope it's true. If so, humanity would possess infinite energy, propelling productivity to unprecedented heights. Indeed, this would be a boon, with ordinary people benefiting the most from such advancements. Meanwhile, discussions among global powers grew more intense than ever. Initially, nations had merely harbored caution towards Kaiyan technology, but now, the majority were eager to see it eliminated. The advent of controlled nuclear fusion brought forth a value that transcended mere monetary profit. It would irrevocably alter the global landscape. Nations began strategizing their worst-case scenarios, deploying various tactics. Future City was promptly inundated with inquiries from around the world regarding the nature of the blue energy column and the veracity of the controlled nuclear fusion claims. Jiang Li, unreserved, announced to the public that Future City had indeed conquered the challenge of controlled nuclear fusion. Henceforth, humanity would embark on a new era of productivity, no longer shackled by energy limitations. In an instant, the world was set ablaze with excitement. The Western nations, led by the beautiful country, even demanded that Kaiyan technology share its controlled nuclear fusion technology. Simultaneously, the beautiful country's Atlantic fleet had already anchored off the African coast. The implications were unmistakable. The significance of controlled nuclear fusion was monumental. Jiang Li remained undaunted, releasing an announcement overnight that Future City's new weapon had been developed. The controlled nuclear fusion technology was also compatible with specific weaponry. In 1 week, Future City would conduct its first genuine military exercise. Instantly, the world's attention was drawn to Future City. Just as the beautiful country had positioned its fleet at their doorstep, Jiang Li declared military drills. This was tantamount to a direct confrontation. Tension surged across the African continent. In certain nations, a sense of unease prevails, caught as they are in a precarious middle ground. Should hostilities erupt, it would be no exaggeration to state that their diminutive frames would be utterly inadequate, barely sufficient to withstand even a fraction of the might wielded by the formidable nation. The slightest tremor of conflict would spell catastrophe for them, a reality that understandably breeds anxiety. For the world at large, the most astonishing revelation is the audacity of Kaiyan technology to confront the formidable nation head-on. Despite its notable decline in recent years, the military prowess of this nation remains formidable and cannot be underestimated. The lineage of the city of the future is but that of a mere technology company, and the ascension of Jiang Li from humble beginnings to this remarkable point is nothing short of miraculous. To engage in a direct confrontation with such a powerhouse seems, to many, utterly unfathomable, particularly considering the brevity of time involved. Had the city of the future developed over a span of 10 or 20 years, such an outcome might have appeared more plausible. Some even speculate that Jiang Li has acquired extraterrestrial technology, for such rapid advancement seems implausible otherwise. Yet, Jiang Li now stands impervious to any skepticism. Even should he declare possession of alien technology, it would matter little. With the current capabilities of the city of the future, it could safeguard anything within the realm of Blue Star. The nations led by the formidable one were equally unprepared for Jiang Li's resolute stance. They were not a disjointed assembly like those of Gaul. Consequently, the formidable nation opted to suspend its operations, eager to ascertain Jiang Li's hidden cards. In a moment, the gaze of the entire world converged upon the upcoming military exercise in the city of the future, set to unfold a week hence. That week passed swiftly. Jiang Li chose the desolate expanse of the Yellow Sand Gobi as the venue for this military exercise, which was to be broadcast live. Viewers beheld 7 colossal warships ascending from a barren desert, laden with an array of fighter jets. The vessels soared into the skies, piercing the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the designated exercise zone. Simultaneously, a multitude of fighter planes streamed forth, cascading towards the arid landscape below. The once clear skies dimmed momentarily as an onslaught of bombs descended from the aircraft. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled under the ferocity of the explosions, transforming the landscape in an instant. The first wave of bombardment concluded, leaving the surface of the Gobi flattened. The second wave of fighter jets followed closely behind, this time unleashing energy cannons. Streams of pale blue energy erupted from the cannons, and upon contact with the ground, instead of producing the blinding sparks typical of conventional bombs, all energy converged with pinpoint precision. The destructive capacity far exceeded that of ordinary munitions, creating a crater 3 meters in diameter, with debris flying like bullets. This was followed by the third and fourth waves of aircraft. Viewers in the live stream felt their blood surge with excitement. Besides the fighter jets, an array of drones and cutting-edge weaponry made their debut. As the exercise reached its climax, several warships hovered above, unleashing beams of light upon the desolate hills. Within moments, the peaks of several barren mountains were ground to dust amidst flashes of blue light. Gasp! The audience collectively inhaled sharply, realizing the terrifying capabilities of this new weaponry. In the context of contemporary human technology, leveling a small hill is not an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, it could be deemed quite simple. However, achieving results akin to those of Kaiyan technology is a formidable task, demanding rigorous control over the energy output of the weaponry. Yet, the most astonishing spectacle was far from over. At the forefront of the leading warship, a pale blue light was coalescing. In the next instant, a blue beam erupted from the cannon's mouth. With a resonating hum, the air around it vibrated violently under the high-energy frequency. Upon striking the ground, the blue beam triggered a cataclysmic explosion, sending rocks flying and dust spiraling high into the air, obscuring the entire Gobi landscape. After what felt like an eternity, as the dust settled, an astonishing sight emerged. A fissure stretching 5 to 6 kilometers marred the once unbroken expanse of the Gobi, resembling a deep rift that sent shivers down the spine of any onlooker. From a distance, it appeared as though a parting line had been drawn across the terrain. Chapter 304. The Phantom Warship. This is utterly unassailable. In the profound silence that followed, the destructive power of Kaiyan Technology's energy cannon while seemingly less than that of a nuclear weapon, revealed a technological disparity that was immediately apparent to those discerning enough to understand. Moreover, the might of this energy cannon was indeed formidable. Were it to be unleashed within an urban environment, modern technology would stand little chance of interception. A few well-placed shots could easily reduce a world-class city to rubble. Silence enveloped the viewers of the live stream, even among the Western Allied forces. The commander of the formidable nation hung his head in despair. Could their aircraft carriers withstand such an assault? With only 4 carriers in total, how many attacks could they endure? Unless they could mobilize the full complement of 11 carriers from their fleet, but therein lay the dilemma. Deploying all 11 would leave them vulnerable, and the first to suffer would likely be the formidable nation itself. Years of aggressive deindustrialization had led them to reap the consequences of their actions. Should they attempt to bring all 11 carriers into play, the likelihood of breakdown en route was high. A heavy silence descended upon all present. Meanwhile, within the live stream, the exercises conducted by Jiang Technology continued unabated. Drones, unmanned combat robots, radar systems, and air defense mechanisms were unveiled in succession, showcasing a comprehensive suite of weaponry across land, sea, air, and space. Countless viewers were stirred with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The commander of the Allied fleet gazed at the live stream in disbelief. In less than a decade, a mere company had risen to such heights. How could their military capability have developed to this extent? The commander could not fathom the means by which Jiang Li had achieved this. Could it be that he truly possessed extraterrestrial technology? Instinctively, the commander recalled the rampant speculation circulating online. Beyond the enthusiastic praises from Jiang Li's supporters, the most prevalent theory suggested that he had indeed acquired alien technology, for otherwise, his meteoric rise was utterly inexplicable. While the layman marveled at Jiang Li's prowess, those with insight recognized the extraordinary industrialization and advanced technology of the city of the future, which seemed almost otherworldly. Even a genius must have limits. As the commander of the formidable nation was lost in thought, the fleet's technicians wore expressions of shock. Commander, we have successfully located the position of Jiang Technology's warships and the site of the exercise using satellites. This is the real-time footage captured. As the large screen displayed synchronized images, the technician's tone shifted, trembling slightly. However, despite employing the most advanced detection technology, we cannot ascertain their presence. On our radar, they appear as phantoms, undetectable. As the words fell, a chill inexplicably swept through the hearts of everyone aboard the fleet. The satellite imagery could not deceive. The city of the future was conducting exercises in that designated area, and there was no room for error. Yet, the radar failed to detect any target coordinates. This indicated that the stealth technology of the city of the future had entirely surpassed that of the great beautiful nation. Furthermore, it was not a specialized fighter jet that employed this stealth technology, but rather the colossal entity before them, reminiscent of a spaceborne mothership. To completely obscure the information of such a strategic mobile platform was a daunting, if not impossible, task. How could Jiang Li have achieved this? A phantom-like warship, could it not appear silently above our territory? Was such technology truly attainable with modern science? Panic began to ripple through the fleet. No one wished to engage in combat with such a specter. If even the enemy's position could not be pinpointed, what was the point of fighting? Surrender seemed the only option. The morale of the troops plummeted dramatically. The current military of the great beautiful nation was no longer akin to that of World War II. Although they had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Huagua during the National Fortune War post-World War II, one could not deny the combat prowess of the great beautiful nation's forces at that time. They were far from mere pampered soldiers. On the contrary, their individual soldier quality and fighting spirit ranked among the world's finest, as evidenced by their involvement in the Vietnam War, engagements against the Japanese, and conflicts in the Middle East. However, the soldiers of the great beautiful nation had gradually transformed into a professional cadre. Most of them were unclear about the very meaning of their combat, leading to a steep decline in combat effectiveness. Gazing at the screen, displaying a warship that seemed to have emerged from a science fiction novel, their fighting spirit waned further still. Should war truly commence, the fleet commander might even hesitate to scrutinize the faces of his crew, fearing he might not be able to bear the reality. But how could he be any different? His once proud combat group was incapable of even detecting the enemy's specific location, let alone delivering precise strikes. It felt as though the heavens had played a cruel joke on him. This battle could not possibly be fought. The fleet commander sighed deeply. How could they engage? If hostilities broke out, the enemy could arrive at the doorstep of the aircraft carrier battle group without their knowledge. By the time their drones commenced bombarding them, Would their planes even be able to take off? The disparity between the two sides was too vast, so immense that it defied belief. Consequently, the fleet commander retreated to his private quarters and placed a call. Meanwhile, at the exercise location, following the completion of all equipment demonstrations, the military units withdrew as if they had never existed. The world fell silent in an instant, with only the rugged terrain of the Gobi Desert bearing witness to the events that had just transpired. In a moment, the live broadcast was severed. No one across the globe knew where this formidable army had vanished to, as if it had dissipated from the world entirely. The inability to trace the target's position was the most terrifying aspect. Countless netizens worldwide merely lamented the advanced and powerful weaponry of Kaiyang technology. Meanwhile, nations were expressions of grave concern. The city of the future had unequivocally become an entity they could not provoke. 1 hour post-exercise, the Allied forces led by the Great Beautiful Nation's aircraft carrier battle group hastily withdrew from the relevant maritime areas, as if nothing had ever occurred. As for external public opinion, they truly did not care in the slightest. Chapter 305. Role Reversal, Countersanctions. The global martial arts tournament begins. A matter that had gripped the nerves of the entire world concluded in a dramatic fashion, characterized by a cacophony of thunder followed by a mere drizzle. However, from this incident, the entire world gained a clear understanding of the true might of the city of the future. It was a stark juxtaposition of a city established merely a few years prior against the world's top nations, with relevant institutions directly proclaiming it the foremost city in the world. It attracted countless talents to its fold. Following this event, the city of the future embarked on a rapid development phase lasting nearly 2 years. Bolstered by formidable military strength, Jiang Li's actions became increasingly audacious. Occasionally, in pursuit of development and greater collaboration, a high-profile approach was unavoidable. This, unfortunately, posed challenges for the African brothers. Although the Western powers were significant, they were often distant. The city of the future, however, was situated right next door. One misstep in provoking Jiang Li, and he would genuinely dismantle you. Perhaps a rebellion would ensue, leading to dire consequences for your life. Indeed, the saying rings true. The foreigner fears power, but not virtue, with a notorious reputation preceding it. The city of the future's endeavors in Africa proceeded remarkably smoothly, further accelerating its rate of development. With the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, the city of the future achieved energy independence and gradually shifted towards energy exports. On this day, the city of the future announced that it would cease the export of relevant resources to 63 countries, including the United States and Europe. The moment this news broke, it created an uproar. It is worth noting that such sanctions were typically the domain of these Western nations. Never had they experienced such extensive countersanctions. The previously tranquil global situation instantly erupted in chaos. Due to their prolonged dependence on energy supplies from the city of the future, the abrupt cessation of energy exports by Jiang Li exposed a myriad of energy shortages. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy. However, the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Previously reliant on the city of the future's inexpensive energy, many domestic energy companies and projects began to shut down. Coupled with the generally poor execution of governmental policies, a series of chaotic events ensued. In addition to the reduction in energy exports, several essential products were also curtailed. For Jiang Li, the markets within the sphere of Western influence had long become optional. Even in the absence of this revenue, the city of the future was self-sufficient. In response, the Western nations and their allies did not relent, initiating a series of countersanctions. However, they evidently overestimated the strength of their domestic products. The current situation was that their dependence on the development of the city of the future had become reciprocal. They no longer had any viable substitutes for Kaiyang Technologies products. The cries of despair echoed throughout the Western world. Jiang Li's policy of severing energy ties with the Western regions even led to minor unrest within their own countries. Jiang Li had anticipated this outcome. After years of development, the city of the future had already risen to prominence. The previous grievances would gradually be avenged. The energy embargoes were merely appetizers. There was plenty of time to engage in the long game. In the factories of the city of the future, Jiang Li looked at the impressive 500-meter-long aerospace battleship before him, his heart swelling with excitement. General Jiang, this aerospace battleship is complete and awaits its test flight. The countless staff members gazing at the aircraft could not suppress the overwhelming pride swelling within them. Although they were not the primary architects of this vessel, their hands-on involvement had filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment. I already have plans for the test flight. There's no rush. How is the production of the small-scale space mining vessel progressing? Countless asteroids filled the solar system, rich in mineral resources, just waiting to be brought to Blue Star. The development of the city of the future would no longer be constrained by resource limitations. Indeed, the demands placed upon the spacecraft's engine power are exceedingly high. However, for Jiang Li, this is not a significant concern. We have entered the final stages, and by the end of this month, production should be underway, remarked the chief engineer. What a pleasant surprise. Jiang Li felt a surge of joy within. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, he took his leave. Time passed swiftly, and only a week remained until the commencement of the inaugural Global Martial Arts Tournament. Over the past 2 years, thanks to the monumental prize money associated with the tournament, as well as Jiang Li's esteemed reputation and promotional efforts, coupled with the astonishing transformations witnessed through martial arts training, it can be said that martial arts practice has become a nationwide phenomenon in China. As for the so-called fake fighters, while they may have existed in the early stages, they have long since vanished with the proliferation of martial arts videos. In fact, a specialized department was established within the country to cater to martial artists. In contemporary China, the attention garnered by each martial arts competition surpasses that of the world's most popular sporting event, the FIFA World Cup. This widespread public interest has attracted immense capital, prompting advertisers to wield their financial clout to establish various tournaments, thus propelling martial arts into a self-sustaining cycle. Kion Technology no longer needs to invest substantial funds. Yet the term martial arts remains perpetually trending. Of course, the tournament that draws the most attention is the one organized by Jiang Li. After a rigorous selection process lasting over half a year, a total of 500 competitors from around the globe have officially qualified for the finals, soon to be held in Future City. Among these 500 participants, the majority are experts at the dark strength level, with approximately 100 at the transformation level. 12 are at the acupoint level, and there are 4 practitioners at the elixir stage. Of these 4, 3 are from China, while 1 hails from a third-world nation. Although all 4 elixir practitioners have only recently entered this stage, they exceed my initial expectations significantly. In just 2 years, the martial arts framework in Blue Star has progressed from nothing to this point, which is commendable, especially in a world devoid of spiritual energy. Jiang Ming, Shi Tian, Lu Yi, and Hadi, such talent, achieving the elixir stage in merely 2 years is remarkable. Jiang Li praised the 4 as he viewed their combat videos. Hadi possesses impressive combat talent. It's a pity he is not Chinese. Due to this fact alone, Jiang Li excluded him from the final training roster. Next, Jiang Li examined videos of other competitors and identified several promising talents. Indeed, given the uncertainties over the past 2 years, their ability to reach this level of cultivation is promising for the future. Satisfied, Jiang Li closed the videos. Chapter 306. The grand opening ceremony and the upset of the top 4. In just a few days, the Global Martial Arts Tournament was set to commence. The entire nation of China was abuzz with news of the tournament. Discussions proliferated across the internet regarding the Global Martial Arts competition. At last, the finals of the Global Martial Arts Tournament are upon us, a pinnacle clash. Competitors from over 100 countries, how thrilling. Though they claim over 100 nations are participating, the only real contenders are from our China. Just look at the final list of competitors. Well, that's obvious. The videos and texts released by Jiang are in Chinese, giving us a significant advantage, and he hasn't posted any martial arts videos on foreign networks. Everything has been leaked, rendering comparisons moot. Indeed, it's astonishing that from 6 to 7 billion people, only one Hadi has emerged as an elixir practitioner. Alright, it's not such a big deal. It's not surprising that one Hadi would emerge from the foreign networks, but comparing him to Jiang Ming, Shi Tian, and Lu Yi reveals a considerable gap. Don't underestimate him. I've seen Hadi's combat footage. His strikes are ruthless and lethal. He's quite formidable. If they were to face off, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Wow, the betting has commenced. Hurry and place your bets. You might strike it rich. Martial arts is notoriously unpredictable, but betting on the 3 elixir practitioners is surely a safe bet. I can hardly wait. We are about to witness the emergence of the world's #1 martial artist. The world's #1? Laughable. I can confidently predict that the title will go to my Jiang Li. According to Jiang Ming, after watching Jiang's videos, it's clear he exhibits skills that far surpass those of innate experts. Yes, Jiang Li devised this martial arts cultivation system. He may have secretly nurtured numerous martial arts masters. I truly wish to witness Jiang Li's prowess. It seems unfathomable. At this moment, the Global Martial Arts Tournament had undeniably become the most prestigious event worldwide, capturing the attention and discussion of people across the globe. It is evident that any competitor achieving remarkable success in the tournament will find the prize money to be the least valuable aspect. Understanding this, All martial arts participants are filled with ambition, seizing this chance to alter their fates. Especially for competitors from lesser-known nations, this represents a golden opportunity to transcend social classes. Thus, under the gaze of millions, the Global Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The competition venue is a grand sports arena located in Future City, capable of accommodating up to 300,000 spectators. As the audience settled in, competitors from around the world began to enter the arena. Finally, 5 judges ascended to the podium. Now, please welcome the founder of Future City and the organizer of the Global Martial Arts Tournament, Mr. Jiang Li. As the announcement concluded, the arena erupted in a chorus of cheers. A plane gracefully glided through the sky above the arena, and in the next moment, a figure rapidly descended, landing squarely in the center of the stage. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into thunderous applause. I knew it. Since Jiang developed the martial arts system, how could he not be a martial arts master himself? That height must be at least 100 meters. He jumped down without a scratch. Jiang must be an expert beyond the innate level. I have a feeling there are further stages beyond that. All right, don't get ahead of yourself. Let us see him reach the innate level first. The live stream drew billions of viewers, all cheering for Jiang Li. Silence, please. Jiang Li waved his hand, and his voice resonated in the ears of over 300,000 people in the arena. In the next instant, the crowd fell silent. The competitors, especially the 4 elixir practitioners, Jiang Ming, Shi Tian, and others, were engulfed in a mix of emotions: admiration, astonishment, excitement, and yearning. The techniques Jiang Li displayed, though seemingly simple, were understood by only those who have delved deep into martial arts and journeyed further to appreciate the vast chasm between them. Let alone their current status as early elixir practitioners, even those at the innate level would find such feats unattainable. How could they not be amazed? Jiang Li, unfazed by the crowd's reaction, continued his address. Welcome to the inaugural Global Martial Arts Tournament. The top 10 competitors will receive not only monetary prizes, but also a special reward from me. I look forward to your performances. With that, he added now, without further ado, the first Global Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. With a single leap spanning several dozen meters, Jiang Li positioned himself at the center of the judges' table. A brief display of his prowess prompted a fresh wave of astonishment from the audience. Following this, the usual opening ceremony commenced. Initially, it adhered to standard protocols, but soon took an entirely different turn. 5 fighter jets, trailing vibrant plumes of color, gracefully soared above the sports arena, leaving behind a mesmerizing streak in the sky. Ultimately, a colossal space battleship emerged before the awestruck crowd. Its immense size cast a shadow that obscured the sun, dimming the sky in that moment. In an instant, the audience erupted in astonishment, with 300,000 spectators covering their mouths in disbelief as they gazed upwards. They had seen images of the space battleship of Future City online, but witnessing the colossal iron behemoth hovering overhead, stretching endlessly into the horizon, was a spectacle that could never be compared to mere videos. The atmosphere became akin to a lunar eclipse, oscillating between light and shadow. When sunlight finally broke through once more, a wave of cheers swept through the crowd. It was exhilarating, grandiose, and monumental. The presence of this space battleship at the opening ceremony was a remarkable highlight, setting the stage for what was to come. As the opening ceremony concluded, the highly anticipated World Martial Arts Championship commenced. The initial rounds consisted of fierce duels on the arena stage. After 7 intense days of combat, the final 10 contenders emerged. Among them, 4 top favorites from the Baodin realm, while the other 6 were formidable experts at the latter stages of the Gangjin realm. With the top 10 determined, the excitement surrounding the Global Martial Arts Tournament reached its zenith. Following another round of selection, the final 4 contenders were revealed. To everyone's astonishment, one of the Baodin favorites, Hardy, was eliminated by 19-year-old peak Gangjin practitioner. This shocking turn of events sent ripples of disbelief across the world. Countless individuals expressed their outrage, lamenting the loss of their substantial wagers due to Hardy's unexpected exit from the finals. Chapter 307, Champion. The list of the final 4 was quickly confirmed, consisting of 3 Baodin contenders, Jiang Ming, Shi Tian, and Lu Yi, along with Zhao Qian, the one who had ousted Hardy. All 4 were representatives of Huagua. Jiang Li, having observed the match between Hardy and Zhao Qian, nodded in understanding. Although there exists a significant gap between the realms of Gangjin and Baodin, it merely constitutes a minor distinction among practitioners of the first realm. Challenging opponents of higher ranks was not an uncommon occurrence. Furthermore, Zhao Qian's comprehension of ancient martial arts was evidently superior to Hardy's by several degrees. However, Jiang Li did not dwell on this for too long, opting instead to await the semifinals the following day. Meanwhile, online, the global community was ablaze with commentary. The final four were all from Huagua, and the one hope they had, Hardy, had been eliminated. There had to be some foul play involved. Naturally, the Huagua netizens would not let the matter rest. Countless users began to showcase their insights, while numerous martial arts bloggers meticulously analyzed the footage of Hardy's elimination. The online discourse became lively once more, charged with tension. Nevertheless, despite the calls for resistance, the excitement surrounding the semifinals had already reached unprecedented heights. With billions flocking to the live broadcast, shattering viewership records across the globe, it was clear that the Global Martial Arts Championship, propelled by Kaiyan technology over the past 2 years and its inherent charm, had transformed into a truly global phenomenon. Such immense traffic left advertisers drooling at the prospect of securing the top advertising slot during the championship, promising to catapult their brands to worldwide recognition overnight. A day swiftly passed, and the semifinals of the Global Martial Arts Championship commenced. The first match pitted Zhao Qian against Liu Yi. Zhao Qian's talent was undeniable. He had made headlines by eliminating Hardy in the quarterfinals, showcasing remarkable martial prowess. However, his opponent, Liu Yi, who had ascended to the Baodan realm within 2 years, was equally formidable. After exchanging dozens of moves, Zhao Qian ultimately succumbed to Liu Yi's superior realm. The next match featured Jiang Ming against Shi Tian. After a grueling battle, Shi Tian emerged victorious. The championship would now be decided between Shi Tian and Liu Yi, igniting fervor across the globe once more, particularly among the betting houses, which were in a frenzy. Countless individuals waved their cash to place bets, ensuring that this would be a grand feast. At that moment, the venue for the finals of the Global Martial Arts Championship was filled to capacity. On a stage the size of a football field, Liu Yi and Shi Tian faced each other, their eyes brimming with determination. Having reached the final stage of this global event, they had already attained everything they desired, wealth and fame. Yet, they yearned for something even greater, a deeper mastery of martial arts and the chance to conquer their opponent before them. The deafening cheers resonated in waves, yet within their ears, a profound silence prevailed, unperturbed by the external clamor. You both possess remarkable martial talent. Give it your all in this final match, Jiang Li remarked, nodding at the two. And thus, the competition began. As the match commenced, the two combatants, positioned 20 meters apart, unleashed their attacks with the swiftness of lightning, colliding in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists and feet clashed with a thunderous resonance akin to steel meeting steel, silencing the audience, who instinctively closed their mouths. The previously roaring crowd fell into a hushed awe, fixated solely on the unfolding duel. Whether in the arena or watching the live broadcast, everyone was riveted, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. In the eyes of ordinary spectators, the exchange between the two was like a blur, moving with a speed that rendered them mere phantoms. The immense power generated by their combat shattered the arena's surface brick by brick, sending fragments flying. However, as they neared the edge of the stage, an invisible force halted the debris in its tracks. Goodness, are they even human? They barely entered the Baodan realm. Yet their speed must be under 6 seconds for 100 meters. With such destructive force, if they were any stronger, wouldn't they be human-shaped nuclear bombs? At this moment, I can only say that all sporting events, including the Olympics, seem like childish play. I propose an age limit of 10 years for participation. Oh my God, are you sure these aren't superheroes? This is terrifying. Absolutely incredible. Watching this is like witnessing the evolution of humanity, if this continues. Perhaps the deities of myth are not so far-fetched after all. What a pity my martial arts talent is so lacking. After 2 years, I have barely stepped into the dark force. You up there, stop boasting. I'm just starting to grasp the faint strength. You're already quite strong. Dear God, I want to learn Huagua Kung Fu. I want to learn the language. This is too shocking. Countless individuals were awestruck by the terrifying destructive power exhibited by the martial artists. Their battle resembled that of two superheroes from cinematic universe. Thus, they continued to exchange blows for hundreds of moves. At this point, the arena was riddled with damage, a testament to their fierce contest. As the prolonged battle wore on, the stamina of both fighters began to wane. Ultimately, it was Shi Tian who, with superior endurance, seized an opening in Liu Yi's defense. With a powerful punch, he sent Liu Yi flying. In an instant, the agonizing pain coupled with the drain of energy disrupted Liu Yi's rhythm entirely. Not relenting, Shi Tian pressed the attack. In the end, he narrowly triumphed over Liu Yi. As the results were announced, the audience erupted in cheers that resounded to the heavens. Chapter 308, The Celestial Mothership. 2 more years. The talents of these 4 individuals were commendable, yet they appeared insignificant within the vast expanse of the universe. Jiang Li could not help but shake his head. Over the years in the trial grounds of the eternal universe, he had witnessed countless prodigies through videos. His horizons broadened beyond measure. However, this was to be expected. Blue Star had only recently begun to engage with the cultivation system. Coupled with the planet's severe lack of spiritual energy and absence of rare treasures, one could only hope that, countless years hence, Blue Star would give rise to more geniuses. It is said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of the strong are likely to possess superior innate talents compared to ordinary individuals. With Jiang Li's guidance, it is believed that Blue Star, in the distant future, will witness the emergence of even more extraordinary talents. Following the announcement of the final results, the inaugural Global Martial Arts Conference came to a formal conclusion. Subsequently, Jiang Li summoned the top 10 competitors from the Hua Nation. As for the others, they were attended to by other personnel. My congratulations to you all for your achievements in this martial arts tournament. Your talents in the martial arts realm exceed my expectations. Jiang Li praised upon meeting them. The competitors humbly responded, Jiang Shun, had it not been for your development of the martial arts cultivation system, we would still be ordinary individuals. If we are to speak of talent, you're the true paragon. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Li continued, have any of you considered remaining in Future City to join us? Your talents are noteworthy and deserve superior cultivation. Shi Tian turned to Jiang Li, Director Jiang. May I inquire if there exists a higher realm beyond the innate stage? At this, all present gazed at Jiang Li. To have reached this point, their passion for martial arts was beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend, perhaps stemming from a genetic affinity. The essence of martial arts is evolution, and so too is the essence of genetics. Jiang Li nodded. Indeed, there are higher realms beyond, and I can assure you that the innate stage is merely the beginning. A moment of silence enveloped the group. I wish to join Future City. Shi Tian was the first to speak. I too wish to. The others followed suit, expressing their agreement. One individual hesitated, saying, Director Jiang, I need to contemplate this further. Jiang Li nodded. That is acceptable. Feel free to contact the relevant personnel once you have made your decision. Jiang Li was indifferent to their choice. Their inclusion would be a boon, but their absence would not be detrimental unless they were among the top-tier geniuses in the universe. However, for Blue Star to give birth to such talents, it would require extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, it would take millions of years for such evolution to occur. The element of fortune was too significant. Follow me. Jiang Li then guided them into the martial arts building of Future City. Under the arrangement of professional staff, they signed contracts and were granted an opportunity to select their cultivation methods. Upon receiving these methods, all were filled with astonishment, as if they had uncovered a new world. Thus, the first Global Martial Arts Conference came to an end, yet its influence was only just beginning. Each match video from the conference became revered as a textbook example, sending martial arts enthusiasts into a frenzy worldwide. Among them, martial arts stars transcended all sports and entertainment figures, with Shi Tian's value skyrocketing, surpassing all celebrities from the entertainment and sports industries. The value of other martial arts competitors also soared, as the high-profile battles at the conference elevated martial arts to unprecedented heights in global prestige. Countless individuals yearned for such formidable power, whether for personal strength, fame, wealth, or, as many media outlets suggested, for the evolution of humanity. Regardless of the motivation, the impact of martial arts on Blue Star reached its zenith. As the exceptional talents began to emerge, they swiftly initiated endeavors across various martial arts domains, inadvertently accelerating its promotion. Consequently, global meat prices began to rise substantially. After all, to train in martial arts, one must consume meat, the most fundamental requirement. Presently, it is merely a matter of time before martial arts becomes a universal practice. Given the current scale and production capacity, it would be impossible to meet the burgeoning market demand. Thus, the rise in meat prices accompanied a surge in the stock prices of related sectors. The ascent of martial arts spurred the flourishing of numerous associated industries, permeating every facet of life for the inhabitants of Blue Star. As the pioneer of martial arts, Jiang Li was naturally revered by countless individuals, even attaining a level of deification. Many aspire to join Future City to learn more profound martial arts. Were Jiang Li to possess a reputation system, it would likely be at its maximum level by now. In stark contrast, The major Western powers regarded the burgeoning martial arts scene with discontent, akin to having bitten into a sour fruit. Although martial arts could be cultivated globally, they perceived it as Jiang Li's creation. Should he choose to wield his influence, they would have no choice but to comply. This realization left them quite perturbed, as they had employed similar underhanded tactics for centuries and were acutely aware of their potency. In a state of desperation, the Western nations and major conglomerates united to initiate a superhuman project, investing trillions to develop an agent capable of facilitating human evolution. This announcement sent shockwaves across the globe, garnering widespread acclaim, with the United States proclaiming its renewed greatness. Jiang Li, however, regarded this with a hint of derision. The Western world, spearheaded by the United States, boasted a supposedly flawless government with zero corruption, unparalleled governmental efficacy, and an unassailable political correctness. Yet, all these advantages led only to a dismissive chuckle. Unless they obtained extraterrestrial technology, and not just any technology, but extraordinary technology, the chances of breaking the stalemate were non-existent. Such grandiose yet ultimately inconsequential announcements from the West were not unprecedented. They were merely a source of amusement. Jiang Li shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Time flowed, and 2 years swiftly passed. During this period, Blue Star continued to flourish. The superhuman project initiated by the Western powers had unfolded as Jiang Li anticipated. After a few months of fervor, it faded into silence. In contrast, the development of martial arts thrived with increasing vitality. Jiang Li's fishing level had reached level 4, and his strength had further advanced. His progress in the third realm was exceptionally promising. In terms of economic and technological advancements, Future City had introduced a series of innovative products and technologies over the past 2 years, touching upon various domains. The population of Future City had surged to an astonishing 30 million, primarily influenced by the allure of martial arts, drawing more and more individuals from Hua Nation. The total economic output had surpassed that of Germany and Japan, ranking third, trailing only behind the United States and Hua Nation. In just a few short years, Future City had created an unprecedented miracle. Moreover, the space program that Jiang Li had longed for had completed its final preparations and was ready to enter the implementation phase. On this day, the celestial mothership of Future City was set to embark on its maiden voyage. Chapter 309, The Space Age, Space Mining. On this day, the desert base in front of Future City was bustling with media and streamers from around the globe. The reason? Not long ago, Jiang Li announced that Future City would unveil its first celestial mothership, marking humanity's formal step toward conquering space. Given Jiang Li's illustrious reputation, with the introduction of the sky cars from the city of the future, records of space travel have captivated the global media over the past 2 years. Amidst this fervent anticipation, Jiang Li gradually emerged before the crowd, ready to deliver his address. Ladies and gentlemen, in my childhood, I too gazed upon the starry sky, dreaming of the resplendent rivers of light. For humanity to evolve and civilization to advance, we must venture into space. Our blue planet is vast enough to accommodate billions. Yet it is also limited, hindered by a scarcity of resources that precludes the emergence of a more powerful civilization. However, the cosmos is infinite, brimming with countless resources that can propel our civilization into an era of remarkable progress. Today, our dreams are on the verge of taking flight as we embark on the inaugural step into humanity's age of space exploration. Now, let us welcome our protagonist to the stage. As Jiang Li's words resonated, the colossal structure previously concealed beneath an iron canopy at the desert base was unveiled to the entire world. Oh my God, is this truly a creation of humankind? It was utterly astonishing. The legendary Noah's Ark paled in comparison. Journalists stood motionless, entranced by the magnificent sight before them. The live broadcast fell into a hushed silence, with the once vibrant barrage of comments dissipating entirely. The collective awe was palpable as the spectators gazed upon a spacecraft reminiscent of those found in science fiction. A massive aerial mothership stretching beyond sight. At a distance of several dozen meters, one had to tilt their head skyward to behold the pinnacle of the vessel. The dark, angular contours of the mothership were nothing short of breathtaking, instilling a sense of wonder in all who beheld it. Could this marvel truly take flight into the vastness of space? Doubts began to stir, reminiscent of the skepticism faced by early steel vessels poised to embark upon the ocean. Yet, Jiang Li swiftly dispelled their uncertainties. This aircraft carrier, measuring 3 kilometers in length and 50 meters in height, was equipped with the most advanced technology of the city of the future. We have named her Qin, he proclaimed. Next, we shall initiate the launch of the Qin mothership. officially setting our course for space. With Jiang Li's command, the scene shifted to reveal the interior of the mothership, where countless crew members diligently operated the vessel. Before long, under the gaze of innumerable witnesses, the mothership began its ascent. There were no visually overwhelming flames or deafening roars, only the gentle sound of wind and sand swirling around. The crowd gazed upward, their hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of awe as the colossal structure gradually shrank from view, eventually becoming a mere black that before vanishing entirely. Cheers erupted, transcending even the divides between those who were adversaries of the city of the future. In that moment, the launch of the Qin mothership evoked a profound emotional resonance that allowed them to momentarily forget their differences. Millions of viewers in the live stream flooded the comment section, eager to witness this historic moment. As the imagery shifted once more, the focus returned to the Qin mothership, which soon found itself in the vastness of space. In the infinite expanse, the once massive vessel appeared minuscule, akin to a grain of sand in the cosmic sea. Headquarters has now departed from the blue planet, with our next destination being the moon. Inside the mothership, the environment was strikingly similar to that of Earth, filled with air and reminiscent of life on blue planet. Shortly thereafter, the mothership set its course for the moon. Upon arrival, a brief video was recorded for posterity before they resumed their journey. Headquarters is preparing to leave the moon. Next stop, the asteroid belt. The mothership continued its voyage toward the asteroid belt, where the presence of drifting asteroid fragments increased. However, due to the relatively weak gravitational forces in the vicinity, their speed remained slow. A few faster-moving fragments collided with the energy shield surrounding the mothership, shattering on impact. In the event of unavoidable collisions with larger debris, weaponry would be employed to obliterate them. Headquarters has now reached the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, billions of viewers in the live stream were simultaneously witnessing the images transmitted from the mothership. Contrary to their previous notions of the asteroid belt, what unfolded before their eyes was a scene of stark desolation, with countless fragments aimlessly drifting through space, embodying a chaotic beauty. Proceed according to the original plan. Jiang Li commanded from headquarters. The audience, initially perplexed, soon received clarification from the crew aboard the mothership. According to radar detection, a small asteroid composed of iron ore lies 3,000 kilometers ahead. We will dispatch a corresponding spacecraft immediately. Moments later, a small vessel ascended from the mothership, embarking toward its designated target. In an instant, everyone grasped Jiang Li's intent. This marked the commencement of resource exploration and extraction in the cosmos. Excitement surged through the global populace. Should this endeavor succeed, the persistent issue of resource scarcity hindering human development could be significantly alleviated. Chapter 310. Gold Element Asteroid. Mining a Mountain of Gold. This is Guangzhou, currently 1,500 kilometers from the target asteroid. I have detected the target, estimating its volume at 10 million cubic meters, well within the limits of the spacecraft's engine. Upon hearing this, commands resonated within the command center of the Qin. Guangzhou, proceed immediately and bring it aboard the ship. Understood. Guangzhou's eyes gleamed with fervor as he surveyed the asteroid on the screen, recalling his childhood fondness for a game called Gold Miner, in which he once ranked first in his class. He marveled at the surrealism of the situation. He was truly about to mine in space. With determination, Guangzhou maneuvered the spacecraft toward the target location. The launch button activated, and in an instant, numerous specially crafted steel spears materialized within the spacecraft. Powered by immense thrust, these spears penetrated the asteroid surface. As the spacecraft's engines roared to life, the spears embedded themselves deeper into the asteroid, expanding horizontally within to firmly secure both the asteroid and the spacecraft together. However, the next moment, the spacecraft began to shake violently. The gravitational forces between celestial bodies had set the asteroid in motion, tugging the spacecraft along. Unfazed, Guangzhou swiftly adjusted the engine's power to maximum. Within moments, the turbulence subsided. This is Guangzhou. All is proceeding smoothly. We are preparing to return. As he spoke, thunderous applause erupted within the Qin. The spacecraft initiated its ascent, transporting the iron-rich asteroid toward the mothership. Excellent. Continue the exploration. This time, our target is an asteroid rich in gold elements, the captain ordered again. The crew sprang into action, diligently scanning for the relevant elemental asteroids. Everyone understood that this journey into space served dual purposes, showcasing technological prowess and experimenting with the development of various resources beyond Earth. Clearly, both objectives had been successfully fulfilled. Meanwhile, the global audience watching the live stream was utterly astounded, with some even proclaiming it a miracle. In the video, the asteroid, whose size dwarfs the spacecraft by countless magnitudes, is astonishingly subdued and dragged along by the vessel. The visual spectacle, coupled with the inherent challenges, captivates the attention of all. It is evident that humanity's technology has advanced to such an extraordinary level. At this moment, a question arises in the live stream. Given that this asteroid is predominantly composed of iron, what might its value be once it is brought back to Earth for smelting? As this query emerges, the atmosphere in the room erupts into a cacophony of excitement. Brothers, the crux of the matter is that this asteroid consists of iron. Did you not hear? They're now searching for asteroids made of gold. Oh my, if we calculate that, wouldn't it amount to a veritable mountain of gold? This is a surefire way to amass wealth. No wonder they say space is a treasure trove. This is an extraordinary bounty. Indeed. And the best part is that you won't encounter traffic jams in the cosmos. Traffic jams? Suddenly, this feels like such an obscure term. The live stream erupts into chaos over this question. Meanwhile, the Jiang mothership continues its mission undeterred. Dozens of small spacecraft detach from the mothership, scattering towards the asteroid belt. Their reconnaissance devices will assist in locating suitable asteroids. The universe is boundless, and although the term belt implies a smallness, it is in fact unimaginably vast. The ships are equipped with the latest engines developed by Future City, allowing them to orbit Blue Star in less than half an hour. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of space, their speed remains akin to that of a tortoise. The journey is long and solitary. Clearly, mining in space is destined to be a prolonged and arduous endeavor, demanding the endurance of solitude. In such an environment, the Jiang warship and its crew remain in the cosmos for 3 full months. During this time, the mining ships achieve remarkable success, capturing countless asteroids rich in precious metals. Each one, upon arrival on Blue Star, would be worth its weight in gold. Among them, the most striking is an asteroid composed entirely of gold. The moment the mining ship discovers it, the eyes of the entire world are drawn to it. Blue Star is swept into a frenzy. There exists an adjective on Blue Star, Gold Mountain. Every untapped frontier is a gold mountain. Every emerging industry is a gold mountain, and countless such phrases abound. However, these are merely metaphors. Now, the aerospace mothership of Future City has genuinely brought back a gold mountain. It is a true gold mountain. Upon the announcement, the world erupts in excitement. The news dominates the headlines. At this moment, within the Jiang aircraft carrier, the captain sends a signal to the ground headquarters. Headquarters. The Jiang has successfully completed its mission and requests to return. Permission granted for return. Welcome home. Next stop, Blue Star. A chorus of cheers erupts in the control room. The aircraft carrier officially begins its journey home, anticipated to return to Blue Star in 3 days. As the global media catch wind of this, they flock to Future City to capture the moment of the aircraft carrier's return. Meanwhile, nations across the globe express their unease. In Jiang Li's laboratory within Future City, a report comes in. Sir, currently, heads of state from 63 countries have sent diplomatic requests wishing to discuss collaboration in the space sector. Really? How intriguing. Let me see. Soon, a multitude of documents appears before Jiang Li. It is evident that every prominent nation has sent diplomatic correspondence to him. Although Kaiyan Technology is still recognized as a Chinese enterprise, and Jiang Li is indeed Chinese, it is clear to all that Jiang Li, in establishing Future City abroad, has become a new independent force. Given the strength of Future City, it can fully bear the weight of such interactions. Everyone is well aware of this. How fascinating. Future, please arrange a meeting next month with different countries in different batches. Let us start with the first batch from China, and then others. In no time, Jiang Li organizes a schedule. Understood, sir. I will make the arrangements immediately. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. The Jiang aerospace carrier returns to Blue Star like a hero, under the gaze of the entire world. As it descends, the shutters of media reporters click incessantly, almost to the point of overheating. Alongside the mothership, dozens of asteroids land, each resembling small mountains, astonishing in size. The most eye-catching of all is undoubtedly the asteroid made of gold. The fervor in everyone's eyes is palpable. Even a fraction of this would ensure their prosperity for generations. Some even entertain the thought of seizing it. Of course, such musings remain purely hypothetical, for attempting to steal from Future City would be tantamount to courting death. Here, the weaponry and the individual combat prowess of its warriors are unparalleled, indeed leading the globe by a staggering margin. Those who are eager for a test might dare try. Incredible. Future City has surpassed our wildest imaginings in the realm of propulsion. How on earth did they manage to tow such a colossal asteroid? Indeed, while outer space is a weightless environment, Achieving this feat is no small task. Well, that's none of our concern. Let us just take plenty of photographs. The media buzzes with chatter. The following day, Future City officially announces information about some of the asteroids, including one composed of iron. According to our technicians' assessments, the iron content of the first asteroid reaches an astounding 15 million tons. This represents a monumental resource that will significantly advance human civilization, marking humanity's inaugural step towards conquering and developing outer space. Upon this revelation, the world is once again thrown into uproar. 15 million tons of iron. To put this into perspective, last year's global iron ore production totaled only 3 billion tons. Now, from a single captured asteroid in space, the iron content alone reaches 15 million tons. Moreover, this is just one asteroid, one trip's yield. Suddenly, humanity's entrenched perceptions undergo a profound transformation. This is the true method of unlocking outer space. This is the genuine treasure trove belonging to humanity. Instantly, the world spirals into madness. 15 million tons? Just the value of this one asteroid could be in the billions. What? Billions? Goodness, such a figure is beyond anything I could have ever imagined. This is the age of space. It's truly astonishing how quickly wealth can be amassed. When was the last time our country ventured into space? If we could harness these resources, we'd all achieve a standard of living befitting a developed nation. Don't be delusional. Only Future City has the capability to reach space. Other nations would require at least a century to attain such technological prowess. Are we to simply watch from the sidelines? Certainly not. Haven't you seen the news? Heads of state from all around the world are heading to Future City, clearly eager to partake in this bonanza. No. With such a sudden influx of iron ore, won't there be inflation? Upstairs, are you not thinking straight? In modern society, steel is a hard currency. Even if you mine 3 billion tons of iron ore globally every year, it still falls far short of meeting demand, which will only escalate in the future. Is anyone curious about the value of that gold mine asteroid? Now that's truly worth something. Everyone around the world is eager to know. But it seems Future City is rather secretive, keeping it under wraps and quietly amassing wealth. In an instant, the world buzzed with speculation. At that moment, in Future City, Jiang Li gazed at the asteroid, which loomed like a mountain, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The sheer size was overwhelming. However, the subsequent division would require a substantial investment of time and effort, far too labor-intensive. Even the resources needed to tackle this were insignificant compared to its value. Yet, with his obsessive tendencies, Jiang Li was clearly dissatisfied. It seemed he required an extraordinarily large forge. A vision began to materialize in his mind, a forge colossal enough to encompass an entire small mountain. As for the energy source for the forge, he slowly lifted his gaze to the blazing sun above. Was this not the most readily available source of fire? A planetary forge? How intriguing. Inspired, Jiang Li wasted no time and began collaborating with the future to draft the blueprint for the forge. Before long, he completed the preliminary design. While it appeared complex, it was fundamentally a large-scale forge, albeit with the challenge of placing it in space. With this thought, he resumed his research. Fortunately, Future City's technological reserves were now quite substantial. After perfectly merging several technologies, a comprehensive plan for the planetary forge emerged. The initial concept was to position the forge in space, utilizing a principle akin to a magnifying glass to concentrate the sun's energy at a single point. The resultant high temperature would suffice to melt the asteroid, followed by smelting and transporting it back to Blue Star. Once the plan was finalized, Jiang Li commenced disseminating relevant information and began a global tender process. After all, creating such a device capable of melting asteroids would require considerable engineering effort. Upon the announcement, the world erupted in astonishment once again. The notion of space mining had hardly been digested, and now there was talk of a planetary forge. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If one could harness solar energy to process asteroids in outer space, it would undoubtedly save vast amounts of resources. Moreover, employing physical effects and utilizing solar energy represented the pinnacle of renewable energy usage. Truly, he was the pioneer of large-scale space resource development. People couldn't help but marvel internally. Consequently, a frenzy ensued among global construction firms, each eager to submit tender documents to Future City, vying for this lucrative opportunity. Simultaneously, the once moribund global construction market experienced a revival. Various related stocks began to show signs of recovery. The catalyst for this was the publication of an article titled "The Era of Space Infrastructure," which renewed global capital's confidence in the construction sector. Chapter 312. Are we being treated as slaves? The world transforms. The article stated that with the extensive development of space resources, whether for enhancing productivity, rational resource utilization, or venturing into space, a new wave of infrastructure development was inevitable. Analyzing from various perspectives, the arguments were sound, instantly restoring market confidence in the construction industry. Indeed, as Jiang Li's Planetary Forge project moved forward, the demand for labor surged, illuminating the future for an increasing number of individuals. The long-dormant world was poised for a spectacular leap in civilization. Of course, everyone was aware that the progress of civilization always belonged to a select few. Much like Blue Star today, under Western civilization, countless smaller nations had yet to even reach the level of World War I. A few days later, dozens of heads of state from various countries arrived in Future City, seeking new collaborative opportunities regarding space development. On the first day, Jiang Li personally met with a representative from Huagua, successfully establishing a perfect partnership. On the same day, both Future City and Huagua issued statements announcing their deep cooperation. Future City would sell fully developed space mining vessels to Huagua, which in turn would compensate Future City with a fee and a percentage of mineral shares. Upon this news, there was widespread excitement throughout Huagua. The space age had officially arrived for them. As for the other nations, they grew anxious, hastily reaching out to Jiang Li, eager to expedite their collaborations. On the second day, Jiang Li convened with the key representatives from Western nations in a grand conference room to discuss the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the detailed contract for our collaboration. You may examine it closely. A staff member presented a document to the attending leaders. As they opened the file, its contents mirrored their expectations concerning the space mining vessels. However, the more they read, the more uneasy they became. Mr. Jiang Li, is there an error in the pricing within the document? The cost for a small space mining vessel is 60 billion miles yuan. A medium vessel is priced at 110 billion miles yuan, and the large vessel is astonishingly set at 200 billion miles yuan. This price is equivalent to building a carrier at just 20 billion. Is this not excessively high? Furthermore, we understand that the vessels sold to Huagua were priced less than half of this. Besides, you're also asking for 50% of the profits. This seems utterly unreasonable. Huagua only pays 10%. The Western representatives turned pale. This was tantamount to the slave contracts of the space age. Should they sign, they would essentially become mere laborers. When had these haughty aristocrats ever encountered such treatment? They could not help but voice their objections. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Li's eyes. This is the manner of cooperation. If you are unwilling to accept, we shall not force anyone. He harbored significant grievances against these Western nations. The initiative now lay in his hands, and if he did not seize the opportunity to squeeze them, how could he justify their years of targeting him? These Western whites had enjoyed privilege for centuries. It was time they returned to their rightful place. If the roles were reversed, with these descendants of pirates wielding the initiative, Jiang Li believed they would be even more avaricious and unrestrained. To put it mildly, Jiang Li felt he was exceptionally benevolent. He had not directly colonized them. Instead, he offered them job opportunities and a chance to earn a portion of resources. He even thought this year's Nobel Prize should establish a charity award, with the inaugural one going to him. Jiang Li's stance remained unwavering, without a hint of concession. He even left the meeting midway, compelling the various powers to sign the contract. Thus, all nations of the world standardized their terms. A hefty price was required to merely partake in the benefits of this era. Oh, but one nation remained, the leech nation neighboring Huagua. As for this despicable country, Jiang Li raised the prices by an additional 30%, with a staggering 70% profit extraction. In this context, the representative lamented loudly, proclaiming injustice. At the United Nations, he vociferously accused Jiang Li of fostering national discrimination, imploring Jiang Li to relinquish prejudice and hatred in favor of collaboration. Regrettably, no matter how grand the outcry, it ultimately fell upon deaf ears, resonating like a stone cast into the abyss. The global community remained indifferent, with only his compatriots venting their frustrations. Meanwhile, other nations looked on, amused by the spectacle. After all, they too bore immense pressures and found a perverse sense of satisfaction in witnessing someone else's misfortune, alleviating their own burden somewhat. As for the prospect of united resistance, Jiang Li was utterly unfazed. Analyzing Jiang Li's behavior over the past decade, they understood his fundamental nature. He was one who thrived on softness rather than hardness. The notion of jointly waging war? The great beauty scoffed at the idea, declaring that if one sought destruction, They should not drag her into it. The moment the future city ascended into the cosmos, the elites of America realized they could no longer rival Future City. The chasm between civilizations would only widen. In a feudal era, great powers could attack smaller nations. And due to the reliance on cold weapons, the latter retained some capacity for resistance. In modern times, even the indigenous peoples of Africa could leverage their geographical advantages to combat firearms with bows and spears. However, in the contemporary age, the disparity has become increasingly pronounced. By the late 20th century, America effortlessly defeated Iraq, which boasted a formidable military force of over 1 million troops. Today, confronted by the overwhelming military might of Western powers, smaller nations find themselves devoid of any semblance of resistance. Even now, despite Western nations continuing to proclaim themselves as the world's foremost powers, the gap will only grow larger in the face of Future City, which has already embarked upon the space age. This is precisely why nations worldwide are compelled to acquiesce to Jiang Li's demands. Although many actions taken by various countries may baffle the majority, the educated elites of the 21st century are far from foolish. On the contrary, they are quite astute. The information regarding Future City has long been ingrained within them, and they are acutely aware of their next steps. The days ahead promise to be exceedingly thrilling. Given Jiang Li's exorbitant demands, which could be described as astronomical, even the most advanced nations, if they were to liquidate all their assets, could scarcely afford a handful of mining spacecraft. The plight of ordinary smaller nations is even direr. Consequently, the Great Beauty's entourage sought her out, hoping to secure substantial loans. Faced with such an absurdity, the Great Beauty could hardly contain her laughter. Am I keeping you all as parasites only for you to drain my resources? An outrageous proposition. The Great Beauty, who is already troubled by her inability to purchase mining vessels, seized this opportunity to initiate a new wave of financial warfare. Utilizing her position of global dominance, she began to harvest wealth from nations across the globe with unprecedented fervor. To put it plainly, she was willing to shed any semblance of decorum in her pursuit of profit. Witnessing this, nations around the world were understandably reluctant to comply, leading to a dramatic turn of events. The fiercely competitive European Union and the Arctic Bear miraculously reconciled, subsequently finalizing a series of cooperative agreements. Other third-world countries, eager to hitch a ride on the coattails of the powerful, found themselves summarily dismissed. With their national strength deemed inadequate, they resorted to uniting, pooling resources to acquire spacecraft to counter the Great Beauty. However, lacking a dominant leader and with their forces in disarray, they ultimately fell victim to the Great Beauty's financial onslaught. Chapter 313, Smelting Asteroids. At this moment, the world found itself once more embroiled in a frenzy of financial competition. A plethora of goods, oil, energy, crops, electronics became more affordable and high quality across the globe. The major financial conglomerates of the Great Beauty joined forces, pooling centuries of wealth to purchase spacecraft from Jiang Li. Meanwhile, nations around the world began to reveal their unique capabilities. The illicit activities in Western Europe and Southeast Asia experienced an epic resurgence, attracting tourists from every corner of the globe. Nations with formidable military capabilities began to set their sights on neighboring smaller states. Of course, the most outrageous of all was the nation of Plaster. Faced with Jiang Li's outrageous pricing, the government of Plaster, in a moment of desperation, turned its first blade upon the adult entertainment industry, which had contributed significantly to society. Policies were hastily relaxed to encourage a flood of potential workers to enter the field. Suddenly, the nation of Plaster, and indeed, the entire world, was inundated with unfamiliar yet alluring new educators, eliciting howls of excitement from enthusiasts worldwide. It bore a striking resemblance to the government of Plaster during the tumultuous times of the World Wars. Evidently, a militaristic government was better suited to generate revenue. Thus, during the new election cycle for the Prime Minister of Plaster, representatives of militarism boldly proclaimed their slogans. The world awaited with bated breath to see how this would unfold. For Jiang Li, such outcomes might be fortuitous, as they could pave the way for an alliance with Huan Nation to extinguish them. Overall, the journey into space undertaken by Future City has ignited a fervent passion for the cosmos across the globe. No one wishes to miss this opportunity. For them, a spacecraft signifies not merely the extraction of extraterrestrial resources, but heralds boundless possibilities. Only by truly venturing into space can they uncover its treasures. Remaining confined to Blue Planet offers but a zero-sum possibility. Soon enough, Future City delivered to Huan Nation the first batch of a large spacecraft, 2 medium-sized vessels. and 4 small ships. Following thorough preparations, Hua Nation embarked on its inaugural journey into space. Observing this, nations worldwide clenched their fists. The authorities gazed upon their citizens, incredulous that they were still striking for better conditions. It seemed they would have to take decisive action. Time flew by, and 3 months vanished in the blink of an eye. Hua Nation returned with bountiful results. The flagship had reached maximum capacity and requested to return. The coordinates of the unexploited resource asteroids had been marked for future endeavors, thanks to the resource radar detectors aboard the spacecraft. And given that outer space remains largely uncharted, the resources were abundant. Thus, the journey was highly fruitful. Acknowledged, permission granted for return. Subsequently, the 7 vessels from Hua Nation returned, laden with riches. Witnessing this, other nations were filled with envy. After final calculations, even after allocating a share to Future City, Hua Nation's profits soared into the hundreds of billions. It could be said that they had effortlessly amassed wealth. In an instant, the world was sent into a frenzy. From Hua Nation's success, they glimpsed hope. Wasn't it merely hundreds of billions? Wasn't it just a matter of paying a protection fee to Future City? At worst, they could make multiple trips. Eventually, they would recoup their investments. If luck favored them, and they stumbled upon asteroids rich in rare metals, they would strike it rich. Thus, the world once more plunged into a frenzy of competition. The cost-effectiveness of products skyrocketed once again, and the quality of the red light districts experienced a new leap. The educators in plaster proliferated. Some nations fortunate enough to receive spacecraft initiated extravagant 3-month space tours for the wealthy. Mining, development, and profit were seamlessly integrated without delay. The affluent were eager to foot the bill. After all, who could resist the allure of a journey into outer space? Everything, ultimately, was in pursuit of wealth. Orders flooded in for Future City, overwhelming their capacity to fulfill them. This influx revitalized Future City significantly, propelling the pace of civilization's advancement to new heights. Time flows inexorably, and 3 months have once again slipped by. The planetary forge of the City of the Future has finally been completed. On this day, the eyes of the world's media converged upon the site. All gazes were fixed upon the colossal focusing lens, stretching 4 to 5 kilometers in length, and the forge itself, towering at 5 to 600 meters, resembling a small mountain. It was unimaginable that this monumental structure could have been erected by humankind in a mere 6 months. The planetary forge is primarily composed of 3 parts. The first is the space platform, designed to stabilize the forge. The second is the forge itself, intended for smelting various materials. And the third is the focusing lens, which concentrates the sun's energy to melt asteroids. Together, these 3 components form a complete planetary forge. The next step was to propel it into space. As the Qin vessel was activated, countless spacecraft, connected by chains, began to transport the planetary forge into the cosmos. The entire world watched this spectacle with bated breath. As the gargantuan structure gradually vanished beyond the horizon, the onlookers slowly emerged from their astonishment. At that moment, in the vastness of outer space, the spacecraft reached its designated position. Subsequently, the planetary forge initiated its operations autonomously. In no time, the spacecraft severed the connecting chains, and the forge began to float and function in the void of space, continuously absorbing solar energy. In the absence of an atmospheric shield, the energy released by the sun was exceedingly volatile, yet represented a rare treasure trove for energy absorption and utilization. At that moment, a mining vessel appeared, towing a small asteroid from the distance. The asteroid was maneuvered to its designated location. In the next instant, the focusing lens adjusted its orientation, concentrating the tumultuous solar energy upon a single point, the surface of the asteroid. Before long, the temperature on the asteroid's surface soared to over 1,000 degrees Celsius, causing it to melt gradually into streams of molten red liquid, which ultimately flowed into the forge. The forge began its synchronized operation, separating the metallic byproducts. The terrifying machinery was now in motion. Each unfolding scene left all spectators spellbound. The global audience could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the era has transformed." That small asteroid, as massive as a mountain, vanished in the blink of an eye. The sense of awe was profound. It was a spectacle that could hardly be comprehended without witnessing it firsthand. What was perceived by all on the internet was but a minuscule representation of the scale involved. It was difficult to fathom the sheer impact it would have had if witnessed in the grand expanse of the cosmos. Many held a deep-seated reverence for nature. As beings born of nature, how could humanity contend with it? Yet the mindset began to shift imperceptibly. Such marvels were indeed wrought by human hands. Chapter 313: Genetic Beings and Virtual Reality Technology. The advent of the planetary forge significantly accelerated the city of the future's utilization of asteroid resources, propelling its development even further. Time flowed on, and 2 years swiftly vanished. On this day, the city of the future unveiled its first genetic being, a falcon infused with the essence of fire. At the launch event, with Jiang Li's command, a falcon, ablaze with roaring flames, descended from the heavens. Remarkably, one could feel the searing heat even at close range. Yet contact with the flames caused no harm. In an instant, the world marveled at the formidable nature of genetic beings. The emergence of the falcon was merely the beginning. As Jiang Li commenced the gradual exploration of space resources and stellar energy, the final barriers to the development of large-scale genetic beings dissipated. An increasing number of genetic beings were brought forth, seamlessly integrated into human life. For Jiang Li, however, the introduction of these beings was merely a prelude to the birth of life forms of a higher order. The debut of genetic beings sparked a series of fervent waves across the globe. The city of the future detonated another bombshell. Jiang Li had successfully developed virtual reality technology. In an instant, the world was once again engulfed in frenzy. During the subsequent press conference, journalists from around the globe eagerly experienced the virtual reality devices. By the end, every face bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Exclamations of, "Oh my God," filled the air, clearly demonstrating their astonishment at the virtual reality experience. It was as if they had been transported to a realm that felt entirely real. Indeed, the visual, tactile, and auditory sensations were indistinguishable from reality, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which world was the genuine one. If one were to be enveloped in this virtual reality while asleep, they might believe they had spent their entire life in the authentic world. In that moment, the journalists' interviews ignited keen interest among users worldwide. Thus, virtual reality technology spread like wildfire. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the city of the future announced a global sale of 10 million units at a price of 10,000 yuan each. Remarkably, within a mere second, they were sold out. Instantly, the lamentations of users who failed to secure a device echoed worldwide. Alas, I must endure the bragging of others for a while longer. Subsequently, the factories of the city of the future began working overtime to produce the new virtual reality devices. The first batch of equipment swiftly reached the hands of buyers across the globe. The virtual world officially welcomed its inaugural users. Initially, the virtual reality environment was relatively rudimentary, featuring only a large community with basic settings. However, this did not diminish the fervor surrounding virtual reality. Soon after, Jiang Li launched the second module of the virtual reality world, which he deemed one of the most crucial components, the gaming module. He also developed a designer interface, inviting users worldwide to create related virtual reality games. In this era of advanced artificial intelligence, the barriers to game creation and production costs had plunged dramatically. Before long, the emergence of the first blockbuster virtual reality game completely transformed the gaming landscape. The inaugural game, designed by an amateur designer, drew inspiration from a film, a colossal beast movie that also portrayed a love story between Beauty and the Beast, King Kong. The game was set on Skull Island, the domain of King Kong. At the outset, players found their vessel stranded, and, to escape Skull Island, they would need to traverse to the opposite side. Thus, 20 players banded together to embark on a perilous journey across Skull Island, seeking their salvation. This constituted the main quest, alongside numerous side missions. Upon its release, the game achieved a staggering daily revenue of 30 million, with player numbers consistently hovering around 5 million. The success of this game ignited enthusiasm across the board. Indeed, if you have King Kong as your template, then I shall use other films and television series as my backdrop. As for originality, apologies. Do you comprehend what a golden opportunity entails? The virtual reality gaming realm had just emerged, still an uncharted treasure trove. Utilizing films as templates for game design was the most effective approach, both in terms of convenience and player immersion. There was no necessity to labor over creating an entirely new world. Once the cinematic inspirations were sufficiently exhausted, originality could then reign supreme. In this manner, within just a few months, a plethora of virtual reality games began to flood the market. In the realm of gaming, there exists an array of genres: horror escape games, competitive racing games, apocalyptic zombie games, aerial combat games, shooting games, escape room games, and even pet-raising games, among others. The global gaming market has reached an unparalleled level of maturity, rendering the transition into the virtual reality sphere a task that requires little cognitive effort. In an instant, Gaming enthusiasts worldwide found themselves immersed in a euphoric celebration. Beyond gaming, the virtual world has seamlessly integrated various aspects such as social interaction, shopping, and skill training. An increasing number of physical businesses have begun to establish their presence in the virtual reality domain, showcasing clothing, computer equipment, and more, with real-time shipping capabilities that are nothing short of flawless. Driving schools have also ventured into the virtual realm to offer their instructional services. Remarkably, within just a few months, the virtual reality landscape has been extensively developed by capital investment. The functionalities have rapidly proliferated, enriching the environment significantly. The profits generated from this venture are simply beyond imagination. It is no exaggeration to assert that Jiang Li has secured a fortune that could rival that of an entire world. With the surge of virtual reality videos capturing public attention, the demand for virtual reality devices has skyrocketed. On second-hand platforms, these devices are being sold at prices 4 to 5 times their original value, with some affluent buyers even willing to pay tenfold. This phenomenon underscores the tremendous popularity of these devices. As virtual reality equipment emerges, many physical retail stores face unprecedented challenges, particularly within the clothing sector, which has experienced a greater impact than during the era of online shopping. The internet cafe industry has also felt the strain. With the advent of virtual reality gaming, traditional gaming experiences are gradually being cast aside by players, who may occasionally reminisce or indulge in nostalgic pursuits. Internet cafes are in a state of decline, yet a new breed of establishments is on the rise, those that have replaced conventional computers with virtual reality equipment. The owners of these cafes have set prices at $20 per hour, and despite this, demand continues to outstrip supply. Some patrons find themselves engrossed in the virtual world from dawn until the early hours of the morning, unable to extricate themselves. Frustrated individuals waiting for their turn have resorted to seizing the equipment from others and even resorting to physical confrontations. Ironically, when their time arrives, they find themselves behaving similarly. In a brief period, virtual reality cafes have proliferated like mushrooms after rain, with each new establishment quickly recouping costs and even yielding substantial profits. Thus, with the emergence of virtual reality devices, numerous industries have waned, while new sectors have experienced a renaissance. As a researcher in virtual devices, Jiang Li has reaped considerable benefits. Chapter 314, Galactic Empire. After 30 years, the pinnacle of the Fourth Realm. Another 2 years have elapsed. As the future city continues to flourish, Jiang Li has set his sights on other celestial bodies. In contrast to gaseous planets like Jupiter and Saturn, the terrestrial landscapes of the Moon and Mars present excellent opportunities. With the maturation of technology over the past 2 years, the future city has acquired the technical prowess necessary to establish bases on other planets. Consequently, with a decisive stroke from a finance department of the future city, trillions of funds were released, prompting a response from construction companies across the globe. A grand era of infrastructure development has dawned once more. Unlike previous endeavors, this time, cities are being constructed on the Moon and Mars. Under the tireless research of the future city scientists, a series of technical challenges were swiftly resolved. With the essential groundwork laid, the remaining tasks became markedly simpler. Construction of the lunar and Martian bases has officially commenced, with a substantial influx of construction equipment dispatched to these celestial bodies. In addition, with the vigorous advancement of genetic biology over the past 2 years, a plethora of formidable, genetically engineered organisms has emerged. Towering giants, such as 20-meter-tall elephants and colossal pterosaurs, have been developed, each more impressive than the last. These organisms will accompany construction teams to the Moon and Mars, aiding in the establishment of bases. Alongside the lunar base, Jiang Li has also prioritized the construction of a space city. Given the vast distances between planets, establishing a midpoint station is essential for interplanetary connectivity and operational activities. With Jiang Li's financial backing and the assistance of advanced construction techniques and genetically engineered organisms, the progress of the Martian and lunar bases has been remarkably swift. Within just 6 months, the outlines of the bases began to take shape, and within 2 years, they were fully constructed. The establishment of these 2 bases marks the true commencement of humanity's interstellar era, embarking on the conquest of the cosmos. As Jiang Li's initiatives unfold, various nations on Blue Star covet a share of this burgeoning opportunity. Unfortunately, aside from Hua country, which has entered space with Jiang Li's assistance, other nations seeking to establish bases on extraterrestrial worlds must rely solely on their own resources. Consequently, nations across the globe are filled with envy, yet find themselves powerless to act. Jiang Li has ascended to a level far beyond theirs. With the current strength of the future city, Even a fraction of its resources is sufficient to overshadow all nations on Blue Star. Not to mention the formidable aerial motherships. Merely the presence of those terrifying genetically engineered organisms deters any ill-intentioned schemes from other nations. They can only resort to moral coercion. However, Jiang Li remains impervious to such tactics. In the wake of this rapid development, 2 decades have passed. Numerous significant events have unfolded during this time. With the preliminary establishment of the lunar and Martian bases, the future city has undergone a reorganization, officially rebranding itself as the Galactic Empire, thus forming a new force. In the realm of genetic technology, a series of human gene optimization agents have been developed. Numerous powerful, genetically engineered organisms, akin to small mountains, have been created, possessing the ability to shift mountains and drain seas. Some of these beings are even capable of traversing the cosmos. They're exhibited might rivals that of practitioners in the third realm. Moreover, in the domain of martial arts, Jiang Li has prioritized it as the foundation of the nation. Following the establishment of the Galactic Empire, knowledge of cultivation has been disseminated among the populace. However, due to demographic constraints, only a scant few have managed to break through to the second realm over these past 20 years. The first reason lies in the limited probability of genius births constrained by population size, resulting in a scarcity of exceptional talents in the Galactic Empire during these 2 decades. The second reason pertains to resource limitations. Even though Jiang Li has acquired countless rare materials from the myriad realms, they barely suffice for his personal cultivation. Despite Jiang Li's efforts to genetically enhance a multitude of plants, the supply remains inadequate in comparison to the vast number of cultivators. Nevertheless, through the utilization of the myriad realms fishing system, Jiang Li has achieved a breakthrough to the fourth realm. Even within the eternal cosmos, he stands as a formidable force within a particular star domain. Among the most transformed is Mars. With the continuous advancement of technology, Jiang Li has finally developed techniques to modify the planetary surface environment. The initial step involves altering the atmospheric composition, rendering it akin to that of Blue Star, thus making it habitable for humanity. Additionally, substantial water resources are essential. While Mars possesses significant water reserves, the challenges of extraction led the galactic fleet to transport several asteroids rich in water. Coupled with planetary transformation technology, after years of extensive modification, Mars has been thoroughly transformed into a planet suitable for human habitation. It can be said that within a span of merely 2 decades, the Galactic Empire, where Jiang Li resides, has undergone a profound transformation from a planetary civilization to a stellar civilization. Their technological prowess is now sufficient to reshape planets and comprehensively harness energy within star systems. However, it is important to note that this planetary transformation remains confined to ordinary solid planets. Colossal gas giants, like Saturn, still present considerable challenges. On the military front, advancements have been equally promising. A plethora of energy weapons, mechs, and fusion arms have emerged in succession. Regarding population, the exponential increase in productivity over the past 20 years has led to a dramatic surge in the Galactic Empire's population, which has now reached 600 million, predominantly consisting of youthful labor. At this pace, it is believed that within a few years, the population could swell to 1 billion. Yet, even with such a figure, the Galactic Empire would still find it inadequate to meet the demands of its expansionist ambitions. As another decade has slipped away, the Galactic Empire is poised for its most significant initiative in years. A year prior, scientists within the Empire developed a groundbreaking warp engine, setting the stage for the Empire to venture beyond the galaxy and explore the solar system. After finalizing the star maps and exploration objectives, the Empire is ready for its inaugural interstellar expedition. At this moment, on the summit of Mars, the central hub of the Galactic Empire and its residents, a sacred site for cultivation, Jiang Li has been tirelessly fishing for treasures from the Multiverse fishing system over the past 30 years. He has accumulated an array of precious items, including spirit-gathering artifacts, quality-enhancing treasures, enlightenment relics, the remains of divine beasts, and legendary weapons, alongside various professional inheritances. Coupled with advancements in genetic technology, Jiang Li has successfully unlocked a pathway for the synthesis of spiritual energy, transforming this location into a sanctuary abundant in spiritual essence. With just one final step remaining, he could ascend to the fifth realm. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li gradually emerged from his meditative state. The distinction between the fourth and fifth realms is fundamentally significant. While a practitioner of the fourth realm can traverse space, they remain confined within the solar system. To venture into the depths of the cosmos, they must rely on appropriate spacecraft. Conversely, Those who attain the fifth realm will begin to grasp the profound mysteries of cosmic origins, enabling them to traverse the void of stars with their physical form and explore even more distant worlds. Exiting the solar system will no longer pose a challenge. However, the comprehension of cosmic origins is an arduous endeavor. Within the eternal universe, countless prodigies struggle their entire lives, often failing to ascend beyond the monumental barrier of understanding these mysteries to reach the fifth realm, the celestial phenomenon realm. The cultivation of chi alone poses significant challenges, let alone the paths of soul and body, the palace of Tao realm, and the tribulation realm, all of which are fraught with difficulties. Even with his innate source talismans and remarkable aptitude and comprehension, Jiang Li recognizes that achieving the fifth realm will not be an easy feat. Reaching the pinnacle of the fourth realm within 50 years places him among the most exceptional talents in the entire eternal universe, a rarity that emerges once in several epochs. Therefore, Jiang Li is not in haste to cultivate. He does not mind taking his time. Chapter 3:15 Interstellar Exploration, the Life Planet. On this day, the Galactic Empire has organized 3 joint fleets to embark towards their predetermined destination. With the advancements in exploration technology over the years, numerous planets suspected to harbor civilizations or suitable for human habitation have been discovered. The purpose of this expedition is to investigate these worlds. At this moment on Mars, the 3 joint fleets are fully prepared for departure. Jiang Li has also arrived at the scene to deliver a rousing speech that ignites the fervor of the Galactic Empire's soldiers. Finally, with Jiang Li's command, the Grand Army sets forth. Over the years, the development of cosmic warships has been relentless. The primary vessels of the 3 fleets stretch an impressive 20 kilometers in length, forged from specially designed alloys. With energy shields in place, even a nuclear explosion would feel like mere raindrops against them. They are equipped with the latest quantum weaponry. Should their target be the Blue Star, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that a single strike could obliterate the entire ecological balance of the planet. The advancements in technology have significantly propelled the evolution of weaponry. Even Jiang Li, at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, would not dare to withstand such a formidable instrument of destruction. In addition to the flagship, there are several escort vessels of varying sizes, forming a complete fleet. Although their numbers do not compare to the thousands of warships depicted in dramas, they are more than sufficient for the purposes of exploring the cosmos. Thus, the 3 fleets officially commence their exploratory mission. Meanwhile, on the Blue Star, numerous nations watch with eager eyes. Now, 30 years have passed, and those nations remain mired in political correctness, stagnant in their progress. The 2 factions are no longer on the same level. Consequently, even though they are envious of the Galactic Empire's development, they remain unable to resolve their own issues, with the gap only widening. In the earlier years, Jiang Li might have occasionally paid attention to the happenings on the Blue Star. However, he has not inquired about its news for over a decade. At this moment, within the flagship of the Galactic Empire's First Fleet, Captain Hong Mingyuan studies the interstellar map crafted by the Research Institute. Captain, it will take 3 months to reach the first destination, one of the crew members reports. Very well, activate the autopilot mode and keep the radar on standby. Immediately mark any planets or stars of value encountered along the way. Hong Mingyuan promptly issues his orders. During these 3 months, do not simply wait idly. Cultivate as needed, striving to reach the second realm before we return to the Empire. Remember, cultivation is fundamental. As the fleet captain, Hong Mingyuan's cultivation is naturally impressive. Having reached the second realm, the 3rd level of transformation, a status that ranks him among the elite within the Empire. Rest assured, Captain, we will not fall behind. The crew members nod in agreement, fully aware of the Empire's promotion system. Everything else is transient. Only cultivation serves as the foundation. The higher one as cultivation, the further one can venture. Then I shall commence my cultivation. With that, Hong Mingyuan nods and departs. The remaining crew members sigh collectively. Cultivation is not so easily attained. If I had another 10 years, reaching the second realm would leave me content. I truly envy those prodigies who, at our age, have already reached the second realm. There's nothing to be done. The disparity in talent is too vast to compare with those monsters. Indeed, barring unforeseen circumstances, we are likely to reach the pinnacle of the second realm at best, while only those prodigies have hope for the third realm. I wonder how the Emperor cultivates. I've heard he has already reached the fourth realm. Don't compare yourself to the Emperor. It's a futile endeavor. After sharing their sentiments, the crew members begin to engage in light-hearted conversation. The difficulty of cultivation is akin to an ordinary person trying to ascend to the heavens. The gulf between individuals is more immense than the scores once reflected in examinations. With their talents, aspiring to reach the second realm is an arduous task. Those selected as the first batch of crew members possess noteworthy cultivation talent within the entire galactic empire, indicating how arduous cultivation truly is. Presently, aside from the Emperor, it seems General Tion boasts the highest level of cultivation within the Empire, having reached the mid-stage of the second realm, the fifth level of transformation. However, even General Shur admits that without extraordinary opportunities, he may remain stuck at the second realm for his entire life. How terrifying. Enough of this overthinking. Let us focus on cultivating to the second realm. After a brief exchange, the crew members resume their training. What follows is a lengthy journey lasting 3 months. Along the way, the fleet discovers several planets of considerable value, marking their coordinates before continuing onward. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. The first fleet promptly arrived at its inaugural destination. Captain, there are no signs of life on the planet. Gazing at the pale red orb before them, the crew, after thorough analysis through their instruments, reached this conclusion. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Hong Mingyuan's eyes. Though it was fleeting, have the ninth ship remain on standby to assess the potential of this planet. The rest of the first fleet shall proceed to the next target. Acknowledged. Without hesitation, the first fleet resumed its journey, while the ninth ship remained stationed outside the planet. They swiftly dispatched robots to land and conduct a comprehensive exploration of the celestial body. The captain of the ninth ship began issuing commands. Even in the absence of life, the fact that this location was marked by the Galactic Empire Research Institute indicated a certain value for exploration. Understood. In the next moment, countless robots were deployed onto the planet's surface to commence their mission. Meanwhile, after enduring a lengthy 4-month voyage, the first fleet finally reached its subsequent target. This planet appears to be extraordinarily rich in water resources. Hong Mingyuan exclaimed with delight at the sight of the celestial body resembling Earth. Captain, this planet's diameter is 5 times that of Earth, with a favorable atmospheric environment strikingly similar to ours, and most importantly, there are signs of life. Upon hearing this, the entire fleet erupted in excitement. Life, such a simple yet profound word. Yet, aside from Earth, they had never encountered any other forms of life. Immediately deploy robots and drones for a comprehensive reconnaissance of the planet's interior. Understood. The next moment, the first fleet spread out around the surface of the blue planet, unleashing a multitude of robots and drones. As the robots breached the atmosphere, they activated and successfully landed. Concurrently, within the drones, tens of thousands of miniature drones were initiated, beginning aerial photography of the planet's surface. At the same time, they connected with the first fleet, transmitting data in real time. Thus, a brand new world unfolded before the eyes of all fleet members. Chapter 316. Interstellar Outpost, Spirit Energy Planet through the drone's footage. The surface of this planet was rapidly relayed to the warship. The robots on the ground were not idle either, commencing the collection and analysis of water and air components. The surface environment bore similarities to Earth, yet the plants appeared excessively large, suggesting that the life forms on this planet were unlikely to be diminutive. Has the air component analysis been completed? Still processing. The crew members of the fleet began to operate busily. The drone has captured a biological image. Bring it up immediately. The next second, on a patch of sandy ground, a creature measuring a formidable 10 meters in length, clad in a black exoskeleton adorned with sharp spines. Its head resembling a spiral drill, was observed. An unprecedented organism, it appeared to possess formidable combat capabilities. Quickly direct the nearest robot to engage it and collect relevant data. Understood. Captain, a new life form has been discovered in the rainforest region. Captain, there's also a new life form here. In an instant, the entire fleet was abuzz with activity, tirelessly exploring the terrain and documenting various biological species. Captain, our robots have come into contact with a previously observed crustacean and have begun combat. The footage displayed a robot engaged in a fierce confrontation with the crustacean. However, it was evident that the robot was at a significant disadvantage. Fortunately, the robot was constructed from a specialized alloy, endowing it with remarkable defensive capabilities. Excellent. Promptly record all data and attack patterns of this creature. What followed was an intense battle, with the clash between the robot and the creature raising clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble. This was no ordinary skirmish between creatures. The data collection is nearing completion. This creature appears to possess strength at the late stages of the first realm. Upon hearing this, the crew nodded in agreement. Given its massive size, such strength was not unexpected. However, judging by its combat style, it likely lacked intelligence. All right, once the data collection is complete, we shall withdraw. Following the directive, the robot swiftly retreated from a skirmish. The crustacean, seemingly dissuaded by the encounter, refrained from pursuing, its large eyes glimmering with confusion. Why had a creature so minuscule compared to itself inflicted injury? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a section of its exoskeleton had been shattered, oozing a copious amount of green blood. Witnessing the robot's retreat, it let out a couple of roars before burrowing into the sand, disappearing from sight. Very well, continue gathering information on other life forms. At that moment, the fleet's research institute transmitted information. The air composition analysis of this planet has been completed. It is suitable for human habitation, with no harmful components detected. Most critically, we have identified the presence of spiritual energy in the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the entire fleet's members were invigorated. What is the concentration of spiritual energy? Approximately an index of 10, surpassing Mars' average index of 7, yet significantly lower than the index of 30 found in sacred cultivation sites. Hong Mingyuan nodded. An index of 10 is already quite substantial. Mars reached an index of 7 only after 30 years of gradual development by the Empire. Moreover, this is merely an ordinary area. It's possible that some special zones on this planet possess an even richer concentration of spiritual energy. Immediately initiate long-distance communication to report the situation to the Imperial headquarters. Understood. The crew promptly activated long-distance communication mode, dispatching foundational information to the Imperial headquarters. We shall intensify our exploratory efforts. This planet is more extraordinary than we anticipated. Simultaneously, deploy combat-type robots to assist the exploratory units. Soon, a fresh batch of robots was sent to the planet's surface. Unlike the initial exploratory robots, the second batch was designed with a greater emphasis on combat capabilities. The fleet's exploration proceeded at an astonishing pace, and within a mere month, they had largely surveyed the planet's surface environment and created corresponding maps. Captain, we have ascertained that this planet does not host intelligent life forms or any civilization. However, due to the presence of spiritual energy, the monsters here exhibit remarkable intelligence and formidable combat prowess. The strongest individual discovered thus far possesses strength in the mid-stages of the second realm. Yet we cannot ascertain if there are more terrifying creatures lurking in the oceans. The crew quickly consolidated this information and conveyed it to Hong Mingyuan. Excellent. It is time to establish an outpost. Notify the team to locate a region rich in spiritual energy for landing and setting up the outpost. Hong Mingyuan commanded. Captain, the areas abundant in spiritual energy are currently occupied by the planet's native creatures, and landing there will inevitably result in conflict. Hong Mingyuan nodded. Ensure everyone dons their combat mechs. We must drive off all creatures in that region. Indeed, while the individual strength of these creatures was considerable, most crew members aboard the warship would struggle against them. However, equipped with combat mechs and advanced weaponry, they wielded the true might of technological civilization. Faced with a horde of creatures at most in the mid-stages of the second realm, they felt no pressure whatsoever. Subsequently, the First Fleet selected several areas with the highest concentrations of spiritual energy on the planet and prepared for landing. The red spot was identified as the region with the most concentrated spiritual energy, becoming the final choice for the outpost headquarters. The main ship pierced through the planet's atmosphere, swiftly reaching the predetermined area above. Suit up in the mechs and prepare for landing. In a secure environment, the primary objective is expulsion, while safeguarding the local biodiversity. Under exceptional circumstances, direct extermination may be warranted. Acknowledged. Subsequently, the warriors aboard the flagship commenced their descent. The landing site was relatively devoid of indigenous life, having been previously swept clean by combat robots prior to their arrival. Thus, the landing proceeded without incident. They began establishing an outpost and installing defensive measures. Construction robots commenced extensive groundwork, excavating foundations and erecting the base. Meanwhile, a protective wall was rapidly constructed around the perimeter, equipped with an array of defensive weaponry and artillery. Before long, the cacophony of activity attracted a multitude of creatures. Gazing upon the diminutive humans before them, the native beings collectively exhibited a glint of bloodthirst in their eyes. For reasons unknown, the aura emanating from these bipedal entities was irresistibly alluring to them. Perhaps it was due to the practitioners among them, whose abundant life force and rich spiritual energy drew the creatures in. However, as they prepared to advance, the artillery stationed on the protective wall unleashed firepower before them, causing the creatures to retreat in alarm. The recent assault had awakened a scent of death in the air, possessing exceptionally high intelligence. These beings shared a reluctant glance towards the base before withdrawing. Yet, a few remained undeterred, attempting to press forward, only to be mercilessly gunned down in a torrential rain of blood. After several such encounters, no creature dared to linger in close proximity to the base. This commotion soon attracted the attention of the region's apex predator, a creature reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger from Blue Star, which had earned the moniker Crimson Flame. This formidable being, with its saber-toothed appearance and coat of blood-red fur, bore a tail resembling a spiked mace. When it attacked, its fur bristled, igniting with flames. Noticing the intrusion of other beings into its territory, Crimson Flame promptly launched an assault. Regrettably, despite both it and Hong Mingyuan being of the same second-tier strength, it stood no chance against the enhanced power of Hong Mingyuan's battle armor. After sustaining a grievous blow from Hong Mingyuan, it fled in haste. Consequently, the outpost was left unchallenged by any audacious creatures. 3 days later, the outposts were successively completed. Excellent. Members from Ships 7, 6, 4, and 2 shall remain on this planet to continue exploration, record data and information, maintain contact, and ensure safety. The remaining fleet will accompany me to our next destination. After a fortnight of addressing various matters, Hong Mingyuan issued his command. Acknowledged. Thus, the first fleet set forth towards its next objective, the capital of the Mars Galactic Empire. The Central Command promptly received exploratory reports from the 3 fleets. Chapter 317, Special Planet, Rock Life Forms. Upon receiving the information from the First Fleet, it was immediately relayed to Jiang Li. Indeed, within this expanse of the universe, planets abundant in spiritual energy also existed. Upon learning this news, Jiang Li's spirits were lifted. While Mars had gradually become more spiritually enriched under its transformation over the years, its overall concentration remained far too low. Once distributed amongst individuals, it proved insufficient. The constraints of the environment significantly limited the likelihood of powerful beings emerging, a truth Jiang Li was all too aware of. He promptly convened a cabinet meeting to deliberate on related matters. Soon, the cabinet convened. Everyone, I have decided to personally visit this newly discovered planet. The future governance of the Empire shall be entrusted to you. During the meeting, Jiang Li articulated his intentions. No, that planet has only just been discovered. There may be unknown dangers. As the sovereign of the Empire, you cannot take such risks. The cabinet members hastily urged him against it. As the architect of the Galactic Empire, Jiang Li represented the very backbone of the realm. Any misfortune befalling him would yield dire consequences. Fear not. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. I have now attained the pinnacle of the 4th tier. My physical form can traverse the stars. Even if that planet were to be destroyed, I would not be ensnared. Resolute, he declared, I have made up my mind. I shall depart tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Li's unwavering determination, the others could only sigh in resignation. After arranging follow-up tasks, Jiang Li took his leave. Several days later, Jiang Li set sail with the Empire's most elite forces, the Imperial Royal Fleet. On the Blue Star front, upon receiving the news, the nations were consumed with envy. A living planet. What immense wealth that constituted. The Galactic Empire was already venturing into extraterrestrial territories while they remained embroiled in petty squabbles over their meager lands. With no hope of escape, even if they could venture out, alas, the Galactic Empire had already claimed all that was to be had. The mere thought of such a future instilled a sense of dread and jealousy within them. Upon receiving news of Jiang Li's approach, the members of the First Fleet were engulfed in excitement. Most present had grown up hearing legends of Jiang Li, and now, with their sovereign personally arriving, how could they not be thrilled? In a surge of exhilaration, all members of the outpost prepared to warmly welcome Jiang Li's arrival. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hong Mingyuan swiftly made a decision upon receiving the news. He would return by the same route, centering all actions around Jiang Li's safety, even if Jiang Li did not require their protection. However, as fate would have it, while Hong Mingyuan was preparing for the return journey, he received an urgent warning from the observers. A rare interstellar storm was imminent in a region of space along their original route. At that moment, their warships might lose direction amidst the tempest, a perilous situation in the vastness of the cosmos. Ultimately, Hong Mingyuan resolved to take an alternate route. This detour would lead to an unprecedented discovery for Hong Mingyuan's fleet. How long will it take? He inquired, conservatively estimating it would require another 6 months to return to the outpost planet. Hong Mingyuan nodded. 6 months was acceptable. Just then, the fleet's observer exclaimed, Captain, there is an anomaly detected on a planet ahead. It is emitting unusual energy fluctuations. Hong Mingyuan furrowed his brow. Immediately investigate the energy fluctuations and procure an environmental map of that planet. Soon, a star map materialized before everyone. It depicted a stellar system. With a central sun 30 times the size of the sun, yet only 3 planets revolved within its gravitational influence. The peculiar energy response originated from the first planet, a deep crimson death planet. From a distance, its surface was entirely shrouded in red, although a solid planet. One could easily surmise its interior was akin to the infernos depicted in films, indistinguishable from a hellscape. Indeed, upon the warship retrieving the internal map of the planet, it matched the collective expectations perfectly. The deep red terrain was crisscrossed with bottomless fissures, while flames and lava surged throughout its surface. Occasionally, the lava erupted like tongues of fire, reminiscent of solar flares, exceedingly terrifying. The special energy fluctuations emanated from this very place, likely indicative of life forces. However, given the planet's appearance, it did not seem conducive to the emergence of life. Hong Mingyuan shook his head. We cannot be so hasty in our judgments. The universe is vast and full of wonders. We must not rely solely on our understanding as a basis for conclusions. Generally speaking, as long as there exists an intuitive form of energy, the possibility for life to emerge is ever present. This planet may appear desolate, yet the incessant and inexhaustible flow of magma is undoubtedly a form of energy. A comprehensive exploration of this planet is imperative to uncover the source of the anomalous energy. Acknowledged. Immediately, the fleet members commenced their tasks. Before long, the warship hovered above the planet's surface. In the next moment, countless reconnaissance drones descended into the atmosphere of the planet, initiating a thorough investigation. A few days prior, the drones returned empty-handed, and disappointment loomed over the crew. However, as a group of drones traversed a certain region, they were obliterated by a sudden barrage of colossal rocks. Just when everyone assumed it to be a mere accident, more gigantic stones surged forth, shattering the remaining drones. Intriguingly, it appeared that something was amiss beneath the magma. Hong Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Deploy combat drones to conduct a comprehensive scan of the area. An increasing number of drones flocked to the region. The creatures hidden beneath the magma seemed disturbed by the incessant buzzing of the drones. Massive boulders, enveloped in magma, erupted skyward. However, this batch of drones was remarkably swift, averaging speeds of 20 Mach, easily evading this round of assault. Subsequently, the drones began to unleash a barrage of fire upon the magma below. Boom! Boom! The sound of violent explosions reverberated through the air. As the sparks dissipated, a colossal creature emerged from the magma, its body composed of rock, adorned with flowing red magma, and crowned with 2 elongated horns resembling a diadem. With a resounding roar, it charged towards the airborne drones. Following the appearance of the first magma giant, a second and a third emerged in succession, all advancing towards the drones. What manner of creature is this? Is it a rock being from the realms of fiction? My goodness, what a marvel of nature, capable of birthing such life forms, such formidable destructive power. Each individual appears to possess strength at the late stage of the first realm. The crew members gasped in astonishment. Chapter 3:18. Fiery Crystal Captain, what are our next steps? After a moment of contemplation, Hong Mingyuan resolved, let us capture one for study. Though the rock giants are indeed colossal, their individual strength seems to peak at the late stage of the first realm. Bringing one aboard the ship should not stir significant chaos. Acknowledged. With these orders, the entire fleet began maneuvering the drones. Given the immense size of the rock giants, there was ample space for maneuverability, making them easier to capture. The drones, moving at breakneck speeds, evaded any attempts at contact from the rock giants. Meanwhile, the drones' bullets and shells inflicted considerable pain upon the giants, eliciting cries of anguish. Before long, several rock giants lay defeated on the ground. The drones then initiated their capture protocol. However, at that moment, the magma below erupted violently. The magma surged upward, forming a barrier that isolated the drones from the periphery. A towering rock giant, nearly 20 meters in height, emerged from the magma. Roar! 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 It let out a series of roars directed at the fallen giants, who responded in kind. After a brief exchange of nods, the rock giant submerged back into the magma, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within the confines of the warship, the crew observed. Did you comprehend their exchange? It seems they are communicating. Indeed, it appears they possess a form of intelligence. Intelligent life, perhaps? Hong Mingyuan pondered for a moment, then stated, the original plan remains unchanged. We shall capture one and ascertain whether they possess intelligence. Otherwise, we may struggle to establish any form of communication. The crew, gazing at the menacing visage of the rock giant on the screen, shook their heads in disbelief. Acknowledged. The fleet members resumed their operational duties. The overwhelming firepower of technological civilization is indeed formidable. Even though the rock giants belong to the second realm, they're still mere ordinary life forms to the galactic empire, which has already entered the interstellar age. Soon, under the relentless bombardment of the drones, this second realm rock giant began to falter. Let's capture this second realm rock giant. While the unpredictability of the second realm giants is considerable, their strength dictates their status. If they truly are intelligent beings, this second realm rock life form is likely to possess greater knowledge. Moreover, the ship is manned by numerous experts. A mere rock giant poses no significant threat. After the rock giant collapsed, several drones deployed tethering devices to ensnare it. Once securely confined within a specialized apparatus, it was transported into space to a satellite designated as the temporary base of the First Fleet. Hong Mingyuan observed the rock giant thrashing against the glass of its confinement, his eyes filled with wonder. This may very well be their first genuine encounter with such a rock life form in reality. Immediately, they began to analyze the creature's various attributes and instructed the psychic communicator to establish contact, determining whether it possessed intelligence. Acknowledged, in light of this interstellar exploration, the Empire had also formulated hypotheses regarding the potential discovery of intelligent biological civilizations, equipping relevant specialists in anticipation of today's developments. Initially, Hong Mingyuan had thought their preparations would go unused, but this unexpected encounter proved otherwise. The subsequent matters would be entrusted to the professionals. He promptly transmitted a message to the outpost, reporting the discovery of a suspected intelligent life form at coordinates 714265123 in the X-71 star region, requesting approval for the interruption of the return journey. Acknowledged, the outpost swiftly received the message and relayed it to Jiang Li. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Intelligent life? They had not anticipated such swift contact. He immediately granted the approval. With the notification received, Hong Mingyuan felt reassured and commenced an exhaustive exploration of this magma planet. 3 months swiftly elapsed. The analysis of the rock life forms approached its conclusion. Captain, this rock life form is indeed peculiar. Its rocky structure is riddled with crevices, and the flowing magma likely serves as its lifeblood. At the center of its chest lies a diamond-shaped crystal, the very source of its existence. Unlike our own energy sources, they can directly absorb the energy from magma, primarily deriving energy from thermal sources. What a miraculous life form, akin to a combination of human organs such as the heart and brain, manifesting as a diamond crystal. Naturally, they are life forms of the late stage of the first realm, truly favored by the heavens. Observing the introduction of the rock life form, the crew members expressed their admiration. While they might toil for a lifetime to achieve the late stage of the first realm, these beings are born into such existence. It is truly enviable. Enough lamentation. Although these rock life forms start at a higher level, their potential is limited. We, on the other hand, if endowed with sufficient aptitude, can easily ascend to the third or fourth realms. In agreement, the crew members nodded. Preliminary assessments have confirmed that this group of rock life forms indeed possesses intelligence and has formed a rudimentary civilization. However, the civilization of the rock giants resembles the tribal forms of our ancient human history. The captured rock giant is the chief of one such tribe. The rock giants primarily derive their energy from magma, and in this region there exist approximately a dozen tribes, large and small. Conflicts frequently arise between tribes, primarily over disputes regarding the subterranean cavities beneath the magma. The fierce competition for the subterranean caverns arises from the unique treasure known as the Ember Crystal, which the rock life forms can cultivate within these depths. Upon utilizing an Ember Crystal, these beings undergo a profound evolution, experiencing a qualitative enhancement in their strength. In the meantime, the crew meticulously communicated the information they had gathered to Hong Mingyuan, who nodded in understanding, gaining insight into the conditions of the rock life forms planet. Despite the planet's surface resembling a hell's cape, devoid of life, an abundance of caverns exists beneath the surface, amidst the magma. The rock life forms inhabit these subterranean voids, evolving their own civilization centered around the Ember Crystal. The captured rock life form, named Lai, is the leader of a tribe. During an exploration by drone, a curious tribesman inadvertently struck it down, leading to subsequent events. The Ember Crystal holds intriguing potential. Let us engage in dialogue with this leader and explore possibilities for mutual benefit. Subsequently, Hong Mingyuan communicated with Lai for some time, ultimately reaching a preliminary agreement. He then dispatched an intelligent robot alongside Lai to venture into the cavern that housed their tribe. Chapter 319, A Century of Development. The celestial behemoth, upon returning to the tribe, Li's kin approached with surprise, expressing their disbelief at his survival. They eagerly inquired and exchanged words. After a brief discussion, Li instructed his tribesmen to retrieve an ember crystal. My friend, I extend my apologies for the aggression directed at you. This ember crystal serves as my token of contrition. Too courteous, replied Hong Mingyuan, maneuvering the robot without hesitation, as his mission was precisely to acquire this ember crystal. Chief Li, since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Should this ember crystal prove beneficial to us, perhaps we may engage in deeper collaboration in the future. With that, the robot departed with the ember crystal. Chief, who are these individuals? Why did you present them with an ember crystal? Inquired a perplexed rock giant. They are a remarkably formidable group, Li replied, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. He could never forget the moment he was captured and gradually ascended into the sky, the vast ground beneath him appearing so insignificant. Ultimately, he was taken from this planet to an unknown destination, and the entire experience filled him with dread. After recounting his ordeal to his kin, they were engulfed in profound confusion. Within the warship, Hong Mingyuan handed the ember crystal to the researchers. Soon, preliminary test results emerged, revealing an abundance of energy within the ember crystal that, theoretically, could be absorbed by the human body, akin to a form of spiritual essence. The report ignited excitement among the crew members. For in the Galactic Empire, the most coveted resources are always those for cultivation, typically only available through the sovereign. Common folk are rarely granted access. If the ember crystal's potential for cultivation is substantiated, it could significantly alter the dynamics of the entire Galactic Empire. Fully aware of its significance, Hong Mingyuan promptly contacted the outpost. Upon receiving approval, he commanded the fleet to continue investigating the fundamental information regarding the rock life forms planet, seeking to uncover any additional treasures beyond the ember crystal. Meanwhile, he set sail toward the outpost with several warships. After months of arduous travel, Jiang Li's royal fleet successfully arrived at the outpost. Take your time. I will go ahead and take a look, Jiang Li stated, gazing at the cerulean planet from the window before vanishing within the warship. The crew exchanged glances, bewildered. Has the sovereign gone to the outpost? I recall the sovereign mentioning that upon reaching the fourth realm, one could traverse the stars with their physical form. Indeed, it is astonishing. The fourth realm, when might I achieve such a level? A hint of admiration glimmered in their eyes, for the highest among them had only attained the mid-second realm, still far from the third, let alone the fourth. The notion of traversing the void with their physical bodies was beyond their wildest dreams. We shall follow suit. At that moment, above the outpost, Jiang Li hovered in the air, his consciousness enveloping the entire planet. Instantly, the life forms on the planet, along with its internal structures, shapes, and hidden locations, manifested vividly in his mind, laid bare before him. It was a planet that was both extraordinary and ordinary. It was deemed extraordinary due to the astonishing spiritual essence it harbored, with the core continuously generating this essence. Yet, it was ordinary because, unlike tales of yore, it bore no secrets or relics, simply existing as a typical planet. Enough. This place is sufficient to cultivate to the fifth realm. Upon attaining the fifth realm, I shall be able to absorb the ubiquitous cosmic particles and begin comprehending the fundamental truths, thus reducing my dependency on spiritual essence. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with realization. The reliance on spiritual essence diminishes significantly from the first to the fourth realm, with true transformation occurring in the fifth realm, where understanding the fundamental truths takes precedence. At that stage, he could absorb the stray particles of energy from the universe, rendering spiritual essence unnecessary, for it is essentially composed of the same cosmic energy. Although this may not directly benefit me, it is crucial for the advancement of the Galactic Empire. Furthermore, this planet has birthed numerous spiritual herbs, heralding a future where the Empire's overall strength will experience a significant boost, notably increasing the population of the second realm. Soon, the royal fleet arrived and commenced extensive construction on the planet, establishing various bases. Jiang Li also named this celestial body Yunmeng Star. Months later, Hong Mingyuan returned to Yunmeng Star with the ember crystal. Jiang Li received it and swiftly absorbed all the energy contained within, causing the crystal to shatter as it lost its power. Excellent, though it is a treasure born from magma. The energy it harbors is not wildly chaotic and can be absorbed by ordinary individuals. Your expedition has yielded remarkable results, discovering the rock life forms. I shall commend you for this achievement. He promptly dispatched the necessary personnel to forge a partnership with the life forms of the rock planet, ensuring a continuous supply of ember crystals for the Empire. The focus was on peaceful development, though special measures could be employed in extraordinary circumstances. Jiang Li meticulously delegated tasks, confident that the Galactic Empire's cabinet, comprised of the finest minds honed over 5 millennia, could adeptly manage the execution, employing advanced technology and force against a civilization that was essentially primitive, relying solely on individual strength. The unfolding events aligned with Jiang Li's expectations. The Galactic Empire successfully established a channel with the rock life forms planet, and Yunmeng Star began to flourish under vigorous development. An influx of Galactic Empire citizens migrated to Yunmeng Star, and the Empire's strength surged, evolving rapidly. Thus, another decade passed. With the aid of the ethereal energies of Cloud Dream Star and the abundant treasures harvested from the depths of the universe, Jiang Li successfully advanced his spirit, energy, and essence to the 5th realm. The might of the Galactic Empire underwent a significant qualitative leap. After a decade of development, Jiang Li once again embarked on the path of imperial expansion. Contemplating the surrounding star domains, he dispatched appropriate teams and recruited a multitude of citizens to venture forth into the cosmos. Thus, a century elapsed. Over the course of this century, the influence of the Galactic Empire expanded to encompass the entirety of the Milky Way galaxy. In this vast expanse, thousands of civilizations, both grand and diminutive, were uncovered, with many of the latter becoming vassals of the Galactic Empire. Even some of the larger civilizations appeared somewhat inconsequential in the presence of Jiang Li, a practitioner of the 5th realm. Gradually, over the span of 100 years, the Galactic Empire ascended to become the preeminent power within the Milky Way galaxy. However, this was not a matter of pride. According to the observations made by the Empire's researchers, the star domain housing the Milky Way was but a trivial corner of the vast universe, potentially a forsaken region. Observations indicated that the entire Milky Way, along with its surrounding galaxies, resided within a colossal cosmic void measuring 2 billion light-years in diameter, while beyond this void lay an intricate tapestry of densely packed star domains. In stark contrast, the Milky Way and its adjacent regions appeared profoundly isolated. After 2 decades of dominion over the Milky Way, an uninvited guest breached the tranquility of this immense cosmic void. It was a colossal celestial beast, nearly 200 million kilometers in length, adorned with wings reminiscent of the mythical phoenix for Blue Star lore. It blotted out the sun and could devour a star whole, converting it into sustenance. Chapter 320. The Phoenix, Civilization Annihilation, and the notion of cloning the celestial beast surrounding the Milky Way were 8 supreme civilizations. Apart from the Galactic Empire, the foundations of the remaining civilizations were centered on technological advancement. Only the Galactic Empire advanced in both cultivation and technology. By this time, the Empire's renown echoed throughout the star domain, celebrated for their cultivation levels and biotechnological prowess. With the incursion of the celestial beast designated as the Phoenix, the twin star domain, centered around the Su-Mela civilization, found itself at the forefront of the impending chaos. The Phoenix, a creature previously documented only in Su-Mela's records, possessed a terrifying destructive capacity beyond anyone's imagination. It was enveloped by cataclysmic cosmic storms, capable of incapacitating most devices even from trillions of kilometers away. The strength of its form was equally formidable. A bullet powerful enough to obliterate a stellar system could barely graze its hide. Wherever it roamed, desolation followed, as it consumed countless planets and stars, eradicating numerous civilizations in its wake. Initially, the Su-Mela civilization had no desire to engage the Phoenix, but its destination seemed to be the homeworld of the Su-Mela civilization, the most prosperous region within the twin star domain. Reluctantly, after preserving a significant portion of their fire, the civilization initiated a decisive battle against the Phoenix. In addition to the Su-Mela civilization, the other 6 civilizations, excluding the Galactic Empire, dispatched their elite forces. This was primarily due to the rapid ascension of the Galactic Empire, which had traversed a path that had taken the other 7 dominant civilizations hundreds of thousands of years in merely a century. This engendered a profound sense of threat among the 7 hegemonic civilizations, leading them to form an alliance to collectively confront the Galactic Empire, culminating in the current scenario. The battleground for the decisive confrontation between the 7 civilizations and the Phoenix was established within the star domain of the Su-Mela civilization's homeworld. This clash saw the full might of the 7 civilizations unleashed, with the battlefield stretching across thousands of light years, where countless planets were reduced to dust in the fierce conflict. numerous civilizations shattered. The Phoenix, however, was no ordinary foe. It wielded an eternal black flame, indestructible and everlasting. For hundreds of light years around, the area was engulfed in black flames, resembling a hellish realm where no life could tread. The celestial beast lived up to its name. Despite the alliance of the 7 civilizations, the outcome remained grim, with the Su-Mela civilization facing annihilation while the Phoenix, gravely wounded, retreated into the vastness of the star domain. The remaining 6 civilizations that survived felt no relief. Instead, they were filled with dread and despair. The Phoenix was too terrifying. Even with their best efforts, they could barely contend with it, and should the Phoenix choose to depart, they would be unable to pursue. They could hardly fathom the consequences should the Phoenix return. Thus, the days that followed were spent in a state of perpetual anxiety. Meanwhile, on the side of the Galactic Empire, Jiang Li swiftly received footage of the conflict between the 7 civilizations and the Phoenix. A celestial beast of such proportions, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th realm, did not seem devoid of hope. Soon, just a few hundred more years, and I shall break through to the 6th realm. Closing the video, Jiang Li resumed his cultivation. 3 more centuries quietly passed. The 6 civilizations, spurred by the threat of the Phoenix, entered an unprecedented period of rapid development. Their technological advancements soared, leading to a diminished hostility towards the Galactic Empire. As time flowed on, the incident involving the Phoenix gradually faded from memory. Everyone believed that the Phoenix had departed the cosmic void they inhabited, venturing towards the periphery. However, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. After 300 years, the Phoenix re-emerged, this time targeting the aquatic god civilization within the Arc Star domain. In this confrontation, the aquatic god civilization devoted all its resources. Yet the Phoenix had evolved far beyond the entity it was 3 centuries prior. A plume of black flame erupted from its maw, engulfing the aquatic god civilization across thousands of light years. Everything was reduced to ash. The aquatic god civilization was unable to muster even a semblance of resistance, leading to its complete obliteration. Witnessing this, the remaining civilizations were paralyzed with fear, stripped of any courage to resist, hastily arranging for the preservation of their civilization's essences in preparation for their escape from the cosmic void. After devouring the aquatic god civilization, the Phoenix vanished, heading towards the location of the Galactic Empire. At last, the time had come for me to test the might of the 6th realm. Indeed, after over 400 years, Jiang Li had ascended from the 5th to the 6th realm. As for the Phoenix's strength, Jiang Li was well aware. 300 years prior, it had been a 5th realm powerhouse, and now it had matured into a 6th realm entity. It had been over 500 years since I last had the chance to exert my power in the real world, and now, at last, I could engage in a grand battle. A glimmer of combativeness sparkled in Jiang Li's eyes. Subsequently, the Galactic Empire entered a state of highest alert. The other hostile civilizations cursed and condemned the Galactic Empire as they anticipated its impending consumption. Meanwhile, the vassal civilizations of the Milky Way trembled in fear, aware that they had no chance of escape. Only if the Galactic Empire triumphed would they have a chance to preserve their civilizations. As expected, the Phoenix appeared at the edge of the Milky Way, advancing toward the capital of the Galactic Empire. At this moment, every member of the Galactic Empire prepared for battle. Despite the foreboding example of the aquatic god civilization's annihilation, all the warriors remained imbued with fighting spirit. This was a manifestation of the indomitable will of civilization, deeply ingrained within their souls. As the Phoenix approached, cloaked in a tempest of black flames, the hearts of all soared to their throats. Abominable beast! At that moment, a voice of divine authority resonated within the minds of all sentient beings of the galactic civilization, deafening and akin to a celestial decree. In the next instant, a colossal hand, spanning several billion kilometers, emerged from the heart of the Galactic Empire's capital and descended heavily upon the Phoenix. The impact reverberated through the cosmos. A terrifying force struck the Phoenix, sending it hurtling through the cosmos, shattering countless star systems along its tumultuous path. From a void emerged a figure, traversing the distance with astonishing speed, crossing billions of kilometers in mere strides, arriving before the Phoenix. With a resounding cry, the Phoenix unleashed a deafening roar, its colossal eyes, larger than the sun, igniting with fierce flames as it fixed its gaze upon Jiang Li. Jiang Li advanced with deliberate grace, an ethereal body gradually manifesting. In the blink of an eye, this divine entity stretched over 100 billion kilometers, dwarfing the Phoenix before him. With a mere gesture, the essence of cosmic origins coalesced around him. Indomitable. The phoenix's black flames enveloped Jiang Li, yet could not inflict the slightest harm upon his divine form. With his hands forming a powerful seal, he exerted his will across trillions of kilometers, overwhelming the phoenix. Boom! 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 The gargantuan form of the phoenix was relentlessly pressed down by Jiang Li, crushing innumerable planets beneath its weight. Blood from the phoenix cascaded down, staining the entire starry expanse. With another piercing cry, the phoenix's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. Within its ancestral memories, it was inconceivable that a single human could possess such extraordinary strength. Only civilizations wielding external forces were thought capable of such might. Faced with the unknown and threatened in its very existence, this celestial beast finally succumbed to trepidation. With a final roar, it sought to flee. Beast, can you truly escape? Jiang Li cast a cold glance at the phoenix. In this era, the biological technology of the Galactic Empire had reached its zenith, attaining the level of a Type 5 civilization. If this fearsome celestial beast could be dissected and cloned, it would herald a future of unparalleled brilliance for the Empire. With a single thought, Jiang Li pursued the fleeing phoenix. The creature's speed was staggering, already reaching the speed of light. Yet, Jiang Li was not far behind, having comprehended the essence of spatial origins, ensuring the phoenix remained tethered. Thus commenced an intense battle between man and beast, a clash of titanic forces that darkened the skies and inverted the very fabric of existence. Chapter 321, The Eternal Cosmos. Transcendence in the cosmos. There was no distinction between day and night, no sun rising or setting, no dawn or twilight. Jiang Li battled the phoenix through countless days and nights, spanning from the Milky Way to the twin star domain, the outer edges of cosmic voids. The front line stretched an astonishing 10 billion light-years. At this moment, Jiang Li's divine form remained radiant, emitting a brilliant divine light. Surrounding him were 12 mystical symbols, each emanating profound energies, including space fishing symbols, devouring symbols, thunder symbols, and fire symbols. Their presence exuded an aura of enigmatic depth, unyielding and ever resilient. Yet the phoenix had lost its former grandeur. Its feathers had long since shed, resembling a plucked hen rather than the majestic celestial beast it once was. You have two choices, submit or perish. In truth, Jiang Li also practiced soul secrets, yet the phoenix's mental prowess and life essence surpassed his wildest imagination. Throughout the pursuit, he had invoked his soul secrets multiple times, only to be met with fierce resistance, each attempt ending in failure. With a fierce cry, the phoenix's eyes blazed with a more pronounced ferocity. The pride that surged from its very soul would never allow it to become another's thrall. The two became entangled once more in fierce combat. Realizing that capturing it alive was no longer possible, Jiang Li's eyes ignited with a palpable murderous intent. He unleashed his divine essence, illuminating a vast expanse of millions of kilometers as the 12 symbols harmonized in a symphony of power. His soul energy surged forth, its tangible brilliance directed towards the phoenix. Under the weight of this cataclysmic force, the phoenix was obliterated by Jiang Li's might, its chest pierced by a single, devastating blow. Its spiritual realm was utterly demolished, extinguishing all trace of life. Just as Jiang Li prepared to survey the battlefield, a spacecraft materialized before him in an instant. A figure emerged from the vessel, suspended in midair. Jiang Li's consciousness swept over him. He was a cultivator of the fourth realm, esteemed powerhouse. I am the Grand General of the Level 7 civilization, the Luoying civilization. Might I inquire if you would consider selling the remains of this celestial beast to us? We would be willing to exchange equivalent items. Jiang Li regarded him coolly, shaking his head. No need. I have my own purposes for this celestial beast's remains. With that, he grasped the phoenix's carcass and vanished into the starry void. Upon returning to the ship, the general contacted the ruler of the Luoying civilization, relaying the situation. The ruler sighed deeply. What a pity. This celestial beast had reached level 6. If we could analyze its remains, we might just break through the bottleneck in our cultivation path and uncover entirely new avenues of advancement. The general's eyes dimmed as well. Regret was futile. Even as a level 7 civilization, facing a level 6 celestial beast was a daunting challenge, even with the full might of their empire. Capturing it would be an arduous task. The man before them had traversed billions of light years to slay this formidable celestial beast, an accomplishment beyond what their civilization could withstand. Who would have thought there truly exists a being capable of slaying celestial beasts through sheer strength? I suspect he may be a formidable being from one of the 3 level 9 civilizations. Only those 3 level 9 civilizations could harness their scientific prowess to explore pathways beyond level 6. Alas, pondering further serves no purpose. Let us return. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded their communication. Level 9 technological civilizations. It appears this universe is not as simple as I once imagined. Jiang Li did not depart. Instead, he left a fragment of his consciousness behind, fortuitously overhearing their conversation. Subsequently, he gathered further insights. As he had surmised, the region encompassing the Milky Way was a forsaken star domain, a cosmic void spanning 2 billion light-years, devoid of any resources and distance from the core of the universe. The entire cosmos, categorized by civilization levels, spanned from level 1 to level 9. Anything beyond that was the mythical realm of divine civilizations. However, this was merely a definition within the cosmos's imagination. Since the universe's inception, the highest attainable level had only ever reached 9. The Luiying civilization he had encountered earlier was a level 7 civilization, albeit one of the weaker entities within that classification. Civilization assessments were based on the level of scientific and technological advancement in specific domains. For instance, if a civilization achieved level 7 in biological technology but remained at level 6 in other areas, it would still be classified as a level 7 civilization. As was the case with the Luiying civilization, it seemed that the universe in which Jiang Li found himself truly lacked the fertile ground for cultivation. This universe possessed spiritual energy and cultivation herbs, yet they were exceedingly scarce. Conversely, the resources necessary for nurturing technological civilizations were abundant. The environment dictates the direction of civilization, suggesting that the entire cosmos favored technological advancement over cultivation. Were it not for Jiang Li's possession of the multiversal fishing system, achieving the 6th realm in this world would likely require millennia to fully develop civilization to its pinnacle. With this understanding, Jiang Li made his way back to the Milky Way. At this moment, within the Galactic Empire, all citizens were enraptured by the sight of Jiang Li returning with the carcass of a celestial beast, igniting a fervor throughout the entire empire. The looks directed at Jiang Li were akin to those reserved for deities. Time flowed inexorably onward. Another millennium passed. In this span, the Galactic Empire experienced rapid development, finally achieving a level 6 civilization. It unified the entirety of this cosmic void region. As the influence of the Galactic Empire expanded, it gradually moved beyond the confines of this void, establishing new connections with mainstream cosmic civilizations. Throughout this time, the Empire's biological technology remained vastly superior, evolving into the predominant scientific discipline of the entire realm. Certainly, this can be attributed to the celestial beast known as the Phoenix. It was through the remains of this magnificent creature that the researchers of the Galactic Empire, under the guidance of Jiang Li, undertook a dissection and analysis of the Phoenix, thereby ushering in a new era of biological technology. Regrettably, as a celestial beast and a level 6 life form, the genetic material contained within the Phoenix was of such an elevated caliber that cloning a celestial beast remains an unattainable feat for the Galactic Empire in its current state. Time, devoid of years in the cosmos, has swiftly passed. 100,000 years have elapsed. In this vast expanse of time, the world has undergone significant transformations. Today, the Galactic Empire stands as a formidable force, recognized throughout the universe. Although it is merely a level 7 civilization, the presence of Jiang Li commands respect even from the 3 supreme level 9 civilizations across the cosmos. This reverence stems from an incident a millennium ago, when an 8th level celestial beast emerged from the forbidden zones of the universe, only to be repelled by Jiang Li's intervention, a feat that astonished the entire cosmos. Historically, no individual has ever dared to confront a celestial beast alone. Only the collective strength of civilizations could hope to vanquish such creatures. Thus, the prowess of Jiang Li is truly awe-inspiring. Over the course of 100 millennia, Jiang Li has ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th realm. However, constrained by resources and the cosmic environment, he has yet to take that final step into the 8th realm. Fortunately, fate offers a glimmer of hope. Following an upgrade to the Multiverse fishing system, a new function, time-space traversal, was introduced. Jiang Li can now utilize items acquired from the Multiverse to pinpoint the coordinates of his universe and embark on a journey through time and space. Having conceived this plan, Jiang Li initiated his first voyage. Upon entering the eternal universe, he immediately sensed a stark contrast to his original universe. The energy of cosmic particles and the clarity of the fundamental laws of the universe were vastly superior in the eternal universe. The bottleneck of Jiang Li's seventh realm began to waver as he became attuned to the fundamental laws of the universe. However, he refrained from rushing his breakthrough. Within the eternal universe, an ancient path known as the Eternal Starry Road exists, designed for practitioners of the seventh and eighth realms to challenge. Successfully traversing this path would grant a reward from the fundamental essence of the eternal universe. Yet it is notoriously difficult since the dawn of the cosmos. Only 9 individuals of the seventh realm have successfully completed it. With this in mind, Jiang Li resumed his cultivation. Time flowed gently, and, after another millennium, he emerged from his training to confront the trials of the Eternal Starry Road. From a first to the 99th challenge, he persevered until he reached the final trial. Exhausting all his hidden strengths, he melded his myriad physical attributes, illuminating the path with the radiance of his artifacts. All while the principles of the great Tao shone upon him. After a decade of fierce struggle, Jiang Li triumphed in the final trial. Upon his success, he was transported to a realm of chaos, surrounded by an indistinct void where time and direction were lost, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before creation. This was the reward of the cosmic essence. Jiang Li felt a surge of chaotic energy infiltrate his being. His already immensely enhanced physical and spiritual attributes ascended to an entirely new echelon. The once blurry, fundamental laws of the universe became crystal clear, and his eyes sparkled with insight, penetrating the very essence of existence. It was evident that he had arrived at the source of the universe, where the swirling hues of chaos represented the fundamental laws of the cosmos. As he absorbed his surroundings, a flicker of joy crossed Jiang Li's face. In the vastness of the universe, no treasure, formation, or earthly marvel could compare to the direct confrontation with the fundamental laws of the cosmos. To enter this space of cosmic essence is undoubtedly one of the greatest fortunes in the universe. With only a millennium at his disposal, Jiang Li resolved to comprehend the fundamental laws of the universe to the fullest extent. He closed his eyes and swiftly entered a state of deep meditation. Meanwhile, the eternal universe, teeming with myriad races and powerful factions, buzzed with excitement. Following the last challenger to conquer the Starry Road eons ago, it had been millions of years since a prodigy emerged to succeed in this endeavor. Jiang Li's name was inscribed upon the monument of the Starry Road, immortalized by the laws of the universe for eternity. Jiang Li, who is this person? Inquired the powerful members of the human race. When did our kind produce such a top-tier powerhouse? Why have I never heard of him? Even among the seventh realm, one would expect some recognition throughout the universe. In an instant, the name Jiang Li sent ripples of frenzy throughout the eternal universe. Subsequently, the entire human race began to scour for information regarding him. Remarkably, they finally unearthed a wealth of details. From Jiang Li's initial foray into the trial grounds to his last known appearance millennia ago, every aspect of his journey was meticulously investigated. This investigation left the entire human race astounded. Over a mere 100,000 years, one who was once overshadowed by even ordinary prodigies had risen to such heights. The upper echelons of humanity could only marvel at Jiang Li's formidable strength. Yet, the depths of his background remained an enigma. Ultimately, they had no choice but to relent. Once Jiang Li emerged, he must be safeguarded. The millennium spent in the essence realm would significantly enhance his prospects of reaching the ninth realm. This ninth realm, a pinnacle of power, was coveted even among the top factions of the universe. Meanwhile, countless level 9 powerhouses across various races contemplated how to eliminate Jiang Li. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Li remained ensconced in his cultivation. For many, a millennium can feel interminable. Yet for Jiang Li, it passed in the blink of an eye. 1,000 years felt insufficient. As he sensed the shifting landscapes around him, he sighed deeply. However, the rewards were immense. Now, his chances of stepping into the ninth realm had increased significantly. Before him lay the starry road of the eighth realm. Should he succeed, he would earn another opportunity to enter the cosmic essence realm. In the midst of his contemplation, countless figures materialized before Jiang Li, leaders of the human race from the ninth realm. Sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from them, Jiang Li assessed the situation. Despite his current status as a peak seventh realm practitioner, he was no match for the ninth realm powerhouses. Before them, he remained as insignificant as an ant, vulnerable to a mere glance. These beings were known as the sovereigns, the rulers of all in the eternal universe. Come with us, they commanded. Jiang Li followed the sovereigns to the heart of the human domain. Jiang Li, your name is one I have only just heard, one sovereign remarked. Jiang Li could not help but chuckle inwardly. He was acutely aware of his own origins as a true cosmic orphan. However, he had anticipated this situation and crafted a fabricated narrative for himself, a tale woven from threads of mystery, involving a clandestine mentor and a hidden legacy, each element intricately linked. The sovereigns showed no signs of skepticism. They had already investigated the essence of Jiang Li's soul and confirmed his pure human lineage. Coupled with his remarkable rise in the trial grounds, it was evident that he had indeed emerged from humble beginnings. As for the specifics of his journey, they mattered little. As long as they established that Jiang Li was of human descent, that was sufficient. Subsequently, Jiang Li seamlessly integrated into the human race within the eternal cosmos. With the profound foundation of the human race in the eternal cosmos bolstering his endeavors, Jiang Li successfully accessed information pertaining to the 8th and 9th realms, further enhancing his own capabilities. In addition to the eternal cosmos, Jiang Li also took advantage of the multiverse fishing system to traverse various worlds. He ventured into the fantastical realm housing the 12 talismans, the magical universe abundant with enchanted artifacts, and other technologically advanced civilizations. Thus, after the passage of 500,000 years, Jiang Li finally reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm. The Galactic Empire officially ascended to the status of a level 8 civilization. Upon returning to the eternal cosmos, Jiang Li began to challenge the ancient starry path of the 8th realm. After years of rigorous training, his foundation had surpassed all expectations. The ancient starry path of the 8th realm was traversed with ease, granting Jiang Li yet another opportunity to access the source space of the universe. After another millennium, his comprehension of the cosmic source had advanced several tiers. Upon emergence, he successfully attained the 9th realm. Chapter 323, Divine Life Form. A million years passed, and Jiang Li's strength steadily grew. The Galactic Empire evolved into a comprehensive Level 9 civilization, with biotechnology remaining its predominant domain. This was in stark contrast to the 3 great Level 9 civilizations in the original universe, primarily due to the fact that the fundamental laws of the universe were not manifest, rendering them inferior to the cultivation-based civilizations. Consequently, Level 9 civilizations could only evolve the fundamental laws through physical means. To achieve Level 9 in biotechnology, the organisms they created had to incorporate the corresponding fundamental laws, which led to the realization that many technological civilizations Jiang Li encountered over the years rarely birthed Level 9 biotechnological civilizations. In essence, the existence of cultivation civilizations represented an alternative form of Level 9 biotechnological civilization. However, due to Jiang Li's exceptional status as both a top-tier scientist and a 9th realm powerhouse, the Galactic Empire ultimately attained the status of a Level 9 biological civilization after millions of years of relentless effort, standing as one of the most distinguished entities across myriad universes. Alas, this prosperity was short-lived. As the civilizations of the universe continued to develop, a peculiar life form invaded the cosmos. It was an entity of extreme distortion, malevolence, and chaos, seemingly born from the universe's darkest aspects. Each malevolent life form embodied the essence of the 9th realm, resembling sources of pollution that tainted entire universes. Countless lives were corrupted and assimilated by them, reducing them to mere instruments of slaughter, plunging numerous universes into turmoil. At this moment, within the Galactic Empire, Jiang Li donned a white lab coat, standing before an experimental platform much like a million years prior. Compared to the research conducted back then, their current endeavors had evolved tremendously. Gazing at the colossal dragon form extending over 200 million light years, a flicker of divine light danced in his eyes. This dragon was crafted by Jiang Li, modeled after the legendary dragon from Chinese mythology, encapsulating the collective efforts of countless scientists from the Galactic Empire. The process of injecting the essence of life commenced, artificially simulating the fundamental laws of the heavenly path. These principles were embedded within the genetic structure of the experimental subject. The successful simulation of the laws of life was infused into the dragon's genes. The laws of destruction were adeptly simulated, initiating the process of separation and integration. As a Level 9 technological civilization, the Galactic Empire had thoroughly deciphered the fundamental laws of the universe, which not only propelled Jiang Li's understanding of these laws to unprecedented heights, but also enabled the Empire to master their application pathways. The genetically engineered dragon thus emerged as a true Level 9 life form, akin to a powerhouse of the 9th realm. A miracle unfolded, much like the moment when controllable nuclear fusion was ignited on Blue Star, capturing the attention of the populace. The Dragon Project garnered immense anticipation among the citizens of the Galactic Empire and indeed, the entire universe. The successful manifestation of the dragon would herald the arrival of the ultimate biological weapon, bestowing the universe with a means to combat the unknown malevolent life forms encroaching from the outside. It stirred, amidst the jubilant cheers of countless individuals, the dragon form, resembling a lifeless carcass, finally awakened. Its once dull eyes radiated with resplendent divine light, akin to two eternal stars illuminating the surrounding cosmos for billions of miles. As the dragon's immense body, spanning 2 light years, began to move through the universe, countless laws entwined around it, emanating a captivating brilliance. The entire galactic empire and indeed, all civilizations in the universe erupted in ecstatic cheers. The dragon's body continuously diminished in size, from initial 200 million light-years to 100 million light-years, then to billions of kilometers, until it measured merely a few kilometers in length. In an instant, the dragon traversed billions of miles, arriving above the capital of the Galactic Empire. The resounding roar of the dragon echoed throughout the Galactic Empire, followed by an overwhelming chorus of cheers from the populace. In the next moment, the dragon transformed into a size akin to that of a small serpent, appearing beside Jiang Li. The dragon's head nuzzled against Jiang Li, signifying its affection. Within its genes, Jiang Li, as its creator, was akin to a father figure, the closest entity it cherished. Good, henceforth you shall be called Little Dragon. Go forth to the other side of the universe and eradicate those malevolent life forms. Upon hearing this, Little Dragon let out a mighty roar, circled around Jiang Li a few times, then tore through space, vanishing from the Galactic Empire. On the other side of the universe, Little Dragon now revealed its true form. Its body expanded dramatically, growing to 200 million light-years, then a billion light-years, and eventually 100 billion light-years. With each movement of its colossal frame, countless planets and malevolent life forms were shattered. With a thunderous roar, Little Dragon summoned a storm of lightning clouds stretching over trillions of light-years, flooding the universe with torrential rain and thunder descending from the heavens. In an instant, it engulfed the entire cosmos. The flood washed away the sins and remnants left by the malevolent life forms, while the thunder purified all existence, annihilating every evil entity and ushering in rebirth. Before the might of this level 9 life form, all malevolent entities appeared utterly insignificant. After purging the remnants of evil life forms from the universe, Little Dragon turned its gaze toward the universe's deepest recesses. In this region of the cosmos, no stars remained, devoid of light and warmth. Only endless darkness and coldness prevailed. This was the edge of the universe, where a colossal, distorted, malevolent entity lurked beyond the cosmic barrier, with its numerous tendrils extending from beyond the universe into its depths. Little Dragon remained unfazed. The fundamental laws of the cosmic space radiated from its form as it instantaneously traversed beyond the universe. Its body began to transform, expanding to millions of light-years, tens of millions of light-years, hundreds of millions of light-years, and ultimately trillions of light-years. In a mere moment, it matched the size of the malevolent life form's core, resembling a miniature universe. A fierce battle ensued between the 2 level 9 life forms beyond the cosmic threshold. The core possessed the disturbing ability to unsettle the minds of others, yet such tactics paled in comparison to the bolstered mental and soul laws. Little Dragon unleashed the laws of destruction and thunder, its claws tearing the core asunder. In the next instant, Little Dragon opened its maw and devoured the core, its absorption laws rapidly operating, consuming and digesting the core completely. After vanquishing the maternal entity, the young dragon remained adrift in the cosmic sea, his gaze fixed upon the multitude of universes within. Surrounding some of these realms, grotesque and malevolent life forms had already begun to cling like parasites to their respective maternal entities. A fierce glint ignited in the young dragon's eyes, urging him to advance. However, he swiftly received a message from Jiang Li, prompting him to reconsider and return to his own universe. For the moment, the threat posed by these evil entities seemed to be quelled, yet an unknown variable loomed on the horizon. While pondering the essence of the cosmos, Jiang Li inadvertently uncovered a revelation. In the future, a level 10 life form, the fabled divine entity, would be born. Thus, to confront such a formidable existence, a divine life form must emerge forth from countless universes without delay. Time was of the essence. At this juncture, Jiang Li had already reached the pinnacle of a level 9 life form, Yet the path to transcend to the final tier remained shrouded in mystery. Another 10 million years passed. Jiang Li remained ensnared at the zenith of the ninth realm. Yet the millennia of cultivation ultimately illuminated the pathway to the 10th realm. During this extensive period, the Galactic Empire flourished, its diverse technologies achieving the apex of level 9 civilization. Aside from the young dragon, the Galactic Empire had also succeeded in creating level 9 life forms, such as the tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, qilin, and phoenix over the years. However, the era of tranquility was short-lived. As anticipated by the vast cosmos, the accumulation of negativity within the universe continued unabated. Countless malevolent maternal entities began to devour one another, culminating in the emergence of a level 10 life form, the legendary divine entity. Jiang Li bestowed upon it the name Evil. Upon its birth, Evil commenced a frenzied consumption of universe after universe, seemingly intent on returning all to chaos. At this critical juncture, a multitude of level 9 powerhouses united across the cosmic sea. The Galactic Empire dispatched all its level 9 life forms, yet they proved utterly ineffectual against Evil. In that moment, Jiang Li finally succeeded in fully refining and integrating the multiverse fishing system within him. Coupled with the insights gleaned over millions of years, he ultimately grazed the threshold of divine life forms. After several more years, Jiang Li ascended to level 10, becoming the first divine life form in countless universes after an immeasurable span of time. Engaging in battle with Evil for what felt like an eternity, he ultimately subdued it. The universe once again returned to tranquility, and Jiang Li finally found a moment to pause.